Chapter 1. On October 31st, 2023, M.O. Rand took his own life. For the police and journalists, the reasons for his suicide were simplistic. The young man succumbed to overwhelming pressure and, in a moment of despair, chose to end his life. However, for M.O. Rand, it was the tragic loss of his parents, who had nurtured him for 18 years. In a car accident, it was the betrayal of his high school idol, whom he had pursued for 3 years. As she secretly cavorted with another, it was the malicious rumors spread by classmates that led to the cancellation of his scholarship. It was the unpaid wages from tutoring middle school students, and it was the theft of his takeaway meal after a long day of labor at tea times. M.O. Rand harbored extreme thoughts of wishing for the world's destruction. Yet more often, he felt gratitude for the roommate who brought him a grilled sausage, the high school teacher who introduced him to tutoring opportunities, and the myriad individuals who offered him some measure of assistance. How tragic it is to die. This was the last phrase M.O. Rand uttered in his lifetime. As for the unspoken words buried deep within his heart. If there's a next life, let me experience a life akin to that of a protagonist. On October 31st, 1981, due to the betrayal of Peter Pettigrew, the effect of the Fidelius charm was nullified, allowing Voldemort to locate the Potter family hidden within Godric's Hollow. James Potter perished while protecting his wife and child. Subsequently, Lily Potter stood in front of Voldemort to shield Harry, and, as Voldemort struck her down, she invoked the ancient and powerful protection of love, sacrificing her life for her son. This protective spell coursed through Harry Potter's veins, causing Voldemort to suffer a rebound when he attempted to use the killing curse against Harry. Voldemort's body was obliterated, and even his soul sustained grievous injury. In this unforeseen turn of events, a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul latched onto the only living being in the room, Harry Potter, unwittingly transforming him into a Horcrux. The intense pain threatened to elicit a cry from M.O. Rand. Yet no matter how desperately he attempted to scream, his body remained unresponsive, racked with silent sobs. Harry, you are so loved. So loved. English? Who was speaking? A chill ran through M.O. Rand's heart. Yet despite his fervent attempts, he found himself immobilized, as if trapped by an unseen force. Harry, Mama loves you. Daddy loves you. Harry, be safe. Be strong to Avada Kedavra. The malevolent incantation and the woman's heart-wrenching wail pierced through him like needles, bringing forth indescribable agony. M.O. Rand struggled against the pain, repeatedly urging himself, "Open your eyes. Open your eyes." He yearned to grasp the reality of the situation. Gradually, the body responded to M.O. Rand's plea. Yet, when he finally managed to peer through his blurred tears of the world, what met his gaze was merely a desolate landscape of ruins. Immediately thereafter, the wailing of an infant erupted, and an overwhelming torrent of tears and mucus gushed forth as if a dam had burst. Who is the woman on the ground? Why am I fixated on her? Is she the one I just murmured about? Harry, where am I? All right, didn't I just commit suicide? Time passed unmeasured until a man clad in black robes with dark hair stumbled into the room. The anxious expression on his face turned to stone the instant he beheld Lily Potter. His mouth fell agape, unable to produce a sound, and he collapsed against the doorframe in utter disarray. M.O. Rand recognized the identity of the man in black, yet he remained bewildered by the current situation. This was the world of Harry Potter, seemingly on the fateful night when the boy who lived defeated the Dark Lord. After my suicide, I found myself in Harry Potter's body, yet it appeared I had no control over this vessel. The voices I had just heard belonged to Lily Potter and Voldemort without a doubt, but they seemed more like echoes of a profound memory rather than sounds I had directly perceived. What on earth was happening? Trapped within the infant's form, M.O. Rand struggled to concentrate. He not only had to watch as the unfamiliar man embraced his mother in grief, but also periodically endured sudden waves of pain coursing through his body. Before long, Harry Potter grew weary of crying. As an infant, he could not fully comprehend the deep sorrow that should have resonated within him. With his eyes closing, a profound drowsiness enveloped M.O. Rand's consciousness, lulling him into a dream. The low rumble of an engine and the occasional caress of a night wind against Harry's face roused him from sleep. With a jolt akin to a plane landing, a pair of enormous hands, larger than his infant form, lifted him from the blanket. Hagrid, a voice, aged and familiar, called out, drawing nearer. "You finally made it. Where did you acquire this motorcycle?" M.O. Rand, also awakening from his slumber, shivered at the sound of the old man's voice. "Is that Albus Dumbledore? The greatest wizard in the original narrative? Would he discern anything amiss? If he were to mistakenly perceive me as a fragment of Voldemort's soul in this situation, my second life would be extinguished before it even began." "I borrowed it, Professor Dumbledore," Hagrid replied, his booming voice causing M.O. Rand's ears to ache. It was evident that the giant was making a concerted effort to modulate his tone. It was lent to me by Sirius Black. I've brought him, sired, as the swaying of the swaddling grew more pronounced. M.O. Rand felt his heart rise to his throat. He understood that Hagrid had dismounted the motorcycle and was now striding toward Dumbledore. Did you encounter any trouble? No, sir. The houses are nearly all destroyed. We managed to get him out before the Muggles converged from all directions. The little one slept the entire way, but now, as we land, he has been roused. M.O. Rand had never read the original Harry Potter novels. Having only seen the film once, he could not recall the specifics of the opening scene in Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. He wished to coax little Harry into closing his eyelids and drifting back to sleep, but alas, the freshly awakened child was captivated by the elderly gentleman before him, whose silver hair and beard were long enough to tuck into his belt. Eep. Through his half-moon spectacles, Dumbledore first peered at the scar on the infant's forehead with his strikingly blue eyes, then met Harry's innocent gaze. Just like the savior himself, our esteemed headmaster was equally intrigued by young Potter. He leaned in closer, until his elongated nose almost brushed Harry's face, only to be interrupted by Professor McGonagall's voice. Ahem, this scar is. Dumbledore lifted his bent frame slightly and spoke slowly. Yes, this child will bear it for a lifetime. Professor McGonagall's expression was one of deep sympathy as she looked at Harry and continued to inquire. Can't you think of a way, Dumbledore? Dumbledore could not help but gaze at Harry a moment longer before making a jest regarding a London Underground map, thereby declining Professor McGonagall's request. The scar on Dumbledore's left knee resembled a map of the London Underground. Even if there were a way, I would not pursue it. All right, Hagrid, hand him over to me. We must see this through. As he watched little Harry gradually disappear into Dumbledore's embrace, the giant, resembling a small mountain in stature, implored in a deeply melancholic tone. May I say goodbye to him, sir? Dumbledore did not allow Hagrid to bring his tousled face close to Harry's tiny head. A stubbly farewell kiss was certainly not what Harry required at that moment. Turning back to Hagrid, he reassured him. It's all right, Hagrid. This is not a permanent farewell. Harry will be well cared for. On the doorstep of the Dursley residence, Harry lay quietly alongside a handwritten letter from Dumbledore. Through his eyes, M.O. Rand witnessed the motorcycle ascend and vanish into the night, saw 12 fireballs strike the lamppost on Privet Drive, caught a glimpse of a calico cat slipping around the corner, and observed the white-bearded old man disappearing right before his eyes. As night descended upon Privet Drive, a profound silence enveloped the avenue, interrupted only by the occasional rustle of leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. M.O. Rand found himself uncertain whether Albus Dumbledore had perceived any underlying truths, nor could he comprehend the identity of the enigmatic Daedalus Diggle mentioned by Professor McGonagall before her departure. Much like his own perplexity regarding his relationship with Harry, this world of wizards, more reminiscent of a novel, was filled with innumerable mysteries beyond his grasp. What lay ahead for him? Would Dumbledore return? How should the fragment of Voldemort's soul, entwined with Harry, be dealt with? These unanswered questions tormented M.O. Rand until he was abruptly liberated from his reverie by the piercing scream of Mrs. Dursley as she opened the door to fetch milk. At that moment, unbeknownst to the wizards and witches who had raised their glasses in a secret gathering, toasting the survival of the extraordinary boy Harry Potter, their world was about to embark on a distinctly different journey alongside this unconventional savior. A decade had passed since the Dursleys discovered their nephew on their doorstep. Though Harry had not exhibited any remarkable feats throughout these years, he occasionally found himself haunted by peculiar dreams. Dreams of owls soaring under the bright sun, robed figures flitting through the streets, and the entire country showered with shooting stars. Sunlight quietly crept into the living room of number 4, where photographs arranged atop the mantelpiece conveyed a sense of warmth, illustrating how utterly pampered Dudley, the Dursleys' only son, had become. His ever-growing head and increasingly rotund figure stood as the sole testament to the passage of time on the otherwise unchanged Privet Drive. Get up! Wake up! Hurry! Petunia Dursley's shrill voice, accompanied by vigorous knocking, roused Harry from his slumber. Rubbing his forehead, he sat up and muttered softly, "See you tonight." Hearing movement from the cupboard, his aunt's voice rang out sharply. "What did you say?" "Nothing, nothing," he replied hastily. "Well, get up. Keep an eye on the bacon. It's Dudley's birthday today, and if you burn it, you'll be in serious trouble." As Aunt Petunia's footsteps faded, Harry straightened his bedding and dressed in his clothes and socks. Although the storage space beneath the stairs was cramped, it had remained relatively clean and tidy during his years of residence. On his way from the hallway to the kitchen, Harry was greeted by a mountain of birthday gifts. From new computers to a second television and toy sports cars, there was nothing that Dudley and his parents had wished for that the Dursleys had not fulfilled. While Harry had often fantasized in his dreams about enjoying such a birthday, reality had offered him none neither on his birthday nor at Christmas. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the captivating narrative. Placing the frying pan upon the stove, Harry adeptly commenced preparing breakfast for the Dursley family. Over the years, the only time he had ever burned bacon was during his initial culinary lessons, yet Aunt Petunia remained keen to dwell on that incident from several years past. "Brush your hair. What a filthy sight that is," bellowed Uncle Vernon upon entering the kitchen, a customary greeting he exchanged with Harry each morning. In addition to his remarks about Harry's hair, he frequently lamented about Harry's rapid growth, insisting that he must be consuming far too much of their food, and complained about the exorbitant tuition fees that were nearly insufficient to afford new clothes for his beloved Dudley. Harry harbored little resentment towards the Dursleys. After all, they provided for his basic needs. However, the insufferable Dudley Dursley, adorned with his artificial hair, perpetually made unreasonable demands despite being lavished with unconditional affection from his parents. As fate would have it, just as Harry finished frying the bacon and was about to begin on the scrambled eggs, a rotund boy with a pink face and a short neck entered the kitchen. Alongside his mother, "For Dudley's birthday, I hope everything goes smoothly today," Aunt Petunia cooed, tenderly covering Dudley's eyes as she guided him to the dining table. "Look at all these splendid gifts, darling." Dudley appeared oblivious to his mother's words, failing to notice the kiss on his cheek. Beneath his thick, golden hair, his small eyes, nearly obscured by his chubby cheeks, were fixated on the plethora of exquisite gift boxes scattered about. 36 items. Dudley's expression soured, yet his voice soared in pitch. "That's 2 less than last year." "Oh, sweetheart, you haven't counted the gift from Aunt Marge yet. Look, it's hidden behind a large package from your mom and dad. That still makes it 37. It's still 1 less." Dudley's face flushed crimson, nearly matching the hue of a roasted pig. Harry subtly shook his head, then placed the cooked bacon and scrambled eggs at the far end of the table, away from Dudley. Uncle Vernon showed no inclination to discipline the little brat, offering instead, "True, but some of this year's gifts are larger than last year's." Before he could finish, Dudley interjected, "I don't care how big they are." Familiar with Dudley's temper, Harry realized that the boy was about to throw a tantrum. Seizing the moment before the dining table was upended, he hastily devoured his breakfast. Aunt Petunia, sensing the brewing storm, gently patted Dudley's back while soothingly addressing her precious son. "All right, darling, how about this? Once we finish our meal, we'll head out to buy you 2 more gifts. What do you think, sweetheart? 2 more gifts should suffice, right?" Dudley pondered for a moment, and for his mind, which resembled that of a giant's, seemingly no larger than a mere booger, this appeared to be a rather challenging task that he began to count on his fingers, speaking slowly. "In that case, I have 33. 39 items, my dear heart, 39 gifts." Dudley plopped down heavily, and Harry could distinctly feel the chair and the dining table tremble slightly beneath him. "Oh, very well then," he mumbled, casually reaching for the nearest gift to begin unwrapping it. Harry wished to avoid lingering at the same table as his cousin for too long, and having finished his breakfast, he seized his plate and made his way toward the sink. Uncle Vernon suddenly erupted into a hearty laugh, ruffling Dudley's hair, and with a look of dawning realization, remarked, "This little rascal is tallying up the spoils he is, just like his father. Well done, my boy, you have the makings of a businessman, Dudley." Dudley buried his head, seemingly oblivious to his father's words, as he unwrapped his gifts while casting furtive glances at Harry, who was passing by the dining table. Ever since he could remember, Harry had played the role of a human punching bag for Dudley. Until one fateful afternoon 4 years ago when this frail little boy unexpectedly retaliated. Dudley had thought his cousin, who was usually quick on his feet, would easily dodge a punch, but he was caught off guard by a swift uppercut that he barely saw coming, and the subsequent events eluded his memory, save for the knowledge that he had lost consciousness. According to his mother, a furious Vernon had even grabbed a shotgun in his rage, yet in the end, he merely scolded Harry verbally, without laying a finger on him. Since that incident, despite their venomous words, the Dursleys had not dared to lay a hand on Harry. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Aunt Petunia hurried to answer it, leaving the kitchen and dining room filled only with the sounds of gift unwrapping and dishwashing. Harry occasionally glanced towards Dudley, who was surrounded by irresistible toys, racing cars, a camcorder, remote-controlled planes, and video games, temptations no boy his age could resist. "Bad news, Vernon." Aunt Petunia's voice suddenly rose in anxiety. "Mrs. Figg has broken her leg and cannot pick him up." Upon hearing this, Dudley's excitement over his new camcorder waned, and he stared, dumbfounded at his parents, silently hoping they would devise an alternative solution. What are we going to do now? Aunt Petunia was nearly at her wit's end, her gaze flickering towards Harry as if all misfortune was orchestrated by that wretched boy. Let us call Mags, Uncle Vernon suggested, scratching his neck, which seemed nearly fused with his head. Don't be foolish, Vernon. You know how much she despises that child. Then what about that friend of yours? What's her name? Evelyn? Yes, what about her? She's on holiday in Majorca. Perhaps the allure of Dudley's new toys had stirred something within him, for Harry, usually reserved, suddenly proposed. You could leave me at home. I promise to behave and clean every room spotless. The moment those words escaped his lips, Harry regretted them. He should have felt sorrow for Mrs. Fig's misfortune, but that cabbage-scented house and the multitude of unmemorable cats were hardly endearing. Huh, Aunt Petunia responded, as if she had just heard a joke that was both ironic and unamusing. And then we returned to find the entire house in ruins. Thanks to you? Harry fell silent, yet the discussion regarding his fate continued unabated. Vernon, perhaps we could take him to the zoo as well, she suggested. We could leave him in the car. Oh, Petunia, that is my brand new car. Absolutely not. Suddenly, Dudley burst into tears. The first genuine display of emotion he had shown in years. Typically, all it took was for him to sulk with his eyes and mouth drooping, along with a few loud wails for his parents to acquiesce to his every whim. However, this time, he truly did not wish to accompany Harry to the zoo. I don't want to go with him, hic. To the zoo. As he sobbed and mumbled, Dudley resembled a pig more than ever. After considerable effort to decipher his cousin's words, Harry for the very first time found himself in complete agreement with Dudley's sentiments. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia exchanged glances, each hoping the other would devise a solution. 30 minutes later, after Harry had tidied up the kitchen and dining area following the Dursleys' breakfast, he found himself seated in the back of Uncle Vernon's private car alongside Dudley, embarking on the journey to the zoo. They sat on opposite sides of the back seat, pressed against the car doors, as if they wished to avoid even the slightest trace of each other's breath. Their spirits were utterly dismal. Harry gazed intently out the window, contemplating. If the Dursleys had the audacity to leave him alone at home, he might have been indulging in Dudley's computer or, at the very least, watching his favorite television programs. He could not fathom why Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia did not indulge their son's incessant whimpering and wailing on Dudley's birthday. He was even more perplexed by Uncle Vernon's ominous warning. I warn you now, you little brat, if I catch you conjuring any mischief or engaging in any peculiar antics, be prepared to remain in the cupboard until Christmas. He had certainly committed no such oddities. By the time Harry and the Dursley family arrived at the reptile house in the zoo, the afternoon had already waned. The Sunday ice cream, which had been unceremoniously bestowed upon Harry due to Dudley's fastidious taste, failed to lift his spirits. It paled in comparison to the varied lizards and snakes languishing in the dim confines of the exhibit. Make it move, Dudley commanded, pointing at the largest python in the enclosure. Uncle Vernon tapped on the glass, producing a sound that drew the attention of several onlookers. Observing the massive snake utterly motionless, Dudley persisted in his demands. Tap it again. Uncle Vernon, with increased fervor, struck the glass so forcefully that the entire display trembled under his considerable girth. What a nuisance. It must be dead. We're looking at a lifeless snake, Dudley lamented, shaking his head in disappointment before turning to seek out his next hapless target in the exhibit. Harry harbored a peculiar affection for reptiles. Thus, when he beheld the enormous python, equally tormented and confined within the cramped space, an overwhelming desire to rescue it blossomed within him. Harry said, if possible, I would very much like to rescue you. The great serpent, which had long been in slumber, suddenly opened its small eyes, slowly raising its head until it was level with Harry's own. Please save me, kind sir, I implore you. Harry was utterly astonished. He scanned his surroundings before directing his gaze back to the serpent. It is I, sir, you are not mistaken. Please allow me to leave, or take me away. Anywhere would be preferable to this. Harry has a fondness for reptiles, particularly for snakes. However, he has a particular affinity for serpents that possess the ability to converse. No. Harry shook his head and retreated, repeatedly murmuring, this is false, false. The voices I hear are false, and what I see is also false. No, sir. This is not false. If you lack a pet, I would gladly serve by your side, guarding your home, even if it means chasing after mice. The pleading of the serpent clearly had the opposite effect, as Harry promptly closed his eyes and raised his hands to cover his ears. Numerous unpleasant memories began to resurface. as a stranger yet familiar woman let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! With Harry's anguished cry, a cloud of darkness, visible only to him, surged upward, shattering the roof of the reptile house. At the moment Harry fainted, Imoran awakened. With no time to assist the fleeing visitors, Imoran, having gained control of his body for the first time, exerted all his strength to call back the rampaging Imoran within. Heavens! Vernon! Hurry! Save Dudley! Ah! Mommy! Mommy, I am dying! Daddy! Wah! Penny! Dudley! On the night Imoran's soul traversed into Harry's, the fragment of Voldemort's soul that had clung to the boy who had miraculously survived was no longer the sole inhabitant of this body. Perhaps it was Lily Potter's sacrifice that saved Harry's soul, which should have perished, or perhaps there was a slight error in the transference process. This Harry Potter, hailing from J.K. Rowling's homeland, failed to overshadow young Harry's consciousness and assumed the role of the savior of the wizarding world. Unable to act independently and burdened with the anguish of Harry's family's tragic demise, Imoran found himself in a desperate struggle for survival during the first year after his arrival, until July 31st of the following year. The shared birthday of Imoran and Harry, they met in a nightmare. Voldemort's wand, the piercing green light, and the anguished screams of a mother. Together in their crib, Imoran and Harry wept, holding hands and crying throughout the night. Observing the body formed of black mist in Harry's dream, Imoran, having been fortunate enough to watch the Fantastic Beasts film series, instantly comprehended his predicament. When young wizards suffer immense psychological trauma due to magical causes, they instinctively suppress their magical powers for self-defense. This potent and highly unstable dark magic bore a name strikingly similar to his own, Imoran. The power of Imoran is exceedingly difficult to control, even among dark magic. It is regarded as one of the most mysterious and perilous. When an Imoran releases their essence, they become an invisible wind to muggles, causing severe and irrevocable destruction in their wake. It was never Imoran's intention to transform the savior into a Imoran, yet when faced with an opportunity to enhance his own strength, he disguised himself as Harry's second personality, continuously instilling distorted beliefs that everything was the fault of magic within Harry's dream. Voldemort aimed to kill a boy born at the end of July. If I were not born on July 31st, would my parents have survived? If I were entirely devoid of magical abilities, merely a muggle, would my parents have evaded death? If I had never been born, would my parents have escaped their fate? Harry struggled to comprehend names such as Voldemort and Muggle. Even upon awakening, he found himself unable to retain them in memory. However, the subconscious influence imparted by Imoran took root within him like a deeply embedded seed, fostering a burgeoning disdain, indeed, a loathing for the fantastical notions of magic. As pessimism and anguish transformed Harry's character, they simultaneously invigorated the silent force within him, known as Imoran, rendering it ever more potent. At the tender age of 6, during a weekend when his cousin Dudley, as was customary, bullied him like a punching bag, Harry's emotions and spirit reached a breaking point, leading to an explosive outburst. What incapacitated Dudley was not an unseen uppercut, but rather the first manifestation of Imoran, which detached from Harry's body. A ferocious wind grazed Dudley's chin, propelling him into the yard and scattering the fence and lawn into disarray. Vernon, who perceived everything as a testament to Harry's magical prowess, attempted to confront his nephew with a gun, yet ultimately restrained himself. As time progressed, with Imoran's power steadily escalating, it began to manipulate the transformation into a dark mist while Harry slept, soaring freely in the vicinity of Privet Drive. Despite gaining a semblance of freedom, Imoran remained humble, haunted by the numerous agonies endured, and never forgot the grim reality that very few of his kind survived beyond the age of 10. The alarm bells rang incessantly. After all, in terms of magical aptitude, Harry in the original narrative fell short even compared to Hermione Granger. If this so-called savior of a new era lacked the innate magical talent of Crescendibale, it would not be long before the owl delivered grim tidings, and Imoran would depart this world alongside its host, burdened by such anxieties and the guilt of tormenting young Harry. Imoran began to consume insects and small animals under the cover of night, uncertain of the repercussions. Yet, considering that Harry had not suffered from malnutrition and remained a healthy height, Imoran felt he had contributed in some small measure. Years passed in the blink of an eye, the seasons shifted, and Harry's inner Imoran had burgeoned into a terrifying entity. This growth was fueled by Harry's distorted aversion to magic, while M.O. Rand's consumption of various creatures accelerated its development, a revelation even Newt Scamander had not penned in his tomes. Yet, for M.O. Rand, perpetually confronted with the specter of impending doom, nothing mattered more than ensuring Harry's survival. Regret began to seep in. Perhaps he should not have sacrificed a child's dreams of magic for the sake of power and freedom. After all, what would it mean to remain within Harry's body? Merely to witness a first-person narrative unfold. If given the choice, he wished for Harry to remain that optimistic little boy, brimming with hope, even in the face of adversity. Thus, M.O. Rand commenced imparting lessons to Harry within his dreams. My aunt and uncle may not treat me well, yet they have indeed provided me with a roof over my head, though I hesitate to call that cupboard home. Having food to eat and an opportunity for education renders me luckier than many orphans. Dudley is indeed detestable, yet he no longer dares to strike me. It is unnecessary to unleash the most venomous curses upon a child of my age. However, it must be acknowledged that he is quite overweight, and to liken him to a pig is hardly a curse. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue savoring the splendid narrative. As the date of July 31st, 1991, draws ever nearer, M.O. Rand reflects that once Hagrid makes his appearance on Harry's 11th birthday and establishes contact with Hogwarts, Dumbledore, despite any lapses in clarity due to age, would undoubtedly not allow the savior to perish prematurely. All that is required is to remain steady. Child, fix your gaze upon my finger and follow it with your eyes. The medical personnel who arrived at the scene raised a finger, swaying it gently from side to side. Though Harry, M.O. Rand, felt a twinge of impatience, he complied nonetheless. The zoo director and the firefighters were in a flurry, their voices a cacophony of complaints, shouts, and apologies. Harry, M.O. Rand, was entirely oblivious to when the medical personnel departed. His mind was occupied solely with thoughts of Hogwarts, Dumbledore, the Ministry of Magic, and the life and death matters that loomed silently. Upon their return home from the zoo, having secured their compensation, the Dursleys found a silver-haired elder waiting patiently at the entrance of number 4, Privet Drive, with an ice pop in hand. Oh, for heaven's sake. The Dursleys have had their fill of strange occurrences and odd individuals today. Whoever you are, leave at once, or I shall summon the police. Vernon bellowed, no longer mindful of the propriety of his outburst in front of Dudley. Let us speak inside, Aunt Petunia implored, her voice trembling as she tugged at her husband's sleeve, her eyes wide and her expression exceedingly complex. Vernon could swear that his wife had not displayed such an exaggerated countenance even at the zoo. Oh, thank you, Petunia. I feared you would not invite me in. By the way, could I trouble you for a cup of tea? I wish to have a private conversation with Mr. Potter. The tall, thin elder's words seemed to possess an enchanting power. The irate Vernon, who had been panting heavily just moments before, instantly transformed into a figure more docile than a chipmunk. In the living room, Dumbledore's long fingers delicately caressed the teacup, his serene blue eyes gazing kindly at Harry, M.O. Rand, who appeared somewhat uneasy. Harry, M.O. Rand, hesitated to speak, uncertain of whether Dumbledore's legitimacy would affect him. He decided to wait for the other man to say something first, allowing him to respond accordingly. Dumbledore initiated the conversation, in the absence of the words Mr. Potter provided M.O. Rand with a slight sense of relief. I apologize that our first meeting must occur in this manner. Harry Moran wore a look of surprise as he gazed at Dumbledore's impassive face. He then slowly remarked, however, sir, I believe this is not our first encounter. Dumbledore simply responded with an O, yet he appeared utterly unfazed. Harry, M.O. Rand, continued, in my dream, I recall a flying motorcycle, fiery orbs soaring through the air, a lady who could transform into a cat, and you. It was quite an intriguing dream, Harry. Have you experienced similar dreams? I mean, dreams of such an unusual nature. Well, I do not particularly enjoy the other dreams. At times, I dream of a green light and the sound of a woman's shrill voice. Dumbledore raised a hand, interrupting Harry. Oh, my child, I apologize for prompting such recollections. Let us refrain from discussing those painful dreams. His voice was gentle and kind, enveloping one in a comforting warmth. Unexpectedly, Harry, M.O. Rand, rejected this kindness. Sir, what I mean to say is, although such an idea may seem utterly absurd, sometimes I feel that the scenes appearing in my dreams are actually drawn from the memories of others. Dumbledore's expression shifted, his demeanor growing increasingly serious, causing Harry's heart to race. He was acutely aware that he had just made a momentous decision. However, upon reflection, the notion of traversing realms, even within the context of the Harry Potter universe, had never been actualized. Perhaps the thoughts of a traveler might be safeguarded by some mysterious force here. Or perhaps they are merely peculiar dreams, Harry. Dumbledore savored a sip of tea, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out more perfectly than a freshly pressed shirt. With a self-assured humor, he explained, children often have strange dreams. In fact, just the other day, I dreamt that my woolen sock sprouted hands and feet and fled through the window. The old curmudgeon's demeanor mirrored that of the original text, for although he groomed Harry as a savior, he was reluctant to allow him to be tainted by the darker aspects of the wizarding world. Did he truly believe that engaging in a game of Quidditch would enable Harry to capture Voldemort, as if he were a golden snitch? Harry, Moran, relinquished the notion of further probing Dumbledore, pondering. It appears that some matters must be approached with patience. Perhaps you are correct, sir, however. There is one matter I hope you can elucidate for me. Have you ever heard of dissociative identity disorder? Moran was uncertain when Harry's consciousness would awaken. He had been unable to extract any information from Dumbledore, but to ensure his own safety and pave the way for the future, he employed a layer of protection derived from the realm of human abnormal psychology. Thus, even if Dumbledore were to extract two distinct memories from Harry's mind, Moran would at least have a plausible explanation. Dumbledore listened quietly as Harry, Moran, recounted information gleaned from the internet. Rather than focusing on the examples from the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders or the case of William Milligan, who possessed 24 different personalities, he was more concerned with young Harry's logical reasoning and linguistic expression. This chapter has yet to conclude. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. I do not believe I would become a criminal, yet the atmosphere at my aunt's house is indeed stifling. If possible, sir, I would prefer to live elsewhere. Even in an orphanage, I could find a way to support myself. Sir? Oh, Harry. Dumbledore's reaction resembled that of a student caught napping by a teacher. He pursed his lips and glanced at the empty teacup in his palm, saying, I do not believe this is a decision I can make, especially since family is invaluable to anyone. I think you should remain here. As for the dissociative identity disorder you mentioned, I must admit I have never heard of it. But there is a place that may assist you. With that, Dumbledore produced a letter sealed with thick parchment, inscribed in emerald green ink. Surrey County, Little Whinging, No. 4 Privet Drive, storage room under the stairs. Mr. Harry Potter, as the recipient, hesitated to open the letter, although he had never received a letter in his life. The wax-sealed emblem on the envelope was irresistibly captivating. It felt somewhat premature to present it to him now, yet, given the circumstances, he felt compelled to act. Open it. Harry, don't misplace it. Someone will come for you when the time is right. At Dumbledore's urging, Harry cast a lingering glance at the capital letter encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a serpent, and began to read, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards. First-class Wizard of the Order of Merlin, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term will commence on September 1st. We await your owl by July 31st with your response. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore. At that moment, Vernon and Petunia, who had been eavesdropping from the attic, suddenly descended, exclaiming, Let him go, please. Let him enter his own world. You must have a way. Oh yes, I implore you. Sir, have mercy. If he remains here any longer, our family will be doomed. Harry had never heard such desperate pleas from their lips. He understood that he, too, did not wish to stay in that place, which was why he had expressed those sentiments earlier. However, for certain reasons, Dumbledore would never acquiesce to the Dursleys. Petunia. Adjusting his spectacles that were perilously close to slipping off his nose, Dumbledore spoke slowly. I certainly do not wish to cause you any trouble, but Petunia, I believe you remember how complex this matter is, and I trust you will honor your commitments. Well then, the time is nearly upon me. I cannot linger here to disrupt your family any longer. The tea was delightful. Thank you, Petunia. Dumbledore rose and walked toward the door. But just as he was about to exit, he turned back to Harry and said, almost forgot. If necessary, remind Harry that even in the darkest of times, we can always find joy, as long as we remember to light the lamp. After Dumbledore's departure, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia hurriedly began to tidy up Dudley's bedroom, which had become a repository for toys that would not fit. Ignoring Dudley's wails and protests as they diligently continued their tasks, as the exhausted duo finally settled back onto the sofa in the living room, The sun had already dipped below the horizon. "I do not wish for him to reside in that room. I want him to vacate it." Lying in his mother's embrace, Dolly continued to murmur his concerns, yet the decision had already been made. Those few belongings of Harry's that remained in the storage room had long since been transported upstairs. Harry, Moran, was certainly disinclined to pay any mind to the Dursleys. In his bedroom, he stretched his limbs, savoring for the first time in a decade the sensation of lying in bed. The oppressive aura of Dumbledore lingered. For even though he uttered not a single threatening word throughout their encounter, Moran still found himself grappling with an unsettling realization that crept upon him with chilling clarity. "Harry," Moran said weakly, the detestable riddle man, perhaps influenced by his own feelings of guilt. Moran found himself beginning to align with the views of the venerable headmaster Dumbledore after their formal encounter. In a previous life, he had come across a humorous image online depicting Dumbledore instructing Harry on how to defeat Voldemort. In the first 5 installments, Dumbledore advised Harry, use love. However, in the latter 2, he insisted, "Harry, you must destroy a ring, a locket, a cup, a diadem, and a snake. Oh, and yourself as well." Moran had once believed that Dumbledore's reluctance to lead the Order of the Phoenix in a decisive strike against Voldemort was merely a narrative necessity. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that the Dark Lord represented the embodiment of humanity's darker inclinations, much like Grindelwald and Voldemort. Who could guarantee that defeating them would not lead to another gifted wizard straying down a dark path? Furthermore, had Dumbledore opted for a more confrontational approach, he might have inadvertently disrupted the precarious balance between good and evil, thus accelerating the proliferation of darkness. If violence begets only greater calamities, then perhaps guiding wizards to conquer evil through their own volition may pave the way for the magical realm to embark upon a righteous path, ushering in a lasting peace. In this light, Dumbledore's strategies and sacrifices bore a resemblance to a master tactician immersing himself in the fray, skillfully maneuvering the pieces of fate. Harry, Moran, let out a deep sigh and rubbed his eyes, saying, "The reasoning is sound, yet there must be a way to avert unnecessary sacrifices. I must devise a plan." However, just as the words were about to escape his lips, an unexpected wave of drowsiness enveloped him, dragging him forcefully into the realm of dreams. Ever since Harry had inadvertently released Moran during a moment of loss of control, Moran's powers had been further enhanced. Not only could he commandeer Harry's body during his unconsciousness, but he could also exert a degree of control over the content of Harry's dreams. Thus, on the night of Dumbledore's visit, he utilized this ability to recreate their conversation for Harry. Upon learning that he was a wizard destined for Hogwarts, young Harry did not respond with the exuberance depicted in the original narrative. Instead, he harbored a deep-seated aversion to magic. Consequently, Moran, the instigator of this turmoil, devoted considerable effort to remedying this sentiment. In addition to engaging in nightly heart-to-heart conversations with Harry, he subtly revealed the wonders and beauty of the magical world through glimpses from various films, gradually helping Harry to overcome his disdain for his wizarding identity. As the clock struck midnight on July 30th, there were no congregating owls or fluttering acceptance letters. The Dursley family quietly awaited Hagrid and his flying motorcycle at number 4, Privet Drive. Upon seeing the half-giant, whose stature resembled a small hill, Uncle Vernon first confined his wife and son to their bedroom, and then, nervously concealing a shotgun behind him, he cautiously opened the door. "Hello, I'm looking for Harry Potter. You little brat. He is looking for you." Uncle Vernon shouted as he turned. "Go outside and speak with him, and take your luggage with you." Harry's desire to escape the Dursleys has remained unwavering. Without the necessity for his uncle to utter a word, he shouldered his backpack and made his way towards the door. "Hello, Harry," said Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. "Heh, the last time I saw you, you were just a wee lad. I can hardly believe how much you've grown in the blink of an eye." Harry had to tilt his head back to behold Hagrid's rugged visage. Yet from his vantage point, Hagrid's head appeared almost as a tangled mass of unruly hair and a thick beard. "You truly resemble your father, except for your eyes. Your eyes are akin to your mother's." Just as Harry was about to greet Hagrid, he abruptly altered his inquiry. "Have you seen them?" Yes. Your father once assisted me during his school days." The sudden shift to such a weighty topic caused both parties to realize their momentary lapse. But fortunately, Hagrid swiftly devised a remedy. He produced a somewhat squashed box from his coat pocket and declared, "Regardless, happy birthday, Harry. Look, I have something for you all. It might be a bit damaged in places, but the flavor remains unchanged." Harry naturally accepted the box and opened it, revealing a chocolate cake that was even larger than Uncle Vernon's face. Gazing at the words "Happy Birthday, Harry" elegantly inscribed in green syrup, he sincerely thanked the giant, saying, "Thank you, Hagrid. This is the first birthday cake I have ever received, and I shall devour it." The first birthday cake? Hagrid appeared as though he might explode, his voice suddenly rising several octaves. Dursley's Uncle Vernon, who had already shut the door, turned pale with fright. He brandished a shotgun through the glass door, threatening Hagrid, "Sir, if you step foot in here again, it will be considered trespassing. I will shoot." Harry did not wish to alarm the neighborhood with Hagrid's presence, so he struggled to hold the cake box with one hand while gently tugging at Hagrid's robe with the other, urging, "You need not do this, Hagrid. Let us depart swiftly." Thus, inadvertently aiding Dudley in evading the misfortune of growing a pig's tail, Harry departed from number 4, Privet Drive, where he had resided for a decade. Under the cloak of night, Hagrid and Harry soared towards London on the magical motorcycle. The howling wind necessitated that they shout to converse, yet amidst the cacophony, Harry absorbed a wealth of tales from Hagrid about magic, schools, Gringotts, the Dark Lord, and the Ministry of Magic. Overall, Hagrid left a favorable impression on Harry. Despite his failure to clarify the reason for his expulsion from Hogwarts and his almost obsessive love for dragons, deep down, Hagrid was a kind and gentle soul. When Harry awoke and opened his eyes to see the leaky cauldron, dawn was nearing. Due to the absence of pedestrians on the street, Harry could not discern what was particularly special about this dingy, cramped pub, and he even suspected that Hagrid had led him astray. According to the usual custom, Hagrid addressed the innkeeper. "Not today, Tom. I am here on Hogwarts business." The dim and filthy surroundings made Harry somewhat anxious. He hid behind Hagrid, fearful of causing trouble. Suddenly, a pale young man approached, causing Hagrid to slow his pace upon recognizing him and nodding in greeting, Professor Quirrell. The patrons, who had been quietly sipping their drinks and smoking in the corners, abruptly halted their activities, and the leaky cauldron fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the innkeeper's voice. "Harry Potter, what an honor, what an honor. Welcome back, Mr. Potter, welcome back," Tom exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes as he grasped Harry's hand and bowed repeatedly in gratitude. Before Harry could comprehend the situation, the other patrons of the leaky cauldron surrounded him. "I am Caterly, Mr. Potter. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have longed for this handshake. My heart is racing. I am Diggory, Cedric Diggory. I once orchestrated a few meteor showers in your name. You cannot imagine how thrilled I am to see you." As the crowd continued unabated, Hagrid cleared his throat. "Ahem. Apologies, everyone. Harry has many important matters to attend to, so we must take our leave for now." However, just as he was about to pull Harry away from the bar, a pale young man approached them, prompting Hagrid to slow down again and nod in recognition, Professor Quirrell. Suddenly, overwhelmed by the multitude of handshakes, Harry felt a wave of discomfort. The faint throbbing of the scar on his forehead jolted him back to awareness. "Professor Quirrell is the instructor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts." "Thank you, Hagrid. I believe Mr. Potter no longer requires further instruction. Does he, Mr. Potter?" Harry felt every hair on his body stand on end as he gazed at the stuttering individual before him, a seemingly neurotic character. He took a step back, bowing respectfully and uttering, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Professor. You needn't be so formal with the professors at Hogwarts, Harry. A simple handshake will suffice." Hagrid replied as he led Harry to a small courtyard surrounded by walls, producing his umbrella while explaining, "Even someone as esteemed as Professor Dumbledore is quite approachable at school." "Ah, I see. Could you tell me more about that Professor Quirrell?" Harry inquired. "That poor fellow. I'm not well acquainted with him, but he was exceptionally bright in his studies and performed admirably during his school years. Unfortunately, during a break when he ventured into the Forbidden Forest, he encountered a vampire and a wicked witch, which caused him significant distress. Ever since, he has become the anxious, stuttering man you see now, fearful of everyone and everything around him, including his students and the very subject he teaches. Let me think. Count 3 up and 2 across. All right, Harry. Step back a bit." As Hagrid rhythmically tapped his umbrella against the bricks, the wall seemed to come alive, yielding a passageway. This was Harry's first close encounter with magic, and for a moment, he forgot the inexplicable sense of danger Quirrell had instilled in him. Observing Harry's astonished expression, Hagrid dramatically waved his hand toward the winding cobblestone street ahead, grinning broadly. "Tada. Welcome to Diagon Alley, Harry." The myriad of shops made the entire street resemble a kaleidoscope, even causing Mo Ran, who had been watching the live broadcast, to wish Harry had a few more pairs of eyes to take it all in. Harry, you haven't lost the attachment to your enrollment letter, have you? We must gather your supplies. Oh, wait, we need to stop by Gringotts first. On their way to Gringotts, Harry encountered a plethora of things he had never seen or even imagined before. From bizarre magical artifacts to fantastical creatures of all shapes and sizes, everything was utterly enchanting. Yet, what left the most profound impression on him was the Nimbus 2000 broomstick, surrounded by a group of boys his own age. Arriving at the towering, albeit crooked, white building, Harry beheld the clever but unfriendly magical creatures known as goblins, which Hagrid had mentioned. Strangely enough, despite their diminutive stature, entrusting them with one's money seemed like a prudent choice. Good morning. We need to withdraw some money from Mr. Harry Potter's vault, Hagrid stated. Do you have his key? Sir? The goblin inquired. Hagrid rummaged through his pocket and, after a moment, produced a golden earwax scoop, exclaiming, "Ah, here it is." The fairy, upon receiving the key, meticulously examined it several times before nodding in affirmation. Yes, everything appears to be in order. I also possess a letter from Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid, suddenly lowering his voice and donning a more serious expression, leaned closer to the counter, as if wary of being overheard. It concerns the item placed in the you-know-where underground vault. Once aboard the high-speed roller coaster, both Harry and Hagrid fell into a contemplative silence. One was dizzy from the swift movements of the cart, while the other was eager to experience the wizarding bank reputed to be second in security only to Hogwarts. Left, right, left, center, right, left. Harry realized he could not possibly remember the route. Surrendering to the futility of memorization, he wiped away tears from his eyes, which stung painfully in the rush of wind. Yet, he was reluctant to close his eyes, yearning to catch a glimpse of the dragon Hagrid had mentioned. Unfortunately, the cart's speed was relentless, and every time Harry noticed a flicker of light, he and Hagrid were whisked away deeper into the vaults. At last, they arrived at Vault 687. The goblin nonchalantly hopped off the cart, and Harry swore he caught a glimpse of the creature stifling a smirk at Hagrid, who looked ready to be ill. The door swung open, and before the emerald smoke had fully dissipated, Harry's eyes were met with the dazzling gleam of gold. The coins were galleons. The silver coins were sickles, and the bronze coins were nuts. Hagrid handed Harry a bag, suppressing his nausea as he explained, 17 sickles make 1 galleon, and 29 nuts make 1 sickle. You need not pay your tuition yourself, so taking 200 galleons should suffice for 2 terms. Harry nodded and stepped into his realm of riches, never having contemplated that his parents would leave him such a substantial inheritance. Next, we shall proceed to the underground vault number 713. Could you kindly reduce the speed of the vehicle? The gear is currently in the first. Harry did not seek information regarding the vault 713. Instead, he quietly observed Hagrid leaning against the wall, as he tucked a small parcel wrapped in brown paper into his pocket. They returned to the surface in silence. Sunlight bathed the streets of Diagon Alley, and just as Harry was about to retrieve the attached letter to cross-reference the list of supplies needed for the upcoming school year, he heard Hagrid's weary voice. Harry, would you mind if I stop by the Leaky Cauldron for a drink to refresh myself? I haven't slept a wink all night, and that infernal card at Gringotts has been tormenting me yet again. You may go ahead to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. Trying on clothes will take a bit of time. Harry nodded, wishing that the visibly distressed Hagrid would simply take a rest, yet being new to the situation, he opted for a compromise. Why not take a moment to rest? A brief nap would do you good. I shall wait for you in the shop after purchasing my robes. I promise I won't wander off. Hagrid, with his large hand, patted Harry's shoulder, mustering a strained smile. Don't worry, I'll be back shortly. The decor of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions was quite inviting, and beyond providing uniforms for Hogwarts students, it served as a fashionable hub for many wizards, significantly alleviating Harry's anxiety. Oh dear, are you here to purchase your Hogwarts uniform? A plump, short witch in a purple robe greeted him with a warm smile. School is about to commence, and we have many new and returning students visiting us. Look, there's a boy inside trying on robes who appears to be around your age. Harry followed Madame Malkin's, where he beheld a slender, pale-faced boy with golden hair. As Madame Malkin measured their dimensions, the golden-haired youth took the initiative to engage Harry in conversation, discussing a plethora of topics that Harry could hardly comprehend or only grasped superficially. Harry discerned a hint of boastfulness in the boy's demeanor, yet, irrespective of how lofty his tone was, the only aspect Harry genuinely envied was the boy's still-living parents. By the time Hagrid returned from the Leaky Cauldron, The golden-haired boy had long since departed. Harry did not seek an audience with the boy's mother, truth be told. He felt somewhat averse to the peer who elongated his words while speaking. "I'm sorry, Harry. I was utterly exhausted and took a brief respite." "Not a problem, Hagrid. Look. This is your birthday gift I just procured for you. You shall find it indispensable for sending and receiving letters and parcels. Due to the urgency of time." Harry and Hagrid only visited shops where they could procure the essential items for the upcoming school year. Nevertheless, when they finally arrived at Ollivander's, the sun was nearly setting. After measuring some utterly inconsequential dimensions, height, arm span, even head circumference, Ollivander produced a series of wands, including a dragon heartstring wand made of beech, a phoenix feather wand crafted from maple, and a unicorn hair wand fashioned from ebony. Observing silently, Moran was quite curious. If Ollivander adhered to the theory that wands select wizards, why was he spending so much time testing various wands on Harry? Given that Harry was unsuitable for a wand akin to his parents, wouldn't the Hollywood wand with a phoenix feather, measuring 11 inches and belonging to Voldemort's twin, be the obvious choice? After departing from Ollivander's, Harry appeared noticeably glum. Hagrid attributed it to fatigue and did not inquire further. However, Moran understood that Harry was grappling with significant distress. A mere 11-year-old, thrust into a strange and wondrous world, bore not only the pressure of being utterly oblivious to everything but also the burden of accepting that everyone else possessed a greater understanding of his parents. Such a fate could only be described as cruel. As Hagrid escorted Harry to the train that would return him to the Dursleys, Harry posed a question that took him by surprise. "Hagrid, may I keep the key to Gringotts' vault myself?" "Of course, it is rightfully yours. Do you wish to have it now? I mean, what do you intend to do with it?" Harry nodded and explained, "I wish to purchase several new outfits for myself. As you know, at the Dursleys, I can only wear the cast-off clothes of my cousin Dudley. Furthermore, I spotted some items I fancied in Diagon Alley today. But due to a lack of time, I was unable to make any purchases." The kind-hearted Hagrid, upon hearing this, was already teary-eyed. Without hesitation, he pulled the key to his vault from his pocket and pressed it into Harry's hand, instructing, "Go buy what you need, Harry. I apologize for not realizing the circumstances you endure at the Dursleys. This is your ticket to Hogwarts for September 1st. Be sure to keep it safe. And if you ever wish to chat, or if the Dursleys trouble you, simply write to me, and your owl will know where to find me." After bidding Hagrid farewell, Harry did not board the train back to Little Whinging. Instead, guided by his memories, he successfully returned to the Leaky Cauldron, where the kind innkeeper Tom assisted him in avoiding a meet and greet with his idol. Once everything was settled, Harry gazed at the dim and dilapidated ceiling of his room and fell into a deep slumber. Although the accommodations at the Leaky Cauldron were rather poor, Harry found his sleep far more restful than at the Dursleys. Having experienced the rigors of the Chinese education system, he understood the importance of balancing work and rest. Despite his high expectations for Harry, he would not dampen the spirit of that night with any tedious tasks. Overall, Mr. Potter performed remarkably well in Diagon Alley. With a calm demeanor and meticulous thought processes, Harry truly embodied the essence of a savior. As for his mention to Hagrid about purchasing clothing and novelties, Moran harbored no concerns whatsoever, given their years of coexistence. He recognized this merely as young Harry's strategy to elicit Hagrid's sympathy and enhance his chances of securing the key. The following morning, Harry arrived early at Madame Malkin's shop, where he purchased a full-length black robe that concealed his face entirely before heading directly to Gringotts to withdraw some money. "Did you not withdraw money yesterday, sir?" "Indeed. Are you intending to purchase something quite expensive?" "Well, a firebolt 2,000. That is quite a hefty expenditure, sir. However, I have heard that first-year students at Hogwarts are not permitted to bring flying broomsticks." Oh, I merely wish to practice on my own." After guiding Harry for 2 consecutive days, the goblin had become somewhat more talkative, but he could hardly believe that someone as clever as himself could be deceived by an 11-year-old wizard. The 2 large bags of gold coins, originally intended for purchasing Quidditch equipment, were entirely spent by Harry at Flourish and Blots. In addition to the textbooks required for upper-year students at Hogwarts, he also acquired numerous guidebooks for the O, W, L, S, and N, E, W, T, S wizarding examinations. Such extravagant spending delighted the owner of the bookstore immensely. Although his business thrived in the months leading up to the commencement at Hogwarts, encountering a customer willing to purchase 100 books in a single transaction was a rarity that could go unobserved for years. He generously bestowed every possible gift, from sketching quills and color-changing ink to to exquisitely illustrated bookmarks, with the sole exception being the luggage enchanted with the undetectable extension charm. This advanced spell, theoretically capable of accommodating 100 wizards within a bewitched restroom stall, is stringently regulated by the Ministry of Magic. It is strictly forbidden for personal use and may only be employed in the production of specific items approved by the ministry, such as family tents and school trunks. Such a purpose-driven shopping experience did not induce stress in Harry. On the contrary, he felt a flicker of excitement deep within. This delighted Mo Ran, who was secretly watching the live broadcast. A Harry enthusiastic about learning and reading? I can hardly wait to see Miss Granger's expression when she encounters a rival in a month's time. Upon returning to the Leaky Cauldron, Harry promptly prepaid for a month's accommodation. Tom, initially intending to offer the boy who had narrowly escaped death a few days of free lodging, adjusted his offer to a 20% discount along with complimentary meals upon learning of Harry's intention to stay for a month. On the first day, Harry perused his first-year textbooks. Much like in the films, his interests were primarily focused on defense against the dark arts and flying lessons. Mo Ran empathized with this inclination. To be candid, while reading the content of the history textbook through Harry's eyes, he sincerely wished the host would simply doze off. Notably, it was also the first time Mo Ran discovered that Harry had found Hedwig's name in the Book of Magical History. On the following day, after heeding Mo Ran's advice in a dream, Harry began to concentrate on self-studying spells, defense against the dark arts, potions, and transfiguration. He acknowledged the truth of his subconscious. The confrontation with Voldemort was far more significant than the O, W, L, S or N, E, W, T, S examinations. If he could not defeat the Dark Lord, excelling academically would hold little value. Mo Ran was not surprised by Harry's newfound awareness, yet when it came to talent, it was astonishing that our Mr. Potter could exhibit the efficiency of studying defense against the dark arts while engaged in potions. Was this truly the same Harry who had endured verbal bullying from Snape in class? Was he not supposed to be utterly inept in potions? However, upon reflection, it became evident that Harry's mother, Lily, was a prodigy in potions, and after acquiring the advanced potion-making legacy of the Half-Blood Prince, his grades had soared. This perhaps indicated his inherent aptitude, overshadowed merely by his aversion to Snape. On the third day, Harry successfully cast his first spell, Expelliarmus, with his wand. As one of the most frequently employed spells in dueling and a symbolically significant incantation in the original texts, Harry encountered little difficulty in its execution. The crimson glow, upon making contact with the wall, carved a small pit approximately 7 to 8 centimeters deep. Such extraordinary prowess was evidently not typical for an 11-year-old child. Mo Ran found himself uncertain whether it was the presence of Mo Ran that had elevated Harry's capabilities, or if this was merely an authentic demonstration of Harry's own potential. On the fourth day, a sense of ennui washed over Mo Ran. Harry had remained sequestered in the guest room for far too long. Aside from the essentials of sustenance and naturesque call, he scarcely took a moment to rest. The pressing desire to coax the boy outdoors to explore Diagon Alley had supplanted thoughts of enhancing learning efficiency, becoming Mo Ran's foremost concern. By the fifth day, as Hedwig began to exhibit signs of agitation, Harry finally recognized that persisting in this manner was a strain on his mental faculties. Yet, rather than granting himself a respite, he preferred to maintain a semblance of efficiency by relinquishing control of his body intermittently to another version of himself for collaborative study. Mo Ran was astounded. He had never imagined that, as a seasoned student from China, he would be outpaced by an 11-year-old English lad. It was a profound disgrace. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. On the sixth day, Harry's consciousness began to drift into slumber. Initially intent on a leisurely stroll through Diagon Alley, Mo Ran altered his mindset, driven by an inexplicable competitive spirit that reignited his former academic zeal. Why should he fear a mere child in this endeavor? Did he not understand the meaning of diligence and perseverance? If he did not see Harry rise to the top of his class, he would renounce his surname, Mo. By the seventh day, having tasted the fruits of collaborative study, Harry's enthusiasm surged. After successfully transmuting a spider lurking in the corner into a paperclip, he resolved to conclude his theoretical musings on potions. He dispatched Hedwig to deliver a letter to Hagrid, and, with 5 gold galleons, requested assistance from the innkeeper, Tom, in procuring some basic potion ingredients. On the 8th day, Mo Ran awoke. As the conscious embodiment of Mo Ran, he expanded his thoughts towards the study of dark arts and defensive magic. Upon confirming that the textbooks made no mention of Mo Rand's ability to enhance his magical prowess through the consumption of living beings, Mo Rand proposed a hypothesis. Perhaps Mo Rand could achieve further augmentation by devouring magical creatures. On the 9th day, Hedwig returned. Hagrid expressed his gratitude for Harry's greetings. Along with a bounty of materials not previously mentioned, he presented Harry with a rock-hard rock cake, which left Hedwig quite fatigued. For the following week, she displayed none of her earlier restlessness. On the 10th day, through the diligent efforts of Harry and Mo Rand, the first-year courses at Hogwarts, Charms, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Potions, and Transfiguration were declared complete. In both theoretical knowledge and practical spellcasting, Harry exhibited a level of proficiency far surpassing that expected for his age. Merely having viewed the Harry Potter film series, Mo Rand remained uncertain about the prowess of Dumbledore and Voldemort in their youth. Nonetheless, he held a firm belief that Harry would eventually mature into a wizard of formidable caliber. On the 17th day, Harry finally granted himself a day of leisure. After sending Hedwig to Hagrid's, our Mr. Potter donned a black cloak with a hood that obscured his face and strolled gracefully through Diagon Alley. He intended to first visit Florian's ice cream parlor to indulge in a milk toffee-flavored ice cream, followed by a visit to the Quidditch boutique. As he gazed at the exquisitely crafted Nimbus 2000 displayed in the window like a work of art, Harry felt an impulsive desire to make an extravagant purchase. He could not fathom why he, who had never once ridden a broomstick, was so captivated by the sport. Fortunately, Mo Rand had previously instilled in Harry the concept of depreciation through the example of automobiles. Otherwise, he might have genuinely considered treating himself to one. On the 23rd day, Harry completed the curriculum for his second year, amassing a repertoire of spells that rivaled that of a fifth-year student. Regrettably, since the incident where he had created a small hole in the wall with the disarming charm, practicing any offensive spells indoors had become ill-advised. Spells like Stupefy, Conflagration, Shatter, and Explosive Burst, which possessed destructive capabilities far exceeding that of the disarming charm, posed a significant risk of demolishing the room, given Harry's current magical capacity. Thus, he was left to practice more benign spells such as Obstacle, Lumos, and Scourgify. Harry yearned for a target range, a space where he could freely wield his magic. He had no desire to rely solely on theoretical knowledge to confront Voldemort. On the 30th day, the third-year curriculum drew to a close. Thanks to Harry's innate talent and diligence, he had begun to find Hogwarts' teaching pace somewhat lacking. If the knowledge from the first 2 years served as a foundation, then the third year marked a critical juncture. Students would begin to showcase their interests and talents at this stage, solidifying their future specializations and academic pursuits. Harry sincerely hoped that the professors at Hogwarts possessed expertise that transcended mere textbook knowledge, even if they were a bit stern. Should they prove to be lackadaisical, he would have no choice but to frequent the headmaster's office. After all, a person repeatedly hailed in various tomes as the greatest white wizard could not possibly be undeserving of such a claim. On the 31st day, which also happened to be the final day of August, Harry tidied up his belongings. With the aid of his wand and magic, the task of transporting the hundreds of books became remarkably effortless. The owner of Flourish and Blots had sold him a rather convenient, undetectable extension charm suitcase, which not only accommodated books but also housed the potions he had brewed. Due to the high costs of certain potion ingredients, Harry opted to concoct only a few simple potions, such as blood-replenishing potions, calming draughts, and remedies for scabies. Subsequently, out of gratitude towards the owner of the Leaky Cauldron, Harry consented to Tom's invitation to dinner. The steaming pea soup appeared quite appetizing, though Harry found himself less inclined to commend the other offerings. He made every effort to avoid ingredients resembling eyeballs and fingers, barely managing to satiate his hunger. Subsequently, he earnestly advised Tom, "Sir, I believe the meals you usually deliver to my doorstep are far superior in taste." On this day, the 1st of September, Harry awoke late. In order to ensure that his host could embark on his school day with a relaxed and cheerful demeanor, Murian refrained from conjuring any elaborate dreamscapes. As a result, they were pursued throughout the night by a multitude of roasted eyeballs and fingers, incessantly inquiring, "Why do you not consume us?" When Harry arrived at King's Cross Station, his luggage in tow, it was already 10:30 in the morning. Standing between platforms 9 and 10, he surmised that he should perform a series of taps on the bricks, much like when he journeyed to Diagon Alley, to reach platform 9. Unfortunately, Hagrid had neglected to impart the precise method to him. Year after year, it was the same. Muggles were everywhere, and the children were urged to hurry along. For time was fleeting. At that moment, a stout woman with 4 red-haired boys trailing behind her caught his eye. Each of her children was pushing a cart laden with colorful owls. They were wizards. They were the Weasleys. Harry and Emma Rand recognized the identities of this family to varying degrees. Which platform was it again? 9? The platform. Mother, may I go? Oh, Ginny. You are still too young. Next year you will be able to accompany your brothers. Now, Percy, you shall lead the way. Harry fixated on Percy, who appeared to be the eldest, striding purposefully between platforms 9 and 10, anxious lest he miss any significant gesture or incantation. Whoosh. Harry quickly turned to glance at the muggles bustling through King's Cross Station. Evidently, they seemed entirely oblivious to the fact that someone had just passed through the wall. Fred. It's your turn, he said. I am not Fred. I am George, replied the other boy, who bore an uncanny resemblance to George with evident disappointment. Honestly, how can you still claim to be our mother? Oh, my apologies, George. Do go ahead. With their trick successful, the twin brothers exchanged a knowing smile and, one after the other, pushed their luggage through the barrier, leaving behind a quip. Just kidding, I am Fred. At this point, Harry had a fair idea of how to reach platform 9, but to avoid any mishaps, he approached a nearby woman and inquired, Excuse me, I apologize for the interruption, but I wish to reach platform 9. Should I simply run straight at the wall? The plump lady turned to him with a remarkably warm smile and replied, Oh, dear. Yes, you simply need to walk straight toward the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. My youngest son, Ron, is also a first year at Hogwarts. Perhaps you two could keep each other company. Harry turned to glance at Ron, who appeared rather clumsy, with a face adorned with freckles. Clad in the oldest garments of his family. I understand. Thank you, madam. You are truly polite. Dear, you shall be fine. Best of luck. Encouraged by Mrs. Weasley and little Ginny, Harry took a deep breath and charged towards the wall. Just as he was about to close his eyes in anticipation of colliding with the barrier, he suddenly realized that his knowledge of the wizarding world was rather lacking. The very basics, which were common knowledge to most wizards, eluded him. The bustling steel archway, the deep crimson train numbered 5927, and the sign for the Hogwarts Express came into view, easing Harry's taut nerves. He had succeeded. Numerous students leaned out of the train windows, bidding farewell to their families. Harry even overheard a boy lamenting the loss of his toad. He found the noisy atmosphere overwhelming, with the incessant chatter and the shrill cries of owls nearly driving him to distraction. However, once he had settled his luggage and taken a seat in the empty compartment, he couldn't help but observe the red-haired family he had encountered earlier on the platform. Ron, there's something on your nose. Mom, let go of me. Haha, Ron. Your little nose is dirty again. Shut up. Fred, he told you to be quiet. No, George, he told you to be quiet. All right, enough of that. Where's Percy? I'm here, Mom, but I can't stay long. The school has assigned 2 special compartments for the prefects in the front of the train. The twins became more animated. Oh dear, Percy, you're a prefect? Why didn't you tell us? We had no idea. Wait, no, I remember him mentioning it. Once. Twice. No, that's incorrect. He mentioned it all summer long. Hey, you two, be quiet. The red-haired family seemed to have an endless supply of conversation, especially the twins, who even claimed they would blow up the toilets at Hogwarts and send the toilet seats home to their sister via outpost. This exasperated their mother. But no matter how she scolded her sons, they always managed to evade reprimand with their perfectly timed humor. Until the train departed, Harry's gaze remained fixed on the family, watching as the little girl, amused and tearful from her brother's antics, ran alongside the train, waving incessantly. A warm yet bittersweet feeling stirred in Harry's heart. As the scenery outside began to blur, Harry pulled out a book on the history of Hogwarts that he had previously neglected to read. Before long, the sliding door of the compartment opened, revealing Ron, who had followed Harry onto platform 9. Excuse me, is this seat taken? Everywhere else is full. Harry chuckled softly, shaking his head as he said, Please, have a seat. Ron appeared somewhat anxious. After awkwardly expressing his gratitude, he settled into the seat opposite Harry, staring blankly out of the window. Indeed, there was a smudge on his nose. After a brief moment, Ron cleared his throat a couple of times, summoning his courage to extend a hand in conversation. By the way, my name is Ronald Weasley, but you may call me Ron. Harry, having opened the book, grasped the other's hand and introduced himself. I am Harry, Harry Potter. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment as he pointed to his forehead, inquiring about the scar. Harry found himself at a loss for words. Truth be told, after enduring numerous nightmares alongside Emma Rand, He was rather reluctant to flaunt the so-called mark of the savior. Is your entire family comprised of wizards? He deftly shifted the topic. I see you have several brothers. They are all studying at Hogwarts, correct? Yes, that's true for our family. But I recall my mother mentioning a distant cousin who lives in the Muggle world. What was it he did? Ah, yes, an accountant. We hardly ever speak of him. Intrigued by Ron's response, Harry felt a surge of interest. A child raised in a wizarding family must surely possess a wealth of knowledge that he lacked. I envy you. I have always lived with my aunt and uncle, who have a son, a rather unfriendly one at that. Are they Muggles? Indeed, but I believe that has little to do with their nature. Let us talk more about you. You must know a great deal of magic. Ron appeared somewhat disheartened. Being born into a large pure-blood family was not always a boon, particularly when the family was not affluent. As the sixth Weasley to attend Hogwarts, he felt the pressure to emulate his brothers. Bill and Charlie had already graduated, having served as the president of the Boys' Student Council and the captain of the Quidditch team, respectively. Now, Percy had also become a prefect, and despite Fred and George's penchant for mischief, their academic performance was commendable. Their humor and antics had indeed become advantageous traits among their peers. Everyone expected Ron to excel just as his brothers had, and even if he succeeded, there would be no praise, for the other Weasleys had already achieved it before him. To make matters worse, Ron had a sister, though he loved Ginny and did not wish to vie for her affection. The reality remained that he became the one child who would never possess anything new, always wearing Bill's old robes, using Charlie's discarded wand, and taking Percy's unwanted pet rat. Harry had once sought to borrow old clothes from his cousin Dudley, thus enabling him to empathize with Ron. As fellow souls adrift in the vast sea of life, he recounted his own experiences from a month prior to Ron, which swiftly bridged the gap between them. With his spirits considerably lifted, Ron eagerly showcased his pet rat, Scabbers, and regaled Harry with a plethora of amusing anecdotes he had gleaned from his brothers, which truly opened Harry's eyes to a new world. It was not until midnight, when a cheerful woman opened the compartment door, that Ron paused his animated chatter. My dear, are you hungry? Would you like to purchase some refreshments from the trolley? Harry was famished, having missed breakfast due to oversleeping, and had not consumed a morsel since morning. Just as he leapt from his seat, he noticed Ron sitting motionless, his face flushed as he murmured something about having brought a sandwich. Before long, their compartment was filled with an array of treats that Harry had purchased, including Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, chocolate frogs, and pumpkin pasties. He had acquired a selection of items from the trolley, yet all of it had cost him merely 11 sickles and 7 nuts. Let us share a meal, he suggested. Harry generously proposed. I didn't manage to purchase a sandwich. How about I trade you these instead? Take a look and see if there's anything you fancy. Ron pulled out a bulging paper box and shook his head. He gazed at the pumpkin pasties and cauldron cakes, swallowing hard as he remarked, No, it's too dry. You wouldn't enjoy it. My mother always forgets that I don't like corned beef, but she has to look after all 5 of us at the same time. Harry snatched the sandwich directly from Ron's hand. Then, after gazing longingly at the pie and cake, tossed them over, saying, Come on. I cannot possibly consume all this by myself. I must admit, your mother's culinary skills are quite remarkable. The corned beef is delicious. However, if it does not suit your palate, it would be far simpler to inform her of your preferred sandwich fillings when she is less occupied, rather than to remind her of what you do not enjoy. It was Harry's first experience sharing anything with another person. The absence of someone to share with had always been a factor, but more significantly, during his years at the Dursleys, he possessed nothing worthy of sharing. As they ate, Ron enthusiastically educated Harry about things he was unaware of, particularly the cards found within chocolate frogs. He had amassed over 500. Look, you've received a Dumbledore card. I'm merely missing the Agrippa and the Ptolemy to complete my collection. If you happen to draw them, well, if you have no desire to collect them yourself, would you consider passing them on to me? Harry was not particularly interested in collecting cards. Yet the introductions to renowned wizards on the back of the cards served as a rare little encyclopedia. He nodded to Ron and said, No problem. But you must allow me to see your collection. As the two of them munched on Bertie Bott's every flavor beans while flipping through the cards, a small girl with brown hair pulled open the compartment door. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville has lost one. Her tone was somewhat haughty, which greatly displeased Ron, who had just bitten into a lemon-flavored bean. He muttered to himself, If I were to receive a toad, I would certainly find a way to lose it, and the sooner, the better. The brown-haired girl seemed oblivious to Ron's comment. She grabbed Harry's copy of A Brief History of Hogwarts, which was buried beneath a mound of snack wrappers, and admonished the two, If you're going to read, you should do so properly. not toss it into the rubbish heap. Ron shot Harry a peculiar glance, as if to imply, is she out of her mind? Harry shook his head, drew his wand from his waist, and inquired of the young girl, very well, what does the toad look like? What is its name? Is it deceased? Harry's demeanor greatly displeased the young girl. However, upon witnessing Harry produce his wand, her attitude underwent a complete transformation. Neville's toad is named Trevor. I have yet to behold its appearance. Why do you inquire about its demise? Does this pertain to spellcasting? You intend to perform magic, do you not? Harry offered no explanation as he shook his wand and intoned toward the compartment. Accio Trevor. Trevor flew in. Accio Neville's toad. Neville's toad flew in. Yet, there was no response. What sort of spell is this? Are you certain you pronounced it correctly? It appears rather ineffective, the girl remarked, her tone tinged with sarcasm. However, Harry merely stowed his wand and replied, this is the summoning charm. Neville's toad is either still alive or not aboard the train at all. Are you sure the failure of your spell isn't due to your own shortcomings? Perhaps regarding the pronunciation or the angle at which you wielded your wand. Harry cast a glance at Hermione and promptly opened the car window, casting his glasses out into the air. Accio glasses. With a swift incantation, the glasses, which had been blown far away, suddenly soared back through the tempestuous winds into their owner's grasp. Before Ron and the brown-haired girl could register their astonishment, Harry pointed his wand at the shattered lenses and uttered, Oculus Reparo. The repair spell could only be applied to inanimate objects and had limitations on distance. While I have never encountered Neville's toad Trevor, if it were to perish aboard this train, this spell should summon it back. Ron's jaw nearly dropped. During their previous conversation, he had assumed that the savior was no different from the other children hailing from Muggle families. Goodness, you are remarkable. Are you from a wizarding family? The repair spell you just used, I learned that from my books, along with a few other simple spells. I truly envy you. No one in my family understands magic, so I was utterly astonished when I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Are all wizards from wizarding families as skilled as you? I mean, Hogwarts is the finest magical academy in the world, and I am quite anxious about keeping up with the curriculum, which is why I memorized all the first-year textbooks. Goodness, I just hope that will suffice. By the way, I am Hermione Granger. What are your names? Hermione's torrent of words left Harry momentarily speechless, only recalling her final inquiry about his name. Harry Potter, he replied. Is it truly you? No wonder. I know all about you. I purchased several reference books beyond my textbooks at Flourish and Blott's, Modern Magical History, The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, and important magical events of the 20th century all mention you. I believe your name will soon be inscribed in the annals of Hogwarts history as well. Hermione's voice overshadowed Ron's mumble of, I'm Ron Weasley. She veered the conversation further afield, transitioning from Hogwarts to the Sorting Hat, and then to the exclusive library collection of Ravenclaw. It wasn't until she realized she ought to return and assist Neville in finding his toad that she granted Harry or Ron another opportunity to speak. You two should quickly change your clothes. We are nearing our destination. Regardless of which house we are sorted into, I do not wish to be placed with her, Ron remarked while rummaging through his suitcase for Bill's old ropes. Harry engaged in a casual exchange with him, nearly extracting the black hooded cloak. Which house did your brothers belong to? I just heard Hermione mention that one house has an exclusive library. Do the others possess similar unique features? Gryffindor. Our entire family, including my parents, is in Gryffindor, Ron replied. Are you sure you lived with Muggle relatives before? Why do you cast spells so effortlessly? Harry discerned a hint of displeasure in Ron's tone, akin to the sentiment of having agreed to relax together, only for one to secretly engage in studying. Like Hermione. After purchasing the books, I feared falling behind in school and took the initiative to self-study. I presumed everyone shared this approach. Oh, you mustn't end up in Slytherin. I warned. Why? Ron inquired. Because all the Dark Wizards graduated from that house, including the Dark Lord. You mean Voldemort? Ron gasped, abruptly halting his actions, collapsing into his chair as if struggling for breath. You uttered his name. He stared at Harry in terror, articulating each word with gravity. I knew it. I knew it. You're the only one among us who dares. Harry approached Ron and helped him to his feet, gently patting him on the back in a gesture of comfort. Ron, my ability to speak his name does not stem from any exceptional bravery or uniqueness on my part. Until now, I was unaware that it was forbidden to utter his name. Do you comprehend my meaning? It is akin to my inquiries about the wizarding world or the trading cards of chocolate frogs. There exists an overwhelming expanse of knowledge I have yet to grasp, and an abundance of lessons still to be learned. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue exploring the captivating narrative. You are remarkable. At least from the moment I realized I was a wizard, you have imparted the most knowledge to me. Tears welled in Ron's eyes as the recent gloom dissipated entirely. He patted his chest and, mustering what little confidence he had, assured Harry, "Fear not. Should you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I promise to share everything I know without reservation." Harry nodded and immediately shared a thought he had been holding back throughout the journey with Ron. "By the way, Ron, there's a bit of dirt on your nose." After changing into their robes, Harry and Ron engaged in a lively discussion about the various professions within the wizarding world. As their conversation progressed, they began to contemplate their future aspirations. Harry, still somewhat unfamiliar with the intricacies of the wizarding realm, had, under the unyielding influence of time, resolutely accepted the task of vanquishing Voldemort as his life's mission. However, he pondered, if one day Voldemort were to be completely eradicated, what would he pursue afterward? "I wish to amass a considerable fortune, acquire a grand house, and, if possible, attain fame. Perhaps becoming a Quidditch star would be a splendid choice. What do you think?" "Harry, can one truly earn so much from playing Quidditch?" "Absolutely. It is the most exhilarating entertainment in the world." The Quidditch World Cup final lasted 5 days without a single spectator leaving their seats. Unfortunately, Scotland lost to Canada by a mere whisker. Is there really a Quidditch World Cup? Indeed. If I calculate correctly, the next Quidditch World Cup should take place before we commence our 4th year. We should go together to witness it. As Harry contemplated agreeing, a sudden sound of metal scraping pierced the air, signaling that the train was beginning to decelerate. Outside, the sky had succumbed to an inky blackness, with only the faint silhouettes of mountains and trees swaying gently beneath the starlight. Ron's face drained of color, and the tumult in his stomach made him regret indulging in so many snacks. "What is the matter with you?" Harry inquired. "Oh, it's nothing. It's just that Fred once mentioned that before we are sorted into our respective houses at Hogwarts, we would undergo a rather daunting test that could be quite detrimental to us. I always thought he was jesting, but who knows?" Harry chuckled softly as he first tucked the half-finished boxes of snacks into his pocket. He then retrieved his wand and pointed it at the scattered wrappers, uttering, "Scourgify." Ron, while rubbing his chest, jested, "Aren't you the least bit concerned? You've never even heard of the sorting ceremony before. I wonder if I should be envious of you." Mature beyond his years, Harry was quick to grasp that the so-called perilous test was merely a jest made by Fred to amuse his younger brother. Nevertheless, he was indeed intrigued by the sorting ceremony, much like he had been during his visit to Ollivander's shop to purchase his wand. It seemed that this wizarding world perpetually emphasized destiny over individual choice. "Do not worry, Ron. How could Hogwarts possibly do anything to harm its students?" Harry remarked. "Moreover, your parents and several of your brothers studied here, and they are all doing quite well, aren't they?" Ron felt a slight easing of his anxiety. Yet soon his imagination wandered into unnecessary realms. "But what if they conduct magical examinations? I do not possess as extensive a repertoire of spells as you do. What if the school decides to expel me? Ah, I remember, Fred taught me a spell that can turn scabbers yellow. I must practice it quickly. Sunshine daisies. Buttermellow, turn this stupid fat rat yellow." Just 5 minutes remained until the train would arrive at Hogwarts, and a voice echoed throughout the carriage, urging the students to leave their luggage on board as it would be taken to the castle for them. As the sound resonated, nearly all the first-year students instinctively swallowed hard. Harry tucked his wand back into his waistband and, after a moment's hesitation, said to Ron, "I brewed some calming potions during my previous self-study in potions class. They should be effective. Would you like some? You're still brewing potions? Goodness, Harry, how on earth do you manage that? Let's stand a bit further away during the sorting ceremony. I certainly do not wish to be tested right after you." Harry paid no heed to Ron's words, having already retrieved a small vial containing a calming potion from his suitcase. "Have you ever consumed it yourself?" Ron stammered, his teeth beginning to chatter, reminiscent of the stuttering Professor Quirrell they had encountered at the Leaky Cauldron. "No, but this potion is relatively safe, even if brewed incorrectly. The worst that can happen is that you simply fall asleep without risking your life." "Risk your life?" Ron exclaimed, instinctively leaning away from the vial. Meanwhile, Harry reminisced about the potion brewing experience and replied, "Indeed, it is far safer than the scabious remedy. According to the textbook, if the porcupine quills, which are meant to be added after extinguishing the fire, are mistakenly placed into a cauldron still alight, the cauldron will dissolve due to excessive heat. Anyone unfortunate enough to be splashed with this potion will develop a multitude of crimson rashes." "Oh, it seems the train has come to a halt." Ron, nearly petrified with fear, watched as students began to jostle towards the train doors, snatched the vial from Harry's hand, closed his eyes, and gulped it down in one go. For the first week following the start of term, the younger students at Hogwarts typically enjoyed a relatively relaxed schedule, attending only 2 or 3 classes each day, with the remainder of their time free for leisure. Ron had originally intended to indulge in the festivities like most of his classmates. But with a diligent overachiever like Harry by his side, the prospect of unrestrained enjoyment became fraught with guilt. Within a single day, he found himself reluctantly entwined in Harry's quest to explore Hogwarts. The castle, along with its dungeons, boasted 9 levels in total, complemented by 4 towers and an astonishing 142 staircases. Contrary to what one might see in films, these staircases were not merely prone to swaying. Some steps would abruptly vanish mid-ascent, startling any who failed to remember their peculiarities. Moreover, each door possessed its own temperament. Some required a wizard to politely request entry. Others demanded the wand to be poked in the correct spot, and some concealed nothing but a solid wall behind them. Memorizing the ever-shifting layout was a daunting task. Not only first-year students struggled, but even some second and third years often had to consult ghosts and portraits to find their way. Ron harbored a deep-seated fear of Argus Filch, the malevolent caretaker whose fearsome appearance was matched only by his threats to imprison students in the dungeons. However, for Harry and Ron, the mischievous Peeves the Poltergeist posed the greatest source of exasperation. Unlike typical ghosts, Peeves, with his tangible form, frequently engaged in antics that could elevate one's blood pressure, such as appending wastebaskets upon unsuspecting heads or leaping out from behind suits of armor to startle passing students. Having never encountered Peeves in the films, Ron had no idea how to deal with such a troublesome spirit, resorting instead to avoiding him whenever possible. Fortunately, the mischievous Peeves was willing to adhere to the teacher's constraints, agreeing not to cause trouble in the classroom. Otherwise, one could only imagine the chaos he would unleash. Speaking of classes, under the guidance of M.O. Ran, Harry had entirely lost interest in the study of history of magic, astronomy, and herbology. After his initial experience in Professor Sprout's herbology class, he directly established a pact with M.O. Ran. For any classes unrelated to battling Voldemort, he would relinquish control of his body. Initially, M.O. Ran found this arrangement quite agreeable, but after substituting for Harry in Professor Bin's History of Magic class, he came to a profound realization of the adage that cleverness can sometimes lead to one's own folly. Hermione struggled to comprehend why Harry treated these subjects so differently. On Wednesday evening, as they ascended to the astronomy tower for their lesson, the young witch seized the opportunity of returning a book to inquire of Harry. M.O. Ran, "Harry, why do you seem so downcast?" Harry, with a sense of helplessness, explained that certain classes were simply tedious and devoid of value. Hermione, visibly agitated, seemed unable to accept that someone as exceptional as Harry could harbor such extreme sentiments. How could this be possible? Hogwarts is the finest school of magic, and every professor here is an elite in their respective fields. No matter how clever one may be, such arrogance is unwarranted. Harry, M.O. Ran, couldn't help but chuckle. He looked at Hermione's puffed-up face and teased, "All right, let's see if you can utter the same words after taking divination in your 3rd year." Hermione was momentarily bewildered. She naturally could not comprehend what he meant. After pondering for quite some time, she finally managed to articulate a question. "Then tell me, what do the words fool, crybaby, rubbish, and twist mean?" As Professor Dumbledore mentioned during the opening feast, M.O. Ran was also quite surprised upon first hearing old Dumbledore utter those words. But as an observer who had experienced the entire Harry Potter saga from a godlike perspective, he quickly grasped their significance. It was quite simple, indeed. Harry, Moran, feigned nonchalance as he remarked, "The 4 cardinal traits of the houses are wisdom, bravery, pure blood, and integrity." The headmaster's words can be perceived as the founder's perspectives on the other 3 houses, or perhaps as a satirical commentary on the excessive glorification of a singular trait. Hermione initially experienced a moment of clarity, only to realize that Harry, Moran, was observing her with an amused glint in his eyes, causing her heart to race in confusion. "You should focus on your telescope. Even if you dislike the subject, you will still have to take exams later." After hastily uttering this statement, Hermione dashed away, leaving Harry, Moran, in a state of perplexity, pondering why she had flushed again. On Thursday, the morning and afternoon were occupied by Transfiguration and Charms classes. And at this juncture, Moran was certain to return to his esteemed VIP viewing seat. Due to Harry and Ron's prior exploration of Hogwarts Castle, Neville, who had overslept and gotten lost, became the unfortunate subject of Professor McGonagall's animagus demonstration. Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous form of magic you shall encounter at Hogwarts. Should anyone misbehave in my classroom, do not blame me for the consequences. Leave, and do not return. Professor McGonagall's stern warning nearly brought Neville to tears. While the other students sat in rigid silence, too intimidated to speak. Only Harry, seemingly unperturbed, raised his hand and inquired, "Professor McGonagall, when we advance to higher years, may we learn to become animagi?" The previously grave Professor McGonagall turned to Harry with a rare smile, adjusting her glasses as she responded. Becoming an animagus requires a month of dedication, and mastering transfiguration takes several years. If a student exhibits sufficient talent and potential, the professors will undoubtedly assist them in achieving this, but that is clearly beyond your current scope. With a flick of her wand, Professor McGonagall transformed her desk into a pig. What you must do is diligently study and solidify your foundation. The students were awestruck by her remarkable transfiguration, each eagerly drawing their wands, itching to begin their practice. Harry admired the headmistress who could transform into a cat, beyond her appearance in his dreams. Her strict yet intelligent demeanor instilled a sense of reliability. He was certain that once he possessed the capability to become an animagus, Professor McGonagall would spare no effort in aiding him. When the transfiguration class concluded, Harry and Hermione earned 5 points for Gryffindor for successfully transforming a matchstick into a needle. This left Ron in a state of distress, pleading with Harry to teach him the spell, but within the span of a mere lunch, he had completely forgotten about it. In contrast to the stern Professor McGonagall, the charm's teacher, Flitwick, exuded a much more amiable aura. During his inaugural lesson, the freshmen merely learned how to properly grip their wands and practice the incantation postures. Although Harry felt somewhat disheartened, he did not underestimate Professor Flitwick. In the memories of his reading, this diminutive professor not only held the title of head of Ravenclaw House, but had also triumphed in the dueling championship. Establishing a favorable rapport with such an instructor undoubtedly promised benefits beyond merely enhancing one's grades. Friday loomed as a pivotal day for Harry. His aptitude and enthusiasm for defense against the dark arts and potions surpassed those for transfiguration and charms. Regrettably, Professor Quirrell failed to deliver any surprises. His class resembled a farce, even more so than his exaggerated turban. In a classroom suffused with the pungent aroma of garlic, Harry endured a stuttering rendition of Professor Bint's history of dark arts. Drowsy, he even wished for his forehead to ache once more. Yet his scar remained untroubled until the end of the lesson. "I hope Professor Snape imparts something of value," as Percy suggested. Observing Harry's relentless piling of meatballs onto his plate, Ron exclaimed incredulously, "You truly wish to attend his class? Snape is notoriously biased towards his own students. Surely, we shall lose 5 or 10 points when we attend class with Slytherin. I really wish Professor McGonagall would show us some favor as well." Harry was aware that Ron was not yet able to grasp the meaning of scores are unimportant, so he deftly shifted the topic. "Are there any intriguing news stories in the paper?" Ron glanced at the newspaper and pointed at the headline featuring a flurry of bustling goblins. "Recently, there was an unfortunate soul who illegally trespassed into Gringotts. The goblins confirmed that a dark wizard did indeed infiltrate, while repeatedly emphasizing that nothing was stolen. In fact, the vault number 713 had been completely emptied days prior to the incident. Frankly, even if there had been something inside, it wouldn't have been stolen. The vault door at Gringotts would merely suck the thief in. However, the paper didn't mention that the thief was apprehended, did it? Wait, did you say vault 713? Yes. What of it?" Harry took the newspaper from Ron and, somewhat astonished, remarked, "When Hagrid took me to Gringotts to withdraw money, he took something from there. What was it?" "I do not know. It must be something of great significance to Hogwarts." Just then, Hedwig suddenly arrived with a letter. Since the beginning of the school year, over 100 owls had delivered letters and parcels to their respective owners, yet Harry had received nothing. "Dear Harry, I am aware that you have no classes after 3 o'clock on Friday. Would you be able to come over for tea afterwards? I wish to hear about your first week at school. Please have Hedwig send me a reply. Hagrid." Hagrid's handwriting was exceedingly untidy, but Harry paid it no mind. He joyfully scribbled on the back of the letter, "Sure, I would be delighted. See you in the afternoon." Little did Harry know that from this day forth, he would have no free time on Friday afternoons and evenings. The potions classroom, much like the Slytherin common room, was situated in the basement. It was far more foreboding than the main castle, with specimens preserved in glass jars adding to the eerie atmosphere. However, for most Gryffindor students, Anything was preferable to facing Professor Snape's countenance. This class does not require you to foolishly wave your wands, nor does it necessitate the utterance of incantations. With a loud crash, Snape entered the classroom like a colossal bat, and an immediate hush fell over the room. I do not expect all of you to grasp the profound knowledge and intricate craft of potion making. Some of you are destined to be incapable of conjuring the enchanting white smoke that wafts from a cauldron. Yet for those few truly gifted individuals who aspire to greatness, I can teach you how to confound the mind and bewilder the senses. I will assist you in gaining renown and brewing brilliance. I may even instruct you on how to stave off death. As Snape concluded his opening remarks, Harry noticed that several Gryffindor students had curled up like Neville, instinctively avoiding the professor's scrutinizing gaze. Among them, only Hermione Granger leaned forward with confidence, seemingly eager to prove that she was not a fool unable to comprehend the lesson. That said, perhaps some of you already possess extraordinary abilities even before your arrival at Hogwarts. Let us see if you are merely a name without substance. Mr. Potter. Snape suddenly called out Harry's name. What would be the result if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? It could be concocted into a potent sleeping draught, sir. It is a potion of life and death, known scientifically as the draught of living death. This potion is exceedingly dangerous and must be paired with an antidote to awaken. Moreover, while I was attempting to configure it, I felt that the proportions of the herbs were somewhat inaccurate. It seemed that 16 ounces of water might be a tad excessive. Or perhaps an increase in the mugwort infusion could enhance the success rate. I am uncertain if my understanding is flawed. Snape's expression suddenly shifted, and his tone softened slightly as he leaned in, fixing his gaze on Harry's eyes. Mr. Potter, he stated, I must remind you that improving the art of potion-making necessitates a substantial foundation of theoretical knowledge. If you wish to avoid being suffocated by poisonous fumes, do not presume to experiment recklessly without understanding. The pivotal elements in the concoction of the draught of living death are, first, the extraction of the juice from the soporific beans, and second, the method of obtaining a pure, clear liquid. The quantities of water and mugwort infusion you mentioned are not crucial. They merely serve a supportive role. Realizing his lapse, Snape paused and cleared his throat. Very well, Potter. Perhaps you perused a book before the term began. Let us hope you did not merely stumble upon this page. I shall inquire once more. What magical ingredients are required for brewing the polyjuice potion? The viewers in the live stream were nearly speechless. This was hardly knowledge expected of a first-year student. Wasn't it agreed that the questions would pertain to locating a piece of dunkstone and the differences between aconite and wolfsbane? Harry was typically diligent in his studies of potions, and he swiftly recited the names of the ingredients: lacewing flies, leeches, fluxweed, two-ear grass, African tree snake skin, and unicorn horn. The entire classroom was astounded, frequently glancing at Harry and then at Snape, eager to witness his reaction. Ground unicorn horn, Mr. Potter. With prior experience in mind, Professor Snape managed to maintain his composure this time. I have mentioned before that potions is a precise art. You may have been somewhat careless. I apologize, Professor. Unicorn horn is exceedingly rare, and I have yet to encounter it, hence my oversight. Professor Snape fell silent for a moment. But just as everyone expected him to reprimand Harry further, he declared, Gryffindor gains a point. A point? Just 1 point? Silence. Take out your notes. It is time for class. The potions lesson continued, and today's topic was not particularly complex. After imparting some fundamental theoretical knowledge, Snape promptly divided the students into pairs to concoct a simple potion for the treatment of boils. Ron, having heard Harry outline the potion's precautions during their train journey, promptly prevented Neville from adding a hedgehog's spine to the cauldron still ablaze. Snape's gaze was almost constantly fixed on Harry, seizing every opportunity to critique his actions for lack of perfection or finesse. Regardless of his remarks, Harry accepted them with humility, and by the end, when there was nothing left to nitpick, he reluctantly remarked, This is merely the simplest potion. Hermione, paired with Harry, found this utterly unreasonable. Once Snape had walked away, she whispered, He is being quite unreasonable, based on your performance. You should have received at least 2 additional 5-point awards, one for answering the question and another for completing the potion first. Harry smirked slightly. He indeed sensed that Snape harbored some degree of animosity towards him. However, this animosity did not entirely resemble hatred. He remarked, Perhaps, but he truly possesses genuine talent and knowledge, does he not? As soon as Harry's words fell, Snape's voice emanated from the direction of Malfoy. You might take a moment to learn from Mr. Malfoy. His boiled tentacle of a slug is nearly flawless. and Slytherin earns 5 points. Hermione shot Harry a disapproving glance and retorted, "Look." Suddenly, Harry felt as though the other party was reproaching him, and he could only offer some consolation. "At least we haven't lost any points, have we? Besides, with you around, we can easily make up for it in other classes." Potter, instead of chatting idly, why not assist your fellow classmates or engage in quiet study? Do you believe that mere conversation will showcase your superiority? The students of Gryffindor took note, as due to the discourteous behavior of their peer, the house would incur a deduction of 5 points. Another hour passed, and the potions class concluded. Hermione had already whispered to Harry no fewer than 20 times about Snape's blatant favoritism and lamented over 50 times about her resolve to recover all the points in other classes. However, just as they began to gather their belongings, Snape's ominous voice echoed once more. "Mr. Potter, you will remain after class." As the first-year Gryffindors, led by Ron, departed the classroom, they cast sympathetic glances at Harry, while Hermione was so distressed that her eyes glistened with unshed tears, believing that Harry was being punished for speaking to her. "It's all right, you all go ahead. I'll see you at dinner." After reassuring everyone, Harry approached Professor Snape's desk and inquired, "Professor, I have an appointment with Hagrid this afternoon. If there are no pressing matters, may I leave a bit early?" Snape glanced at Harry and casually tore off a small piece of parchment from a roll, writing as he spoke, "Starting today, every Friday afternoon until evening, I will be supervising your potions lessons here. Should you fail to attend even once, you shall be excused from them entirely. Now, come with me to my office. I shall instruct you on how to brew the draught of living death." Harry missed the dinner on Friday night. Although Snape had summoned a house elf to prepare a meal exclusively for him, it was evidently insufficient. Due to overwhelming fatigue, Harry surrendered himself to Morin immediately after leaving Snape's office, inadvertently advancing their plans. Originally, Morin had intended for Harry to seek out the Half-Blood Prince for advanced potion-making lessons. However, since the Half-Blood Prince had voluntarily offered to tutor Harry, the book chronicling Professor Snape's rather tumultuous past was rendered unnecessary. It was best to seek out the room of requirement first. Harry, Morin, mumbled to himself. In the Harry Potter film series, the director only depicted Neville discovering the room of requirement. However, in reality, one must fulfill specific triggering conditions to enter this enigmatic space. If it truly responded to all wizards, its existence would no longer be a secret. On the 8th floor, opposite a tapestry depicting the hapless Barnabas attempting to teach a troll ballet, he paced back and forth 3 times. "I need a place to practice combat. I need a place to practice combat. I need a place to practice combat." As he meticulously completed the invocation to summon the room of requirement, a remarkably smooth door appeared on the previously pristine wall, as if a biscuit had floated up from milk. Harry, Morin, let out a sigh of relief. This was the 3rd location he had attempted this week. Grasping the brass doorknob, he opened the door and stepped into the room of requirement, only to find it furnished with dummies and targets, alongside an array of books related to combat. This was a far cry from the scenes portrayed in the films. The shelves housed a compendium of self-defense spells, a collection on counteracting toxins, and tomes on outsmarting dark magic, titles he had never come across in the Leaky Cauldron. After casually perusing a few ordinary spells and their counter curses, Morin felt a pang of regret for not having read the entire Harry Potter series in its entirety. It was perplexing. While the characters bore a striking resemblance to those in the films, the lore and narrative had become so much more intricate. As this thought crossed his mind, Harry, Morin, seemed to recall something. He abruptly closed the book, shut his eyes, and began to murmur internally, "Grant me a place to conceal items, the larger the better, and reveal to me all that has been stored and discarded within the room of requirement." The earth trembled slightly, and he could even hear strange winds whispering by his ears. When he reopened his eyes, the scenery had transformed into a chaotic, colossal warehouse. Mirrors of Ariste, a plethora of flying broomsticks from the Sweep series, crystal balls, tattered portraits, and piles of debris were among the items Harry, Morin, could vaguely recognize. As for the older, buried treasures, he had never laid eyes on them before. This was no mere room of requirement. It was, quite frankly, a paradise for zero-cost shopping. Harry, trembling, took a step forward as if meandering through an amusement park, meticulously pocketing every valuable item he could discern. However, he soon realized that even if he summoned a trunk enchanted with the undetectable extinction charm, it would not suffice to collect even a single hair from the mighty ox. No, that was incorrect. Harry, Morin, raised his hand to slap his cheek, attempting to awaken his senses. Why did I have to make myself resemble a thief stealthily infiltrating a treasure vault? There is no one here to contest me, so why the urgency? Moreover, should I inadvertently come into contact with a perilous dark magical artifact, I might very well forfeit my life in this place. Dark magic, dark magic, dark magic? Oh, dark magic. The mere mention of it clarified Harry's, M.O. Ran, reasoning. He may not have known what was the most valuable or precious object within the room of requirement. But the one item that simply could not be overlooked was undoubtedly the diadem of Ravenclaw, as one of Voldemort's 7 Horcruxes. Locating and destroying this relic of the founder of Hogwarts was a task Harry was compelled to fulfill. Accio diadem. The diadem flies to him. Accio Ravenclaw's diadem. The Ravenclaw diadem approaches. Accio Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. The diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw comes forth. After casting the spell to no avail, Harry, M.O. Ran, gradually retracted his wand. He surmised that the summoning charm might be ineffective, yet felt it would be somewhat foolish not to attempt it. According to the plot established in the films, Harry sensed the location of the diadem through a connection with Voldemort, employing a method akin to echolocation. However, the issue lies in the timeline of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, where Voldemort had completely resurrected, and in the preceding films, Harry had never exhibited any signs of mental connection with Voldemort. This implies that, if one were to seek the diadem during Harry's first year, the only feasible approach would be a rather crude, exhaustive search. Very well, very well. Harry, M.O. Ran, picked up an indistinguishable model of the Nimbus series broom. Jesting to himself, let us consider this an act of the foolish old man moving mountains. After all, the diadem lies within this very room, and I refuse to believe it could sprout legs and play hide and seek with me. Reflecting on the theoretical knowledge imparted by Madame Hooch in the film, M.O. Ran maneuvered Harry's body and mounted the flying broom. At that moment, the slumbering Harry could never have imagined that his long-anticipated first flight would be experienced in such a manner by M.O. Ran. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. The old Nimbus series broom was inherently slow, and the one Harry, M.O. Ran, had was afflicted with peculiar quirks. No matter how tightly and straight he gripped the broom, it persistently tilted to the right. M.O. Ran could not fully concentrate on searching for the diadem. He had to divert part of his attention to ensure that the host would not crash headlong into the chaotic heap of debris. 10 minutes passed, then 20. And an hour slipped by, as M.O. Ran, whose patience was fraying, returned to the ground. One hand clutched the broom while the other pressed against his chest. Gasping for breath. Ah, Merlin's trousers. Why must all the arduous and menial tasks fall to me? Up high, I can see nothing. Moving swiftly, I can make out even less. This wretched broom seems on the verge of malfunctioning. Were it not for the fact that I have yet to learn the Incendio spell, you would see me reduce everything here to cinders. Amidst a crescendo of furious exclamations, Harry's body began to tremble violently. His emerald green eyes gradually morphed into a misty white, and his form began to twist and contort. In mere seconds, the young wizard's body ceased to exist, replaced by a darkness so profound it devoured all light. A tempestuous wind roared, producing a cacophony of sounds, and at the moment M.O. Ran fully manifested. Numerous objects near the black mist were instantly reduced to powder. M.O. Ran intentionally harnessed the fury to unleash the darkness within. He had come to a realization. Since Horcruxes could only be destroyed through specific means, he would transform into a master of decluttering. First annihilating everything in the room of requirement, and then seeking Ravenclaw's diadem from the remnants. In the ensuing minutes, M.O. Ran refrained from succumbing to the exhilarating thrill of destruction. Instead, he observed and documented the magnitude of his assaults, contemplating the advantages and disadvantages of possessing such darkness. Firstly, the power of this dark magic was formidable. Attributes such as speed, destructive capability, and attack range were all exceptionally high. It could even disregard physical attacks. In the human realm, this power was almost insurmountable. Even against fellow witches and wizards, the black mist unleashed by M.O. Ran could grant him a decisive advantage. However, should he encounter a being of Dumbledore's caliber, the tides would turn dramatically. Reflecting on the cinematic performance of Credence Barebone against top-tier adversaries, he realized that his own darkness would at best only cause some inconvenience to such opponents, hardly qualifying as a true threat. Unless Dumbledore and others engage in a competition with the Muggleborns to measure the efficiency and speed of slaughtering ordinary humans, Harry and the Muggleborns lack the qualifications to even be considered opponents. Furthermore, The Muggleborns, adept at wielding their innate powers, possess a distinct advantage in evasion compared to ordinary wizards. Even the formidable Dumbledore relies on apparition and disapparition for mobility. The only wizards who have truly mastered the art of flight without the aid of any artifacts are Voldemort and Professor Snape, alongside Credence, who also shares the Muggleborn lineage. Most importantly, the Muggleborns exhibit an almost limitless ability to evade attacks. Once a Muggleborn fully transforms, their physical form ceases to exist in any conventional sense, allowing them to navigate as a fluid shadow, making them exceedingly difficult to strike. As Muggleborns frequently shift into a cloud of darkness, they discover they can glide through the forest without disturbing a single leaf or petal. In theory, as long as the embodiment of the Muggleborn reacts swiftly enough, they can twist their form to evade the majority of assaults, including the lethal Avada Kedavra curse and other spells that inflict harm on the body, mind, or soul, exploiting their form's advantages to nullify such threats. Remarkably, in Fantastic Beasts, Credence, in a near-desperate state, endures a barrage of spells from Aurors, yet manages to reconstruct his body from a mere fragment of his remaining essence. This illustrates the Muggleborn's greatest advantage over ordinary wizards. Additionally, there are several unresolved hypotheses regarding the Muggleborn. For instance, what is the principle behind providing sustenance to the host, Harry, by consuming creatures like mice, insects, and snakes during his transformation? Can he consume larger and more powerful beings to enhance his own abilities? Is Harry's remarkable talent an inherent trait flowing through his veins? Or is it merely a serendipitous phenomenon resulting from his soul's journey, altering the trajectory of his life? What is the reason behind Harry's survival thus far? Why did Dumbledore remain inactive upon learning of the Muggleborn's existence? Does he disregard the fate of the Chosen One? Or is he confident that Harry will not perish due to this newfound power? As the tempest gradually subsided, Harry, Muggleborn, slowly emerged from the swirling shadows, surrounded by all the objects that had survived the tornado's onslaught, observing the plethora of magical items exceeding even the contents of his own suitcase. He couldn't help but marvel internally. Indeed, the Muggleborn's offensive capabilities merely indicate a high threshold. Now, not only are there Horcruxes and formidable wizards, but even these items housed in the Room of Requirement seem to possess a resilience against my shadowy onslaught. What an extraordinary situation this is. Time slipped away unnoticed as Harry, ran, realized he could not recall how many magical items he had organized. As he numbly prepared to open the next mystery box, a sudden chill of dread surged from the depths of his soul. Before him lay a crown in the shape of an eagle, encrusted with diamonds. Even under the faint glow cast by Harry's wand, the eagle's wings radiated a dazzling brilliance. In the crown's center, a dark gemstone was set, representing the eagle's belly. It was profound and serene, resembling a bottomless lake amidst the surrounding brilliance. At the base of the crown, a small inscription read, "The greatest wealth of humanity is unparalleled wisdom," a famous motto of Ravenclaw. Harry, ran, slapped his forehead in immense regret. If a seasoned Harry Potter fan had traversed into this world, they would certainly prioritize seeking out items bearing the emblem of Ravenclaw, shaped like an eagle. Should I hand it directly to Dumbledore? If I were to do so, would it enhance his regard for me, alleviating his concerns about any harmful intentions I might harbor towards Harry? No, that seems rather contrived. I possess no plausible explanation for how I came to know about Horcruxes. Moreover, the words he left behind were not entirely a threat. Yet, I currently lack the means to destroy the Horcrux. Should I simply leave it be? Wouldn't that be perilous? Do I have the capability to safeguard it? If this object possesses a deceptive charm akin to that of the diary, would I not be endangering Harry's classmates and friends by doing so? Ran never anticipated that the very item he had painstakingly sought after would transform into a hot potato within mere seconds of his acquisition. As an onlooker, he lacked the extensive knowledge of devoted fans and could not recall every detail from the films. However, he had some understanding of the core themes J.K. Rowling intended to convey. Beyond the paramount theme of love, all characters in the Harry Potter series who exhibited an obsession with magic or any other pursuits, whether good or evil, powerful or mediocre, ultimately met with dire fates. Voldemort and the Elder Wand, Dumbledore and the Resurrection Stone, as well as Helena and the diadem of her mother. Magic is indeed a wondrous thing, yet it is far from omnipotent. The Elder Wand, which symbolizes invincibility, has led almost every master and seeker of its power to their demise, while the Resurrection Stone caused even a wizard like Dumbledore to become careless. ultimately succumbing to its curse. The fate of Helena Ravenclaw is even more lamentable. These artifacts resemble traps set by devils and fables, ensnaring individuals in blindness and madness. Thus, the so-called diadem that purportedly enhances the wisdom of its wearer is merely a form of magic that heightens concentration. A truly wise individual would neither seek nor rely on such unreliable external forces for enhancement. Otherwise, Dumbledore and Voldemort would have long since claimed it for themselves. M.O. Ran was confident that he would not don the diadem out of curiosity or the pursuit of wisdom, even if Voldemort had not transformed it into a Horcrux. The pressing issue now is that Harry, influenced by me, has become a child determined to vanquish Voldemort at all costs. At merely 11 years of age, he might naively conceive of purging the Horcrux's dark magic, cleansing the diadem, and then utilizing it to amplify his own power. Am I to divulge the entire plot of the films to Harry? That seems utterly impractical, and the wisdom conveyed by J.K. Rowling can only be comprehended from a godlike perspective. For the characters immersed in the narrative, verbal education proves utterly ineffective. They must arrive at their own realizations. Ultimately, is it not more prudent to confront Dumbledore directly? Harry, Moran, gradually rose to his feet, contemplating a potentially viable solution. Several hours later, he awakened. Uncertain if it was due to the discomfort of sleeping on the cold floor, he experienced a remarkably vivid dream. In this dream, he found himself still residing with the Dursleys, where the joys of magic, friendship, classmates, and Hogwarts were mere illusions. He had been sent by Uncle Vernon to a poorly managed boarding school for troubled youths, where he was tormented by individuals as detestable as Dudley. The suffocating sense of despair nearly overwhelmed Harry, and he sincerely felt that even if being a wizard meant facing an adversary like Voldemort, it was far preferable to returning to his previous existence. Harry glanced around, his memories of another self remarkably hazy. He could hardly recall how he had arrived in this room. This alternate version of himself had followed some peculiar instinct to reach this place. What I hold in my hand is the diadem of Ravenclaw. A piercing pain surged through my entire body, emanating from the scar on my forehead. As the visage of that figure in the black cloak, who had cursed my mother, began to crystallize in my mind. Harry let out a cry, clutching his head. In that instant, two manifestations of Voldemort from distinct memories converged. Their skin was as pale as that of the deceased, grotesquely contorted, resembling poorly crafted wax figures. The first Voldemort entered the room of requirement at Hogwarts, placing the golden crown he held upon the statue of a pockmarked wizard. Almost immediately, the other, adorned in Harry's robes, reclaimed the crown symbolizing wisdom and donned it upon his own head. Harry found himself increasingly perplexed, unable to discern whether it was another version of himself who donned the crown in pursuit of wisdom, or if Voldemort had once engaged in a similar act. Was there a peculiar connection between Voldemort and myself? Furthermore, why did I only witness such visions after encountering the crown? Could it be the key to unraveling the enigma? I believe it is imperative that I present it to Professor Dumbledore. The sensation was extraordinary, Professor. It transcended mere telepathy, as though my soul had intertwined with Voldemort's at its very core. I cannot ascertain whether this phenomenon was a result of my contact with the crown. Yet one thing remains clear. Anything associated with Voldemort is perilous. Initially, I intended to destroy it outright, but no incantation I uttered could even scratch its surface. To prevent other students from falling victim to its allure and risking their lives, I have brought it to you. Harry was not well acquainted with the concept of Horcruxes, but based on the memories altered by M.O. Ran, he believed that he had been lured into the room of requirement by Voldemort, who used the diadem as bait, nearly leading him to peril. Dumbledore's expression was markedly grave as he gently caressed the diadem, his gaze fixed intently upon Harry, seemingly either searching for clues within Harry's mind or lost in profound reminiscence. Soon after, the elderly man, much like during their previous meeting, regained an air of benevolence and composure. Harry, he began, you have been studying at Hogwarts for a week now. Are you adjusting well? I have heard that several professors hold you in high regard. Professor, Dumbledore raised his hand, interrupting Harry. I am aware of what you wish to express, and I do not intend to dismiss this matter or your feelings. On the contrary, I believe you have made a remarkably astute decision. However, Harry, you are merely an 11-year-old boy, a newcomer to Hogwarts. You need not bear the weight of defeating Voldemort alone due to titles such as the boy who lived or the chosen one. Attend your classes, play Quidditch, and share joy with your friends. These are the pursuits that truly matter. Harry wished to articulate further thoughts, yet in the presence of Dumbledore, He was perpetually engulfed by the sensation that the latter possessed an innate awareness of his musings. Realizing that speaking would be futile, he opted for silence. However, Dumbledore hesitated momentarily, his expression reminiscent of a child reluctant to share his sweets with others. Given your exceptional talents and disposition, it is inevitable that you shall continue your inquiries. Thus, it is only a matter of time before you encounter certain esoteric knowledge and unconventional magic. If this does not pose a significant burden for you, I invite you to visit my office every Saturday afternoon from next week onwards. I shall have Hedwig deliver the weekly changing password to you in advance, thus sparing you the trouble of seeking out Professor McGonagall. At this moment, Harry's emotions were akin to a roller coaster. Just a second ago, he was engulfed in despondency, but upon hearing that Dumbledore had agreed to tutor him, he was instantly revitalized. Observing Harry's eager demeanor, Dumbledore felt compelled to remind him once more. Next week, Harry, next week. You must also attend your other classes diligently. I recall that you have an outdoor flying lesson for Quidditch scheduled for next week. Furthermore, if you find your studies overwhelming or if other commitments create scheduling conflicts, simply send me a note. Harry hastily shook his head, earnestly assuring, I won't, Professor. I will definitely come. Dumbledore. Upon Harry's return to the Gryffindor common room. It was already noon on Saturday. After a brief tidying up, he made his way to the Great Hall to enjoy lunch. Ron, Neville, Seamus, and Dean, upon seeing their housemates return, quickly surrounded him. They bombarded him with a myriad of questions. Some were concerned about the punishment he might have received from Snape, while others were curious as to why he had been absent all night. What left Harry utterly speechless was Neville's unexpected desire to seek his counsel on potion making. Harry had long evaded the truth, concealing his extracurricular lessons with Professors Snape and Dumbledore. One he wished to keep quiet, the other he could not disclose. In the afternoon, Harry, accompanied by Ron and the insistent Hermione, ventured to Hagrid's hut for a visit. They engaged in conversation about Snape's detention of Harry and exchanged light-hearted jests about Mr. Filch and his cat. Eventually, Harry broached the purpose of their visit. Hagrid, have you heard about the dark wizard who attempted to rob Gringotts recently? Although he was unsuccessful, do you think the vaults he searched were merely a coincidence or part of a premeditated plan? Hagrid grunted, refusing to look at the untouched rock cake on Harry's plate, and handed him another. His inability to lie was painfully evident. Despite Harry's subtle hints, he could not bring himself to utter even a word of coincidence, which only reinforced Harry's suspicion that the contents of that small package were indeed extraordinary. After a lengthy silence, Hagrid finally managed to introduce a new topic. He inquired of Ron, Ron, what has your brother Charlie been up to since graduation? He is currently in Romania studying dragons. That was no surprise. Even during his time at school, Charlie had excelled in care of magical creatures, with no one achieving higher marks than he. As the trio made their way back to the castle for dinner, their pockets were filled with enough rock cakes to last a week. For Ron and Hermione, this was their first formal meeting with Hagrid, and out of politeness, they hesitated to refuse his offerings. As a good friend, Harry felt compelled to join in the bounty of cakes when he saw his friends accepting them. By Sunday, the first-year flying lesson schedule was released, and most of the Gryffindor newcomers lamented their fate of having to share classes with the Slytherin students. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. Since their arrival at school, they had heard far too many of Malfoy's boastful tales about his prowess in Quidditch. Aside from his long-winded stories that always ended with him narrowly escaping a Muggle helicopter, he constantly complained about Hogwarts' decision to bar first years from joining the house Quidditch teams. In truth, Malfoy was not the only braggart. Nearly every child from a wizarding family had their own tales, as if they had grown up on flying broomsticks. The reason Malfoy garnered the most disdain was due to his family's immense wealth, which lent an air of authenticity to some of his grandiose claims. Harry harbored a profound yearning for flight. Among all things magical, the ability to soar freely on a broomstick epitomized an unadulterated passion. However, as the timetable was unveiled, a palpable tension enveloped his classmates, and he began to fret that he might be nothing more than a fool devoid of any flying aptitude. Soon, Thursday arrived, and throughout the week, the inability to communicate with his other self had plunged Harry into a state of distress. Whether in dreams or in moments when he relinquished control over his own body, the consciousness that had accompanied him for a decade seemed to have vanished entirely, leaving no trace or sign of existence. It was one thing to be left to endure those mundane classes alone, but facing Voldemort and other unknown perils single-handedly was a far graver concern. He even found himself questioning whether the diadem linked to Voldemort had cast some insidious influence upon him. Harry guessed correctly half the time. 6 nights prior, M.O. Ran was manipulating Harry's body, lifting the diadem above his head and feigning to wear it. His intention was to utilize the reconstructed sequence of memories to make Harry believe that another version of himself had been seduced by the diadem, thereby alerting him to the Founder's relic that had been tampered with by Voldemort. Faced with the unknown, Harry might succumb to temptation, but having already erred once, his current disposition would surely prevent him from entertaining any further notions about the diadem. Ultimately, once he narrated the events to Dumbledore, everything would seem rational. However, M.O. Ran, who presumed he had accounted for every contingency, profoundly comprehended the truth of human endeavor and divine will the moment the diadem brushed against his hair. The diadem, imbued with a fragment of Voldemort's soul, resonated with the portion of Voldemort within Harry, and as the two Horcruxes drew near, memories belonging to the Dark Lord began to surge forth, from the orphanage to his student days, and to Voldemort's retrieval of Ravenclaw's diadem in Albania to transform it into a Horcrux. In an instant, all the knowledge Tom Riddle had acquired, the lives he had taken, and the agony he endured while fragmenting his soul were forcibly thrust into M.O. Ran's consciousness. This was no mere encounter with Dumbledore that might pose a threat. This was the purest form of danger. M.O. Ran was certain that, as a unique Horcrux, Harry's body could directly serve as a vessel for Voldemort's resurrection. What should he do? Should he release M.O. Ran? No. M.O. Ran was dark magic. Utilizing such power against the Dark Lord could backfire. After a brief contemplation, M.O. Ran relinquished the notion of employing the dark mist. He drew his wand, pointed it at his own head, and uttered a spell that Harry had yet to learn. Crucio? The excruciating pain of his physical form forcibly quelled the consciousness of Voldemort attempting to assert dominance over his body. Collapsing to the ground, M.O. Ran immediately expelled a large volume of vomit. His arms, abdomen, thighs, and even neck quivered in spasms. Before he could rest, a wave of fatigue surged from the depths of his soul. He had to arrange everything swiftly. While pointing his wand at his body and casting the spell, Episki, he sought a piece of torn cloth to wrap the diadem he had just discarded. As the pain in his body gradually subsided, he found himself too weak to stand. Lying on the cold floor, he gritted his teeth, exerting every effort to stitch together a coherent memory before succumbing to a deep slumber. In the ensuing days, M.O. Ran and Harry were nearly completely severed from one another. This is not solely due to his frailty. More importantly, he requires time to absorb the knowledge contained within Voldemort's memories. Unaware of the serendipitous turn of events that had befallen M.O. Ran, Harry's agitation grew increasingly palpable. Whether it was Neville, who had obtained the memory orb, or Hermione, who incessantly recited facts about a magical Quidditch team while clutching a book, both contributed to his rising unrest. He was in dire need of an outlet. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Harry attended his inaugural outdoor flying lesson. Madame Hooch, a no-nonsense professor, provided him a modicum of relief. Well, what are you all waiting for? Stand beside your broomsticks and make haste. Extend your right hand over the broom and shout, "Up, up." Harry's voice, though not thunderous, resonated with remarkable clarity among all the students. At his call, the broomstick at his feet leaped into his hand, as if it were a soldier responding to a commanding officer's order. Such obedient brooms were rare among the 20 or so new students. Aside from Harry, only Draco Malfoy had succeeded. Noticing this, Ron raised his voice, turning to the broom that was tumbling on the grass, shouting, "Get up, get up." After a brief moment, Madame Hooch blew her whistle, instructing the unsuccessful students to retrieve their brooms from the ground. She then commenced a demonstration on how to mount the broom without slipping off. Remember the movements I've taught you. Do not merely sit atop it. You must allow your weight to press down on the broomstick. When I blow the whistle, push off the ground with your legs and take flight. Be sure to push hard. Grip it tightly with both hands. Ascend a few feet. Then lean forward and gently descend back to the ground. Listen for my whistle. 3, 2. Neville, overwhelmed with anxiety, was determined not to be the only fool left on the ground. Before Madame Hooch could blow her whistle, he pushed off vigorously, soaring into the air. "Come back, Mr. Longbottom," Madame Hooch called, but Neville's broom shot upward like a cork from a champagne bottle. A few girls gasped, while several Slytherin boys erupted in laughter. Madame Hooch drew her wand, but alas, Neville ascended too swiftly. With a loud thud, Neville fell from the broom and landed on the grass. With no time to ponder the broom's errant direction, Madame Hooch rushed to where Neville lay curled up, their faces nearly as pale as one another's. "Child, can you hear me? Take it slow. Your wrist is broken, but it's nothing to worry about. Madame Pomfrey will mend you swiftly. Get up gently. No need to rush. I will take Mr. Longbottom to the hospital wing. Everyone else must remain grounded. If I return to find anyone flying, I assure you, they will be expelled from Hogwarts before they can utter the word Quidditch." As Madame Hooch departed with Neville, who was in tears from the pain, a wave of laughter erupted from the Slytherin students. "Ha ha." Draco Malfoy led the laughter, clutching his stomach. "Did you see that oaf's face? Look at him crying." "Shut up, Malfoy," Ron retorted, his face flushed with anger. Yet Malfoy appeared unfazed, pointing at the spot where Neville had fallen and mockingly exclaimed, "Look, what is that?" The clumsy giant, Longbottom, received a memory ball from his grandmother. In my opinion, this object is utterly futile for him. He is incapable of recalling what he has forgotten. "Return it, Malfoy." Harry spoke, his voice not loud, yet the first-year students fell silent as if enchanted by the broomsticks he had summoned earlier. "Do you think I desire such rubbish, Potter? I have warned you against associating with those of dubious character. Individuals like Longbottom and Weasley will only hinder your progress. You ought to be grateful that Madame Hooch did not deduct points from Gryffindor." Harry extended his hand and strode forward, utterly indifferent to Crabbe and Goyle, who attempted to shield Malfoy with their corpulent forms. He reiterated, "Come back, Malfoy. I beg to differ." Malfoy, exuding an air of charm, leaned gracefully upon his broom and ascended into the air. After circling around the first-year students of Slytherin, he hovered above Harry, holding the memory ball aloft, and shouted, "If you want it, come and take it, Potter." "No, Harry," Madame Hooch implored. "We are to remain on the ground. Besides, you might very well break your neck." Harry paid no heed to Hermione. The recent oppressive atmosphere had caused him to abandon all thoughts. He craved a wild wind to touzle his hair and the sound of his robes rustling behind him, as the broomstick beneath him lifted him into the air. A chorus of cheers erupted from the Gryffindor students. He soared magnificently. Every movement felt so natural and exquisite to Harry. "Come back, Malfoy." Harry's voice trembled as he repeated the phrase for the third time, overwhelmed with joy. This exhilarating freedom was a sensation he had never experienced in any other subject. Even he was astonished by his prowess, which seemed far beyond that of a novice broom rider. Malfoy, taken aback, quickly regained his composure, weighing the snitch in his hand. He taunted Harry. "I told you, come and take it if you dare, unless you think you can't catch me. What do you think about hiding it in the tower? Let Longbottom go find it. Come on, Potter, unless you're afraid." As Malfoy spoke, he maneuvered his broom to ascend higher, while Harry followed closely, his speed unrelenting, as if he inherently knew what to do without instruction. Seeing Harry approach relentlessly, Malfoy executed a backflip maneuver, a trick he had practiced for ages at home. To everyone's astonishment, Harry merely glanced at it and flawlessly replicated the move. "Well done, Harry. Knock Malfoy off." Ron had transformed into the Gryffindor cheerleader at that moment, clapping his hands and shouting words of admiration for Harry. "Not very skilled, Potter," Malfoy retorted, struggling to maintain his bravado. "You're practically throwing yourself off your broom. Since you desire that worthless trinket so much, let us see if you can catch it," he shouted, hurling the snitch forcefully behind Harry. Harry observed the glass ball seemingly traversing overhead in slow motion, instinctively executing a backflip learned from Malfoy. He directed his broomstick towards the plummeting memory ball, diving towards it like a javelin. The howling wind roared in his ears, and the blood surging in his eardrums resonated like the beating of a thunderous drum, while the screams of his classmates below seemed muted, as if the volume had been turned down. Immersed in concentration, Harry remained oblivious to the perfection of his recent maneuver, his mind continually counting, 30 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet, 5 feet. At a mere foot from the ground, Harry's right hand shot forward like lightning, seizing the memory ball. Hermione and several other girls could not bear to watch Harry collide with the ground and instinctively shut their eyes. Yet, in that critical moment, Harry yanked back with his left hand while leaning his body backward, astonishingly managing to straighten the broom at an incredible angle. The Gryffindor boys erupted in excitement. Not even professional Quidditch players could replicate such a feat, even at Hogwarts. The young wizards abandoned their brooms and rushed towards Harry, crossing through the astonished Slytherin students. However, before they could embrace, a familiar voice interrupted the revelry. "Harry Potter." Harry's heart sank faster than the speed at which he had just dived. It was the voice of Professor McGonagall. "In all my years at Hogwarts, how dare you? You could break your neck. Harry lowered his head, hesitant to speak. It was the first time he had witnessed Professor McGonagall so flustered and incoherent. It was not Harry's fault. Professor, it was Malfoy. Silence. A few quick-witted classmates were about to plead on Harry's behalf, but they were all sternly interrupted by Professor McGonagall. Mr. Malfoy will be dealt with by the head of Slytherin. Now, Potter, follow me. During the Thursday banquet, the entire Hogwarts community, including teachers and ghosts, found themselves engrossed in a singular topic. Harry Potter had become the youngest Seeker for a house team in a century. Wood had intended to keep Harry's appointment as the new Seeker for Gryffindor under wraps, but on the day of the incident, there was another first year soaring through the skies on a broomstick. Draco Malfoy, having been pardoned by Professor Snape, was eager to discover the nature of Harry's punishment. When he finally learned that Harry had not only escaped unscathed but had also been appointed as Gryffindor's Seeker, he was driven into a frenzy, unable to accept the reality. Aside from incessantly proclaiming Harry's role as Seeker to anyone who would listen, he wrote 11 letters to his father, alleging how Harry had breached school regulations and attempting to persuade Lucius Malfoy, a member of the school board, to secure his own place on the Slytherin Quidditch team. Unfortunately for him, the Slytherin Quidditch team did not share Gryffindor's urgent need for a Seeker. Seventh-year student Terence Higgs had performed admirably in previous seasons. Even with Malfoy's father advocating for his son's appointment, such an arrangement would still require the approval of Dumbledore, as it contravened school policy. Ultimately, all of Malfoy's efforts came to naught, and in his anger, he skipped dinner, waiting impatiently at the entrance hall. Finally, he challenged, Potter, do you dare to engage in a wizard duel with me tonight? Harry and Ron exchanged glances, directing a look of concern towards Malfoy. You and I? Indeed. Yes, you. What is the matter? Haven't you ever heard of a wizard duel? He certainly had. No, Ron interjected, suddenly realizing something. Did you say tonight? Huh. No wonder you dared to challenge Harry to a duel. You intend to lure us out at night, and then summon a professor to catch us, aren't you? Malfoy's face flushed crimson as he stammered. How could that be? I fear that you might be rescued by the teachers while I am delivering a sound thrashing. Ron, unyielding, showed no mercy towards Malfoy, giving Harry a slight push forward. Then why don't we commence right now? Harry is ready to duel you at any moment. I assent that so, Harry? Harry nodded, signifying his agreement with Ron's assertion. Malfoy instinctively sought refuge behind Crabbe and Goyle, yet after witnessing Harry's magical prowess on several occasions, his rotund companions no longer dared to confront Harry head-on. Midnight. I shall await you in the prize showcase. Those who fail to arrive are but cowards. With that taunt, Malfoy and his cohort turned and fled. Harry chuckled, remarking, Quick on the uptake, aren't you, Ron? I half expected you to agree to it outright. The excuse was indeed rather feeble. Do not be modest. I have always maintained that you are quite clever. Harry's compliment rendered Ron's face crimson. Yet as they made their way back to the Gryffindor common room, an unexpected figure appeared, even more surprising than Malfoy. Thank goodness. I was beginning to think I would never see you. It was Neville. Why aren't you at the Great Hall for dinner? Did you forget the password? This week's is Pig Snout. No, I came to find Harry. Upon hearing this, Harry patted Ron on the shoulder and stepped forward to inquire, How is your arm? It's fine now. Neville replied, lifting his arm to show them. Madame Pomfrey healed it in no time. Harry, I've heard about your situation with Malfoy. If you were expelled because of it, I wouldn't be able to forgive myself. I just want to express my gratitude. Thank you, Harry, for helping me retrieve the memory ball and for standing up for me. Honestly, Neville, every Gryffindor wanted to teach Malfoy a lesson. I was merely the first to take to the skies on my broom. Harry's consolation did little to uplift Neville's spirits. He shook his head and candidly confessed, I am not you, Harry. I am perpetually engulfed in fears, fear of this, fear of that. Perhaps the sorting have misjudged my house. I long to be as fearless as you, yet I find myself faltering in every endeavor. Neville's words rendered Ron speechless as well. Indeed, when compared to Harry, they seemed to lack a certain excellence. Even if they occasionally uncovered one of Malfoy's petty tricks, what significance did it hold? No, Neville. Suddenly, Harry spoke up. I am not fearless. In fact, I may fear far more than any of you. How could it be otherwise? You have never even ridden a broomstick. Yet you dare to duel Malfoy in the skies. Listen to me, Ron. A person devoid of reverence for anything, one who is unaware of what it means to be afraid, is at best a fool oblivious to the heights of the world. That is certainly not true bravery. To speak frankly, when Professor McGonagall called my name from behind, I was terrified, believing I would be expelled. As I walked towards the castle, I pondered countless times how I would return to my uncle's house, how I would face the life that awaited me. In fact, I even regretted my impulsive decision to soar into the sky in pursuit of Malfoy. Neville lowered his head even further, not wanting Harry to see the tears welling in his eyes. However, Neville, once everything had passed, I calmed down and reflected on the events of today. And I believe I do not regret standing up for you. You are my classmate, my friend. In that situation, I could not possibly allow Malfoy to insult you with impunity. Even if I had to make that choice again, I would still strive to retrieve the memory ball for you. However, I would likely employ my wand to resolve the matter, rather than risking expulsion by chasing him on a broomstick. Harry, with tears brimming in his eyes, murmured Neville's name, his nose nearly dripping. I do not say this to elicit your gratitude, Neville. What I wish to convey is that true courage lies in understanding fear, confronting it, and overcoming it. Do not feel shame for being afraid. There are far too many individuals who choose to flee before reaching this point. As long as you dare to acknowledge it and face it, one day you will find the courage within yourself and conquer it. Ron, taken aback by Harry's impassioned speech, was left speechless for a long time before finally recovering enough to ask, "Goodness, Harry, who taught you all of this?" Harry curled his lips slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, "I suppose I taught myself." Time swiftly brought them back to Friday. Much like the previous week, Professor Snape did not particularly trouble the Gryffindor students during potions class, although he still awarded a few extra points to Slytherin. It was a significant improvement compared to his treatment of other years. Hermione had been on fire that week, apart from flying lessons. She managed to earn 5 or 10 points for Gryffindor in nearly every class, causing many to begin viewing the young witch with newfound respect. As for Harry, aside from acquiring knowledge of potion making in Professor Snape's office, he was also imparted with the technique of mental occlusion. This technique serves as a defensive spell to prevent one's mind from external intrusions. It is rather obscure and profound, yet undeniably effective. Is it used to prevent mind reading? Professor, I believe I read about the spell legilimency in a book. Potter, pay more attention. You must learn to notice the most subtle distinctions. Since you have already encountered legilimency, you ought to understand that the term mind reading is merely a misguided notion among muggles. The human mind is not a book to be leafed through at will. Consider the thoughts etched in your mind. They are never neatly arranged, are they? The human psyche is a complex, multi-layered entity. If you can master the art of mental occlusion, I believe it will greatly benefit your future studies in potion making. Harry surmised that all of this must have been orchestrated by Dumbledore, within the walls of Hogwarts. He was the only one privy to the fact that he had once glimpsed Voldemort's memories. And since Dumbledore entrusted such a significant task to Snape, it indicated that Professor Snape was likely a teacher worthy of complete trust, or at the very least, that was Dumbledore's belief. Very well, Professor. I believe I have come to an understanding. Harry spoke earnestly, indicating that he did not yet intend to unveil the nature of their relationship. The art of legilimency resembled a sophisticated lie detector, for thoughts are dynamic and capricious, and one can only arrive at an almost accurate inference of the human heart through the observation of memories and emotions. Snape nodded in satisfaction. It appears you possess a modicum of talent, Potter. The art of occlumency serves to seal off memories and emotions that contradict lies and illusions, thereby enabling you to deceive those who intrude upon your thoughts, leading them to erroneous judgments. However, I must remind you that you are a wizard. Refrain from relying solely on Muggle vernacular. Very well, Professor. Does this magic require incantation? Snape's expression, which had briefly softened, abruptly reverted to its customary scowl. He explained with a blend of frustration and disappointment. Not all magic necessitates a chant. You are a wizard. A wizard. A mute wizard without a wand is still a wizard, but a Muggle cannot wield a wand to perform magic. If you require a spell to safeguard your mind, then what shall you do while you slumber? Must you conjure your wand in your dreams? My apologies, Professor. Snape fixed his gaze upon Harry's eyes for a moment before gradually regaining his composure. Very well, you are encountering this advanced magic for the first time. Listen closely. For ordinary wizards and novices, eye contact is often crucial in legilimency. It allows you to discern whether your mind has been invaded. However, when faced with a highly skilled wizard, such as Dumbledore, incantations, wands, and eye contact become inconsequential. They can effortlessly infiltrate your mind without your awareness. Regrettably, both legilimency and occlumency are not disciplines that mere wizards can master. Thus, should you encounter someone intent on invading your thoughts, their magical prowess is unlikely to be trivial. Now, Snape brandished his wand. I shall delve into your mind, and you will involuntarily recall certain fragments of memory. Remember, this is not voluntary. You must resist me. Deceive me, even draw your wand to thwart my efforts if you wish. Only by first honing your capacity for resistance can we proceed to the next step. Prepare yourself. 3, 2, 1, legitimacy. Harry's preparation seemed utterly futile, as the office before him dissolved like ink, and a series of vivid images flickered through his mind like scenes from a film. One summer when he was 5, after tidying his room, he witnessed Dudley trampling the floor with his bicycle, leaving a chaotic mess. Uncle Vernon reprimanded him with a few harsh words, ordering him to clean up again. Yet Dudley stubbornly refused to heed his mother's instructions to go upstairs for a bath, instead racing around the hall. Harry toiled from afternoon until nightfall before he could finally rest. That same year, Aunt Marge visited on Halloween, and her dog, Ripper, chased Harry up a tree, while the Dursleys roared with laughter on the lawn. The chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. At the age of 7, Harry began school, and Dudley, having grown wary of confronting him directly, gathered a group of followers who surrounded Harry after classes, mocking him as an orphaned wild child. No. Snape's office returned amidst Harry's piercing screams. Harry gasped for breath, his already soaked shirt clinging tightly to his chest as it heaved up and down. He instinctively glanced at Professor Snape, eager to gauge his performance, only to find the man storming out of the room without a backward glance. 10 minutes later, Snape re-entered, his expression darker than ever, believing he was doomed. Harry was about to utter an apology when Snape unexpectedly inquired, "Potter, you reside with your aunt, correct?" "Yes, Professor," Harry replied. "Has no one visited you? Or brought you anything?" "No, Professor." Snape took a deep breath, struggling to contain his emotions, as though he were swallowing back bile that threatened to rise. "You live at 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, am I right?" Yes, Professor. What's the matter?" "Nothing." Snape retrieved a vial of pale blue potion from his desk and handed it to Harry. "Drink this, rest for a while, and then we shall continue." "I have already rested, Professor." "Do not argue, Potter. When I tell you to rest, you will rest." Aunt Petunia had enlisted Harry's help in the kitchen. The frying pan was excessively heavy, and he accidentally burned his finger. A month before school commenced, Harry had been living in a room at the Leaky Cauldron, gnawing on bread while reviewing the second-year potions textbook. He learned quickly, yet Dudley had insisted on practicing boxing with Harry. After deftly evading Dudley's blows, Harry watched as Dudley, feeling wronged, retreated to Aunt Petunia's embrace in tears, leaving Harry to endure 2 days of hunger. "Feeling better, but I must remind you, Potter, you cannot rely on anger or other emotions. Emotions are real, but to truly quiet the mind, you must eliminate distractions and relinquish all feelings, maintaining control over yourself. Remember, the past cannot be altered. There are always matters of greater significance than memories. Both thought and recollection are fleeting sensations. Master them, wield them, create with them." Once more, 3, 2, 1, legilimens. As Harry sprinted through the streets of Little Whinging, his subconscious urged him to consume copious amounts of food and engage in vigorous exercise, believing that this would aid in his growth, thus shielding him from the torment of Dudley. As he ran, Harry transformed into a gust of wind, soaring into the heavens, with the landscape of Little Whinging gradually distorting into the majestic form of Hogwarts Castle. Yet, he did not cease his pursuit. He was searching for a figure, a man adorned with a purple turban. Enough. Harry jolted awake, his gaze falling upon Snape, who still held his wand aloft. Suddenly, it dawned upon him that he had escaped from his memories without engaging in a battle of consciousness. The fabricated recollections you conjured were far too disordered to serve their deceptive purpose. However, for you in this moment, it signifies a considerable advancement. Let us pause our endeavors here for today and proceed to the banquet hall for dinner. Harry, in a state of bewilderment, nodded slightly and, after taking a moment to gather himself in his chair, bid farewell to Professor Snape. As he opened the door, he seemed to catch a glimpse of the professor using his wand to extract something from a basin. Thanks to Professor Snape's premature conclusion of Harry's detention, a remarkable occurrence unfolded during dinner with Ron and the others. 6 long-eared owls, under the cover of twilight, delivered a slender package. Just as Harry, savoring his meal, wondered who had sent him what, Hedwig followed closely, dropping a letter atop the package. Noticing Professor McGonagall's signature, Harry eagerly tore open the envelope. "Do not open the package on the table just yet. It contains your new Nimbus 2000. Gryffindor's first match is against Slytherin. And I wish to keep your new broomstick a secret from the other houses, so conceal it well. Oliver will meet you at the Quidditch pitch this Sunday morning for your first training session. Had Harry not undergone intensive training in mind-closing techniques with Professor Snape, he would have shown the note to Ron without hesitation. However, now that he had begun to grasp emotional control, he was not easily overwhelmed by joy and excitement. Amidst the inquiries from his classmates, Harry swiftly cleared his plate and returned to the dormitory with his Nimbus 2000 in hand. Observing Harry's hasty departure and the shape of his package, Hermione seemed to deduce what was afoot. She picked up her book, took a couple of bites of mashed potatoes, and promptly followed after him. At Hogwarts, boys were not permitted to enter the girls' dormitories. If a male student attempted to ascend the stairs to the girls' quarters, the staircase would transform into a slide, ejecting him. Conversely, girls could visit the boys' dormitory at will. Harry was only aware of the former, which explained why he was startled when Hermione approached him while he thought he was alone unwrapping his package. "What is that?" Harry exclaimed, drawing his wand and preparing to cast a spell, only to halt just in time. "Hermione, what are you doing here? Wait, how did you get in? Aren't boys and girls supposed to be separated?" Hermione, clutching her book, moved a little closer to Harry's bed. "Perhaps the founders of the school deemed girls to be more trustworthy than boys? Is that indeed your new broomstick?" Harry turned around and began to admire the Firebolt 2000 alongside Hermione. Their knowledge of flying brooms was rather limited, yet they could not deny the sheer magnificence of the new broom. The mahogany broom was not only lustrous, but its elegant lines and meticulously arranged bristles, without a single fork, were truly captivating. One could hardly imagine the reactions of enthusiastic Quidditch fans like Ron or Malfoy upon seeing it. "So, you are to commence Quidditch training, are you?" "Yes, starting this weekend." "Well, I had intended to study with you in the library. Are you free on Saturday?" "I must visit Professor Dumbledore on Saturday, but if I finish early, that's quite all right. I can manage on my own. I shall take my leave now. Rest assured, I will keep the matter of the broom a secret." Sweet as honey. Harry had to admit that when he received the note bearing those words, he initially thought it was a prank. However, as he later surmised, it was indeed the secret password to Dumbledore's office. Upon hearing Harry's voice, the enormous stone creature shook its grotesquely shaped head and leapt aside. The wall behind it responded with a resounding crack, revealing a spiraling staircase. Harry gently tapped on the shimmering oak door and called out, "Professor Dumbledore, may I enter?" The door swung open automatically, and Dumbledore appeared in attire far more casual than his usual school garb. "Ah, you've arrived, Harry. Congratulations on joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team. How has your week been?" "Not too bad, Professor." As Harry surveyed the layout of the headmaster's office, he hurriedly approached Dumbledore. "I have heard that Severus will tutor you every Friday. He is quite a strict instructor. If you find such a rigorous academic life overwhelming, you may..." Before Dumbledore could finish his sentence, Harry interjected, "Professor, I can keep up. No problem at all." "Oh, very well," Dumbledore replied, his tone tinged with a hint of disappointment, revealing his lack of enthusiasm for taking on the role of tutor. "Professor, what shall we study today? Have you destroyed that object?" Dumbledore glanced up at Harry, who had reached his desk, and with a flick of his hand, a candy soared through the air, transforming into a chair behind Harry. "Please, have a seat." Harry was astonished as he gently caressed the brass handle shaped like a griffin. Slowly taking a seat. It is important to note that transfiguration imposes strict limitations on the size and shape of objects. Even if a wizard possesses a thorough understanding of the subject to be transformed, one cannot transmute a mere sesame seed into a colossal dragon. Harry had never contemplated that a mere candy could transform into something as large as a chair. Even more astonishing was the fact that Dumbledore had just performed an intricate and detailed transfiguration spell without uttering a sound or wielding a wand. Let us temporarily set aside matters concerning the crown. Harry, some things must await the right moment for fruition. Furthermore, I hope to engage in a meaningful conversation with you before formally imparting my teachings. The headmaster's words made Harry realize that the topic was about to take a serious turn. He straightened his posture and solemnly nodded at Dumbledore. "Tell me, Harry, what do you perceive magic to be?" Harry paused for a moment. Then, drawing upon the knowledge he had acquired from Professor Snape the previous day, he slowly articulated. "Professor, I believe that magic may refer to the extraordinary means exhibited through magical power, serving as a distinction between wizards and ordinary individuals." Dumbledore refrained from offering any assessment of Harry's response and continued to inquire, "Do you consider this power to be inherently noble or superior?" Harry seemed to grasp Dumbledore's meaning a bit more, his speech gradually quickening. Magic is truly wondrous, and I have grown quite fond of it. Since my arrival at Hogwarts, I have made new discoveries almost every day. However, I have never regarded it as noble or superior. Professor, can you enlighten me on why that is? I was raised in the world of ordinary people, Professor, in a technological environment devoid of magic. We have televisions, telephones, and computers. We can forecast the weather and cure diseases. We even launched something called a satellite into space. In terms of intellect, I do not believe that so-called muggles are inferior to wizards. In fact, I believe that within the coming decades, wizards will soon find themselves caught up by muggles. Of course, I do not assert that technology can surpass magic. The ability to wield magic is undoubtedly a privilege. But what I wish to convey is that it is precisely because most wizards harbor notions of nobility and superiority that the progress of magic remains exceedingly slow. Whether in the leaky cauldron or the Hogwarts library, all knowledge seems ancient and outdated, as if the new generation of wizards merely stands on the shoulders of their predecessors, enjoying the fruits of their labor. Observing Harry grow increasingly animated as he spoke, Dumbledore smiled and raised his hand to interrupt him. "All right, my boy. You have articulated your thoughts quite clearly. It is rare for someone of your age to contemplate such matters. As you mentioned, Harry, magic is a unique gift. Regardless of how many people inhabit this world, the number of wizards and muggles remains in a constant ratio. In recent decades, the number of wizards born to muggle families has increased significantly. This phenomenon cannot be explained merely through intermarriage or other absurd notions. Yet those obstinate pureblood families remain steadfast in their belief in the purity of bloodlines. Indeed, children with magical bloodlines almost invariably become wizards upon birth. However, during my tenure at Hogwarts, I have encountered numerous exceptional children from muggle families. Like Hermione, for instance. Harry interjected. Dumbledore turned to Harry with a smile and continued, "Yes, just like Miss Granger. So you see, Harry, to become an outstanding wizard, bloodlines are of little consequence. Even the very essence of magic cannot surpass." "Cannot surpass what, Professor?" Dumbledore picked up his wand from the table, rising to his feet as he said, "You will come to know in due time, Harry. Now, we must commence our lesson. Draw forth your wand." Harry rose to comply, his heart brimming with joy as he envisioned the wondrous magic the esteemed headmaster would conjure. Little did he anticipate that a familiar incantation would escape Dumbledore's lips, Incendio. As he gazed at the slowly ascending, spherical red flames, Harry silently reassured himself. Indeed, this demonstrates remarkable control. All the flames are coalesced. Perhaps the headmaster intends to impart the secret of mastering magical power. "Harry," Dumbledore inquired softly, "have you mastered the incantation for conjuring flames?" "Yes, I have." "Then cast it." Incendio. The orange-yellow flames that erupted from Harry's wand immediately surged towards the red fireball summoned by Dumbledore. With a faint hissing sound, Harry's fiery spell vanished into thin air. Dumbledore's voice resonated gently. "This is the Gabrathian fire, also known as the everlasting fire, a profoundly intricate magic. Unlike the knowledge gleaned from textbooks, it cannot be simplified through spells or wands. The most remarkable aspect of Gabrathian fire lies in its perpetual nature, requiring neither fuel nor air, even underwater. As long as the wizard who conjured it does not deliberately extinguish it, it will never fade away." Harry stared intently at the swirling red flames, his mind echoing the headmaster's words, "You cannot simplify it with spells or wands." Sensing Harry's contemplation, Dumbledore elucidated, "Wands and spells are merely tools for wizards. They are incredibly convenient instruments that, once popularized, became indispensable. However, Harry, casting spells is merely the fa-ade of magic. To truly comprehend how to master it, one must observe the essence beyond the surface. Otherwise, you will remain confined to the rudimentary practice of magic." "Professor, what about us?" Harry inquired. "Do not fret, Harry. Mastering magic requires exceptional talent and extensive practice. Learning the principles of the Goblet of Fire is an excellent means of training. Today, we shall begin by understanding the nature of its perpetual flame. The Goblet of Fire is relatively safe compared to certain dark magical flames. It possesses the ability to ignite spontaneously, and if handled properly, it can even save you the expense of firewood for your fireplace. Moreover, once summoned, it requires no further effort to control. It will obediently remain in the position where it was created. Even if the caster were to perish, its flames would continue to burn indefinitely. Is there no magic that can extinguish it?" To my knowledge, none exists. Thus, Harry, as I mentioned, it is relatively safe. As Dumbledore spoke, he summoned a photograph from a distant bookshelf. You see, I once gifted this to the giants of the East, who enshrined it on an island in the lake, only utilizing the sacred fire during their rituals. Harry, deep in thought, remarked, I understand, Professor. If the stolen ethereal flame ignites something else and spreads, it could lead to catastrophe. Thus, it must be wielded with utmost restraint. Dumbledore gently shook his head and explained to Harry, You need not worry, Harry. The flame taken from the ethereal fire is merely an ordinary flame. Even if someone adds fuel or employs another flame to stoke it, the ethereal fire will absorb them while retaining its original form. The peril of the goblet of fire lies in its absolute temperature and destructive capacity. I have currently controlled the temperature, which is why you do not sense it. But if its full might were unleashed, this very office would likely melt away. Therefore, you must promise me, Harry, to utilize the ethereal fire solely during our practice sessions together. Do not jest with the safety of your friends and the faculty and students of the school. Harry swallowed hard and nodded emphatically at Dumbledore. In the ensuing hours, he endeavored to grasp the theoretical knowledge while simultaneously engaging in practical application. However, as Dumbledore had emphasized with 2 instances of extremely to denote its difficulty, Harry was unable to conjure even a single spark of the Phoenix fire. On his way back to the dormitory, utterly fatigued, Harry continued to replay the key concepts of the Phoenix fire in his mind. According to the esteemed headmaster, even he had succeeded in mastering the Phoenix fire only due to his ancestral lineage and the assistance of the Phoenix. Harry was uncertain whether this was merely a fabricated consolation from Dumbledore, yet the words undeniably had the opposite effect. If even a genius like Dumbledore required external assistance and fortuitous circumstances to achieve success in his magical endeavors, what hope was there for someone like himself? Devoid of a phoenix? Was he to sneak into the headmaster's office to abscond with Fawkes? Perhaps he should first learn some simpler spells involving fire? There might be valuable insights to glean from such studies. The mere thought of hastening his learning process made him forget his hunger. He nearly sprinted to Madame Pants, the librarian. Mr. Potter, it is time for dinner, and I have made it abundantly clear that without a signed authorization from a professor, I cannot permit you access to the restricted section, Madame Pants stated. Madame Pants, I am not seeking entry to the restricted section this time. Oh, how novel. Very well. Do remember that eating in the library is prohibited, and you must not damage any books. Rest assured, I shall not. Books such as Herbology of Aquatic Plants, Vampire Defense Manual, and Compendium of Magical Flames were readily accessible in the Hogwarts library. Moments after reaching the shelf beginning with the letter F, Harry spotted precisely what he sought. Dear reader, there are further chapters ahead. Please turn the page to continue your enthralling journey. The Compendium of Magical Flames introduced a myriad of magical fire types. Wizards had devised numerous fascinating methods to ignite flames underwater, create smokeless fires for burning wood and charcoal, or even deceive the Muggle witch hunters of the medieval era. However, most of these involved merely enchanting ordinary flames or employing magical potions, with few truly qualifying as magical fire. In contrast, the Dark Wizard's creations aimed at enhancing combat capabilities were notably more intriguing, including poisonous flames that emitted toxic smoke, invisible flames undetectable to the naked eye, and the treacherous fire that began cold but grew increasingly hot with time. Just as Harry intended to jot down the names of the magical flames that piqued his interest for future study, he caught sight of Hermione, who had also come to the library. Harry, have you finished your lessons in magic with Professor Dumbledore? Harry closed the book and, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Ah, yes. You're still studying in the library at such a late hour. Hermione weighed the 2 books in her arms, which seemed heavier than herself, and said, I came to return these 2 books, but I should borrow another one for bedtime reading. Are you studying a particular subject? Perhaps we could do it together? Harry smiled and shook his head, returning the tome on magical flames to the shelf. Professor Dumbledore had not explicitly prohibited him from revealing the contents of his studies, yet he instinctively wished to keep this secret. He merely remarked, No, I was just browsing for books of interest. I'm off to have lunch now. Goodbye, Hermione. With that, he hurriedly left. The following morning, as Harry awoke from his slumber, he felt remarkably refreshed. This was not solely due to the fact that it was his inaugural day of training with the Gryffindor Quidditch team. What truly instilled him with a profound sense of assurance was the return of another self, Moran. Unlike previous dreams, last night's experience of revisiting the ancient fire spell was indistinguishable from reality. The portraits of past headmasters in the headmaster's office, the words spoken by Dumbledore, and even the phoenix fox, which circled around him, all replayed in perfect order. Harry felt that had he not previously experienced the same content, he might very well have mistaken it for reality. Moran, concealed within Harry's being, was equally astonished. The mind-blocking spell and the ancient fire spell, of which he had never heard in the films, suggested that if they continued along this path, they would possess an array of strategies to confront formidable foes. Many who had perished in the original narrative while opposing Voldemort might have the chance to survive without sacrificing their lives. Such deductions were certainly not mere whims or baseless optimism on Moran's part. He had never been the type to harbor blind hope. In fact, while sorting through Voldemort's memories and knowledge, he discovered a perilous soul spell. This arcane magic allowed Voldemort to inhabit living beings, siphoning their life force to augment his own. This was evidently the method employed by the Dark Lord to control Professor Quirrell. However, upon learning the principles of the spell, Moran became increasingly curious about how Voldemort could possess Quirrell. Logically, this magic, which could only be utilized when a person was in a near-death state, had considerable limitations. Take Voldemort, who possessed Horcruxes. After his physical demise, his consciousness resided in a fragment of his soul, which should only permit him to inhabit small animals or insects. Perhaps, after languishing for several years, he might barely manage to possess a creature tainted by dark magic or a newborn human infant. Quirrell, as an adult wizard, had not been a loyal Death Eater. As long as he harbored even a flicker of rebellious thought, he should not have been so easily controlled, even if his magical powers were diminished. Thus, the only reasonable explanation remained. Quirrell was, at his core, a cowardly individual who, under Voldemort's sweet talk and coercive threats, willingly offered his body for a symbiotic existence with the Dark Lord. Furthermore, Voldemort had refrained from directly taking over Quirrell's body to resurrect himself, as he currently lacked the magical strength to consume the soul of an adult wizard. He could only coax and threaten the other party into assisting him with various tasks, preparing for his rebirth. M.O. Rand did not possess a fervent desire to save Chilo, although he too was a pitiable soul. Countless unforgivable sins had already been committed during the time Voldemort had possessed him. The reason he invested considerable time studying Voldemort's soul magic was to harness his own unique constitution to absorb dark magic and grow stronger. Within the Harry Potter universe, the wizarding world is replete with perilous dark magical creatures. To illustrate, even within the vicinity of Hogwarts, M.O. Rand could encounter basilisks, acromantulas, and the dementors that would soon arrive in their third year. If this magic could be refined into M.O. Rand's exclusive technique, the Northern Underworld divine skill, then the future he and Harry envisioned would indeed be boundless. Good morning, Harry. Are you off to practice? Good morning, Ron. Yes. May I accompany you to watch? I wish to see the Nimbus 2000, just to observe, neither to ride nor to touch. Actually, you could sneak a few touches in the dormitory. I've stowed it under my bed. But you must be discreet, for I shouldn't showcase it before the official matches. It is my secret weapon. Ron swallowed and shook his head, saying, Then I shall refrain from touching it, lest someone see and gossip. I'll just watch you practice. Harry chuckled teasingly. Perhaps you should accompany Hermione to the library. It would undoubtedly enhance your grades. Absolutely not. She is exceptionally intelligent and formidable. But spending time with her would only result in constant reprimands. She dares not speak to you in such a manner. Observing Ron's expression of disdain, Harry patted him on the shoulder, and together they made their way toward the Quidditch pitch. Harry's training progressed smoothly, as he had previously acquainted himself with the sport of Quidditch through literature, allowing Wood to save considerable time on rule explanations. He assembled numerous team members, including the Weasley twins, to aid Harry in his training with a golf ball while simultaneously imparting flying techniques. However, even as dusk fell and everyone else was panting with exhaustion, Harry maintained an impeccable record. This delighted Wood, who enthusiastically proclaimed to anyone on the way back to the Great Hall that Gryffindor was destined to win this year. Have you seen Hermione? After piling his plate high with roasted ribs, Harry suddenly inquired of those around him. Oh, never mind her. She's probably off to the library again. Honestly, that girl knows nothing but books, not even caring about the new seeker training for her own house, Ron replied dismissively. His words did little to ease Harry's concern. But just as he prepared to stand and scan the room, a man entered through the Great Hall's doors, his face pale and covered with a scarf, clearly in a state of panic. It was Professor Quirrell. Troll, in the dungeon. He shouted. I thought you ought to know. With that, He collapsed to the floor, unconscious. A thunderous noise echoed from the ceiling, sending the hall into chaos. All the young witches and wizards, save for Harry and a few upperclassmen from various houses, abandoned their dinners and rushed toward the exits. Silence. Professor Dumbledore's voice resonated like a bell, instantly commanding the attention of all present. Please remain calm. Heads of houses, escort your students back to their dormitories immediately. Teachers, follow me to the dungeon. Percy reacted swiftly, stepping forward to direct the first-year students. Follow me, first years. Stay together. Everyone else please step aside. I am the prefect. Having his older brother leading the way eased Ron's anxiety somewhat. He wiped the sweat from his brow and turned to Harry, saying, I can't fathom how a troll got in here. They're notoriously clumsy, don't you think, Harry? Amidst the throng of students, Harry was now making his way toward the library on the second floor. As Quirrell burst into the Great Hall moments ago, another voice, Moran's, had echoed in his mind for the first time while he was still conscious. Go find Hermione. To the library, in the girls' bathroom on that floor. Hurry. Harry was unaware of the urgency that gripped him, yet the thought of Hermione being oblivious to the impending danger posed by the troll compelled him to act. Upon reaching the second floor, he found the library closed. Before he could even glimpse through the crack of the door, a foul stench suddenly permeated the air. It was a ghastly amalgamation of Dudley's rancid socks and an unkempt public restroom. Following the direction of the odor, Harry beheld a colossal shadow, accompanied by deep, resonant footsteps, approaching from the end of the corridor. The figure towered at least 12 feet high, each of its steps causing the floor to tremble beneath him. In a moment of instinctive caution, Harry crouched into the shadows, his mind racing with frantic thoughts. Should he flee, or attempt to divert the creature? Although he had yet to locate Hermione, summoning the teachers seemed the most prudent course of action. Before he could clarify his next move, a piercing scream from a girl almost halted his heart. Hermione, just exiting the girls' restroom, lifted her gaze to encounter the looming behemoth emerging from the corridor's corner. Its skin resembled grimy granite, rough and devoid of luster. Even the moonlight merely cast it as a vast, filthy mound of earth. The troll, evidently taken aback by the sight of such a diminutive creature, lifted its long, gnarled arm to scratch its head, which was significantly smaller than its massive hands. Resembling a cocoa bean, after a ponderous moment, it resolved to eliminate the source of the screams and the frantic door slamming of Hermione. With a thunderous roar, the troll swung a wooden club, which it had been dragging along the ground, and with a single blow, shattered the thick wooden door of the girls' restroom. The explosive sound of splintering would drown out Hermione's screams as she cowered in the farthest corner of the stall, oblivious to the troll's massive, tree trunk-like foot advancing towards her. Harry's legs propelled him forward with remarkable speed, his wand, once tucked at his waist, now firmly grasped in his hand. Since his journey into the realm of magic began, he had been perpetually delayed by various distractions, never truly having the opportunity to hone his combat skills. Little did he realize that his inaugural lesson as a novice would thrust him into confrontation with such an extraordinary foe. Reductio. At a critical moment, Harry's shrinking spell accurately struck the enormous club that the troll was about to bring crashing down upon Hermione's compartment. The troll, exerting all its strength upon the weapon, had not yet comprehended why it had transformed into mere chopsticks before it lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. With a thunderous crash, the sink, walls, and pipes succumbed to the immense weight, shattering into fragments. Hermione, terrified, felt as though she might faint at any moment. Yet a familiar voice urged her not to surrender so easily. Hermione, wake up. Move. Quickly move. Grab that pipe. Hold on tight. Accio water pipe. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. Hermione could hardly recall how she escaped from the troll's proximity. She only remembered Harry tossing something her way that she instinctively clutched, followed by a tremendous force pulling her forward. Harry glanced down at Hermione, who was so weak that she could barely stand, and effortlessly hoisted her onto his shoulder. He then aimed his wand directly at the troll's posterior and swiftly recited 3 incantations: Stupefy, Stunning Spell, Reducto, Reduction Curse, and Confringo, Blasting Curse. In Harry's memory, the potency of these spells escalated with each utterance, and indeed, they proved to be formidable. One after another, they tore through the troll's tattered garments, ruptured its thick, calloused hide, and ultimately left a small wound upon its rear. The troll let out a bellowing roar, which did not convey suffering, but rather an expression of bewilderment. It was then that Harry recalled the descriptions of trolls from his readings: immensely strong, brutish, and yet utterly foolish. given their skin's remarkable resistance to magic. Wizards were advised to employ cunning rather than brute force when confronting such creatures. The troll, having emerged from the rubble, quickly identified the source of the assault on its backside. After a futile search for a club, it angrily seized a thick pipe from the wall, causing the entire restroom to erupt in a cascade of water. Impedimento. Impediment jinx. Reductio. Reducing charm, as Harry unleashed the barrier charm before the troll. He simultaneously diminished the pipe he held in his grasp. At that moment, he could not conceive of any means to vanquish the creature. His only recourse was to confine it as much as possible, allowing himself the opportunity to escape with Hermione. The troll, feeling the sudden emptiness in its hand, glanced down in confusion, unaware of why the stick it had just picked up had vanished. After repeatedly yanking the pipe clean, its fury ignited. Despite its mind refusing to connect the disappearance of the stick with Harry, the diminutive figure before it became the sole outlet for its wrath. With a thunderous crash, its several-ton body collided with Harry's barrier, shaking the entire restroom. Increasing amounts of water began to spill from the restroom into the corridor. Impervious, Harry intoned, having gradually regained his composure as he cast a waterproof charm upon himself. He certainly did not wish to meet his demise through such a trivial slip. Following this, he invoked Wingardium Leviosa and Engorgio. Harry aimed at several larger tiles and fragments of wood among the ruins, enlarging them one by one and suspending them in midair. With a flick of his wand, he hurled these heavy objects towards the giant. The impact of the magically enhanced wooden stakes and boulders was not merely an illusion. The tremendous force they generated upon collision was a genuine physical assault. The giant felt as though it were being mercilessly battered by several of its kin wielding hefty clubs, its roars growing increasingly anguished. Seeing that his tactic was effective, Harry promptly replicated the process to conjure additional ammunition. After loading the projectiles, he cast another spell to augment their destructive capacity. Appunio. A barrage of projectiles unleashed. The velocity of the now enhanced objects was such that they could no longer be described as mere projectiles. They resembled cannonballs. Faced with such a cunning combination of spells, even an experienced wizard would struggle to cope, let alone the foolish giant. The beleaguered giant feebly raised its arms in a futile attempt to shield itself from Harry's onslaught. However, within mere seconds, it collapsed into the ruins with a wail. Boom. Incarcerus. Swiftly bind. Rather than delivering a fatal blow to the already battered giant, Harry opted to bury it beneath the surrounding debris, additionally casting a binding spell atop. He then gently set Hermione down from his shoulder. The young witch's legs were still unsteady, and after assisting her for a couple of steps, Harry decided to carry her instead, stating, "We are safe now, let us proceed." The air was still permeated by the foul odor of the giant's body. Yet Hermione appeared oblivious to it. She nestled her head into Harry's robe, inhaling the crisp, refreshing scent of citrus. It seemed Harry also took note of this. Feeling the warmth radiating from his chest and arms, he suddenly recalled that he had not bathed since training with Wood and the others for Quidditch, causing his face to redden further. Meanwhile, hidden in the live broadcast room, M.O. Ran was left speechless. Just a moment ago, he pondered whether Harry's exceptional battle intelligence was related to his reflexes, and the next moment, the two youngsters were embracing. "You are merely 11 years old. Why do you appear as though you were ready to embark on a romantic endeavor?" M.O. Ran mused. "What was I doing at 11? I was still playing in the mud with classmates. After all, ordinary children at that age do not confront giants. Perhaps I should refrain from meddling in their romantic entanglements and let nature take its course." After indulging in a moment of candid reflection, M.O. Ran returned his focus to the matter at hand. He had initially contemplated advising Harry to spend less time on Quidditch, but it now seemed that the reflexes and adaptability required of a seeker could indeed translate into combat effectiveness. Thus, why should he stifle the boy's interests? Harry not only deserved to play, but to excel as well. My dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue your journey. For more excitement awaits. Boom. A sudden, thunderous noise startled Harry, Hermione, and M.O. Ran. They abruptly turned around, only to discover that the sound did not emanate from the direction of the ladies' restroom. Hermione whispered, "Put me down, Harry. I can stand on my own." Harry cast a glance at her, nodding in agreement. Yet even after releasing the little witch from his embrace, he instinctively shielded her behind him. Boom. The second impact echoed ominously closer to them, prompting both Harry and Hermione to draw their wands, yet they could not discern the source of the sound. Boom. The wall at the end of the corridor crumbled, debris scattering in all directions, and from the swirling clouds of dust emerged a voice brimming with a bloodthirsty desire. Although Harry could not clearly see the visage of this creature, he was certain it was far more colossal than the previous giant. Petrificus totalis. Reducto. Harry and Hermione struck together, yet their assault evidently bore no fruit. A colossal, humanoid figure surged forth with vigor. It was a monstrous creature with two heads, cloaked in a shroud of darkness. Unlike the one that Harry had felled, this behemoth stood an imposing 18 feet tall. Though Harry and Hermione were well-read, they had never encountered such a being in any of their tomes. The creature's skin was coarse and sagging, yet it was adorned with an impressive array of muscular sinew. In fact, to describe it as merely muscular would be an understatement. No creature could possess such robust musculature without its skin stretching perilously thin. Inforjo. Grow rapidly. Wingardium Leviosa. Levitate. Apugno. Assault with a barrage. Harry replicated the spell he had previously employed against the troll, but to everyone's astonishment, every projectile he launched was effortlessly deflected by the creature's arm. Upon closer inspection, Harry discovered that the gaping wounds on the monster's appendage were grotesquely adorned with an array of bony protrusions. A chilling roar erupted from the two heads of the beast in unison, and then, like a savage creature, it charged toward Harry and Hermione on all fours. Impedimento. Harry felt a surge of panic. Indeed, he had numerous spells left unused, yet in the face of the looming threat, he doubted their efficacy unless... A voice echoed suddenly in his mind. Once you vanquish this creature, you can revert back. Remember to concoct a plausible explanation for Hermione. In the next moment, an unstoppable surge of dark wind erupted like a reaper of souls, causing Hermione to lose her grip on her wand, collapsing to the ground in shock as she witnessed the black mass engulf the two-headed beast. Inhuman roars reverberated through the corridor of the second floor, leaving no one able to discern whether it was the creature's anguished cries or its silent howls. Yet, when Harry reappeared before Hermione, panting heavily, the once formidable two-headed monster had been utterly obliterated. It's all right now, Hermione. Harry propped himself up with one hand on his knee, mustering the strength to rise to his feet. He lifted his gaze towards Hermione, only to find her staring at him with a mixture of fear and bewilderment in her eyes. Harry lowered his head in silence, contemplating for a moment. He intended to offer some explanations as instructed by M.O. Ran, yet his mind could conjure no excuses. As he pondered whether to confide the truth to Hermione, he was suddenly enveloped in her embrace. Hermione's arms wrapped around him tightly, as if she feared losing a cherished toy, holding him in silence. Harry could feel the warmth radiating from her cheeks and the gentle warmth of her breaths as she sobbed. He was uncertain of what actions to take or words to utter, yet he understood that the situation was not as dire as he had imagined. Harry could not recall the duration of the embrace with Hermione. Their hands remained intertwined until the sound of footsteps approached from behind. Professors McGonagall and Snape were alarmed upon their arrival. Had Harry and Hermione not released each other and risen to their feet, they might have assumed a student had met with a dire fate. "My goodness, what on earth are you playing at?" Professor McGonagall inquired, her voice trembling with agitation. Unexpectedly, Hermione stepped forward, saying, "I apologize, Professor McGonagall. Harry was looking for me. I went to confront the troll, as I believed I could handle it based on what I read in a book. If Harry hadn't arrived in time, I might have perished." Professor McGonagall took a few moments to absorb this narrative, then pondered aloud, "Oh, Miss Granger, I had thought you to be more sensible in your actions. In light of this, I must deduct 5 points from Gryffindor. How could you think yourself capable of confronting a troll the size of a mountain? As for you, Mr. Potter, I hope you realize how fortunate you both are. Not every first-year student lives to recount their brave exploits after facing a troll. In recognition of your sheer luck, and for your friend's courage in the face of peril, I shall award Gryffindor 10 points." Upon hearing McGonagall's allocation of points, Hermione discreetly nudged Harry with her finger. Yet his attention was entirely fixed on Professor Snape. For reasons unknown, he noticed that his potions instructor walked with a slight limp. When Harry and Hermione returned to the common room, nearly all the students from various years had gathered there, unaware of the ordeal the two had just endured. They greeted them briefly before returning their attention to the feast laid before them. Harry helped Hermione gather some meat and salad, guiding her to a seat near the window. "Thank you," she said, surprised as she pointed at herself. "Thank me? You saved my life. But you also helped me keep a secret in front of the professors and continued to be my friend despite everything," Hermione replied, at a loss for words, her cheeks flushing once more. After a moment, she whispered, "I'm not very hungry. I think I'll go to bed now. Good night." Well, if it isn't Granger. The know-it-all of Gryffindor. Where are you off to? None of your business, Malfoy. Step aside. Are you heading to the Quidditch pitch to watch Potter practice? I advise you not to waste your time. Just think. Your classmates regard you merely as a tool for earning points for the house. No one considers you a friend. If Potter truly valued your friendship, would he be wandering about with Weasley every day without including you? Huh. I reckon you're just envious because Harry made the Quidditch team. Indeed, those truly endowed with talent can effortlessly secure their place in the team without resorting to their father's wealth to bribe the school. What could someone like you possibly comprehend about Quidditch? You filthy little mudblood. Harry, where are you going? Hermione exclaimed, grasping Harry's arm just as he was about to draw his wand and confront the Slytherin table. The matter is already in the past. And considering the hall is filled with people, resorting to violence here would only result in minor points being deducted. However, if the situation were to escalate, you could be penalized with a ban from participating in Quidditch, which would be an unwarranted loss. At that moment, Ron chimed in, yes, Harry. It's not worth it for someone like that. We can devise alternative methods, perhaps by enlisting Fred and George to concoct some special sweets. They have experimented with numerous creations that could induce illness or embarrassment. Harry retracted his wand and gradually settled back onto the bench. Having perused numerous tomes, he was well aware of the derogatory connotation of mudblood. However, he had not anticipated such a despicable act from Malfoy. Initially, he had considered Malfoy merely a bit arrogant, but it now appeared imperative to seek an opportunity to confront him. Fearing that Harry might succumb to a moment of reckless impulse and cast a dark curse upon Malfoy, Hermione hastily diverted the conversation, inquiring, by the way, Harry, how did you manage to find me? Wasn't I with you the previous day in the library? I thought you had persistently declined to study with me, and then, Harry's words are a blend of truth and deception. He certainly cannot disclose that Mo Ran had urged him to seek out Hermione. However, he does harbor a twinge of guilt within for repeatedly rebuffing her. So you believe that my decision to forego dinner was influenced by you, do you? Harry nodded, a touch of embarrassment causing him to turn his head toward Ron. Ron, in turn, shrank back slightly, conveying a silent message of detachment, as if to say, don't look at me. It has nothing to do with me. For I shan't be visiting the library. The atmosphere began to grow increasingly awkward, and just as the conversation among the three seemed to stall, Hermione unexpectedly inquired of Harry. When I invite you to the library to study in the future, will you accompany me? As long as it isn't history of magic or astronomy, of course. Harry instinctively provided a response that epitomized the quintessential traits of a typical male. Had it not been for the moment he turned to meet Hermione's gaze, he might not have realized the inappropriateness of his reply. Observing Harry, who forced a somewhat awkward smile, Hermione could only shake her head in resignation before humorously completing his sentence. We can't go on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday because you have to meet with the professors for extra lessons and Quidditch practice. After a hearty breakfast, Harry, along with Hermione and Ron, proceeded to their classes. According to Harry's own sentiments, he deemed it unfair to have Morin attend the tedious lessons on his behalf. Yet Morin was fully aware that Harry simply wished to be in Hermione's company. Morin was uncertain whether the concept of the suspension bridge effect existed in the wizarding world. If not, perhaps future young witches and wizards could refer to the courageous battle with trolls effect to describe the phenomenon of feeling one's heart flutter due to another's presence. In the film adaptation of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, the troll incident occurred after Hermione was brought to tears by Ron. Although Morin was not entirely certain about the exact timeline in the film, Professor Flitwick's curriculum had not yet reached the chapter on levitation spells. Additionally, Quirrell did not arrive at the scene of the troll attack alongside Professors McGonagall and Snape, which aroused Morin's suspicions. Why had Quirrell chosen to bring the troll into Hogwarts ahead of time? Was it because Professor Snape had not apprehended him? What had he been doing instead? Furthermore, what was the identity of the second two-headed creature? Morin had unwittingly absorbed a considerable amount of dark magic while vanquishing it. Was it related to the troll, or was it yet another unencountered magical beast? Morin understood that these questions could not be resolved through discussions with Harry. Thus, even when Harry broached the topic in his dreams, Morin merely suggested he seek an opportunity to inquire with Professor Dumbledore. As a time traveler, Morin's greatest advantage lay in his understanding of the narrative. Therefore, until he could defeat Voldemort or attain absolute power, he was reluctant to make any significant alterations to the story's trajectory. Any shift in the timeline could potentially lead to uncontrollable consequences, much like the butterfly effect. Now that Quirrell had begun to act prematurely, The strange, dark, magical creature was a clear indication of the plot veering off course. Morin felt compelled to attempt to steer the story back on track to prevent Harry and his companions from falling into peril or facing unforeseen calamities. Harry, we need to head to herbology class in the greenhouses outside the castle. Where are you going? After following Harry around the staircase for a few loops, Hermione sensed something amiss. In truth, Harry himself was unaware of why he kept circling, as though a voice within him was directing his erratic movements. Sorry, I seem to be a bit lost, he admitted. But Harry, we've attended herbology classes several times before. You've never been lost. Once Ron, who had explored the campus with Harry, sensed that something was amiss. Just as he spoke, a thunderous noise erupted from the steps beneath them. What on earth is happening? Ron grasped the stone railing tightly, glancing around anxiously as he exclaimed, The direction of all the staircases can change, don't you remember? Hermione, her brow furrowed, appeared to be more concerned about the possibility of being late for class and receiving a deduction in points. After an agonizing few seconds, the stone steps finally stabilized. Harry, growing increasingly agitated, no longer cared where the staircase led. He strode forward and declared, Let us head this way, or the staircases will shift again. As the trio pushed open the imposing door before them, a chilling atmosphere enveloped them, sending shivers down their spines. Before them stood an array of bizarre statues, crumbling stone walls, and cobwebs thick with dust. Ron, feeling overwhelmed, let out a frustrated exclamation, his unruly red hair standing on end like seaweed adrift in the ocean. Does anyone else feel that we should not be here? We shouldn't have come. This is the 4th floor, the forbidden area mentioned by Dumbledore at the start of term. Hermione's warning made Harry realize the gravity of their situation. We must leave. Unfortunately, matters were far from simple. Just as the 3 young wizards prepared to turn back, something suddenly darted through the doorway. Oh, look what I found. Naughty first-year brats running amok in the forbidden area instead of attending class. TSK, TSK, TSK. You should be caught. It was Peeves. Oh dear, Peeves, I beg you, please don't cause trouble. You'll get us expelled. Oh, that's simply one T do. I'm only looking out for you. After all, who told you to disregard the school rules? I'm off to find Filch. Ron, already on edge, charged at Peeves and snapped, Get lost. Don't block our way. This, of course, was a grave mistake. Peeves puffed up, resembling an overinflated balloon, and bellowed, Students skipping class. Wandering in the forbidden area on the 4th floor, Harry, along with Ron and Hermione, ducked beneath Peeves and attempted to make their escape. However, Peeves was unwilling to let them go. He promptly slammed the door shut and locked it. Harry glared fiercely at Peeves and promptly drew his wand, uttering Alohomora. The sound of clicking echoed, followed by Peeves' maniacal laughter. Ha! The little wizard thinks he can escape with magic. Not a chance. I won't let you open the door. As Peeves laughed heartily, he stuck his tongue out at the door he had locked once more, before Harry could unleash a torrent of indignation at Peeves' audacity. They heard Filch's voice on the other side of the door. Where are they, Peeves? At that critical moment, sharp-eyed Hermione pointed towards a pitch-black corner at the end of the corridor. This way. There is another door. A cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed in the darkness, prompting Harry and his friends to dash forward recklessly. Hermione, wand in hand, directed her spell towards the door lock before they reached the end of the corridor, declaring Alohomora. A single click resounded, and they surged into the room, hastily shutting the door behind them, pressing their ears against the wooden surface to listen intently. Peeves, are they in there? Help me open the door. You must say please. Stop messing around, Peeves. Open the door. If you utter the word please, I absolutely want to help you. All right, please help me open the door. Haha. What I'm telling you is, if you say please, I will definitely not assist you. You fool. Ha 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 ha. Peeves' booming laughter gradually faded, along with Filch's furious curses. Alohomora? Feeling that they had reached a semblance of safety, Ron relaxed considerably, shifting his focus to the spell Harry and Hermione had just employed. You can check Chapter 7 of Standard Spellbook if you have the time. Okay. I'll look it up when I have time, or maybe I'll ask Harry to teach me. Right, Harry? Not receiving a response from his friend, Ron slowly turned around, only to find his recently fallen hair standing on end once more. Dumbledore's warning from the start of term echoed ominously in the minds of Ron, Harry, and Hermione. The corridor on the right side of the 4th floor is also forbidden. If you don't want to leave Hogwarts in a rather grim state, do not venture there. The 3 young wizards could barely discern the room they found themselves in, as a massive 3-headed dog filled every inch of space from floor to ceiling. The beast's 6 menacing eyes fixed upon the intruders, emitting a low, threatening growl, while thick drool dripped from its jaws like ropes down to its claws. Impedimento. Run. Harry's reflexes were the swiftest. He understood that the enormous dog had refrained from attacking immediately because it had not anticipated anyone's presence in that location. However, it had now regained its composure. With a series of thunderous growls and violent collisions, Harry and his companions fled from the fourth floor in a frenzy. After being deceived by Peeves, Filch had retreated elsewhere, but even had he remained, no one would choose death over Filch. When they finally arrived, breathless, at the greenhouse, Professor Pomona Sprout, their herbology instructor, lightened the mood with a jest directed at the tardy trio. If you wish to race to class next time, you might want to start a bit earlier to avoid being late. During that herbology lesson, no one uttered a word. Hermione even forsook the opportunity to earn points from Professor Sprout. As they eagerly awaited dinner, Ron could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand on the long table. Seething with indignation, he exclaimed, "What on earth are they thinking? To confine such a dangerous creature within the school, in our sleeping quarters? Did you not notice what it was standing upon?" Ron's frustration escalated further after hearing Hermione's comments, as he pointed to his head and articulated, "I had no time to observe its feet. I was too busy watching its head. Oh, and let me remind you, in case you missed it, it has 3 heads. Good heavens, Ron, what are your eyes for? It was standing on a trapdoor. Clearly, it had been tethered there to guard something. Do you recall that time Harry took us to Hagrid's hut? If something needed to be stored in a place safer than Gringotts, the school would hardly conceal it in the student dormitories or the teachers' offices." Ron understood perfectly what Hermione was conveying, yet he was reluctant to concede her point. There were myriad ways to guard treasures. Why resort to such a perilous creature? Moreover, we had just narrowly escaped death. Why are you so calm? Why is she so calm? He turned to Harry, only to find him voraciously enjoying his dinner, leg of chicken in hand. Huh. Harry responded with a soft acknowledgement, then turned to the 2 companions, suggesting perhaps we should find a time to visit Hagrid again. Ron was nearly at a loss for words. After all, he was unaware that Harry and Hermione had already encountered creatures far more terrifying than a 3-headed dog. In his view, this should have been an adventure worthy of boasting about, yet if Harry and Hermione were indifferent, he felt reluctant to brag. After managing to divert Ron's attention, Harry fell back into a contemplative state. Why had he wandered aimlessly before the herbology class? And when confronted by a beast more fearsome than a 2-headed monster, why had his other self refrained from taking action? Was he truly certain that he would remain unharmed? Meanwhile, in the live-streaming room, M.O. Rand shivered upon sensing Harry's tumultuous thoughts. As Harry had perceived, losing one's way in the castle's stairwell was not a result of his own will or folly. However, had he not intervened in a timely manner, Harry would have strayed from the narrative of the first film with his friends. This meticulously crafted plan was nearly flawless. Except for the 11-year-old savior, Harry, who, relying solely on instinct and deduction, had sensed the anomaly and accurately suspected M.O. Rand's involvement. After dinner, "I shall take you to a place," he said. "Is it Hagrid's hut?" Ron inquired. "No, it is a far safer and more private location." As Harry led Ron and Hermione towards the 8th floor, M.O. Rand felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. He could sense the chaotic turmoil within Harry's heart. Uncertain of how to proceed, should he reveal his true self, or did he harbor other intentions? Even if Harry suspected him, surely he would not resort to anything too outrageous? Just as the trio approached the tapestry depicting the foolish Banaba attempting to teach a troll to dance ballet, a shadowy figure suddenly materialized ahead. It was intriguing. Harry swiftly covered Ron's mouth, signaling him to be silent. Hush! The room of requirement materialized after Quirrell had paced back and forth 3 times, but oddly enough, he paused at the entrance after opening the door. "Master, is it not a tad perilous at this hour? Moreover, the other professors have not been distracted." "Oh no, Master, I am utterly devoted to you." "Yet you witnessed the chaos within the room of requirement. It hardly bears the mark of Dumbledore or any professor. Most likely, it was the work of unruly students." "Oh. Forgive me, Master. I would never dare question you. You are the greatest. The greatest." As they observed Quirrell, who rambled on and even began to weep, Harry and his companions exchanged incredulous glances. Before they could decipher the situation, the sobbing Quirrell spoke again. "Master, oh Master, I have learned that the object is likely secured on the 4th floor, protected by a group of professors. It is highly improbable that it is here. Master, trust me. I have made ample preparations. Those obstacles cannot deter me. Just grant me a little time, and I shall seize the opportunity." "Oh Master, Master, thank you, Master. I shall go at once." The door to the room of requirement closed. and neither Quirrell nor the trio of new students entered. The two parties departed in succession, one group ascending the left staircase while the other descended the right. "We must inform Professor McGonagall or go directly to Dumbledore." "No, Hermione. No one will investigate a Hogwarts professor based on the claims of 3 students. We need more evidence. Let us head to Hagrid's hut." Under the relentless questioning of the trio, the kind-hearted and naive Hagrid not only revealed the origins and name of the 3-headed dog, but inadvertently divulged clues regarding its guardianship of the treasure. This delighted Harry, who might not have cared whether the 3-headed dog Hagrid acquired from the Greeks was named Fluffy. But the secret between Professor Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel provided a clear lead for investigation. Thus, they searched and searched, perusing hundreds of books. Yet they found no mention of his name. Time slipped away quietly, when Professor Flitwick taught the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, and Harry began to adjust to attending supplementary classes on weekends. As Halloween approached and the first Quidditch match for Gryffindor loomed, our little savior realized he had been at Hogwarts for nearly 2 months. With the impending match, Ron's patience waned, and the task of locating Nicholas Flamel fell entirely to Hermione. She perused the illustrious list of the great wizards of the 20th century, the renowned contemporary magicians, the significant discoveries of modern magic, and the studies on the evolution of recent witchcraft multiple times, yet she did not encounter the name of Nicholas Flamel even once. A wizard who could be acquainted with Dumbledore and conceal secrets within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts must undoubtedly possess remarkable achievements. It stands to reason that he would not be omitted from any written accounts. "Ron, either fetch some books to assist me in this search, or dedicate yourself to your studies. Stop idly playing with your cards all day." As Ron opened a box of chocolate frogs, he instinctively recoiled. Among the 3, he was indeed the most leisurely, yet Hermione would even express disdain for his efficiency when he assisted her in searching through the books, which was why, after some time, he ultimately gave up. This aimless searching was not a viable solution. The library housed not merely hundreds, but potentially thousands of tomes on wizards. It would be more prudent to consult Hagrid later for his insights. Harry's suggestion was outright dismissed by Hermione, who shook her head and declared, "That's impossible. Hagrid has been avoiding us lately. Just focus on preparing for Quidditch, Harry. I will handle this matter." Ron, feeling distinctly treated with double standards, cast an indignant glance at Hermione and abruptly slammed the card onto the table, lapsing into silence. In his petulance, he did not realize that this seemingly trivial action would become the pivotal moment in uncovering Nicholas Flamel's identity. "Wait a moment," Ron exclaimed, picking up a card and addressing the other 2. "I found Nicholas Flamel. Look." The well-known contributions of Dumbledore included defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering 12 uses of dragon's blood, and achieving remarkable success in alchemy alongside his partner, Nicholas Flamel. "I understand now." Hermione nearly leaped from the long table, her excitement reminiscent of the last time she received high marks for her herbology and astronomy assignments. "That's why I couldn't find his name. He isn't a modern wizard at all." Her voice was so loud that it startled Seamus Finnegan, who was practicing the levitation charm. Amidst the laughter, Harry retrieved his wand to assist Seamus in clearing the scorch marks from his singed robes and soot-stained face, then replied, "Scourgify. Reparo." "Hermione, are you implying that he has passed away?" Hermione shook her head while pulling Harry and Ron up from their seats, her tone reminiscent of their initial meeting. "Harry, I have told you before, all subjects taught at Hogwarts are valuable. If I hadn't borrowed a book on the history of magic from the library, who knows how long we would have waited to find Nicholas Flamel. Clearly, I was the one who discovered it." Ron protested, feeling somewhat aggrieved, but his complaint fell flat. Before long, he and Harry found themselves being led back to the common room by Hermione. With less than 10 minutes until the first class on Monday, Ron turned his head and quietly muttered after watching Hermione dash upstairs, "I feel as though we have corrupted her." Harry expressed his agreement with such a statement, but before he could raise an eyebrow at Ron, the little witch had already rushed back with an enormous, ancient tome. Bang! Rustle! Hermione's expression was both mysterious and exhilarating, rendering Harry and Ron breathless with anticipation. After what felt like several seconds, Hermione suddenly leaned down, pointing at a passage in the book and lowering her voice to say, "Nicholas Flamel is the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Ancient alchemy involved the creation of this remarkable substance, which possesses astonishing properties. The Philosopher's Stone can transmute any metal into gold and is also used to concoct the elixir of life, granting immortality to those who drink it. For centuries, the wizarding world has been rife with tales of the Philosopher's Stone, Yet the only verifiable stone belongs to the renowned alchemist and opera enthusiast, Nicholas Flamel. Last year, he celebrated his 665th birthday and now resides in Devonshire with his wife, Perenelle, who is 658. Suddenly, everything became clear. The treasure guarded by the three-headed dog was indeed Nicholas Flamel's philosopher's stone. He was aware that someone intended to steal it and understood that the security measures at Gringotts were inadequate, which is why he entrusted Professor Dumbledore with its safekeeping. Ron scratched his head in confusion and inquired, "But if what you say is true, what does Quirrell, who wishes to steal the philosopher's stone, intend to do with it? Does he wish to create gold, or is it immortality he seeks?" Harry recalled the instances when his scar had throbbed painfully, instinctively touching his forehead. He explained to Ron, "I fear he is not merely stealing the philosopher's stone for himself. Do you remember the strange words he uttered before the Room of Requirement? I suspect his master is none other than Voldemort, who seeks to exploit the elixir of life or the other properties of the stone to aid in his resurrection." Harry's words startled both Ron and Hermione. Despite their numerous shared experiences, there exists no peril in the world more daunting than Voldemort. Trembling, Ron swallowed hard and suggested to Harry, "I believe we should confide in Dumbledore. This issue is beyond our capacity to resolve, and it would be prudent for an adult to intervene." "Indeed, Harry, speak with Professor Dumbledore. It is quite convenient for you to meet him." Hermione's attitude remarkably aligned with Ron's this time, to the extent that she did not even react when Ron added a comment about Quidditch. The concern from his friends warmed Harry's heart, and he looked at Ron and Hermione, nodding solemnly. As late autumn set in, the weather at Hogwarts grew increasingly chilly following Halloween. Contrary to his earlier promise to his friends, Harry refrained from unloading all his troubles onto Dumbledore. During his interactions with the esteemed headmaster, Harry profoundly understood the reason behind the old wizard's penchant for riddles. He preferred to plan meticulously before taking action. Indeed, upon reflection, even if Quirrell, as they suspected, were a servant intent on aiding his malevolent master's resurrection, capturing him would merely delay Voldemort's return, given Dumbledore's capabilities. Harry found it hard to believe that he could not perceive the issues concerning the teachers at his school. If Dumbledore were indeed playing a grand game, then meddling recklessly could inadvertently hinder their efforts. Thus, the most prudent course of action for Harry was to focus on his studies, absorbing knowledge to equip himself for the eventual confrontation with Voldemort. The day of the match arrived swiftly, and the Great Hall buzzed with excitement as the four houses expressed their varied opinions regarding the debut of the first-year Seekers. Naturally, the Gryffindor students were confident in Harry's abilities, while the Slytherins, led by Malfoy, claimed the school ought to send staff members to hold a mattress below to catch Potter. Harry paid no heed to these remarks. Having test-driven the Nimbus 2000 the night before, he held unwavering confidence in his ability to win the match. "Harry, why are you eating so little? Are you too nervous?" asked Ron. "Yes, Harry, have some more toast. The roasted sausages are delightful too. You must maintain your strength." Seekers are always the focal point of attention during a Quidditch match, and we are facing Slytherin this time. Seamus Finnegan, Neville Longbottom, and Andy Thomas each held a plate of food, believing that the normally ravenous Harry, who had only consumed a few bananas and some scrambled eggs, must be excessively anxious. "Thank you for your kindness, Seamus, Neville, Andy, but a Seeker cannot eat too much before a match, as it may affect performance." At 11 o'clock, as the sun's rays finally dispelled some of the chill, the entire school gathered in the stands surrounding the Quidditch pitch. In addition to a myriad of telescopes, there existed a plethora of peculiar support paraphernalia, among which was a colossal banner crafted by the Gryffindor students, urging Harry to partake in a hearty breakfast. After escorting Harry to the players' tunnel, Hermione and Ron joined Seamus and the others in the highest row. They recognized the banner emblazoned with "Potter for Victory," which had been painted on a bedsheet previously soiled by Ron's pet rat, Scabbers. Besides the prominent proclamation, a majestic Gryffindor lion, illustrated by Dean, adorned the banner. Although Hermione initially held little interest in Quidditch, the increasingly fervent atmosphere over the past few days had begun to illuminate the sport's allure for her. With a flick of her wand, she transformed the once monochromatic paint on Seamus's banner into a dazzling display of shimmering colors. Before long, amidst a cacophony of cheers, the two teams, Gryffindor and Slytherin, made their grand entrance. Harry found more enjoyment in their vibrant crimson Quidditch robes than in the disastrous pre-match speech delivered by Wood, which had been utterly undermined by the Weasley twins' jests. Huzzah! Hooray! Potter for victory! Gryffindor for glory! As the most talked-about first-year Seeker and his Nimbus 2000 took to the field, An uproarious cheer erupted from the Gryffindor stands, observing their fervent enthusiasm. One might have mistakenly believed Gryffindor had already secured victory. Madame Hooch, standing at the center of the pitch, raised an eyebrow upon witnessing Harry's new broom, evidently taken aback by the delightful surprise Gryffindor brought to this match. Welcome to the inaugural Quidditch match of the season at Hogwarts. Today, we are thrilled to witness a spectacular showdown between the Slytherin and Gryffindor teams. The announcer, Lee Jordan, elevated the atmosphere further as even the Slytherin supporters, momentarily disheartened by Harry's Nimbus 2000, began to cheer loudly. Now, the players are in position, awaiting the whistle from Madame Hooch to officially commence the match. Listen, I hope everyone plays fairly and honestly. Madame Hooch's words were succinct, and after confirming that all players were mounted on their brooms, she kicked open the chest containing the Quidditch balls. The two bludgers and the golden snitch soared into the air, akin to eager children yearning to escape their home for play. Ready, beep. With the sharp sound of the silver whistle, the quaffle was released into the air, signaling the official start of the match. Angelina Johnson, with remarkable speed, was the first to seize the quaffle. She was a chaser for Gryffindor and a captivating young lady. Jordan. Apologies, Professor. She is soaring through the air. Goodness, she is incredibly swift, evading Marcus Flint's interception. Angelina. She continues to fly forward. She is about to score. Watch out for that bludger. A splendid feint. Just as they approached the goal, Angelina skillfully evaded the goalkeeper. She scores. Gryffindor leads by 10 points. High above, Harry, who had been searching for the golden snitch, performed a somersault in his exuberance. During previous training sessions, he had scarcely witnessed the flying prowess of his teammates. Having listened to Wood's complaints, Harry had assumed that Gryffindor players possessed only average skills. However, it now appeared that he must seize the snitch to meet everyone's expectations. Slytherin gained possession, passing to their captain, Flint, who then relayed it to Delaney Pusey. They charged toward the goalpost. Oh, splendid! Gryffindor's batsman, Fred Weasley. Oh no. It seems that was George. Those twins are so difficult to distinguish. Regardless, it was a commendable effort. Jordan. My apologies, Professor. Oh no. Angelina was blocked. Flint intercepted the quaffle, and he was perilously close to the goal. Wood deflected Flint's seemingly certain goal with the tail of his broom. Gryffindor's Elias Spinnet seized the ball, initiating a counterattack. Meanwhile, Slytherin's seeker, Terrence Higgs, who had been soaring alongside Harry, began to descend. Clearly, in light of his team's offensive disadvantage, he intended to allocate some of his energy to assist his teammates in disrupting Gryffindor's advance. This tactical arrangement diverged entirely from Wood's strategy, which he had articulated as follows. You are small, light, and therefore faster. Yet you are not intimidated by opponents' attempts to corner you. So at the start of the match, simply ascend to the heights, ignore us, and capture the snitch with utmost speed. Suddenly, a golden flash appeared near the spectator tower by the teacher's bench. Harry spotted the snitch. The speed of the Nimbus 2000 was unleashed to its fullest. Within mere seconds, Harry reached the spot where the snitch had just been. Potter, move to block him. Flint shouted, and soon, Terrence Higgs barreled towards Harry. Fixated on the snitch, Harry failed to notice that the two Slytherin players were charging directly at him. Had Wood not alerted him in time, he might have been unceremoniously knocked off his broom by those two behemoths. Crash. A foul. Send him off the field. Referee, that was a straight red card. Dean, this is not football. Quidditch does not have red cards, nor can players be sent off. Then surely they ought to revise the rules. The recent foul resulted in a free shot for Gryffindor, yet the elusive snitch had vanished, indicating that Potter must embark on another search. Naturally, we must commend Potter's flying skills and his Nimbus 2000, under Slytherin's despicable tactics. It is evident that ordinary players could easily sustain injuries, or worse, under such foul play. The match continued. Angelina's performance today was nothing short of astounding. Taking advantage of a recent free kick, she had already secured a 20-point lead for Gryffindor within the first 10 minutes of the match. Such an impressive display inevitably drew the attention of the Slytherin team. After discerning the strategy that Wood had devised for Harry, Flint immediately instructed Higgs to join the offensive team. With 7 players against 6, and the occasional foul tactics employed, the score quickly reached a stalemate at 50-50. Harry felt a surge of urgency. He needed to seize the golden snitch without delay. However, just as he caught a glimmer of gold, his Nimbus 2000 suddenly became as unruly as an old shooting star. It bucked, twisted, and jolted, as if determined to throw Harry off. What on earth was happening? Had Flint's collision with him damaged the broom? Impossible. Hagrid's voice suddenly boomed. having somehow made his way to the Gryffindor stands. His lips quivered slightly as he pointed towards Harry, exclaiming, "Harry's broom is a Nimbus 2000. Even adult wizards cannot interfere with it, let alone a child. Only powerful dark magic could affect it." Upon hearing this, Hermione snatched the binoculars from Ron. Not to continue watching Harry, but to focus on the professors in the viewing tower. As the sole professor fixated on Harry while muttering incantations, Snape instantly became the prime suspect in Hermione's eyes. Yet just as she intended to share her revelation with Ron and Hagrid, Harry's previous words resonated in her mind, calming her down. Indeed, how could he be so foolish? With other professors nearby, such an overt display of spellcasting would hardly escape their notice. There had to be someone else involved. Could it be Quirrell? Hermione exclaimed. He is enchanting Harry's broom. Among all the teachers, he is the only one sitting there, expressionless and motionless. Ron grabbed the binoculars and took a look, then uncertainly asked, "Are you sure you didn't misname someone? I see Snape over there casting spells nonstop." Hermione? When Ron turned back, Hermione had vanished. He redirected the binoculars towards Harry, only to find that the Nimbus 2000 seemed to have calmed significantly. Finite incantum. Harry, nearly sprawled over the broom, clutched its handle tightly while repeatedly reciting the counter curse with his wand. Under the influence of Moony, his physique and magical prowess surpassed that of his peers. Yet he was astonished to find himself unable to dispel the malevolent curse affixed to his broom. The Weasley twins, the first to notice the anomaly, had flown beneath Harry, evidently aiming to catch him should he fall. The score stood at 60-50, with Slytherin in the lead. At 70-50, Flint scored yet another goal. At 80-50. Oh no. Harry was in a state of frantic desperation, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He yearned to convey to George and Fred the urgency of assisting the team in their offensive maneuvers. Yet the incantation he was fervently reciting rendered him unable to utter any other sound. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he perceived a flicker of flame. And amidst the cacophony of screams, the Firebolt 2000 returned to its former glory. With no time to ponder the bewildering turn of events, he plunged straight towards the ground. "Hurry to save Harry." George's voice, filled with alarm, echoed in the air, prompting Fred to shout in response. However, he soon realized that Harry was not plummeting downward. "Our broom isn't keeping pace." "No, Fred, he seems to have spotted the Golden Snitch." Harry's speed was even greater than during his previous encounter with the Golden Snitch. The grass of the field loomed larger in his vision as he soared forward, with his broomstick, the Nimbus 2000, barely half a yard from the ground. Suddenly, it veered sharply, executing an almost flawless right-angle turn. Lee Jordan exclaimed, "That was a feint by Wronski. A perfect Wronski feint. Long live Potter." Jordan, "Oh wait, Professor. This isn't a feint. The snitch is just a few feet in front of Potter. Catch it, Potter. Show Slytherin what you're made of." Harry's shoe scraped against the grass with a sharp sound as he hovered perilously close to the ground. A mere tremor in his wrist could send him tumbling to a grievous fate. The spectators and players alike held their breath, and in the next moment, amidst the jubilant cheers of Gryffindor and the furious roars of Slytherin, the Nimbus 2000 soared skyward. The Golden Snitch, a symbol of triumph, was firmly clasped in Harry's hands. It was utterly absurd. Quirrell was a teacher at Hogwarts. How could he possibly be a servant of the Dark Lord? Had they forgotten how timid he was? But then, why would he seek to harm Harry? Hermione exclaimed. The recent events of the match had dramatically shifted her perspective. Clearly, the initial proposal to leave the matter to the adults, who, including Professor Dumbledore, seemed willfully oblivious to Quirrell's suspicious behavior, had proven ineffective. At first, I had thought Professor Snape was casting a curse upon Harry. However, his actions were too conspicuous. If he were indeed the culprit, the other professors seated nearby could not have remained unaware. Thus, with a spirit of experimentation, I ignited Quirrell, who was huddled in the corner. And to my astonishment, Harry's broomstick immediately returned to normal. That was implausible. Professor Quirrell and I were both tasked with guarding the stone. Suddenly, the trio realized they had been misled by Hagrid and grew increasingly frustrated. Of course, he was not angry with Harry, Hermione, or Ron. Rather, he was vexed by his own sluggishness. We had already discerned the secret between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel concerning the stone. Hush! Hagrid quickly gestured for silence upon hearing Ron's triumphant tone. After scanning the surroundings to ensure no one else was listening, he lowered his voice, saying, "Don't shout. Can't you lot behave like other first years?" "We certainly won't share this with anyone else," Hermione replied sweetly. "We are indeed children. How could we be expected to handle such matters?" We merely wish to know, apart from you, who Dumbledore would trust to help protect the stone." Upon hearing Hermione's words, Hagrid sheepishly scratched his chin. "Well, if it's just that, I suppose I can share a bit. Professor Dumbledore borrowed Fluffy from me and enlisted a few other professors to cast spells. There's Professor Sprout, Professor Flitwick, Professor McGonagall, Professor Quirrell, and Professor Snape. Naturally, Dumbledore himself possesses formidable means. With him involved, no one could possibly steal anything from Hogwarts. So, I suggest you forget about the stone and Fluffy and hasten back to the Gryffindor common room for the celebration," perhaps fearing he had said too much. Hagrid hurriedly departed after uttering these words. Gazing at the silhouette resembling a small hill, Harry first gave Hermione a thumbs up, then, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "I am genuinely concerned about Hagrid. His lips are far too loose. We can only hope that when others inquire about how to pass through the Forbidden Forest, he exercises caution and does not divulge information too readily." Hermione and Ron shared his sentiments. Subsequently, after attending the gathering, the trio promptly devised a strategy primarily focused on monitoring Hagrid's movements. Should anyone engage too closely with Hagrid or broach inappropriate topics, that individual would be deemed a dark wizard intent on stealing the Philosopher's Stone. In truth, considering the recent events during the Quidditch match, Harry was already 90% convinced that Quirrell was the one covertly aiding Voldemort's resurrection. He had even appeared at the Leaky Cauldron on the day Hagrid and Harry visited Gringotts. If this hypothesis proved correct, the only reason Dumbledore had yet to make a move to apprehend anyone was that he might be intending to use Quirrell to draw out Voldemort. The mere thought of potentially encountering his fated adversary within the school filled Harry with both excitement and trepidation. If all went well, he could very well live the rest of his life free from the looming threat of Voldemort. However, if events veered towards the worst possible outcome, his stay at Hogwarts, which had barely lasted a year, could come to an abrupt end. Thus, Harry anxiously welcomed his first Christmas at the magical school. Most young wizards eagerly anticipated the holiday, not only for the prospect of receiving Christmas gifts, but also for the opportunity to reunite with family. Last week, when Professor McGonagall came to register the students remaining at school, Malfoy took the initiative to mock Harry for lacking a proper family. This infuriated the Gryffindor students, prompting Neville to throw a punch and engage in a scuffle with Goyle. Had Snape not intervened in time, Professor McGonagall would likely have waited until Malfoy sported a couple of black eyes before separating the students. Since that incident, many classmates had volunteered to write to Harry over Christmas and send him gifts. "Don't be so down, Harry. My parents are visiting Charlie in Romania this year, but George, Fred, and I will stay behind to keep you company. Indeed, Harry, you must not have visited the Great Hall yet. Perhaps you should skip your tutoring sessions for a few days and join me downstairs to sample some delightful treats. They are truly magnificent." Harry was, in truth, indifferent to the nonsensical remarks made by Malfoy. However, the sentiment of being cared for by his friends profoundly moved him. In response to Ron and Hermione's invitation, he decided to pen a note to Dumbledore, informing him of his intention to forego the final weekend of tutoring before the Christmas holiday. This delighted Dumbledore immensely, as he not only replied to Harry's letter in an instant, but also included a supplementary copy of the notes on the study of Goblin Fire, enabling Harry to engage in self-study during his solitary Christmas. Upon entering the banquet hall, Harry beheld 12 towering Christmas trees, each surpassing even a giant in height, standing majestically on either side of the hall. Adorned with cascading ribbons and crystal ornaments, the trees were complemented by walls festooned with holly and mistletoe. As Harry gazed at the floating candles and shimmering icicles, he couldn't help but lament the years wasted at the Dursleys. After shedding the weight of his worries, Harry found his appetite larger than usual, delighting in 3 plates of food before him. The students who had finished their meals either rushed outside to frolic in the snow or strolled in small groups around the hall, admiring the meticulously arranged Christmas displays crafted by the professors. Only Hermione remained quietly by Harry's side, resting her chin on her hand. "Harry," she began softly, "when I'm not around, I will miss you and remember to write. Yes, I mean to say, you should continue investigating Quirrell, and if you uncover anything, remember to send an owl." Hermione's voice dwindled, clearly taken aback by Harry's words. Fortunately, their mutual friend, Ron Weasley, did not allow the awkwardness to linger for long. "Harry, have you finished? Let me teach you how to play wizard's chess." Once the holiday officially commenced, Harry found himself with a newfound abundance of leisure. Not only did Dumbledore cease his tutoring, but even Professor Snape, Quidditch practices, and regular studies were all put on hold. Apart from continuing his slow progress with Goblin Fire, Harry's sole responsibility was to peruse the textbooks for third and fourth years. Ron had advised the twins not to disturb Harry too frequently. Yet George and Fred insisted that a balance of work and play would yield better results. Thus, after their antics with Filch, they would drag Harry outside to partake in various games. After several days of such delightful living, Harry began to feel a twinge of guilt. Unbeknownst to him, his alter ego had been diligently researching the secrets of Voldemort's possession, mistakenly believing that his earlier distrust had angered the other persona, resulting in its reluctance to communicate. Therefore, in a bid to reconcile their relationship, Harry voluntarily relinquished control of his body on Christmas Eve. When M.O. Rand first awoke, he was quite moved, until he discovered a set of wizard's chess laid out before him, at which point he suddenly realized the truth. So, you had been waiting for me here all along. Harry's chess skills were quite poor. The pieces that originally belonged to Seamus Finnegan, after several rounds of play, had grown accustomed to his clumsy gestures. M.O. Rand, who had only seen the film, was completely unprepared for the cacophony of advice that erupted as soon as he moved his first piece. Don't send me over there. Can't you see his rook is watching me? Hey, keep an eye on his knight. I might get crushed in my next turn. Send that pawn to block the queen's path. Its sacrifice is of no consequence. We're doomed. The king is trapped. I knew I shouldn't have trusted you, Harry Potter. M.O. Rand had never anticipated losing to an 11-year-old child during a game of chess, yet it was evident that Ron Weasley possessed remarkable chess prowess. The following morning, when Harry awoke, the Christmas he had once only imagined had finally arrived. Hermione, Hagrid, Neville, and even Professor Snape and Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon had sent gifts and replies, albeit with only a hastily scribbled line and a 50-pence coin. Merry Christmas, Harry. Merry Christmas, Ron. I never imagined I would receive so many presents one day. Harry's voice resonated far more than Ron's as he swiftly unwrapped his parcels, his movements infinitely quicker than the drowsy Ron. There was a handcrafted owl whistle from Hagrid, a book gifted to me by Hermione, and this sweater adorned with the initials of my name. I previously wrote to my mother, mentioning that you had never received a Christmas gift. So she knitted you a special sweater unique to the Weasley family. Ron explained, proudly displaying his own sweater emblazoned with the letter R, his face flushed with embarrassment. Harry and Ron embraced warmly, and then Harry produced a large box of chocolate frogs that he had purchased for Ron, exclaiming, "She truly is wonderful. And thank you, Ron. I adore this gift. I hope you manage to collect the cards you desire." Just when they believed this Christmas could not possibly become any more splendid, a peculiar fabric, shimmering with a silvery hue and flowing like liquid, slipped from the final paper package in Harry's hands. Bloody hell, Ron gasped, tossing aside the chocolate frog he held. What on earth is this? Harry retrieved the shimmering silver cloak from the floor and gently caressed its magical texture. Is this item expensive? Not merely expensive, Harry. It is exceedingly rare. You must try it on. I dare say it is the fabled invisibility cloak. Ron's voice was not only filled with excitement, but also a profound reverence for the term invisibility cloak. Wrapping the cloak around himself, Harry soon found that everything below his neck had completely vanished. Indeed, my goodness, who could possibly bestow such a precious gift upon you? As Ron's voice echoed in his ears, Harry discovered a note concealed within the wrapping. Your father entrusted this to me before he passed. It is time to return it to you. Use it wisely, and I sincerely wish you a Merry Christmas. The note bore no signature, yet Harry recognized the elegant and looping script. It was the same as that found in the notes on the Goblet of Fire. If only someone could present me with such a gift, I would gladly forego Quidditch. Harry, why do you seem so unenthused? No, I was pondering who might have given it to me. At the Christmas feast, Harry finally comprehended why Dumbledore had entrusted the cloak to him. Beyond the desire to keep him out of trouble at school, the headmaster likely found himself constrained, unable to act due to layers of scrutiny. This cloak, apart from offering various conveniences, could protect him when Dumbledore was unable to intervene. With this realization, Harry felt no further hesitation, with all of Hogwarts open to him. How could he not indulge in a little mischief, especially in light of the instruction to use it wisely? In the darkness and silence, the moonlight bathed the snow-covered castle, rendering it a scene of fairy tale beauty. Harry's heart raced. This was his father's legacy. Had he, many years ago, wandered the campus in this very cloak as Harry now did? With the fat lady unable to see him and Filch powerless to stop him, where should he go? Should he venture into the restricted section of the library? Or perhaps simply wander aimlessly for a while? Unbeknownst to him, Harry found himself at the entrance of an abandoned classroom, perhaps guided by fate. The Mirror of Erised appeared quietly, just as it had in the films. Harry's gaze swept across the golden frame of the enchanted mirror, adorned with intricate carvings, finally resting upon an inscription delicately etched at the top: Erist, Stra, Eru, Oit, Ube, Kafru, Oit, On, Wosi. Without the need for any external prompting, Harry swiftly deciphered the seemingly nonsensical tongue twister. What I display is not the face of the mirror's inhabitant, but rather your heart's deepest desire. After a moment of hesitation, he removed his invisibility cloak and stepped forward. To his astonishment, the reflection did not reveal him capturing Quirrell, mastering legendary spells, or vanquishing Voldemort. Instead, in an instant, he recognized the beautiful woman with flowing crimson hair and the slender man wearing glasses. Mother? Father? Lily and James smiled and nodded at Harry, causing a surge of emotion to swell in his chest. This was the first time in his life he had laid eyes upon his family. The first time he stood beside his parents. I am thriving at Hogwarts. The teachers are exceedingly kind, and I am learning swiftly. Harry's voice trembled, and he felt his heart pounding fiercely, yet he could not discern whether it was due to sorrow or joy. I have also joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and many have remarked that I am the youngest seeker in a century. I am determined not to disappoint my teammates and classmates, dedicating myself to rigorous practice. Recently, we triumphed in our match against Slytherin. Lily Potter occasionally smiled at Harry, only to be overcome by tears moments later, prompting James to gently embrace his wife, offering her silent comfort. Harry continued to speak, fully aware that the figures of his parents in the mirror were merely illusions. Yet, he could not tear his gaze away from them. It was not until the first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window that he reluctantly retrieved his invisibility cloak. Mom and Dad, I probably won't return to see you again. Harry's voice quivered with suppressed tears. I long to be with you, yet you have departed. Thus I cannot remain here. I am truly sorry. Lily and James, their eyes glistening with emotion, gazed at Harry with profound reluctance, yet resolutely nodded in affirmation. I shall forever cherish your memory. I shall eternally love you. Harry truly yearned to remain before the mirror indefinitely. Yet he also comprehended that he could not turn back in this place. In the instant he pivoted to depart, all the tears that had never graced his parents' presence surged forth like a torrential flood. Witnessing the 11-year-old Harry extricate himself from the clutches of an illusory dream through sheer will, Moran felt an overwhelming sense of shame for himself. He had even harbored the expectation of seeing in the mirror a vision of Harry vanquishing Voldemort. Upon reflection, it struck him that his own choice, made at the tender age of 18, to escape his myriad grievances and despair was also a form of evasion, silent and tearless. Yet as an entity capable of sensing Harry's emotions and thoughts, Moran resolved at that moment to ensure that Harry would attain a blissful conclusion, even at the cost of everything he possessed. The receding footsteps gradually faded into the corridor. In the classroom housing the mirror of Erist, the figure of an elderly man clad in a dark robe began to materialize. He sighed softly and approached the mirror, casting his azure gaze from behind crescent-shaped spectacles into its depths. Woolen socks, he mused to himself, there are never enough to wear. Harry had not confided in anyone about the mirror of Erist, yet even so, his close friend Ron discerned the shift in his emotions. Thus, to prevent further suspicion from others, Harry relinquished most of his physical control to Moran. Harry, could you take me along? That is not possible. Harry, Moran, while retrieving the invisibility cloak from the trunk, preemptively declined Ron's request. This isn't a jaunt to school. The place I intend to go is somewhat perilous. I am fully aware of how dangerous it is. Ron, undeterred, replied resolutely. Ever since that night on Christmas, your entire demeanor has become quite peculiar. I don't know exactly what you've been up to these past few days, but I can surmise where you are headed next. What I mean is, if you have reservations about relying on the professors to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone, you ought to at least go with a friend. Faced with such bravery and loyalty from Ron, Moran felt both astonished and unfamiliar. Having only seen the films, he was unaware that many of Ron's shining moments and lines had been adapted for Hermione by the production team. Rest assured, Ron, with a smile, Harry, Ran, patted Ron on the shoulder and said, I am not foolish enough to venture out alone into danger. The reason I don the invisibility cloak every night is to fulfill certain academic tasks assigned to me by Dumbledore, so you needn't worry. Having said this, without waiting for his dear friend to dissuade him further, he slipped on the cloak and vanished from the dormitory. Alohomora, skillfully evading the patrol routes of Filch and Mrs. Norris, Harry, Ran, passed through the final door and emerged into the open space outside the castle. Thanks to the traces left by Hagrid dragging the fir tree back and forth, Harry's nocturnal visits to the Forbidden Forest had never been discovered. The moonlight in January was even more brilliant than that of December, quietly illuminating the silvery snow, as if striving to make the entire world shimmer. Both Harry and Mo Rand cherished this journey, particularly when cloaked in invisibility, as the extraordinary scenery could scarcely be articulated in mere words. Upon reaching the edge of the Forbidden Forest, as was his custom, Mo Rand removed the invisibility cloak and tied it around his waist. He took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, and soon a darkness more profound than that found within the depths of the forest enveloped his corporeal form. To the ordinary eye, he was invisible. Yet to a wizard, he appeared as a dark mist more conspicuous than storm clouds. Thus, even amidst the depths of the Forbidden Forest, after completing his transformation, Mo Rand could only crawl on the ground. In recent days, Mo Rand had nearly explored the entirety of the wooded area bordering the dark forest. As one of the few wild regions undisturbed by muggles, the Forbidden Forest was home to a plethora of magical creatures. Some possessed intelligence akin to that of centaurs, while others were ferocious and unruly. Yet, in most cases, they were exceedingly dangerous, attracting only the fascination of individuals like Hagrid and Newt Scamander. Following a familiar narrow path, Mo Rand gradually glided to his destination, the lair of the Acromantula. According to the textbook, the Acromantula is a massive, carnivorous spider known for its venomous bite. They were first discovered deep within the rainforests of Borneo in Southeast Asia, but due to their unique structure and behaviors, magical biologists speculate that the Acromantula is a creature bred by wizards through dark magic. Originally, Acromantulas were cultivated and trained to guard the dwellings and treasures of wizards. But following the enactment of the Animal Breeding Prohibition Act in 1965, they have largely reverted to a wild state. Their bodies are typically covered in dense black fur, which fades to a grayish black as they age. Though they are incredibly swift hunters, their weight hinders their ability to leap and climb. When agitated, their massive pincers emit a warning click, and due to their gregarious nature, wizards hearing this sound typically opt to disapparate to safety. Due to its exceedingly perilous nature, Newt Scamander classified it as a creature of 5x danger in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, with venom that can reach an astounding potency equivalent to 100 gallons. The ominous sound of clacking echoed from all directions, as Mo Rand once again fixed his gaze upon the repugnant creatures that infested the woods and spider webs. Over the past few days, he had pondered repeatedly whether Aragog had been tamed by Hagrid or if it possessed an inherently unique constitution that enabled it to comprehend and communicate with humans. Despite having hunted in this area for several days, these creatures had not learned to fear their natural predators. Suddenly, a sharp whistling pierced the air, and the previously sluggish Mo Rand transformed into a whirlwind of fury. He surged forth like a ravenous black wind with a gaping maw, greedily devouring the eight-eyed giant spiders that lurked amidst the foliage and webs. This was a one-sided massacre devoid of any semblance of fairness. As Mo Rand was akin to an ethereal wind, a black mist devoid of physical form, he was nearly immune to physical harm. Consequently, no matter how robust the eight-eyed spiders were, how razor-sharp the claws of the giant crab, or how lethal the venom, Mo Rand regarded them with indifference. Conversely, when he unfurled his form completely, the power capable of obliterating everything in its path rendered the eight-eyed spider's formidable home advantage a mere farce. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the enthralling content. Soon, the sound of clacking was supplanted by the shrill cries reminiscent of a dying rodent. One by one, the eight-eyed giant spiders were torn apart by the black wind, their remains reduced to mere remnants scattered upon the ground. Mo Rand remained unconcerned by the spiders, whether they were blind or foolish, and even felt a twinge of gratitude. After all, if they had fled in terror upon witnessing the demise of their comrades, his hunting plans would undoubtedly have been thwarted. As time elapsed, the number of eight-eyed spider carcasses on the ground increased significantly. For Mo Rand, the spiders he sought to enhance his dark magical power must reach a certain age before they could be deemed viable. Thus, during his initial hunting expedition, he adhered to the principle of not wantonly slaughtering the innocent. However, as the number of consumed eight-eyed spiders grew, he was astonished to discover that the rate at which his magical power increased began to slow dramatically. In fact, since yesterday, even the medium-sized spiders had ceased to contribute further to his accumulation of dark magical energy. Subsequently, he abandoned the tedious process of discerning their sizes. Any spider that lunged toward him, regardless of dimensions, met with a swift end. Blame your repulsive appearance, Immo Ran mused, while calculating how much magical energy he could still extract from the eight-eyed spiders at this pace. 3 days? No, perhaps even less. Although he had yet to encounter Aragog, he could sense that the dark magic being drawn from those colossal spiders was increasingly insufficient for enhancing his power. It would be preferable to encounter even larger spiders, otherwise. In just a few days, I may find myself unable to upgrade through the eight-eyed giant spider. Halt, you beast! Accompanied by a cacophony of clicking sounds. A horde of eight-eyed giant spiders, each the size of a bus, surged forth from the depths of the forest. They angrily brandished their massive pincers, and a copious amount of venom dripped from them, hitting the ground with a hissing sound. Upon hearing that raspy noise, a thrill surged through Immo Ran, and without a moment's hesitation, he charged toward the swarm of colossal spiders. No, pain. It hurts terribly. Ah! The wretched cries echoed through the forbidden forest, as countless torn legs were scattered like withered branches in the wind. Feeling the abundant, dark, magical energy coursing through him, Immo Ran was elated. He had never imagined that besides Aragog, there could be other giant spiders capable of human speech. But it seemed that those eight-eyed giants who could articulate human language were indeed his most coveted prey. The Harry Potter films were rather conservative. These spiders had each grown to 3 or 4 meters in length. I wondered why I had never seen them before. It turns out they were hidden deep within their territory. Thus, it appeared that the range of activity for these eight-eyed giant spiders could extend over hundreds of square kilometers. Come, bring more. I recall Aragog stating in the film that he would not harm Hagrid, but he remained indifferent to the safety of other humans. Therefore, for the safety of the Hogwarts faculty and students, I shall relentlessly hunt you down, no matter how arduous the endeavor may be. This routine continued for a week. Even though Immo Ran could no longer recall how many oversized spiders he had slain, he still managed to extract a considerable amount of dark magical energy from these creatures. However, many occurrences in this world are intertwined with fortune and misfortune. While the oversized eight-eyed giant spiders indeed provided an excellent source of magical power, they had also gained sufficient intelligence to recognize the danger Immo Ran posed. Now, he found himself spending the majority of each night searching for and tracking the eight-eyed giant spiders, allowing only a few hours near dawn to indulge in a feast. Were it not for the ability to extract some valuable giant spider venom from the remains of these colossal arachnids, he might have been cursing internally long ago. It is worth noting that during his time hunting the eight-eyed giant spiders, Immo Ran observed that as the spider's territory shrank, the number of magical creatures previously absent from his path began to increase. Upon reflection, this made sense. After all, the eight-eyed giant spiders were not a native species of the Forbidden Forest. Had Hagrid not released them, how could such a vast multitude of spiders have taken residence in the dark forest? This was undoubtedly an invasion of an alien species. Therefore, even if I were to encounter Aragog, I would not spare it for Hagrid's sake. With such thoughts in mind, Immo Ran continued his hunting until the second Monday of January, which marked the commencement of the Hogwarts spring semester. Why did he leave so early today, when he usually had such a hearty appetite? Noticing Harry's condition, Hermione inquired of Ron, but he merely responded with a disgruntled remark. He no longer shares secrets with me. If you wish to know, you must ask him yourself. Soon, the clock tower of Hogwarts chimed 12 times, and at that moment, Harry had already surrendered his form to the entity known as Immo Ran, appearing within the Forbidden Forest. After traversing a familiar path for a while, Immo Ran was pleasantly surprised to discover that today, the acromantulas had gathered en masse, seemingly preparing to retaliate. Kill, tear it apart, drain its blood. Now transformed into a silent Immo Ran, he could not speak, but had he possessed the ability, he would surely have chuckled and remarked, "What a mindless bunch they are." After absorbing the dark magic of the acromantulas during the holiday, Immo Ran had become significantly more formidable than before. Whether in the speed of the dark mist, its coverage, or its destructive power, he exhibited a level far superior to that of Credence from Fantastic Beasts. Hundreds of acromantulas resembled shrimp tossed into boiling water. Before they could even make a leap, they were nearly annihilated. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. Incendio. The flames and the searing pain startled Immo Ran. That robust voice was all too familiar. Hagrid? Gazing at the figure wielding an umbrella and a massive crossbow, Immo Ran was momentarily at a loss for words. For standing beside him was not a Hogwarts professor, but rather a gigantic acromantula with a coat of grayish hair. I am not deceiving you. Hagrid, that dark wizard is right here. Aragog's voice sounded exceedingly weary, yet its mandibles, formed by two colossal pincers, clicked incessantly, radiating immense fury. He is too powerful. I do not recognize this dark magic. Perhaps only Professor Dumbledore can stop him. Quickly, kill him. The wife you helped me find, Mozag, was slain by him. Bring anyone for assistance. Without evidence of his attack on the unicorn, or even with it, Professor Dumbledore would not act with absolute certainty. Imoran acknowledged Hagrid's loyalty and kindness, yet the scene before him inevitably stirred a tinge of discontent. Magical creatures possess their own distinct qualities, but those classified as bloodthirsty beasts cannot be deemed harmless. If, in the original narrative, Harry and Ron were indeed killed by Aragog's offspring, then those two lives would be indirectly on his conscience. Moreover, what right does one have to be labeled a dark wizard merely for slaying Acromantulas? Is it solely based on your relationship with Aragog? And what of Mozak? Was Aragog a male spider, necessitating Hagrid to procure a female spider for breeding? Wouldn't the invasion of foreign species in the Forbidden Forest be solely Hagrid's doing? The increasingly furious emotions imbued Imoran with formidable power, yet his strikes grew less precise, as countless trees were shattered like toothpicks by the encroaching black mist. According to the pact he had made with Harry, he intended to cease the extermination of the Acromantula after tonight. This was due to two reasons. First, as his strength had grown, the dark magical power residing within the colossal spiders had become increasingly trivial. Second, neither of them wished to bring about the extinction of an entire species. However, at this moment, Imoran's only desire was to see these spiders vanish from the Forbidden Forest forever, as if they had never belonged in this realm. With his full power unleashed, Imoran moved faster than sound. One moment, Hagrid was being staggered by the dark winds. The next, all that remained was a desolate landscape strewn with severed spider limbs and wood shavings. No, Aragog, amidst Hagrid's anguished cries. Imoran did not even bother to collect the spider venom, instead soaring toward the edge of the Forbidden Forest in the direction of the castle. He felt no regret for his decision, yet a flicker of guilt stirred within him. Unexpectedly, before he could travel too far, a frantic, pure white figure suddenly darted into his path. Was this a unicorn? The moment Imoran's gaze met the silvery creature, all of his anger and unrest began to dissipate. For reasons unknown, he instinctively reverted to his human form and landed beside the exquisite being, whiter than snow. Episky. A soft blue light illuminated the unicorn's wound, staining its flowing blood a shimmering blue-silver. Sensing Harry's, Imoran's, goodwill, the unicorn turned its head and nuzzled against his cheek. Imoran understood that unicorns are wondrous creatures endowed with powerful magical protection, rarely succumbing to injury. Moreover, the magic capable of inflicting wounds upon them could not be easily healed by a simple incantation like Episky. He merely hoped his magic could staunch the unicorn's bleeding. Just then, a searing pain shot through Harry's head, penetrating the depths of Imoran's soul. Without needing to hear the unicorn's warning cry, he instinctively recognized the approaching presence. Run. Expulso. Force of ejection. Reducto. Reduction. After a period of magical enhancement, the two spells Imoran unleashed exhibited a power starkly different from Harry's prior encounters with the trolls. The shadow hovering in the air paused momentarily, then swiftly drew its wand to deflect Harry's Imoran's attack. Bang. Boom. A thunderous crash resonated from the transparent wall created by the shield charm. The explosion was so intense that even the shockwave shattered nearby trees. The Dark Lord, concealed beneath his hood, scrutinized the scene with caution. Although weakened and unable to unleash his full strength through Quirrell's body, the power of those two spells evidently surpassed that of an ordinary adult wizard. As Voldemort pondered which professor had dared to thwart him, an ominous black mist had stealthily crept up to his feet. In Voldemort's perspective, the professors of Hogwarts possessed the right to delve into the arcane arts of dark magic. However, such an overwhelming tide of malevolent power could only be cultivated through time and a significant amount of bloodshed. Thus, Harry, Imoran, struggled to discern the incantations concealed beneath the dark robe, yet the portion of black mist emanating from him seemed to be momentarily paralyzed, as if struck by the resonant toll of a great bell when it was on the verge of ensnaring Voldemort in an intricate web. Clearly, attempting to combat the Dark Lord with dark magic was a naive, even somewhat amusing endeavor. Before he could utter an incredulous exclamation, Harry, Imoran, hastily raised his wand, intending to alter his strategy. However, within the hallowed grounds of Hogwarts, where Dumbledore's protection prevailed, Voldemort harbored no desire to engage in battle. Before Harry, Mo ran, could cast a spell, Voldemort vanished into the depths of the night in a mere instant. When tranquility returned, the unicorn's silhouette had long since faded. With a sigh, Harry, Mo ran, removed the invisibility cloak from his waist, and draped it over himself, pondering aloud how to present tonight's memories to Harry. According to the sequence of memories shared by Mo ran, they first rescued the unicorn and subsequently engaged in a confrontation with a mysterious figure who was likely Voldemort. Following that, while transforming into a silent pursuer, they were ambushed by Hagrid and the Acromantulas, which led to a furious retaliation resulting in the demise of countless giant spiders. Harry was thoroughly convinced by this line of reasoning, especially upon learning that Mo ran had unhesitatingly confronted Voldemort. He no longer cared about the gruesome fate of the eight-eyed giant spiders. In fact, after the school year commenced, when Hermione inquired why he had sneaked out every night during the entire holiday, he even concocted a remarkably plausible explanation. I was monitoring Quirrell. Although he left the school for a while during the break, I still managed to uncover his tracks. Last night, while tailing him, I discovered he ventured into the Forbidden Forest. The Forbidden Forest? You must be mad, Harry. Professor Dumbledore explicitly stated that it is strictly off-limits to students, Hermione exclaimed, her brown hair nearly entangling with Harry's in her agitation. I did not follow him into the forest, Hermione, calm down. Besides, I have the invisibility cloak. I will be safe. Ron rolled his eyes, seemingly indifferent to Harry's pursuit of Quirrell. If I had an invisibility cloak, I would want to explore the Forbidden Forest too. Well, Ron, if you insist, we could plan an outing one night. No way. Harry, this is sheer folly. If you persist in this, I shall report you to Professor McGonagall. Ignore him, Harry. When do we set off? Tonight? As the trio continued their animated discussion, an unexpected figure appeared in the library. Hagrid? Are you lost? Madam Pants, the librarian, asked, raising a feather duster and speaking in a rather apprehensive tone. Not at all, Madam Pants. I have come to borrow some books. Wash your hands. No, forget your boots and coat. What kind of books do you seek? I will assist you. I wish to see some books on magical creatures, particularly those concerning dragons, focusing on their habits and care. You know how much I enjoy. All right, I understand. Please wait here, and do not touch the shelves or break anything. Ron wore an incredulous expression, looking down at Harry and Hermione. Can you believe it? Hagrid. In the library to borrow books. I thought his mind was solely occupied with those monsters and meat pies. Hermione tossed her hair with a sense of pride, lifting her chin high. Reading is the most effective and vital means of acquiring knowledge, Ronald. If you do not wish to consult Harry and me every time you have homework or exams, I suggest you read more. I have no intention of doing that. Harry, with a serious expression, interrupted Hermione and Ron, as if he had uncovered the final piece of the puzzle that would unlock the mystery in his mind. Did you not hear what Hagrid intends to borrow? He is seeking information on dragons, specifically their habits and care. So what? Ron replied dismissively. Everyone knows how obsessed he is with dragons. Yet Harry was not willing to let this clue slip away. No, Ron. It is precisely his obsession with dragons that makes this matter peculiar. Consider it. If one day you suddenly ventured into the library to research care for flying broomsticks, what might be the underlying reason? Ron quickly grasped Harry's insinuation, exclaiming, But that's illegal. The Ministry of Magic officially passed a law prohibiting the breeding of dragons back in 1709 at the Wizarding Conference. This is common knowledge. Hermione seemed quite concerned about Ron's awareness of magical history that she was not privy to, muttering softly, Not everyone. Think about it, she continued. If every wizard were to raise dragons in their backyards, muggles would undoubtedly take notice. Moreover, even a wizard as powerful as Dumbledore would find it exceedingly difficult to fully tame a dragon. The gentlest of dragons remain among the most perilous of magical creatures. You should see the scars on my brother Charlie, all of which he earned during his time in Romania. Harry stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before inquiring of Ron, Are there any wild fire dragons in Romania or Britain? Indeed, there are, Ron replied, speaking with the familiarity of one well-versed in the subject, while discreetly glancing at Hermione's reaction. We have the Welsh Green and the Hebridean Black. Though both are rather ordinary fire dragons, lacking in any distinctive features. My father once told me that there exists a department within the Ministry of Magic solely dedicated to concealing the existence of fire dragons. They are exceedingly difficult to tame. And among all the magical creatures that are easily observable by muggles, they cause the most trouble. Not only do we frequently have to cast memory charms on muggles, But we must also drive any dragons that wander into Muggle territories back to safety. If Hagrid truly found a wild fire dragon, we would be able to see it from the astronomy tower. Hermione reminded Ron, let us not forget what Hagrid just mentioned. He spoke of examining books related to their habits and care, which means. Harry nodded, finishing Hermione's sentence, whose expression was one of skepticism. He speculated that Hagrid might have acquired a young dragon, or perhaps even a dragon egg. So what are we waiting for? Ron exclaimed, springing to his feet. Though the excitement in his demeanor clearly indicated he was not intending to report Hagrid. This was the first time Hermione had been so distracted during herbology class. Even during Professor Binns' History of Magic lectures, she had been far more focused than she was today. For the past 2 hours since leaving the library, her thoughts had been consumed by matters concerning Hagrid. After all, during her absence from Hogwarts, Harry had been left to keep an eye on Quirrell alone. Now that she had returned to school, she could not allow Harry to shoulder all the pressure by himself. As expected, when the trio arrived at Hagrid's hut, they were astonished to find that all the windows were covered with curtains or rough cloth. Hagrid, are you in there? Who is it? It's us, me, Harry, and Ron. Hagrid opened the door just a crack, confirming their identities before allowing them inside, hastily shutting and locking the door behind them. Despite it being winter, the temperature inside his hut was uncomfortably warm. Even after Hermione had removed her scarf and robes, she still felt a suffocating heaviness in the air. What are you doing here? Don't you already know about that thing? Harry and his companions paid little heed to Hagrid's words. Upon entering the room, they immediately began to search around. Hagrid, what is that? Ron, who possessed the most knowledge about dragons, was the first to discover the dark, gooey dragon egg nestled beneath the kettle. Oh, that is. Hagrid's expression suddenly shifted to one of discomfort, his large hands continuously rubbing his beard, as if seeking a suitable excuse. Where did you acquire it, Hagrid? My goodness, this egg belongs to the Norwegian Ridgeback. You must have spent quite a fortune. Hagrid, somewhat simple-minded, was easily led off topic, often revealing the truth. I didn't spend a single penny. I won it. Something rather unfortunate happened the night before last. Let us not dwell on that. In any case, I went to the pub in Hogsmeade last night to have a drink, and a stranger approached me to play cards. His skills were dreadful. He lost 3 rounds in a row. Harry and Hermione remained silent, exchanging glances as they intended for Ron to extract more information. Are you planning to raise it yourself? Indeed, I even borrowed some books from the library, though they are somewhat outdated. As he spoke, he pulled out a book on raising dragons for amusement and profit from beneath his pillow. Fortunately, the content is still quite comprehensive. Look here, it states that the eggs must be placed in a fire of no less than 200 degrees, as their mother continuously breathes on them while incubating. Then, when they hatch, one must feed them a bucket of chicken blood mixed with brandy every half hour. I am fully prepared. Ron, you might someday study dragons in Romania like Charlie. I spent quite a while discerning what kind of dragon egg this is. Yet you identified it at a glance. Flattered by Hagrid's praise, Ron remained mindful of his purpose. After rubbing his nose, he continued, the person who lost the dragon egg. You said you didn't recognize him, but do you remember what he looked like? I cannot say. He refused to remove his cloak. Yet that is hardly unusual. There are many peculiar individuals at the Leaky Cauldron. Whether they are odd folk or bring items unsuitable for shops in Diagon Alley, they frequently visit. Your professor often goes there to trade. I suspect that fellow might merely be a vendor of magical creatures, though that day he happened to carry a dragon egg. Hermione's eyes widened, and without waiting for Ron to speak further, she directly asked Hagrid, did you converse about anything? 2 strangers cannot simply sit down to play cards. Can they? Did he inquire about Hogwarts? It seems so. Hagrid furrowed his brow in concentration, recalling, he noticed my distress, purchased me several drinks, and asked why I was drowning my sorrows here. I told him that a little over a week ago, my dear friend Aragog and his offspring were slain by fiends in the Forbidden Forest. Aragog! Hermione and Ron exclaimed in unison, covering their mouths. Indeed. He was a friend for decades. I personally hatched him from an egg long ago. Recalling old times, Hagrid appeared profoundly sorrowful, yet when he mentioned the word hatched, it became impossible for Hermione and Ron to empathize with him. Well then, what else did you discuss? We talked. Oh yes, he asked what my occupation was, and I told him I was a gamekeeper. He seemed curious about the creatures I tended, and I shared with him. I recall he appeared knowledgeable, and I mentioned how wonderful it would be if I could raise a dragon. Then, he mentioned that he happened to possess a dragon egg that was rather troublesome to handle. He proposed that if I were to win a card game against him, he would gladly bestow it upon me. However, Prior to that, he needed to ascertain my capability to manage a dragon, as he feared that if I were unable to control it, it might escape and entangle him in difficulties. I assured him that if I could tame the formidable Rubeus Hagrid, a mere dragon would pose no challenge whatsoever. Hermione endeavored to keep her voice as calm as possible. Was he perhaps quite intrigued by Rubeus? Most certainly. Just consider the rarity of encountering a three-headed hound, even within the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. Such a sight is seldom witnessed. Nevertheless, it is worth noting that despite its fearsome appearance, Rubeus is inherently just a dog. Once you discover the right method to soothe him, such as playing some music, he will promptly drift off to sleep. Hagrid finally realized the gravity of his actions. And amidst his expression of sheer terror, Harry, Hermione, and Ron had already risen from their seats. You did this on purpose. No, I shouldn't have disclosed this to you, nor should I have revealed it to that fellow. Harry approached Hagrid, gently patting his shoulder, and said, Indeed, we acted intentionally. However, Hagrid, it is exceedingly unwise to disclose the matter of Norbert to an individual of dubious origin. The dragon egg, too, poses a concern. Yet, perhaps recalling the brutal slaying of Aragog by his alter ego softened Harry's tone somewhat. Nevertheless, Hagrid, this predicament is not entirely your fault. You were merely manipulated by those with ulterior motives, so do not burden yourself excessively. As a friend, if you truly consider me one, you ought to endeavor to view the situation from others' perspectives. We shall refrain from informing anyone else about the dragon egg for the time being, but the law strictly prohibits wizards from keeping fire dragons. You should devise a plan to dispose of it at your earliest convenience. Ron chimed in. I'll provide you with Charlie's address, Hagrid. If you require his assistance, do write to him. Hagrid, Harry and Ron are right. Consider this. You reside in a wooden house. Even if you seal the windows, it will inevitably be discovered. Hagrid, forcibly dragged back to reality by the young wizards, appeared bewildered. After a few moments, this half-giant unexpectedly began to weep before the trio, whose legs were still thinner than his own. I am sorry for disappointing Professor Dumbledore. I have always caused him trouble. It was so decades ago, and it remains so now. I am perpetually useless. You must go find him and inform him of this matter. I cannot bear to face him myself. Observing this poignant scene, Hermione and Ron suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Indeed, were it not for Harry's steadfast presence, they might have even encouraged Hagrid to keep the dragon. In a gentle tone, Harry spoke as he retrieved an owl whistle from his pocket. You are not always causing trouble. Ever since the day you took me to Diagon Alley, I have regarded you as a lifelong friend. However, it is precisely because we are friends that sometimes we must utter harsh truths. As you mentioned, Professor Dumbledore is the most brilliant wizard. With him around, there is no need for anyone else's assistance to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone. The reason he borrowed the Fluffy from you must be part of his own strategy. Perhaps he has already discerned who intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Nevertheless, to avoid adding to his troubles, you should manage that dragon. Hagrid's tears flowed more dramatically. He had never anticipated that Harry would carry the Christmas gift he had given. Very well, I shall not allow Professor Dumbledore to be embarrassed on my account again. You must hurry and inform Professor McGonagall as well. She would never betray Professor Dumbledore. On their way back to Hogwarts Castle, Ron and Hermione exchanged not a single word. Clearly, they had yet to recover from the complex emotions of shock. It was only upon returning to the Gryffindor common room that they began to regain their composure. Are we not going to seek out Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall? Ron remarked. He was right. Hagrid had disclosed the method of managing Fluffy to a stranger, and the individual who provided him with the dragon egg was either Quirrell or the mysterious figure himself. Harry looked at Hermione in astonishment and asked, I remember you used to call Voldemort by his name. Why do you now refer to him as the Dark Lord? Hermione pressed her lips together, unsure if she felt embarrassed or something else. Harry, I was previously unaware, but during the Christmas holiday, I read extensively. The Dark Lord's name has been cursed, once spoken. It allows him to sense it through magic. I mean, it's for our safety. Harry had no intention of arguing with Hermione. He merely nodded and, with a reassuring smile, addressed the two of them. Rest assured, this is Hogwarts, the safest place in the world. I will convey everything to Professor Dumbledore, and as long as he is here, you are absolutely secure. With that, without waiting for further dialogue, Harry turned and departed. After traversing the stone gargoyle and the spiral staircase, the door to the headmaster's office opened automatically, just as it always did. Dumbledore's voice remained calm and wise. Harry, it's not yet Saturday. Is there something you wish to discuss? Professor, you seem to be aware of everything and are never taken by surprise, are you? No, Harry, Dumbledore replied, seemingly understanding the essence of Harry's inquiry. He slowly rose to his feet and remarked, I have experienced far too many surprises just through you. Then you know about Professor Quirrell and Voldemort? Dumbledore smiled and nodded. But why do you not act? Dumbledore raised his hand to interrupt Harry gently, saying, I am nearing 110 years of age. Harry, one cannot live forever. Nicholas Flamel is your friend. You could rely on the elixir of life to sustain you. And then what? Should all of London, all of Britain, indeed the entire world, depend on an old man to combat the darkness? Harry felt a knot in his throat. He comprehended Dumbledore's intent yet found himself unable to articulate whether he should endorse such a notion. Observing Harry's bewilderment, Dumbledore refrained from providing further elucidation. I regret to inform you that I am unable to conduct supplementary lessons this weekend. It is evident that the Ministry of Magic and the Hogwarts Board of Governors have an exceedingly significant matter to discuss with me. Nevertheless, I believe I can impart some knowledge to you today, Harry. No matter how formidable a power may be, if it is solitary and fragmented, it is utterly vulnerable. Place your trust in your friends, Harry. Believe in friendship, trust, and love. They are far more potent than any magic. The first week of the new term passed serenely, much like the September days before it, as Hogwarts afforded the students ample time to acclimate to their academic lives. Upon returning from the headmaster's office, Harry, unusually, embraced this atmosphere. Such a performance might deceive his peers, yet it could not fool Ron and Hermione, just as he intended to stealthily slip away into the night. The figures of his two friends, who had been vigilantly waiting by the fat lady's portrait since early morning, swiftly intercepted his already invisible form. You were indeed planning to sneak out alone. Ron? Hermione? What are you two doing here? Your act is far too contrived. I've never seen you take notes so diligently in history of magic. Plus, we've been closely monitoring Dumbledore's movements these past few days. Goodness, Harry, how are you so strong? Don't struggle. Let's return to the common room and discuss this. Harry did not wish to create a commotion in the corridor, so he reluctantly followed Ron and Hermione back. However, upon returning to the common room, Hermione promptly yanked off his invisibility cloak. You intend to confront Quirrell alone? Simply because you have discovered how to bypass the troll? Harry, think for a moment. How many obstacles set by the professors must you surmount before you can find him? Moreover, have you never contemplated the worst-case scenario? Faced with an irate Hermione, Harry stood his ground and reclaimed the cloak from the young witch, asserting, the worst-case scenario is that we do nothing and allow the Philosopher's Stone to fall into Voldemort's hands. Ron, unable to remain silent, gave Harry's shoulder a firm pat and resolutely declared, Harry, we are not here to prevent you from going. We wish to accompany you. No, that is far too perilous. You could be harmed, or even, that is precisely why you cannot go alone. Do you not understand, Harry? The worst-case scenario is that you encounter Voldemort himself. If that were to occur, having an additional person would at least provide some measure of strength. Harry's expression grew increasingly astonished, for he distinctly recalled that just days prior, Hermione had been too apprehensive to utter Voldemort's name. Slowly, Harry and Ron resumed their conversation. In these past few days, Hermione has been incessantly visiting the professors, urging them to enhance the security of the Philosopher's Stone. Yet, as you are aware, no adult wizard would heed the counsel of a first-year student in such matters. On several occasions, she was even warned that should she meddle further, Gryffindor would incur a deduction of 50 points. So, is your best course of action truly to accompany me? Have you not also failed to conceive a more ingenious plan? Harry fell into silence. The words Dumbledore had imparted to him before leaving surged forth from his memory. He glanced at his two most cherished friends and earnestly implored them one last time. When we reached the corridor on the 4th floor, you two must don the invisibility cloak and stand guard for me outside. Absolutely not, Hermione exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation, as she rummaged through a small bag. She displayed its contents to Harry. The invisibility cloak is a vital safeguard in moments of peril. Besides, what else have you prepared for this endeavor apart from your wand? Have you brewed a potion of healing? Or perhaps a restorative elixir? Admit it, Harry, you truly need us. Indeed, Harry, Ron chimed in. Isn't that what friendship is all about? As the night deepened, the castle of Hogwarts lay cloaked in darkness. The invisibility cloak barely accommodated the three young wizards. Yet to prevent Ron and Hermione's feet from occasionally peeking out from its edges, they had no choice but to huddle closely together. After narrowly evading the watchful eye of Filch and the bothersome Peeves, they were just a few steps away from the corridor on the 4th floor. Thump, thump, thump. Amidst their hurried breaths, the trio's heartbeats synchronized, And to ease the mounting tension, Harry seized upon a less than ideal topic. By the way, Hermione, weren't you eager to secure the house cup for Gryffindor? You seem quite unconcerned about losing points now. Hermione, having experienced Harry's bluntness before, cautiously surveyed the surrounding portraits. Once assured that the figures depicted were fast asleep, she whispered, if Voldemort truly returns, the entire magical world will suffer. It won't just be you, Harry. Everyone who refuses to submit to him, including wizards like me from Muggle families, would become targets of persecution. At that point, worrying about losing points or even expulsion would be irrelevant. Upon hearing Hermione's sentiments, Ron, unwilling to be outdone, asserted, our family would never ally with the forces of darkness. That Voldemort is a cold-hearted murderer, a monster. Avoiding him is merely postponing our demise. Don't worry, Harry, even if we were captured, we wouldn't be expelled. Our grades are too stellar for the professors to dismiss such talented wizards from Hogwarts. Then I suggest you refrain from asking me and Harry for help with your homework every single time. I heard Professor McGonagall mention that the quills we'll use for our final exams have been enchanted against cheating. That is utterly insulting. Shouldn't they trust us a bit more? Shoo, keep your voice down, Ron. Though Ron and Hermione's conversation strayed from the original topic, it effectively alleviated their anxious spirits. Moments later, they finally arrived at their destination. Gazing at the door at the end of the corridor, which had already been ajar, Harry swallowed hard and remarked, it seems someone has gotten ahead of us. We must hasten our pace. If anyone wishes to turn back now, oh, do not utter such nonsense. We cannot allow you to venture forth alone. Harry, no longer hesitating, swiftly retrieved Hagrid's owl whistle, brandishing his wand. Soon, a rather melodious but far from pleasing tune resonated through the air. Let us go. At the moment Harry and his companions pushed the door open, the three-headed beast stirred slightly, its nostrils flaring, yet the commotion was insufficient to rouse it from slumber. Ron emerged first from beneath the invisibility cloak, cautiously maneuvering the massive paw of the dog resting upon the trapdoor. Fluffy did not appreciate being disturbed during its slumber. All three heads furrowed their brows in unison. And in an instant, a wave of warm, foul air surged forth, dislodging the invisibility cloak from Harry and Hermione. I believe I have sufficient space to pull the trapdoor open. Accio invisibility cloak. Upon hearing Ron's voice, Harry intended to magically retrieve the cloak. But to his surprise, the spell that had never failed him before faltered at this crucial moment. With the urgency of safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone pressing upon him, Harry could not afford to ponder further. He muttered, what? The summoning charm is malfunctioning? Before hastily scooping up the cloak and issuing commands. We must ensure Fluffy has music to listen to, so the one holding the whistle must descend last. Hermione, filled with concern, inquired, can you see anything beneath the trapdoor? Nothing at all, and there is no ladder to descend, Harry concluded. It appears we have no choice but to jump. If you do not hear my voice after I leap, do not follow me. Go directly to Professor McGonagall and inform her that your foolish friend has ventured alone to protect the Philosopher's Stone. That should provide Professor Dumbledore ample reason to return to Hogwarts. With that, Harry thrust the owl whistle into Ron's hands and cast a featherweight charm upon himself before leaping down. Thanks to the charm, he floated for a full 10 seconds in the darkness before finally reaching the bottom. Lumos Maxima. All clear. There are no fearsome creatures below. Ron, remember to pass the whistle to the last one jumping down. I will catch you all with the featherweight charm. As Harry shouted towards the opening above, he surveyed his surroundings, seemingly engulfed in an environment dominated by a tangle of vine-like plants. Shortly thereafter, Ron and Hermione floated down beside him. With the fading of the flute's melody, the three-headed dog, Fluffy, quickly regained consciousness, its fierce and frenzied barks resonating clearly even from a distance. Fortunately, we had inquired with Hagrid about how to bypass Fluffy. Without waiting for Ron to finish, Hermione suddenly screamed, pointing at the plants beneath them. The very thing beneath our feet is the second obstacle. Upon hearing Hermione's warning, Harry and Ron immediately looked down, only to discover that the two who had descended first were already ensnared by the lengthy vines. Finite. The spell is stopped. Finite incantum. All spells are ended. These are not spells. Harry, do not recklessly use magic against them. You might harm yourself, Hermione exclaimed, as she hopped to evade the vines attempting to ensnare her legs. This plant is known as the Devil's Snare. It is a magical vine. Ron appeared quite frightened by the dark, tentacle-like entity, shouting, oh splendid, we get to know what will kill us before we die. Do not struggle. The more you resist, the faster it will entwine you. Professor Sprout mentioned that the Devil's Snare thrives in darkness and dampness, but it recoils at the sight of fire. We need fire. Ah, but where can I find firewood? Incendio. A blaze erupts. Harry's movements were remarkably swift upon hearing Hermione's words about recoiling at the sight of fire. He had already raised his wand and uttered the incantation. Under the fierce blaze, the tendrils of the devil's snare recoiled as if they were fingers scalded by boiling water. Phew. It seems I must indeed devote more diligence to my herbology lessons in the future. Harry wiped the sweat from his brow and earnestly addressed Hermione. Upon hearing Harry's humble admission, Hermione's initial apprehension swiftly transformed into a different expression. I told you that all subjects hold value, but you must remain as composed as Harry. Ron piped in, his voice strained. But where am I to find firewood? As Ron and Hermione seemed poised to bicker once more. Harry quickly pointed towards a corridor not far away and urged, enough of this. Let us move on. The temperature in the air gradually dropped, accompanied by the sound of dripping water, and an increasing number of stalactites and stalagmites began to emerge along the sides of the descending corridor. In such an environment, Harry and his companions simultaneously recalled another place, Gringotts. Surely they wouldn't guard the Philosopher's Stone here with a dragon like they do at Gringotts, Ron speculated. A notion that, while not without merit, was swiftly dismissed by Hermione. Have you forgotten the Professor's Dumbledore enlisted for assistance? We initially passed through Hagrid's Fluffy, so we shouldn't encounter any more magical creatures. Aside from Professor Sprout's Devil's Snare, we still have to navigate through Professor McGonagall's, Professor Flitwick's, Professor Snape's, and Quirrell's challenges. Oh, what is that sound ahead? Through the door at the end of the corridor, the trio quickly discovered the source of the rustling noise. Numerous winged keys, resembling small birds, soaring through the air. Below them lay several relatively intact Nimbus 2000 broomsticks. Has Hagrid made a mistake? Isn't this a challenge designed by Madame Hooch? Hermione, who was not adept at flying, sounded quite disheartened. Although she immediately recognized the conditions necessary to proceed, she knew she could offer no assistance. Harry brandished his wand and attempted the spell Accio several times. However, as before, he was unable to dispel the enchantment clinging to the keys. This isn't a transformation spell. It must be advanced magic cast by Professor Flitwick, he pondered. Yet the challenge still loomed ahead. Harry hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and approached the broom. Never mind that for now. The key we seek should be a rather antiquated one. Perhaps that silver key with slightly damaged wings. Indeed, that must be it. As the youngest seeker at Hogwarts in a century, Harry's prowess in flight was undeniably exceptional. Even without the assistance of Ron and Hermione, he managed to seize the key that unlocked the door in merely 3 minutes. Before long, he guided Ron and Hermione to the entrance of the fourth challenge. The pitch-black darkness was dispelled instantaneously as the trio stepped into the room, illuminated by the bright flames. A massive chessboard stood between them and the exit on the other side of the chamber. Harry gazed at the towering chess pieces that loomed over the board, promptly relinquishing the notion of employing the spell to halt time. Given his current abilities, he lacked the strength to forcibly circumvent the obstacles set by the professors. To reach the door at the end of the room, engaging in a game of chess was imperative. However, therein lay the conundrum. Why were the challenges designed to protect the Philosopher's Stone so intricately aligned with the talents of himself and his friends? As Harry pondered this, Ron stepped forward with determination. I hope you won't take offense to what I'm about to say, but honestly, Harry, both you and Hermione are rather dreadful at chess. Thus, you two must heed my strategy. We're not upset. Please tell us what to do, they replied eagerly. Very well, Hermione. You shall take the position of the castle on the far side, while Harry will occupy the same side as the bishop. As for myself, I shall serve as a knight. No sooner had Ron finished speaking than the pieces began to move, creating space for the trio. Harry immediately sensed the formidable transfiguration spell that was woven into the chess pieces. It was undoubtedly beyond the scope of a mere counterspell. The white pieces commenced, followed by the black. Both sides exhibited an intense desire for conquest throughout this tumultuous match. Harry discerned that Ron possessed superior skill. Yet the presence of 3 living pieces on their side significantly altered the dynamics, resulting in squandered opportunities for exchange and victory. Before long, the edges of the board were strewn with a plethora of black and white fragments. Wait a moment. Harry's gaze swept over the white queen, the black knight Ron, and his own position, and suddenly he realized something. You mean there is no other way, Harry? I must be sacrificed so that you can defeat the White King. No, Hermione screamed. Harry, think of any spell that could be of use. At this moment, Ron maintained a remarkable calmness, stating in a low voice, This is a game of chess, Hermione. To achieve victory, one must always make sacrifices. Moreover, when it comes time to confront Quirrell and Voldemort, either you or Harry will be far more valuable than I am. Do not hesitate any longer. If we do not act swiftly, the Philosopher's Stone may be stolen. Harry, you know the next move. Knight to h3. Check, Ron declared. After making this move, the White Queen immediately lunged at him. Fortunately, unlike her previous brutal actions of shattering pieces, this time she merely swung her stone arm and struck Ron on the head with a punch. Don't move. Hermione. The game is not over yet. Harry swiftly prevented Hermione from rushing towards Ron, and then he hastily moved 3 squares to the left, shouting at the White King, "Checkmate." The White King bowed to Harry, subsequently discarding both the sword in his hand and the crown atop his head. Witnessing the conclusion of the chess match, Harry and Hermione could no longer contain their anxieties and hurried towards Ron. Episky. Healing as before, Harry drew forth his wand and softly uttered an incantation directed at Ron's forehead. Hermione, too, retrieved a vial of white essence from her small bag and began to pour it over the wound Ron sustained during his fall from the horse. He should be fine, though it seems he will not awaken any time soon. What shall we do next? Listening to Hermione's voice, Harry rose to his feet. First, he transfigured the remnants of the chess pieces into a rudimentary yet reasonably sturdy hemispherical barrier to shield Ron. He then addressed Hermione, draped the invisibility cloak over Ron, Hermione, to prevent any nefarious individuals from discovering him while we press onward. The remaining chess pieces on the board parted to create a path leading directly to the door at the far end of the room. With heavy hearts, Harry and Hermione cast one last glance at Ron as positioned before they pushed open the door and did not look back. A foul stench assailed their senses the moment the door creaked open, and both Harry and Hermione simultaneously recalled their earlier encounter with the troll. Yet, as they raised their wands defensively to their chests, they were taken aback to find the two-headed troll lying motionless upon the floor before them. It was indeed the same creature, but why did its lifeless body appear here? No, something was amiss. This monster was even larger than the two they had previously faced, though it appeared shriveled, as if drained of life. Regardless, at least they would not have to battle it now. Let us hurry, Harry. I can scarcely catch my breath. Harry nodded in response to Hermione, yet a sense of foreboding crept into his heart. This is dire. The potion capable of allowing passage through the black flames had been entirely consumed. Hermione's voice quavered with distress as she glanced at the empty vial in her hand, and in utter frustration, she sank to the ground. Harry reread the contents of the parchment, confirming that Hermione's logical deductions were indeed accurate. He then assisted the young witch to her feet and said, "Hermione, listen to me. You must drink this potion that can pass through the violet flames. Then return to the previous chamber to retrieve a broomstick. Cloak yourself and Ron with the invisibility cloak, so that you will remain unseen as you fly past Quirrell. Take this empty vial to the professors. They will understand that someone has already attempted to steal the Philosopher's Stone. I will temporarily hold Quirrell at bay. But Harry, what if Voldemort is there as well? How can you confront both of them alone? Oh, what am I saying? You cannot even pass through the black flames. Let us return together. We have already discovered evidence, haven't we? Besides, I cannot ride a broomstick at all." Harry paused for a moment before extending his arms to embrace her. "Hermione, you are an exceptionally remarkable witch. Without you and Ron, I would never have reached this point. So trust me and believe in yourself. Do you remember how the book refers to me? They call me the boy who lived, the nemesis of Voldemort. I shall be fine." Hermione's body trembled slightly, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. She clung to Harry with great intensity, then, with all her might to suppress her sobs, she said, "Good luck. Promise me you will be careful." Harry chuckled softly, ruffling Hermione's hair as he remarked, "I must return to assist Gryffindor in securing victory in the Quidditch match. I cannot allow you to bear the burden of the house cup alone. Now off you go." Hermione nodded, imbibing the potion from the round bottle on her right before turning and stepping through the violet flames. Harry took a deep breath, raising his wand to a position near his chest. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt that the once obscure and ambiguous teachings of Dumbledore were gradually becoming clearer and more coherent. It seemed as though time and space had ceased to exist. Harry could scarcely discern his own whereabouts. As he pondered the phrase, "You must first find your own eternity," he reminisced about Hagrid, Ron, Hermione, and his parents, who resided only in the Mirror of Erist. Then, Gabrathian. A cerulean flame gently flowed from the tip of Harry's wand, resembling a tranquil stream meandering softly. The moment the ethereal fire appeared, The parchment inscribed with Professor Snape's logical conundrums spontaneously ignited, followed swiftly by an array of bottles, each of distinct shapes, beginning to melt away as if they were composed of ice. As Harry slowly opened his eyes, he beheld the ethereal flames gracefully swirling around him, gently dispelling the chill that had seeped into both his body and soul. The two fiery barriers, one violet and the other obsidian, which had previously sealed the entrance, obediently merged into the azure fire without the need for Harry's summons, much like well-behaved children called home for dinner. The path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and challenges. Yet Harry's tone resonated with unwavering resolve. "I have arrived." In the final chamber, a figure stood present. Suppressing the searing pain on his forehead, Harry addressed the person's back. "Professor Quirrell, it is indeed you." "Potter, huh? I never imagined you would manage to pass through that fiery door. But then again, you did visit Snape nearly every week last semester. So it was you who cast that curse on my broom during the Quidditch match?" Quirrell's laughter erupted, not the shrill, manic cackle one might expect, but rather a sound imbued with the satisfaction of a plot well executed. "Did you really think I could harm you during the match? Preposterous. With Dumbledore present, even if you were to fall, he would effortlessly catch you. The reason I did this was to convince them that I am merely an inconsequential wizard." Harry observed the pallor of Quirrell's face, which seemingly granted him a greater opportunity to triumph over his adversary. However, as Quirrell had just articulated, he desired to be perceived as a wizard of little competence. Thus, even though Harry had envisioned a myriad of spells for a surprise attack in his mind, he remained steadfast, gripping his wand tightly and refraining from action. "Indeed, your abilities are quite limited. Otherwise, by now, you would have seized the Philosopher's Stone and fled into the night." Harry sought to provoke Chilo with his words, hoping to elicit an emotional response that would grant him a greater advantage in the impending battle. However, to his astonishment, Chilo readily acquiesced to this rhetoric. "You are indeed correct," he replied. "Especially when compared to my magnificent master, my own power is but a mere shadow. Had I not encountered my master, I would still be a foolish youth clinging to the simplistic notions of right and wrong. Therefore, Potter, do you comprehend? In this world, only power remains unassailable. Do not allow the inept and those too cowardly to pursue power to hinder your progress." As he concluded his statement, the Elysian mirror soared towards Harry in response. Harry believed that Quirrell's attack had commenced and instinctively performed a somersault, raising his wand towards the hooded figure in the distance, uttering, "Reducto. Blasting curse, Protego. Shield charm, Quirrell." With a grave expression, successfully deflected Harry's assault, revealing that this was no easy feat for him either. "Calm down, Potter. Think clearly. My master does not wish to confront you. Otherwise, I would have struck you down the moment you entered. Retrieve the Philosopher's Stone from this mirror, and my master can allow you to achieve greatness alongside him." Harry slowly rose to his feet, realizing that Quirrell bore no intention of attacking him. Cautiously, he turned his gaze towards the mirror of Erist. Unlike the previous scenes that featured his parents, Harry observed his reflection smiling as he retrieved a vivid crimson stone from his pocket, only to place it back again. Simultaneously, a heavy object truly fell into his pocket. "Accio Philosopher's Stone." A piercing voice suddenly emanated from Quirrell's direction, and Harry felt an immense force attempting to pull him, along with the stone, towards it. Arresto momentum. Finite incantatem. After a considerable effort, he managed to stabilize himself upon landing. Just as he was about to cast another spell, he abruptly halted, noticing that Quirrell had, at some point, removed the turban from his head. The individual who had just cast the summoning charm upon him revealed a horrific, twisted face that emerged from the back of his skull. "Harry Potter, quite gifted and remarkably brave, just like your parents." The voice emanating from that ghastly visage hissed akin to a serpent. "Thanks to you, I have taken on this wretched form, neither fully human nor entirely ghostly. However, I shall not hold it against a mere child. As long as you are willing to hand over the stone in your pocket, I can grant you any wish, including the resurrection of your parents." In response to Voldemort, a blazing incantation erupted forth. "Foolish mortal." Voldemort effortlessly deflected the searing flames and continued, "Do you underestimate me? The blood of unicorns and the dark magic of a two-headed troll have restored much of my strength. I now command Quirrell's mind and soul completely. Yet, he is not powerful enough. I require the Philosopher's Stone and the Elixir of Life to forge a new body." Harry coldly remarked, "Do you truly believe that uttering such words to me repeatedly will affect any change?" Voldemort chuckled, his grotesque grin reminiscent of a blade scraping against a parched carrot. "Ha! I am not merely speaking to you, Harry, I am aware that another entity resides within you. Perhaps he lacks a visage of his own. Yet I can feel his essence. You are not Harry Potter. You need not oppose me. Seize his body and extinguish the soul of Harry Potter. With the power you have amassed, you are more than capable of suppressing his consciousness. I shall teach you the means to fully command his form. Together, we shall prevail. M.O. Rand had no desire to endure Voldemort's incessant prattle any longer. Even without having witnessed the Dark Lord's infamous proclamation of only I can attain immortality prior to Snape's demise, he would never betray Harry. Becoming a traitor reviled even by himself. In a fit of fury, M.O. Rand propelled himself towards Voldemort with astonishing speed. The Dark Lord, despite his mastery of the dark arts, could not shield himself from the damage inflicted by M.O. Rand's full-on assault. He manipulated Quirrell's hands, gripping the wand in a bizarre manner, struggling to fend off M.O. Rand's onslaught. Within mere seconds, the room around Harry was transformed into a chaotic ruin with shattered tiles, columns, and even the rocky ceiling reduced to debris. Let us vanquish him together. Harry, do not succumb to temptation. M.O. Rand decisively dispelled Harry's doubts. Before Voldemort could rise, M.O. Rand's dark mist and Harry's spells surged forth simultaneously. Expulso, blasting curse, Apugno, attack, Confringo, blasting curse. Having witnessed Voldemort's prowess, Harry relinquished the use of spells with concentrated destructive force, opting instead to utilize the debris M.O. Rand had scattered to launch widespread disruptive attacks. M.O. Rand was attuned to Harry's intentions, circling Voldemort while occasionally darting into his blind spots, and at times, fully transforming into dark mist to evade Voldemort's counterattacks. Thus, the Dark Lord, whose name struck fear into the hearts of many wizards, found himself locked in a stalemate with a mere first-year student. Revert. Reversal charm. Reparo. Repairing charm. Suddenly, with a flick of his wand, Voldemort summoned all the debris M.O. Rand had destroyed back to its original position. Apart from the ominous black mist still assailing him, everything appeared to unfold like a scene played in reverse. The dust coalesced into stones, which in turn transformed into bricks and columns. They floated or rolled about, bouncing as they reconstructed the room to its original state. M.O. Rand instinctively sought to shatter everything within the chamber once more, but upon touching the stone walls again, he discovered that Voldemort had enshrouded them in a formidable layer of ironclad enchantments. It was a silent spell. He had surreptitiously cast protective magic over the room. If the space were to constrict, my ability to fly swiftly would be compromised. I must remain vigilant against his assaults. Harry. Just as M.O. Rand's voice echoed in Harry's mind, a malevolent curse was hurled toward them from Voldemort's direction, thanks to his innate talent as a seeker in Quidditch. Harry deftly evaded that streak of crimson light. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. Beware of the green curse. That is the killing curse, Avada Kedavra. You must evade it, do you understand? That incantation cannot be thwarted by any magic. Moreover, do not merely heed his voice. Voldemort casts silent spells with an ease that rivals the act of drinking water. We have already fallen for this trick once. We cannot be deceived again. Harry did not dwell on why M.O. Rand possessed such extensive knowledge. Rather, he secretly hoped that the opponent's combat skills would be as formidable as possible. Unfortunately, even when faced with the weakened Voldemort, who clung to Quirrell, he found it impossible to maintain an equal standoff with M.O. Rand for long. Avada Kedavra. Suddenly, a green beam, accompanied by Voldemort's low, furious incantation, surged forth. Both Harry and M.O. Rand reacted almost simultaneously. The deadly beam, emblematic of murder, narrowly missed Harry's head as he ducked, shattering the stone pillar ensorcelled with the shield charm. Subsequently, the debris that splintered behind Harry was transmuted into glistening blades of ice under Voldemort's command. Swish, swish, swish. Countless icy shards pierced through Harry's form, now transformed into a cloud of black mist, colliding against the stone floor with a series of sharp clinks. As Voldemort's counterattack grew increasingly lethal, Harry realized he could no longer withhold his trump card. In the instant his body reformed, the radiant blue flames of Gabrathian ignited once more. The terrifying heat caused Quirrell's garments to spark with flames, and Harry could even hear the cracking sounds emanating from the stone walls on either side. He shouted, "Professor Dumbledore and the other professors are on their way. Voldemort, there is no escape for you." Harry was uncertain whether Hermione had escaped with Ron. But regarding the situation outside the trapdoor, Voldemort was surely unaware. Thus, whether it was true or false, as long as it served to buy time, it sufficed. Voldemort had never anticipated that Harry could wield such profoundly intricate magic as the ancient blasting curse, He was already astonished today. However, what truly instilled fear in him was the name Harry had uttered at the outset. "Do you think I cannot kill you?" Voldemort bellowed, his voice hoarse as if it were on the verge of being crushed. Yet, before he could unleash any terrifying spell, a calm voice rooted him to the spot. "I believe you cannot kill him." Voldemort inhaled sharply. Dumbledore, without his customary wizarding hat atop his head, was now descending the steps from behind Harry, his robes trailing as he walked leisurely. "Are you planning to kill your schoolteacher?" Voldemort inquired, narrowing his crimson eyes. "Would you commit such a cruel act?" "If he can be saved, I will save him, but Quirrell is not your safeguard, Tom." Dumbledore's voice remained tranquil, as if Voldemort were merely another student at Hogwarts. "Avada Kedavra! Watch out!" Harry shouted, but neither his voice nor the emerald light emanating from Quirrell's wand could match the swiftness of the stone columns within the chamber. These colossal pillars, which had once supported the stony room, had mysteriously transformed into supple tendrils. Two of the stone columns timely shielded Dumbledore from the killing curse, while the others elongated their forms, ensnaring Voldemort firmly in place. Expelliarmus. In but a fleeting moment, Quirrell's wand soared into Dumbledore's grasp. More alarmingly, throughout the clash with Voldemort, the cadence of his footsteps remained utterly unchanged. "You cannot escape, Tom." Emerged from Quirrell's body, Dumbledore proclaimed, raising his wand before Voldemort. "Ha ha ha. You are ever so confident, Dumbledore. Do you truly believe you can surpass me in every regard? You shall not retain me. As for the life of this worthless fool, ha ha ha." Quirrell, who had been in a stupor for quite some time, abruptly regained consciousness. However, before he could comprehend the situation, a chilling tremor coursed through his bones. Boom. Amidst his brief cry, his body collapsed and exploded. Dumbledore, with a flick of his long sleeve, suspended the splattered blood in midair, then, with a grave expression, shook his head at the now unrecognizable remains of Quirrell. Harry yearned to step forward for a clearer view, yet an unexpectedly intense wave of fatigue mercilessly engulfed him. "Good afternoon." Dumbledore smiled at Harry, addressing him as M.O. Ran. "How should I refer to you?" Having awoken from slumber, M.O. Ran propped himself up, rubbing his forehead as he replied, "Professor, you may continue to call me Harry." Dumbledore's smile widened, and he jested, "Of course. However, to distinguish between you two, I might need to refer to you as Inner Harry." M.O. Ran quickly assessed Harry's physical state, and upon confirming that he was merely fatigued, he hastily inquired of Dumbledore, "Professor, how are Ron and Hermione?" "You defeated Voldemort, didn't you? And what of the Philosopher's Stone?" "Calm down, my child. You and Harry's friends are all well. As for Voldemort, while I have vanquished him, it is certain he will return. But I presume you are already aware of this, correct? This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content." "Professor." Dumbledore raised his hand to interrupt M.O. Ran. "It's all right. Some matters need not be spoken of so clearly. Now that you have made the most significant decision, the path ahead is yours to choose." M.O. Ran fell silent for a moment before lowering his voice to ask, "So, the challenges you designed this time were also a test for me, weren't they?" Dumbledore did not respond directly. Instead, he feigned interest in a small bird outside the window. After a lengthy pause, he mused, "Sometimes I truly wish all my students would take a page from the Weasley twins. Channeling their cleverness into mischief and fun, it would be such a splendid choice. However, if it is acceptable to you, you are indeed the most exasperating student I have encountered during my years at Hogwarts, even more so than Tom Riddle." Dumbledore seemed unfazed by M.O. Ran's ability to directly mention Voldemort's true name. He merely sighed dramatically, feigning frustration. "At present, both you and Harry have become a greater headache than he ever was. I had thought the Goblet of Fire would suffice for your studies for 3 or 4 years. But no matter, I have made some good friends who will help alleviate some of the pressure moving forward." M.O. Ran smiled, fully comprehending Dumbledore's various implications. "Very well, my child." Dumbledore adjusted his expression and spoke softly, "If you do not mind, I would like to speak with the other Harry, who also gives me quite a headache. You see, the elderly lack the vigor of youth, and undoubtedly, their inquiries surpass those of the younger generation. If you harbor any sympathy for your old headmaster, hoping he might soon indulge in a cup of honeyed nectar, do not wait for Professor Dumbledore to finish speaking, for Harry before him suddenly grew anxious once more. "Where am I, Professor?" "Professor Dumbledore. Where are Ron and Hermione? Are they well?" Dumbledore chuckled softly, replying with gentle assurance, "They are well, Harry. But you must lower your voice, otherwise Madame Pomfrey will expel me." Ultimately, it was Madame Pomfrey who rescued Dumbledore. As he had anticipated, Harry's questions flowed incessantly. Besides the answers he had gleaned from the film, Dumbledore further elucidated the reason for Harry's sudden fainting spell. You are still quite young, and prolonged use of such intense magical energy can overwhelm your body. I suggest you indulge in sweeter treats more often, such as candies, cakes, and puddings. By the way, I recently discovered a confection called Cockroach Cluster. Its exterior is a delightful blend of chocolate and hard candy, encasing a mixture of fruit preserves, honey, and cream. The flavor is truly exquisite. After a restful night's sleep, Harry received permission from Madame Pomfrey to leave the hospital wing. However, before he could reunite with Ron and Hermione, the two significant figures sought him out under Professor Dumbledore's introduction. Oh, what an intriguing child this is. He is quite different from the young man we encountered last time. What was his name again? Credence, Mr. Credence. Yes, Credence, indeed. He is somewhat dissimilar to Credence. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, he is quite different. I can hardly perceive him as a squib. Clang. The door to the headmaster's office swung open behind Harry, followed by Dumbledore's voice. Apologies for the delay, Harry. These two are my old friends, one of whom, like you, has also studied at Hogwarts. Back when I was not yet the headmaster. Nicholas, Newt, I entrust young Harry to your care for the days to come. Harry had never encountered the two elderly gentlemen standing before him, yet even in the absence of Dumbledore's introduction, he could instinctively discern the legendary alchemist Nicholas Flamel and the esteemed author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Newt Scamander. Ah, Harry. It is worth noting that Mr. Flamel will be residing in Hogsmeade for the time being, and first-year students are prohibited from visiting there. So you must exercise caution during your comings and goings to avoid being seen. As for Mr. Scamander, he has been invited by Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn to join Hogwarts in co-teaching the Care of Magical Creatures course. Theoretically, you could approach him in his office when he is available, but I would advise you to keep this information confidential. Upon departing from the headmaster's office, Harry finally made his way back to the Gryffindor common room. However, as he passed through the entrance guarded by the fat lady, he discovered that the circular chamber was even more boisterous than during the troll incident, with nearly all the students awaiting the return of their triumphant hero, Harry. Fred and George, lurking at the doorway, hoisted him onto their shoulders the moment he entered, exuberantly waving their arms and exclaiming, "Our hero has returned. The boy who lived. Tell everyone who thwarted Quirrell's nefarious plot. Come on, use that melodious voice of yours and give us a shout. 3 cheers. 4 cheers. We knew you could handle that turbaned fellow. Perhaps he could break an arm at most. A leg. But to kill you? Not a chance." Harry lingered in the sky for a good 10 minutes before the eager Gryffindor students finally set him down, just as he had hoped to avoid. The entire school was now abuzz with talk of the incident. Do share with us what transpired in the final chamber. Indeed, Harry, how did you manage to pass through that fiery door? Ron and Hermione's eyes were slightly reddened, yet they, like the others, were irresistibly curious about the events that unfolded thereafter. Very well, very well. With a sense of resignation, Harry raised his hands as if to surrender, exclaiming, "You are aware that last semester I was frequently detained by Professor Snape. In his office, I chanced upon some notes concerning magical flames, to safeguard certain essential secrets." Harry embellished parts of his narrative. Yet, even so, this semi-authentic adventure was far more thrilling than unfounded rumors. The mere utterance of terms such as Quirrell's turban, the mirror of Ariste, the Philosopher's Stone, and Voldemort caused even the upperclassmen to gasp in astonishment. Harry could not recall the number of times he had heard the girls scream, but he was certain that Hermione had shouted in his ear no less than thrice. "Merlin's beard. A first-year student has actually vanquished a professor and a dark wizard? You are mistaken. This is not the first time Harry has triumphed over the dark wizard. It was Professor Dumbledore who arrived just in time to rescue me. Had he delayed even a moment longer, I would have succumbed before Voldemort." "Goodness, Harry. Perhaps it is best if you refrain from mentioning that name." Harry nodded at the unfamiliar upperclassmen before turning to Ron and Hermione, inquiring, "Did you two encounter any difficulties later?" Hermione wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye and replied with a smile, "No. Ron has recovered remarkably well thanks to the spell and the white essence treatment. By the time I retrieved the broom, he was already awake. However, our journey on the flying broom took a bit longer than expected. When we passed through the trapdoor and returned to the 4th-floor corridor, Dumbledore was already on his way. You may not know this yet, Harry, but it was Neville who wrote to Dumbledore. When we passed the 3-headed dog, he used Bitevine to create sound paper and recorded our voices along with Fluffies outside the door. Neville, having been called out by Hermione, was uncertain of the reaction and quickly interjected. "Oh, I didn't mean to tattle, Harry. I thought it necessary to have some evidence to summon Professor Dumbledore, so I discreetly followed you. You were a tremendous help, Neville." Harry enveloped Neville in a bear hug. "Were it not for you, I might have truly been in grave danger. Thank you." Neville's pallid complexion transformed into one of palpable relief. He yearned to articulate his gratitude to Harry. Yet he was swiftly engulfed by the throng of jubilant companions eager to embrace him. The cheers within the Gryffindor common room surged in waves, rendering the Quidditch match and the House Cup seemingly insignificant. Everyone, including Wood and nearly headless Nick, along with all the ghosts and portraits, joined in the celebration, with even many figures from the corridor paintings hastening to partake in the revelry. During the feast in the second week of the new term, Dumbledore commended Ron's strategic prowess, Hermione's intellect, Harry's bravery, and Neville's loyalty by awarding Gryffindor additional points. Although such accolades might not wholly reflect their remarkable contributions, they were sufficient to propel Gryffindor far ahead of Slytherin in the House Cup standings. Subsequently, after the trio had consoled Hagrid and properly attended to the baby dragon Norbert, life returned to a state of serene normalcy once more. Harry has become increasingly busy. He now must train for Quidditch early on Wednesday mornings, as he will have additional tutoring sessions with Snape, Nicholas Flamel, and Newt Scamander on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, respectively. Fortunately, Wood is an individual who is nearly fanatical about Quidditch, always eager to accompany Harry for training at any given time. Newt Scamander possesses a profound love for magical creatures. In addition to teaching Harry to better control his latent powers, he sternly admonished them for their previous mistreatment of the Acromantula. "You fail to comprehend their nature. Acromantulas do not pose a threat to other species. Consider this, since they have become an integral part of the ecological chain within the Forbidden Forest. Your actions merely disrupt this balance. Such behavior should not be repeated, regardless of the location or the creature involved. I do not say this to frighten you, Harry. While your latent powers have yet to manifest any harmful effects on your health, we remain unaware of the underlying cause of these occurrences. If you truly value your life, refrain from engaging in such cruel acts in the future." Harry readily agreed to Newt. Yet both he and Imoran understood that it would be prudent to refrain from disclosing too much to Professor Scamander in the future. As for Mr. Nicholas Flamel, he was considerably more affable, albeit somewhat eccentric, compared to the youthful Newt Scamander. "Harry, you need not toil so diligently. Alchemy is an intricate and profound discipline. I have spent centuries on it, and would not dare claim to have mastered all its knowledge. Once I have departed from this world, you may study the art of Abraham alongside my manuscript of hieroglyphs. But you will also need to learn some French, Latin, Greek, and ancient languages such as Sumerian to comprehend them." "Departed? But sir, do you not possess the Philosopher's Stone for immortality?" "The stone has been destroyed. To be frank with you, Harry, I never intended to preserve such an abundance of elixirs for eternal life, had it not been for Albus asking me to teach you. I would have departed with my wife next month." "Harry, be cautious. You must boil that mercury. It is toxic." Where was I? Yes. Remember that alchemy is not merely about transmuting base metals into gold. Do not regard the Philosopher's Stone and the elixir of life as the pinnacle of this art. When you have the chance, visit Egypt, Greece, India, China, and the plains of Mesopotamia. It will undoubtedly enrich your understanding. Thus, Harry and Moran diligently completed the second half of their first year at Hogwarts, resembling machines in their work ethic. It was only after he and Ron and Hermione had completed all their examinations that they realized 5 months had elapsed. Gryffindor triumphed over Ravenclaw in the finals to claim the Quidditch Cup. Neville barely passed his practical potions exam, and Seamus Finnegan caused an explosion during his transfiguration exam, for which Professor McGonagall granted him a second chance. Meanwhile, Nicholas Flamel and Newt Scamander departed Hogwarts in succession. On the day of the end-of-year feast, Hagrid sought out Harry in the castle. "Harry, since you have completed your studies this term, I think it is time for me to present you with this gift." As Hagrid reached into his pocket, Harry, who had not relaxed his spirits for quite some time, attempted to jest. "I hope it's not another rock cake and ferret sandwich." Hagrid chuckled heartily, relieved that the events with the basilisk and dragon had not created a rift between him and Harry. "No, it's not. It's something I was asked by Professor Dumbledore to help you organize. I delayed giving it to you to avoid disrupting your studies. I contacted your parents' old classmates and the professors who taught them to gather photographs. I know you have never seen your mother and father. I hope you will cherish them." As he spoke, he carefully opened a beautifully crafted album. The photographs within were quite old, some even in black and white. Yet without exception, they featured James Potter and Lily Potter, gazing at his parents, who were waving and smiling at him. Harry choked back tears for a long while before enveloping Hagrid in a heartfelt embrace. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. That evening, the hall was filled to capacity with students from the four houses, erupting into thunderous applause upon the arrival of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. The dream of Slytherin to win the House Cup for 7 consecutive years had been shattered. Adorning the ceiling and the walls of the guest area were bright red ribbons and a majestic golden lion. "Well done, Harry," numerous voices exclaimed. "My little brother deserves credit too. His name is Ron. Did you know? My youngest brother passed Professor McGonagall's giant chess challenge." "Of course we know. As he is our brother too. You forgot to mention that you are the prefect, Percy." "Be quiet, Fred." "He is not Fred. I am." Hermione Granger had earned at least 100 points for Gryffindor this year. I truly wish she were a Ravenclaw. Aside from the Slytherin students, the young witches and wizards from the other 3 houses were nearly lifting the ceiling off the hall. Dumbledore had to employ a sonorous charm just to bring the raucous crowd to a semblance of calm. All right, my dear students, I know you are all exceedingly joyous. But before you indulge in tonight's festivities, you must endure a few clichés from this old man. What an extraordinary year it has been. Whether you have gained knowledge at Hogwarts, participated in Quidditch matches, or embarked on adventures, I hope your minds have grown richer than ever before. With summer vacation approaching, you will finally have the time to digest what you have learned and explore other wonderful places, regardless of one's talent. It is essential to occasionally clear one's mind to better absorb new knowledge. Now, let us proceed to the awarding of the House Cup. A resounding cheer and stomping of feet once again drowned out Dumbledore's voice. To ensure the students could hear him, the esteemed headmaster had to raise his volume, much to the discomfort of Professor McGonagall seated beside him. "Now, I shall announce the scores for each house. 4th place, Hufflepuff, with 392 points. 3rd place, Ravenclaw, with 460 points. 2nd place, Slytherin, with 472 points. And 1st place, Gryffindor, with 506 points. It is unfortunate that Slytherin did not secure the 7-time championship, but we must acknowledge Gryffindor's impressive performance this year. Congratulations, you have won the House Cup." Upon hearing Dumbledore's final words, Hermione finally joined her classmates in their celebration. The weight of her stress had been so immense that she failed to notice Professor Snape, wearing an expression akin to one who had just swallowed a fly. Shaking hands with Professor McGonagall, Harry and Ron, who had long been cheering from their stools, noticed Draco Malfoy slumped on the Slytherin benches, his head bowed and face clouded with gloom, which only made their laughter more exuberant. The joyous atmosphere of the end-of-year feast lingered on until the day the final grades were announced. Hermione rightfully claimed the top position in her year, her scores in potions, charms, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts were slightly lower than Harry's, yet in history of magic, she outperformed him by a significant margin. Even more gratifying was that Ron, sandwiched between 2 academic overachievers, did not disappoint his friends. Aside from a few lost points in potions, his performance surpassed that of many Ravenclaw students. Almost everyone boarded the Hogwarts Express amidst laughter and cheer. Harry purchased yet another heap of chocolate frogs, while Ron seized the opportunity to complete his collection of cards. The scenery outside transformed from ancient and rustic to modern, and unlike their journey to Hogwarts, Harry and his friends had to stow away their wizarding robes before the train reached King's Cross Station. Hermione's eyes grew increasingly red as she retrieved a piece of parchment for the 3rd time, writing down her address and phone number to hand to Harry. "All right, Hermione. I will certainly write and call you, as I have memorized them," he replied, eliciting a smile from Hermione after his playful teasing. Nevertheless, she solemnly instructed, "Make sure to write me a letter every week, Harry. It doesn't have to be long, just a few sentences will do. Of course, it would be even better if you could call or come over to my house. How about you all come to my house for a visit? My parents would be thrilled to meet you." "Sure, if I have the time, I'll come." Once back in the Muggle world, Harry swiftly spotted his Uncle Vernon's portly face among the crowd. To his surprise, the Dursleys had all come to welcome him home. "Let us go," Uncle Vernon stated, showing no inclination to assist Harry with his luggage, yet he was now too intimidated to address his nephew with the previous harshness and anger. Harry turned to wave goodbye to Ron, Hermione, and his classmates, departing amidst a chorus of "Goodbye, Harry, and see you, Potter," as he made his way towards Little Whinging. After returning home from Hogwarts, Harry wasted no time and immediately embarked on a second round of preschool preparations. The pressure weighed heavily upon him, In addition to the foundational subjects from school, he needed to dedicate substantial time to studying the various languages mentioned by Nicholas Flamel. This was exasperating for M.O. Ran. As a time traveler, he had no qualms about learning magical knowledge, but learning foreign languages? Not just one, but several? It was utterly overwhelming. Fortunately, after enduring the silent crisis, Uncle Vernon had become considerably more timid. He refrained from touching Harry's wand and spellbook, and was reluctant to bring up those peculiar abilities he despised. Although the family continued to regard magic as a source of shame, Harry could at least don his invisibility cloak and ride his Firebolt 2000 through the night sky, seeking solace. As the days passed, he occasionally sent Hedwig with letters to Ron and Hermione. Strangely, he had not received a single reply. On July 31st, Harry's 12th birthday, Uncle Vernon was poised for the most significant family gathering of his life. A wealthy couple in the area, Mr. and Mrs. Mason, were considering placing a substantial order with Uncle Vernon's company, which specialized in drilling machinery. If everything proceeded as planned, the family would soon be selecting a villa on the island of Majorca. Quickly, Petunia, Dudley, let us review tonight's arrangements. It's 8 o'clock. We each have our roles. Petunia, I shall be in the living room, prepared to welcome Mr. and Mrs. Mason. Splendid. And what about Dudley? I'll be at the door to greet them, Dudley declared, mimicking the act of opening a door while forcing a sycophantic, exaggerated smile onto his face. Shall I fetch your coats, Mr. Mason? Mrs. Mason? A broad smile spread across Aunt Petunia's face as she rushed to Dudley, kissing his plump head and proudly exclaiming, "What a proper young gentleman! They will surely adore you." "Oh, my precious little Dudley, you bring tears to my eyes." Harry, observing this scene from the sidelines, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He sighed and once more inquired of Uncle Vernon, "Are you certain you wouldn't tea like me to perform a spell, or perhaps add a potion to their tea? It would be highly effective. And you would tea have to do not mention your chaotic world again." Uncle Vernon bellowed, cutting Harry off. "You'll only bring harm to Dudley." Harry paid little heed to what Uncle Vernon had to say. From his understanding of this corpulent man, as long as the color of his face did not turn crimson or purple, it indicated that he was not truly angry. On the contrary, he could sense that his suggestion had stirred more than a flicker of interest in Uncle Vernon. "Well then," Harry shrugged and remarked, "I genuinely wish to assist you. After all, I have been relatively undisturbed this summer, finding it quite pleasant. However, since you claim you do not require my help, I reiterate, I do not need it." Uncle Vernon, with a gaze that wandered aimlessly, bellowed, "Just retreat to your bedroom and pretend you do not exist in this household. I would be eternally grateful." Harry nodded and ascended the staircase with purpose. Observing Harry's retreating figure, Uncle Vernon adjusted his demeanor and once more engaged his wife and child in a discussion about the commendatory phrases suitable for the dining table. "Harry Potter, the illustrious savior, Dobby has longed for the day he might behold your presence," exclaimed the diminutive creature that had unexpectedly materialized on his bed as the door swung open. Instinctively, Harry braced himself to cast a silencing charm, but upon perceiving no hostile intent, he merely inquired with caution, "You said your name is Dobby, are you a house elf?" Upon hearing his name spoken, Dobby's large, bat-like ears perked up with excitement. He clasped his hands together in front of his chest, his wide, glistening green eyes filled with admiration as he gazed at Harry, declaring, "Sir, you are truly erudite. Dobby is indeed a house elf." Harry found this insipid flattery particularly distasteful, especially after witnessing Dudley's true nature. Ding dong. Upon hearing the doorbell ring downstairs, Harry lowered his voice and said, "Today, this house will be hosting other guests. If you don't mind, you can sit on my bed for a while. Once the Masons leave, we can move to the living room." "Sit?" Dudley's expression shifted from surprise to an immediate outburst of tears. "Wah, I've never silencio." Harry's response was remarkably swift. Before Dobby's cries could escalate, he immediately reached out to haul them. Dobby was evidently taken aback by Harry's wandless magic, his eyes widening even further than before. "Hush, Dobby," Harry said. "I just mentioned that there are other guests in this house. If you can comprehend my words and promise to refrain from causing any further disturbance, I shall lift the enchantment." With utmost respect, Dobby nodded, and without Harry needing to utter the counter-curse, he freed himself from the silencing charm with merely a snap of his fingers. "Impressive," Harry instinctively complimented. "I heard from Professor Scamander that all house elves are adept at wandless magic. They can even perform apparition and disapparition within the grounds of Hogwarts. It seems that this is no exaggeration." The chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Dobby, flattered by the praise. Shyly scratched his entirely hairless head and said, "Harry Potter, you overstate my abilities. A wizard of your age capable of wandless magic is truly a genius among geniuses. No wonder you are deserving of the title the Chosen One." However, before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly began to act out once more. This time, Harry was prepared. He swiftly pulled Dobby back before he could ram his head against the window. "Dobby," Harry exclaimed sharply, "what are you doing? If you continue this nonsense, I shall resort to other spells." Harry's threat was merely an empty display of bravado, setting aside his limited ability to perform wandless magic, which confines into only the most basic spells such as the silencing charm or levitation charm. Even if he were capable of casting more complex enchantments with his wand, he must weigh the dire consequences of being detected by the trace. The trace is primarily used to ascertain whether magic has been employed in a specific area. It is seldom invoked to examine a wand unless a serious crime has occurred. Thus, as long as Harry ensures the records of his wand remain unblemished, he can attribute any fluctuations in magical energy to the presence of Dobby, thereby allowing Dumbledore to assist him in evading the scrutiny of the Ministry of Magic. Alas, Dobby nearly divulged the identity of his master, prompting him to feel the need for self-punishment. "Your master? Who is it?" Dobby cannot say. Dobby cannot say. The little elf lacked the strength of Harry, and no matter how earnestly he struggled, he could not manage to strike his head against the glass or the foot of the bed. Observing the enigmatic figure before him, Harry gradually grew impatient. Very well. The atmosphere in the bedroom suddenly turned frigid. Confused, Dobby turned around, only to find that Harry Potter's expression had, unbeknownst to him, morphed into that of another person. "Dobby, is it? Who informed you of my residence? Your master? Who sent you to watch over me? How long have you been doing this?" At that moment, Emma Rand and Harry resembled a pair of police officers, one the stern interrogator and the other the sympathetic figure, causing Dobby to freeze in trepidation. "Sir, Dobby cannot disclose much, but he is absolutely not sent by his master. Dobby has come to see you of his own volition and must face the harshest punishment upon returning. He must put his ears in the oven." "Ears in the oven? That is a lie. Your ears are clearly unharmed." "Oh, sir, Dobby has punished himself many times, but he recovers very quickly." Harry, Emma ran, feigned a sudden realization, exclaiming, "So, it appears that you have been watching me for quite some time. That would explain why my friends have not written to me. Wouldn't you agree, Dobby?" Caught off guard, Dobby resembled a child who had committed a misdeed. From the old pillowcase draped over him, he produced a thick stack of letter paper and, with a deep sense of guilt, confessed, "Harry Potter is quite angry with Dobby." Dobby hoped that Harry Potter would believe he had been forgotten by his friends, thus dissuading him from returning to school. Harry, Emma ran, cast a disdainful glance at Dobby. "You do not wish for me to return to school? So, you intend for me to remain ignorant of the arcane arts? Merely living as an ordinary person in a muggle household? Is your master none other than Voldemort?" In agony, Dobby clasped his ears and exclaimed, "Sir. No, sir. Please. I implore you, do not utter that name. How am I to ascertain whether you are deceiving me? If not, then why do you prevent my return to Hogwarts?" "Because this year, the most terrifying events shall transpire at Hogwarts," Dobby revealed, his determination to safeguard Harry Potter evident. "Sir, you are far too significant. Dobby cannot allow Harry Potter to face peril." Harry, Emma ran, let out a chuckle. "Oh, am I so significant? Then please enlighten me. When do you believe it is safe to oppose Voldemort? Even if I heed your advice and hide this year, what of the next? And the year after that? When will I ever be prepared? Moreover, I have already discovered your name. If I inquire about which house elf is named Dobby, I could easily unveil the identity of your master. I am aware that house elves possess remarkable magic, yet without their master's consent, you are generally prohibited from using it. Thus, regardless of whether this matter is a scheme devised by your master, there will undoubtedly be someone interested in you." The little elf, with tears welling in its eyes, found itself at a loss for words. A part of Dobby concurred with Emma Rand's assertions, yet another part remained resolute in its desire to prevent Harry from attending Hogwarts. Having divulged nearly all the pertinent details, Emma Rand once again relinquished control of their body to Harry, genuinely worried that if he lingered with Dobby any longer, he might commit some regrettable act. "All right, Dobby, you need not concern yourself with my affairs. Now, please return my friend's letter." Suddenly adopting a gentler tone, Harry failed to breach the little elf's defenses before he could extend his hand to retrieve the stack of letters from Dobby's grasp. The filthy little creature sorrowfully shook its head and declared, "No, Harry Potter cannot return to Hogwarts. But what gives you the right to decide for me? Dobby had no other choice. Immobulus. All immobilized. Before Dobby could open the door, a formidable surge of magic immobilized him in place. This marked Harry's first use of a nonverbal spell with powerful control effects. Although still a distance from offensive spells, it was undoubtedly a significant advancement. He snatched the letters from Dobby's hands and returned to his mattress, poring over them one by one. To Harry, how has your summer been? Goodness, what am I saying? It's only been a week. My parents took me on a trip to Scotland. And they even rewarded me with 5 galleons for achieving the top rank in my year. I mentioned that there is a classmate even more talented than I, and perhaps I could invite him over. What have you been up to this week? Don't tell me you've already begun studying. You surely have started studying. You must learn to balance work and play. Harry, you cannot simply bury yourself in books. Your friend, Hermione Granger. To Harry, I looked into the elective courses starting in the 3rd term at Hogwarts. There are many subjects that cannot be taken together due to schedule conflicts. I really wish to learn about them all. Never mind that. You didn't write to me last week. I hope it's because you were having too much fun to remember. This week must not be overlooked. Please write to me. Your friend, Hermione Granger. Dear Harry, guess what I stumbled upon in the newspaper? There are rumors that our new defense against the dark arts professor will be Gilderoy Lockhart. He is an extraordinary wizard, having not only been awarded the 3rd-class Merlin Award, but also being an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League. Moreover, he is the author of tales such as his encounters with the Banshee, his adventures alongside trolls, his travels with vampires, and a year spent with the Yeti in Tibet. Surely, you have perused his works. It has been 2 weeks since I last received a letter from you. Perhaps you are preoccupied with your own affairs. Yet I eagerly await your reply. If it is inconvenient to write, a phone call would suffice. Do not forget the remarkable inventions of the Muggle world just because you are engrossed in Hogwarts. Well, that is all for now. Your friend, Hermione Granger. Aside from Hermione, Harry also received letters from Ron, Hagrid, Neville, and a brief note from Professor Snape that arrived today. If not for his exceptional emotional control, he might have retrieved his wand from the cupboard to cast a curse on Dobby. Professor Snape's letter was succinct, primarily urging him to diligently study potion making while begrudgingly mentioning Harry's birthday. After perusing all the correspondence, Harry contemplated briefly before rummaging through his trunk for the invisibility cloak and a vial of Felix Felicis. Then he opened the door and made his way toward the kitchen below. The golden liquid of Felix Felicis cascaded like syrup over Aunt Petunia's exquisite pudding, rendering the dessert, adorned with cream and frosting, even more delectable. Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia seemed to have noticed the pudding's transformation, yet strangely, they made no effort to prevent the Masons from indulging in it. Before long, the rejuvenated Masons cheerfully signed a contract with Uncle Vernon. He could hardly close his mouth, brimming with untold jokes as he urged Petunia to pour Mr. Mason more tea while engaging in a spirited conversation about potential future business collaborations. Mr. Mason readily agreed. After all was said and done, Harry returned to his bedroom. With his newfound ability to cast spells without a wand, he efficiently packed all his belongings in under 5 minutes. The magic within you will dissipate by tomorrow morning at the latest, but being a house elf, you will likely be even faster. I do not care who your master is, nor do I concern myself with your reasons for wishing to keep me from returning to Hogwarts or even the events of this summer and tonight. However, I assure you, should you dare to disturb my life again, the spell I will cast upon you will be far more severe than a mere immobilization charm. Having uttered those 2 statements, Harry disregarded the tears welling in Dobby's large, expressive eyes, filled with a myriad of grievances, and unceremoniously confined him within the confines of the wardrobe. At 10 o'clock, as the evening news commenced its broadcast, Uncle Vernon had already ushered the Masons out of their home. Once he discerned that the commotion downstairs had gradually subsided, Harry descended with his luggage in hand. Observing Harry's demeanor, the garishly attired Dudley waddled over, proclaiming, "What is this? Is someone here to whisk you away? You pitiful creature. I am well aware of the significance of today. On your own birthday, you receive not a single card. Truly, it seems you have failed to forge any friendships in that dreadful place, haven't you?" Harry replied nonchalantly, "Oh, congratulations. It seems you have finally learned to count the days." Dudley adjusted his trousers, which had been slipping down his plump backside ever since he had loosened his belt after the Masons departed. Just as he was about to utter something particularly unpleasant to Harry, a stern reprimand from his father echoed from the doorway. "Dudley, go sit down." Never having faced such a scolding, Dudley first widened his eyes in disbelief, and then, in a cascade of tears, he fled into his mother's embrace. "Mummy, mummy." "Wah, wah, wah." Aunt Petunia gently stroked Dudley's head, saying nothing at all. Harry pointed to the telephone in the living room and inquired, "May I use the phone to call my friend?" "Mom, how can he use the phone?" "Shoo, Dudley, keep quiet for now, show." Uncle Vernon's expression was somewhat conflicted. Yet he understood that Harry's request was not a plea for permission, and he merely nodded, saying, "Well, go ahead." "Hello? Hermione, I encountered a minor issue here recently. Nothing particularly serious, so there is no need for you to worry. I am about to head to Ron's house. He has already sent me the address. Please write him a letter as a reminder, and hopefully, the owl can arrive before I do. Yes, Hedwig may not be very convenient at the moment. By the way, let us agree on a time to visit Diagon Alley together. How about August 5th? Great. I look forward to seeing you then." As Harry hung up the phone, the Dursleys were already seated on the sofa, their expressions eager yet hesitant. Sensing their unvoiced concerns, Harry promptly addressed their unasked questions. First, the potion is called the Joy Potion. It has no side effects. Although its effects are not permanent, it is not a hallucinogen. So you need not worry about the Masons having a change of heart. Secondly, I am about to leave for a classmate's home, which means you need not fret until next summer. With that, he bid them farewell. Traversing nearly the entirety of England from Surrey was no easy feat, particularly as Harry rode his Firebolt 2000 while donning the invisibility cloak to evade the eyes of Muggles. By the time he finally reached number 4, Privet Drive, the charm he had cast on his suitcase to make it light as a feather was nearly wearing off. Gazing at the crimson glow rising on the horizon, Harry wiped the sweat from his brow and jokingly remarked to Hedwig, who perched on his shoulder, "You certainly had a smooth flight, without any luggage to carry." Who? Hedwig flapped her wings a few times and ruffled Harry's hair in protest. "All right." Harry gently caressed the snowy owl's pristine feathers and said, "You should return to your cage for a moment. I must first locate the Weasley residence before I can feed you. Let me see." It is situated on the outskirts of Ottery St. Catchpole. The Weasley home was not difficult to find. Any wizard could easily spot the peculiar, crooked building with its 5 chimneys peeking through the trees. However, the front door was another matter altogether. After circling the modest abode with his suitcase in tow, Harry finally discovered its location nestled between the pigsty and the garden filled with plump chickens. Suddenly, a shrill scream startled Harry just as he was about to knock. Yet before he could discern the face of the red-haired girl in her pajamas, she had dashed up the stairs. Moments later, Ron, George, Fred, Percy, and Mrs. Weasley all appeared on the ground floor. "Hey, Mum, look who it is," Fred exclaimed. "No one else could make Ginny scream like that," George added. "Quiet, you too. No teasing Ginny." Mrs. Molly Weasley, much shorter than Fred and George, always managed to intimidate the mischievous twins whenever she raised her voice. Ron opened the door for Harry and, taking the suitcase from him, asked, "Harry, what brings you here?" "No, I mean, how did you arrive? Did you receive my letter?" "Hi, Ron." Harry first embraced Ron, and after greeting the Weasley family in turn, he slowly recounted his encounter with Dobby. Could it possibly be Draco Malfoy? Ron was the first to speak after hearing the tale. "Firstly, he despises you. You overshadowed him at school. Secondly, families with house elves are typically ancient and affluent. Both points align perfectly with him. Doesn't he, your family, have one?" In response to Harry's question, Ron appeared somewhat embarrassed, but fortunately, George promptly alleviated the awkwardness. "Not at all. Mother has always hoped to have a house elf to assist her with chores. But all we have are the ghoul in the attic and a garden full of gnomes." "Ghoul? Gnomes?" Harry skillfully redirected the conversation to other magical creatures. "I have read about them in books, but I have yet to witness them firsthand. Could you show me, George?" "Oh, certainly. Mother always asks us to help her rid the garden of gnomes, and recently she even purchased a copy of Gilderoy Lockhart's Guide on Eliminating Household Pests." Fred exchanged a mischievous glance with George and then whispered, "You don't know. Harry, Mother adores him." Molly Weasley, who had already entered the kitchen to prepare breakfast for the children, overheard her son's hushed conversation. Blushing, she called out without turning around, "Don't be ridiculous, Fred. That is a splendid book that helps one understand household pests. Besides, how can you expect a guest to assist in catching gnomes? Let Harry rest. He flew all night." George shrugged at Harry, his expression seemingly conveying, "You see, the process of gnome removal is quite simple, just like being a beater in Quidditch." Harry quickly adapted to the rhythm of the Weasley household. "Do you think Dobby was lying?" "Which part do you mean?" "The part where he said terrible things would happen at Hogwarts this year." As Harry swung his arm with great force, hurling the goblin away, he replied to Ron, "I find it difficult to say, considering that house elves cannot wield magic at will without their master's command. If he truly acted on orders to harm me, He could have executed far worse actions. This suggests he might indeed possess some critical information. Why then does he not disclose it to you plainly? Oh, Harry, that throw of yours must have gone over 50 feet, Ron exclaimed. Every time that creature is about to reveal a significant clue, he bashes his head against the wall. I almost wish to administer some truth serum to him. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a weary man clad in a green robe appeared. Dad's back. Arthur Weasley, utterly exhausted, merely raised a hand in greeting despite hearing his son's voices. After gulping down a large cup of tea, Mr. Weasley finally regained some strength and exclaimed, 9 times. 9 times the house has been raided. That scoundrel Mundungus Fletcher attempted to cast a spell on me while my back was turned. Hearing Harry's mutter, Ron hurriedly explained to his friend, my dad works in the Ministry of Magic's department for the regulation and control of magical creatures, but he has a fondness for muggles. I believe he works in this department to study muggle artifacts. Unaware of the enchanted car hidden in the Weasley backyard, Harry had not experienced the thrill of a flying adventure, but Mundungus found it immensely intriguing. Frankly speaking, he would rather be seated comfortably in the driver's seat soaring through the skies than be subjected to the discomfort of a stick between his legs. After enjoying breakfast with the Weasley family, excluding Ginny, Harry, under Mr. Arthur Weasley's guidance, toured his quaint little shed. In addition to the flying car, it housed an array of Muggle everyday items. Mundungus, who had been quietly observing from the live stream, was astonished. He had never witnessed a wizard with such remarkable talent for modifying human technology. How marvelous! Arthur Weasley exclaimed after learning about the workings of the telephone from Harry. What a genius! Even without magic, Muggles can create such incredible inventions. Honestly, Harry, I believe that wizards are beginning to lag behind Muggles in certain respects. Having established a mental connection with Harry, Mundungus nodded in agreement with Mr. Weasley's sentiments. Indeed, sir. Moreover, not only in daily life, but Muggle technology is advancing rapidly in medicine, electronics, and military applications. In a few decades, wizards may find themselves needing to catch up. Arthur was one of the few wizards devoid of prejudice against Muggle ingenuity, even though both he and Mundungus recognized the inherent advantages of magic over technology. He unhesitatingly concurred with Mundungus's assertion. You are absolutely right, Harry. I have long desired to introduce the remarkable inventions of Muggles to the magical realm. Yet the individuals in my department are exceedingly rigid in their thinking. Had it not been for the deliberate loophole I left while drafting the legislation, well, let us not dwell on that for the moment. Harry, let us continue our discussion about Muggles. Could you enlighten me on the true purpose of the rubber duck? During the days spent in the humble abode, Harry found it nearly impossible to devote time to his studies, apart from eating and sleeping. He seemed to have scarcely left Mr. Arthur Weasley's modest shed. Fred, George, and Ron, however, gave it little thought, for Harry had lent them his Nimbus 2000. And what could be more exhilarating than that? August 5th soon arrived, bringing with it the long-anticipated letter from Hogwarts. To everyone's astonishment, nestled within the envelope was an extensive list of works by Gilderoy Lockhart. Of course, there was also Hermione's belated letter. Merlin's Beard, Harry. Aside from Miranda Goshawk's standard book of spells, Grade 2, the majority of this list is penned by Gilderoy Lockhart. Upon hearing Ron's exclamation, Fred chimed in with his own lament. We in 4th year are expected to purchase his books, and the prices are outrageous. I sincerely hope the new defense against the dark arts professor is merely an admirer of Lockhart. I have no desire to attend that chap's class. George intended to agree but chose to focus on his breakfast instead, having caught a glance from his mother. Oh my goodness, Mrs. Molly Weasley gasped as she glimpsed the attachment on Ginny's acceptance letter. While comforting her youngest daughter, she calculated, Don't worry, dear, we will find a way. There are plenty of good items available in the second-hand market. The journey through the Floo network was remarkably smooth, not to mention, Harry did not mispronounce Diagon Alley. And with his current mastery of the Incendio spell, the ordinary green fire responsible for transporting wizards had no choice but to comply. Emerging from the fireplace, Harry shook the soot from his robes and soon spotted a brown-haired witch standing on the prominent white steps of Gringotts. She was ever so clever. Harry's words left Ron momentarily stunned, yet before he could grasp their meaning, his friend had already dashed off towards the wizarding bank. Noticing Harry as well, Hermione hurried down the steps, taking 2 at a time to catch up, and soon collided with Harry. Hi, Hermione. Hi, Harry. The 2 young wizards embraced, exchanging greetings and whispers before falling silent. It was only when Ron, Fred, George, Percy, and the Weasley parents arrived that they reluctantly separated. Are you going to buy books? I just stood in line for ages at Flourish and Blots, Hermione inquired, her cheeks flushed. Yes, I still need those by Gilderoy Lockhart, Harry replied. Harry felt a tinge of embarrassment, particularly as he noticed George and Fred watching him with mischievous grins. Ah, you must be Miss Hermione Granger. My wife and I have heard Ron speak of a friend who excels in his studies. It is a privilege to meet you. Mr. Weasley was equally delighted upon seeing Hermione, and he immediately recognized the Grangers, who were nervously waiting for her introduction at the entrance of Gringotts. Are those your parents? Hermione's cheeks flushed even deeper as she lightly tapped her forehead and addressed the group. Those two are my mom and dad. They are muggles. So they are hesitant to venture too far. Delighted to meet you. I am Arthur Weasley, and this is my wife, Molly. It is an honor. He then added, oh, by the way, do you have any pounds? I would like to exchange some with you. With the assistance of Mr. Weasley, an enthusiast of all things muggle, Harry quickly escorted Hermione away from the bustling atmosphere of Gringotts. After retrieving a bag of money from the vault, he decided to stroll through Diagon Alley first, disregarding the matter of Gilderoy Lockhart. As they walked side by side along the winding cobblestone streets, Hermione quietly inquired, aren't we bringing Ron along? He is shopping with his family first. We can bring him back some strawberry peanut butter ice cream when we return. So where shall we go next? Anywhere you like. As long as it is not Flourish and Blots. Harry had long noticed the banner advertising the sale of Gilderoy Lockhart's autobiography, which boasted about his magical prowess. Although he had yet to encounter the man in person, he felt an inexplicable aversion towards him. Do you not have an affinity for Professor Lockhart? I mean, nearly all our textbooks are authored by him. Isn't it a remarkable opportunity for Hogwarts to have such a distinguished individual as a teacher? Harry was at a loss for words. He felt utterly perturbed merely by hearing Hermione utter those words. Let us go. Harry grasped Hermione's hand firmly, not glancing back as he urged, let us proceed to the apothecary. M.O. Ran had initially intended to remind Harry to retrieve Tom Riddle's diary from the bookstore. But upon reflection, he concluded that it would eventually surface in Ginny's cauldron regardless. Thus, the timing was inconsequential. Instead of attending Gilderoy Lockhart's book signing amidst a throng of elderly witches, it seemed far more entertaining to observe Harry and Hermione. Hermione's face was flushed, reminiscent of being scorched by a blasting curse. Hand in hand with Harry, she traversed the apothecary's counter, only occasionally murmuring a response to him, while most of the time, she endeavored to bury her face within her flowing brown locks. This is saltpeter, Harry explained. Do not let its humble appearance deceive you. Nearly all alchemical practices rely upon it. Unlike potion making, alchemy seldom employs a cauldron, for the alchemist's pursuit is not to concoct a solution with specific magical properties, but rather to explore the nature and transformative laws of magical substances. Do you not find the word alchemy rather similar to chemistry as understood by muggles? Indeed, chemistry has gradually evolved from alchemy. Nicholas Flamel once imparted to me that a proficient alchemist must measure through alchemy and observe the properties and changes of magical materials. As the silent observer within Harry, M.O. Ran was acutely aware of his host's thoughts, although he had no intention of impressing Hermione through the most basic flirtation tactics. Harry's amalgamation of nerdiness and obliviousness left M.O. Ran at a loss for words. Could this truly win a girl's affection? Even if he appeared more knowledgeable than Lockhart. Such lack of charm was rather disheartening. Did he not realize that those women were not seeking pest control techniques from books? They were more enamored with Gilderoy's award-winning, dashing smile. While attentively observing Harry's psychological shifts and behavior, M.O. Ran failed to notice that Hermione's breathing had grown slightly rapid. She listened intently as Harry elaborated on the critical management of temperature, humidity, and magical output, all the while fanning herself with the hand that was not clasped in his. Watching her tousled brown hair flutter in the air, M.O. Ran suddenly felt like an exceedingly superficial individual. He could not ascertain how much Hermione was captivated by Harry's bookish persona, but love, after all, often defies logic. If Harry truly attempted to woo Hermione as he envisioned, it might yield an entirely different outcome. With this thought, M.O. Ran experienced a sensation akin to witnessing a child grow up. Very well, you may proceed as you wish. I shall no longer concern myself with it. When Harry and Hermione arrived at the bookstore, they discovered that Gilderoy Lockhart had already completed his signing and departed for home. To his surprise, Mr. Arthur Weasley had encountered Lucius Malfoy while purchasing books with his family. The two individuals were inherently at odds. Their initial encounter marked by an atmosphere thick with tension. Much like his son Draco, Lucius could not resist the temptation to deride Ron and his companions for their apparent financial struggles while procuring school supplies. Subsequently, Arthur broached the topic of the Ministry of Magic's impending enactment of a new Muggle Protection Act, suggesting that he might one day arrive at Malfoy Manor for an inspection. This seemed to strike a nerve with Lucius, leading to a rather unfriendly discourse regarding what constitutes a disgrace among wizards. The turning point occurred when Lucius, in the presence of Arthur, proceeded to insult him and the Granger couple. The typically mild-mannered Mr. Weasley, without a moment's hesitation, launched himself forward with clenched fists. In Fred's own words, "I've never seen Dad so valiant." Well, perhaps once, but you know, he sent Ginny's cauldron flying, and then he charged at that old Malfoy, crashing into a bookshelf, scattering dozens of tomes thicker than bricks everywhere. Goodness, I hope your father wasn't injured. He had a small cut on his lip, nothing serious. You should have seen Lucius Malfoy. His left eye was blackened from being struck by a volume of poisonous fungi. Ha ha ha. Fred, let me caution you once more. If your father's job is jeopardized due to your reckless storytelling, I shall cast you out of our home. I understand, Mother. Hermione was bidding farewell to Harry and the others at the entrance of the leaky cauldron as they needed to return to the Muggle residence. Although Harry did not express it, he yearned to board the returning school train immediately. It was over. In the living room on the first floor. Emma Rand sat on the sofa, his head in his hands, consumed by worry. Ever since he had taken control of Harry's body that afternoon, he had nearly turned the burrow upside down. Yet, whether in Ginny's cauldron or among the various bags of the Weasley family, Tom Riddle's diary seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving no hint of its existence. The film did not depict a conflict between Mr. Weasley and Lucius Malfoy. But was that scene part of the original novel? Or was it a random event triggered by the butterfly effect? Should he search Ginny's bedroom thoroughly? The moment this thought crossed M.O. Rand's mind, he immediately dismissed it. What a ridiculous idea. Even if Harry were merely a 12-year-old boy, he could not engage in the perverse act of sneaking into a young girl's room. Furthermore, according to Fred's earlier description, Ginny's cauldron had flown, and the bookshelves at Flourish and Blots had toppled. It was highly probable that the diary had already been lost at that time, carrying a multitude of doubts. M.O. Rand returned to Diagon Alley early the next morning, under the pretext of forgetting to purchase care supplies for his flying broom. He spent the entire day rummaging through Flourish and Blots, yet still found nothing to his satisfaction. As a time traveler, he understood the immense significance of Horcruxes. Even a wizard as powerful as Dumbledore could find no means to kill Voldemort directly and entirely without confronting the Horcruxes. But how could he explain this to Harry? M.O. Rand was troubled. I saw these things in Voldemort's memories? Then why didn't I relay all the information about the Horcruxes to Dumbledore when I first acquired the crown? Surely I can't claim that I was worried revealing too much would affect the unfolding of the plot. Nevertheless, it must be said that Tom Riddle's diary, as a top-tier dark magical artifact containing Voldemort's memories, would inevitably leave traces if it were not lying in the Malfoy household. Worst case, he could gradually disclose the information to Dumbledore. It was entirely normal for a 12-year-old to rely on the headmaster for support. Soon, the summer vacation was drawing to a close. After pondering for several days and nights, M.O. Rand chose to let things unfold naturally. Harry, unaffected by the Horcrux incident, enjoyed the happiest half-summer of his life. The Weasley family's financial struggles had never hindered the happiness shared among its members, and everyone in that household cherished one another. When the day of school arrived, Mr. Arthur Weasley, with Harry's assistance, had transformed his Ford Anglia 105E into a magical luxury vehicle, accommodating 8 passengers, along with 6 suitcases. 2 owls and a mouse had become a trivial task, although Mrs. Molly Weasley constantly warned Arthur verbally during the journey. Harry could see that she was indeed proud of her husband. Every year, the platform is graced with anxious new students. Last year it was Harry and Ron. And this year it is Ginny's turn. Observing his sister being escorted inside by the Weasley parents, Ron clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction and remarked to Harry, "Fred and I never received such preferential treatment." Harry gently patted his friend's shoulder and offered some advice. "Ron, you must understand, you have 6 brothers, but only 1 daughter. And Ginny is still your little sister. I care for Ginny as well, but let us just move on, shall we?" Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the air. Huh? Ron's cart collided with the wall and bounced back, startling the slumbering rat, Scabbers, who began to squeak frantically. Many Muggles turned their attention to the commotion. "What is happening? Why can't I get through?" Ron exclaimed, clutching his backside, his voice attracting the attention of a nearby guard. "What do you mean you can't get through? Are you mad or just daft, ramming your cart into a pillar?" Upon hearing this, Harry quickly rushed to support Ron and explained to the guard, "I apologize. My friend S. cart seems to have malfunctioned. With Harry by his side, Ron visibly relaxed. He pointed to the clock in the station and whispered, "If we don't get to the platform soon, we'll miss our train." Harry ran his hand over the wall, sturdy beyond measure, and turned to Ron with a question. "Does this passage close automatically at a certain time?" "I'm not certain, but I doubt it. Many students' parents must pass through here after seeing their children off," Ron replied. "Could it be?" As he watched Harry draw his wand, Ron's initial anxiety gradually transformed into excitement. "Can you break it, Harry? You can handle it, right? I recall there's a restriction under the decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery that allows us to use magic in emergencies." Harry did not respond to Ron. In truth, even in the absence of any decree, he had no intention of halting his endeavors and thereby missing the school bus. In a locale teeming with wizards, it is nearly impossible for the trace to ascertain which one cast a particular spell, as long as no fatalities occur. The Ministry of Magic would not even dispatch personnel for an investigation. "Stand a bit closer, Ron," he said, directing his wand toward the wall. Specialis Revelio. The magic unleashed by Harry rippled across the walls like waves. Observing the commotion caused by his friend, Ron quickly glanced around, and fortunately, the muggles nearby did not approach with expressions of astonishment. This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Harry chuckled lightly, as if he had encountered a challenge that piqued his interest. "You know, Ron, theoretically, this passage has not been sealed. Its surface has been cloaked with a powerful confundus charm, causing the platform to mistake us for muggles and effectively trapping us on this side. This is not something that mere students, nor even ordinary wizards, could accomplish. But you can solve it, right? Of course. However, the ensuing commotion may be somewhat substantial." Repello Muggletum. As Harry cast another spell, all the muggles traversing the station instinctively began to move away from the vicinity of the 9th and 10th platforms. "Gather your things, Ron. We must dash across at the utmost speed. Ready. 3, 2, 1. Finite Incantum. Portaberto." Harry felt no need to elaborate excessively to Ron. The incantation itself conveyed the rationale with utmost clarity. As he unleashed the spell, all spells must end at maximum magical potency. Every enchantment cast upon King's Cross Station, including confusion charms, muggle-repelling spells, and the transportation magic that separated the magical realm from the wizarding world, was forcefully obliterated. In such circumstances, regardless of how swiftly Harry executed his next incantation, both he and Ron would inevitably find themselves momentarily exposed to the gaze of muggles. Thus, in order to catch the school train in a timely manner, and in response to the adventurous spirit that dwelled within every Gryffindor, Harry resolved to leave the ensuing chaos for Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic to resolve. Ron, born into a pure-blood wizarding family, had never anticipated that one day he would experience such a heart-pounding thrill by passing through Platform 9. He and Harry barely managed to board the train in the final seconds before departure. And it wasn't until they settled into their seats that they realized their clothing was completely drenched in sweat. "Well, phew, that was exhilarating. Did you see that, Harry? There were so many muggle guards rushing towards us." At that moment, Harry was not as exuberant as Ron. Aside from dedicating most of his attention to the question of who had cast the confundus charm on the platform, he caught a glimpse of Hermione outside the compartment's glass door, her hair in a frizzle of agitation. "Harry Potter, what on earth have you been doing? I searched every carriage and couldn't find you." "We were magically barred from the platform," Harry explained. However, it seemed that Hermione did not hear his clarification. "Hogwarts is the finest wizarding school in the world. Students fortunate enough to study here should, at the very least, express gratitude and adhere to the rules." "What did you say?" Harry reiterated that they had been prevented from accessing the platform through magical means. Upon hearing Harry's account, Hermione was nearly beside herself with anxiety, pondering incessantly how to articulate the situation to the school and the Ministry of Magic during their journey to Hogwarts. Ron, who was also involved in the incident, initially felt unconcerned, but as Hermione's increasingly absurd hypotheses unfolded, his own confidence began to waver. As the train began to slow down and the students caught sight of Hogsmeade Station through the glass windows, Ron felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. "Harry, Professor Dumbledore wouldn't he expel us, would he? I mean, using magic in an emergency is within the bounds of the law." "That is hard to say, Ron." Harry feigned anxiety as he remarked, in such circumstances, underage wizards ought to remain in place, awaiting the arrival of their parents or other adults to address the situation. "What shall we do then?" "I do not know. Perhaps we may have to take a trip to Azkaban." "What?" Harry and Ron, of course, were not captured and taken to Azkaban. Given Dumbledore's protective nature, he did not even permit the Ministry of Magic's investigators to enter the gates of Hogwarts. After obtaining a brief understanding of the situation from Harry, our esteemed headmaster promptly allowed him to board the night bus and proceed to the Great Hall. Along the rough and muddy road, there were at least 100 carriages parked, and before these carriages stood towering, skeletal steeds. Their dragon-like heads and equine bodies cloaked in an ominous black hue. Harry softly inquired of Ron, "Can you not see them?" Ron, visibly uplifted upon learning that he would not be sent to Azkaban, replied, "See what? The carriages? I recall George mentioning that since our second year, students have been traveling to the castle in these magically propelled carriages." This seemingly inconsequential response was sufficient for Harry to ascertain the nature of the wondrous creatures before him. Months prior, Professor Newt Scamander had alluded to these magical beings, often misunderstood by superstition. The Thestrals, with heads reminiscent of dragons and eyes devoid of pupils, sported a pair of large, dark, resilient wings that emerged from their prominent shoulder blades, resembling massive bats with elongated necks and 4 legs when in flight. Their intelligence was remarkable, and once tamed, they would remain loyal to their owner indefinitely. Moreover, Thestrals possessed an astonishing sense of direction. Merely stating one's desired destination would prompt them to guide the traveler there. Caring for Thestrals proved to be relatively uncomplicated, being omnivorous. They relished blood and raw flesh, but would not disdain fruits and vegetation, even consuming decaying remnants of food. Regrettably, these enigmatic and exquisite creatures are often regarded as harbingers of misfortune, with many wizards believing that sighting them portends dire calamities. In truth, Thestrals can only be perceived by those who have witnessed death firsthand, requiring a profound understanding of its significance. Only through such comprehension can Thestrals reveal themselves, offering solace to those who feel lost and despondent. Thus, these charming, intelligent, and gentle beings serve as a comfort in the face of tragedy. The Ministry of Magic ought not to classify Thestrals as dangerous. I have attempted to correct their misconceptions on multiple occasions, yet with little success. Before my transition, I pondered why Harry, in the films, could only see Thestrals in his 5th year. Was Cedric's sacrifice the only valid death, while his parents were not? However, now that I realize Harry, who comprehended the essence of death from a young age, can discern the presence of Thestrals, I find myself feeling somewhat remorseful. Harry slowly approached the yoke of the carriage, delicately and gently brushing his fingers against the midnight black fur of the Thestral that clung closely to its skeletal frame. Strangely enough, from the icy touch, he could truly perceive a warmth that is uniquely emblematic of life. "You can see them too, can't you?" A timid voice emerged from beside Harry. It was Neville. "Yes, Neville, I can see them." Feeling somewhat guilty for inadvertently stirring up Harry's sorrow, Neville reluctantly shared the reason he was able to see the Thestrals. I witnessed my grandfather's passing." Harry turned his head and gently patted the round-faced boy on the shoulder. He had discovered long ago, during the previous academic year, that Neville possessed not only a timid disposition and a tendency to forget, but also an inherent stubbornness that seemed to stem from his very core. Now it appeared that his life, much like his own, was fraught with challenges. "Let us go," Harry remarked. "It is time to indulge in a grand feast." The Hogwarts Great Hall appeared even more splendid than the previous year. After adjusting the number of floating candles, students could more clearly admire the dazzling starry sky through the enchanted ceiling. Soon, Professor McGonagall entered the hall with this year's new students through the main entrance. Ginny, with her striking red hair, stood out in the crowd, observing her anxious yet adorable demeanor. The trio seated at the long table for this year's sorting ceremony began to comprehend why the upperclassmen enjoyed frightening the newcomers. "You may think I'm not particularly attractive, but do not judge by appearances." As the sorting hat guided the young witches and wizards to their respective houses, Dumbledore, as he did the previous year, cautioned the students about the dangers of the Forbidden Forest, subsequently introducing the entire school to Hogwarts' new defense against the dark arts instructor, Gilderoy Lockhart. "Oh, he is truly handsome." Professor Lockhart, dressed in a splendid sea-green robe, he stood and bowed amidst the cheers of the female students. His beaming smile resembled that of a blooming flower, provoking disdainful expressions from both the prominent group led by the Weasley twins and the more understated faction led by Potter. Even the professors seated at the staff table clapped with palpable reluctance, particularly Professor Snape. By the time the feast concluded, Percy, as the prefect, announced the new password for the Gryffindor common room, Foodie Bird. Harry was 99% certain that this password had been altered by Dumbledore himself. However, compared to the sweet-toothed headmaster, Ron, George, and Fred seemed far more intrigued by Miss Clearwater. So, You spent your entire summer holed up in your room, not to study how a prefect gains power. I wondered why you were so diligent during the O.W.L.S. exam. It turns out you were trying to pursue the Ravenclaw prefect. By the way, Fred, I heard Penelope Clearwater has a keen interest in Quidditch. If only Percy were on the Gryffindor team. Our exemplary older brother would never play Quidditch. He despises any matter that cannot be resolved at a table. Be quiet. Enough of this. You too. Fred and George's banter embarrassed Percy, who sternly reprimanded them. Do you not know how to show respect? George and Fred feigned innocence, exchanging glances before seamlessly launching into a duet. Goodness, Fred, do we lack respect for Miss Clearwater? Not at all, George. We are merely earnestly strategizing for our older brother. Percy was nearly fuming, gritting his teeth as he corrected his younger siblings. I admit you do not know how to show respect for me. The little skirmish of the Weasley family considerably enlivened the atmosphere in the Gryffindor common room. During this period, Emma Rand contemplated whether to exchange the rights of bodily possession with Harry and enlisted Hermione's assistance to keep an eye on Ginny, wary of her peculiar attachment to a strange notebook. However, upon further reflection, he realized that such an absurd request might lead the narrative down an uncontrollable path, and thus he decided against it. That evening, Harry experienced a peculiar dream. He envisioned a series of terrifying attacks occurring at Hogwarts this year, with each incident seemingly pointing towards issues of pureblood lineage. What troubled him further was that, regardless of the manner or perspective from which he witnessed these assaults, his fellow students at the magical school unanimously regarded him as the prime suspect. The second-year curriculum at Hogwarts felt somewhat tedious to Harry. Once the initial novelty exclusive to freshmen wore off, he no longer found the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall particularly captivating, especially given the overcast weather. Pickled herring? Unpalatable. Crispy bacon? Mediocre. Toast and fried eggs were satisfactory, yet he wondered why the school did not offer a bit more substantial meat during breakfast. Considering the lavishness of lunch and dinner. Good morning, Harry. Harry, wearing a mask of indifference while having his breakfast, felt his mood brighten upon hearing Hermione's voice. However, as he turned to greet her, he discovered that she was engrossed in reading a book titled Traveling with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart. The sight of Lockhart's greasy smile on the cover almost made him retch, transforming his intended greeting into an impatient complaint. Can't you refrain from reading his book? Hermione, we must glean knowledge from distinguished teachers. Just think, even Dumbledore believes that Professor Lockhart is competent to teach defense against the dark arts. That alone is a testament to his genuine talent. Besides, who else in this world has achieved so much at such a young age? Harry is not a fool. After Hermione's earnest counsel, he genuinely felt that he had previously judged others too superficially. Very well. Harry wiped his mouth and inquired of Hermione. When is our first class of defense against the dark arts? Did you not bring the schedule? I seem to have forgotten. Harry snatched Hermione's timetable, a mixture of surprise and indignation crossing his face. Why have you encircled all of Lockhart's classes with hearts? Hermione's face flushed crimson in an instant. She glanced around to ensure no one was observing her, reclaimed her timetable with a huff, and stormed off, clutching her books tightly. Harry initially intended to pursue her, but just as he was about to rise from his seat, a young boy named Colin Creevey obstructed his view of Hermione. Hello, are you Harry Potter? The famous Harry Potter. I'm Colin Creevey. It's a pleasure to meet you. I was sorted into Gryffindor last night too. The boy's face was even redder than Hermione's had been moments ago. One hand clutched a camera while the other reached out to Harry with a sense of nervous anticipation. Hello, Colin. Exhibiting remarkable self-control, Harry managed to maintain his composure in front of the younger student, quickly regaining his emotions before responding. Is there anything I can assist you with? Seeing his idol so amicably shake his hand only heightened Colin's excitement. He stepped forward, showcasing the camera he held in his arms, and asked, Do you think I might have the honor of taking a picture with you? I mean, that way, I could prove that I met you. Of course. Really? That is wonderful. Perhaps I could stand beside you, and then ask a classmate to help press the shutter, and maybe you could even sign the photo for me afterwards? A signed photo? Harry nearly exclaimed. Following Colin's recent description, an inexplicable image materialized in his mind, a future version of himself seated in the leaky cauldron, signing one autobiography after another, each adorned with the captivating smile of the illustrious Harry Potter. Harry first devoured his meal with great enthusiasm, brushing off the crumbs from his robes as he said, I can take a photo with you, Colin, but let's wait until later in the common room. As for an autograph, let us skip that. It seems a bit excessive. After uttering these words, Harry hurried away towards the greenhouse area outside the castle. marking his first instance of such eager anticipation for herbology class. Before the commencement of the defense against the dark arts lesson, Gilderoy Lockhart had made guest appearances in both the herbology and transfiguration classrooms. According to his assertions, this was a necessary exchange for teachers to share magical knowledge and teaching experiences. He repeatedly emphasized that he did not surpass Professors Sprout and McGonagall in herbology and transfiguration. Rather, he had simply acquired more practical knowledge through his adventures. Thanks to his assistance, several of Professor Sprout's mandrakes had become quite malnourished. Exhibiting such a confident demeanor only deepened Harry's curiosity about Lockhart. Coughing lightly, Lockhart cleared his throat in a flamboyant tone once all the students were settled in the classroom. He reached for a book titled Gaddying with Ghouls from a nearby table and showcased it while displaying a greasy smile that mirrored the one on the cover. I am Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the 3rd Class Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, and 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly. With that, he winked at the students. However, I seldom mention that, as I do not rely on my charming smile to vanquish the banshee. Harry felt as though he might be sick. He glanced at Ron, who appeared to share his discomfort, then turned his gaze towards Hermione, who was gazing dreamily with stars in her eyes. He forced himself to continue listening. I noticed that everyone had purchased my complete works, and I must admit, this brings me great satisfaction. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, upholding its long-standing high standards for faculty, has sought me out to fill the vacancy in the defense against the dark arts position. A wise decision, wouldn't you agree? This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. For me, this is not merely a job. It is worth noting that countless book signings and adventures await me in the world beyond. Were it not for the fond memories of my youth spent here and my sense of responsibility to safeguard the future of young witches and wizards, I would undoubtedly not squander my time in this safe yet dull castle. Now, before we officially commence our lessons, I believe it is necessary to conduct a brief assessment. Oh no. Almost all the students, with the exception of Hermione, began to wail, including those girls who gazed at Lockhart with the same starry-eyed admiration. Do not worry. There is nothing to fear, children, Lockhart said, flashing his signature smile, which managed to quiet some of the girls. I merely wish to gauge how well you have absorbed the profound magical knowledge I have cleverly concealed within the text. You will have 30 minutes, starting now. Harry had not perused Gilderoy Lockhart's autobiographies. He considered these books merely suitable for leisure reading, yet the profound magical knowledge they purportedly contained was merely an exaggerated self-aggrandizement. Indeed, when he received a parchment scroll spanning 3 entire pages, he was confronted with inquiries such as, 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What are Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambitions? 3. What do you believe to be Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement to date? 54. On which day is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday? And what is his ideal birthday gift? In the live broadcast room, Emma Wren exclaimed in frustration. The 30 minutes felt like an eternity, and Harry clung to the last vestiges of respect for the Hogwarts professors as he haphazardly scribbled down some answers. Beside him, Ron had completely given up, devoid of even the inclination to copy Harry and Hermione's responses. After collecting the papers, Lockhart began to peruse them before the entire class. Green, purple, and gold. Hardly anyone recalls that my favorite color is lilac. If you had thoroughly read about my year with the Yeti, you would have discovered that I mentioned this answer twice in chapters 7 and 13. Furthermore, how could my ideal birthday gift possibly be cosmetics? Who wrote this? Why is there no name? Well, regardless of who this student is, I distinctly stated during my wanderings with werewolves that my ideal birthday gift would be for all magical and non-magical beings to coexist harmoniously. However, I would hardly refuse a large bottle of Ogden's Old Fire Whiskey. This is detailed in Chapter 12. Those who have forgotten must reread it diligently. The Ron, Seamus, Dean, and Neville were unaware that Harry had pinned the cosmetics answer. It did not prevent them from shaking with laughter. Hermione, wholly focused on the lesson, was quite displeased with her male classmates' lack of respect for their teacher. Just as she turned to shush them, she suddenly heard her name pronounced by Lockhart. Miss Hermione Granger. Only Miss Hermione Granger remembered that my secret ambition is to eradicate all evil from the world and to market a line of hair care products that I have crafted and endorsed. My goodness, you are truly a remarkable girl, Lockhart exclaimed, rapidly flipping through the densely written answers provided by Hermione, subsequently extolling her like a performer. Incredible! 100%. Where is Miss Hermione Granger? Please stand so that the entire class may behold you. With a quivering heart, Hermione rose, her face flushed to the point of resembling a fried egg. Marvelous. Truly splendid. I shall award 20 extra points to Gryffindor. Upon hearing this, the spirits of all the young Gryffindors soared considerably. Certainly, aside from Harry, he is bound to be infuriated. Amidst the resounding applause, Gilderoy Lockhart, akin to a conductor, motioned for silence with a gentle press of his hands. All right, everyone, there's no need for such excitement. Miss Granger, please take a seat. And do remember to come by after class to collect a signed photograph. He continued, now let us return to the matter at hand. The transformation of Lockhart's demeanor was instantaneous. In the blink of an eye, his previously satisfied expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. I trust that none of you have forgotten the true essence of today's lesson. Professor Dumbledore has invited me here to instruct you on how to defend yourselves against the most nefarious, terrifying, and perilous entities in the magical realm. As he spoke, he retrieved a covered cage from behind the podium. When the cage was set upon the desk, it quivered violently, plunging the classroom into an eerie silence. What you are about to witness are the fierce beasts I have encountered on my adventures. Although I assure you that while I am present in this classroom, you are in no danger. Do not say, I did not forewarn you. Do not be intimidated by their fearsome appearance. With a flourish, Lockhart whisked off the covering, eliciting laughter from Seamus Finnegan and Ron. What is it? Lockhart inquired, his composure remarkably resilient. Ah, I see. You must think these Cornish pixies are utterly harmless, do you? Do not be so certain. You, seated at your desks, have no comprehension of the fact that these little rascals are as cunning and malevolent as demons. He gestured towards the small, bluish creatures, barely 8 inches tall, with large ears, pointed faces, and voices as shrill as a parakeet. Harry promptly sheathed his wand back at his waist. As Professor Newt Scamander would articulate, these pixies are characterized by their ability to fly without wings and their disproportionate strength for their diminutive size. In other words, devoid of magical abilities, they can only resort to mischievous antics to torment muggles and young witches and wizards who have yet to master their powers. Hermione endeavored to conjure a more terrifying image of the pixies, yet she struggled to associate a group of bouncing, chattering magical creatures making silly faces with the notion of horror. Noticing the disappointment on the face of his foremost admirer, Lockhart's expression faltered slightly, and he disapprovingly shook his head at the students in the classroom. Very well, since you are so dismissive, let us see how you intend to deal with them. The moment the cage was flung open, the Cornish pixies wreaked havoc in the classroom, darting about like rockets set ablaze, indiscriminately causing chaos. Books were torn asunder. Ink bottles were sent flying, and the wastepaper basket was ripped in half. Do not merely cower beneath your desks, children. They are but little pixies. Lockhart appeared to revel in the chaotic scene before him. He rolled up his sleeves and, with an elegant flourish of his wand, declared, observe closely. I shall demonstrate only once. Pesca pixie pesternemy. The classroom remained in disarray, and Harry felt no trace of magical energy emanating from the tip of Lockhart's wand. He did not even consider the tongue twister to be a genuine spell. Lockhart wished to attempt the incantation once more, but this time, his wand was promptly disarmed by a mischievous house elf. Ahem. Whoever manages to capture all the house elves and return them to their cages shall earn 10 points for their house. No. Make that 20. Come on, children. Harry, along with M.O. Ran, no longer harbored any fleeting hopes or doubts regarding Lockhart. Rising to his feet, he swiftly struck away a mischievous house elf that had been tugging at Hermione's hair, and intoned, Immobulus. The powerful binding spell erupted from Harry's palm like a camera flash, casting a brilliant white light that rendered all the Cornish pixies motionless in midair, ceasing their mischief. It was wandless magic. Potter can perform wandless magic. A Hufflepuff student shouted in astonishment, prompting nearly all the students to peek out from beneath their desks. Colloportus. Under the watchful eyes of students from both houses, Harry once again executed a wandless spell, unleashing the locking charm. The magical ropes that shot forth from his palm deftly wove through the pixies, ensnaring them all back into their cages within mere seconds. Impressive. Ron wasted no time in lavishing praise on his friend, being the first to break into applause. Following him, Seamus, Dean, Neville, and several of Lockhart's admirers joined in the chorus of admiration for Harry. I had thought Dumbledore had exaggerated, but it turns out Potter is truly remarkable. Wandless magic. That is indeed wandless magic. My father still cannot accomplish that. Harry's desire to demonstrate his prowess before all the students primarily stemmed from his wish to illustrate to Hermione what a truly capable wizard embodies. However, before he could exchange a word with the young witch, Gilderoy Lockhart approached with an air of ostentation. Remarkable. Harry Potter. A suffocating scent of perfume rudely invaded Harry's nostrils. To be candid, Dear students, today I wish to impart the significance of wandless magic. At your age, I was already capable of transforming a table into a rhinoceros through wandless incantations. And since mere words hold little weight, I have enlisted Harry to demonstrate this for you. Remember, in the face of complex situations involving dark magic, we may find ourselves without our wands, and in such moments, wandless magic becomes our most effective means of counteraction. While you may not possess the same innate talent as Harry and myself, I still encourage all students to set their standards and aspirations higher. Harry was reluctant to engage in camaraderie with Gilderoy Lockhart, yet as he attempted to return to his seat, he felt a firm grip on his shoulder. Ahem. 20 points to Gryffindor. Today's assignment is quite simple. Everyone is to compose a brief essay on how to deal with the Cornish pixies. No need for it to be lengthy, half a sheet of parchment will suffice. Haha. Mr. Potter, could you kindly assist me by retrieving the cage from my office? I have something to discuss with you. Upon returning to the office adorned with his portraits and photographs, Gilderoy Lockhart seized Harry's shoulder. Harry, I understand. As a young person, it is natural to seek the attention of your peers. Harry thought to himself, you understand nothing. However, I must remind you that at your age, it is prudent to calm down and focus on your studies, much like I did in my youth. Of course, do not think, oh, it's easy for you to say. Professor Lockhart, you are an internationally renowned wizard. In truth, when I was 12, I might have been even less accomplished than you. You wouldn't want to be perceived as arrogant by your classmates, would you? Even after dealing with he who must not be named, you should not seek excessive attention at such a young age, after all. This pales in comparison to winning the Most Charming Smile Award from Witch Weekly 5 times in a row. Wouldn't you agree, Harry? So, ahem. I have a splendid proposal. If you cooperate with me in class, I shall, in my capacity as a professor, endeavor to secure you certain privileges. I have heard that the head of Slytherin, Severus Snape, tends to favor his own house. I can assist in balancing matters regarding points. Additionally, I can provide you with notes granting access to the restricted section of the library. Upon hearing this, Harry finally suppressed his urge to retaliate against the professor and nodded at Lockhart with a smile. The Quidditch training grounds were shrouded in morning mist. Apart from Wood, Harry, George, Fred, and the other team members appeared disheveled, with dark circles under their eyes and a palpable sense of drowsiness. Ahem. Oliver Wood coughed heavily twice, appearing remarkably invigorated. All right, everyone. Before we commence training, I would like to share a few words. Although we claimed victory in the Quidditch Cup last year, a single-year triumph does not affirm the prowess of Gryffindor. Only by defending our title can we silence those who attribute our success to luck. During the previous matches, we employed a 6-to-1 strategy, which was effective due to Harry's broom performance and his slight frame as a first-year student. However, Harry is growing rapidly, and we cannot rely on a singular tactic. Thus, over the summer, I devised several new strategies for the team. With that, Wood produced a visibly worn diagram of the Quidditch pitch from behind him. Lines of various colors, arrows, and circles began to move slowly under Wood's command like a magical wand. Let us begin with the first strategy, a variant of the previous 6-to-1 formation. If we continue to rely on Harry's capture of the Golden Snitch as our winning condition, it would be more prudent to fortify our defense rather than engage in a direct confrontation with our opponents. We should focus on scoring through swift counterattacks at opportune moments. This approach not only conserves the player's stamina but also allows us to secure a greater margin of victory. Fred and George responded with sleepy murmurs. Zzzzzzz. That's essentially the gist of it. Upon hearing Wood's concluding remarks, Harry felt a sudden clarity wash over him. He glanced at his teammates with a twinge of guilt, realizing that he was in relatively good form. George, also emerging from his stupor, yawned and inquired, I have a question, Oliver. Why can't you discuss tactics when we are all wide awake? Wood's expression darkened slightly. Yet he recognized that the assembled group were indeed the champions who had helped Gryffindor secure victory last term. He endeavored to reason with them, saying, Lads, I understand that you might still be basking in the glory of our previous triumph. However, trust me when I say that the agony of a victor falling from the pinnacle of pride and arrogance into the depths of despair is a burden that no one should bear lightly. I do not want you to grasp this truth only after enduring several crushing defeats. This is why I urge you to exert yourselves and double your training efforts. As his fervor increased, Wood grasped his broomstick with determination. Come, let us translate theory into practice and defend the glory that belongs to Gryffindor. Harry endeavored to rein in his emotions, yearning to feel a sense of exhilaration, yet, akin to the other teammates trailing behind Wood with their leaden limbs. He found himself beset by an insatiable urge to yawn yet again. The sun had risen, and both Ron and Hermione had already risen and partaken in breakfast. Observing the listless demeanor of his friends and brothers, Ron speculated that Harry and the others had undergone a grueling training session. "How long have you been practicing? Will you continue your training?" Harry took the homemade sandwich from Hermione, devouring it in a few bites before responding. "We haven't even started practicing yet. Ever since we arrived at the pitch, we've been listening to Wood lecture us on new tactics." Hermione felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with Wood's behavior, frowning. She retrieved another sandwich from the paper wrapping and handed it to Harry, saying, "Didn't we win the championship last semester? Why does it feel as if we are at the bottom?" Harry was somewhat astonished that Hermione managed to craft a sandwich in the likeness of his favorite. Yet his hunger was so profound that he merely uttered a grateful thank you before recounting to his friends Wood's recent theory about consecutive victories and the folly of arrogance. "Hurry, Harry. Overindulgence can lead to discomfort while riding a broom." Just as Wood turned to call out to Harry, a group of individuals emerged from the entrance of the Quidditch pitch, transforming his previously amiable expression into one of irritation. "What is the meaning of this?" Wood suppressed his voice. "I have reserved this pitch for today. What are they doing here?" The members of the Gryffindor team, who had already taken to the skies, also noticed the Slytherin players clad in green robes and swiftly altered their direction to return to the ground. "Flint, don't disregard the rules. This pitch belongs to the Gryffindor team today. We all rose early for this." Marcus Flint, with a sly flick of parchment in hand, interrupted Wood. "Calm down, Wood. I happen to possess a signed note from Professor Snape himself, Severus Snape, granting the Slytherin team permission to train on the Quidditch pitch today to prepare their new seeker." "New seeker? You? Who is it? Malfoy?" Wood, Harry, and the Weasley brothers exclaimed in unison upon spotting the slender, pale-faced blonde boy stepping forward from the throng. "Oh, you are acquainted with Draco? Since you know his surname, I trust you are also aware that his father is one of the governors of our school. Come, behold the gift he has bestowed upon the Slytherin team." 7 individuals, alongside 7 boxes, revealed 7 brand new Nimbus 2001 brooms adorned with gleaming golden lettering, displayed in perfect unison by the Slytherin players on the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch. "To prevent you country bumpkins from being ignorant, allow me to introduce it," Flint said, caressing his broom. "The Nimbus 2001, just released last month, boasts significantly improved performance over the previous model, the 2000, with enhancements in both speed and maneuverability. As for the old Clean Sweep series, I suggest you reserve them for sweeping floors." Draco Malfoy basked in his self-satisfaction, quietly observing the expressions of the Gryffindor players while feigning a congenial demeanor. Just as Wood and the others fell into silence, a female voice suddenly rang out. "There is nothing to be proud of, Malfoy. The Gryffindor players do not need to purchase their way onto the team. They have earned their places through sheer skill." Upon the utterance of those words, Draco Malfoy's countenance darkened immediately. He glared at Hermione with palpable fury for a brief moment, only to revert to his previous demeanor and remarked, "Is that so? I am quite eager to witness their prowess. Why not engage in a friendly match right now? You may dictate the rules." All members of the Gryffindor team turned their gazes towards Wood, no longer questioning whether their captain was overly cautious. "Just 3 goals," Wood declared resolutely. "No golden snitch. The first to score 3 goals shall be deemed the victor. We still have our own strategies to practice and lack the time to serve as your sparring partners." It was evident to all that the Gryffindor team could not possibly triumph, yet even so, Wood devised a solution that spared them some semblance of dignity. Draco Malfoy, visibly disappointed, shook his head and, after uttering "let us make it swift," kicked open his broom cupboard and mounted his Nimbus 2001, ascending into the sky. The 7 Nimbus 2001s took flight, creating a gust that lifted the robes of the Gryffindor players. Wood, observing the figures in the sky, addressed the team. "In a moment, we shall focus solely on offense. Do not concern yourselves with any formations or strategies. Consider this duel as merely a training session to familiarize yourselves with the Nimbus 2001. And Harry, you need not involve yourself, lest, no, I am going." Harry shook his head and said to Wood, "Rest assured, Oliver, I shall not lose my confidence over the outcome of a friendly match, and besides, I need to assess Malfoy's flying capabilities. Well then, let's proceed. 1, 2, 3. Gryffindor for victory." The final score was 3-0, and Gryffindor naturally succumbed to defeat, even though Slytherin graciously vacated the training ground after their victory. Most team members were too demoralized to practice. The Nimbus 2001 speed was nearly 2 or 3 times that of the previous models. All Gryffindor players, except for Harry, felt as if they were being toyed with on the field. Now that we have witnessed the Nimbus 2001 speed, strategizing against Slytherin will be straightforward. When we encounter them on the pitch in the future, we shall employ the first tactic I taught you this morning. Oliver would bore the greatest pressure, yet as captain, he mustered the responsibility to motivate his teammates and devise strategies. Although Slytherin's brooms were swift, it was evident that their players did not possess the mastery required to fully control the Nimbus 2001. Under such circumstances, if we adopt a defensive formation and allow Harry to capture the golden snitch as swiftly as possible, we might still have a chance at victory. Elia, the team's primary attacker, was skeptical of this tactical arrangement. But Harry isn't as fast as Malfoy. We just witnessed that, didn't we? Wood shook his head and explained. That was under the condition of Harry being involved in the offense. Indeed, as you mentioned, the Nimbus 2000's linear acceleration cannot compare to that of the Nimbus 2001. But the Golden Snitch is not a quaffle. Its flight path is far more erratic. I observed Draco Malfoy closely. He possesses a certain level of flying skill. Yet he is certainly not on par with Harry. Are we to place all the pressure solely on Harry? That appears to be our only option. Fred and George also disagreed with Wood's assertion, but before they could voice their opinions, Harry stepped forward. I believe Oliver is correct. Slytherin's 3 goals only took about 5 minutes. Any of the other 3 houses would suffer a devastating loss in a direct confrontation with them. Even if we were to seize the snitch first, we would still find ourselves trailing on the scoreboards. Wood felt a surge of relief as he patted Harry's shoulder. The captain of Gryffindor, who held a deep love for Quidditch, had regained his fighting spirit upon hearing the Seeker's words. Listen, everyone. Slytherin has only one advantage, their flying brooms. We are the reigning champions, and our players on those brooms are far superior to theirs. Ultimately, the match relies on the players. Even if we lose, we shall not bow to that wealthy little brat. Wood's impassioned speech resonated with everyone present, including the members of Gryffindor, such as Hermione and Ron, who all raised their fists, vowing to fight with unwavering resolve against Slytherin until the very end. By the time Gryffindor's practice concluded, the clock had struck noon. Harry, without even having the opportunity to change into his Quidditch robes, dashed into the great hall and began to indulge in a hearty feast. Hermione and Ron had long grown accustomed to Harry's voracious appetite, and while seated beside him, they would even take the initiative to fetch his favorite meats and vegetables. The chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. The atmosphere seems rather peculiar, don't you think? Hermione remarked. Logically, Draco Malfoy should have already begun to boast about how he triumphed over Gryffindor in the practice match. Yet it appears that no one in the hall is aware of this occurrence. Harry and Ron abruptly raised their heads and surveyed their surroundings. As Hermione had stated, all the students dining in the Great Hall, including those at the Slytherin table, were engaged in their usual lunch. He must still be in the common room, or perhaps somewhere else boasting about himself. Today marked his first opportunity to gain an advantage over Harry. There was no reason for him to pass up such a chance. Ron's reasoning was sound. After all, if Malfoy and the Slytherin team were intent on concealing their secrets, they could easily hide the Nimbus 2001 and unleash it during the main competition, leaving the other houses in disarray. Perhaps he intended to summon everyone with a cry of "Come quickly! Something's happened!" Colin's sudden exclamation interrupted Harry's musings, and almost all the students in the hall turned in unison towards the entrance. Madame Norris has been attacked in the corridor. The Slytherin Quidditch players are being questioned by the professors. The clamor erupted like thunder, and the young witches and wizards from all 4 houses hastily abandoned their lunches, rushing towards the entrance. In an instant, the doorway of the great hall was crowded with those eager to witness the unfolding drama. The sound of hundreds of feet ascending the staircase caught the attention of Professor Dumbledore and the other instructors. While the faculty had no intention of concealing the incident, they clearly did not wish for the students to converge upon the scene of the crime. Indeed, the lively chatter and bustling atmosphere dissipated. The damp stains on the floor, the cat hanging limply from the torch holder, and the blood-smeared words on the wall transformed excitement and curiosity into palpable fear. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. The Chamber of Secrets? What is the Chamber of Secrets? Goodness, what has happened to that cat? Is it dead? But who could have done this? Who inscribed those words? Was it Malfoy? In response to the murmurs among the students, Professor McGonagall quickly turned and addressed them. Students, the details of this attack and the identity of the suspect are still under investigation. Mr. Malfoy and his friends merely happened upon Madame Norris first, so I implore you not to linger here. Head boys and girls, please escort your fellow students back to the common rooms. We will release the findings of the investigation in due course. Perhaps due to having witnessed the scene firsthand, or perhaps because the writing on the wall was too stark. The students exhibited a reaction markedly different from last year's encounter with the troll. Even Percy did not promptly step forward to assert his authority as head boy. Although a few students considered complying with Professor McGonagall's directive to leave, the majority remained rooted to the spot, driven by the thrill of fear. What has happened here? Please tell me the rumors are not true. Filch's voice rang out from the crowd, his hunched form displaying an unexpected vigor as he caught sight of Madame Norris. My cat. Madame Norris. Who is it? Who killed my cat? I want him to pay with his life. I want to kill him. Dumbledore's voice was deep, yet it effectively curtailed the fervor of Filch's madness. He continued, Madame Rosmerta has merely been petrified. She is not dead. There is no need to spread panic without understanding the full circumstances. Head of houses, please escort your students back to their common rooms, as per Professor McGonagall's instructions. Mr. Malfoy, you and the other Slytherins may leave. Argus, follow me. As the greatest of wizards. Dumbledore could soothe the spirits of the young witches and wizards even without his title as headmaster. However, at this stage, Harry had become acutely aware of the magical techniques employed by the man as he spoke. Just as he contemplated learning this spell from the esteemed headmaster, he suddenly heard moaning Myrtle's voice echo in his mind. Take a look around. See who is absent. Is Ginny here? An inexplicable sensation surged within Harry, ebbing and flowing like the tides. He truly could not discern the presence of Ginny Weasley amidst the throng. But why was that? Surely it must be a curse that has befallen her. During my travels across the globe, I have encountered such spells on numerous occasions. It is a form of transfiguration torture, and how regrettable it is that I was not present at the time. Otherwise, I could have employed a counter-curse to rescue her. The hastily arriving Gilderoy Lockhart was oblivious to the fact that Dumbledore had already concluded that Madame Loris was not deceased. While boasting of his own prowess, he gazed upward in the direction the students had departed, as if fearful that others might not hear him. This is no ordinary petrification curse. Dumbledore appeared utterly indifferent to Lockhart. Oh yes, I was just about to mention that this cat could also have been petrified. I believe that too. Such arcane dark magic is beyond the grasp of even the most advanced students, let alone second years. Ahem. At that moment, Snape suddenly cleared his throat. Dumbledore shifted his gaze from Madame Loris, his cerulean eyes meeting those of the black-robed, black-haired potions master. Softly inquiring, do you think that is a possibility, Severus? Snape, maintaining his composure, replied, although it pains me to say so, headmaster. He may well be the only one in the entire school capable of such a feat. Hey, Fred, George, I need to discuss something with you. What is it, Harry? Is it about Quidditch? Or are you looking to procure a dung bomb from us to send to Malfoy? Harry, Moran, gestured for silence, then pulled the Weasley twins into a secluded corner of the common room and whispered, I would like to borrow a piece of parchment from you. Ahem. A piece suitable for mischief, one that is not intended for good deeds. How did you know? Shoo. Harry, Moran, was on the verge of casting a silencing charm on George, after he meticulously confirmed that the students in the common room were behaving normally. He lowered his voice further and said, I intend to use it to uncover the true culprit behind the attack. Fred and George exchanged glances and responded in turn, honestly. Harry, it's not that we can't lend it to you. It's just that we are exceedingly curious about how you came to know about the Marauder's map and all these matters regarding its possession. Harry, Moran, rolled his eyes and then revealed the existence of his invisibility cloak, a fabricated tale concocted by the time traveler to conceal the truth. In essence, you may understand that I once beheld you utilizing this remarkable item while cloaked in invisibility. How splendid! After both he and his brother extolled Harry in unison, George reached out to pat the younger student's shoulder and remarked, just to be clear, Harry, this item is merely on loan to you for the time being. As the Marauder's map is a closely guarded secret of ours, and parting with it entirely would be quite difficult. Fred interjected at that moment, however. Rather than using it for pranks, we believe you are capable of achieving far greater ambitions with it. Right, George? Indeed, Fred. George responded. Now, allow me to explain how to use the Marauder's map while I return to our dormitory to retrieve it for the Chosen One. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. In the stillness of a late-night corridor at Hogwarts, a faint sound suddenly echoed. As Harry, Moran, made his way to the room of requirement, he unfurled the Marauder's map. With the light emanating from the tip of his wand, he observed countless ink lines unfurling like gossamer threads, intricately weaving together to form a complex and detailed map of Hogwarts on the parchment. Only when the ink lines had filled every vacant space did several lines of elegant green script emerge at the top: Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. The illustrious gentlemen who offer assistance to the creators of magical mischief proudly present the Marauder's map. Let me see. As Harry, M.O. ran, murmured to himself. He focused intently on the myriad of named black dots before him. Professor Dumbledore paced in the headmaster's office. Was Filch in his chamber? Shouldn't he be out patrolling? Oh, right. Madame Pomfrey had just been attacked. He had been too distraught to attend to anything other than his grief. Meanwhile, Peeves was in the trophy room, which was rather fortunate. At least I would not be disturbed. Next, let me check on Gryffindor's dormitory. Neville, Andy, Ron, and Wormtail. I'll spare you for a while. Now, onto the girls' dormitory. Is this a tad perverse? Never mind. Greatness often comes at the expense of small scruples. Everything is for the purpose of locating the Horcrux and vanquishing Voldemort. Just as M.O. Ran was preparing to examine the situation in the girls' dormitory, a chilling voice, icy and sinister, suddenly echoed around him. Hungry for the scent of blood, let me kill you, tear you apart, crush you. Experiencing Parseltongue from the first-person perspective of a serpent was indeed a peculiar phenomenon, yet the horror of the basilisk was not something to be savored. In an instant, Harry, M.O. Ran, conjured two roosters with his socks. Grasping his wand in one hand, he cast the levitation charm to elevate the Marauder's map. And under the dual protection of his invisibility cloak and the basilisk's nemesis, he scrutinized the suspicious black dots on the parchment. Where was Ginny? In the dormitory? How could that be? And the basilisk? Its English name seemed to be basilisk, beginning with A-B. If it slithered through the pipes, it would certainly move swiftly. Where could it be? The following morning. Harry was bewildered to find himself informed of several perplexing matters before he even grasped why his body ached after a night of deep slumber. Firstly, Dobby's warning was not baseless. The earlier attack on Madame Pomfrey was no mere accident, but rather a deliberate act. Secondly, during my escapades last term, while donning the invisibility cloak around the campus, I had stumbled upon Fred and George using the Marauder's map, and in my quest for the truth, I had borrowed it from them. The incantation to activate and deactivate the map involves pointing one's wand at the parchment and reciting, "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," followed by mischief managed, a fabricated tale to conceal the truth. Lastly, during last night's pursuit of the assailant, I heard an extraordinarily eerie voice. It was that of the perpetrator of the attacks. Utilize the Marauder's map wisely and refrain from drawing attention to our investigation. I have already enlisted Fred and George to assist us in this matter. Protect yourself and your friends, and remain vigilant regarding those classmates and teachers who were absent from the crime scene. Oh, and one more thing to remind you. This Marauder's map reveals only the presence of wizards within Hogwarts Castle. If you, like me, discover anything peculiar on it or uncover certain clues, do not mention it to anyone and refrain from acting rashly. I shall take my leave now to rest. The profound sense of emptiness within his soul left Harry bewildered as he rose from his bed. He recalled that the last time his second persona fell into slumber was due to an incident in the room of requirement. Yet, hadn't M.O. Ran merely strolled through the corridor in his invisibility cloak the previous night? What had truly transpired? In the ensuing month, whenever Harry found a moment to spare, he would consult the Marauder's map. Since no one knew when the assailant might strike again, he felt compelled to maintain a continuous 24-hour surveillance of Hogwarts. Most professors turned a blind eye to Harry's occasional lapses, save for Professor Snape. Do not say I did not warn you, Potter, he admonished. If your talent only serves to breed arrogance, you would do well to pass it on to someone more deserving, such as Mr. Longbottom. At first, Harry believed that Professor Snape's words stemmed from high expectations of him. However, one day during potions class, he noticed Snape gazing at him with a disturbing yet somewhat pitying complexity in his eyes, leading him to realize that the situation was far more intricate than he had initially perceived. Harry declined invitations for autograph replies to Professor Lockhart's fans and the Death Day party invitation from nearly headless Nick. However, as the Quidditch season approached, he remained without any information regarding the matters entrusted to him by Moaning Myrtle. The absence of any further attacks at Hogwarts, aside from Mrs. Norris's incident, led many students to believe that the rumors surrounding the Chamber of Secrets were merely pranks orchestrated by the irksome Argus Filch. As with last year's draw, the opening match would again feature Gryffindor facing Slytherin. The announcement of the 7 Nimbus 2001 brooms attracted a plethora of Quidditch enthusiasts from outside the school, prompting Hogwarts to erect additional viewing platforms to accommodate the surge in spectators. The sky was overcast, and the damp air, coupled with the occasional rumble of thunder from the clouds, seemed incapable of dampening its fervor. He proclaimed loudly, "Today's weather is in our favor." That bunch of Slytherins relies solely on their superior brooms, never training outside of sunny days. And what about us? We have soared through all manner of adverse conditions. Oh yes, my Quidditch robes have not dried since August. Let us solidify our tactics. In the rain, both flight speed and visibility will be severely compromised, making it difficult for the chasers to aim accurately. If we set up the Iron Curtain formation as we practiced, we shall catch those ruffians off guard. What seemed oblivious to George's complaints, his breathing became increasingly rapid, his chest visibly heaving. "Harry, you would want that little scoundrel Malfoy, who relies on his gold to infiltrate the team, to win, would you? Today, you must either seize the golden snitch before him or fall valiantly on the battlefield. Harry, we must win. We must win." Harry bore no ill will towards Wood. On the contrary, he fully comprehended the gravity of his words. Once the match exceeded 25 minutes, Slytherin would stand a formidable chance of securing a lead of 150 points, thanks to the advantage of the Nimbus 2001. At that juncture, even if Harry, as the Seeker, managed to outpace Malfoy, Gryffindor would be declared the loser. For the sake of morale, Wood could not articulate the situation so bluntly. Yet the reality was precisely as he had stated. The only hope for Gryffindor's victory lay in the Seeker swiftly capturing the golden snitch. "Rest assured," Harry nodded vigorously, declaring, "we will surely triumph." The cheers from the crowd were more fervent than the previous year, as the gate swung open and the players entered from the corridor. The sounds of wind, rain, and thunder were completely drowned out by the raucous enthusiasm of the spectators. The students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff were nearly as zealous as those from Gryffindor. While they may not have believed that Harry and his companions could conquer the Quidditch match with the Nimbus 2001, none of them wished to witness Slytherin emerge victorious. "Go, Harry, show them what you're made of. Long live Master Malfoy. Fred, George, knock Flint off his broom with a bludger. Oliver, you can do it." Amidst a cacophony of cheers and jeers, Wood and Flint shook hands, their fierce gazes nearly capable of devouring each other whole. Madame Hooch had to blow her whistle to remind them to release the grip they had on each other's hands, as if they wished to crush the other. "Listen to my whistle. 3, 2, 1. The match begins." The Slytherin team took to the skies with a speed that nearly doubled that of the Gryffindors. Of course, Wood and his team had no intention of chasing after the elusive Quaffle, which was beyond their reach, just as Flint sought to flaunt his speed. He realized that the opponents had already positioned themselves in a defensive formation near the goalposts. "Huh, a pack of cowards. Let us show them what we're made of. Lads." 6 figures darted through the air, leaving behind 6 streaks of green. Even Draco, aside from the goalkeeper, joined in the team's initial offensive. All the Gryffindor players instinctively tightened their grips on their broomsticks, constantly shifting positions for a coordinated defense as per Wood's strategy. Unfortunately, the combination of 6 clean sweep brooms and comet models proved insufficient against the 6 Nimbus 2001s. Ding! Slytherin scored, bringing the score to 10-0. Listening to Lee Jordan, whose commentary lacked its usual fervor, the Slytherin supporters erupted in jubilation. They recognized that if Slytherin's Seeker also participated in the offense, it would be nearly impossible for Gryffindor to defend successfully. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. In the VIP section, Lucius Malfoy, draped in an elegant black robe, smiled as he received compliments from the 2 middle-aged wizards beside him. His gaze oscillated between his son Draco and Harry Potter, exuding an air of calm confidence. "Are you stunned, Scarhead?" Draco Malfoy executed a rather impressive tailspin in the air, then called out to Harry, "Why don't you join the defensive ranks? Do you genuinely believe you can catch the golden snitch faster than I can?" Harry refused to be provoked by Draco Malfoy's taunts. However, just as he sought a glimmer of golden light amidst the misty rain, a heavy bludger came hurtling towards his face. Whoosh! What was happening? George, who had just struck the bludger towards a Slytherin player, appeared utterly perplexed. He had aimed for Adrian Pusey, yet somehow the bludger had veered mid-flight to target Harry instead. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the ominous shadow lunged at Harry once more. "Watch out, Harry!" At George's warning, Harry narrowly evaded the bludger's assault, convinced that it had grazed his hair as it passed. Ding! Slytherin scored, bringing the score to 20-0. "What is going on? George, what are you doing? Get back and defend." Wood sounded frantic. "This isn't right. Oliver." Fred joined the efforts to protect Harry, and as he sent the bludger soaring away, only to watch it inexplicably turn and fly towards Harry again, he shouted without hesitation, "We need a timeout." Someone has cursed the bludger. It's solely targeting Harry. Wood, though a Quidditch fanatic, was not devoid of compassion. And soon Madame Hooch received a signal from the Gryffindor captain. The match was halted when the score reached 30-0. What on earth is happening? Wood questioned, one hand gripping his broom while the other wiped the rain off his face, gathering all the Gryffindor players together. The bludger has been jinxed. Damn it. The Slytherins have gone too far. Is 7 Nimbus 2001s not enough? Must they resort to such despicable tactics to thwart Harry? It was the first time Harry witnessed George and Fred completely devoid of their humor. What should we do? Can we not request an investigation? Alethea Spinnet inquired of Wood. No. Firstly, during the match, players are prohibited from casting spells on the quaffle, not even for dispelling. That is the rule. Secondly, if we apply for an investigation into the quaffle, the referee would immediately terminate the match, and we would forfeit to Slytherin due to our current deficit. As the discussion among teammates reached an impasse, Harry interjected decisively. Let us continue the match. Though the quaffle is swift, it lacks my agility. Once I take the field, I shall feign citing the golden snitch and utilize the quaffle to disrupt Slytherin's offensive rhythm. We shall see if we can seize the opportunity to score a goal or two. At the very least, we must not be outmatched in spirit by Slytherin. You'll have your head smashed by that thing, Harry, George exclaimed, glaring furiously at Wood, believing Harry's reckless bravado was entirely provoked by Wood's earlier command. Today, you either catch the golden snitch before him or perish on the field. Trust me, George, I have my wand. Harry struck George's shoulder with a fist, exclaiming, if all else fails, I'll seize the opportunity to smash it to pieces. Are you certain, Harry? Wood inquired, his face reflecting the same determination as Harry's. Then I shall allow Madame Hooch to continue the match. I have no objections. Let's go. Impervious. As the rain intensified, Harry cast a waterproof charm on his goggles. The 14 brooms soared once more at Madame Hooch's whistle. Soon, a menacing whistle echoed behind Harry's head. The Firebolt 2000 had become an extension of Harry's very beings. As he ascended, descended, veered, and turned with agility. Suddenly, when Harry was merely a few feet from the ground, he executed a sharp ascent, charging directly into the Slytherin formation. Damn it, what are you doing? Flint, sensing movement from below, hastily shifted his position. Harry and the pursuing bludger shot past Flint like out-of-control rockets, barely missing the edge of his broom. And even the Gryffindor players began to believe that Harry was indeed in pursuit of the golden snitch. Draco! Flint's shout heralded the swift appearance of a green-clad figure, who immediately began chasing the duo of broom and ball in the sky. Yet, before they could witness Draco Malfoy overtaking Harry, a voice, long suppressed, erupted across the field. Gryffindor scores, making it 30-10. Magnificent, Elia. You are truly a goddess on the Quidditch pitch. The sneers and disdain vanished from the faces of the Slytherin players, as Flint shot a venomous glare at Wood before leading his teammates back to their half. Without needing a warning from Wood, all the Gryffindor players heightened their vigilance. As Slytherin's arch-rivals, they knew the opponents would soon resort to underhanded tactics. The scene shifted back to the skies above the clouds. Harry was on the verge of exasperation. He merely intended to disrupt Slytherin's offensive rhythm. Little did he know that the elusive golden snitch was indeed hiding in the clouds directly above him. Now, he found himself compelled to engage in a decisive confrontation with Malfoy. You can't catch me, Potter. Malfoy called out, straining against the relentless rainwater that incessantly infiltrated his nostrils. His mood equally dismal. If it weren't for this wretched weather, his Nimbus 2001 would have already outpaced that accursed snitch. Meanwhile, Harry contemplated employing the Ascendio charm to seize the snitch directly, considering both the altitude they occupied and his proficiency in wandless magic. Such an act of subterfuge would likely go unnoticed. Yet, curiously, he yearned to triumph over Malfoy through sheer skill, rather than resorting to trickery. Amidst the torrential downpour, neither the Nimbus 2000 nor its upgraded counterpart could achieve their full velocity. However, the bludger trailing closely behind Harry was unaffected by the rain's resistance. Much smaller in stature than the two seekers, it appeared poised to catch up with him. Now or never. Suddenly, Harry relinquished his grip on the broomstick's footrest. With one hand firmly clutching the broom handle and the other pressing against the bludger, he propelled himself upward, leveraging the combined thrust of the Nimbus 2000 and the bludger, soaring towards the golden snitch, which was tantalizingly close to Malfoy's fingertips. The Nimbus 2000 was swept aside, yet Harry clung tenaciously to the golden snitch, his other hand gripping his wand with renewed determination. Although he could utilize wandless magic to cast Arresto Momentum, it was prudent to ensure his safety in such a life-threatening situation. Arresto Momentum. The voice of Professor Dumbledore resonated softly as Harry suddenly felt as though he were swimming in an ocean, suspended 20 feet above the ground. The terrified screams of the students gradually faded, replaced by an eruption of applause that threatened to collapse the spectator stands. Harry caught the golden snitch. My goodness. How did he do that? It's astonishing. Cheating. He must be cheating. What gives him the right? The match concluded with Gryffindor triumphing over Slytherin with a score of 160-70. Madame Hooch's whistle had lost all authority. She resorted to gesturing and using magical sparks to indicate Gryffindor's victory. Likewise, apart from the professors and a few keen-eyed students, most were oblivious to Harry's use of a spell to halt the bludger that had been pursuing him. Harry, are you all right? Led by Wood. The Gryffindor players were not clouded by the euphoria of victory. They rushed towards Harry as soon as they descended to the ground, after repeatedly confirming that Harry was unharmed. George and Fred drew their wands from their waists and exclaimed, "You despicable scoundrels. I knew Slytherin would resort to cheating and foul play during the match." Flint, equally incensed, retorted, "It is you who are cheating. Who knows what trick Potter is playing up there in the clouds? I demand to inspect his wand. The Nimbus 2000 has no reason to be faster than the Nimbus 2001. Get lost. Do you think we are blind? Are you daring to claim that the snitch was not tampered with? The match has ended, and it is still pursuing Harry. Shut your filthy mouth, Weasley. Everyone knows the match balls are locked in the teacher's office. You ignorant pauper, stupefy." He collapsed to the ground. Madame Hooch had witnessed her fair share of bloodied matches during her tenure, but it was her first experience witnessing players draw their wands against one another. Before she could intervene with disciplinary measures for the brawl, spells were already soaring from Fred's wand. Expelliarmus, Tarantaligra, Rictusempra, Fununculus, Dinsajo, Fred, George, stop, Protego. Harry was taken aback by the unexpected outcome of the match, which had devolved into a brawl between the two houses, and he hastily intervened. "Finite," he uttered, halting the spell, followed by Relatio, releasing the tension. Bang, bang, splashes erupted. Apart from Harry and Malfoy, who had just fallen from the sky, all 12 players lay sprawled on the muddy grass. To Harry's surprise, Dumbledore had appeared from the stands at an unknown moment. "Children, the match has concluded," he stated, holding a transparent air umbrella, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. "Please refrain from engaging in such behavior, which is not only unsportsmanlike, but also detrimental to the spirit of our school." Flint, whose face was still breaking out in boils, lacked the strength to rise, yet he endured the agony and shouted at Dumbledore, "Headmaster, Potter cheated to seize the golden snitch, and then Gryffindor attacked first. Ouch." "He did not cheat," an unexpected voice interjected from beside Flint. "Potter seized the golden snitch by utilizing the speed of his broom and the erratic bludger. I believe the school ought to investigate the match balls." Not only the Gryffindor players, but even Dumbledore exhibited a hint of surprise when glancing at Malfoy, despite the murderous intent etched on his face as he spoke. "Oh, thank you for your clarification, Mr. Malfoy. I trust Madame Hooch will look into this matter thoroughly. Now," Dumbledore waved his hand, "those who feel unwell or injured should proceed to the hospital wing to seek treatment from Madame Pomfrey." "Oh, my esteemed headmaster," Gilderoy Lockhart proclaimed, emerging distinctly from the array of professors beneath his splendid umbrella adorned with golden trim and a dazzlingly greasy smile. "There is no need to trouble Madame Pomfrey for such trifles. With a mere flick of my wand, I can assure a swift remedy for the students." As he eagerly brandished his wand, he scanned the crowd for the most suitable subjects for his treatment. "Don't." A Slytherin student stumbled to his feet, exclaiming, "I don't want your help. I'm fine." Another Gryffindor player, targeted by Lockhart, was equally terrified, shielding a minor injury with his Quidditch robe, saying, "It's just a small wound. Let it be for now. Thank you, Professor." The chapter was not yet concluded. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. The post-match celebration in Gryffindor was particularly exuberant, especially when Harry recounted how he had utilized the bludger to capture the golden snitch. The entire common room was transported back to the glory of last year's House Cup victory. "Incredible! Outstanding! I truly wish I could have witnessed that moment firsthand." Wood waved a towel, seemingly acquired from nowhere, his face blooming with joy, completely oblivious to Harry's protest of hunger. Meanwhile, the lively Weasley twins, George and Fred, each hoisting one of Harry's legs, engaged him in a comedic banter. "It's truly a waste for you to remain on the school team, Harry. However, we cannot possibly allow you to embark on a professional league just yet. You are far too young. Think of the sumptuous feasts in the hall. Consider the lovely girls at school. So heed the advice of your seniors. Before graduation, stay with the school team, and enjoy the delightful game of Quidditch. Their words elicited laughter from the boys and caused a blush among the young witches, including their sister. Even as bedtime approached, many girls in Gryffindor House remained awake, hiding their faces under blankets. The moon hung silently in the sky. With the aid of the Marauders map, Harry had come to regard his nocturnal escapades as a nightly ritual. He had intended to practice transfiguration in the room of requirement tonight. But the sudden awakening of moaning Myrtle disrupted his plans. "Hey, you're awake?" Sensing the familiar magic resonating from deep within his soul, Harry felt a surge of joy that surpassed even his victory over Slytherin. "So, how have you been? Have there been any other attacks?" Myrtle's voice still bore a hint of fatigue, piquing Harry's curiosity about the events of that fateful night. No new incidents had occurred, and most students had taken the opening of the Chamber of Secrets as a jest. "As for Ginny, whom you advised me to watch, she has been acting quite normally, indistinguishable from any other student in class or while watching Quidditch." "Oh, you played a Quidditch match? How did it go? You seem rather pleased." "We won, though it was quite a challenge. Had it not been for the heavy rain, I might have outpaced Malfoy. Interestingly, I initially thought that Rogue Bludger was a Slytherin ploy, but Malfoy surprisingly stepped forward after the match to admit his defeat and requested Madame Hooch to inspect the balls." "What?" Myrtle was taken aback. From the films he had seen, Malfoy would typically either fall from his broom or sulk and seek his father's help. "Is he really that magnanimous?" Myrtle inquired incredulously. Harry reflected for a moment before responding. "Not quite. He looked as if he wanted to smash his broom in frustration, which is why I found it odd." "Oh, right. We can use the Marauders map to see if he has any ulterior motives." As Harry stood at the entrance of the room of requirement, he spoke while lifting his invisibility cloak. "The recent endeavor of surveilling the entire student body had consumed a considerable amount of my energy. Yet I have come to unravel the secrets of the Marauders map. Observe, as we stepped into the room of requirement, our footprints vanished from the map. This indicates that the Marauders map can only reveal locations known to its creators. Moreover, it is likely that during the map's creation, the spells employed by Moony, Wormtail, Patfoot, and Prongs were variants of the human presence revealing spell. This is an exceptionally intricate and advanced form of magic. Once successfully cast, it cannot be deceived by any means of concealment, be it my own invisibility cloak or Professor McGonagall's animagus transformation. The spell can accurately discern the presence of individuals. Goodness, I can scarcely fathom how long these four self-proclaimed marauders took to craft the Marauders map." Harry's voice sounded somewhat exhilarated, a part of him still basking in the glory of victory. "Did you not notice something amiss?" Emma Rand inquired. "Indeed, I did," Harry remarked, "as I mentioned. This Marauders map solely reveals the presence of human beings. Even if it can document the movements of ghosts, it is incapable of detecting anything beyond the realm of humanity. Therefore, the assailant during the chamber incident must have either concealed themselves within the chamber or be an entity that is not of human origin." Harry's deductions were perilously close to the truth, yet what Mo Rand truly wished to convey was the fact that the sleeping rat, Scabbers, nestled beside Ron, was in fact the animagus of Peter Pettigrew. Just as he hesitated on whether to reveal this crucial information, a somewhat familiar, piercing voice suddenly echoed through the darkness. Harry Potter had returned to school. "Who?" Harry's wand was pointed directly at the two tennis ball-sized eyes gleaming in the darkness. Dobby had sought countless opportunities to caution Harry Potter, yet why were you so reluctant to heed Dobby's warnings? Why would you not simply turn back home when the walls were sealed? Harry did not relent upon recognizing the identity of the house elf. Instead, he demanded sternly, "Whose house elf are you, and how did you gain entry into this room? Furthermore, how did you know the walls were sealed?" Dobby appeared somewhat flustered, though not due to the wand that Harry had pointed at him. I cannot say, sir." "Oh, you cannot say anything?" Dobby, in a state of disarray, contemplated for a moment before shifting the focus. Oh, sir, I came here using apparition to find you." Harry's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Disapparating? You can disapparate at school? Wait, what are you hiding behind your back?" "Oh, whoa." In an instant, the seemingly composed Dobby burst into tears, flailing about in distress, his large ears flapping incessantly. After causing such a significant upheaval for Mr. Harry Potter, Dobby returned home and scalded his own hand with an iron. Yet, he paid no heed to the pain. He felt compelled to ensure that Harry Potter departed from Hogwarts and returned to a place of safety. "Whoa," the little elf sobbed, using his filthy pillowcase to wipe his nose. Harry noticed several bruises on his ears and forehead, likely inflicted by heavy objects, and his heart softened in sympathy. "All right, Dobby, how did you acquire those injuries? Did your master strike you? This one, sir? Dobby pointed to the bruise on his head. This was from a beating for burning dinner, and the bruises on my ears are from the spell I cast on the rogue bludger, which caught me in the door. Harry, having lost the desire to utter harsh words to Dobby, sheathed his wand and gradually crouched down to inquire. Do not be afraid, Dobby. Please tell me the truth. Did you cast a spell on the bludger? Why, yes, sir, Dobby stammered. Did you use apparition to infiltrate Professor Quirrell's office? Indeed, sir, Dobby replied. Oh. So your intention in wanting me to leave Hogwarts is connected to the Chamber of Secrets? As soon as Harry's question escaped his lips, Dobby's face transformed into one of sheer terror. He desperately sought something to bash his head against, but the once bustling room of requirement, now thoroughly ransacked, lay barren. After surveying his surroundings, Dobby resorted to forcefully banging his head against the ground as a means of self-punishment. Naughty Dobby. Wicked Dobby. Utterly useless. Dreadfully bad Dobby. He lamented. Immobulus. Harry's intention in restraining Dobby was not to threaten him. Rather, he began to heal the house elf's wounds with magic. Episky, he uttered. First, I shall mend your injuries, Dobby, and once you are healed, I will lift the curse. However, I implore you to refrain from any self-harming actions, as I harbor no ill will towards you. The elf's eyes widened in astonishment, akin to brass bells. And it was only after Harry released him from the paralysis that he could believe the extraordinary reality before him. Oh my goodness! Harry Potter! How noble and kind you are! Harry, wishing not to provoke Dobby, remained silent as he gently patted the elf's head. Yet this only caused Dobby to weep even more fervently. Oh, how I wish Harry Potter could comprehend the significance he holds for a creature as humble and eternally subjugated as I. During the time when that nameless one held the greatest power, sir, wizarding families treated house elves as mere pests. Though Dobby's current master continues this same cruel treatment, sir. Since you vanquished that which cannot be named, the lives of many house elves like me have seen considerable improvement. From the night you defeated the Dark Lord, Dobby understood that a new dawn had arrived. The name Harry Potter shines like a beacon, illuminating the lives of those of us who have long dwelled in darkness. Therefore, sir, you must not remain in this perilous place. Perilous? Hogwarts? Well then, can you enlighten me as to who orchestrated the events surrounding the Chamber of Secrets? Who is the heir inscribed upon the walls? Harry's earnest entreaties did not elicit an honest response from Dobby, who clutched his head and began to wail, as if enduring some profound agony. Dobby cannot speak. Dobby truly cannot. Please, sir, do not press the poor Dobby any further. All Dobby wishes is for Harry Potter to be safe. Driven nearly to madness by Dobby's convoluted reasoning, Harry suddenly had a flash of inspiration and proposed, How about this? Dobby, let us collaborate in a different manner. You could teach me how to apparate like a house elf, so that if danger arises, I could escape directly back home from Hogwarts. What do you think? The manner in which house elves apparate is entirely distinct from the method employed by wizards. In the words of Professor Winky Trelawney, the instructor for Hogwarts apparition classes, anyone wishing to learn this skill must adhere to the 3 Ds principle: destination, determination, and deliberation. The second D, which refers to determination, signifies that a wizard must resolutely commit to the idea of transporting their body to the intended locations, allowing a singular thought to permeate their mind and body. Unlike magical creatures, wizards do not possess their magical power wholly within their physical form. Thus, failure may result in severe accidents during apparition. Apparition refers to a wizard departing from their current location, while apparating refers to their appearance at the target site. Splinching denotes the phenomenon wherein part of the body remains behind due to insufficient determination. A perilous risk that is precisely why the Ministry of Magic restricts apparition training to students aged 17 and above. House elves, as magical beings, require little to no determination. Their inherently magical bodies respond effortlessly to the commands of apparition without the need for additional cerebral control. Typically, no matter how gifted a wizard may be, they cannot escape the constraints imposed by their human form. However, Harry is an anomaly. When he transforms into Black Mist, he resembles a magical creature far more than a wizard. This is precisely why he dared to articulate such a fanciful notion. The house elf, nearly taken aback, recognized that while Harry's words contained some merit, his ideas were replete with impracticalities. If you teach me, and I fail to learn, then I shall promptly leave Hogwarts and return home. What do you say? Harry added, gazing at the renowned savior with such sincerity. Dobby hesitated for a moment before replying. Very well, Dobby is willing to teach Harry Potter, but sir, you must promise to keep your word. Indeed, you must. Harry chuckled. remarking that house elves are not wizards well-versed in the arcane arts. Whether it be Dobby or his kin, they merely regard magic as an innate ability. Nevertheless, this spirited group of beings is capable of grasping some fundamental truths. For instance, their talent for wandless magic often surpasses that of their masters. Moreover, their method of apparition is an art that wizards can never hope to master. Observing Harry, who had transformed into a shape of black mist, as he flickered 10 feet across the room of requirement, Dobby's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, truly on the verge of doing so. Strictly speaking, Harry's skill in apparition was still rudimentary. Even during his most successful attempt, a faint remnant of his corporeal form lingered in place. However, for Dobby at that moment, such a concern seemed trivial. Why is Harry Potter able to master the art of apparition from our house elf? How is it that he can transform into a shadowy mist? What is the source of the profound dark magic aura surrounding that mist? Isn't he the nemesis of the Dark Lord? Goodness, Dobby clearly intended for Mr. Harry Potter to feel disheartened and obediently return home. Mr. Harry Potter, who had already executed apparition over a dozen times, was about to summon his wand for further study when he noticed that Dobby had unexpectedly approached. What is the matter, Dobby? Have I done something wrong? Dobby, fidgeting with his hands, appeared exceedingly bashful. It was only after Harry had tidied his disheveled school robes that Dobby finally managed to utter a response. Oh no, sir. Not at all. At this rate, you should soon master apparition. Suddenly struck by a thought, Harry crouched down before Dobby and inquired, Do you regret teaching me apparition? Not at all, sir. Truly. Then are you worried that I might use this skill to seek out trouble? Dobby bashfully nodded, then shook his head vigorously. His eyes tightly shut and hands clenched, as if caught in a struggle of sorts. Just half an hour earlier, Harry had harbored no fondness for this peculiar and unattractive creature. However, after learning apparition, he began to set aside his initial prejudices and ponder the reasons and motives behind Dobby's absurd behaviors. If Dobby truly wished him harm, there would be no need to teach him the method of apparition, and judging by his demeanor, it seemed he did not believe Harry possessed the ability to withstand the calamity that Dobby spoke of. Yet, the question remained, if matters had escalated to such a degree, why could the truth not be revealed in its entirety? Did he have reasons for silence, bound by some formidable spell? With this in mind, Harry asked aloud, Dobby, are you unable to disclose any information regarding that matter? Dobby nodded fervently. Seeing this, Harry quickly followed up, and the reason you cannot speak is related to your master. Correct? Dobby remained motionless, but his lack of denial served as a tacit affirmation to Harry. At last, Harry grasped the nature of the peculiar occurrences that had transpired since the summer began. Hey, Dobby, I believe we can change our strategy. Harry spoke gently. I understand your desire to protect my thoughts, yet in recent attempts, you have only caused me trouble without yielding any constructive results. Unless you are unreservedly ruthless towards me, it is difficult for me to be harmed by your petty tricks. Surely, you do not wish to end my life, do you? No. Dobby has never contemplated ending Harry Potter. Therefore, rather than risking my demise through furtive assaults, it would be more prudent to share any pertinent information with me, enabling me to prepare for impending danger. Consider this reasoning, would you not? Dobby's expression shifted from fear to skepticism. Ultimately, faced with the savior who willingly crouched to meet his gaze, he acquiesced. Very well, sir. But you must promise Dobby that if danger arises, you will certainly flee. I promise you. Within the vast and accommodating room, only the two of them remained. Yet as Dobby prepared to reveal the next piece of information, he cautiously hunched down and gestured for Harry to lean closer. Whispering softly, a tragedy similar to those that once transpired at Hogwarts is poised to unfold once more. The school is about to become perilous. Once the Chamber of Secrets is opened, it will not only be those students deemed enemies by the heir who will be in jeopardy. Dobby cannot divulge who is orchestrating this conspiracy, but he can inform Harry Potter that the one behind it has not personally come to the school to unlock the chamber. Dobby's words bore significant weight. Harry surmised, if he were not mistaken, that the name which could not be uttered belonged not only to the mastermind behind this incident, but also to Dobby's master. However, according to Dobby's statement, if the person opening the chamber was not his own master, it suggested the presence of accomplices within the school. The night was still long, and Dobby could not remain at Hogwarts to engage in riddle games with Harry. After conveying all the information he could, he disapparated from the castle. Before departing, he reiterated his concern for Harry's safety, emphasizing that the savior's life was far more important than that of any other student. However, just as Harry intended to practice his disillusionment charm for a while longer, he was suddenly met with a malicious voice emanating from below. "Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting." It was time. The scent of blood. Kill. The promise he made to Dobby was instantly cast aside as Harry swiftly grabbed his invisibility cloak from the ground with one hand while retrieving the Marauder's map with the other, racing towards the exit of the Room of Requirement. The following morning, upon awakening, Harry found himself engulfed once more by profound guilt. The name of Colin Creevey had appeared in the corridors of the first floor at Hogwarts, and he had mistakenly assumed that the individual who opened the chamber was this new student. As a result, by the time he arrived at the scene, the junior who had persistently requested photographs had already been escorted to the school hospital by the professors. Fortunately, Albus happened to descend the stairs carrying a cup of hot chocolate. Otherwise, who knows what might have transpired. Yet, one must wonder why he was meandering through the corridor at such a late hour. Perhaps hunger drove him. After all, he had with him some roasted chicken legs and sausages. Could Colin possibly consume all of that by himself? He is merely a first-year student. Perhaps he intended to bring some for a friend as well. Oh, Albus, do you think he might have captured an image of the assailant? At this moment, Harry seemed to still hear the voices of the professors discussing, smell the acrid scent of burning plastic film, and see Colin motionless under the moonlight. Why would Colin venture downstairs at night in search of food? Could it be due to something I said during the post-match celebrations? How infuriating. Who was the assailant? In a state of agitation, Harry was oblivious to the fact that his guilt had insidiously transformed into anger until the action of tidying his bed startled Ron, prompting him to regain clarity upon his friend's reminder. "Harry, what is the matter with you?" Ron asked half-jokingly, observing Harry as he gritted his teeth, seemingly on the verge of tearing the bedding apart. Did a multitude of caterpillars invade your blanket? Harry was reluctant to become the harbinger of fear. Thus, he chose to conceal the events he witnessed the previous night for the time being. However, before they could descend to the common room for breakfast, news of Colin's attack had already spread throughout the entire school. Colin was petrified, just like Madame Norris? I told you the warning from the heir of Slytherin was no mere prank. What should I do? Both my parents are muggles, dear heavens. But what exactly is the Chamber of Secrets? Where is it located? Why did the perpetrator deliberately mention the chamber while committing the crime? From the dormitory to the Great Hall, and then to the History of Magic classroom, Harry could hear a cacophony of voices wherever he went. Although the castle walls bore no new inscriptions, nearly everyone linked the attacks on Colin and Madame Norris. Hermione, also from a Muggle family, was similarly affected. Her complexion was pallid until Professor Binns' ghostly figure drifted through the blackboard into the classroom, prompting her to utter the first words of the day. "Professor Binns, could you enlighten us about the Chamber of Secrets?" The bustling students fell into a profound silence. Even the typically monotonous Professor Binns exhibited an expression unlike his usual demeanor. "And who might this student be?" "I am Hermione Granger, a witch from a Muggle family, Professor. This class is called History of Magic, Miss Granger. We study documented facts, not nebulous myths and legends. But legends often evolve from facts, do they not, Professor?" Professor Binns appeared quite astonished, not only due to the sensitive nature of the topic Hermione had raised, but also because it was the first time a student had actively engaged in questioning during his lecture. "Well, you do have a point there," Professor Binns replied, scrutinizing Hermione. "You all surely know that our 4 houses are named after the illustrious founders of Hogwarts. They are Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. These great wizards were undoubtedly the most distinguished talents of any era, which is why Hogwarts remains the finest school of magic in the world to this day. Initially, the founders coexisted harmoniously, seeking out promising young individuals to bring back to the castle for education and talent development. Everything seemed to be progressing favorably. However, as the number of students grew, a rift emerged. Salazar Slytherin believed that Hogwarts should be more discerning in its selection of students. He argued that the education of magic should prioritize purity of blood before considering interest and talent. In contemporary terms, Slytherin was reluctant to accept children of Muggle heritage. This issue sparked a fierce dispute between Godric Gryffindor and Salazar Slytherin, which ultimately led to Slytherin's departure from Hogwarts. The historical accounts cease at this juncture. And regarding the peculiar legends surrounding the Chamber of Secrets, Professor Binns paused, visibly disinclined to recount tales lacking historical substantiation. It is said that Slytherin did not genuinely leave Hogwarts. Rather, he clandestinely constructed a chamber within the castle, unbeknownst to the other founders. Only those descendants who have inherited Salazar Slytherins will could ever discover or access this chamber. Once the heir unlocks it, that would unleash the terrifying entities contained within. In pursuit of Slytherin's radical vision of purging all those deemed unworthy of practicing magic due to their lowly bloodlines, this chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. Terrifying entities? Professor, might I inquire what these entities refer to? The tone of Professor Binns grew increasingly impatient as he replied. Some believe it to be a creature, one that only Slytherin and his heir can command. Nevertheless, I assure you, such creatures do not exist. There is no hidden chamber within this school, nor any beast. Hogwarts has conducted numerous investigations over the years into the existence of a chamber, enlisting the most knowledgeable and skilled wizards, including Dumbledore himself. Yet the outcome? The chamber remains an unfounded legend. Only children, or those with minds as simple as trolls, would be frightened by it. However, Professor, I have heard that the chamber was opened many years ago. Is this not part of history? Harry's voice rendered the entire classroom into a state of silence, as if everyone, including Professor Binns, had been subjected to a petrifying charm. Who did you hear that from? Professor Binns appeared somewhat unsettled and irked, yet he refrained from directly chastising Harry for his fanciful claims. I can't quite recall which book I read it in, Professor. Upon hearing Harry's response, Professor Binns discreetly exhaled with relief, stating, rumors cannot be regarded as evidence. Think carefully. Dumbledore would never jeopardize your lives. How could he possibly allow a monstrous creature from the Chamber of Secrets to threaten the safety of students? It is individuals with ulterior motives who might exploit the name of the chamber to serve their nefarious purposes. Now, let us not squander time on legends and absurd tales. We should return to historical facts and earnestly absorb this tangible knowledge. Do you know something, Harry? Yes, Harry, do share what you've discovered. Once they exited the history of magic classroom, Hermione and Ron incessantly pressed Harry with questions. Just as he was about to recount the incident from the previous night when Colin was taken to the hospital wing by the professors, he noticed a multitude of spiders scuttling away in a panic from the corner of the corridor. Hermione, Ron, look. They seem to be fleeing for their lives. What do you think, Ron? Turning their attention from the spiders, Harry and Hermione simultaneously noticed Ron, who was retreating with a distressed expression. What are you doing? Are you afraid of spiders? I recall we used them in potions class multiple times. I'm not afraid of dead spiders, Ron replied, barely suppressing the urge to flee. But I really dislike the way they skitter about. His fear of spiders primarily stemmed from a prank played by his older brother. When Ron was 3 years old, Fred transformed his toy bear into a furry spider after Ron had damaged his toy broomstick. One can only imagine the lasting psychological impact of witnessing a beloved stuffed animal sprout 8 legs and 8 eyes at such a tender age. Never mind. Let us just head back to the common room. Harry did not wish to trouble Ron. He diverted his gaze from the spider and spoke. Allow me to recount the events of last night. In the Gryffindor common room, the trio stared vacantly out of the window. Both the testimony of the house elf Dobby and the professor's discussions regarding Colin's attack were shrouded in ambiguity. Harry, Ron, and Hermione found themselves nostalgically recalling Hagrid. Had he been present with his propensity for candidness, many answers might have been illuminated by now. Equally ensnared in turmoil was Moran in the live broadcast room. From a broader perspective, Tom Riddle's diary proved far more significant than the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk. Should the diary's bearer flee upon sensing danger, the opportunity to obliterate the Horcrux may remain elusive for an indeterminate time. The incident from over a month ago had already instilled considerable regret. And if he were not more cautious now, the future would likely become increasingly unmanageable. Memories drifted back to the late hours of September. Upon hearing the Basilisk's voice, Moran unhesitatingly made his way to the abandoned girls' restroom. Along the way, his eyes remained fixed on the Marauders' map, specifically the second floor's area. However, curiously, by the time he arrived at the scene of the incident in a fervent rush, the parchment had yielded no suspicious names. Gazing at the wash basin, which had long reverted to its ordinary appearance, Moran felt a surge of blood rush through him. Beyond feeling that the authority of the traveler had been challenged, his absolute confidence in his abilities instinctively ignited a desire to pursue into the chamber. Moran's reasoning was straightforward, since the Marauders' map indicated no one was near the restroom. The individual wielding the diary and unleashing the basilisk must surely be concealed within the chamber. As thoughts raced, black mist seeped through the cracks of the wash basin into the passage leading to the chamber. The basilisk, being a creature of dark magic, sensed the impending threat almost instantaneously. Before Moran could reach the entrance of the chamber, man and serpent encountered one another within the cavern. The climactic battle. which was meant to unfold at the conclusion of the second-year tale, unexpectedly commenced ahead of schedule. In a mere moment of confrontation, the stalactites and rocky walls crumbled like pasta and biscuits. The basilisk, bred by Slytherin through malevolent dark magic, possessed an innate resistance to Moran. Yet, apart from its deadly gaze, it lacked any further means of magical attack. Dear reader, this chapter has more to unfold. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the narrative becomes even more enthralling. As for Moran, standing before the fully sighted serpent creature, he dared not revert to human form to summon the magical rooster. In his shadowy state, however, there was no notion of eyes at all. Thus, the two most perilous dark magical beings of the contemporary world engaged in a battle employing methods that were primitive, even somewhat grotesque. The clash of serpents persisted for several hours without a definitive victor, and by the time Moran, exhausted both physically and mentally, was compelled to return to the castle, dawn had already broken. He felt profound regret at being unable to uncover the mastermind behind it all. The commotion he had caused underground likely frightened away the keeper of the diary. Simultaneously, he had to concede that his performance against the serpent creature had been rather inadequate. Much like his previous encounter with Voldemort, Moran possessed immense magical power and an ability to disregard physical harm, yet lacked any other notable advantages. The persistent sense of frustration at being outmatched in high-stakes confrontations only deepened his sorrow. Ever since Harry had mastered the advanced spell of Goblet of Fire in the previous semester, Moran realized that his combat efficacy in human form had been overshadowed by his host. Goblet of Fire, as an advanced magic intimately linked with the soul and consciousness, could not be wielded at will simply because they shared the same body. Now, even what he had once prided himself on, Moran, had devolved into a mere tool for bullying the weak. Overwhelmed by mental fatigue and beset by negative emotions, Moran struggled against the encroaching desire for slumber and relayed some information regarding the Chamber of Secrets to Harry. In that moment, he even harbored the hope that upon awakening, he would hear of the next attack, for that would indicate the diary still resided within Hogwarts Castle. However, when he truly perceived through Harry's eyes the petrified Colin, a similarly intense wave of guilt compelled him to re-evaluate the underlying logic of the narrative surrounding Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. In his previous life, upon first encountering the Harry Potter film series, Moran had assumed its source material was merely a children's book. This sentiment was particularly pronounced while watching The Philosopher's Stone, The Chamber of Secrets, and The Prisoner of Azkaban, regardless of how terrifying the dangers and disasters depicted in the storyline were. The trio of protagonists always managed to turn peril into safety. Yet, as the narrative grew increasingly dark, with numerous righteous characters meeting grim fates, he began to grasp that Harry existed within a world of magic, not a fairy tale. Was Hogwarts safe during the Chamber of Secrets era? No, absolutely not. After personally experiencing the recent attacks, Moran finally recognized that the so-called safe period of the first 3 years was merely the audience's wishful thinking. A basilisk, capable of killing with a mere gaze, was exceedingly lethal. During its first 2 attacks, Mrs. Norris and Colin might have been able to save themselves with water from the floor and a camera. But what of the future? Would Justin Finch-Fletchley be fortuitously obstructed from the serpent's view by nearly headless Nick at the moment of confrontation? What if other students were unfortunate enough to encounter the serpent? Faced with such a perilous threat, even Hogwarts, under the vigilant watch of Dumbledore, had no choice but to enter a state of suspension. Moran harbored no doubts regarding Headmaster Dumbledore's unwavering resolve to protect the students, nor about his formidable prowess in dealing with the basilisk. However, it appeared that, apart from wizards who, like Salazar Slytherin, possessed the ability to converse in parcel tongue, no one else could possibly locate the Chamber of Secrets. Were it otherwise, even with 1,000 times the audacity, Lucius Malfoy would never dare to insert the diary into Ginny's cauldron. Given Lucius Malfoy's character, he would only undertake such a perilous action if he had received news of Voldemort's imminent resurgence or discovered a means to benefit the Malfoy family. Otherwise, such recklessness was inconceivable. Upon closer examination, Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets seemingly narrates the tale of the valiant Harry battling the basilisk. Yet beneath the surface lies a shadowy plot orchestrated by Voldemort, seeking revival through Lucius Malfoy and the Horcrux. Reflecting on the mindless actions of the Hogwarts Board of Governors in the film, it becomes evident that upon hearing the words Chamber of Secrets, they morphed into thoughtless fools, readily acquiescing to Lucius Malfoy's threats and expelling the only force capable of countering evil, Dumbledore, from the school. But what transpired after the departure of the greatest white wizard? Tom Riddle immediately bared his fangs, commanding the basilisk to abduct Ginny Weasley, a child from a pure-blood family, in a bid to resurrect his former self through her life. Contemplating these intricate relationships, Mo Rand felt a clarity wash over him. Even at 16, Tom Riddle, despite having fragmented his soul, lacked the capacity for meticulous planning. Although he feared Dumbledore, his arrogance and madness prompted reckless decisions. When Harry arrived at the chamber, Riddle could have instructed the basilisk to conceal Ginny's body until the resurrection ritual was complete before revealing himself to vanquish his opponent. Yet, Riddle, overconfident in his success, insisted on orchestrating a ceremonious meeting, resulting in the interruption of the resurrection ritual and the demise of the basilisk, which had only obeyed the heir of Slytherin. Ironically, the basilisk's venom conveniently proved capable of destroying Horcruxes. In this tumultuous turn of events, Voldemort, who had instigated a semester of terror, achieved nothing and even lost the very essence of his power. Thus, the diary would not be lost, in fact. All that was required was to await Dumbledore's forced departure and the subsequent disappearance of someone, after which the Horcrux and its bearer could be easily found within the chamber. However, the pressing question remained: how could he protect his fellow students from perishing in the forthcoming attacks? With this newfound conclusion, Mo Rand had no time to revel in his insight. As he had feared, given that the narratives of the film and the novel had been disrupted by his presence, would the fates that once favored the students of Hogwarts endure in this timeline, altered by the flutter of a butterfly's wings? To express a rather unflattering sentiment, long before the journey through time, Mo Rand had discerned that the reason the petrified victims had survived was merely because Ms. J.K. Rowling had not yet intended to unleash a massacre while penning the second installment of her series. Should one summon Dumbledore to swiftly confront the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets? If such a course were taken, even one as deranged as Voldemort would likely flee upon sensing something amiss. It would be far wiser to guide Harry towards the realization that the creature lurking within the chamber was, in fact, a basilisk, thereby disseminating preventative measures among the students. As Mo Rand pondered aloud in the live stream, having meticulously strategized for several days, he finally received word on Friday afternoon regarding the duel club. Near the entrance hall, a throng of eager young wizards gathered around the notice board, their eyes gleaming with excitement as they beheld the elegantly pinned announcement on parchment: Professor Lockhart would be hosting a duel club, with the inaugural meeting taking place that very evening. Yet, would a monster truly engage in a duel? Regardless, acquiring some knowledge of dueling techniques could prove invaluable. Upon overhearing the discussion between Seamus Finnegan and Dean Thomas, Ron's previously soaring enthusiasm was dampened considerably. Why does it have to be Lockhart? Couldn't it be another professor? He lamented, expressing his reluctance to attend. Hermione, however, staunchly disagreed with her friend's sentiments, asserting with conviction, since Professor Lockhart is willing to impart some dueling skills, we ought to seize the opportunity to learn. He possesses a wealth of legendary experiences. Even if we glean only a fraction of his knowledge, it might one day prove to be life-saving. Harry, what do you think? This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Harry was indifferent to who organized the dueling club. Ever since Madame Pomfrey had been attacked, Professor Snape and Headmaster Dumbledore had jointly suspended the remedial classes. Now, burdened by guilt and unable to numb himself with studies, he desperately sought something to divert his attention. I shall go take a look. Harry let out a sigh of relief, exclaiming, it doesn't matter which professor is hosting it. That evening, the young wizards dined at a pace unparalleled in Hogwarts history, before 8 o'clock. The 4 long tables originally arranged in the hall had been transformed into a stage adorned with golden velvet carpeting, at the enthusiastic request of the students. Why isn't Professor Flitwick teaching us? I've heard he was a dueling champion in his youth. How could a champion possibly compare to someone who has undergone countless adventures? Someone remarked, if it came down to a duel, Professor Lockhart might not be any less adept than Professor Flitwick. Another added, in my opinion, he is the most experienced teacher in practical combat at our school. No, that is not right. Have you forgotten who our headmaster is? Professor Dumbledore is a wizard feared even by Voldemort. Yet, he looks so ancient. Honestly, he appears to be over 150 years old. Amidst the crowd, students from various years, wands in hand, were chattering excitedly. By the time Harry and his friends managed to weave through the throng to the vicinity of the stage, Gilderoy Lockhart had already begun to showcase his newly tailored plum-colored robes. Ron, who scoffed at Lockhart, instinctively averted his gaze, only to unexpectedly catch sight of Professor Snape. whose face radiated delight. "Harry, look over there. Isn't he the potions master? What is he doing here?" Ron called out. Before Harry could respond, a melodious voice, reminiscent of a musical theater performance, resonated from the stage. "Children, gather around. Come closer. Can each of you see me? Can everyone hear me speak?" "Splendid. Due to the recent incidents of attacks, Professor Dumbledore has specially invited me to establish this dueling club. He seems to believe that my training will significantly enhance the safety at Hogwarts. One cannot deny he possesses foresight, can one? Those familiar with my exploits know that I have conquered countless monsters in my spectacular adventures. Even if you only learn a fraction from me, it will suffice to protect yourselves when the need for self-defense arises in the future. Of course, for those interested in the details of my adventures, I encourage you to purchase my works." At this point, Gilderoy Lockhart cast a flirtatious glance towards a group of girls on the left side of the stage, eliciting a chorus of excited screams from the audience. "Professor Lockhart, you are so handsome. Please make sure to protect us." Responding to his fans, Lockhart waved his hand to quiet them before continuing. "Allow me to introduce my assistant, Professor Snape. No great hero can demonstrate dueling techniques without an opponent, and fortunately, Professor Snape has informed me that he possesses some knowledge of dueling as well. Thus, I have invited him to perform a brief demonstration for you prior to the commencement of the class. Ah, and regardless of whether you are from Slytherin or any other house, fret not. I shall meticulously control the potency of the spell and ensure that the potions master is returned to you unscathed after the demonstration." Upon hearing this, Ron could scarcely contain his amusement, covering the corners of his mouth with his hand as he whispered to Harry, "Ha! Do you think the two of them might engage in a fierce duel right on stage?" Harry was on the verge of losing his composure. He had never witnessed Professor Snape's expression so sour. Even during last year's House Cup Award ceremony, he managed to force a semblance of a smile while shaking Professor McGonagall's hand. He replied, "That's impossible, Ron. Professor Snape's prowess is formidable. He might even be the most formidable professor in the school, second only to Dumbledore. Just look at his current demeanor." I wager that Lockhart will certainly find himself in quite a predicament shortly. Having already witnessed Lockhart's blunders, Hermione still held a glimmer of hope for her idol. She countered Harry's assertion, regardless of his past teaching methods, Professor Lockhart is, after all, a specially appointed defense against the dark arts professor by Dumbledore. How could he possibly be outmatched in dueling by the potions master? Harry did not directly refute Hermione. Instead, he regarded Professor Snape with a knowing expression and remarked, "Well, perhaps you have a point. However, I must remind you, Hermione, should you ever find Professor Snape glaring at you with his upper lip curled, do not stand still like Lockhart. Turn and flee for your life. Do you understand?" Amidst the eager gazes of the crowd, Lockhart and Snape approached the center of the stage. Almost immediately, one executed a flamboyant bow with his arm, while the other moved with a mechanical sway. Before both retreated in opposite directions. During a duel, it is imperative to maintain an excellent stance, as I do, legs positioned front and back. Wrist relaxed yet firmly gripping the wand, eyes fixed ahead. When I count to 3, we shall unleash our first spell. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus! Professor Snape nearly shouted the disarming spell. The dazzling red light streaked across the stage like a meteor, not only disarming Lockhart but also sending him flying. For the first time, Harry heard Gryffindor and Slytherin reach a consensus on a matter. "Well done, cough, cough. That's the way. Teach that flamingo a lesson." After finally regaining his balance, Lockhart straightened his robes and tidied his hair before retrieving his wand from the hands of a young admirer. "Thank you, Miss Brown. Did everyone see that? Professor Snape demonstrated a disarming spell. Although his intent was quite evident, I could have effortlessly thwarted him. However, for your enlightenment, I allowed myself to be subjected to this spell." Ha ha ha. Having suffered under Snape's hand, Lockhart finally noticed the menace etched on Snape's face. After jovially attempting to lighten the mood, he promptly summoned Harry to the stage as a shield. "That concludes the demonstration. Now I need a volunteer. Mr. Potter, please come up on stage and demonstrate the disarming spell for everyone, will you? Mr. Weasley, please cooperate as well." Before Lockhart could finish, Snape interjected. "A duel is not an opportunity for friends to assist one another. Since you wish Mr. Potter to demonstrate the disarming spell, perhaps you should select a volunteer outside of Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger. I trust you won't mind if I recommend a student from Slytherin, Mr. Malfoy." Snape offered Lockhart no room for refusal and, having called out his protege, turned and walked away in the opposite direction of the stage. Harry found himself in a state of bewilderment. Even if Professor Snape was incensed by his inattentiveness in class, it hardly warranted Malfoy taking it upon himself to chastise him. What prowess did that boy possess aside from wielding a swifter broomstick during Quidditch matches? Go on, give him a thrashing, Harry. Singe his hair. Amidst the encouragement from Ron and their other housemates, Harry and Malfoy had reached the center of the stage. Gilderoy Lockhart, ever the instigator of chaos, twirled his wand with flair while directing the proceedings. Face your opponent, raise your wand, and bow. Excellent, for etiquette is indeed an essential aspect of wizarding duels. Now, please return to your positions and prepare yourselves. When I count to 3, you shall attempt to disarm one another. Harry, do exercise caution and refrain from excessive force. 1, 2, 3. Expelliarmus. Malfoy, choosing to strike preemptively before Lockhart even reached the count of 2, was unaware that such a petty tactic posed no threat to Harry. With a gentle flick of his wand, and without uttering the protective incantation, Harry effortlessly dispelled the approaching crimson light. Bang! The seemingly mundane duel piqued the interest of Muron, who sensed something amiss. He quickly advised, Harry, gauge Malfoy's magical prowess, push him to his limits without defeating him. Though Muron's suggestion seemed somewhat perplexing, Harry, trusting his instincts, complied. He exaggeratedly raised his wand, ensuring Malfoy was prepared, before elongating the incantation with precision, articulating each note of the disarming spell. Expelliarmus. Unacquainted with the shield charm, Malfoy dared not confront the spell head-on. As the red light hurtled towards him, he could only execute a sidelong roll to evade the strike. Levi Corpus. Malfoy, now prostrate on the carpet, launched his counterattack. Having never encountered this spell in his readings, Harry furrowed his brow, realizing he had no time to ascertain whether Muron had sensed anything unusual. In that instant, he unleashed 2 spells in rapid succession. Protego. Expelliarmus. Harry's second release of the disarming charm proved to be more potent, rendering Malfoy increasingly inept in his attempts to evade it. Strangely, although the disarming charm is not inherently lethal, Malfoy seemed burdened, refusing to concede defeat. Serpensortia, he uttered in a fit of desperation. With a resounding explosion from the tip of his wand, a serpent measuring 10 feet in length shot forth. In the next instant, the crowd erupted in screams. Retreating away from the stage, Snape appeared disillusioned by Malfoy's performance as he uttered, "Don't move, Potter, I'll handle this." Gilderoy Lockhart composedly stepped forward, saying, "Allow me, Professor Snape." Alarudus Sendar. A tremendous force propelled the serpent skyward, only for it to crash back down onto the stage. It did not vanish. Rather, it seemed to have grown larger. Fueled by its fury, the bewildered giant snake, having been unexpectedly hurled, became enraged, hissing and flicking its tongue as it surveyed the surroundings before slithering directly towards Justin Finch-Fletchley. Harry had never witnessed a serpent move with such astonishing swiftness. Before he could utter any spell, Justin was already ensnared. As he watched the giant snake's venomous fangs poised to pierce Justin's neck, Harry instinctively exclaimed, "No, do not harm him." A miraculous transformation occurred. The once ferocious serpent suddenly became a docile and endearing creature. Within mere seconds, it slithered to Harry's feet, attempting to nuzzle against his ankle. Vipera Evanesca. Snape reacted swiftly, transforming the gigantic snake back into a wisp of black smoke before it could reach Harry. However, when he lifted his gaze to meet Harry's, a flicker of wary hostility lingered in his eyes. Amidst Justin's furious inquiries and the surrounding whispers of their classmates, Harry was pulled down from the stage by Ron and Hermione, and they hurried back to the Gryffindor common room. "You speak Parseltongue. I do what? You can converse with snakes." "I spoke to a snake? You mean just now? But isn't that rather ordinary for a wizard?" Once again, Harry faced the consequences of neglecting his history of magic class, having already mastered advanced spells such as the conjunctivitis curse and apparition. He found it difficult to comprehend the remarkable ability to converse with animals. This was not merely extraordinary. Hermione's expression was complex, as if she were alluding to something unspeakable. "What you just spoke is not even a human language, Harry." Yet, what did it matter? Any discerning individual could see that I was merely urging that serpent not to attack Justin. Hermione interjected, "Harry, please listen to me. The talent to converse with snakes is known in the wizarding world as Parseltongue, and it is a rare gift found among a select few dark wizards, the most renowned of whom was Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Hogwarts." Harry was nearly laughing in exasperation. "So, are you suggesting that everyone will regard me as the heir of Slytherin who attacks fellow students? Do they not find this notion utterly ridiculous? An heir of Slytherin is a Gryffindor?" Ron shook his head earnestly, pointing to the lion emblem on his school uniform, stating, "The lion emblem of Gryffindor derives from the word griffin. My parents have also mentioned that it symbolizes bravery. However, Slytherin is different. Their house emblem stems from Salazar Slytherin's renowned ability, Parseltongue. This gift is exceedingly rare, so rare that there have been no recorded instances of new Parselmouths appearing in centuries. It is plausible that there were occurrences that went unnoticed." Hermione understood that Harry's argument held merit. Yet the present situation was not the time for a discussion about potential other Parselmouths. She interjected, "No one cares about that anymore, Harry. You just performed in front of the entire school. By tomorrow, owls will spread the news of your Parseltongue throughout all of Britain. If the attacks persist, goodness, I cannot even fathom what might ensue." "Oh, Hermione, you need not worry. Professor Dumbledore would never allow—" Suddenly, Harry fell silent. His thoughts racing with connections, the air of Slytherin, petrified classmates, fleeing spiders, and the voices from the walls. These clues coalesced around the notion of Parseltongue. The image of a creature Professor Scamander had mentioned began crystallizing in his mind. "I understand now. What do you know?" "The creature in the Chamber of Secrets is a basilisk, a monster that cannot reproduce and can only be bred through dark magical means." With remarkable recall, Harry quickly recounted the breeding methods and characteristics of the basilisk. However, after hearing Harry's account, Ron still appeared perplexed, questioning if that is the case. How did Colin and Mrs. Norris survive? Hermione, quick thinking and already in sync with Harry's train of thought, provided the correct answer without hesitation. The camera had water, and there was water on the ground that night. Mrs. Norris saw the reflection of the basilisk. "We must hasten to inform Professor Dumbledore and the other professors about these discoveries." Harry expressed his agreement with Hermione's words. However, having uncovered the true identity of the monster, he had no intention of allowing his friends to embark on any further perilous adventures. He first drew his wand and transformed 2 fruits on a nearby table into roosters, then casually summoned 2 small mirrors with the summoning charm. From this moment forth, unless the basilisk within the Chamber of Secrets is dealt with, you must carry these 2 roosters wherever you go, and if you hear any peculiar sounds, be sure to take out the mirrors. We can assist you." Harry, with a grave expression, interrupted Hermione, saying, "I am aware, which is precisely why I am entrusting the task of safeguarding our classmates to you. While I seek out Professor Dumbledore, you and Ron must endeavor to inform everyone about the basilisk. It would be best if everyone could manage at least 1 rooster and 1 mirror. You will return after meeting with Dumbledore, won't you?" Ron's question momentarily stumped Harry. As their closest friends, it was unnecessary for him to possess great wisdom to discern Harry's intent to face danger alone. After a prolonged silence, Harry finally replied with great difficulty, "This enemy is formidable, and even Dumbledore would find it challenging to ensure your safety against the basilisk. I truly do not wish to lose either of you, so I implore you to remain in a secure place, all right? Consider it my plea." Words imbued with genuine emotion resonate deeply, and although Harry was not typically proud, Hermione and Ron had never witnessed him plead with anyone before. Hearing such a heartfelt declaration from their friend made them both feel somewhat embarrassed. Hermione, nervously tugging at her hair, was the first to speak. "I do not wish to lose you either, Harry. You must be cautious as well." Seeing Hermione take the initiative, Ron, while scratching his nose, added, "Well, if that is the case, let us proceed as you suggest." With a cheerful smile, Harry enveloped the 2 in a hearty embrace. After reiterating the significance of the rooster and the mirror, he produced the invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map before departing from the Gryffindor common room. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. At that moment, most students were still in the Great Hall participating in the dueling club, leaving the corridors eerily empty. Even without donning the invisibility cloak, Harry would remain unnoticed. Yet, the confident and resolute demeanor he typically exhibited in front of his friends gave way to the uncertainty befitting a 12-year-old boy as he confided in M.O. Ran. "Do you think I could truly be the distant descendant of Salazar Slytherin?" In response to Harry's inquiry, M.O. Ran refrained from providing a direct answer or offering platitudes. Instead, he posed a thought-provoking question. "If that were the case, do you believe it would transform you into someone entirely different?" As Harry strode briskly through the castle, he replied, "I would certainly not transform into another person. However, if we could harness the power from Slytherin's legacy to aid in vanquishing Voldemort, then even if such actions may not be endorsed by society, it could be justified from a moral standpoint, much like the silence that envelopes us." M.O. Ran fell into silence. Having once instilled in Harry the notion of detesting magic for the sake of power, he seemed ill-equipped to respond to this inquiry. In fact, if the Potter family indeed shared a lineage with the Gaunt family, Harry's proposition might not be without merit. After a moment of contemplation, M.O. Rand resolved to leave the answer for Harry to determine himself. The allure of power is immeasurably potent for anyone. And if you have already reached a conclusion within your heart, then my perspective is of little consequence. I merely wish to impart one truth. There is scarcely a distinction between dawn and dusk. Whether one steps into darkness or ascends towards light is not dictated by one's lineage or abilities, but rather by our choices. Harry, where did you learn that phrase this time? M.O. Rand, ahem, from Rowling. On the Marauder's map, Dumbledore was currently moving towards the exit of the school, and alongside his name, Harry spotted another familiar yet unfamiliar figure, Cornelius Fudge, wrapped in the invisibility cloak and having cast a lightning charm upon himself. Harry silently trailed behind Dumbledore and Fudge. He was curious about why two prominent figures in the magical realm would visit Hagrid at such a late hour. Good evening, Hagrid. As the half-giant opened the door, Dumbledore greeted him with a serious expression. However, before he could explain the purpose of their visit, Cornelius Fudge had already removed his top hat and stepped inside. Hagrid's face turned pale, and he was sweating profusely after welcoming Dumbledore into the house. He even forgot to close the door. It was only Fudge's voice that reminded him, prompting him to notice the cold wind rushing into his room. This is terrible, Hagrid. Seizing the opportunity to slip into Hagrid's hut, Harry observed the short, stout man not far away. Perhaps it was the cold wind that had chilled him for too long. Since entering, he had been rambling on about trivial matters to buy himself more time to adjust his pinstriped suit and bright red tie. This situation is dire. So much so that I had to come personally. First a cat, then a Hogwarts student. Such events are a disgrace to the entire magical community of Britain. Hagrid, who had been clinging to a sliver of hope, collapsed into a chair, causing the little hut to shake. No, I did not, Professor Dumbledore. You must know that. Please speak on my behalf. I assure you it was not my doing. Gazing into Hagrid's sincere eyes, Dumbledore frowned and said, Cornelius, I have already informed you that there is no evidence to suggest that Hagrid is responsible for the attack. Moreover, I personally trust Hagrid completely. Fudge pulled a letter from his pocket with an odd expression, opened it, and handed it to Dumbledore, saying, Look here, Albus. One of your students has been found to be a parcel-mouth. Who knows where these letters will be sent tonight? Dumbledore's expression grew even graver as he took the parchment from Fudge and scrutinized the 4 lines of text. Fudge continued, However, he is Harry Potter, the boy who defeated the Dark Lord. Surely, you would agree that it would be more prudent for me to take Hagrid away than to delve into matters concerning him? Seeing Dumbledore remain silent, Fudge added, Put yourself in my shoes, Albus. I would never harm your students, but you must understand the pressure I am under. If the Ministry does not take action in light of these attacks, my position as minister will become untenable. Furthermore, I have heard that the Hogwarts Board of Governors is poised to take action, so whatever your intentions may be, it is imperative that you act swiftly. Dumbledore is genuinely furious this time. Harry has never witnessed his cerulean eyes ablaze with such intensity. Are you threatening me using my own student? Provoking the most formidable white wizard of our time is hardly a judicious course of action. The presence of Cornelius Fudge suddenly appeared diminished as he awkwardly cleared his throat twice before responding. Ahem. Of course not. Albus, please do not be agitated. I too believe that Harry is not responsible for this. However, it is quite challenging to silence public opinion. Consider this. If I do not remove Hagrid, all the pressure will inevitably fall upon a 12-year-old child. Furthermore, should it ultimately be revealed that Hagrid is not the culprit, we shall certainly reinstate him. At that point, the opinions of others will be inconsequential. After a moment, Dumbledore sighed at the trembling Hagrid, shaking his head, which only caused Hagrid's already frazzled state to worsen. Take me away? To where? Surely not that place. As Dumbledore ceased to exert pressure upon him, Fudge felt considerably relieved. He toyed with his top hat while addressing Hagrid. Do not fret, Hagrid. The duration will be brief. Primarily, your past indiscretions from 50 years ago greatly hinder your position, and, as I mentioned, this is not a punishment, merely a precautionary measure. Should your headmaster apprehend the true culprit, we shall release you immediately and extend our sincerest apologies. At this moment, Hagrid resembled an enraged bull, his nostrils flaring as his voice grew hoarse. No, I refuse to go to that place. I will not go to Azkaban. Just as Fudge was about to utter further remarks, a knock echoed on the door of Hagrid's cottage. Upon seeing the golden-haired man clad in a long black coat and cloak, Harry nearly gasped. Lucius Malfoy and Draco Malfoy? Lucius Malfoy's face bore an icy demeanor. Yet Harry could sense an undercurrent of delight. After surveying the occupants of the room with an air of haughtiness, Lucius spoke. "Ah, you are already here. Quite efficient, Fudge." In an instant, Hagrid, who had been slumped in his chair, sprang to his feet, pointing towards the door and bellowing, "What are you doing here? Leave my house at once." "Oh, do not be so agitated, my dear friend. Please believe me, I had no intention of entering your, if you can call this a house," Lucius Malfoy scoffed, then patted his son's shoulder, adding, "I merely intended to visit the school to see my child, and, coincidentally, to meet his headmaster." Dumbledore stepped forward, politely yet firmly inquiring, "What brings you here, Lucius?" Lucius appeared unperturbed by Dumbledore's presence, leisurely extracting a scroll of parchment, significantly larger than a typical letter. From his robe as he spoke, "My son has just engaged in a duel at school with a classmate who wields Parseltongue to control a giant serpent. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Behold this suspension order. You will find the signatures of all 12 board members affixed upon it. The greatest white wizard of this century? What a farce. Who knows if you are merely shielding Harry Potter out of reluctance to showcase your own talents? Or if indeed you possess little talent to display. Draco informed me that had it not been for Snape's quick reflexes, that monstrous serpent would have devoured a fellow student. In such a perilous circumstance, where were you? This school must be immediately entrusted to individuals of greater capability and resolve." What are you saying, Lucius?" The expression on Fudge's face shifted from astonishment to terror as he stammered, I have not heard any news regarding Dumbledore's suspension. The Ministry has not issued such an order. No, I mean, at least for now, we absolutely do not wish to see." Lucius interrupted Fudge with a calm demeanor. "At this juncture, only the board possesses the authority to appoint or suspend the headmaster of Hogwarts. Since we all doubt Dumbledore's capacity to prevent further attacks, it is only fitting to appoint someone more suitable for the position." Fudge, now drenched in sweat, pondered, "But if Dumbledore is incapable of stopping them, who else could?" "That is not your concern. Ultimately, this is the result of a vote by the board." Hagrid, seemingly oblivious to the terrors of Azkaban, took a couple of steps forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Dumbledore, as if to keep him from being taken away. "Take me instead. I will accompany you to Azkaban, but Dumbledore must not leave. If he is taken, those Muggle-born children in the school will truly have no chance, and neither will Harry." "Calm down, Hagrid," Dumbledore firmly interjected. "If the board's decision is to remove me, then I shall naturally relinquish my position. However, even in my absence," Dumbledore's gaze suddenly flicked toward the corner where Harry stood. "Hogwarts shall continue to extend its support to those who wish to safeguard the students." "How commendable." Lucius Malfoy replied with a mocking bow. "I am certain everyone will miss you and your uniquely eccentric way of handling matters." In response to Lucius Malfoy's provocation, Dumbledore met his gaze with his piercing blue eyes for a moment, and after a prolonged silence, returned to his usual calm demeanor, remarking, "What a pity it is that we cannot share another glass of lemon sherbet, without the need for a reminder from Moaning Myrtle." Harry's first act upon returning to Hogwarts Castle was to bind Draco Malfoy and transport him to the Room of Requirement. Petrificus Totalis. Full bodybind curse, Silencio. Silencing charm. In truth, even without the invisibility cloak, Draco would have been unable to evade Harry's relentless spells. However, to ensure absolute certainty, Harry opted for the most cautious approach to launch his surprise attack. This left Draco thoroughly alarmed. Once Harry brought him to the Room of Requirement and released the binding enchantments, Draco was in a state of utter disarray. It is indeed you, you filthy and despicable scarhead. What do you intend to do? Let me tell you, if you dare harm me, my father will not let you off so easily." Harry's eardrums were nearly shattered by Draco Malfoy's incessant shouting. After several futile attempts to silence him, he brandished his wand, pointing it directly at Malfoy's head, and bellowed, "Speak forth your conspiracy with your father, or I shall eliminate you right here." Malfoy, nearly overwhelmed with fear, fully convinced that Harry was the true perpetrator of the attack, abandoned all semblance of his noble upbringing and confessed, "I discarded that diary long ago. When I stumbled upon it at Borgin and Burke's, I initially thought it was some amusing trinket. However, after mentioning it to my father, he insisted I dispose of that thing." "What diary? What are you talking about?" Harry was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the existence of the diary, and thought that Malfoy was merely trying to deceive him. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Mo Ran made a request for a body swap. In an instant, the Harry who had just been intimidating Malfoy transformed into a much kinder figure. He sheathed his wand and, with a smile, inquired, "Pray tell, where did you dispose of the diary?" Seeing Harry, Mo Ran, where a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, Malfoy fainted. Aguamini. With a flick of Harry's, Mo Ran's, wand, the room echoed with Malfoy's desperate screams, akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "Ah, I am pure blood. You cannot kill me. My entire family graduated from Slytherin. If you harm me, my father will never let you go. When did I ever say I wanted to kill you? Did you not take the diary? How could you not know what was used to attack your classmates? I told you, my father ordered me to dispose of it. It's not in my possession any longer. Where did you throw it? When did you discard it? Just at the beginning of the school year. I tossed it onto the lawn outside the castle. Though Mo Ran had a rather unfortunate past life, he was not a sadist. Observing a 12-year-old nearly wetting himself in fear, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at continuing the intimidation. All right, get up. Sitting on the ground. Malfoy instinctively recoiled when he saw Harry, Mo Ran, extend a hand, but after confirming that there was no malice intended, he staggered to his feet and angrily retorted, "What the hell are you up to, you cursed scarhead?" Such a display of forgetting pain after healing provoked an intense glare from Harry, Mo Ran. While he did not wish to bully a child, it did not mean he would tolerate Malfoy's insults towards Harry. "If you dare to speak disrespectfully to me or my friends again, Malfoy, I won't hesitate to disguise you as a victim who perished in an attack." Setting aside matters of character, Draco, who had traveled extensively with his father from a young age, realized that Harry, Mo Ran, harbored no intention of harming him. He lifted his chin, disdain etched on his face, and replied, "Oh, how vile. You certainly bear the mark of a Slytherin heir. I suggest you do your utmost to eliminate me in this scarred state. Otherwise, I shall be the first to report you once I escape. Could you perhaps act your age? You are, after all, the scion of a wealthy family, with ample resources at your disposal, yet you squander your thoughts on trifling matters." Having always regarded Harry as a rival, Malfoy finally broke down after being chastised by his nemesis, retorting loudly, "How have I wasted my thoughts? If you wish to boast about the last Quidditch match, do not forget who clarified the matters of the bludger and the golden snitch to the professor. Well, must I then extol your virtues? To commend you for squandering your father's wealth of thousands of galleons, only to ultimately be bested by me? With your evident capability to join the ranks through sheer talent, why do you persist in resorting to underhanded tactics? You." Malfoy's pallid visage flushed a deep crimson as he brandished his wand at Harry, yet upon uttering a single word, he found himself incapable of conjuring any spell. Harry, filled with indignation, boldly returned his wand to his waist in front of Malfoy, thereafter making a gesture that was undeniably taunting. "Come on, attack me with the most formidable curse you've learned from that wretched diary. Did you truly believe I was using my full strength during our duel in the club?" In response to Harry's provocation, Malfoy's wrist and lips quivered slightly as he shouted, "Sectum Sempra." Harry, Mo Ran, was taken aback, inwardly exclaiming in disbelief. Just before the spell struck him, a swirling dark mist replaced his corporeal form and absorbed the perilous attack. Draco Malfoy's jaw nearly dropped. Even though that tempestuous cloud did not advance toward him, he still managed to adopt the bashful expression reminiscent of Harry Potter from the Prisoner of Azkaban. "Please, don't kill me." Given the suddenness of the incident, Mo Ran had only a fraction of a second to transform. Thus the previous spell, the stunning Stupefy, landed squarely upon his physical form. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, he abandoned any pretense of composure and immediately charged toward Malfoy upon reverting to his human shape. That spell was learned from Snape, wasn't it? And the Leva Corpus you used earlier in the duel as well, correct? Draco Malfoy, frightened by Harry, Mo Ran, merely shut his eyes and nodded repeatedly. In Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, both Levi Corpus and Libera Corpus were spells invented by Severus Snape in his youth. However, since this detail was not elaborated upon in the film, Mo Ran assumed that Malfoy had acquired these incantations from a diary. Fortunately, he had not been foolish enough to forget the Stupefy, or he would have truly faced dire consequences. Realizing he had misjudged Malfoy, Harry, Mo Ran, gasped for breath while gripping Malfoy's collar, exclaiming, "Damn you. You truly are ruthless, aren't you? So it really wasn't you." Draco Malfoy, flustered and frightened by Harry, Mo Ran, found his thoughts muddled. "It was me. No, it wasn't me. What a mess." With a sudden release, Harry, Mo Ran, let go of the trembling Malfoy, his anger boiling over as he exclaimed, What I inquired about is whether it was you who used the diary to unlock the Chamber of Secrets. Malfoy, having been unceremoniously thrown to the ground, let out a pained cry. Oh, after a moment of reflection, he replied, somewhat aggrieved, I never even opened that diary. I discarded it the very next day after arriving at school. How could it possibly be? He paused, eyes widening in realization. Wait, you say that thing can open the chamber? How do you know that? You can't possibly be serious. Harry, feeling disinclined to explain himself to Malfoy, clutched his waist as if he were suffering from a stitch and declared, Ah, indeed, I am the heir of Slytherin. I hereby command you, little Slytherin, to retrieve the diary. Yet, I truly discarded it. Where's the evidence? Approximately 20 minutes later, Draco Malfoy, having been fed a potent poison by Harry, returned to the dormitory and produced a letter from his father, Lucius Malfoy. The night was deep, and the corridors and staircases lay deserted. Draco, concealed beneath the invisibility cloak alongside Harry, glanced around and remarked, You can provide me with the antidote now, can't you? Or should we first seek a safer location? I mean, the Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Isn't it rather unsafe to linger in the hallway? Harry, Ran, gazed at one letter after another, muttering without lifting his head, It's just like a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean, tasting of earwax, which is why it resembles poison. Malfoy retorted, Ugh. Don't spew on my invisibility cloak. Indeed, Draco Malfoy must have disposed of the diary, for in a correspondence dated September 4th, Harry, Ran, discerned Draco's attempt to deceive his father, only to be thwarted by Lucius. Father, I have acquired an intriguing item at school. It is a diary that bears only a title, completely devoid of text. Did you know? It can even converse with me. I wish to keep it. To which Lucius replied, Draco, I demand you find a secluded location to dispose of it immediately. Remember, it must be uninhabited. Ensure no professor discovers this item. After discarding it, promptly respond to me using truth-telling ink. I find your intellect occasionally quite lacking. Harry, Ran, admonished Draco like a stern father, saying, Even if you fail to recognize the peril of a diary that can converse with you, are you not at all curious as to why your father urged you to discard it? Upon realizing he was not poisoned, Malfoy regained his bravado, and after completing another sit-up, he retorted, Do not lecture me, Scarhead. Do you have a family? What concern is it of yours how my parents conduct themselves? Harry, Ran Malfoy. Is it still too late for me to apologize? 20 minutes later, when Hermione and Ron spotted Malfoy in the Gryffindor common room, their eyes widened in disbelief. Harry interjected, Hold on, Hermione, Malfoy has something to say to you. After this, he gave Malfoy a light pat on the shoulder and urged, Go on, speak up. Ahem, Miss Granger, I sincerely apologize for my previous rudeness as that arrogant git, Malfoy. I regret calling you a mudblood. And what else? Ron interjected. Mr. Weasley, I apologize for ever referring to your family as impoverished country bumpkins. Hermione and Ron were utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping. This scene was even more unbelievable than seeing Malfoy in the Gryffindor common room. However, before anyone could inquire about the situation, Harry, chuckling, gave Malfoy a pleased pat on the shoulder and remarked, See? That wasn't so difficult, was it? Ron, Hermione, allow me to introduce to you this reformed student, Malfoy, who will assist us in locating a crucial diary. This diary is not only related to the Chamber of Secrets, but will also help us identify the perpetrator behind the basilisk attacks on our fellow students. Ron was the first to exclaim, You can't trust him, Harry. He is a Slytherin. He could very well be the one who unleashed the basilisk. Consider it. His family has been graduating from Slytherin for generations. All the dark wizards come from Shu. Keep your voice down, Ron. You'll wake everyone else up. The noticeably calmer Hermione interrupted Ron, then turned to Harry and added, But Harry, Ron has a point. He very well might be deceiving you. Harry, Ran, shook his head and said, We must not generalize. Resorting to sweeping judgments is an exceedingly foolish endeavor. However, we are still unable to elevate his title from classmate to friend. Draco Malfoy cast a glance at Harry, Ran, expressing mild dissatisfaction. You and I shall never become friends, Potter. Suit yourself, he retorted, but let us not forget who approached me for a handshake over a year ago when school commenced. Coughing to redirect the conversation, he continued, Potter. What I seek this time is a black diary, signed by Tom Marvolo Riddle. I inadvertently brought it to school and left it on the lawn outside the castle. After a series of brainstorming sessions, Harry, Ran, and his companions helped Malfoy recall the approximate time and location of when he lost the diary, specifically. on the way to the greenhouse for her biology class shortly after the school year began. Since only first and second year students had her biology that morning, the pool of potential individuals who could have taken the diary was significantly reduced. Malfoy had noted that the diary was already missing on his way back to the Slytherin common room after class. Furthermore, eliminating the students present during the attack on Moaning Myrtle that night narrowed the suspects down to just a few individuals. Thus, the potential holders of the diary included Lavender Brown, Hannah Abbott, Vincent Crabbe, and, well, Ginny Weasley. As Hermione finished summarizing this exclusive list, both Ron and Draco expressed their discontent to varying degrees. Hermione, Ginny is my sister. Do you really think she could conceal a secret with that innocent demeanor? Ron remarked. I suggest you remove Crabbe from the list. Just think about his intellect. He's the kind of guy who would confuse a quill with a wand at the mere sight of cake and sweets. I seriously doubt he can even write. Hermione glanced at Harry, M.O. ran, noticing his reluctance to speak, and continued, according to Harry's earlier statement, that diary might have controlled the students' actions, so regardless of their identities or intellect, it cannot exonerate them from suspicion. Lavender Brown and Ginny are both from Gryffindor. While Vincent Crabbe belongs to Slytherin, the three of them are being monitored by Ron, Malfoy, and myself. As for Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff, well, that responsibility falls to Harry. Emma Ran, who was currently controlling Harry's body, perceived a hint of reluctance in Hermione's final statement. Having been an observer of the unfolding events for the past half-year, he instantly grasped the little witch's implication and, smiling, reassured, rest assured, Hermione, I, Harry Potter, the boy who lived, vow to uncover the truth swiftly and shall not linger around her for too long. Ron and Draco responded in unison, huh. On the following day, after M.O. Ran conveyed the events of the previous night to Harry through a dream, the entire faculty and student body of the school were met with the direst news in history. Dumbledore had temporarily vacated his position as headmaster. M.O. Ran explained to Harry that the information regarding the diary had been pieced together from fragmented memories of Voldemort that he had recently encountered. Harry felt a twinge of curiosity. He could not comprehend why M.O. Ran had fixated on a diary he had never even seen. After all, the information they had heard last night in Hagrid's cabin could have aided them in deducing the location of the Chamber of Secrets. Wasn't vanquishing the basilisk the most pressing matter? Furthermore, regarding Draco Malfoy, his initial intention was to extract from him the purpose of Lucius Malfoy. Yet, how had M.O. Ran suddenly transformed their relationship into one of allies? This seemed utterly unnecessary and illogical. Thus, lost in contemplation, Harry made his way to the Great Hall, oblivious to the skeptical and wary glances cast upon him by a multitude of classmates. Blasted. I had thoroughly rummaged through every one of Crabbe's bags and belongings while he slumbered, including the compartments of his pillow and the box beneath his bed. Yet all I found were mere biscuits and jam. The diary remained elusive. Draco Malfoy's sudden visit to Harry sparked a wave of whispers among the surrounding students. No one could fathom that the young heir who had purchased a Nimbus 2001 for the entire Slytherin team would approach Harry during breakfast like a subordinate. This almost solidified the notion that Harry was indeed the heir of Slytherin. Well, thank you, Malfoy. Shall we share breakfast? Harry offered. Huh. Draco Malfoy found himself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Harry's invitation. He glanced at the other students around him, then at the seat beside Harry, before ultimately declaring, "Your house's breakfast is dreadful," and hastily departing. You all witnessed that, did you not? Draco Malfoy sought Potter out, just like during Quidditch, with his disposition. How could he utter such words? A low voice drifted from behind Harry. It was Ernie Macmillan of Hufflepuff. In a conspiratorial tone, he and Malfoy are in cahoots. One lures, the other urges the serpent to attack Justin. Hannah Abbott seemed to disagree with Ernie's assertion, asking, why would Harry attack Justin? He has always been friendly to everyone. Ernie quickly retorted, Justin's parents are muggles. He is precisely the kind of student who is not accepted by Slytherin. And do you know? I heard Harry has a profound aversion to those muggle relatives with whom he resides. It would be quite natural for him to wish them harm. Perhaps he has merely been biding his time. Another girl, whom Harry did not recognize, interjected, what about Colin? They are both from Gryffindor. Do you not understand? In the eyes of the heir, nothing surpasses bloodline in importance, especially since Colin has persistently sought him out for photographs. Such behavior has irked Potter, prompting him to act. And as for Filch's cat, that is an entirely different story. Hannah Abbott remained unconvinced, yet her defense of Harry was swiftly dismissed by Ernie. But it was Harry who vanquished the Dark Lord all those years ago, was it not? Do you not find it astonishing when he is referred to as the villain? No one knows how he defeated Voldemort all those years ago. Consider this. A Dark Lord of equal magical prowess to Professor Dumbledore was vanquished by an infant, who, besides a powerful dark wizard, could possess such terrifying capabilities. I even suspect that the reason Voldemort sought to eliminate him was to prevent the emergence of a more formidable Dark Lord. I have already instructed Justin to hide in the dormitory. We shall bring him some food later. Upon hearing this, Harry felt disinclined to further doubt Hannah Abbott. However, just as he was about to grab some bacon, a whiff of perfume wafted into his nostrils. "Hey, Harry, may I discuss something with you?" Gilderoy Lockhart declared, his robes for the day adorned in his favored lilac hue. Before Harry could turn to look at him, Lockhart's voice rang out across the long table in the Great Hall. What transpired on the dueling platform yesterday was an accident. As everyone can see, no one was harmed. Therefore, students, please cease your chatter about Potter. He is an exceptionally talented and empathetic student. Feeling his blood pressure rise, Harry hastily stood up and approached Lockhart, whispering, "Professor, what exactly are you up to?" Lockhart, while waving at a group of Ravenclaw girls in the distance, whispered back, "Ahem, let us discuss this in my office later, Harry. First, allow me to greet my fans." "What is it, Professor?" "Please, speak quickly. I have Transfiguration class soon." "Patience, Harry. First, take a look at this." In an office adorned with portraits and photographs of Gilderoy Lockhart, he retrieved a letter from his drawer and handed it to Harry, emblazoned with the words Hogwarts Interim Headmaster Nomination List. If this nomination process were determined by student votes, I would undoubtedly cast my vote for Professor McGonagall. Upon hearing Harry's response, Lockhart neither grew angry nor embarrassed. Instead, he chuckled heartily before selecting a book from a stack on his desk titled Magical Me. "Harry, you are a clever one. So astutely clever that I feel compelled to be honest with you. Yes, I possess no true talent. All those best-selling novels, autobiographies, and professional guides across various fields were not penned by me. My only true skill lies in the Oblivion Charm, which I have employed to continually appropriate the talents and ideas of others, thus attaining my current status." With his brow furrowing deeper, Harry interrupted Lockhart. "If you wish to confess, you may do so at the Ministry of Magic or Azkaban. If you seek repentance, find yourself a faith. I am indifferent to your trivial matters. There are far more pressing issues in Hogwarts than you. As long as you do not disturb me, I shall pretend I have not heard your words." "Indeed," Gilderoy Lockhart exclaimed with enthusiasm, "I shan't disturb you, of course, save for this one occasion. To be candid, I had contemplated inviting you to join me in signing autographs for our fans. However, the illustrious Harry Potter has far more pressing matters to attend to at school than my trivial concerns. I wonder if you have heard that the Ministry of Magic is quite reluctant to let Professor Dumbledore step down from his position as headmaster. The current situation, or should I say calamity, has been entirely orchestrated by Lucius Malfoy. Thus, to prevent the Malfoy family from wielding unchecked power at Hogwarts, the ministry has resorted to the notion of appointing an interim headmaster." At this juncture, Gilderoy Lockhart cleared his throat and adopted a markedly formal tone as he addressed Harry. "Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge holds you in high regard. Upon learning that you possess the ability to speak Parseltongue, he, much like myself, has never entertained the idea of suspecting you as the perpetrator. What I wish to propose is that you recommend me for the position of interim headmaster at Hogwarts." "Why?" you ask. "To pen my next literary masterpiece, Gilderoy Lockhart, in the Chamber of Secrets. What do you think? Isn't it splendid? It is destined to become the best-selling book across all of Britain. But what does this have to do with me? Nothing at all. Yet I can offer you all the assistance you require in resolving the mystery of the chamber and the attacks. I could even grant you access to the headmaster's office. Trust me, Harry, no other professor could possibly extend such an offer." Harry quietly observed Lockhart's expression, seemingly trying to discern some clue. However, Lockhart merely continued to exuberantly expound upon his grand aspirations. "We are not of the same ilk, Harry. You possess genuine talent, while I am but a peacock with empty embellishments. My sole capability lies in authoring books for profit. Otherwise, do you truly believe I would accept the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts? If you and Fudge were to recommend me as the interim headmaster of Hogwarts, we could not only thwart Lucius Malfoy's sinister plot, but I could also offer you all the privileges you desire, along with half the proceeds from my book, Gilderoy Lockhart and the Chamber of Secrets. I tell you, Harry, you are a wise individual. You understand what truly matters." Harry fell silent, and after several minutes, he coldly declared, "I require all students to return to their respective common rooms by 6 o'clock in the evening and thereafter. They are not to leave. Each class must be attended with the accompaniment of a teacher. No student is permitted to act independently without a teacher's presence. All Quidditch matches and club activities are hereby suspended until the matter of the Chamber of Secrets is resolved, including your dueling club. Lockhart snapped his fingers and said, "No problem," Harry declared. "I intend to place at least one rooster in every corridor, every classroom, and every restroom throughout the entire school, any space that can accommodate it. Moreover, you must not disclose to anyone that I am investigating the Chamber of Secrets or that I am utilizing the headmaster's office." Lockhart, brimming with enthusiasm, responded, "That can certainly be arranged. However, could you enlighten me regarding the purpose of the rooster? You have made a discovery, haven't you? How did you uncover it? I will solely utilize this information for my writings. I assure you, I shall never reveal it to anyone." Harry firmly declined, stating, "I will inform you once everything has concluded. I do not mind if you take all the credit for yourself afterward. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading, as the story becomes even more captivating." Lockhart was positively beaming, rubbing his hands together as he inquired, Splendid. Is there anything else I can assist you with?" "Not at the moment, so let us leave it at that. I must attend my transfiguration class now." "Very well. Do take care. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall certainly provide my utmost support." Suddenly, at the office door, Harry halted, turning to ask, "Having divulged all your secrets to me, are you not concerned I might expose you?" Lockhart's expression grew slightly awkward. Yet he maintained a confident demeanor as he replied, "Such matters are merely spoken. I have not revealed the original authors to you. Even if you were to disclose this, only a handful would heed your words. Moreover, I have stated, Harry, that you are an astute individual. You would not engage in actions that are trivial and irrelevant to the larger picture." Harry let out a soft grunt, leaving behind a remark acknowledging the other's remarkable abilities before turning away without a backward glance. As he uttered the incantation, the stone staircase gradually transported him to the door of the headmaster's office. Upon entering, he was met not by Dumbledore, but by a chorus of portraits adorning the stone walls, each voicing their discontent. "Where is Dumbledore? Why are you here, you little rascal? Did he not proclaim a temporary cessation of your tutoring? You must fetch Dumbledore at once. How can students be allowed to continue their studies in such peril?" One of the portraits chimed in, "I have recently recalled a matter during Dumbledore's tenure as headmaster that remains unaddressed. I must relay this to him post-haste." Harry raised a hand and waved, capturing the attention of all the previous headmasters. He then declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, I bear unfortunate news. Headmaster Dumbledore has been temporarily suspended by Lucius Malfoy in collusion with other shareholders." What? The illustrious headmasters of Hogwarts, esteemed figures in their own right, could hardly maintain their composure upon hearing such an absurd announcement. Many of them pressed their faces against the frame of the portrait, vociferously questioning, "Suspended Dumbledore? Have they lost their minds? Who else can safeguard the students of Hogwarts? Who is this Lucius Malfoy? Have I ever taught him? What a presumptuous, inexperienced wretch." Harry had no time to engage with the group of elderly headmasters on trivial matters and swiftly redirected the conversation. "I understand that everyone is quite upset, but our immediate priority must be to safeguard the students and address the crisis in the Chamber of Secrets." Before departing, Professor Dumbledore imparted a profound remark, stating that Hogwarts would still extend its support to those who seek to ensure the safety of the students. "Therefore, I firmly believe that there are elements here that can assist me in vanquishing the basilisk." Upon uttering these words, the once quiet headmaster's office erupted into chaos once more. "A basilisk? Are you certain it is a basilisk?" "I insisted it was a basilisk. According to Dumbledore's description, it could be nothing else, and he himself affirmed it." "Young lad, that creature is beyond your capability to confront, and even if Dumbledore were present, how do you intend to locate a monster that even he could not find?" Harry sighed and said, "I am a Parselmouth. I can comprehend the language of serpents. On several occasions, I have heard its voice emanating from the walls of the school." "Did Professor Dumbledore not inform you?" Armando Dippet, as if he had heard the most absurd jest, erupted into laughter. "I am well aware of the Potter family lineage. Your family does not possess such traits." However, before he could finish, Harry demonstrated a hissing utterance in Parseltongue. "Sigh-hey-sigh-hate, listen to me." "Ahem." Armando Dippet pointed to a travel trunk on Dumbledore's desk and remarked, "Some time ago, someone delivered a package to him. It should contain what you seek." "Thank you, Professor Dippet." The style of the trunk was familiar to Harry: brown leather, brass combination lock, and an utterly worn clasp. Was this not the very type of suitcase frequently carried by Professor Newt Scamander? Harry had once believed that Dumbledore would provide him with potions to counter the basilisk's gaze. Or perhaps protective goggles. However, knowing that this was a gift from Newt Scamander, he surmised that it must contain some powerful magical creature capable of confronting the basilisk. With a crisp click, he watched as two orbs of black mist, encased in transparent bubbles, ascended into the air, and he realized, with a quiet chuckle, that his earlier speculation was not entirely unfounded. Come on, let us change it up. Within the bubbles, one creature was no larger than a basketball, while the other was significantly larger than a desk. It dawned on him almost instantaneously who their former hosts had been, the Sultan's girl and Credence Barebone, whom Professor Scamander had failed to save. As dark magical creatures, they typically dissipated upon the death of their hosts. Yet, through his remarkable talents and unconditional love for magical creatures, Newt Scamander had ingeniously devised a method to simultaneously rescue both the host and the creature. Last semester, Moran had tentatively inquired about Credence through Harry, but each time they broached the subject, Professor Scamander seemed to conjure up peculiar excuses to evade it. Now, it appeared that Credence's fate was equally disheartening. With a deep respect for his predecessor, Harry Moran cautiously extended his hand into the bubble. Almost instantly, the two swirling masses of black mist flowed into the depths of his soul, like rivers merging into a vast ocean. Loneliness, injustice, helplessness, anger, pain, regret. As his power surged, two profoundly divergent emotions of sorrow mirrored in Moran's mind. Although the Sultan's girl's essence was far weaker than that of Credence, this did not imply that one's suffering outweighed the other's. To be fair, as long as one exists in this world, suffering is inevitable. However, Moran, having endured a life of extreme tragedy, understood that those most deeply wounded by fate never sought to compare their pain with others, whether they erupted in fury or succumbed to despair. If only it were possible for the world to be free of such suffering. Suddenly, an ethereal and mysterious melody wafted through the air, both elusive and enchanting. In the blink of an eye, Moran, who had been engulfed in sorrow, found himself inexplicably exhilarated. It was unmistakably Fawkes, Dumbledore's beloved phoenix. The resplendent crimson bird soared through the window into the headmaster's office, its shimmering tail dancing across the ceiling as if in harmony with the song. Moments later, Fawkes swooped down directly towards the sorting hat perched on the shelf, grasped it with his talons, and, after tossing it into Harry's Moran's embrace, returned to his gilded perch to tend to his feathers. Neither Harry nor Moran had often encountered Fawkes during their first-year tutoring sessions in Dumbledore's office. On rare occasions, they might have glimpsed the phoenix soaring out the window, its magnificent tail trailing behind. This was indeed the first opportunity they had to observe the phoenix up close. "Hello, Fawkes," greeted Harry Moran. Cheerfully, his spirits lifted. However, just as he intended to step closer for a better look, Fawkes unfurled his grand wings once more. "Well, what's going on?" Harry Moran exclaimed, startled by the phoenix's sudden display, instinctively taking a step back. Immediately, the voices of several Hogwarts headmasters echoed behind him. "You carry a strong aura of dark magic. Naturally, Fawkes would not favor you. Do not entertain any misguided thoughts. This phoenix heeds only Dumbledore's call." Harry Moran slightly pouted in displeasure and subsequently relinquished control of his body back to Harry, saying, "Go and touch it, Harry. See if Fawkes allows you to." As Harry's consciousness abruptly returned, he felt somewhat disoriented. Nevertheless, he was equally intrigued by Fawkes. Now that he had the rare opportunity to engage with the phoenix up close, who would care about the circumstances that had just transpired? With this thought in mind, Harry slowly extended his hand, moving gently toward Fawkes. Unlike the vigorous reaction it displayed to Moran's touch, Fawkes seemed to take a liking to Harry. It not only bowed its head for the first time, permitting a wizard other than Dumbledore to stroke its feathers, but afterward, it raised its sharp golden beak and let out a melodious and enchanting call. "I can't believe this double-standard bird," Moran in the live stream cried out, louder than the portraits in the headmaster's office. Even before his time travel, he had never been so blatantly treated differently. "I share the same body with Harry. Even if there's a bit of dark magic within, must you disdain me so, while being so docile with Harry? If you allow a touch, why are you singing now? Do you think I'm only interested in you? I tell you, from this moment on, I have no affection for phoenixes. Just wait. I'll find another divine bird to keep as a pet soon." After leaving the headmaster's office, Moran discussed with Harry the possibility of traveling to America during the holidays. Harry was puzzled as to why Moran did not choose a location recommended by Nicholas Flamel. And he was equally skeptical about the reasoning behind studying finance in America to facilitate future wealth. When he returned to the common room after finishing his transfiguration class with Ron and Hermione, Lavender Brown's suspicions had been cleared. Although no one could prove she was indeed in the bathroom during the initial attack on Madame Lorelei, on the night Colin was petrified by the basilisk, Lavender had shared a bed with her roommate Parvati Patil, which led Hermione, who lived in the same dormitory, to consider her a suspect. So, you are now suspecting Ginny? Ron said somewhat discontentedly. She is only 11. Look at how small she is. How could she possibly write such a long message on the wall? Ron. I didn't think it could be Ginny either, but do you know how she reacted when I spoke to her this morning in the Great Hall? Hermione's words suddenly captured Harry's attention. Until now, he had not dismissed Rand's earlier comment about keeping an eye on Ginny as mere coincidence. What were you discussing? Harry inquired. Ginny, have you recently encountered anything troubling that you wish to share? She hesitated, as though on the cusp of disclosing her thoughts. Unfortunately, at that very moment, Percy happened to stroll by, and upon spotting her brother, Ginny promptly fled. After hearing Hermione's account, disregarding Ron's reaction, Harry rose from his seat without a moment's hesitation and asked, what classes are the first-year Gryffindors currently attending? Ginny, who had just exited the History of Magic classroom, was bewildered as Harry and the others ushered her into the corridor. Picture this, an 11-year-old girl cornered against the wall by 3 older, towering classmates, bombarded with questions. Even if these 3 happened to be her most admired upperclassmen and her own brother, she would still tremble in fear. What do you want? Ginny's timid inquiry rendered Harry and Ron momentarily speechless. After exchanging glances, they both instinctively stepped back, relinquishing the role of antagonists to Hermione. With a fierce glare directed at Harry, Hermione transformed into the stern older sister and gently addressed Ginny. Do you recall previously mentioning that there was something significant you had yet to reveal? Feeling unjustly cornered, Ginny replied, but I really can't say, and it's not intentional. Please, don't press me. No one will blame you, Ginny, Hermione continued to coax. This is something that anyone would find difficult to discuss, even older students. Ginny's gaze flitted between Harry and Ron as she pondered her future academic journey and her family. Summoning her courage, she finally conceded. All right, but you mustn't tell anyone else. Nor mention that it was I who disclosed this. Taking a deep breath, Ginny continued, last weekend, I stumbled upon Percy and his girlfriend, Penelope Clearwater, the Ravenclaw prefect, kissing in an empty classroom. Their robes fell to the floor, and I even saw Percy's hand move. You all understand what I mean now. Please, don't make me elaborate further. Dumbfounded, Harry, Ron, and Hermione allowed the blushing Ginny to escape. In many ways, the gravity of this revelation surpassed even the shocking incident where I had unleashed the basilisk upon fellow students through Tom Riddle's diary. Even the stoic Ran in the live stream couldn't help but comment. Has Percy always been this bold? On their way back to the common room, the once mischievous trio of Gryffindors fell into an unusual silence. Harry repeatedly polished his glasses. Ron incessantly rubbed his old wand, while Hermione, her cheeks flushed, clutched her robe tightly as if fearing it might slip from her grasp at any moment. Just returning from the Quidditch training grounds, Malfoy unexpectedly encountered the trio in the corridor. Naive and oblivious to the unfolding events, he inquired, What is wrong with you 3? You seem rather peculiar. Finally managing to clean his lenses, Harry donned his glasses and cleared his throat, remarking, Ahem, are you still thinking about Quidditch practice? Aren't you afraid of a basilisk attack? Malfoy tilted his chin, provocatively addressing Harry, I believe you're the one who is frightened, aren't you? After winning by a stroke of luck in the rain last time. You dare not face a rematch? Harry hesitated for a moment as he gazed at Malfoy's face, ultimately deciding to convey the situation candidly. The Ministry of Magic is poised to appoint a temporary headmaster for the school, and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, all competitions and extracurricular activities at Hogwarts will be suspended. I suggest you devise a means to help me retrieve my diary swiftly. Otherwise, it seems we may face an imminent closure of the school. Malfoy scoffed, saying, It doesn't matter. I was originally set to attend Durmstrang anyway. If need be, I shall simply switch schools. His apparent indifference may deceive others, but it certainly does not fool Harry. Very well, Harry remarked. I hope your teammates in Slytherin can accompany you to that dreadful tournament. Otherwise, the money your family spent on 6 Nimbus 2001 brooms will be squandered. Draco Malfoy's face flushed crimson with indignation, yet after enduring a few minor setbacks, he had come to realize that opposing Harry was a foolhardy endeavor. All right, all right. Malfoy reluctantly forced a smile and said, "Last night. My father wrote back to me and revealed some information about events that transpired 50 years ago." Upon hearing this, Harry appeared to connect the dots. Yet he refrained from interrupting Malfoy in pursuit of more valuable intelligence. Although he had not been born when the Chamber of Secrets was last opened, Malfoy had clearly conveyed to him that 50 years prior, a Muggle-born girl had met her demise. Malfoy had intended to keep the revelation tantalizingly vague, hoping to prompt Harry to plead for further details. However, Hermione, upon hearing this, had already deduced the answer. "I know," she exclaimed. "There is only one ghost in the castle who was a Hogwarts student and died approximately 50 years ago, the ghost of Moaning Myrtle, who weeps in the girls' lavatory on the second floor." Malfoy was nearly apoplectic, his gray eyes fixed intently on Hermione, who was tugging at Harry's sleeve while chattering incessantly. He begrudgingly praised her. "You truly are remarkable." Harry initially intended to confirm with Malfoy whether Dobby was indeed his family's house elf. However, upon discovering such a pivotal clue, he found himself far too preoccupied with other matters. "Can you lead us to her, Hermione?" he inquired, to which Hermione nodded affirmatively. Consequently, the trio, along with Malfoy, swept through the corridor like a tempest. Though Draco was inexplicably swept along, he felt a surge of excitement. Yet, in order to uphold his persona, he admonished Harry and the others. "Are you Gryffindors devoid of common sense? Venturing into the girls' lavatory in broad daylight? Rest assured, no one frequents this place." Hermione responded, "It's due to Moaning Myrtle's incessant rants at the toilet that this lavatory remains utterly deserted. Moreover, should any unfortunate first-year stumble upon her, she would hide inside the toilet, wailing in a high-pitched voice while splashing water everywhere." Goodness gracious. Before long, the quartet arrived at the abandoned girls' lavatory on the second floor. Prior to their official entry, Harry expressed his heartfelt gratitude for Malfoy's contribution, which earned him a huff and an eye roll in return. Moran had never anticipated such a turn of events in Harry Potter's tale since his arrival. Perhaps it was because Malfoy had fortuitously survived until the end, which made him, who favored Sirius, Lupin, and Fred, feel a tad envious. Or perhaps it was because, as a boy, he was not swayed by the golden-haired youth's beauty as the female fans were. Moran had always harbored a certain disdain for Malfoy. However, throughout the 8 films, despite committing some misdeeds, this character never crossed the line into heinous crimes that would evoke universal outrage. To borrow his earlier words to Harry, Malfoy resembled a twilight that could not descend and a dawn that could not rise. As the door to the girls' lavatory swung open, it revealed an unexpected sight. Aside from Moaning Myrtle, another uninvited guest floated around the toilet. He with an orange jester's hat and a crooked, distorted bow tie. It was evident that the source of the laughter was Peeves the poltergeist. "Oh, how peculiar, how very peculiar. Students have ventured here?" During the previous summer, Harry and Moran had unraveled Peeves' true identity. Unlike the pale, translucent ghosts, Peeves boasted a more vibrant appearance and could physically interact with objects and living beings. Coupled with the historical accounts of professors failing to expel Peeves from Hogwarts, Harry and Moran concluded that this mischievous spirit was born from the academic pressures faced by students over the centuries. Some scholars believe that poltergeists, or mischievous spirits, are manifestations triggered by subconscious behaviors, particularly those of repressed nature. "We are here in search of Moaning Myrtle. Have you seen her?" Harry inquired with a certain politeness. Yet such demeanor did not earn the approval of Peeves, who erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Look, a deceiver. What is there to admire about that one? Don't think I'm oblivious to your whispered remarks about her. Fatty Moaning Myrtle. An ugly wretch, Moaning Myrtle. A woeful, morose, despondent creature, weeping with a face covered in blemishes." Accompanied by the sound of a toilet flushing, Myrtle, seemingly unable to bear the insult, burst forth from a stall, clutching her ears. She emitted a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig, flitting about the washroom ceiling. Peeves, seizing the opportunity, trailed behind her, vociferously reiterating the very adjectives he had just proclaimed. Wretched, morose, despondent, blemished. As it appeared that Myrtle was on the verge of being cornered by Peeves against the wall, Harry, in a moment of quick thinking, shouted, "Bloodstained Barrow. Peeves is right here. Hurry." The once fearless Peeves trembled at the mention of the name, disregarding whether Harry was fabricating a tale of urgency, and hastily dove underground. "Is that all?" Ron and Malfoy offered contrasting evaluations, each distinctly unaware that Myrtle had circled around to stand behind them. "Are you here to mock me as well?" she cried. "Ah." The voice of Moaning Myrtle was devastatingly piercing, rendering Malfoy's flushed face as pale as a ghost. As Malfoy let out a yelp, Ron immediately mimicked his earlier tone, saying, "Is that all?" Malfoy retorted, "Get lost, Weasley." Harry longed to join the ranks of those mocking Malfoy, yet his reason dictated that this was not an opportune moment. "Hello, Myrtle. It is a pleasure to meet you. May I inquire about certain matters concerning your demise?" Harry inquired. In an instant. The previously morose Myrtle underwent a remarkable transformation. She cleared her throat twice, sharpening her already piercing voice to an even more acute pitch. Cough, cough. What a dreadful question indeed. Oh, how terrifying. Myrtle proclaimed, yet her demeanor resembled that of an award recipient delivering an acceptance speech. I perished right in this very restroom. The memory is etched vividly in my mind. At that time, a fellow named Olive Hornby mocked me, saying I resembled a four-eyed dog due to my spectacles, which prompted me to retreat here. I locked the door and wept within, only to suddenly hear someone enter. That individual uttered the most ludicrous remarks, and I initially mistook them for a different tongue. However, what infuriated me the most was that he was a boy. I hastily opened the door, intending to urge him to leave post-haste and return to the boys' restroom. At this juncture, Myrtle elevated her chest even higher, her expression shifting from one of mere acceptance to one of honor and pride, and she continued, "But alas, my tale is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to delve into the ensuing captivating narrative." I met my demise. Harry, perplexed by Myrtle's emotional fluctuations, felt compelled to ask further. "All right. Do you recall how you died?" Myrtle shook her head, drifting closer to Harry, and enigmatically replied, "I only remember my entire body suddenly lifting, as though seized by some unseen force. Yet, I returned afterward. Having endured Olive Hornby's scornful words, I was certainly bound to return and settle the score. I recall. Until graduation, she harbored immense regret for having ever mocked me." Harry's scalp tingled, not solely due to the insipid response from moaning Myrtle, but more importantly, because she was uncomfortably close to him. Fortunately, Hermione stepped in front of him just in time. "Surely you remember at least one person you saw before you died?" Hermione's voice carried a hint of displeasure, yet Myrtle seemed unfazed. She pointed towards a nearby pool, declaring, "I did not see the boy's face, but I did glimpse a pair of large, terrifying yellow eyes near that pool." Hermione and Harry reacted almost in unison. Without prior rehearsal, they exclaimed, "Was that the sound you heard?" Hermione added an extra word, "Harry." Moaning Myrtle may not recall when the hissing sound of Parseltongue echoed in the girls' restroom. Yet she was certain that the voice emanating from Harry mirrored the ludicrous language of the boy from 50 years past. The ghost's peculiar reaction momentarily dissolved the animosity between Ron and Malfoy, and before Harry and Hermione could intervene, the two hastened to the pool's edge to inspect it thoroughly. Soon, Draco Malfoy discovered a small serpentine engraving on the side of a brass faucet. "Here," Malfoy exclaimed, as if fearing that Ron might steal his glory. However, just as he attempted to turn the faucet, he found it obstinately unyielding, refusing to drip even a single drop of water. Observing this, Ron quickly tapped into his reservoir of wisdom. Harry, quickly speak a few words in Parseltongue to the faucet. Malfoy, feeling disgruntled, retorted, "He just spoke. Did you not see that nothing happened?" Ron stepped forward, unwilling to concede. Perhaps Harry did not say the right thing. Maybe this mechanism requires a specific incantation to activate. "You don't understand Parseltongue. How do you know what he just said? Besides, how would we know what the command is? Just because I don't understand doesn't mean you do. You. Enough. A mystical incantation capable of halting the Battle of Hogwarts." Harry looked at Malfoy and Ron with exasperation and explained, "What I just said in Parseltongue means that the sound you heard does not resemble a command capable of opening the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. However, it seems to me that regardless of whether my Parseltongue has any effect, we should not recklessly venture into the chamber. That serpent creature poses a lethal threat even to the professors, so I suggest we retreat to our respective dormitories and deliberate further." Hermione immediately interjected, "You're lying. You must be planning to confront the serpent creature alone. I refuse to let you go in there by yourself this time." Ron, who had faced challenges alongside Harry in their first year, displayed a similar bravado, asserting that since the creature in the chamber was not a spider, he had nothing to fear. Malfoy observed the trio, seemingly rushing toward their demise, and questioned, "Can't you leave the problem to the teachers? Must you handle it yourselves? Or is it true what they say about Gryffindors, that they become utterly reckless at the first hint of adventure?" Ron disdainfully retorted, "Dumbledore has already been ousted by your father. Who do you expect us to rely on? Snape or Lockhart?" Malfoy shouted back, Anyone would be better than a bunch of second-year students. Sensing the escalating tension, Harry felt compelled to intervene. "All right, enough," he said. "Why don't you two stop bickering? Once this is all over, you can challenge each other on the dueling club stage, and I shall officiate." Malfoy scoffed, clearly dismissive of Ron, having already attended remedial classes with Professor Snape. Likewise, Ron, who held a deep-seated prejudice against the Malfoy family and Slytherin, did not regard Malfoy as formidable. "Just him? I could easily knock him out with my fists," they both exclaimed in unison. At that moment, Hermione, like Ron, did not consider Malfoy a friend or ally. Yet, in the face of the larger situation, she managed to maintain a semblance of rationality. "Harry," she said, "why don't you try the command in Parseltongue now? If it's incorrect, we can still deduce the answer together through elimination." Harry found Hermione's words to be reasonable and did not dwell on them further. He nodded and, turning to Malfoy, casually attempted the incantation, Heshahassa. A dull thud resonated from behind the sink, and before the astonished gazes of the four, the marble relief above the basin began to rotate and ascend. Subsequently, the circular sink itself began to move, revealing a remarkably thick drainage pipe before their eyes. Having witnessed the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Malfoy were divided into two factions. Harry and Ron believed they should leverage their informational advantage to capture the true culprit behind the attacks on their fellow students. Conversely, Malfoy and Hermione argued that they ought to prioritize contacting a professor to address the threat posed by the basilisk. In truth, a part of Harry found himself in agreement with Hermione and Malfoy's perspective. His shift in opinion stemmed from Morin's obsession with uncovering the true perpetrator in the diary. Despite the increasing number of secrets his second persona was reluctant to share, Morin remained the one he trusted most in this world. Ultimately, due to the stubbornness of the young wizards, they could not reach a satisfactory consensus in a short time. As a speaker of Parseltongue, Harry declared that he held the final authority on when to utilize the entrance to the chamber. Consequently, the quartet reluctantly agreed to his plan of inaction, waiting for the opportune moment to act. As anticipated by Lockhart, before the official transfer order from the Ministry of Magic was issued that weekend, Fudge led his subordinates to the castle for an on-site inspection. Harry dutifully offered some flattering words to his defense against the dark arts professor. Subsequently, the entire faculty and student body at Hogwarts awoke to the news on the following Monday morning that Lockhart had been appointed as the new headmaster of Hogwarts. "Did I hear that correctly? Lockhart, that flamboyant peacock?" Ron's incredulous expression reminded Harry of Dobby. However, as a sort of unwitting instigator, he felt somewhat hesitant to join his friend in the critique. Uncharacteristically, he remarked, "In a way, this isn't entirely a bad thing. At least since the start of the term, Lockhart has awarded our house the most points and assigned the least amount of homework." Ron was astonished that such words had come from Harry's lips, but before he could retort, he heard an even more incredulous voice. "But he truly isn't fit to be a headmaster. He can't even manage to be a proper teacher." Even if nothing related to the Chamber of Secrets had occurred this year, Hogwarts should not be entrusted to him. Harry and Ron gazed at Hermione as if they had encountered a rare and wondrous creature, although the young witch understood the reason behind her friend's expressions. Being scrutinized in such a manner made her feel somewhat self-conscious. All right. I admit I was rather shallow before," Hermione said, a hint of embarrassment in her voice, seemingly eager to put an end to the topic. However, Ron was not so easily deterred. He chuckled and inquired, "Just how many self-aggrandizing, pretentious texts did you peruse before realizing he is nothing but a fraud?" Hermione replied, "Some things do not require books to comprehend. Not everything is learned through reading." Harry, But before she could finish, Harry raised a hand to interrupt, saying, "It's all right, Hermione. I know you are an intelligent person, and sooner or later you will discern true talent from mere superficiality. Now that you have seen through Lockhart's Fade, I need not worry any longer." Upon witnessing Harry's expression, which radiated the warmth of a benevolent father, Hermione momentarily froze, only to be overtaken by a subtle sense of disappointment. Pouting, she lowered her head, allowing her expression to retreat behind her brown locks, murmuring, "I'm sorry for worrying you before." In the live stream, Emma Rand, who had just moments ago been moved by Harry's trust in him, was now left speechless by Harry's remarks. It became clear that the jealousy he had sensed emanating from his host was not due to any special feelings Hermione harbored for Lockhart. Rather, it stemmed from Harry's indignation at a talentless individual being esteemed by his close friend. To Harry, only figures like Professor Dumbledore or Mr. Nicholas Flamel deserved the adulation of the wizarding community, Even Professor Snape had not attained a level of excellence worthy of idolization. Thus, whether he was showcasing his alchemical knowledge to Hermione before the school year or demonstrating wandless magic in defense against the dark arts class, Harry's intentions were devoid of romantic inclinations. He simply wished to convey to Hermione what true skill and profound knowledge truly entailed. Reflecting once more on Harry's demeanor towards Hermione, Imoran found himself less astonished than before. He bore no objection to Harry exploring romantic pursuits, even at a young age, as he derived amusement from being a spectator. However, he had overlooked the considerable pressure he had inadvertently placed upon Harry, a savior who had been acutely aware of his mission since the age of 11. Devoting every day to studying and practicing a myriad of spells, how could he possibly find the time or energy for romance? Sighing heavily within, Imoran resigned himself, thinking, it doesn't matter whether Harry engages in a relationship or not. I should refrain from intervening and simply let things unfold naturally. That evening, Lockhart delivered a speech of modest grandeur within the auditorium, coinciding with the students' dinner. To assume the role of headmaster at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is, for me, both a fortunate and unfortunate circumstance. While I possess confidence in my ability to fulfill this position, I am acutely aware that Dumbledore remains irreplaceable in the hearts of the students. Thus, during this interim period of Dumbledore's repose, I shall endeavor to uphold the vital duty of safeguarding the school in his absence. First and foremost, allow me to elucidate the nature of the creature responsible for the recent attacks on Mrs. Norris and the first-year Gryffindors. Except for Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Malfoy, all other students cast aside their previous impatience, fixating intently on the podium at the center of the staff table. It is a basilisk. Lockhart proclaimed earnestly, "You may not be familiar with this creature, but I am well acquainted with it. The first recorded basilisk was bred by the nefarious Greek dark wizard Herpo the Foul. After numerous experiments, this individual succeeded in hatching a rooster's egg beneath a toad, thereby creating a dangerously formidable serpent endowed with extraordinary abilities. This serpent, adorned with green scales, can exceed lengths of 50 feet, its scales impervious, strength immense, and venom lethal. However, these attributes pale in comparison to its most perilous weapon, the basilisk's gaze. Any individual whose eyes meet those of a basilisk is instantly condemned to death, and no magic can reverse the effects of this dreadful curse. Fortunately, in the 2 recent incidents at our school, the victims did not directly meet the basilisk's gaze. They were merely petrified. Once Professor Sprout's mandrakes reach maturity, they will be able to revive them." At this point, Lockhart spread his palms, gesturing towards Professor Sprout's location. This prompted a wave of applause from a multitude of female students, as if the previous comical incidents in class and the dueling club had never transpired. With a beaming smile, Lockhart continued, "Fear not, my dear students, for I have yet another piece of good news to share. Despite the basilisk's formidable strength, ferocity, and danger, it is not without its vulnerabilities. The crowing of a rooster is absolutely fatal to a basilisk. Therefore, whether it be a living ordinary rooster or one conjured through transfiguration, I shall collaborate with the faculty to ensure that every classroom, dormitory, staircase, and corridor within the castle is equipped with at least one rooster for our protection before the basilisk is vanquished." The applause resonated like thunder throughout the halls of Hogwarts, with even some faculty members joining in the ovation for Lockhart. At this moment, nearly everyone ceased to question the man before them, the very embodiment of the suave and formidable protagonist from the pages of a book. The increasingly animated Lockhart struggled to contain his emotions, no longer inclined to adhere to the script. "Rest assured, my fellow students, I shall protect you all. In truth, had it not been for the cunning of that serpent creature, I would have been entirely capable of vanquishing her before anyone was harmed. Within a month, Hogwarts will no longer face the threats posed by the Chamber of Secrets and the so-called heir of Slytherin. I shall deliver on my promise." Harry, seated at the Gryffindor table, could hardly suppress his eye roll, although he had sensed that Lockhart's words were growing increasingly absurd. The unexpected timeline imposed upon him left him quite vexed. It seemed that Lockhart, upon catching sight of Harry's expression amidst the crowd, regained some clarity. He chuckled and cleared his throat, adding, "Ahem, I must also express my gratitude to a particular classmate, Gryffindor's own Harry Potter. Since the attack, he has provided me with numerous clues and has graciously agreed to assist me in my endeavors, employing his unique talents to help locate the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. So, everyone, let us give him a round of applause." Upon this declaration, the atmosphere in the great hall noticeably cooled, and after a brief pause, scattered applause emerged from various corners. The expressions of the four house heads varied. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout exchanged glances of disdain and surprise, respectively, while Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape regarded Harry with a complex mix of concern, anger, and disappointment. Now, the impromptu performance concluded, Lockhart returned to the matter at hand. He declared, "Although my forthcoming demands may be rather stringent, as headmaster, I possess the authority to enforce them. I require all students to return to their respective common rooms by 6 o'clock in the evening and not to leave before the next day's classes. Students must be escorted by teachers at all times. No student may act independently without a teacher's presence. All Quidditch matches and club activities are hereby suspended until I resolve the issues surrounding the Chamber of Secrets. Oh, and aside from Harry, who is assisting me in locating the chamber and dispatching the serpent creature, now that I've said all that needs to be said, please remain seated, and shortly the teachers will escort everyone back to their common rooms and dormitories." On the way back to the Gryffindor common room, Ron, having noticed the expressions of the heads of houses, inexplicably shifted the blame onto Snape once more. "Did you see Snape's expression, Harry? He surely applied for the position of headmaster himself, but was denied, losing to someone like Lockhart. That must be why he was so furious upon hearing that Lockhart received your assistance." In the original text, Harry and Hermione would undoubtedly have concurred with this assessment. Fortunately, under the influence of, both individuals have experienced a notable enhancement in their wisdom and logical reasoning abilities. Otherwise, they might have impulsively followed in the footsteps of their fictional counterparts. Henceforth, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has entered a phase of unprecedentedly stringent control measures. The names of Harry and Gilderoy Lockhart have become topics of fervent discussion, rivaling even the legendary Basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets. Some speculate that the formidable duo could undoubtedly resolve the crisis, while others suggest that their actions are merely theatrical, perhaps even intertwined with some sordid financial dealings. As time inexorably passes, the whereabouts of the diary remain elusive. Fortunately, under the protective measures and vigilance of the Roosters, the students of Hogwarts have not faced further attacks from the Basilisk. In response, younger and older students exhibit starkly contrasting attitudes. Many of the young wizards, particularly the Weasley twins, have transformed their initial trepidation into exhilaration. Initially, they engaged in the lively exchange of protective charms and talismans to better safeguard themselves. Soon, however, this practice evolved into a whimsical and fashionable pastime. Encouraged by Fred and George, Neville adorned himself with a grotesquely pungent green onion head, a slender amethyst, and a decayed salamander tail. While these items may not effectively repel the basilisk, they certainly serve to deter classmates. As for the soon-to-be graduates, they have proposed a myriad of theories regarding the dubious transactions surrounding Harry and Lockhart. Some have even suggested a romantic liaison between the two. Pondering why Harry frequents the headmaster's office daily, Harry was indifferent to the opinions of others regarding himself. What truly troubled him was Gilderoy Lockhart's assertion during a public speech, in no more than a month. Hogwarts will no longer be threatened by the Chamber of Secrets and the so-called heir of Slytherin. In truth, both Harry and M.O. Rand had nearly exhausted their patience. What sustained them thus far was M.O. Rand's grand vision and Harry's unwavering trust. With Christmas break just a week away, and in accordance with Lockhart's promise, students would return to school after the holiday to resume their normal academic lives. Seizing the opportunity while most students had departed, M.O. Rand began preparations with Harry for the decisive battle against the Basilisk. To be honest, I've longed to eliminate that serpent. It has kept me from playing Quidditch for far too long. Listening to Harry's enthusiastic voice, M.O. Rand paused for a moment before revealing the secret of that fateful night in September. "Harry, let me explain. There are many things I have not disclosed to you this semester, but it matters not. I trust you." "No, you must listen to me first," M.O. Rand said, suppressing the emotion that threatened to bring him to tears. As he conjured memories of his fierce battle with the basilisk in Harry's mind, he continued, "I have known the location of the chamber and the nature of the creature within for quite some time, but there is something far more significant at play. Do you remember the items we retrieved from the Room of Requirement last year? The diadem and the diary are, in essence, the same. They are Horcruxes of Voldemort. In simple terms, unless all Horcruxes are destroyed, Voldemort can never be entirely vanquished. I was previously concerned that our actions might be too rash, potentially alarming the holder of the diary, but I have come to realize that Voldemort's diary appeared in the castle because he sought to exploit this chance to eliminate Dumbledore, resurrect himself, and ultimately conquer Hogwarts." Harry swiftly aligned himself with M.O. Rand's line of thought and inquired, "What prompted you to agree to my proposal of vanquishing the basilisk on Christmas?" Is it because you gained confidence after receiving the silent gift from Professor Scamander? Mo Rand replied with utmost seriousness. This is merely a minor aspect. Primarily, I sense a pair of deeply concealed puppeteers whose flaws will only become apparent following our actions. The reason I share this with you is that perhaps you might notice some details that have eluded my attention. Having mentally visualized the general course of the battle against the basilisk, Harry pondered thoughtfully before expressing a hint of regret. It seems I have not uncovered any suspicious points. Perhaps you are indeed correct that certain issues will only surface after we take action. Mo Rand conjured forth a portion of black mist from Harry's palm, utilizing his memories from his past life to sequentially reveal the 5 Horcruxes, excluding Nagini, crafted from tangible objects. I apologize for burdening you with this at such a young age, yet I believe it is unwise to keep these matters shrouded in secrecy. As of now, I have discerned from Voldemort's memories that there are 5 Horcruxes: the diadem of Ravenclaw, the locket of Slytherin, the cup of Hufflepuff, a diary, and a ring. Harry's gaze was firmly fixed upon the shape of the Horcrux, determined not to overlook a single detail, and soon he identified a troubling issue. So, there are no relics of Gryffindor here, is there? He inquired. Indeed, Mo Rand replied. Perhaps he simply could not locate them. However, Harry, discovering the Horcruxes is merely the initial step. The challenge of destroying them is equally formidable. My agreement to first confront the basilisk was partly due to the fact that the creature possesses something capable of obliterating the Horcruxes, its venom. As Harry remained engrossed in memorizing the shape of the Horcrux, he remained oblivious to the pair of eyes observing him stealthily from the seemingly deserted corridor. In the final week before the term concluded, a heavy snowfall blanketed Hogwarts in a shroud of cold. A silence as thick as the snow enveloped the entire castle, further deepening the gloom among the students, who were subjected to stringent lockdown measures. During this time, Fred and George transformed into the most popular figures. Even the Slytherin students could not deny that the Weasley twins were the most humorous jesters in the school. They would occasionally strut in front of Harry, declaring, "Make way for the heir of Slytherin. The greatest and most nefarious dark wizard has arrived. Lord Potter, according to the schedule, you should now be heading to the Chamber of Secrets for tea with your 50-foot-long, fanged servant." With the assistance of Fred and George, the majority began to regard the notion of Harry being the heir of Slytherin as utterly ridiculous. Yet, despite this, one matter continued to trouble Harry. This winter vacation, the Weasley family and Hermione would remain at Hogwarts. Given his friend's familiarity with him, Harry found it nearly impossible to conceal his intent to confront the basilisk alone. Consequently, he had to fabricate some diversions. In the final week before the holiday, Harry prepared Christmas gifts for nearly everyone. He had a wand voucher from Ollivander for Ron, which he had preemptively sent 7 galleons to Mr. Ollivander for, a handwritten introductory alchemy notebook for Hermione, and ordinary invisibility cloaks for Fred and George, the typical invisibility cloak being woven from the hair of a demiguise, while the cheaper versions were simply regular cloaks enchanted with the disillusionment charm. Harry purchased the former for the twins. Although this type of cloak proved more durable than the enchanted variant, it would gradually lose its efficacy over time, with only the invisibility cloak of death retaining its properties indefinitely. However, just as Harry intended to present Professor Snape with a vial of acromantula venom as a Christmas gift after the final potions lesson, the head of Slytherin House, having been absent from classes for an entire term, once again detained him. Upon entering the office, Snape immediately launched into a tirade. "What have you been doing lately? Has no one been tutoring you, that you do not know to continue your practice? Or do you believe you have acquired sufficient knowledge? Listen carefully, Mr. Potter. Whether it be potions or the wisdom gleaned from your other professors, at your current level, you have merely taken a minuscule step beyond the threshold of initiation. You may possess a slight advantage over your peers, yet you remain vastly distant from mastery." Harry did not contest Professor Snape's words. In fact, he scarcely absorbed what the man was saying. Since his entrance, Harry's gaze had been fixated on Snape's tightly clenched arm. Some matters are not meant for children to handle. If you do not wish to be ensnared by so-called adventurous spirit and the allure of fame, what are you looking at? "Nothing, Professor." Snape abruptly rose, his expression grave as he intoned, "Do not lie to me." Having never witnessed Professor Snape in such a state of agitation, Harry instinctively sought an excuse to inquire. Professor, I am merely curious. Did you teach Malfoy the killing curse?" Given that Malfoy's weakened version of the curse had been intercepted by Muron in a form of dark mist, Harry's physical form had not suffered from the malevolent spell. Aside from a slight discomfort, he did not perceive anything particularly alarming about it. However, Professor Snape was different. As the creator of the killing curse, he possessed a deeper understanding of its terrifying implications than any reader or spectator. The killing curse? Snape gasped. Were you struck by it? Are you injured? What in the world did you two fools do? Why did Draco resort to this spell? The barrage of questions left Harry somewhat bewildered, yet he also realized that numerous secrets had unfolded at school this term unbeknownst to him. Tentatively, he replied. Malfoy was dissatisfied with the outcome of our duel in the dueling club. He approached me over the weekend, seeking a rematch, so. Harry's deceit was immediately discerned by Snape, who forcefully struck the table and reiterated, I have told you, do not lie to me. Draco would never employ such a spell in a duel. Are you testing me? With all his cunning laid bare, Harry refrained from responding to Professor Snape's inquiry. Inwardly, he mused that Hagrid would certainly not have noticed such a ruse, and thereafter fell silent. As Snape gazed into Harry's quiet eyes, his initial ire gradually subsided. Within a few breaths, he reluctantly resumed his seat, opting for resignation over resistance. This is the Wandless Curse and its sole counter-curse, which heals swiftly. Their effects are rather unique. Remember, do not practice them on your classmates. Additionally, this is a vial of Felix Felicis, which I introduced to you last semester. I do not expect you to think rationally or act calmly like an accomplished wizard at all times. However, it may rescue you from the foolish actions born of impulsive decisions at the right moment. Watching Professor Snape hurriedly inscribe 2 lines of incantations onto parchment and retrieve a golden vial from his drawer, Harry could not suppress his astonishment. The complexity of brewing Felix Felicis paled in comparison to the challenge of gathering its rare ingredients. Aside from the venom of an acromantula, it also required the eggshell of a fire crab, newt eggs, petals of mustard flowers, and the blood and horn of a unicorn. Once all ingredients were collected, the brewing process itself demanded a duration of 1 month and an additional 6 months for the required settling time to enhance its potency. Many potion masters who make a living from brewing may never concoct a single vial of Felix Felicis in their lifetimes. Yet, for Professor Snape, who possessed the skill to brew it, his aversion to this fortuitous potion stemmed from other reasons. Much like the majority of wizards in the magical realm who, prior to their travels, only knew that Felix Felicis was prohibited in competitions and regarded it as an expensive rarity. Those well-versed in potion-making understood that it also represented one's rare opportunities to defy fate. Just as a dog can only consume a few grams of chocolate throughout its life, excessive consumption of Felix Felicis carries perilous consequences. Mild effects may induce a drunken stupor, while severe repercussions could lead to a permanent alteration of character, driving the drinker toward a tragic demise in their hubris. Snape harbored a profound disdain for arrogance, stating, a self-important individual, even if favored by fortune, is inevitably destined for ruin. Even more detestable were those who often brought calamity upon their companions. Therefore, Mr. Potter, I hope you will never find yourself in need of this potion, nor become the perpetrator of harm against your friends and family. As Harry regained his senses, he noticed that the office door had already been opened. Having attended many classes with Professor Snape, he was well aware that this was the professor's method of issuing a dismissal. As Harry departed from his office, Snape gradually rose to his feet. In the dimly lit environment, he fixed his penetrating gaze, darker than the shadows around him, upon the empty doorway, lost in contemplation. On the first night of the Christmas holiday, Harry exhibited an extraordinary sense of joy, although he did not indulge in feasting as he usually did. He engaged in spirited revelry with George and Fred in the Great Hall. The vibrant atmosphere nearly captivated all the students remaining at school, and they frolicked heartily until midnight, only retreating to their respective dormitories for rest due to exhaustion. A gentle incantation echoed from the Gryffindor second-year dormitory. To ensure his actions went unnoticed, Harry had cast a stunning spell upon his dear friend Ron. Ron! Ron! Harry first shouted loudly twice, but upon realizing that his companion showed no signs of awakening, he removed his robe to reveal the athletic attire he had long since donned beneath. The festive atmosphere of Hogwarts had gradually faded into the stillness of the night. Yet Harry felt no sense of gloom. As he prepared to confront the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, he found that, rather than anxiety or excitement, he required composure. His wand, potions, blindfold, invisibility cloak, and a convenient faux gobstone for transforming into a magical rooster were all meticulously arranged. After ensuring that his supplies were in order, Harry retrieved a vial of revitalizing elixir from his satchel and drank it heartily before making his way to the girls' lavatory on the second floor. Standing once more at the entrance to the open chamber, Both Harry and Imogen felt a twinge of apprehension. With Professor Dumbledore absent and most of the faculty having departed the castle for the holidays, the weight of defeating the basilisk rested entirely upon their shoulders. A chilling breeze emanated from the seemingly bottomless pipe, and after taking a few deep breaths, Harry leaped into the dark, sticky, and seemingly endless tunnel. Within the castle of Hogwarts, numerous pipes connected to this passage, each twisting and turning, yet none were as wide and profound as the one he was currently traversing. It was not until 2 minutes had elapsed, descending several miles into the depths, that Harry felt the once steep pipe transition to a horizontal plane. As he approached the pipe's exit, he executed a sudden fish-like leap, narrowly avoiding a fall onto the damp ground. Lumos. Harry murmured a spell towards his wand, which emitted a dazzling light as he draped the invisibility cloak over himself. The tunnel was engulfed in darkness, yet Harry hesitated to cast the ultimate Lumos. He lacked the unwavering confidence necessary to easily vanquish the basilisk and understood the immense advantage of seizing the initiative in such a formidable confrontation. Thus, he preferred to advance cautiously, inching forward rather than boldly striding into the serpent's lair. After approximately 5 minutes, the tomb-like silence of the tunnel was abruptly shattered by a series of clicking sounds. Lowering his gaze, Harry was startled to discover a layer of animal bones scattered across the damp, rocky ground. As he cast the Silencio charm upon himself, he caught a glimpse of a massive shape coiled in the distance. The pounding of his heart propelled him into a heightened state of awareness, akin to that of a seeker in a Quidditch match. Soon, he discerned that what lay before him was not the basilisk, but rather its shed skin. The serpent's skin shimmered in a vibrant green hue, strikingly vivid. Even merely gazing upon it filled Harry with a sense of the creature's lethal venom, a terrifying realization. Yet, inexplicably, he felt an overwhelming sense of forgetting as he stared at the serpent's skin. In no time, Harry reached the tunnel's end. After carefully navigating a series of bends, he beheld a wall adorned with the intricate carving of 2 serpents intertwined. "Heshahassa," he exclaimed, invoking the command to open. Harry hissed in Parseltongue. The emeralds in the serpent's eyes glimmered momentarily before it gradually slithered away from the stone wall. Subsequently, a fissure emerged in the stone wall, previously concealed beneath the bodies of the 2 serpents. The crack widened until it eventually slid apart entirely, revealing a long, dimly lit stone chamber before Harry. Without the need for further prompting from Imogen, Harry donned the prepared blindfold. He removed the invisibility cloak from his head and secured it around his waist. As thick black mist began to emanate from his skin, enveloping him entirely. With Imogen's assistance, Harry, now shrouded in darkness, akin to a character in a third-person perspective game, gradually became aware of the serpentine stone pillars coiling around him and the imposing statue at the far end of the room. "Be cautious, Harry," Imogen suddenly exclaimed. Having already witnessed Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, he was aware of the basilisk's dwelling. Thus, upon noticing the ancient, bearded statue with its mouth agape, he instinctively sensed imminent danger. In the very next moment, a colossal creature erupted from the water with a thunderous splash. Harry's reaction was remarkably swift. Before the splashes stirred up by the basilisk could settle back onto the surface, he hurled all the Gabrathian stones into the fray. Transformed by the spell, the stones morphed into magical roosters the moment they touched the ground. Confronted by an adversary of colossal proportions, these enchanted creatures exhibited neither fear nor retreat. Instead, they bravely began to cluck defiantly. The sound of their clucking echoed throughout the chamber, yet contrary to Professor Scamander's teachings, the basilisk did not succumb, but rather unleashed its massive tail to shatter the flock of eyeless magical roosters before it. The serpent's tail, accompanied by a deafening rush of air, bore the weight of immense power. In a bid to ensure Harry's safety, Imogen had no time to ponder why the great serpent was unperturbed by the clamor of the roosters. He swiftly manipulated the dark mist, whisking Harry away to a place far removed from the basilisk. What had transpired? Surely the roosters had proven ineffective? As Harry inquired, he extended his wand, aspiring to replicate the formidable transformation once exhibited by Dumbledore, turning the colossal serpent pillar into a living entity to fight on his behalf. "No," Muron exclaimed. "The objects here are enchanted. Your transfiguration spell will not work. However, I believe I understand why the basilisk is no longer afraid of roosters." With that, the image of the basilisk's head gradually coalesced in Harry's mind. "Do you see that?" Muron magnified the area beneath the basilisk's jaw, revealing 2 newly burned red scars. "Someone has preemptively eliminated the basilisk's weakness before us." Despite his impaired vision and mobility, Harry remained vigilant, observing the injury on the basilisk's ear while simultaneously wielding his wand. He chanted towards the stone walls on either side, Confringo. The violent explosion caused a substantial amount of debris to cascade from the walls. Thus, with one hand gripping his wand to create massive stones, and the other silently summoning the levitating stones with a nonverbal spell, he constructed a rudimentary barrier before him. When did you master the nonverbal spell as well? Muron suddenly realized, inquiring. Oh, just now, I suppose. Harry, equally taken aback, felt a surge of excitement. But before he could articulate further, the infuriated basilisk charged towards the stone barrier. The solid scales of the serpent collided with the rocks, producing a series of muffled thuds. And the hastily erected stone wall crumbled with a resounding crash. Yet, this was precisely what Harry and Muron had anticipated. With complete command over his body, Muron unleashed all the dark mist, and seizing the moment when the basilisk was momentarily ensnared, he spun rapidly, entangling the giant serpent with the stones. The once tranquil chamber transformed into a tumultuous washing machine, a chaotic amalgamation of physical and magical assaults, finally eliciting a wail from the basilisk. Hiss, hiss, hiss. I will slay you, you wretched creature. Having previously battled the basilisk, Muron was not naive enough to believe this maneuver would result in its immediate demise. He was acutely aware of the hardness of the basilisk's scales. Thus, this grand display of power was merely a feint to disguise its true intent. Indeed, within less than a minute, all the massive stones were reduced to dust amidst the friction between Muron and the basilisk, deprived of the advantage of physical attacks. Even with his enhanced strength, Muron could not effectively strike using only the dark mist. However, just as the basilisk thought it was on the verge of breaking free, all the dark mist suddenly coalesced around its head. The mist, which had the potential to envelop a third of the chamber, transformed into two slender spears. They targeted the serpent's sole vulnerable point, its most formidable weapon, the serpent's eye, which was devoid of the protective scales. With a sharp thrust, a resounding splatter echoed as copious amounts of black blood gushed forth. It seemed as if the anguished cries of an elephant and a wild boar erupted from the creature's throat. The excruciating pain compelled it to coil its body involuntarily. Its mouth agape, revealing rows of glistening venomous fangs, stained with blood trickling down from its eye sockets, an utterly tragic sight, transfigured back into human form. Harry hastily tore off the eye mask, scarcely taking a moment to admire Imorant's masterpiece, as he pointed his wand at the serpent's head, exclaiming, Gabrathian. The fatigue was palpable in Imorant, who had just relinquished control of the body back to Harry. The feat he had just accomplished was akin to a weightlifter in the Muggle world shattering a record. Fortunately, with its most potent weapon diminished, the serpent posed little lethal threat to Harry. Still reeling from the agony, it had yet to calm from its blind rage when the searing heat of Gabrathian ignited above its head like a reaper of souls. The dual onslaught of pain heralded a tangible fear of death within the serpent. For the first time in centuries, within the confines of this castle, it entertained the notion of fleeing for its life. Hiss, damn you, you shall perish, the serpent hissed, turning to plunge into the pool adorned with towering serpent statues. Observing this, Imorant hastily called out, Quick, follow Harry, do not let it escape. Gabrathian, with Harry reciting the incantation once more. The hovering flames of Gabrathian surged towards the serpent's escape route. The originally dark green waters of the pool transformed into a brilliant azure as the flames penetrated. Almost instantly, bubbles began to rise, heralding signs of imminent boiling within mere seconds. Now relegated to a supporting role, Imorant meticulously manipulated the dark mist, remaining vigilant while Harry took the lead. Soon, the serpent's massive head emerged from the opposite side of the pool, underscoring the necessity of Imorant's caution. The colossal tail swept through the area where Harry stood, crushing the stone platform beneath him. However, just as Harry evaded the serpent's assault and prepared to retaliate, the cunning creature vanished once more beneath the water's surface. This is futile, Harry. The pool and the pipes in the chamber appear interconnected. We cannot pursue it this way. I am aware, but aside from Gabrathian, it is exceedingly difficult for any other spells to inflict effective damage on that colossal serpent. In the midst of battle, the two individuals simultaneously recalled the moment Professor Dumbledore demonstrated the Gabrathian fire for the first time. Unlike Harry, who had to recite the incantation each time, Dumbledore had conjured the flames effortlessly. Could it be that controlling magical fire is a particularly challenging training endeavor? Oh, dear headmaster, you have truly led me into a predicament. With such thoughts swirling in their minds, Harry and Imorant adjusted their combat strategy once more. As Harry's corporeal form gradually transformed into a dark mist, He suddenly spun and dove into a minuscule point imperceptible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, he found himself atop the bald head of a Slytherin, having executed a flawless disillusionment charm. Just as Harry had recently transcended his own limitations to master silent, wandless spells, Emma Ran also exhibited an exceptional performance. Spurred by the intensity of the conflict, their mutual intention was to transport themselves to the deepest recesses of the Chamber of Secrets. Thus, even without a retreat behind them, they would no longer need to concern themselves with the basilisk's unpredictable ambushes. This pure sense of purpose allowed Harry and Emma Ran to cast aside all distractions, and they seamlessly grasped the artful and flawless version of the disillusionment charm. Lumos Maxima, Ultimate Light Burst. Harry, standing atop the Slytherin's head, directed a beam of light into the nearest pool of water. He did not expect the glow to illuminate the entire deep, emerald expanse, but as long as it helped him detect the fleeting shadow before the basilisk's attack, it would suffice. The speed of the Gabrathian fire was too slow. When the basilisk approached, I will do my utmost to restrain it with the binding curse. At that moment, you must aim for its already injured eye to deliver a decisive blow. As Harry kept a vigilant watch over the situation in the pool, he spoke to Mo Ran. All right, Mo Ran replied. However, that serpent is exceedingly cunning. It can even sense the presence of my dark magic. Should my initial strike fail, you must be extraordinarily cautious to evade its counterattack. After I concentrate my power, I will be unable to assist you in executing apparition for a brief period. Just as he spoke, the basilisk, which had been lurking within the waters of the chamber, stealthily emerged, slithering back toward the imposing statue of Salazar Slytherin. Before Harry could utter a word of warning, the enormous serpent's head shot up to a height of several feet, its gaping maw poised to strike at the location of the intruders. Incarcerus! Harry shouted. Two magical ropes, as thick as a bowl, flew towards the serpent's head, binding it securely. Duro, the Stone of Transformation, Harry's second spell, the binding charm, was not aimed at the basilisk. Rather, he targeted the rope he had just conjured. This ingenious incantation caught the creature off guard, transforming what should have been a mere binding easily torn asunder into shackles as unyielding as iron, reinforced by the enchanted stone tablet. Now, as Harry shouted Moran, a tumultuous black mist erupted from behind him. In the blink of an eye, Moran coiled and condensed, once again morphing into a slender, pointed spear. With a swift thrust, it struck true, albeit slightly askew. Had this been his inaugural use of such a lethal maneuver? Or if the stone pillars and statues within the chamber had not been subjected to the counter-transformation spell, allowing Harry better control over the basilisk? Perhaps the massive serpent would not have sensed the imminent peril and would not have so swiftly extricated itself from its bonds. Alas, if only there were such a possibility, But regrettably, there are no ifs. Damned. Infuriating. As the basilisk retreated into the depths of the pool, both Harry and Moran uttered a frustrated curse. Yet, before they could ascertain the creature's whereabouts, Harry's keen eyesight spotted a student clad in the black robes of Hogwarts at the farthest entrance of the chamber. At last, I have found you, Harry exclaimed. Subsequently, with the aid of Emma Ran, his form transformed into a wisp of black mist, swiftly traversing a chamber that spanned a full quarter of a mile, arriving beside the architect of his troubles. Hermione? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. And even the ever-composed Emma Ran in the live broadcast was utterly unprepared for the scene unfolding before him. You are the heir of Slytherin, are you not? Harry's mind was in disarray. What are you doing here? Do you not realize how perilous it is? And how did you even get in? At that moment, Hermione was sporting a makeshift periscope, holding a glowing wand in one hand and the sorting hat that Harry had left in the dormitory in the other. She replied, When I asked you to try the password in the girls' restroom earlier, I noted the pronunciation of Parseltongue. I meant to say, you seem to have forgotten this. You previously mentioned that it was a gift from Dumbledore's bird. I noticed you hadn't brought it, so I thought I would bring it to you. At this moment, Harry was at a loss as to whether to feel anger or amusement. However, when he abruptly removed the somewhat ludicrous periscope from Hermione's head and beheld her tear-filled eyes, he suddenly realized that she had spoken those words with a tremor of sorrow. I have already blinded the basilisk. You need not wear that any longer. Furthermore, this hat is likely just a jest between Fawkes and myself. I do not believe a mere hat can be of significant concern. Amidst Hermione's piercing scream, Harry once again apparat them to the head of Slytherin. In the very next moment after their figures vanished, a colossal serpent's tail struck fiercely where they had just stood. Feeling as though she had been forced through an exceedingly tight rubber tube, Hermione's knees buckled, just as she was about to collapse and retch on the ground. Harry caught her. Hermione, I appreciate your arrival here, but to speak candidly, You are of no assistance in this situation and may even hinder my efforts, he said, gesturing towards the distant spot where they had recently been. My apparition has only just begun to feel seamless, so I dare not transport you too far, lest you risk disintegration. When the basilisk comes charging towards us again, I will bring you to the entrance of the Chamber of Secrets. And you must leave without looking back. Do you understand? Hermione firmly grasped Harry's hand, mustering her strength to stand. While she did not directly utter the words, "I can help you," her resolute demeanor conveyed a determined inquiry. You have certainly tried the rooster's method, correct? So the basilisk is currently both deaf and blind, is it not? Harry was profoundly reluctant to allow Hermione to remain in such a perilous location. He casually remarked, "Well, I suppose it must possess some sensitivity to magic." "No, that's not correct, Harry." Hermione swiftly realized that he had overlooked a crucial detail. She continued, "During my time at a Muggle primary school, I learned that serpentine creatures have an exceptionally keen sense of smell. To completely deprive them of their senses, one must destroy the vomeronasal organ located on either side of the midline of the hard palate at the top of their mouth, as well as the area at the root of their tongue." Just then, a heavy object fell onto Hermione's head, nearly rendering her unconscious. It turned out that during their recent apparition to evade the basilisk, the young witch had inadvertently placed the sorting hat upon her head in the midst of her panic. In her effort to bolster Harry's fearless courage in the face of death, she had not only unwittingly brought along the sorting hat, but had also summoned the sword of Gryffindor. Dazed, Hermione grasped the brim of the hat, eager to discern what had struck her, only to unwittingly draw forth a long, rigid object. The gleaming silver hilt of the sword was adorned with a magnificent ruby, the size of an egg. Compared to its cinematic portrayal, this sword of Gryffindor was larger and far more resplendent. Not only were Harry and Hermione taken aback, but even M.O. Ran, who was well acquainted with the film's narrative, had not anticipated this silver sword's dramatic entrance. Just moments ago, he had been regretting not reminding Harry to bring along the sorting hat. "Godric Gryffindor. Harry, this is the relic of our house's founder, the sword of Gryffindor," Hermione exclaimed, as she handed the sword to Harry. Harry harbored a disdain for the history of magic class. However, as a member of Gryffindor, he possessed a certain familiarity with the sword of Gryffindor. Reflecting on the tear-streaked face of Hermione that he had witnessed at the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, it dawned on him the immense resolve and courage she must have summoned to arrive here, walking alone in the darkness while weeping. Suddenly, a ripping sound echoed as Harry tore apart the upper portion of his garments. After using the tattered fabric to wipe away the sweat and blood with considerable effort, he once again invoked a spell, embodying the essence of a wizard, Scourgify. "I am truly sorry, Hermione." Harry spoke as he sheathed his wand at his waist and simultaneously accepted the sword that Hermione had handed him. "I misspoke earlier. Your presence here has truly been a tremendous assistance. Leave the rest to me." The tattered garments, stained with serpent blood and imbued with Harry's essence, soared into the air under the control of a small wisp of black mist. Before Hermione could comprehend Harry's intentions, the fang-filled basilisk erupted from the pool, lunging forward to strike. It was a direct hit. Harry greeted M.O. Ran, with both hands gripping the sword. He leapt from the head of Slytherin and struck downward with fierce intent. In the next moment, accompanied by a sharp crack, his figure flashed above the serpent's head. Channeling all his strength and the weight of his descent into the silver blade, Harry effortlessly pierced through the serpent's formidable scales and skull. The Gryffindor sword sliced through the giant serpent's jaw with the ease of a hot knife through butter, plunging deep until the hilt was reached. In its final moments, the serpent, racked with excruciating pain and the terror of death, thrashed violently. It flung Harry away and opened its massive jaws, intent on a mutual demise. However, Harry and M.O. Ran, utilizing the momentum of their rotation, once again apparat to the serpent's neck. With a resounding clang, as Harry landed for the third time, the severed serpent head spun away, showering the surroundings with blood. With two thunderous crashes, the ultimate weapon left by Slytherin for his heir to purge the impure was pronounced dead. Gasping for breath after the relentless use of ancient spells and multiple high-level apparitions to slay the serpent, Harry was utterly exhausted. Both he and M.O. Ran had expended considerable energy in this battle. Fortunately, they were both adept at handling high-pressure situations, transforming peril into motivation to surpass their limits. As he gazed at the serpent head rolling at his feet, Harry chose not to rest. Despite being utterly fatigued, he tightened his grip on the Gryffindor sword and began to remove the venomous fangs capable of destroying Horcruxes, one after another. Hermione, watching in awe as Harry executed a triple apparition to vanquish the serpent, found herself momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, she cast a lightning charm on herself and gradually descended from the Slytherin statue. Approaching Harry, Hermione silently crouched beside the serpent's head. Realizing that Harry was collecting the fangs, she pressed her hands against the serpent's lower jaw, holding its mouth open as it threatened to close. She murmured, "You're incredible." "Not at all. If it weren't for your assistance, I would never have thought to deceive the serpent's sense of smell, nor would I have obtained the sword of Gryffindor," Harry replied. "Hermione, be careful not to touch the fangs. The serpent's venom is highly toxic." After a lengthy monologue, Harry remembered to caution Hermione about the danger of the venom. However, before he could finish, Hermione, equally astute, completed his warning. It not only inflicts excruciating pain, but can also prove fatal within minutes. The only antidote is the tears of a phoenix. Harry chuckled softly, continuing his tasks, and remarked, "It seems I have indeed exhausted myself. My mind feels somewhat dulled." "So, did you anticipate that I would come to the chamber alone, prompting you to suggest the serpent's command in the lavatory?" Hermione, a touch embarrassed, nodded in response. Typically, she would have blushed at the sight of Harry's bare torso, but ever since he clarified the misunderstanding regarding Lockhart, she had pondered a myriad of peculiar questions. "Harry, do you consider me a useless burden?" "How could that be?" Harry promptly dismissed Hermione's fanciful musings. "I was merely concerned for your safety." My words may have sounded frantic, as if one were desperately grasping at straws. "You have always been the most exceptional witch in our year." Hermione lowered her head, attempting to shield her reddened eyes with her hair, and continued, "However, some lessons cannot be gleaned from books. I thought I possessed a modicum of cleverness. Yet I frequently find myself in need of your protection, cowardly hiding behind you, utterly incapable of offering assistance." Having nearly extracted the venomous fangs, Harry tidied the Horcrux killer on the ground and handed the sword of Gryffindor to Hermione, asking, "Hermione, each of us has our own strengths. I may possess a natural talent, or perhaps some fortunate circumstances that make me well suited for combat, but that does not imply I excel above you in every regard. Without you, I truly could not have triumphed over the basilisk. If you still doubt your own courage, take a look at this sword. You surely understand what it means to draw it. The sword of Gryffindor, stained with blood and venom from having pierced and beheaded the basilisk, bore the name of Godric Gryffindor, which could never be sullied by dirt, shining brightly even in the faintest glow." After a prolonged moment, Hermione, having regained her composure, finally smiled through her tears and said, all right, but it hurt quite a bit when it hit my head. By the way, you still haven't told me why you are collecting the fangs. Is there some advanced potion that requires them?" Harry chuckled and shook his head, using his wand to turn the basilisk's head from its supine position. He remarked, "As of now, I have yet to acquire the formula for utilizing basilisk venom. However, from a theoretical perspective on potions, the potency of this venom is overwhelming. Even a minuscule amount makes it exceedingly difficult to find other ingredients to counterbalance its toxicity. Yet, the crimson crest atop the male basilisk's head could be of interest." Gazing at the bald green scales of the colossal serpent's head, Harry's eyes widened, and a sense of panic akin to hearing the alarm of a nuclear war spread rapidly within him. Just a moment ago, he had been gently reassuring Hermione, but now he seemed engulfed by an inexplicable fear. Without the opportunity to articulate his newfound clarity, he hastily consumed all the potions he had prepared. Vitality elixirs, blood-replenishing potions, and invigorating draughts flowed down his throat as if they were free. Even Professor Snape's Felix Felicis was not spared. Before Hermione could utter a single inquiry, Harry transported her, along with a myriad of venomous fangs, back to the Gryffindor dormitory through apparition. Having imbibed the Felix Felicis, he felt emboldened. Due to the considerable distance, Hermione experienced an entirely novel sensation during this apparition, as part of her felt as though it were tethered by an iron hook at her navel, preventing her from departing, while another part of her body had already been whisked away by Harry. It was only when her elongated form felt as though it might snap that she finally managed to break free from the iron hook. Cough, cough, cough. In that fleeting moment, Hermione was overwhelmed with a multitude of questions. Yet, as every inquiry hovered on the tip of her tongue, they once again transformed into coughs and retches due to the effects of apparition. "This is the Marauder's map," she said, pointing her wand at it. "I solemnly swear that I have not acted with malice. Assist me in confirming Lockhart's whereabouts." Harry's movements were as swift as if he had pressed an accelerator. Before Hermione had fully recovered from the effects of apparition, he had already thrust the parchment map into her arms. Put on the invisibility cloak, he urged, swiftly draping the shimmering silver garment over her head. While I search for Lockhart, rouse as many students as possible. They must find a way, by any means, to contact the school's staff or their parents. And above all, remember, do not remove the invisibility cloak under any circumstances. Upon hearing this, Hermione, still catching her breath, immediately became alert, nodding while coughing as she retrieved her wand, proclaiming, I solemnly swear I have not done anything good. The inky lines sprawling like a spider's web did not astonish Hermione. At this critical juncture, she would not hesitate even if Harry instructed her to consume the parchment. Soon, on the corridor map to the right of the parchment, Hermione spotted the name Harry had indicated. On the 8th floor. Lockhart was in the corridor on the 8th floor. But wait, why was he walking towards the end of the corridor? Hermione's voice intensified Harry's ominous premonition. By all logical reasoning, he should apparate immediately to the 8th floor. Yet, after consuming the Felix Felicis, Harry inexplicably felt compelled to fly outside the castle. To the 8th floor. Quickly, as Harry and Emma merged their thoughts. A resounding crack accompanied by the howling of a tempest enveloped Hogwarts castle in a darkness deeper than the night itself, just as the ominous fog loomed like a dark cloud over the upper levels of the castle. The sudden sound of shattering glass echoed from a window on the 8th floor. With a sharp crack, shards of glass sparkled like stars in the air as a lithe figure seemed poised to leap from the window recklessly. Yet, before he could make his daring escape, Emma surged forward, a blur of motion. The force of his rapid movement was more formidable than any extreme weather on Earth, and the would-be jumper, barely airborne, was thrust back several meters by the terrifying black wind. Oculus reparo. Repairing charm, colloportus. Locking charm. Harry, having reformed his humanoid shape midair, bellowed the incantations, propelled by inertia. He adeptly executed a challenging maneuver, aided by his physical prowess and the effects of Felix Felicis. By the time his feet finally touched the ground, the shattered window had been mended and reinforced. You seem rather unsurprised. Could you enlighten me on how you discerned this? At this juncture, Lockhart decided to abandon the pretense. In your speech prior to taking office, you referred to the basilisk as her. I never instructed you on how to identify the gender of a basilisk, yet you guessed accurately. What a remarkable coincidence. Lockhart's expression momentarily faltered before he broke into applause for Harry. Brilliant, he exclaimed. I never anticipated that you would catch such a detail. Had you not pointed it out, I would have remained oblivious to the discrepancy in what that creature had said. Both Harry and Emma felt a tightening in their hearts. It was evident that the worst-case scenario had unfolded. Lockhart was far from being merely manipulated or deluded. The person before them was highly likely no longer the Lockhart they once knew. Was Lockhart still alive? Harry clutched his wand tightly and whispered, This individual is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you have seen through my disguise. As Gilderoy Lockhart spoke, his attention was swiftly drawn to a glimmering object on Harry's back. The object upon your back must be the Sword of Gryffindor. The only relic of the Founders that I failed to locate. How astonishing, Harry Potter. I had thought that basilisk would pose considerable trouble for you. Yet I am taken aback by how swiftly you dealt with her. You are Voldemort. Tom Riddle is indeed you. You overlooked a crucial element, Marvolo. Without those letters, I could not spell out I am Lord Voldemort. A brief silence intensified the palpable tension and strangeness in the air. The two who were destined to clash upon meeting, for some peculiar reason, found themselves inclined to continue conversing. What led you to wait for me outside the castle? Was it Dumbledore's arrangement? Tom Riddle, the first to pose a question, inadvertently revealed two significant pieces of information. First, his use of the word run implied he was unaware that Harry could apparate within the castle. Second, he appeared to be familiar with the presence of Harry's cloak. With the possibility of battle imminent, Harry was determined not to divulge any valuable information. He replied, Certainly, Professor Dumbledore is the greatest wizard in this world. Even in his absence from Hogwarts, he can see through your petty tricks. Are you merely trying to bolster your bravado? Tom Riddle retorted with a laugh, drawing a diary from his pocket as he mocked. If he possessed such formidable abilities, he ought to have apprehended me from the outset, rather than being ousted from the school by a mere memory and leaving all the challenges to a second-year student. He has grown old, Harry, both old and obstinate, incapable of infusing this world with new vitality. To speak plainly, in the past months, the troubles you and your castle detecting magic have caused me far surpass any inconvenience from that old fool, Dumbledore. Harry's gaze was fixed intently on the diary in Tom's hands, calculating the odds of successfully ambushing him with serpent fangs. Then, he adopted the evasive conversational style of his opponent and remarked, "I cannot boast as you do, for I was indeed manipulated by you into aiding your ascension as the temporary headmaster. Yet, I consider myself a person who can admit defeat, unlike you. Even when unable to escape directly from the headmaster's office window, you still resort to disparaging Dumbledore as incompetent. Are you so fearful of him that you lack the courage to acknowledge your own deception?" Tom Riddle, donning the visage of Gilderoy Lockhart, wore an increasingly malevolent expression. Even the most ardent fans of Lockhart would scarcely recognize the man before them as their beloved idol. As a time traveler, M.O. Rand had far more to ponder during this period than Harry. Reflecting deeply, he realized that ever since Professor Sprout's mandrakes were neglected, suspicions surrounding Lockhart had begun to mount. He had arrived tardily during the initial attack, repeatedly showcasing his ineptitude in class, attempting to draw closer to Harry by offering convenient means. Later, during the dueling club, he inadvertently provoked the giant serpent summoned by Malfoy. Lockhart's seemingly incompetent and absurd behavior served as a facade for Tom Riddle, a diversion to distract from his true motives. Throughout the semester, he discerned that Harry possessed some means of surveilling the school, and he sensed the location of the Horcrux crown. Seizing the opportunity while Lucius Malfoy expelled Dumbledore, he leveraged Harry's influence over Fudge to secure his position as the temporary headmaster of Hogwarts. However, this was not the end. In an unknown manner, Voldemort regained his sanity and did not hastily reclaim the crown. He lay in wait within the castle, continuing to gather intelligence until Harry descended into the Chamber of Secrets to confront the basilisk, at which point he finally initiated his plan. Thus, Professor Snape's reluctance to provide Harry with additional tutoring stemmed from an awareness of the Dark Lord's return. It was no wonder that during their last encounter, he had concealed his arm. He must have sensed the stirrings of the Dark Mark. Indeed, it must be so. As a double agent, he could not allow Voldemort to discover the proximity of his alliance with Harry. With this realization, M.O. Rand felt a chilling dread for the first time since his arrival in this world. Compared to a powerful, noseless adversary, he was far more apprehensive about confronting a cunning enemy. Had Dumbledore not prepared contingency measures in the headmaster's office, and had he and Harry not imbibed the Felix Felicis in advance, Tom Riddle might have escaped in an instant, taking with him 2 Horcruxes. Well, since it has come to this, let us test our strengths. As Tom Riddle drew his wand, he declared, "Let us see if that indomitable boy can survive once more at the hands of Voldemort." Pestis Incendium, the incantation, infused with the purest desire for slaughter, was not the killing curse, nor was the magic illuminating the 8th floor corridor a mere green light. Gazing upon the fiery serpent exhaling crimson embers, even Harry and M.O. Rand, who had never heard the spell uttered by Voldemort, could surmise the nature of that scorching flame. Gabrathian, as the azure glow flickered, the searing heat that had rushed toward them was mitigated by the gentle warmth of Gabrathian flames. Yet, before Harry could devise a countermeasure, Tom Riddle's next spell was already hurtling toward them. A blue-green lightning bolt danced along the walls like a spider's web, crackling and scattering debris in its wake. Just as M.O. Rand intended to transform and stealthily evade this onslaught, an uncanny sensation, reminiscent of their earlier encounter in the dormitory, surged once more. Protego Horribilis. The robust and translucent magical shield emitted a hissing sound upon contact with the electric net. Unlike the typical defenses against other forms of magic, this particular protective charm felt more akin to being corroded than shattered. One can only imagine that had Harry and M.O. Rand chosen to lazily employ stealth to evade the attack, they would have undoubtedly been ensnared by the electric web at this moment. Huh. Tom Riddle's disdainful voice echoed once again. Do not presume that a mere display of cleverness signifies that you possess something extraordinary. I have discerned the truth. The sole reason you survived infancy was due to your filthy blood mother, in comparison to the great Voldemort. You and the wretched remnants clinging to you are utterly insignificant. You shall not speak of her in such a manner. Harry shouted, wildly waving his wand. After unleashing 3 formidable spells, he was abruptly halted by M.O. Rand. Calm down, Harry. Do not fall for his tricks. Given the power with which Voldemort wields magic, it is highly probable that he possesses 2 Horcruxes, making him far more formidable than during our last encounter. However, this does not imply we are devoid of advantages. Recall the words Dumbledore once imparted to you in the hospital. As long as you carry the protective magic bestowed upon you by your mother, Voldemort cannot harm you with his spells. M.O. Rand's voice served as a soothing balm, restoring Harry's wavering emotions to a state of tranquility. With the guidance of his second persona, the inherently astute Harry swiftly aligned his thoughts with Mo Rand's reasoning and rhythm. I understand now. His ambition to become the headmaster was merely a means to gain access to Dumbledore's office and seize the diadem. His choice to employ fiend fire and electrical nets instead of the killing curse signifies his intent to capture me first before devising a lethal plan. Seeing Harry regain his composure, Mo Rand too felt a wave of relief wash over him. That is likely the case. Yet, akin to our confrontation with Quirrell last year, Voldemort is probably still attached to another's body at present. In such circumstances, we certainly cannot gamble our lives on whether the killing curse might rebound upon him. But I suspect he is even less inclined to take that risk. Mo Rand's reminder reignited within Harry a profound realization. Indeed, compared to the Voldemort they had previously encountered, Tom Riddle possessed superior magical prowess and a more intricate mindset. Nevertheless, his inherent arrogance and hubris remained unextinguished. His earlier provocation aimed at inciting Harry was, in many ways, a genuine reflection of his own suppressed frustrations. He loathed Harry. He despised the savior who had intruded upon his singular world. He yearned to rend Harry limb from limb, to obliterate him utterly. Yet he could not, at least, until he devised a means to counter Lily Potter's protective magic. He was unable to directly slay Harry with his spells. If I truly were so insignificant, why not eliminate me before departing Hogwarts? Harry spoke with unyielding determination. If the formidable Voldemort were indeed as powerful as you boast, he would not need to sacrifice the precious basilisk to effortlessly eliminate me. Faced with Harry's taunts, Voldemort could hardly remain indifferent. He explained, the lifespan of a basilisk does not exceed a millennium, and this one in the chamber has lived for over 9 centuries. If her demise can aid her master's resurgence, it would be her honor. Aware that Voldemort had fallen into his trap, Harry slowly waved his wand, conjuring the blue flames of the fiend fire before him, and with a smile said, perhaps, but should Salazar Slytherin be aware from beyond, he might choose a different heir between us. After all, I do not boast, nor do I possess the vices of unreliability and arrogance. The fiend fire and the blue flames surged simultaneously. Under Tom Riddle's command, the fiery serpent embodied by the fiend fire exhibited ferocity that rivaled that of the basilisk. It opened its maw wide, lunging towards the faint blue orb before it. The clash of magical flames began to show signs of melting in the corridor of the 8th floor of Hogwarts. Judging by the colors reflected on the walls, it seemed that Harry, having endured a fierce battle, was at a disadvantage. In comparison to the aggressive nature of fiendfire, the blue flames bore many weaknesses. Lacking the ability to enhance its potency through fuel, it relied on consuming Harry's magical energy to burn more fiercely. Thus, unless the enemy was overwhelmingly large or recklessly charged forward, fiendfire proved more suitable as a defensive and functional magical flame. Conversely, fiendfire was different. Even if it began as a mere flicker, it would rapidly devour all combustible materials around it, including the caster, and grow increasingly powerful. This was why Tom Riddle seemed to have the upper hand against Harry. However, was this truly the case? No, it was not. Regardless of the size of the blue flames, as an eternal fire, it could never be devoured as fuel by fiendfire. In the exchanges of magical flames between Voldemort and Harry, no matter how fierce the serpent's assault, the blue flame remained steadfast, holy, and inviolable. Indeed, with Harry's current magical capacity, he could not summon a colossal inferno. Yet, if he were to solely employ the blue flames for defense, it would be a matter of conserving energy. Step by step, Tom Riddle advanced, and after several exchanges, he finally maneuvered the fiery serpent to ensnare Harry's body. Yet, before he could cast his next spell, Harry, enveloped in the blue flames, suddenly cleaved through the serpent. Sectum Sempra, the spell of silent death, was unleashed, echoing the power of both his school days and his transformation into Voldemort. The Shadowless Blade spell was something he had never encountered in any book or ancient text. Perhaps Severus Snape had wielded it during his time as a Death Eater. However, a being as proud and arrogant as Voldemort would scarcely lower himself to study magic created by a wizard whose power paled in comparison to his own. Whoosh. The invisible blade was not a means for Harry to vanquish the basilisk. His true target was Tom Riddle, concealed within Gilderoy Lockhart's body. Faced with the impending assault, Tom Riddle could simply lower his head to evade danger. Yet, as the most formidable dark wizard of his time, how could he possibly stoop to evade an attack from a second-year student? The transparent shield formed by the shield charm emitted a sound akin to metal scraping against metal. The orb of light shot from Harry's wand detonated upon contact with the shield charm, transforming into sharp blades that flew outwards. Observing the deep gashes etched into the wall and the small tuft of golden hair drifting away from the corner of his eye, Tom Riddle, despite his unwavering confidence, could no longer underestimate the 12-year-old boy before him. What kind of magic is this? Did I possess such power at 12? The flames he conjured could effortlessly withstand the basilisk's fire. Could it be the legendary fox's flames? Wasn't such a thing only attainable by those with extraordinarily rare bloodlines? This magic, far exceeding his age, along with his intuitive grasp of magical combinations and combat rhythm, if allowed to flourish, could lead to extraordinary growth. In that moment, Tom Riddle, already a firm believer in the intricacies of destiny, recalled the prophecy Severus had once revealed to him. A boy born in late July would emerge as the savior capable of defeating Voldemort. A surge of magic coursed through Lockhart's body and into his wand, perhaps due to the incompatibility of their souls, or perhaps because Voldemort was simply too powerful. Lockhart's wand began to emit the sound of splintering wood. Geminio, the spell of duplication. Under Tom Riddle's meticulous manipulation, this simple duplication spell achieved a miraculous effect. As the basilisk's neck erupted in a torrent of crimson flames, 9 massive heads roared as they emerged in sequence. Given its fearsome appearance, it was unmistakable that this creature was the Hydra, which regrows 2 heads for every one that is severed. The sudden escalation in combat difficulty compelled Harry to draw the sword of Gryffindor once more. At that moment, he remained unaware that had it not been for the fortuitous assistance of the Felix Felicis potion, which inadvertently confined their battle to the 8th floor, Tom Riddle's flames would have grown to an inconceivable magnitude amidst the myriad decorations of Hogwarts. With a swish, the blade sliced through the air, and the severed serpent's head vanished in an instant. It was an unexpected turn of events for both combatants. The wounds on the Hydra, inflicted by the silver sword, not only failed to sprout new heads but also began to emit plumes of black smoke. Tom Riddle and Harry simultaneously gazed upon the sword of Gryffindor. Given their current levels of magical prowess, both instinctively dismissed the possibility that the Fiendfire itself was at fault. The meteor-like projectiles and the sword's autumn frost painted a vivid picture. This remarkable blade, which possessed the ability to cleanse itself and absorb material properties to enhance its own capabilities, had entirely digested the basilisk's venom. Aside from a trace of residual bloodstains, it bore little evidence of its lethal encounter with the serpent. How did you acquire it? Tom Riddle inquired, stepping back a short distance while maintaining control over the Fiendfire. Me? Harry weighed the silver sword in his hand, a wry smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "This sword was summoned by a witch of Muggle descent, one whom you hold in contempt, through sheer courage and conviction. Is it not ironic? Time and again, those individuals and matters you dismiss so easily seem to thwart you. Over a decade ago, you were bested by my mother, and today, you shall not prevail either." With those words, Immo Ran understood Harry's intent without the need for explicit communication. The instant the host executed a sword-swinging motion, the dark mist, poised for a surprise attack, simultaneously initiated its teleportation. To perform apparition within the confines of Hogwarts Castle is typically deemed impossible. However, in pursuit of a decisive strike, Harry had concealed this trump card until Voldemort's emotions reached their most volatile peak. The blade swept towards the arm of Tom Riddle, which clutched his wand, aiming directly for the location where the diary was hidden within his robes. At that critical juncture, a radiant silver shield, akin in texture to the sword of Gryffindor, appeared to guard his chest. Buzz. No one could discern how Tom Riddle cast his spell, yet the reality remained that the sword of Gryffindor, which had proven invincible against both Basilisk and Fiendfire, inflicted no damage upon the silver shield. Following a disconcerting and ominous tremor, the blade in his hand could advance no further. "You know you cannot kill me, yet you seem indifferent to the sacrifice of your teacher," Tom Riddle remarked. Having retreated a short distance behind the silver shield, he glanced at Lockhart, whose injuries left him barely clinging to life, and with a flick of his wrist, summoned a mass of molten, moonlit liquid metal to replace the arm that repulsed him with its overwhelming scent of perfume. "Ah, as if you would truly spare him," he continued. "Yet, I must admit, I often question your judgment. Do you not believe Lockhart to be even more inept than Peeves? With such a feeble physique, do you truly think you stand a chance?" Harry endeavored to keep his words incisive, yet just as he believed his remarks would further infuriate Tom Riddle, the latter suddenly erupted into uproarious laughter. "Ha! Do you think I wish to resurrect them through their bodies? If that were the case, both Quirrell and Lockhart would have perished long ago. I spared their lives solely to procure what I desire through their hands." At this juncture, Tom Riddle's expression shifted yet again. Seemingly aware that Harry had deceived him for information, his mirth gradually dissipated. And he spoke with a solemn tone. I have previously informed you that there exists no absolute good or evil in this world. The distinction lies solely between the powerful and the feeble who cannot discern reality. You and the entity residing within you will ultimately become stumbling blocks on each other's path. Thus, allow me to demonstrate how to wield the bodies and souls of others. Suddenly, Lockhart, under Riddle's control, rolled his eyes back, and dark tendrils began to rise from his body, eventually coalescing above him into a pair of hands that appeared to manipulate a puppet. Before Harry and Mo Rand could comprehend the nature of this magic, the killing curse, gleaming with a sinister green light, came hurtling towards them. Avada Kedavra! The unexpected assault momentarily dulled both Harry and Mo Rand's reactions. Uncertain whether to evade the spell, they hesitated. Bang! The effects of Felix Felicis, which had aided Harry on multiple occasions, surged forth once more, compelling him to swing the sword of Gryffindor just as the green light was about to make contact with his body. The tremendous force sent Harry careening backward, his hand, wrist, and forearm bearing the brunt of varying degrees of agony and numbness. Everyone has their utility value at the right moment, came the emotionless voice from Lockhart. At that moment, the phoenix drooped its head, devoid of any vigor. Were it not for the black hands manipulating it above, it likely would not have been able to stand upright with its twisted and contorted form. What have you done? As Harry spoke, he scrutinized the creature before him, which was neither Gilderoy Lockhart nor Tom Riddle. I remarked that this was a proper demonstration, and I believe that, to some extent, you have grasped the intricacies of this magic. Otherwise, you would not have wielded your sword to deflect the killing curse at such a critical moment. Harry cast a sidelong glance at the diminishing, disintegrating fiery nine-headed serpent and replied, "It all things possess their own gains and losses. If you attempt to manipulate Lockhart in this manner, you will fail to control the form of the fiery beast." The puppet body, ensnared by the dark hand, could not convey any expression, yet Harry could discern the fury in its mechanical tone. Indeed, he was a wretch, yet sufficient to aid Lord Voldemort in vanquishing you. Avada Kedavra! The green light surged forth once more, compelling Harry to evade hastily. As the killing curse grazed the tips of Harry's hair, he and Mo Rand simultaneously recalled Dumbledore's transfiguration spell used in his duel against Quirrell. However, when he truly extended his wand to cast the spell, he inexplicably noticed the wall, which had been nearly melted away by flames, visibly mending itself at an astonishing pace. Hogwarts would still lend its support to those who sought to safeguard the students' well-being. Did the headmaster's words left in Hagrid's hut carry a deeper significance? Pyre Totem Locomotor. Harry was entirely unaware of whether the incantation was effective, yet upon witnessing the distorted words forming on the wall under repair, he boldly recited it in accordance with the guidance provided by Hogwarts. In an instant, the stone wall near the ceiling of the corridor seemed to trigger a particular mechanism. As numerous concealed stone doors swung open, 12 colossal suits of armor awakened from their slumber. A thunderous cacophony resonated throughout the 8th floor corridor. Gilderoy Lockhart, manipulated by Tom Riddle, momentarily hesitated. It appeared to take him several seconds to comprehend that the statues charging towards him amidst the clamor of collisions and shouts were the magical defenses of Hogwarts, summoned by Harry's spell. These animated statues towered over 2 meters, and in addition to their clanking armor, they wielded swords and flails. In terms of sheer presence, they surpassed even Professor McGonagall's giant chess set. Explosions erupted, shattering and obliterating. Lockhart's wand incessantly unleashed various spells, but even with Voldemort's formidable power, he could only inflict limited damage upon the statues. It was not until the green light flashed once more that he regained a semblance of the Dark Lord's dignity. Confringo. Explosive Blast. Defendo. Severing Charm. Reducto. Reduction Charm. The spells that proved ineffective against the statues did not signify their futility against Tom Riddle. When Voldemort found himself unable to divert attention to Harry, it did not imply that Harry would forego the opportunity to strike back. Through the gaps between the statues, Harry retaliated with the very spells that Tom Riddle had just employed, delivering them back with lethal precision. Boom, boom, boom. Tom Riddle, who had previously been forced into a stalemate by Harry's home advantage, became increasingly irrational. The persona, once controlled by memories from when he was 16, instinctively began to devolve into the madness of Voldemort. Perhaps he should have engaged Harry with Lockhart's puppet body from the outset. Yet his pride as the Dark Lord compelled him to entertain the notion of capturing Harry through sheer strength. Yet, what was the current state of battle? Not only had he been compelled to resort to his second form after failing to impress, But he was also humiliated by that 12-year-old rival, who taunted him with a barrage of sarcastic spells and words. The transformation's ability to resist physical attacks. The protective charms impervious to the direct harm of my master Voldemort's magic. The unfavorable terrain that diminished the advantage of his fire magic. The sudden emergence of the statue army, and the sword of Gryffindor, an heirloom capable of withstanding the killing curse. Could it be that this boy was indeed my destined nemesis? Was he truly the savior? As I pondered this, I was astonished to find that the once fearsome Dark Lord had conceived the notion of fleeing with a Horcrux, contemplating a more strategic approach. Crucio. The unexpected Cruciatus curse momentarily stunned Tom Riddle. Before he could marvel at how Harry was capable of casting an unforgivable curse, the soul of Gilderoy Lockhart, which had been on the brink of oblivion, broke free from its constraints and regained some control over its limbs. Moments earlier, as Emma Wren observed through Harry's eyes the moment Tom Riddle employed dark magic to manipulate Lockhart's body, a bold hypothesis took form in his mind. The notion that Harry housed a silent observer within him was likely known only to the two of them, alongside Professor Dumbledore, Professor Scamander, and Mr. Nicholas Flamel. Others, even those who had encountered the dark mist itself, lacked the knowledge to discern its true essence. The only exception, perhaps, was Voldemort, who had possessed Quirrell in their first year. From the outset, his calmness when being blown back into the castle by Emma Wren, his failure to employ ineffective physical attacks against him, and his earlier proclamation to demonstrate how to utilize another's body and soul indicated that Tom Riddle had likely discovered a form of possession magic akin to the unique bond he shared with Harry over the course of the term. If Voldemort had indeed studied the essence residing within Harry and refined his possession magic, there might be a way to expel him from Lockhart's form. Emma Wren did not consider himself more brilliant than Tom Riddle, yet he possessed some unique insights regarding the existence of dual souls within a single body. For instance, he had once forcefully severed the connection to the Horcrux's consciousness during his initial encounter with the diadem in their first year, returning to mere seconds prior. After Harry had further provoked Tom with a specific sequence of spells, Emma Wren seized control of the host's body as planned. By harnessing the dark magic of the silent observer, he adeptly resolved the dilemma that prevented a virtuous person from wielding the Cruciatus curse. A curse of equal potency to that wielded by Death Eaters struck Lockhart directly. The agonizing wails of Lockhart tightened Emma Wren's heart. Such shrieks were beyond the capacity of a mere human voice. Indeed, the torment of multiple dislocated joints and the pain of numerous bruises paled in comparison to the suffering of the soul. Help me. Harry. Save me. Where is Dumbledore? Hurry and find him. I beg you. Please save me. The already ravaged vocal cords added a further layer of despair to Lockhart's cries for rescue. If one wishes to comprehend the tormented souls enduring relentless suffering in the depths of purgatory, a mere glance at Gilderoy Lockhart in his current state suffices. Both Emma Wren and Harry exhibit no desire to salvage Lockhart. Yet, when confronted with the abhorrent existence of Voldemort, they remain unwilling to witness malevolent forces wreaking havoc upon others. Amidst Lockhart's anguished cries, a dark hand above him gradually morphed into a head that lay ominously between that of a serpent and a skull. Subsequently, after a span of over 6 months, that chilling and cruel voice echoed once more. Silence. Damnable wretch. Observing Lockhart as he began to struggle and resist, Harry, Emma Wren, cast aside any lingering hesitation and employed apparition to traverse the ranks of the stone soldiers. Immobulus. All immobilized. Petrificus totalis. All petrified, stupefy. Knocked unconscious. Relatio. Release the force. For powerful binding spells struck Lockhart's form with precision. However, at the very moment he began to topple backward, a sudden flash of red light erupted from the tip of his wand. Harry instinctively raised the sword of Gryffindor once more to block. Yet he suddenly recalled that the color of the recent spell was awry. Before he could retract the silver sword and invoke the ironclad charm for defense, the sword of Gryffindor, under the influence of the disarming charm, slipped from Harry's bloodied grip and whirled away. Hypocrisy. Both you and Dumbledore embody it. Which is why you shall never be my equals. After forcibly repressing Lockhart's soul once again, Tom Riddle's voice grew somewhat feeble, and his tone lacked the youthful exuberance that had characterized it before. The sword spun through the air towards Tom's outstretched hand, yet just as he grinned wickedly, intending to seize the sword of Gryffindor, that silvery light abruptly dissipated into smoke, vanishing without a trace. Those devoid of courage and conviction are unworthy to wield the sword of Gryffindor. As Harry, also known as Emma Wren, spoke, he silently cast a healing charm to mend the wounds on his arm. aware that Voldemort could never wield the sword of Gryffindor. He began to prepare for the imminent clash the moment the sword slipped from his grasp. "Is that so?" Tom Riddle said menacingly. "Let us see how many of Hogwarts students possess the courage to confront me, the great Lord Voldemort." As the reanimated corpse controlled by Tom Riddle emitted tendrils of darkness once more, Harry quickly raised his wand, positioning it defensively across his chest. During the preceding battle, M.O. Ran had anticipated that Riddle might seize an opportunity to escape under the guise of distraction. However, as the conflict intensified, he soon found himself entirely focused on mastering the intricacies of magic. Whoosh! What? Tom Riddle's sudden retreat caught Harry off guard. What was he doing? Had he taken a wrong turn? Wait, had he not just proclaimed his desire to see how many of Hogwarts students dared to face the great Lord Voldemort? Was he attempting to boom? The staircase connecting to the 8th floor corridor was violently twisted into debris by two immense forces, amidst a cacophony of demonic roars. The swirling black smoke that embodied Tom Riddle entwined with the silently pursuing M.O. Ran, resembling a fierce tornado engaged in a pure contest of magical prowess. The upper-year students of Ravenclaw were the first to witness this spectacle, due to the location of their common room and dormitories atop the tower. The closest eagles were filled with indignation. Awakened by the cacophony, they hastily donned their robes without changing out of their pajamas and rushed towards the main building, wands in hand. Merlin above. I thought not being able to return home for Christmas was terrible enough. What on earth is causing this ruckus? Shouted a senior Ravenclaw boy, peering over the staircase. Before he could discern the scene below, a gust of wind sent him sprawling to the ground, his long hair billowing behind him. "Ah!" the fallen boy cried out. Overwhelmed by the surreal spectacle before him, he momentarily forgot how to raise his wand. In the night, two dark entities clashed within the grand staircase of the castle, akin to a runaway subway train in the Muggle world. Tom Riddle's mastery of flight magic could not render his form incorporeal. In terms of speed and strength, he could not match the sheer essence of M.O. Ran, a being steeped in dark magic. Yet curiously, despite M.O. Ran having absorbed credence in the girl from Sudan, transforming into a cloud of black mist, he still struggled to convert his advantages into victory. Increasingly frantic screams began to resonate from the portraits and sculptures. At this rate, all Hogwarts students and faculty remaining on campus for Christmas would soon become aware of the battle unfolding within the castle. I hope Hermione has followed Harry's instructions as he requested. As the pressure mounted, M.O. Ran pondered deeply. To him, Voldemort was an adversary rather than a mere opponent. He might not require the assistance of Aurors or professors to vanquish Tom Riddle. However, in such circumstances, only a fool would prioritize the validation of one's strength over the outcome of defeating the enemy. What was that noise? Be careful. There are monsters in the corridor. As more students were roused by the clamor, M.O. Ran finally grasped the nefarious scheme brewing within the young Dark Lord's mind. Tom Riddle, unable to shake off M.O. Ran with speed, had no intention of fleeing, as he had previously stated. His purpose in shifting the battlefield was to ensnare other Hogwarts students into the fray. Confringo, Gilderoy Lockhart, already battered beyond recognition, suddenly muttered a spell through a bloodied throat. Immediately, a violent explosion erupted from the surface of the dark mist. Boom. Even in his vaporized state, M.O. Ran felt an indescribable agony from enduring such a blow. Normally, with his speed, he could easily evade the sluggish attacks of his opponent. Yet, Tom Riddle had not aimed at the dark mist itself, but rather at the Hogwarts students peeking from the stairway. The dynamics of their confrontation had shifted. Once a hunted prey, Tom Riddle now directed his onslaught repeatedly towards the younger students. Acquainted with M.O. Ran, he understood that the vaporized Harry, M.O. Ran, could not cast spells as he could. Consequently, faced with spells that could be lethal to ordinary young wizards, Harry, M.O. Ran, had to brace himself and absorb the blows. Confringo, Defendo, Reducto. The relentless barrage of attacks inflicted excruciating pain upon M.O. Ran, while he began to sense the ebbing of his stamina and vitality. He remained uncertain as to why Tom Riddle refrained from using the killing curse. Was it a result of the effectiveness of his prior assault, or merely an attempt to mock him with those 3 spells? Regardless, it was a blessing in disguise that the green light of death was forbidden at such a critical juncture. Bang, bang, boom. Amidst the series of explosions, several upperclassmen cautiously poked their heads out from the corridor connecting to the staircase, wands in hand. Having never witnessed the flight magic of M.O. Ran and Voldemort, they were completely unaware that they were becoming a burden to him. Yet, amidst the misfortune, there was a glimmer of hope. This group of students, in the face of unknown dark magical forces, managed to retain a modicum of reverence. Apart from the curiosity that compels spectators to witness the battle, no one, driven by the desire to be a hero, would rally their peers to launch an assault against the monstrous foes. Otherwise, Mo Ran might have succumbed to the urge to take a life. Severely injured by Tom Riddle's despicable tactics, Mo Ran found his consciousness wavering. Yet, despite this, he resolutely shielded his fellow Hogwarts students from all dark curses. The memories of those who had inflicted harm upon him in his previous life began to flicker before his eyes like a revolving lantern. Even in this new existence, the notion of karmic retribution, which he had never truly experienced, felt like a cruel jest. Was sacrifice truly inevitable? Shouldn't I strive to protect these innocent souls? Why is it that evil always seems to act with impunity? Am I really so naive, so hypocritical? In the journey of life, there are pivotal moments that define one's existence. In his former life, when confronted with such a moment for the first time, Mo Ran chose to end it all. Challenges, hardships, and suffering, everything that had wounded him deeply transformed in that instant into a gentle facade, presenting him with a path of compromise. In a daze, Mo Ran once again beheld his own self from October 31st, 2023, lying in a rental room. Since you have mustered the courage to contemplate ending your life, why not summon a bit more bravery to continue living? Having chosen the path you believe to be right, why question it and hesitate to walk it with conviction? You already know the answer. It is the past yearning for the future, as well as the present's farewell to the bygone days. A belief that transcends time and space shatters confusion and hesitation. The once diminished Mo Ran began to spin once more with fervor. Before Tom Riddle could react, the dark mist shattered Lockhart's wand, forcibly pulling the two hovering in the air back to the entrance of the great hall on the first floor. I leave this to you. In the throes of his final burst of energy, Mo Ran imparted these words to Harry before he slipped into a profound slumber. At that moment, he was unaware that the recent epiphany had transformed the formerly unidirectional connection between their consciousnesses into a reciprocal exchange. Harry not only witnessed Mo Ran sacrificing himself to shield his classmates from Tom Riddle's curse, but he also gleaned a fragment of the memories from his past life, particularly the moment of his own demise. Ha ha ha, do you now comprehend? The strong are rendered solitary by their might. All ordinary, mundane wizards and muggles can merely be viewed as tools to be exploited. Otherwise, they become burdensome encumbrances. What does it matter if you expend so much magical energy and endure countless injuries to save them? In battles of such magnitude, they cannot even assist you. At this moment, Tom Riddle, too, found himself unable to maintain the dark enchantment controlling Lockhart. Yet, even while commanding a body so ravaged and grotesque, he could not refrain from mocking Harry. It is indeed tragic that you would think this way. Harry's tone was resolutely firm. A person who perceives everyone around them as mere instruments will forever be deprived of genuine assistance, no matter how much power one acquires. Without even the merit to be forsaken by friends, one is destined to perish in solitude. Ha ha. Tom Riddle's derisive laughter, emanating through Lockhart's torn vocal cords, produced a sound akin to a grating axle. Death? No one in this world understands how to evade death better than I do. Not even that old fool Dumbledore comes close. I am immortal. I have conquered death. Confronted by Tom's frenzied soliloquy, Harry refrained from retorting. Apart from their fundamentally opposing philosophies, he heard the faint rustle of footsteps approaching from the stairway. Stay back. It is dangerous here. The staircase leading to the entrance hall was devoid of doors. And to shield his classmates from peril, Harry had to shout a warning. This only served to amuse Tom Riddle further. You've spoken so much, yet in the end, what of friends, comrades, and classmates? They cannot aid you. Not a single professor from Hogwarts stands ready to alleviate your troubles. I beg to differ. A female voice, markedly different from that of a young student, resonated from around the corner. Upon seeing the stout figure adorned with a heavily patched hat, caked in dirt, with flowing gray hair, Harry called out in recognition. Professor Sprout. Pomona Sprout, the herbology professor and head of Hufflepuff House, should have been enjoying her holiday at home. However, out of compassion and a desire to expedite the rescue of those petrified, she chose to return early to care for the mandrakes. To her dismay, this decision led her directly to encounter the detestable Lockhart orchestrating terror within the castle. Professor, Lockhart has been controlled by Voldemort through some means. We must not allow him to escape. Professor Sprout nodded at Harry and promptly retrieved two objects that resembled a blend of roots and vines from her garment. The presence of a witch of the headmaster's caliber visibly unsettled Tom Riddle. Lockhart's wand had already been shattered, and now, The emergence of another formidable adversary? Professor Sprout aimed her wand at the two unknown plants, and with the incantation of the clear water charm, the seemingly unyielding dark branches sprang to life. The two small creatures, sprouting several tendrils, leapt to the ground, and in that very moment, both Harry and Tom's bodies surged into action. Incendio! A blaze erupted. Protego! Professor Sprout bestowed upon Harry her unwavering trust. When confronted with an attack from the enemy, she exhibited no defensive measures, instead reaching into her pocket to produce a dark object. Was it the dung of a mooncalf? Its purported effect seemed to accelerate the growth of magical plants. A premonition stirred within Harry. After deflecting Tom Riddle's conflagration curse, he immediately created space for Professor Sprout. Indeed, within mere seconds of this magical incantation, a plant stem that had initially been no longer than a forearm had surged into a towering vine giant, now standing 3 to 4 meters tall. The body of these vine giants appeared remarkably supple, moving akin to inflatable figures used in grand celebrations of the Muggle world, their heads resembling flower buds, making them seem more akin to jellyfish. Bang! Bang! The enormous tentacle-like bodies were wielded like whips, producing a dull thud upon colliding with Tom Riddle's armored curse. Professor Sprout, unfamiliar with the workings of Horcruxes, was evidently unprepared for Gilderoy Lockhart's level of magical prowess. Observing the minimal impact of the first strike, she promptly pointed her wand at the two vine giants, incanting, Engorgo. With the magical augmentation, the vine giants soared to an impressive height of 5 meters. Witnessing such colossal figures, Tom Riddle had completely abandoned any notion of capturing Harry alive to slowly torment him. Now, the primary objective was to escape Hogwarts with 2 Horcruxes in hand. Stupefy! If Professor Sprout's arrival had instilled a sense of pressure in Tom Riddle, the third ally casting this stunning spell imparted a tangible sense of despair. Be cautious. Cedric, do not approach him too closely, without even a flutter of her eyes. Professor Sprout recognized the voice of the spellcaster. Harry was unaware of Cedric's identity, however, since Professor Sprout had not reprimanded him for remaining. He must have been a rather capable student. Harry's reasoning was quite sound. Indeed, had Moony been awake at that moment, he would undoubtedly have informed him that he could place his trust in the Badger House boy. Impedimenta, cavinimicum, confundo. Gradually, Harry, Cedric, and Professor Sprout formed a coordinated effort against Tom Riddle, each employing non-aggressive control spells in unison. For the powerful Dark Lord, even without Gilderoy Lockhart's ineffectual wand, he could still conjure protective barriers to shield himself from the onslaught of curses from all directions. However, control magic was an entirely different matter. Each spell possessed distinct effects, some of which could only be countered by unique countercharms. Observing Tom Riddle manipulating Lockhart's severed arm to fend off attacks, Harry doubted his ability to replicate such a feat in the face of such a complex and arduous assault. Only wizards of the caliber of Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Voldemort could endure without a wand. Behold as I ensnare him in a portable bog. George, I shall hurl dung bombs at his face. Fred. 2 more individuals joined the fray. Unbeknownst to anyone, the Weasley twins, donned in Christmas attire, hurled 2 bizarre objects at Tom Riddle's face and feet. With a resounding pop, 2 utterly distinct foul odors erupted. Well done, Fred. That was quite precise, George. The Weasley twins, having inflicted significant psychological distress on Tom Riddle, were inevitably deemed by the Dark Lord as even more detestable than Harry himself. Upon determining the general location of his adversary through sound, Riddle, now covered in dung, swiftly cast 2 spells, Hominum Revelio, Incarcerus. Ouch. Ah, finite incanidum. Hermione's voice preempted Harry's as it rang out from behind Fred and George. Before anyone could grasp the situation, she had already cloaked the Weasley twins in the invisibility cloak and whisked them away. The sudden turn of events signaled the nearing conclusion of this battle. And as Tom Riddle's composure began to wane, Harry seized the moment to deliver his final taunt. Do you comprehend now, Voldemort? The immense power that you shall never possess, and those whom you refer to as burdens, are the very reason I am able to triumph over you time and again. Tom Riddle, consumed by an overwhelming rage, could no longer maintain his composure. At this moment, he felt that killing Harry was paramount, rendering the Horcruxes irrelevant. A colossal hand of black smoke re-emerged above Lockhart's head. A voice shouted, "Let them witness your tragic demise at the hands of Lord Voldemort." Avada Kedavra. Under the fury of Tom Riddle, the wandless killing curse erupted with unfathomable might. Harry, as the green light raced toward its target, several voices cried out in unison. In this critical moment, a brilliant golden red light suddenly streaked across the sky. Fawkes, singing a melodious tune, swooped in front of Harry and devoured the killing curse. As the phoenix gradually transformed into ashes in the air, everyone present was momentarily stunned. Time seemed to stand still in that instant. Harry slowly raised his wand with his right hand amidst the scattered embers of the phoenix. He transformed all his hopes into the simplest and least lethal spell, Expelliarmus. With a sharp crack, the diary and the diadem simultaneously spun and flew from their owner's grasp. It seemed as though fate had orchestrated this moment perfectly. The disarming spell struck precisely where Tom Riddle concealed his Horcrux. No, Tom Riddle shouted one last time, utilizing Gilderoy Lockhart's voice. Having failed to resurrect himself using the phoenix's body earlier, he held no further disdain for his host at this moment. The abrupt cessation of battle rendered the once clamorous hall enveloped in silence. Aside from Harry, most gazes remained fixated on the recently incapacitated Lockhart. Professor Sprout and Cedric Diggory did not hastily lower their wands, due to their ignorance of the secrets surrounding Horcruxes. They cautiously advanced step by step towards the limp figure of Lockhart. "Professor, he seems unable to move. Should I fetch Madame Pomfrey?" Cedric inquired, furrowing her brow. Professor Sprout cast a disdainful glance at Lockhart before looking towards Harry and finally replied, "Well, Cedric, it appears that task falls to you. Remember to take the rooster. God knows whether that basilisk is dead or not." "All right." Listening to Cedric's hurried footsteps, Harry, utterly exhausted, did not even turn his head. He sat on the ground, cradling a Horcrux in one hand, his gaze fixed intently on Fawkes, who was peeking out from the ashes. "Are you all right, Harry? Are you injured?" The first to reach Harry was Hermione, her complexion pale and her hands trembling in the air. She yearned to check Harry's wounds, but feared worsening his injuries. "I followed your advice and kept the Gryffindor students in the dormitory, wrote to the Ministry of Magic, and then asked the fat lady to relay messages to the other houses. George and Fred did not heed my words, so I followed them out." "Oh, Harry. Do you need any healing potions?" Harry managed to force a smile, shaking his head, and then exchanged a knowing glance with Hermione. As her intelligent green eyes swept over the Horcrux and the invisibility cloak, the clever young witch had already hidden the diary and the diadem for Harry. "Harry, the invisibility cloak you gifted us is simply marvelous. Did you see the dung bomb I threw? Right on target. And my portable swamp. It sent Lockhart stumbling. Speaking of which, that fellow is quite foolish, not realizing that the harder he struggles in the swamp, the faster he sinks. It is a pity, however, that we couldn't evade those two spells. We will undoubtedly receive a lecture from Miss Granger." The playful banter of the Weasley twins always had a way of lightening the mood. Yet, this time, even they were taken aback by the fact that moments ago, the little witch, who had been more fearsome than their own mother, was now unusually praising herself. "This truly is thanks to you both," Hermione said sincerely. At that moment, I was solely focused on following Harry's instructions, hardly contemplating how to assist him. If it weren't for you two diverting Lockhart's attention, I fear this battle would not have concluded so swiftly. George and Fred exchanged glances, then, like affectionate parents, covered their mouths and beamed at Hermione with expressions of pride and admiration. "Oh my, child, you have finally matured. Though it took some time, we appreciate your earnest efforts." Sitting on the ground, Harry had intended to chuckle along, but in his current state, even the slightest exertion left his diaphragm and abdominal muscles aching intensely, forcing him to refrain from laughter. A few minutes later, Madame Pomfrey hurried onto the scene, accompanied by students from all four houses who remained at school. Having not witnessed the battle firsthand, they generally believed that the basilisk had attacked Lockhart first, only to be driven away by Professor Sprout leading Harry and the others. What of the basilisk? Was it slain? Merlin above, how gravely injured is Professor Lockhart? What basilisk? I distinctly saw a dark wind swirling in the staircase. The students chimed in, encircling Lockhart and Madame Pomfrey. As more classmates and roosters gathered nearby, Harry quickly turned to Hermione and whispered, "Do not speak of the Chamber of Secrets. Let us return to the dormitory first." Upon hearing this, Hermione reacted swiftly, supporting Harry's arm. She coughed softly to summon George and Fred for cover. Then, as the two engaged in playful banter, she deftly draped the invisibility cloak over herself and Harry, quietly retreating. Harry, who had just been using the cloak to conceal the Horcrux, was taken aback by Hermione's sudden maneuver. To speak candidly, from the moment he first encountered Miss Granger on the train until now, he had never felt a sense of awe towards her. However, today was different. After finally bringing Harry back to the Gryffindor common room, Hermione let out a sigh of relief. After settling Harry onto a cushioned sofa, She quietly folded the invisibility cloak and gently draped it over his arm, saying, I want to be going back to the dormitory with you. In our first year, I was thoughtless and caused you unnecessary trouble, so I wanted to take this moment to apologize. As for earlier tonight, the circumstances were somewhat unavoidable. If you hold any resentment towards me, I completely understand and won't offer any excuses, but I assure you this will be the last time. Harry, I hope once you return to your room, you can rest properly. You've consumed a great deal of potion just to hold on until now. And if you continue to push yourself, your body will surely suffer. Well, I won't disturb you any longer. As Hermione turned to head towards the girls' dormitory, Harry suddenly called out to her. Wait, Hermione, he exclaimed. I truly owe you for tonight. Thank you. I may still need your assistance with a couple of things. You see, before I set off tonight, I had to put Ron to sleep with a stunning spell. I fear I might not have the strength to lift the spell later, and he could sleep until the day after tomorrow. Also, I'm feeling quite exhausted and can hardly move. If it's too much trouble, you could wake Ron for me and have him come before Harry could finish. Hermione had already approached him, supporting his grimy arm over her shoulder. Let us go, she said softly. At that moment, faint sounds of Ron's snoring echoed from the second-year boys' dormitory. Hermione first took a moment to tidy up Harry's clothes before laying him down on her bed. Then, she retrieved her wand and incanted, Scourgify, Enervate. Ron, released from the spell, grunted and then smacked his lips, shifting to a more comfortable position to continue sleeping. Witnessing Ron's deep slumber, both Harry and Hermione shared a light chuckle. I was just beginning to think my spell had failed, Harry remarked. Indeed. It seems my stunning spell was rather unnecessary, Hermione replied. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle glow upon Harry's face, revealing his exhaustion as he lay in bed. Hermione, who had originally intended to turn away, found herself drawn to Harry's bedside and gently tucked him in. In a whisper, she said, This time it was you who invited me up here, so you cannot hold me responsible. Harry gently turned his head on the pillow and, with a sincere yet slightly surprised tone, remarked, How could I possibly blame you for that? Upon hearing Harry's words, Hermione decided to squat beside his bedside. Playfully adopting a mock expression of annoyance as she inquired, Oh, so does that mean you are blaming me for something else? Harry chuckled and remarked, I don't blame you. I just believe that a clever witch like you should be able to discern that Lockhart is a complete fool. Oh, by the way, if you wish to feign anger, you ought to suppress the curvature of your lips. Otherwise, even Malfoy would struggle to perceive your charade. Hermione pursed her lips and then swept her brown curls to cover her cheeks, whispering softly, How could I ever be angry with you? What did you say? Oh, nothing. I merely meant to suggest that you should take a proper rest. When you awaken, we can discuss Lockhart's matters, all right? Oh, fine. Good night, Hermione. Good night, Harry. After a grueling 8-hour duel, both Harry and Imogen finally emerged from the comfort of their warm beds, driven by the rumbling of their stomachs. Glancing at Ron, who was still lost in sweet dreams, Harry drew his wand and cast the waking charm upon his friend once more. Harry, let me sleep a bit longer. Imogen complained, somewhat exasperated. How could he still want to sleep? I distinctly remember us controlling the intensity of the spell quite well, didn't we? Perhaps we had too much fun at the Christmas Eve feast? I'm not certain. I even had Hermione cast a counter-charm on him last night. Had I known it would come to this, we wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The sudden awkwardness enveloped them in silence. Imogen was unaware that Harry had caught a glimpse of his private matters, yet he sensed a peculiar tension from his host. You have secured the Horcruxes, haven't you? Yes, but I haven't had the chance to destroy them yet. I wish to consult Professor Dumbledore first. All right. By the way, you speak first, they exclaimed in unison. Why don't you head to the Great Hall to grab a bite and see the current state of the school? What a splendid idea. Let us go. Their extraordinary rapport often manifested in the silences that spoke volumes. However, little did Harry and Imogen anticipate that upon arriving at the Great Hall, having slept until 11 in the morning, they would find themselves caught in a limbo, too late for breakfast and yet too early for lunch. What time is it now? Harry instinctively inquired. I did not hear the chime of the clock, but judging by the position of the sun, it must be close to noon. As Imogen spoke, his gaze transcended through Harry's eyes to rest upon Hermione at the Gryffindor table. Before he could voice a reminder, his host had already raised a hand and made his way towards the young witch. What is happening? Why do I sense a shift in Harry's feelings towards Hermione? Is it merely an illusion? Imogen pondered silently while observing their actions and expressions. I knew you would rise late, so I saved some food for you. Here, have a little something now. Lunch will be served in about an hour. Thank you. I truly apologize for the trouble I caused you last night. Not at all. However, I did notice that Ron has yet to join you. Is he still asleep? I hope my spell from last night did not fail. Not at all. After I woke up, I cast another quick awakening charm on him. He mumbled a few incoherent words before drifting back to sleep. He is probably just exhausted from last night's activities and enjoying the holiday by indulging in a longer slumber. Oh, that's a relief. Have you secured the diary and that item? Don't misplace them. Rest assured. Harry patted the two bulges beneath his robe and remarked, I've kept them with me all along, even while sleeping. Good. Wait, something feels amiss. While Moran may not be regarded as a romantic expert due to his lack of experience in love, as a time traveler from the 21st century, he could effortlessly discern the psychological workings of a young mind from the 90s. Why did Harry's mood improve so significantly upon encountering Hermione? What does it mean to care for his rest? What transpired between the two of them last night? Why does an odd, sour scent linger in the air? Just as a flurry of questions rushed through Morant's mind, a cacophony of noise suddenly erupted from outside the hall. Observing the bustling and chaotic adults, Hermione's expression soured considerably. She explained, these individuals are reporters and journalists summoned by the Ministry of Magic. When the students wrote letters for help last night, there was no order to be found, yet now they are more diligent than ever. As Harry munched on his sandwich, he inquired, what is the Ministry of Magic planning to do about this situation? After all, it was Fudge who appointed Lockhart as the temporary headmaster. He wouldn't dare place the entire blame on me, would he? He simply lacks the audacity for such an act. However, I have heard that the adults are preparing to conceal the matter regarding Lockhart. Following the incident at Hogwarts last night, Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, and Professor Snape returned to the castle ahead of the Ministry officials. They sought to clarify the truth of the matter alongside Madame Pomfrey before the Ministry's arrival. The truth? Harry, in a state of agitation, nearly choked, startling Hermione. As she gently patted his back, she remarked, not all truths are meant to be known, aside from you. It seems no one else should be privy to this matter. They employed numerous formidable magical techniques. Yet all they managed to extract from the befuddled Lockhart was the identity of the individual controlling him, and that was the extent of it. I heard from Fred that Professor Snape, upon realizing the ineffectiveness of his truth serum, was so incensed that he drew his wand in the hospital wing to threaten Lockhart. Harry let out a sigh of relief, then began to gather the sandwich crumbs he had just scattered across the table back onto his plate. While eating, he inquired, what is there to conceal about this matter? Surely someone must take responsibility for it. Hermione responded, indeed, that is the case. Therefore, they intend to portray this attack as Gilderoy Lockhart bravely battling the basilisk to protect Hogwarts. This not only preserves Fudge's dignity but also renders the truth irretrievable. Unless here, Hermione cast a meaningful glance at Harry. Harry seemed to grasp Hermione's hint. However, when it came to Horcruxes and Voldemort, he was reluctant to divulge any secrets. You see, Hermione, I am not particularly interested in fame, notoriety, or glory, he began. Hermione interrupted him with a shake of her head and a light laugh. I completely understand what you mean. What I suggest is that you leverage this situation to negotiate with Fudge. After all, you have rendered him a significant service. Opportunities to have the Minister of Magic indebted to you are rare, and if utilized wisely, it could prove invaluable in the future. Harry was taken aback, in his recollection. Hermione's brilliance had always been channeled into her studies and memorization, occasionally rendering her seemingly foolish. However, ever since she had risked her life to assist him in the Chamber of Secrets the previous night, he sensed a subtle shift in her demeanor. What happened suddenly? I feel like you've changed in a way that is quite different from before. Confronted with Harry's inquiry, Hermione appeared somewhat uncertain, tentatively responding, Oh, I didn't mean to be overly talkative. Do you not like me this way? No, not at all. I've never disliked you. I'm simply curious about what has led to this newfound insight of yours. Hermione pouted, looking somewhat reluctant. Isn't it simply that one day, upon growing up, one suddenly realizes how foolish and immature they once were, and begins to find the toys they cherished in childhood rather uninteresting? Oh dear, please don't make me elaborate further. Harry was acutely aware of the wisdom in knowing when to withdraw, and he genuinely felt a sense of joy for Hermione's transformation and mindset. After glancing around to ensure no one was in sight, he moved closer to Hermione and recounted the events of the previous night, including how he had deciphered the riddle posed by the creature. Hermione, ever curious about the truth, would have pressed Harry for every detail had she not learned the importance of respecting others after her epiphany. Thus, when Harry began to share the story, She could hardly contain her excitement and leaned in closer. As they sat near the Gryffindor table, they edged increasingly closer together. And several times Hermione felt the warmth of Harry's breath as he spoke. By the time he finished narrating the tale of the Chamber of Secrets, her cheeks had flushed a deeper shade than fox feathers. Is lunch not yet underway? How long have I been asleep? Oh, Harry, Hermione, you are here as well, came Ron's languid voice from the entrance of the Great Hall. However, unlike usual, both Harry and Hermione jumped at the sound in unison, sensing Harry's slight unease. The atmosphere in the room shifted, as if a parent were witnessing their child grow up. Professor Dumbledore has returned. In the midst of their luncheon, Harry, Ron, and Hermione suddenly heard this announcement from outside the hall, causing the already sparse number of students remaining at school to dwindle even further. Aren't you going to take a look? As Harry ate, he inquired, while Ron, equally indulging in his meal, casually replied, "What's so remarkable about it? We are the ones who vanquished the basilisk and thwarted Voldemort's resurrection plot, aren't we? Moreover, concerning the events of the Chamber of Secrets, it's quite possible that even Malfoy possesses more knowledge than Dumbledore." Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance, seemingly taken aback by Ron's unexpected remark. At Harry's encouraging look, Hermione tentatively inquired, "Ron, I heard from Harry that you slept exceptionally long last night. How do you feel now?" In response to Hermione's concern, Ron first washed down the chicken in his mouth with a sip of pumpkin juice, then, as if seizing a fleeting moment, replied, "I feel quite comfortable. But had I known that Harry intended to seek the basilisk last night, I certainly would not have spent so long playing with Fred and the others." Hermione nodded, then secretly made a face at Harry, as if to convey, "I told you so." Ron wouldn't be upset about such matters. Outside the Great Hall, various sounds continued to resonate, as not only Professor Dumbledore and the students gathered, but also the heads of the houses along with aurors and reporters sent by the Ministry of Magic converged together. Harry's gaze traversed the crowd, precisely locating the pair of wise blue eyes. Likewise, the owner of those azure orbs, Professor Dumbledore, seemed to be awaiting the opportunity to lock eyes with Harry. "Minerva," Dumbledore mused thoughtfully while observing Harry, "I have just received a new mandate from the Board of Governors. As the Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts, could you kindly assist me in managing matters with the Ministry of Magic? I have some matters I wish to discuss with Harry." Professor McGonagall nodded and replied succinctly, "Very well." The gathering crowd began to disperse slowly, whether they were Hogwarts students or non-faculty members who should not have been present in the castle. None dared to oppose Dumbledore. As Dumbledore's figure approached, Harry quickly polished off the last remnants of meat from his plate. He then rose, patted Ron and Hermione on the shoulder, and made his way directly towards Dumbledore. "That item should have been retrieved, correct?" Dumbledore inquired softly, though his expression was no longer as serene as it had been during Harry's first year. Harry patted the Horcrux concealed beneath his robe, nodding at the headmaster, and then suggested, "Shall we return to your office for a discussion, Professor?" "A splendid idea," replied Dumbledore. Upon their return to the headmaster's office, both Dumbledore and Harry were taken aback by the scene before them. Aside from the small tea table, which remained unchanged, adorned with a mound of cockroaches in front of the fireplace, the entire room appeared to have been ravaged by a dark tempest. Professor, this is not my doing." As Harry was about to speak, he was gently interrupted by Dumbledore. "Oh, my child, I am well aware that this is not your doing." With a graceful flourish of the Elder Wand in Dumbledore's hand, all the overturned and damaged furniture began to return to its rightful place, one piece after another. Wood shavings and shards of glass were formed mid-air, while feathers and scraps of paper nestled back into their respective cushions and books. A variety of trophies, mementos, and numerous items that Harry could scarcely name were arranged neatly. Everything gleamed as if brand new. Once the last of the unfortunate portraits of former headmasters, along with the wall stains, returned to their pristine condition, Dumbledore finally stowed his wand and resumed his seat. "Please, take a seat, Harry." Dumbledore summoned a rather comfortable chair and then willingly shared his recent journey and discoveries. "I have just returned from the forests of Albania. According to my sources, Voldemort's lingering essence is currently hiding there. Did you capture him?" "No, I discerned his trail but was unable to apprehend him." At this, Dumbledore pinched the bridge of his nose and let out a long sigh. Harry, what I am about to say may be difficult for you to believe. However, it is truly thanks to you that Voldemort's schemes have been thwarted." Just as Dumbledore had predicted, Harry's face reflected sheer disbelief upon hearing these words. He inquired, "But headmaster, did you not set up the wards in your office beforehand and have Fawkes deliver the sorting hat to me?" And what about the stone guardian spell in the 8th floor corridor? Were these not all meticulously calculated by you? Dumbledore appeared somewhat weary. He smiled and met Harry's gaze for a moment before explaining, according to my expectations. Anyone attempting to steal the diadem from my office should have been immediately ensnared by the binding spell, of course, with the exception of you. You must have received Newt's Christmas gift in advance. Harry nodded. That object was not originally intended to aid you in vanquishing Voldemort, Dumbledore continued. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the compelling content. Over a period of time, through my research, I have uncovered a certain method, though perhaps my phrasing lacks precision, that could indeed assist you. This is also the reason I sought to acquire 2 additional nifflers from Newt. The headmaster's words left Harry somewhat bewildered, and upon noticing the subtle expressions on Harry's face, Dumbledore candidly extended an invitation for a change in conversation with the other Harry. It seems there are certain matters you are yet unaware of. Worry not, Harry, you will gradually come to understand these things in due course. If you would not mind, could you allow the other Harry to speak with me? Harry closed his eyes. 1, 2. Headmaster, did you call for me? Dumbledore, who had become adept at discerning the unique tonal shifts in Emma Rand's speech, immediately adopted a more solemn expression. He inquired. I heard from Professor Sprout that when she saw Lockhart and Harry outside the Great Hall, both of you appeared quite fatigued. Could you recount what transpired prior to that moment? Emma Rand had no intention of concealing anything from Dumbledore regarding the incident, and, thus, recounted everything that had occurred before he fell asleep. As Emma Rand narrated the events of the battle, Dumbledore's expression grew increasingly grave, particularly when he learned that Harry and Emma Rand had discerned each other's identities through Lockhart's reference to the basilisk, as well as how Hermione had risked her life to summon the sword of Gryffindor for Harry. His demeanor seemed to revert to that fateful night when Lucius Malfoy had driven him away. I suppose I was quite indignant at the time, unwilling to let the scoundrel escape or allow Voldemort to triumph. Hence, I mustered my last ounce of strength to force Tom Riddle back to the ground. As for what happened afterward, I cannot say. However, given that both Horcruxes are now in Harry's possession, it stands to reason that he must have suffered a thorough defeat. As Emma Rand spoke, he retrieved the diary and the diadem from Harry's grasp. Harry and I have now discovered 2 methods to destroy them. But this matter is of utmost significance, and I wish to consult with you before making any decisions. Dumbledore merely glanced at the Horcrux before redirecting his gaze back to Emma Rand's face. Generally speaking, Horcruxes are merely vessels for fragments of the soul, designed to prevent the creator from succumbing entirely to fatal injury. However, according to your earlier statement, the ability to manipulate a person's thoughts is a unique power inherent to this diary. We need not discuss how you acquired this vital information, but you must have noticed that there exists a peculiar resonance between you, Harry, and the Horcrux. Suppressing a foreboding feeling, Emma Rand inquired, What do you mean? Before I departed from Hogwarts, I had several conversations with Newt. According to him, neither you nor Harry should be capable of birthing such a formidable entity as Emma Rand. Your souls lack the requisite magical potency. Emma Rand had once harbored doubts about Dumbledore's hypothesis, yet he had never taken it seriously, as he had always been able to effortlessly control the entirety of Emma Rand's powers. The soul fragment that birthed this entity resides within Harry, a remnant left by Voldemort. As Emma Rand softly articulated the latter part of his statement, Dumbledore fell silent. After a moment, he spoke again. Credence, also known as Aurelius Dumbledore, is the unfortunate child of my brother Aberforth Dumbledore. He possesses remarkable talent. Had it not been for the cruel whims of fate, he was destined to become an extraordinary wizard. Alas, even he could not escape the tragic fate of the Silent Ones. Initially, I held skepticism towards this notion, but upon hearing from Principal Dippet that you effortlessly absorbed the silence of Credence in the girl from Sudan, I began to understand. Only a soul as formidable as that of Voldemort could allow the Silent Ones within you and Harry to flourish to such an extent. The silence could feel the relentless beating of Harry's heart. Through countless battles and magical practices, the silence, perfectly attuned to its own soul, belonged to Voldemort? No wonder Harry's body exhibited none of the unique side effects associated with the Silent Ones. No wonder he was able, from the very beginning, to siphon life force from small creatures, just as Voldemort did. No wonder he was so easily detected by Voldemort in his first year. No wonder he could seamlessly draw upon Tom Riddle's magical knowledge from the diadem. It seems that destiny had already woven the entire tapestry. Principal. The voice of the silence trembled slightly. According to your original calculations, even if Tom Riddle collected 2 Horcruxes through others, he would still be unable to escape from the headmaster's office, correct? Observing Dumbledore's slight nod, he continued, at the moment he acquired the diadem. He actually amplified the power of the 3 Horcruxes residing within this castle. It is precisely for this reason that he managed to break free from your restraints and flee the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was not surprised that the Silence already knew Harry was an unintentional Horcrux created by Voldemort. He extended his hand, taking the diary into his possession, and softly remarked, "Indeed, it is as you say. It was my miscalculation that led to all of this unfolding. However, in a certain sense, we are fortunate." "How can this be considered fortunate?" The Silence, striving to control his emotions, suddenly raised his voice an octave. "If you mean to suggest that allowing Harry to perish at the right moment could serve as a trump card against Voldemort, then I would rather see Voldemort live on. You are regarded as the greatest white wizard by others. Do you not find it cruel to sacrifice an innocent child for the defeat of the Dark Lord? I absolutely will not allow you to do this. As long as Harry and I are sufficiently powerful, we can destroy all of Voldemort's Horcruxes one by one, and then seal him away with some form of binding magic." Dumbledore merely smiled as he watched the child, a century younger than himself, erupt in anger. Only after the Silence had vented all his pent-up emotions did the venerable elder, who had endured countless trials and tribulations, slowly respond, "To be honest, I am delighted to see your unwavering loyalty towards Harry, or rather, I am somewhat astonished. However, many individuals and circumstances reveal astonishing transformations once vested interests shift." Dumbledore leaned closer to Emma Rand and spoke deliberately. "If I were to present you with a means to eliminate Voldemort in place of Harry, would you be willing to accept?" A thunderous silence enveloped the room, yet no explosion erupted within the headmaster's office. What Emma Rand perceived was the sound of a copious flow of blood surging through the vessels near Harry's eardrum, racing towards his brain. Most individuals of the Emma Rand lineage did not survive beyond the age of 10. However, Credence, endowed with exceptional magical talent, had managed to live to the age of 23. As for Voldemort, he was likely to endure even longer. Nonetheless, even Voldemort, before Harry reached the age of 30, would see the fragments of his soul, which nourished and harbored the essence of Emma Rand, inevitably perish. At that juncture, this power would seek another soul. Given the disparity in how you and Harry wield the Emma Rand's powers, I trust you can surmise whom it would pursue. If your desire to protect Harry is genuine, I can arrange for Newt to separate you from his body, accelerating the growth of the Emma Rand essence within you. Thus, Harry would not have to sacrifice himself, and we could preemptively eradicate Voldemort's soul fragments. I possess profound expertise in transfiguration. With the aid of special magic and potions, I can craft a body for you. When you are prepared, we can employ this method to restore you to your true self, allowing you to attend Hogwarts as a transfer student, choosing a life that brings you joy in your remaining days." Dumbledore's voice grew increasingly indistinct, and Emma Rand pondered whether this was due to his own fading consciousness. Did he blame Dumbledore? No, not at all. Instead, he suddenly felt a sense of enlightenment. To live again and easily embrace a life of joy? To unexpectedly gain power and prevent the sacrifice of all innocence? How could this be possible? This was the magical world, not a fairy tale. It is a truth universally acknowledged that no one can attain their desires without sacrifice. Moreover, this narrative is intrinsically tied to the name of Harry Potter. When is the latest I can be separated? Emma Rand, currently controlling Harry's body, bowed his head and remained still. The latest would be by the time Harry reaches his 7th year. However, if you are resolute in your decision, I advise acting sooner. Voldemort will undoubtedly exert great effort to resurrect himself after this encounter, perhaps even seek to reassemble the Horcruxes scattered across the globe. We must take the initiative. Dumbledore's seemingly cruel remarks did not evoke any negative feelings in Emma Rand. He chuckled softly, lifted his gaze to meet the old headmaster's face, and said, "Well, let us wait until the holiday following the conclusion of 4th year. Once Harry has celebrated his 15th birthday, I shall extract Voldemort's fragment of soul from his body." Dumbledore's expression remained unchanged as he nodded, as if sealing a simple transaction. He then began to outline supplementary details in a manner reminiscent of customer service representatives Emma Rand encountered in his past life. Upon the demise of Voldemort's soul, you will, in a short span, possess magical abilities surpassing, if not equal to, those of wizards of my caliber and his. I believe you may have already discerned this. Despite your vast magical power, you feel somewhat constrained when confronting formidable wizards. This is precisely because you have yet to become a true Emma Rand practitioner. Once you separate, the situation will be different. If you choose to remain on Harry's side, Voldemort will face a dark wizard even more terrifying than himself. Of course, should you wish to disengage from these matters and explore the world instead, I would understand. However, it is crucial that this matter remains confidential from Harry. Mo Ran laughed heartily and asserted resolutely, I certainly will not disclose anything to Harry. Moreover, I will personally ensure Voldemort's demise. After all, I wish to witness his utter failure before I vanish. Very well. Could you please bring Harry in? I have a few words to share with him, Dumbledore requested. Professor? Huh. Have you finished your discussion? Harry inquired. Yes, the conversation is complete, Harry. I have heard that you have discovered a method to destroy Horcruxes. Is that correct? Indeed, Professor. After slaying the basilisk, we collected numerous venomous fangs. In any case, utilizing them should be safer than the fiendfire. I have stored them in a suitcase enhanced with the undetectable extension charm. Shall I retrieve them now? Oh, I would appreciate that, Harry. At the start of term feast of the second semester, Dumbledore announced the cancellation of all examinations except for those in 5th and 7th years. This decision brought considerable joy to the young wizards who had endured an entire semester plagued by the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk incident. Even Draco Malfoy, who typically refrained from showing Dumbledore any respect in the Great Hall, stood up and waved his fists. Yes, he exclaimed loudly, let us arrange the Quidditch matches at once. We must win the championship this year. From a distance, Ron heard Malfoy's voice and nudged Harry with his elbow, saying, that kid is being arrogant again. Do you have the confidence to take him down, Harry? As Mo ran, manipulating Harry's body, cast a sidelong glance around. He casually remarked, well, perhaps. Hermione, having noticed Harry's unusual behavior for what felt like the umpteenth time, could no longer contain her curiosity. She leaned closer to Harry and inquired softly, Harry, are you feeling unwell? Or, no, it's probably just that I've been a bit tired lately, Mo Ran replied, feigning a yawn before nodding towards Hermione. Ever since their return from Dumbledore's office, Mo Ran had succumbed to a rather despondent state. Apart from occasionally discussing the alchemical notes left by Nicholas Flamel with Harry, he hardly engaged in any proactive communication with his host. Unbeknownst to Harry, who was unaware of the underlying issues, he assumed that Mo Ran was merely affected by memories of a past suicide. In an effort to help alleviate Mo Ran's emotional turmoil, he had willingly relinquished control of his body multiple times during the Christmas holiday. Never mind, you take over, Mo Ran suddenly communicated to Harry within the realm of consciousness. I believe it's best if I refrain from intervening in matters between you and Hermione. If I continue to adopt a cold demeanor towards her while using your body, you might find yourself seeking her out in the girls' restroom once again. Harry vaguely comprehended the meaning behind Mo Ran's words. Yet his youthful age prevented him from fully grasping the intent. With a perplexed expression, he inquired, the restroom? What purpose does that serve? Have we not already dealt with the basilisk in the chamber? You even devoured its remains entirely. Mo Ran refrained from responding, merely chuckling softly while leaving behind a remark about the joys of youth, before once again fading into the recesses of Harry's consciousness. With the threat of the basilisk and the chamber thoroughly resolved, both Snape and Dumbledore returned to their respective duties. One continued to serve as Harry's tutor in potions and occlumency, while the other commenced imparting the fire control magic applicable to the ancient goblet of fire. During this period, Mo Ran did not remain idle. With his assistance, Harry subtly extracted the information that Snape had taken on the role of godfather to Draco due to Lucius's concerns for his son's safety, providing him with a crash course in the defense against the dark arts. This included techniques such as the hanging bell and the killing curse, which could only be utilized in absolute peril. However, Snape chose not to address why he had previously ceased Harry's potions lessons or his seemingly indifferent inquiries regarding Harry's relatives. As days turned into weeks, apart from the 5th and 7th year students, the majority of Hogwarts pupils reveled in a carefree academic existence, relishing one of the most joyful periods of their lives. Slytherin, with their unwavering commitment to practice, triumphed over Gryffindor, aided by their superior equipment, securing the Quidditch Cup for the year. Meanwhile, Harry embarked on his holiday travels more than 2 months ahead of schedule. On April 6, 1993, in a desolate area along the west coast of North America, a 12-year-old stowaway from England emerged. This boy had visited the United States merely days prior. However, driven by a desire to traverse the globe, he did not linger. After casually admiring the scenery around the airport, he boarded the next flight to China. Moments earlier, the continuous 70-plus hours of travel, though somewhat tedious for a wizard enhanced with potions, had been manageable. When Harry and Mo Ran returned to British soil, they had merely consumed a vial of invigorating elixir. The familiar number 4, Privet Drive had undergone a transformation. Thanks to a recent surge in business success, the prosperous Mr. Dudley had purchased the neighboring property and undertaken significant renovations. Now, not only Dudley but Harry too possessed his own bedroom and study, witnessing Harry's unexpected return. The Dursleys were astounded as he reappeared on their lawn, having just returned from his holiday. Uncle Vernon, sporting an even larger belly than before, hurriedly rose to his feet and pushed open his custom double doors to greet him. "Harry, has your journey concluded? Have you had breakfast yet? I can ask Penny to prepare a meal for you now." Harry tousled his somewhat disheveled hair and replied, "No need. I've only returned to collect my belongings. Previously, I was merely surveying the area. My journey has yet to commence in earnest." Just as he spoke, Aunt Petunia had already taken hold of a reluctant Dudley, leading him away from the breakfast table. "Your things are in the new bedroom. I occasionally tidy it up, but I've never disturbed anything," she said. "Thank you, Aunt Petunia. Please continue your breakfast. I will prepare my luggage shortly and depart with a disapparation, so as not to inconvenience you." Upon hearing Harry's words, the now excessively corpulent Dudley muttered under his breath, "You better." Little did he know, this remark would irritate his overly indulgent parents. With a sharp slap to the back of Dudley's head, Vernon Dursley expressed his disappointment, admonishing, "What have I always told you? You must show respect to your cousin. You are older than he is. How can you be so thoughtless?" This rebuke left the chubby boy feeling both angry and aggrieved, instinctively yearning to retreat into his mother's embrace, yet even she seemed devoid of her usual boundless affection. "Dudley, your cousin has only returned home for a brief respite. It is unacceptable to speak so rudely." Harry perceived Aunt Petunia's voice as rather gentle, yet based on Dudley's reaction, it seemed as though he had heard an implicit threat of severing their mother-son bond. Reluctantly, and feeling somewhat fatigued, Harry chose not to say much and directly headed towards the bedroom in the attic. He carried his wand with him. "As for other belongings, while I possess a trunk that can expand without a trace, it lacks the enchantment to deceive muggles. I certainly cannot cast a confundish charm every time I am discovered. It would suffice to pack essential items in a regular suitcase." Knock, knock, knock. "May I come in?" The gentle knocking stood in stark contrast to the scene that had unfolded 2 years prior outside the cupboard under the stairs. As Harry was folding up his invisibility cloak, he magically opened the door and turned to ask, "What is it, Aunt Petunia?" Aunt Petunia, entering Harry's bedroom, stood upright. She softly closed the door and moved to a position neither too far nor too close to Harry. Speaking in a hushed tone, "You have been here for over a decade now. During all these years, I should have found the opportunity to share certain truths with you. Yet regrettably, I have never possessed the courage that your mother did." Aunt Petunia's voice was calm, which seemed at odds with the content of her words. "In truth, before Lily received the acceptance letter from your school, she and I were quite close, even though I had already recognized her extraordinary gifts by then. Initially, upon learning about the existence of the magical world, I yearned to become a witch like Lily. I even wrote to Dumbledore, hoping he might find a way for me to attend Hogwarts as well. You may have guessed the outcome. I am a non-magical person, while my sister transformed into the sole extraordinary being in our family. Perhaps you think this is merely an excuse I have conjured, but at that time, I truly could not bear the thought of Lily taking away the love, care, and expectation from our parents that should have been evenly shared between us. Thus, when you, still an infant, appeared at the door of this house that fateful night, I instinctively desired to treat you with the same unfairness. To assert that an ordinary person without magic could also possess superiority in the face of wizards." Aunt Petunia's grip on her apron grew increasingly tight. With every word she uttered, she battled an internal struggle, yet for reasons unknown, she revealed to Harry a truth she would rather have deceived herself about. Lily had repeatedly attempted to mend the rift between us, but I had always declined. I do not know when it began, but my life seemed to morph into a competition. In my relentless comparison with Lily, I had forgotten that she had never ceased to love me. Sometimes I ponder, had I been able to support her rather than viewing her as a rival, a threat, would everything have turned out differently? Perhaps your mother is currently residing in Godric's Hollow, awaiting your return home, while my sister Aunt Petunia has abruptly turned away. For reasons unknown, her conscience has stirred. Yet she clings to the final vestige of pride, refusing to shed tears in front of her nephew. Harry was at a loss for how to respond to his aunt's heartfelt confessions, yet it was always a comforting notion to sense goodwill amidst family ties. Thus, reminiscent of the beginning of his second year, he decided to leave behind some of the potions he had initially intended to take, allowing himself a moment of contemplation. He reflected on the beautiful elixirs, the blood-replenishing potion, and the burn ointment were deemed safe, Yet the tranquilizer was better left untouched due to its potentially perilous dosage. The confusion potion and the calming draft were similarly deemed unfit for his purpose. Should he perhaps retain a small amount of the euphoric potion? If he were to provide them with the minimal dosage, the risks might be mitigated. Was there anything else? None? Very well. After leaving a note detailing the names and effects of the potions, Harry, with the assistance of M.O. Rand, initiated the process of apparition. Harry had now mastered standard apparition. Yet for the formidable task of traversing continents, relying on M.O. Rand's powers felt far more secure. The time difference between the UK and the western United States was a staggering 8 hours. And as Harry clandestinely returned to the North American continent, the clear sky above him abruptly vanished. In truth, we ought to have first journeyed to Egypt or the plains of Mesopotamia. M.O. Rand's voice echoed unexpectedly in Harry's mind. While mastering alchemy is no simple feat to accomplish overnight, we should endeavor to expedite our progress as much as possible. Harry did not oppose M.O. Rand's remarks. Yet his decision to come to America was certainly well-founded. He stated, "The exploration of relics is a matter of timing. At present, I lack the instinct for it and cannot afford to act impulsively." M.O. Rand was amused by Harry's words. As someone whose psychological age was nearly 20 years greater than Harry's, he had always been the one to tease his host. It was quite rare for the tables to turn. "Spare me the pleasantries. Let us speak plainly. What, precisely, do you intend to accomplish in America?" Noticing a slight softening in M.O. Rand's previously indifferent tone, Harry chuckled and proceeded to retrieve his notes from his studies with Professor Newt Scamander. He read aloud. "The thunderbird is a large avian creature native to North America, most commonly found in the southwestern region of Arizona, closely related to the phoenix. Not only can they conjure storms while in flight, but they also possess an innate ability to sense danger. The magical school from which Professor Scamander's wife, Tina Goldstein, graduated is named after this extraordinary creature." M.O. Rand cleared his throat several times, seemingly reminding Harry. Ahem. However, at the end of 1927, the poet and president of the American Magical Congress, Serafina Picquery, signed a protective order, explicitly designating the thunderbird as a protected species, prohibiting any form of harm, sale, or captivity. Aside from wand makers, who may periodically collect thunderbird feathers under regulated conditions, any actions that interfere with the thunderbird's natural way of life are deemed illegal. Harry, shedding his usual composure, adopted the characteristic expression often employed by Fred and George, smacking his lips as he remarked, "You are not mistaken. However, a thunderbird is a thunderbird. And a thunderbird egg is a thunderbird egg," was rendered speechless. Unable to fathom how the Harry he had meticulously molded into a steady and intellectually astute protagonist had suddenly regressed to a previous version. Instinctively, he commented, "You haven't consumed too much Felix Felicis, have you? Even if I entertain such thoughts, this is hardly Hogwarts. Do you believe the president of the American Magical Congress is Dumbledore?" Harry shrugged and replied, "As long as we remain undetected, it is as though nothing has transpired. Besides, we have already crossed the border illegally, bearing the weight of our transgressions. If we were to be judged by the strictest legal standards, we ought to be confined within a prison cell. Are you truly considering sending me there?" M.O. Rand could no longer contain himself. The laughter erupting from the depths of Harry's consciousness compelled him to activate silent mode. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke again. Fine. Let us procure a thunderbird egg. I suddenly feel as though we were perhaps too harsh on Hagrid back in the day." Harry did not respond to M.O. Rand's teasing, but instead inquired, "You've been silent for quite a while. Are you secretly enjoying yourself out of my sight?" "I am not." "Are you certain?" "No means no." "Oh, then I suddenly feel that stealing thunderbird eggs is rather perilous. Perhaps it's best to abandon that idea. Where were we planning to go again? Egypt? Or the Mesopotamian plains? You choose a destination and simply apparate us there." "Ahem. Well, I think the scenery of Arizona is far more appealing. Egypt is far too hot. Let us wait until the weather cools down a bit before we venture there. Just admit that you're hiding your amusement." In a certain corner of the Scottish Highlands, within the castle of Hogwarts, Ron was trailing behind Hermione, clutching a small form and asking questions. "The next semester will begin elective courses. Which ones do you intend to take, Hermione?" "I haven't decided yet. I want to at least familiarize myself with or experience these courses before making a choice." As she spoke, Hermione retrieved the form she had tucked between her books. "You've selected them all? You can't choose every single one. What I mean is, while there is no rule against students enrolling in all courses, some classes have conflicting schedules." Ron's intentions were transparent to Hermione. After tucking the form back into her embrace, she candidly revealed, "You could always write to Harry and inquire which courses he has chosen. After all, we are quite similar." Ron scratched his head sheepishly, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "Harry has a penchant for specializing, and sometimes I struggle to grasp the concepts he explains to me. So. You believe that makes you a more suitable candidate for copying homework and seeking a tutor?" Thinking that Hermione might begin to scold him, Ron hastily waved his hands. However, to his surprise, this friend, who often reminded him of Professor McGonagall, delivered this rather profound statement. "Ron, as a good friend, assisting you with your studies is no burden at all. However, I truly hope you do not develop a habit of being complacent. The fact that you have achieved commendable results with Harry S. and my help indicates that, with the right attitude, you can indeed grasp the material. Harry has taken on an immense amount this semester. Should he face danger in the future, would you prefer to stand behind him as a cheerleader? Or would you rather be a friend who can lend him support in critical moments? Identify a couple of subjects that you genuinely enjoy, or at least ones you can engage with, to help alleviate some of Harry's burdens. We cannot continuously expect him to resolve every issue for us. For both wizards and muggles alike, the transition to adulthood often occurs in the blink of an eye. Just a moment ago, Ron Weasley was blissfully relishing the joys of childhood, but suddenly, as if a profound understanding dawned upon him, he clenched the Ollivander wand voucher in his pocket and nodded decisively, assuring Hermione, "Fear not, I comprehend your meaning." Situated in the southwestern United States, Arizona is renowned for its sweltering desert climate. Among the 27 federally recognized Native American reservations, Arizona boasts the largest Navajo reservation in the nation. After soaring over the Sonoran Desert, Harry found himself in the northern region of the state, the Colorado Plateau. Gazing at the verdant expanse ahead, he turned to M.O. Ran and inquired, "Have we perhaps flown to the wrong destination? This place increasingly resembles a land devoid of modern habitation." Having never set foot on an airplane in his life, M.O. Ran was ill-equipped to fathom Arizona's geographical landscape. Moreover, even if he had traveled, it would be a tall order for a Chinese individual to address an American geographical query posed by a Briton. "Let us venture further south towards the mountainous regions where forests abound," he suggested with a forced resolve. Since the Thunderbird is a mythical creature capable of summoning thunderclouds and rain, following the direction of the storm clouds must surely lead us to our goal. Upon hearing this, Harry nodded and steered his broom southward. The combination of the Firebolt 2000 and the invisibility cloak rendered Harry and M.O. Ran veritable super spies. Not only were the wizards of the Magical Congress of the United States unable to discern their whereabouts, but even the cutting-edge muggles of America were at a loss. Yet, after nearly 2 days of meandering through Arizona, they had yet to catch a glimpse of the Thunderbird. "Perhaps we should seek out a local to inquire for guidance. It feels rather foolish to continue aimlessly searching without direction," M.O. Ran proposed, striking a chord with Harry's sentiments. Truth be told, had it not been for the fear of exposing their presence and inciting unnecessary trouble, he would have relished the opportunity to sample some Mexican tacos. Arizona's proximity to Mexico endows it with a rich tapestry of diverse culinary flavors. All right, which restaurant do you fancy, or rather, which city do you wish to visit? Such inquiries surely warranted a visit to a place where wizards congregated. Let us head to a nearby Native American reservation. There, we shall encounter neither the horrors of the Magical Congress nor individuals unfamiliar with the local history and mythology. M.O. Ran's words doused Harry's youthful exuberance with a chilly dose of reality. However, the Indian reservations of today are not the primitive enclaves they once were. Influenced by technological advancements, the local inhabitants have gradually embraced modern lifestyles. Upon his arrival, Harry gracefully descended from the skies, retracting his cloak of invisibility and releasing the levitation charm from his luggage, and stepped into a rather lively bar. A raucous welcome erupted the moment he crossed the threshold. Hey, where did this little rascal come from? Don't you know that minors are prohibited from consuming alcohol? This is no place for a mere child. Out you go," bellowed a portly gentleman seated at the bar near the entrance. Yet, before Harry could utter a word in defense, the proprietor behind the bar swiftly came to his rescue. "When have we ever cared about the drinking age laws issued by the United States Congress? This is a reservation. Come on, kid, find yourself a seat and warm up a bit." Harry nodded, cautiously setting aside his usual British accent to inquire, "The weather here has been rather peculiar lately, hasn't it? The clouds seem to roam freely yet rarely release any rain." Having recently emerged from his voice-changing period, Harry was not yet adept at the nuances of American pronunciation. His attempts to disguise his identity were riddled with flaws, evident to any discerning ear. The bar owner chuckled lightly before candidly exposing Harry's ruse, stating, "Everyone here can tell you are not a local. There is no need for you to feign an accent. As for the weather, Arizona experiences only 2 rainy seasons each year. Apart from that, it predominantly enjoys sparse clouds and abundant sunshine. Did you truly observe clouds wandering about in April, or perhaps your vision is playing tricks on you?" The atmosphere in the bar brightened considerably. And amidst a chorus of laughter, Harry noticed a disheveled man with long hair stealthily watching him from a distant corner. The barbecue platter with sweet corn and cheese, priced at a mere $3 in 1993, was hardly a concern for Harry, who was accustomed to the mountain of gold galleons he had amassed. Just as he prepared to indulge in his first meal since arriving in America, the long-haired man approached, drink in hand. "You're not an homage, are you?" he asked. Harry, taken aback, stared in disbelief, while the man, showing no surprise, settled directly across from him. After taking a sip, he continued, "So, you must have come from Europe. I trust you understand the term muggle?" Harry scrutinized the individual before him once more and then nodded slightly, inquiring softly, "Are all the people here wizards?" The long-haired man shook his head, his gaze fixated intently on the strands of hair on Harry's forehead, as if attempting to discern some hidden truth. "In the Indian reservation, there are scarcely any traditional wizards in existence. Over 2 centuries ago, those prophets who possessed the knowledge of communing with nature had largely sought to engage with the European wizards who had immigrated, driven by a desire to learn and explore more profound magical arts." Harry was perplexed as to why a stranger would suddenly embark on introducing him to the history of magic in America. However, since someone had voluntarily taken on the role of a guide, he saw no reason to decline the opportunity. He pondered the irony of the situation, considering that while the stranger claimed even Native American wizards could not thrive in such a desolate place, he himself had ventured to this remote locale. In response to Harry's tentative inquiries, the long-haired man did not display any anger. Instead, he chuckled, remarking, "Ah, you lot from Europe, every single one of you. Speak from a position of comfort. Not every wizard in this world shares your carefree existence, unburdened by concerns for sustenance or shelter. While you were begging your parents for sweets, the children here may have already been compelled to toil for their livelihood. Fear not, young one, for circumstances shall gradually evolve. The American Muggles have firmly established themselves as the leading nation in technology and economy. It will not be long before our magical community experiences a transformation in status. Your days of living as lords in Europe will soon dwindle." Harry picked up a roasted rib from the plate and took a bite, saying, "I haven't wronged you." "So what is this animosity about?" "Don't play coy," replied the long-haired man. "What would a wizard come to Arizona for? Everyone knows the answer. However, you have arrived rather late this year. Recently, 2 formidable dark wizards brazenly stole the eggs that the Thunderbirds had painstakingly laid. Now, not only the auction houses and suppliers, but even the black market will be unable to procure Thunderbird feathers for years to come." Harry nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, "So you originally came here to collect Thunderbird feathers?" The long-haired man drained the remaining wine from his glass and shook his head, replying, "Those individuals departed long ago. I am here in search of clues regarding the Thunderbird thief. You certainly do not appear to be an Auror either." Harry's words seemed to pierce the heart of the long-haired man. After squinting at Harry for a considerable time, he finally spoke again. "In the American magical community, apart from Aurors, there exists a multitude of bounty hunters dispersed among the populace. In fact, the establishment of the American Magical Congress was initially aimed at eradicating those fallen wizards who hunted their magical brethren for personal gain. During an era devoid of adequate law enforcement, many dark wizards, having committed crimes in Europe or elsewhere, fled to America, evading justice. Thus, alongside the Aurors, groups of bounty hunters emerged within the ranks of the civilian wizards." "What relevance does this hold for me?" Harry interjected. "What does it matter?" A sudden tone of exasperation emerged from the man, tinged with a sense of regretful frustration. "Are you truly that foolish? The Thunderbird egg. It is indeed a rare treasure. Only a single one appears every few decades, and now it has been stolen. If you possess the skill to retrieve it, who would be the wiser regarding the events that transpired? Even within the ranks of the American Magical Congress, there are those willing to pay handsomely for such information." Harry instinctively glanced around the bar counter, then pulled the stool a bit closer and quietly inquired, "What you mean is that you know the whereabouts of the Thunderbird egg, correct? You are aware of the Thunderbird thieves' movements, aren't you?" The long-haired man patted his chest and replied, "Absolutely, if you doubt my word. You may test it with a Veritasrum coin, although I certainly will not drink any truth potion." Just then, as Harry was instinctively reaching into his pocket for coins, He was abruptly called back by M.O. Ran. First, discuss the price with him. Ask how many pieces of information he possesses. Then, ascertain the authenticity to avoid being duped. All right. Approximately 10 minutes later, with the assistance of a Veritaserum coin, Harry and M.O. Ran found themselves deceived by the long-haired man, losing 1 gold galleon in the process. The information provided was indeed accurate, all closely tied to the whereabouts of the Thunderbird egg. However, the problem lay in the fact that he primarily recounted how the 2 Thunderbird thieves had stolen the egg and how they had repeatedly evaded the pursuit of Obscurus and local bounty hunters. In their own words, they explained, before laying eggs, Thunderbirds frequently change nests, triggering severe and random weather changes to protect themselves. Even the most experienced magical biologists cannot predict where the Thunderbird couple will ultimately choose to nest. Yet, those 2 thieves seemed to possess prophetic abilities. Effortlessly discerning the path the Thunderbirds took over Arizona. They first eluded the blockade of protective wizards, then traveled north through the Grand Canyon, finally breaking through the Obscurus encirclement to flee the American border. What I want to know is the whereabouts of the Thunderbird egg, not a case summary. I told you, they left the American border heading towards Mexico. If you wish to pursue them, you can start from there. They might still be within Mexico. Perhaps you should head over there and search. A dark wizard capable of stealing a Thunderbird egg from numerous Obscurus and escaping unscathed from their encirclement, even if not on par with Dumbledore or Voldemort, would at least possess a level of proficiency akin to that of a Hogwarts headmaster. For Harry and M.O. Ran at this moment, directly defeating such an opponent was beyond their current capabilities. Moreover, as a smuggler who had successfully eluded many traps, one could infer they possessed not only extraordinary intelligence, but also remarkable planning and execution skills. Such individuals would undoubtedly vanish without a trace after leaving the American border. It would be foolish to wait in Mexico for someone to find them. Thus, to summarize, the information sold to Harry by the long-haired man could be aptly described as mere drivel. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The subsequent sections are even more thrilling. What did he say his name was? Harry, on the verge of exploding with frustration, inquired within his mind to M.O. Ran. It seemed to be Donald Cooper. He had already produced the truth coin, so it should not be a false name. M.O. Ran's voice appeared calm, yet he was, in reality, entangled in the same disconcerting sensation of being manipulated. Perhaps a single galleon held little significance for them, but the difference between being deceived and willingly giving was stark. He resolved not to let this situation cloud his judgment. Given the circumstances, there was no need to dwell on the Thunderbird issue. They had more pressing matters at hand. Let us prepare to apparate to Egypt. M.O. Ran's words, while ostensibly aimed at advising Harry, served a deeper purpose, reminding himself of the heavy burden he bore and the dwindling time available. Completing the primary task of vanquishing Voldemort was of utmost importance. However, to his surprise, Harry had other ideas. I have a thought. What thought? I believe we should not handle every matter ourselves. It is too time-consuming and fraught with risk. We ought to enlist capable assistants or subordinates. I understand. It seems the time has come for you to take up the mantle of the Potter family's legacy. The following day, under Draco's guidance, Lucius Malfoy, the master of Malfoy Manor, found himself facing someone he least desired to see. Good day, Mr. Malfoy. I have long heard of your esteemed name. It is a privilege to meet you formally. As he spoke, Harry, M.O. Ran, smiled and extended a hand. Mr. Malfoy's face appeared even paler than usual, and through the direction of his gaze, M.O. Ran noticed that he was fixated on the diary nestled in his arms. Are you looking at this? Harry, M.O. Ran, lifted the diary, which had been pierced by the basilisk's venomous fangs, and shook it, continuing, Rest assured, this object has been destroyed. No one knows precisely how Voldemort's relic from his student days found its way to Hogwarts. Of course, the Dark Lord cannot utilize it to overhear our conversations. Lucius Malfoy stood rooted to the spot for a moment, and M.O. Ran was quite certain that his suddenly twitching right hand yearned to reach for his silver serpent-shaped wand. However, for reasons unknown, he ultimately restrained himself. Draco, he said, turning slightly, you should return to your own room. Very well, Father, Draco replied, having grappled internally with the decision to bring Harry Potter to Malfoy Manor. After having shared a portion of the adventure concerning the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk, this boy, who had long been devoid of proper guidance, seemed to finally grasp the notion that strength transcends bloodline. This understanding is why, during the subsequent Quidditch match in which Draco triumphed over Potter, he did not succumb to hubris and revert to the arrogant prat he once was. Harry, M.O. Ran, noticed the subtly significant gaze that Draco had left upon him. pondering. This insufferable brat knows when to pull back from the brink. It seems there is still hope for him. However, I cannot ascertain whether his father's mind is still functioning adequately. Please, have a seat, Mr. Potter. Lucius Malfoy's voice carried a hint of mockery, just as his actions suggested at this moment. The grand foyer was devoid of any chairs or sofas for one to sit upon. Harry, Moran, possessed an acute understanding of this arrogant and self-important individual, who was as fickle as a weather vane. With a mere wave of his hand, he effortlessly summoned 2 umbrellas from the shoe rack near the door. In the blink of an eye, they transformed before their eyes into 2 chairs, a silent yet powerful display of advanced transfiguration magic. Lucius remained silent, his reputation for cunning intact, having undoubtedly grasped the implicit warning Harry, Moran, had issued, having previously allied himself with Voldemort, even going so far as to bear the dark mark to serve as a Death Eater under the mysterious figure. It was clear to him that the notion of pure blood was merely a slogan. Only true power held any weight in the realm of magic, did it not? The startling revelations from Harry, Moran, nearly caused Lucius to lose his composure entirely. Stripped of his deepest secrets, he drew his wand. 1 second, 2 seconds. As he gazed at Harry, now seated comfortably in the chair, Lucius ultimately allowed his raised arm to descend slowly, stating, "Words require evidence, Potter. Many years ago, individuals at the Ministry attempted to expose me using your very words. Yet what was the outcome? They scarcely had the opportunity to search Malfoy Manor more than a few times." Lucius's attempts to regain his footing with that retort were abruptly thwarted by Harry's magic. The azure flames of Gabrathian shot forth, piercing through the strands of Lucius's hair and between his brows, before soaring directly towards a marble statue. There was no resounding explosion, nor any muffled sounds of melting. Instead, with a series of hissing noises, the marble statue was utterly vaporized by Harry's Gabrathian flames. "I thought you understood that only strength is the undeniable truth," Harry remarked. "It seems you still harbor some unrealistic delusions regarding bloodlines and family. No wonder Voldemort exploited you so terribly. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content." The provocation and lessons embedded in Harry's words grew increasingly pronounced, yet Lucius no longer wore the proud demeanor he had moments before. In fact, a small part of him felt a sense of relief that Harry was not as ruthlessly brutal as Voldemort. Had the Dark Lord chosen to display his power before the Death Eaters, he would most likely have resorted to outright slaughter. "Then, Mr. Potter, what is it that you seek on this occasion?" Observing the seemingly transformed Lucius Malfoy, Harry nodded with satisfaction and replied, "To be honest, I do not dispute your pursuit of power. I even believe that is the endeavor of a wise wizard. However, some forms of power are excessively perilous and utterly reckless. To put it in Muggle terms, the risk of such an investment is far too great. A moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophic consequences, not to mention." Harry, Moran, paused momentarily, his gaze fixed intently on Lucius, declaring, "The profits promised to you by Voldemort are pitifully meager." Lucius Malfoy's pupils constricted slightly, clearly indicating that Harry's words struck a chord within him. "Upon reflection, even during the time he had yet to be vanquished by me, the Malfoy family had not flourished or accrued wealth as a result of your allegiance to Voldemort. Your lineage is inherently noble within the wizarding world. Neither in material wealth nor in influence has it experienced a qualitative leap due to Voldemort's existence." Harry's voice resonated like the melodic chant of an angel, yet it bore the sinister undertone of a devil's whisper, rendering Lucius Malfoy immobile, frozen in place. "I surmise that your initial fear of death led you to align yourself with the seemingly safer faction during that fateful division. Am I correct? Surely, you believed that even in the event of Voldemort's downfall, the influence of the Malfoy lineage would shield you from retribution. Therefore, aligning with the Dark Lord was, in your estimation, the most prudent choice. Now, having received my insights, do you find clarity in this matter, Mr. Malfoy? My purpose today is not to make demands, but rather to present you with an opportunity for reevaluation, a chance to realign your loyalties. Having vanquished Voldemort once in my infancy, I possess the capacity to defeat him countless times henceforth. Regardless of the forms he may assume, past, present, or future, I shall ensure his obliteration once more. Moreover, a century from now, when discussions arise surrounding the most formidable wizard in existence, the name extolled will not belong to Voldemort, nor to Dumbledore, but rather to me, Harry Potter." Upon departing from Malfoy Manor, Moran relinquished control of the body back to Harry. However, to his surprise, after succinctly recounting the events that had transpired, Harry abruptly shifted the conversation toward their shared memories and consciousness. "Oh, how I wish I could witness the world outside while you are in control. Then we wouldn't have to endure such complications each time," he mused. Immo Rand fell silent for a moment before responding in a half-joking manner. "That simply cannot be. If that were the case, all my little secrets and mischievous deeds would be laid bare before you. What of it? Haven't we committed our fair share of mischief together? Besides, regardless of what you and I have done, it is indistinguishable to the outside world." With sincerity and an almost unconditional trust, Harry found himself at a disadvantage against Immo Rand. After much contemplation, he, unprepared for honesty, chose once again to evade the truth. "Indeed, I did not expect that a single visit would enable me to completely grasp the Malfoy family. The primary intention of our endeavor was to convey to Lucius that there exists an alternative path before him. As for the probability of success and the potential benefits of this path, such matters would warrant discussion at a later time." In response to Immo Rand's somewhat abrupt shift in conversation, Harry refrained from probing further and instead followed suit. "Well then, what shall we do next?" Immo Rand replied, "Next, we can revive the old business of the Potter family without fear of being targeted by those with ulterior motives. Once we establish our own enterprise, we shall earn money, cultivate connections, and gradually expand our influence. In a few years, when we have sufficiently captured the market here in Europe, we can even venture into America and beyond." "Oh, venturing into America. Tell me honestly, did this sudden desire stem from being deceived by that Donald Cooper? How could that be? I am certainly accumulating leverage to confront Voldemort. That insignificant name, I had forgotten it until you mentioned it. To assert forgetting Donald Cooper's name was undoubtedly a falsehood. However, possessing ample material resources could indeed aid them in their quest to overthrow Voldemort. Like many moviegoers, Immo Rand had always found it perplexing how Harry came to possess such considerable wealth. He only knew that it was the legacy left by the Potter family's former business ventures, yet he remained unaware of the origins of that fortune. Ultimately, what he discovered through investigation was startling. The Potter family had been living on the edge of their inherited wealth since James's generation. Harry Potter's grandfather, Fleamont Potter, is not only known as the ancestor of the Savior, but also as the esteemed creator of the highly favored Sleekeazy's hair potion among European wizards. This remarkable invention not only earned the young Fleamont considerable renown, but also elevated the already affluent pureblood Potter family to an even higher echelon of nobility. In the original text, Hermione had used this product before the ball in her 4th year. And even the bone regrowth potion was a creation of the Potter lineage. Material wealth often leads individuals to seek fulfillment on a spiritual level. After reaching middle age without having children, Fleamont, upon learning of his wife's pregnancy, promptly decided to retire, dedicating every moment of his remaining life to his wife and child. When James Potter was born, Fleamont's paternal affection reached its zenith. To spare his child from the hardships of financial struggle, he, despite having already retired, sold the formula for Sleekeazy's hair potion and the production company he had painstakingly built, converting all fixed assets, save for their home, into cash deposited at Gringotts. From the moment James Potter was born, he was the quintessential heir of the 18th-generation lineage. His mischievous nature in his youth was closely tied to the excessive pampering of his parents, who had longed for a child in their old age. Alas, fate is often unpredictable. The emergence of Voldemort led to James Potter, who had enjoyed a life of triumph, meeting an untimely end. The vast vault of galleons left for his child nearly transformed into unclaimed charitable funds before it could serve the next generation. Immo Rand, fully aware of the formidable power of capital, strongly disapproved of Fleamont Potter's actions, not to mention the potential for overly indulgent parenting to foster a spoiled child. The mere act of selling a thriving company made him wish he could return to the past and awaken Harry's grandfather with a sharp reprimand. If one wishes to spend more time with family, why not appoint someone to manage the company? What reason compels one to liquidate a hard-won enterprise? Does the company merely symbolize money in your eyes? Aren't the employees and business partners also valuable connections? And might there not be influential figures among the consumers worth knowing? It is no exaggeration to say that had the Potter family continued to operate Sleekeazy, James and Lily might very well have survived Voldemort's onslaught with the support of those employees, partners, and customers. To criticize one's parents is unreasonable. Even if Immo Rand felt discontent with the actions of the Potter ancestors, he could not voice such sentiments in front of Harry. The reputation of the Potter family surely offered some advantage in business. However, should we wish to capitalize on your grandfather's invention of Sleekeazy's hair potion, We must confront the animosity of the current holders of Sleekeasy. In this scenario, their most probable course of action would be to seek alliances with families of a similar stature to the Malfoys. Ah, so you are exerting pressure on Lucius Malfoy. There is indeed a deeper implication in that. If the Malfoy family dares not oppose us, then, regardless of their grievances, they can only engage in fair commercial competition rather than resorting to underhanded tactics. Indeed, this simplifies matters considerably. All we need to do is create a product that boasts greater market demand than the smooth potion, earning our first pot of gold, which will enable us to ride the wave of this era and ascend to become a preeminent financial dynasty in the world. The first pot of gold. Did not my parents leave behind a substantial sum? Moreover, why aspire to be the foremost financial titan in the Muggle world? Sufficiently wealthy conglomerates can influence the trajectory of a nation and even the world. The Potter family, while not lacking in funds, remains far from rivaling the wealth of nations. Perhaps it is due to wizards being a historically marginalized group that they fail to grasp the strength in numbers. Nonetheless, as we are poised to confront Voldemort, we must seek every possible advantage, including the resources of Muggles. After elucidating the significance of wealth and capital, Morin assisted the host in using apparition to return to Hogwarts. There was no time for nostalgic exchanges with Hermione and Ron. Harry donned the invisibility cloak and ventured to the potions professor's office located in the castle's depths. The dimly lit corridor flickered with gentle flames. Despite having grown familiar with the pathways and environment due to remedial lessons, he still felt averse to lingering in such a place. Very well, it is time for a change of personnel. Harry spoke softly. No, that's not possible. This matter must be addressed by you directly to Professor Snape. Me? The unexpected refusal from M.O. Ran left Harry somewhat taken aback. Well, there are certain matters that I simply cannot delegate, and this is one of them. Very well then. With a hint of confusion, Harry rapped on the wooden door before him. Professor Snape, clad in a cloak as dark as a bat, sat poised in his chair, and, as customary, he did not lift his gaze as he used his wand to unlock the door. I have already made it clear that my advanced potions class only accepts students who have achieved an O, outstanding, in their OWLS examinations. If you are here to plead your case, I would advise you to consider enrolling in a Muggle Studies course. It may be more suited to your intellect. Professor? It's me, Harry. Harry's introduction was met with nothing more than a sidelong glance from the professor. After all, for Snape, being interrupted by a familiar face was no different from being disturbed by an unfamiliar one. Haven't you gone on holiday? What brings you back to school at this time? I warned you, Potter. This is not a shop for procuring rare potion ingredients. Accustomed to Professor Snape's acerbic tongue, Harry slowly retrieved a piece of parchment he had prepared in advance, saying, Professor, this is a formula for a hair growth potion that I have been working on recently. Although I have tested it a few times, I would appreciate your insight on any possible improvements. What utter nonsense! I taught you about potions for what purpose? To concoct shampoo? Snape's voice filled with irritation and disdain. Abruptly halted before he could utter the word shampoo, as the name atop the hair growth potion's ingredients, Lily's hair growth elixir, caught in his throat. My intention was to create a product that could be widely accessible to those in need. Therefore, both the choice of ingredients and the complexity of the formulation adhere to a principle of simplicity and convenience. Where did you come up with this name? As expected, Professor Snape's attention was entirely diverted from the formula on the parchment. It is in honor of my mother, Professor. Harry responded candidly, stating that while selecting the fragrant ingredients, he happened to glance at a photograph of his mother, which led him to decisively choose it as a flavoring for the potion. Professor Snape, who had just moments before appeared to be searching for faults, suddenly fell silent. His fingers caressed the parchment as if he were lost in profound reminiscence. After a lengthy pause, he spoke again, acknowledging that, at present, both the proportions of the materials and the brewing process were reasonable. He noted that since your intention is to make this potion accessible to as many people as possible, he would not recommend the use of sun orchids to enhance the stability of the potion's efficacy. As for the specific execution, you possess sufficient skill to accomplish it. M.O. Ran had never disclosed any details about his parents or the tumultuous relationships of the previous generation. Yet, despite his silence, he could never entirely prevent Harry from forming his own speculations. Professor, Harry remarked, I wonder if you would be interested in becoming a brand consultant for the Lilyflower Hair Care Company? As you can see, I intend to establish a company bearing the same name as our hair growth product. Should you agree, I could offer you a share of the profits at market value. This unexpected proposal left both M.O. Ran and Snape bewildered. According to their original plan, Harry was supposed to have Professor Snape sign off on the formula, leveraging his status as a Hogwarts professor to enhance the product's visibility. However, in a moment of youthful exuberance, Harry directly suggested offering the professor a position. Snape's voice, tinged with a hint of reproach, echoed with resignation. Do you realize what you are doing? You are a student, and you wish for your professor to work for you? M.O. Ran, initially intending to remind Harry to adhere to their plan, chose to observe the unfolding situation upon noticing Snape's reaction. No, Professor, it's not about working. Harry's eyes widened as he earnestly stated, after all, the inquiries I have are not related to my studies, so I cannot squander your time, Professor. Furthermore, the Lily Blossom hair tonic will not be my sole invention. I hope that even after graduation, I can continue to learn from the esteemed master of potions whom I admire. Time in the office seemed to come to a standstill. After a long pause, Professor Snape, wearing an expression even more sour than usual, replied, I have no time. Once outside Snape's office, Harry let out a deep sigh, saying, what a pity. I feel I was so close. Morn, taken aback by Harry's audacious behavior, did not respond immediately. After thoroughly reassessing the so-called savior, he finally spoke, his tone tinged with disbelief. How did you come to know Professor Snape's weakness? Weakness? Harry seemed to have stumbled upon a novel term. Are you referring to my mother? I am uncertain. Those who are acquainted with my parents are reluctant to share their stories with me. Besides, were you not the one who suggested that my mother and Professor Snape were old acquaintances? Why feign such astonishment? My incisive inquiry rendered M.O. Ran momentarily speechless. Upon reflection, as the son of James and Lily, is Harry not the most deserving individual to uncover the entire truth? Well then, M.O. Ran conceded. It is indeed quite unjust to withhold such matters from you. Initially, I believed you were too young to comprehend, but upon further contemplation, it appears that was merely an excuse for the next semester. When the new term commences, I shall gradually divulge all the secrets I possess, including those pertaining to yourself. Harry inquired tentatively. If you are curious, I could share, though those matters hold little significance and are rather dull. How can they be insignificant? They are not dull. They are not dull at all. I actually wish you would tell me about yourself first. Surprised, M.O. Ran instinctively responded, why? I can always learn about my parents from others, but only you possess the knowledge of your own story. Wait a moment. Harry's response made M.O. Ran realize something. Have you learned some things about me from somewhere? I remember you were completely indifferent before. When did this change occur? Was it after the encounter with the basilisk and Lockhart? The disparity in mental maturity between adults and adolescents cannot be entirely bridged through learning and adventure. Harry possesses a maturity far beyond his peers, yet this maturity is insufficient to conceal the secrets within his heart when facing M.O. Ran. After a few straightforward exchanges, he divulged the general circumstances under M.O. Ran's persistent inquiries. Following this candid revelation, an awkward silence ensued. In truth, when M.O. Ran first traversed into the magical world, he contemplated whether to become an inseparable confidant of Harry. At that time, due to his lack of understanding regarding the mechanism of his soul's transmigration and having just endured the myriad pains of his previous life, he naturally prioritized personal safety and interests. However, as time progressed, M.O. Ran's relationship with Harry grew increasingly intimate, transforming from a silent catalyst seeking to empower his host into a guardian of the savior. Even upon learning that his secret had been uncovered, he felt little turmoil within. Instead, he was touched by the benevolent intentions behind Harry's actions. Could it be that Harry's recent cheerful demeanor is an attempt to uplift my spirits? With this thought, the lingering hesitation M.O. Ran held regarding Dumbledore's proposal gradually dissipated. All right, he chuckled resignedly. Let us wait until next semester. I promise to answer all your questions with utmost honesty. Great. Then everything shall be discussed next semester. A few minutes later, as the sparse black mist dissipated, Harry's brief return to school during the holiday came to an end. Aside from Professor Snape, who occasionally stared blankly at his desk, no one else in the castle was aware that an international stowaway had visited Hogwarts. You are being rather cruel to a child, Albus, complained an elderly figure in a portrait within the headmaster's office on the 8th floor, his brow furrowed with concern. Even if his background and motives remain a mystery, we should not. He wishes to achieve miracles, and along the way, he will inevitably encounter various challenges and setbacks. Dumbledore interrupted, continuing to write on the parchment. Do not tell me this is yet another trial, especially since you already went through this last year. Why must you continually test him? Do not forget that you are the headmaster of Hogwarts. When students are in need, you should be the first to lend a helping hand. I understand your perspective, Headmistress Delis Devante, but I stand by my decision. That boy does not require us to pave the way for him. Then what does he need? Amando D. Pet inquired with an air of perplexity. Dumbledore raised his head, his cerulean eyes seemingly transcending the constraints of time and space. Indeed, what was it that he required? Nestled along a suburban street in Cockworth, there stood a tavern, much like the surrounding environment. The row of dilapidated brick houses rendered disheveled the most fitting descriptor for this locale. "Hello there, you don't seem to be from around here." A voice interrupted Harry's curious contemplation of the walls. He turned to find that the speaker was an elderly woman. "Well, I am waiting for someone, a friend," he replied. Harry remarked that one ought to enjoy a drink while waiting, for sitting idly was quite dreary. The woman feigned ignorance to Harry's subtle insinuation and took a seat directly opposite him. However, just as she was about to utter something further, an invisible force emanated from Harry's emerald gaze, causing most patrons, including the woman, to leave the bar as if bewitched. A silent, wandless muggle-repelling charm? The two men and one woman who remained, unaffected by the magic, involuntarily shivered. After surveying their surroundings, all three fixed their gazes upon Harry. In the dim light, clad in a black robe, Harry entirely disregarded the other three wizards, finding the graffiti on the walls and the dusty empty bottles far more intriguing. Over the past few months, Harry had not only studied the magical tomes referenced by Nicholas Flamel across the globe, but had also successfully introduced Lily's hair growth elixir to the British wizarding market. Thanks to the notably high rate of baldness in Britain and England, the elixir quickly became a seasonal bestseller. Moreover, Lily's healthcare emerged as a more renowned enterprise than the one sold by Beverly Montague Porter. No one knew that the proprietor of Lily's healthcare was Harry Evans. Just as few could recognize the famed savior Harry Potter without seeing his lightning-shaped scar. "You ought to choose a more inconspicuous venue for our meeting, Mr. Evans," a brooding man in a black robe stated as he pushed open the bar's wooden door at 1 o'clock in the morning. He approached Harry swiftly and produced a piece of parchment from his cloak, handing it over. "Here are the 2 enhancements you requested. First, I have incorporated a formula based on fire lizard blood and pomegranate juice. This mixture accelerates the efficacy of the hair growth potion, retaining its effects even when diluted. However, its duration is short-lived, necessitating application every few days to maintain its potency. Additionally, as I previously mentioned, the Sun Orchid has minimal impact on the potion's inherent effects. Yet it stabilizes and prolongs the results." "Approximately how long can one expect the effects to last?" Harry inquired. 5 or 6 months. Though it may vary from person to person, the dialogue could potentially extend even longer, but this would necessitate a substantial amount of experimental data to substantiate it. After listening to Professor Snape's introduction, Harry nodded in satisfaction. However, just as he was about to tuck the parchment into his robes, he noticed a small box that had mysteriously appeared on the table before him. "Professor, what is this? I mentioned that outside the castle, you should address me as Mr. Prince." "Very well, Mr. Prince, what is this?" The corners of Snape's mouth twitched, as if he were grappling with something profoundly difficult to articulate. After a brief struggle, he let out a customary grunt and then glided away like a bat. Watching Snape's vanishing figure, Harry felt a twinge of confusion as he unwrapped the box. Inside lay a note inscribed with "Happy Birthday" alongside an exquisitely crafted, antique pocket watch, its hands poised at 6 o'clock, yet still unwound. Why does Professor Snape always behave this way? Though we are all adults, he insists on being so bashful. In response to Harry's lament, Wren chose to remain silent. When the school term commenced, he would naturally elucidate everything Harry needed to know, including the loves and grievances of the previous generation. "Let me see the improved potion formula," Wren suggested. "I didn't manage to inquire about the dilution ratio before Snape made his exit. It appears we shall have our work cut out for us shortly. The misty reign of Britain knows no bounds of time, occasion, or location. Whether amidst the bustling streets of London or the overgrown, refuse-strewn town of Cockworth, it remains ever present." The fine rain brushed against the muddy, winding path, and in the night, Harry could even hear the murmur of the dark river nearby. Given his current magical prowess, he could easily disregard the level of reconnaissance offered by tracking spells. Yet, despite this, he was reluctant to use apparition to traverse the path once walked by his mother. Lily Evans. A disreputable place. A refuse heap for muggles, hardly worth a visit. For decades, Cockworth had become a locale despised collectively by both ordinary folk and wizards alike. Its eerie, uncanny ambience reeked of foreboding, earning it various unfavorable assessments alongside a collection of terrifying urban legends. As a wizard, Harry naturally dismissed the notion of supernatural beings. The very reason he established his secret laboratory here was due to the almost lifeless characteristics of the outskirts of Cockworth. Beneath the towering, dilapidated chimney, the door of an abandoned mill creaked open. Creak. Accompanied by the jarring noise of metal clashing and scraping, Harry sensed several glowing orbs of light soaring into the air. The blood of fire lizards and pomegranate juice had been ingeniously repurposed as a means to enhance the potion's efficacy, while also considering the simplicity and accessibility of the ingredients. Truly, Professor Snape was remarkable. This chapter has yet to conclude. Kindly proceed to the next page to continue indulging in the captivating content that follows. As Harry spoke, he rolled up his sleeves and commenced his brewing task. Being a direct disciple of Severus Snape, crafting an enhanced version of the lily hair growth potion was hardly a challenge for him. What truly piqued Harry's interest was whether the efficacy of this potion would persist when diluted and combined with the shampoos used by Muggles. The flames of the cauldron ignited spontaneously, and before Harry's hands, the test tubes and glass stirring rods danced as if under a spell. Within a mere 10 minutes, a delicate fragrance of lilies wafted through the air. Why did that Muggle woman approach me back at the pub? Harry suddenly inquired of Mo Ran, sensing that his work was nearing completion. Huh? Mo Ran, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Oh, perhaps it's because you're handsome. But I could never date someone who is over a decade older than me." That woman looked to be about the same age as Aunt Petunia. Noting Harry's intense reaction, Mo Ran finally grasped the underlying meaning behind his words. He offered some reassurance. Well, how many people living in a place like this are truly normal? She might just be single for too long and wanted to take a chance. It's not because you possess the charm that attracts middle-aged women like Lockhart does. With Mo Ran's affirmation, Harry felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. After taking a deep breath, his hands once again flew into action. Let us dilute it to 1% for now. After all, we're selling this to Muggles. If the concentration is too high and their hair grows too quickly, they will surely notice something amiss. All right. While appearing to be wholly focused on assisting Harry with the experiment, Mo Ran's mind wandered back to the matter Harry had just mentioned. In many ways, it was entirely natural for Harry to attract the attention of unfamiliar women. Throughout their travels over the past few months, Mo Ran had observed several similar occurrences. Though still quite young, Harry might not yet comprehend love and flirtation. But having reached the age of 13, he was undeniably at the pinnacle of his youthful attractiveness. With a handsome visage, red lips, and white teeth, complemented by a healthy growth spurt nearing 180 centimeters in height, it was likely that even Umbridge would be momentarily taken aback if she were to encounter such a savior standing on the street. This should have been viewed as a positive aspect. However, the concern lay in Harry's current age, looks, and the various psychological changes he was experiencing, suggesting that the seeds of romance might soon take root within his heart. Mo Ran was not particularly invested in whether this young hero would end up with Ginny Weasley, as in the original narrative. He had never intentionally tried to orchestrate a relationship between Harry and Hermione. Yet, regardless of how Harry chose to navigate his romantic pursuits, Mo Ran did not wish to become a voyeur of intimate moments in a live broadcast. If Harry truly embarked on a romantic journey, there would inevitably come a time for embraces, kisses, and perhaps more with the girl. Goo goo goo. The hoot of an owl interrupted Mo Ran's reverie. Through Harry's eyes, a white figure glided across the star-studded sky above the open-air mill. Hedwig was undoubtedly off in pursuit of mice once again. Harry remarked that every time she caught something, she insisted on bringing it back for his praise. If he failed to commend her, she would become quite upset, which was truly perplexing. Mo Ran chuckled lightly and assured him, "Do not worry. Today she is certainly not on a quest for mice." "How do you know?" Harry inquired. "Have you forgotten what Professor Snape gifted you? Today is your birthday, Harry." Bathed in the cool moonlight, Hedwig soared towards Harry, her pristine wings fluttering. As her figure grew larger, Harry noticed that two unfamiliar owls followed closely behind her. Hedwig appeared notably larger and whiter, perhaps due to her recent endeavors in catching mice in Cockworth, towering above the other two owls by a considerable margin. Hedwig was the first to land, proudly placing the parcel on Harry's desk. She puffed out her chest, casting a glance at her companions, and, in a display of ownership, gently pecked Harry's finger before alighting on her metallic perch. Observing the two somewhat weary owls, Harry raised his hand and summoned two large mice that Hedwig had caught from a nearby glass enclosure, presenting them to the newcomers. This action inevitably drew Hedwig's displeasure. All right, all right. Tomorrow I shall procure something far more delectable than mice for you, he promised. With a casual attempt to placate his messenger, he ceased his current task and made his way to the bedside, methodically unwrapping the parcel and envelope one by one. A birthday card? There were cards from the Dursleys, the Weasleys, and Hermione. Oh, what is this? An announcement. Ministry of Magic employee wins grand prize. Arthur Weasley, the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, had triumphed in the annual Daily Prophet Galleon Prize. Beneath the large text at the top of the clipping was a jubilant Mr. Weasley, holding his winning ticket and exclaiming to Harry, "It's settled. I shall use this money to take my family on holiday to Egypt. My eldest son Bill just happens to work there as a curse breaker for Gringotts." The clipping was accompanied by a photograph of the Weasley family of 9, waving enthusiastically in front of the Great Pyramid of Giza. As Harry and Imoran beheld the joyous expressions of Ron and his family, they were filled with happiness, yet each harbored their own distinct sentiments. Ever since Harry had heeded Imoran's suggestion to leverage the hair growth potion to penetrate the Muggle market, he had contemplated Mr. Weasley's ingenuity in transforming Muggle products. If he were to successfully expand Lily's healthcare, he could indeed employ Mr. Weasley for some inventive projects. This would not only resolve his friend's financial challenges, but also expedite the company's globalization. As for Imoran, as a time traveler, he found himself pondering the peculiar nature of fate. Since his arrival in this world, the trajectory of the story has diverged increasingly from the film's narrative. One might expect that grand events such as the Quidditch World Cup or the Triwizard Tournament, which are not influenced by individual actions, would proceed along their original course. Yet, to my astonishment, even the rare occurrence of the Weasley family winning a lottery has been replicated. Could it be that, regardless of circumstances, Sirius Black will witness the transformation of Peter Pettigrew into Scabbers this year, leading to a Shakespearean drama unfolding at Hogwarts? While pondering this, Harry had already opened Ron's letter. "Dear Harry, happy birthday. You must have seen the clipping about Dad winning the lottery, an astounding 700 galleons. That should be ample for us to enjoy a splendid time in Egypt. Of course, prior to this, we acquired a new owl to replace Errol, who has grown quite ancient. Egypt is truly enchanting. You should definitely visit if you have the chance. The magic here is exceptionally unique. Whether it be curses or the permanence of spells, Egyptian wizards are unparalleled in their craft." Mum was particularly reluctant to let Ginny enter the final tomb. There were many bizarre skeletons within, some with additional heads and limbs, and others devoid of human form, likely the result of curses placed upon Muggles who intruded upon this sacred space. "Tomorrow, we shall return to Ottery St. Catchpole via the port key. Yet I have no concerns about whether these parcels and letters will arrive before your birthday, for little Errol is here." Huh. The Weasley family has named their new owl Little Errol. "I intend to visit Diagon Alley on Thursday before school to purchase new textbooks, and I hope to encounter you there. Yours faithfully, Ron P. S. Percy has been elected president of the Boys' Student Council. Enclosed in the parcel is a gift I procured for you in Egypt, a sneakoscope. I shall refrain from explaining what it is, as I am certain you will understand it with your remarkable skills." Harry retrieved the mirror from the package and placed it upon his nightstand. Subsequently, he delightedly admired the blissful photograph of the Weasley family several times before he began to unwrap the next package. The mirror possesses the ability to detect any suspicious individuals in the vicinity. If such a presence is detected, it will spin and emit light. "Dearest Harry, a few months ago, I placed a call to your aunt's home, and it was your aunt who answered. She informed me that you have been quite occupied since the commencement of your summer holiday. I hope you are taking good care of yourself and remembering to eat regularly. I can sense that their attitude towards you seems to have improved significantly. I sincerely hope this is indeed the case and that all is well with you. At present, I find myself traveling through France. Recently, I was pondering how to send you a gift when Hedwig fortuitously found me. It appears she still holds quite an affection for me. When you receive this letter, you should find 3 items within the package. One is a bar of Marseille soap, and the other is a model of the Eiffel Tower, both crafted by my own hands. Additionally, I have learned numerous recipes for French pastries, and I look forward to preparing them for you when the opportunity arises. Oh, and have you seen the clippings from Ron's family? I am utterly envious of him. I read in a book long ago that ancient Egyptian wizards were extraordinarily fascinating. I would love the chance to visit there someday. Ron mentioned that he plans to go shopping in Diagon Alley on the Thursday before school starts. Will you be able to join him? I truly hope you can come. If not, we will meet on the Hogwarts Express on September 1st. Warm regards, Hermione P.S. The model of the Eiffel Tower was crafted using the technique for magical trinkets, but due to the restrictions on underage wizardry outside of school. I have yet to complete the final step. Please take good care of it, and when we return to school, allow me to cast the spell for it. Do not attempt to do so yourself. Furthermore, the third gift is a surprise. You shall have to unwrap the package to discover what it is. After perusing Hermione's letter, Harry's expression transformed into one of genuine delight, starkly contrasting his previous look of contentment. He rubbed his nose and carefully set the Marseille soap and the model of the Eiffel Tower on his nightstand. Then, feeling slightly bashful, he speculated, ahem. The last item wouldn't be a book, would it? I have already completed all the courses for 7th year. With a spirit of unspoken understanding, Ron refrained from mentioning the fact that Harry's heart rate had quickened. Simultaneously, he was quite curious about the nature of Hermione's enigmatic gift. Wow, a deluxe care kit for flying broomsticks? This is simply exquisite. Amidst Harry's exclamation, a beautifully crafted black box adorned with silver emerged from its brown paper wrapping. Included within were a myriad of tools, a polishing agent for the quick clean handle, silver trimming shears for broomtails, and the magical compass essential for long-distance flights on brooms. After admiring the collection of care tools for nearly 10 minutes, Harry reluctantly stowed away the black leather case and turned his gaze towards the letter sent from Hogwarts. The attachment read, "Dear Mr. Potter, please be advised that third-year students are permitted to visit Hogsmeade on weekends. Kindly present the accompanying permission slip to your parents or guardians for their signature." Oh. Harry glanced at the license adorned with enigmatic magical ink and remarked, "It seems I must make another trip to Privet Drive before returning to school." Prior to Harry's revelation of being a wizard and his subsequent journey to Hogwarts to study magic, the Dursley family had consistently compelled him to refer to Marge Dursley as Aunt Marge. Despite her being the biological sister of Uncle Vernon and having no blood relation to Harry, Harry harbored a profound dislike for Aunt Marge. This portly woman, often accompanied by a bulldog, had offended him on numerous occasions, 2 of which remained vividly etched in his memory. The first incident took place the Christmas before Dudley's graduation from primary school, when Aunt Marge deliberately gifted Harry a box of dog biscuits, leaving him with a deep psychological scar, as he had never received a gift before. The second incident occurred the summer prior to Harry's departure for Hogwarts. During a visit to Vernon's home, Aunt Marge unleashed her dog upon Harry for accidentally stepping on its paw, forcing him to climb a tree and remain there until the early hours of the morning, before cautiously returning to the cupboard under the stairs. Aunt Marge only called off the dog because she wished to cuddle her precious son, rather than out of any sense of compassion. Unlike Vernon and Petunia, Aunt Marge had shown Harry no nurturing kindness. After a few brief encounters, Harry even ranked Aunt Marge's level of detestation just below that of Umbridge. A sudden knock at the door interrupted Aunt Marge, who was about to lift a glass of brandy to her lips. She awkwardly shifted her ample form in the chair and turned to her brother, inquiring, "Did you have someone over, Vernon?" After contemplating the possibility of a business associate visiting, Vernon, shaking his head, replied, "No, I specifically informed my acquaintances at work that I would be busy with family matters and not to disturb me." Petunia, who was busy serving Dudley more meat, suddenly appeared flustered as a thought struck her. "Wait, don't go to the door just yet, Vernon. You locked it. Didn't you? Remember the news report warning the public? They mentioned a man named Black who escaped from prison. He is armed and extremely dangerous. Good heavens. He wouldn't come looking for us, would he? What was that hotline number again?" Aunt Marge, having consumed some alcohol, displayed a complete lack of concern for Black, asserting her physical stature and robustness. "You mean that scoundrel? I saw news about him on the way here. TSK. His hair is such a mess. Even a stray dog looks more groomed than he does. Frankly, we have nothing to fear from him. If he were to show up here, Lippy would take care of him." After uttering this, Aunt Marge bent down and offered her glass to Lippy, her bulldog, cooing in a pig-like manner. "Oh, Lippy, my sweet child, you could certainly bite that Black, couldn't you? Such a good boy. Would you like a sip of brandy? Come here, Mommy will give you some." In contrast to Aunt Marge's carefree demeanor, Petunia, as a mother, appeared far more cautious. She rose to her feet and exchanged a glance with Vernon, subsequently mimicking the action of chambering a bullet, signaling her husband to swiftly retrieve the hunting rifle from the basement. Haha, Maggie is right. There is no need for excessive alarm. The Little Wheaton district is considered an upscale community. How could such unsavory individuals possibly intrude? Please continue dining. I shall make a brief trip to the restroom. Uncle Vernon jestingly stood up, yet just as he was about to head toward the basement, "Harry, who had been knocking at the door moments before, effortlessly unlocked it with an alohamara. "Hello, I'm back," Harry greeted naturally. "I noticed the lights were on, so I let myself in with the key. I hope I didn't interrupt your dinner." In an instant, Harry captivated everyone's attention with his striking appearance and graceful demeanor. Maggie Dursley, who had not seen Harry for many years, could hardly recognize the boy before her. Instinctively adjusting her posture, she quietly asked Vernon and Petunia, "Ahem, Vernon, who is this young gentleman? Shouldn't you introduce him to me?" "I am Harry Potter," he declared, introducing himself before Uncle Vernon could speak. In a deliberate attempt to mock the plump woman before him, he elongated the word "ant" more than the tail of a basilisk. Petunia Dursley's expression seemed to be pierced by a cold wind. Merely hearing the name Harry Potter sobered her significantly. The excitement and curiosity that had animated her features melted away, leaving her round face resembling that of a wrinkled bulldog. "What is happening, Vernon?" Petunia Dursley coldly inquired. "I just heard our Dudley tell me that this wretched boy was sent to St. Brutus's secure center for incurably criminal boys 2 years ago. Isn't that a juvenile facility? How did he escape?" Sitting beside Maggie Dursley, Dudley felt immense satisfaction at his aunt's sudden change of demeanor. After countless days and nights, he could finally hold his head high in front of the detested Potter. "Dudley, didn't I tell you not to speak ill of your cousin?" Uncle Vernon said sternly, sensing the tension in the air as he approached his son. As the manager of Grunning's Drill Company, he had been around long enough to understand that Harry's current behavior was a direct challenge to his stance. "But Dad, isn't it the truth? Cousin is lazy, deceitful, and has made it so no decent school wants him, wasting our family's expectations. Without a place like St. Brutus's, where would he go?" Large beads of sweat began to trickle down Vernon Dursley's temples. He had expected to deal with his son getting into fights at school or perhaps sneaking the family car and crashing it into a fire hydrant. Instead, this wretched boy was meddling with his exceptionally talented cousin, who had shown kindness to their business. This realization left Vernon in a state of agitation. "That Petunia?" Vernon's voice trembled slightly, and his face and neck took on an unsightly shade of purplish brown. "Ah, and Dudley, why don't you assist your mother in retrieving the dessert from the kitchen?" "All right, Vernon, you and Petunia please hold on for a moment." As Aunt Petunia led Dudley towards the kitchen, the rapid thudding of their slippers against the floor echoed, gradually enveloping the dining room in an awkward silence. With a playful glint in his eyes, Harry surveyed Uncle Vernon and his aunt, then produced the permission slip from his pocket. "You see, Uncle Vernon, St. Brutus requires us to find a guardian to sign this, permitting students to engage in community service for pocket money." Vernon had never found Harry's voice so melodious, not even after the last business deal. After a deep breath, he hurriedly approached Harry, taking 3 steps in 2. Of course. Go ahead if you wish. If you find yourself short on funds, do let me know. Now, where did I place the pen?" Harry did not intend to trouble Vernon. Utilizing the slight space afforded by the permission slip, he summoned a droplet of water. Subsequently, amidst Vernon's astonished gaze, he cast a transfiguration spell, transforming it into a pen. Ignoring the complex emotions of surprise and fear that intertwined within him, Vernon Dursley awkwardly grasped the magical pen offered by Harry and hastily scrawled his name upon the parchment. However, just as he believed the matter could conclude with his nephew's magnanimity, a fierce voice erupted from behind him. "You are far too indulgent with him, Vernon," roared Marge Dursley. "Is it not enough to have taken him in? I have told you before, had I found him at our doorstep, I would not have kept him. I would have sent that boy straight to an orphanage." In that moment, Vernon resembled a child who had inadvertently shattered a precious artifact, grimacing and squeezing his eyes shut. Yet, no expression could halt the verbal onslaught of his own sister. "Do not squander your money on him. Let him do community service like those criminals in prison. You cannot blame his shortcomings on yourself. I tell you, if a person's nature is corrupt, then there is nothing that can be done." Did Marge Dursley truly despise Harry? Indeed. However, her vitriol was largely a means of alleviating and retaliating against the embarrassment she felt upon Harry's arrival. This is a simple matter of genetics. I often observe it in dogs. If a female dog has issues, then her pups are bound to be flawed as well. Finally, even Vernon could scarcely endure this tirade. Having finished signing, he turned to his sister with a beaming smile and said, "I recall you just mentioned leaving the dog in the care of Colonel Fubster. How has he been?" "He has retired, and I have managed to give him a bit of work. One cannot simply idle away their days, right, Vernon? Much like certain useless individuals, con artists, lazy and inept souls who, after ruining themselves, leave burdens for their diligent relatives." Just as Vernon's uncle was about to retort, an unexpected, biting chill enveloped him and Petunia, rendering them breathless. The cold seeped through their skin, penetrating fat and muscle, ultimately invading their chests and reaching their hearts. The food and drink on the table began to frost and freeze at a visible pace. The dog, who had lingered nearby, whimpering for scraps, scurried away from Marge's sturdy legs, unconcerned for its master, who was now frozen with eyes rolled back and body trembling. It abandoned the one it had once called beloved son. The source of this phenomenon was not Harry. Having studied the art of mental occlusion under Professor Snape for nearly 2 years, he had developed a commendable proficiency in legilimency. It is no exaggeration to say that from this summer onward, the minds of Muggles can no longer conceal any secrets from Harry. The reason he chose to reveal himself upon sensing that Marge Dursley was coming to visit was to seize the opportunity to provoke her, subsequently using a surge of magic as a pretext to punish that insufferable, plump woman. A Dementor? The sudden drop in temperature seemed to signal that joy would forever elude the world, instantly reminding Harry of the dark magical creatures that even Professor Newt Scamander could not treat with impartiality. Expecto Patronum. In a mere 0.1 seconds, Harry firmly grasped his wand and recited the incantation to conjure a Patronus capable of dispelling Dementors, as instructed in his books. However, to his astonishment, the wand that had accompanied him for over 2 years, steadfast and reliable in every battle, showed no response whatsoever. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the thrilling content. Harry instinctively withdrew his wand and glanced around, but at that moment, the lights in the room flickered dimly. Soon, an all-encompassing darkness enveloped Privet Drive. Eerie sounds echoed through the gloom, and a shadowy figure drifted past the frost-laden window. Gabrathian. The chilling sensation that threatened to engulf him, along with the discomfort akin to water being forced into his ears, was dispelled by the blue flames. However, the palpable weight of negative emotions pulling him downward remained evident. A scream, seemingly originating from a distant place, resonated in Harry's ears. In an instant, he recognized the panicked, pleading voice. He could never forget that it belonged to his mother, Lily Potter, as she had implored Voldemort not to take her life. Harry's exclamation of profanity elicited a similar fury from Moaning Myrtle, who had first heard him curse. A dark, malevolent magic, far more profound and terrifying than that of a Dementor, began to seep forth, encircling Harry in a protective embrace alongside the Gabrathian flames. Dementors are corporeal beings, unable to traverse solid barriers. Utilizing this knowledge, Harry gained precious moments to manipulate the Gabrathian flames to rescue Vernon and Mags. The air in the dining room was saturated with fear, shock, and frantic screams. Harry had no time to explain the unfolding events to the two, nor did he wish to ponder whether he should so easily spare Mags. Instead, he cast a spell to confine them, along with Dudley and Petunia, into the kitchen. Just as the kitchen door slammed shut, a tall, gaunt figure draped in a tattered black cloak wrenched the front door open. Its face was entirely shrouded beneath the hood. Filthy and ominous, the only visible hand resembled a decayed appendage, as though it had languished in water until it rotted. Dementors are among the most loathsome and perilous dark magical creatures birthed by the wizarding world. They prefer to haunt the darkest, filthiest corners, spreading decay and despair. All that is tranquil, hopeful, and joyful is their favorite sustenance. One should never approach them. Even the most powerful wizard risks becoming a soulless husk, reduced to a mere shell, haunted by the worst memories of their life, doomed to a fate of eternal anguish. In my opinion, a Dementor's kiss may be more malevolent than the killing curse itself. Is there, then, a means to vanquish such repugnant beings, Professor? Regrettably, the wizarding community has yet to discover a method to destroy Dementors. Only the Patronus charm can repel them. Perhaps in the future, some brilliant mind may invent a definitive spell. Memories from his studies raced through Harry's mind, yet even recalling Professor Scamander's teachings, he could not identify any effective magic to substitute for the Patronus charm. What, then, was the root of the problem? Surely, I cannot be mistaken about the incantation. Could it be that this magic, akin to the ancient goblin fire, possesses unique casting conditions? Have I overlooked this due to my excessive confidence? Suddenly, a crisp sound reverberated through the air. The Dementor, deprived of sight and relying solely on its sense of smell to locate its prey, momentarily hesitated before emitting a series of ghastly rattles from its throat, realizing that Harry had apparat onto Privet Drive. 1, 2, 3? What on earth is happening? In the darkness, the fierce black mist manipulated by M.O. Ran responded to Harry's query. In an instant, 3 floating Dementors were ensnared by M.O. Ran's silent spell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The magic swirled, compressed, and coalesced, Yet despite M.O. Rand's exhaustive efforts, he was unable to inflict any substantial harm upon the Dementors, much like Harry's goblin fire. The special magical techniques they employed merely served to slightly impede the Dementors' advance, just as Harry and M.O. Rand were preparing to amplify their magical output for another attempt. An unusual, sharp sensation suddenly pierced the depths of their souls. Someone is watching us from the shadows. Over there, due to his habitual stealth. M.O. Rand possessed a heightened sense of awareness compared to Harry. Curiously, despite having only just sensed something amiss in the narrow alley, he experienced a complete shift in demeanor after alerting his host. Wait, no, let us not act rashly, Harry. The Ministry of Magic should be arriving soon. It would be detrimental if they discovered our frequent use of magic while traversing the trace. It is wiser to remain vigilant and observe the situation. Harry felt a sense of bewilderment at M.O. Rand's recent actions and words. Yet, out of trust, he suppressed his curiosity that urged him to rush forward and uncover the truth. In the distance, Sirius Black, having been released by M.O. Rand, was sprinting in the form of a large black dog. He could not recall how many times he had escaped the pursuit of the Dementors, nor could he fathom how long it had been since he had transformed back into his human form. Now, having fulfilled his desire to see Harry with his own eyes, his mind fixated solely on one thought: to tear apart the rat that lurked beside the red-haired boy, the damaged houses, the bewildered muggles, and Harry, who sat on the steps awaiting the professionals to manage the aftermath, all contributed to a sense of déjà vu for the Dursleys, who had previously endured the chaos of the recent incident. Petunia and Dudley had retreated to the kitchen early on, thus avoiding much of the negative impact from the Dementors. However, Vernon Dursley was not so fortunate. He lay slumped on the couch in the living room, gasping for breath. The rhythmic sound of teeth clattering from a corner irritated Uncle Vernon to no end. The lingering chill that enveloped his body, coupled with the relentless pounding of his weary heart, left him in a state of profound discomfort. Cough, cough. Are you all right, Vernon? Would you like some warm water? Petunia inquired as she approached him. With a grimace, Uncle Vernon shook his head. He yearned to tell Aunt Petunia to quiet the blanket-clad Maggie tucked away in the corner. Yet the issue lay in the fact that the pallid, vacant-eyed, plump woman was his own sister. Unlike the Dursleys, who possessed a vague understanding of magic, Maggie Dursley was in particularly poor condition after her close encounter with the Dementors. Having lost warmth and joy, she now resembled a state of vegetable-like existence. Were it not for the distinctive golden curls atop her head, one might easily mistake her for a lifeless hawk. Soon, the Obscurus in the incident recovery department arrived. With wands waving, incantations of restoration and oblivion were cast, returning all affected individuals and objects along Privet Drive to their original states. Report to the captain. The cleanup at Privet Drive is complete, leaving only Harry Potter's guardians to be addressed. Very well, let us take a moment. Do not rush to disband. The minister is en route, a middle-aged man instructed before smiling and walking towards Harry. He lifted his hand to remove his deep brown top hat, revealing a head of chestnut hair. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Potter. I am Rufus Scrimgeour. As per regulations, I must inspect your wand. Can't the ministry detect any reactions from the trace? Harry inquired. Regulations are regulations, unrelated to the trace. I hope you will cooperate with our Obscurus work, Mr. Potter. Harry felt somewhat vexed by Rufus's words. However, he understood that the request was directed at the matter rather than at him personally. Rising to his feet, he extended his wand. Prior Incantato. A flashback of the spell emerged. It was the protective enchantment of Privet Drive, cast several months ago. Thank you for your cooperation. Rufus Scrimgeour was remarkably swift. In a mere instant, he had completed his examination of Harry's wand. The Obscurus present exhibited expressions of astonishment upon witnessing the complex spell emanating from the tip of Harry's wand. Yet, given that even the then-director of the Obscurus office, Mr. Scrimgeour, had remained silent, they too chose to withhold their comments. After returning the wand to Harry, Rufus strode purposefully into the Dursley residence. Observing his slightly limping yet somewhat graceful figure, Harry's perception of this middle-aged man shifted slightly. Mr. Harry Potter's guardians consist of 3 individuals, 2 of whom are ladies. Might I inquire which of you is Petunia Dursley? Upon entering, Rufus got straight to the point. Under the scrutiny of his sharp gaze, Aunt Petunia felt an involuntary chill coursing through her, even if she wished to refrain from deceit. I am Petunia Dursley. Rufus nodded and raised his wand, incanting, Obliviate. Conduct an examination on her, prepare a dose of the cheerful potion, and once she is ready, return her home. Now, as relatives and guardians of Mr. Harry Potter, you may either retain this rather unpleasant memory or, akin to the other lady, opt to forget the recent experience through the memory charm. I shall grant you 5 minutes to ponder this. The astute and resolute Rufus made the Dursley family acutely aware of the stern demeanor exhibited by wizards from the magical realm. After exchanging glances with his wife, Uncle Vernon huffed in response, "We're fine as we are. We don't need any spells, nor do we wish for that thing to touch me or my family." "Very well then, I shall take my leave." Rufus seemed to have anticipated their choice. After a brief response, he donned his hat and departed. 5 minutes later, Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge arrived. Dressed in a striped cloak and leaning on a cane, he appeared both cold and weary. Even more so than when Harry encountered him at Hagrid's hut the previous year. "How has the situation been resolved, Rufus?" "All matters are settled. Only the Dursleys along the entire length of Privet Drive retain any memory of the recent events. Of course, if you deem it safer to erase their memories, then that is an option. That will suffice. Thank you, Rufus." "Ah, Harry, could we speak privately for a moment? It is truly a relief to see that you have come to no harm." Fudge endeavored to present himself as a benevolent uncle, stating, "The Ministry of Magic has deployed numerous personnel on standby near the vicinity of Little Whinging, dedicated to safeguarding you and your aunt and uncle." "Haha. I understand you may feel that you do not require protection, yet that Black is an exceedingly dangerous criminal. Thus it remains prudent to take precautions." Harry possessed the ability to engage in formal discourse, yet this did not imply that he relished such interactions. He inquired candidly, "Are you aware of what just transpired with the Dementor that attacked us?" "The Dementor attacked you?" Fudge responded with astonishment. "The department did not assign Dementors to patrol the Little Whinging area. Could it be that they followed Black here?" "Goodness, Harry, you cannot remain here for the summer. You must be relocated to a safer, more populated location." "Wait a moment." Harry called out to Fudge. "The Black you mentioned, he is indeed a formidable dark wizard. Is he not? Otherwise, he would not have managed to escape from Azkaban, causing such chaos within the Ministry of Magic." Fudge's expression was rather unnatural, and he instinctively raised his arm to scratch his nose. "Ah," he said, "I am uncertain whether it is too early for me to disclose these matters to you." Harry spoke resolutely. Gazing up at Harry, who towered over him by more than a head, the already short and stout Fudge suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of tension, reminiscent of encounters with Dumbledore. He blinked, shivering slightly, and said, "Well, perhaps you have the right to know these things. But I can only disclose what I am aware of. Black had known your parents since childhood. Shortly after graduating from Hogwarts, they, along with a few other friends, joined the fight against Voldemort. However, what no one anticipated was that this man had been secretly serving the Dark Lord all along. Ironically, it was he who revealed his true identity. After you first thwarted the Dark Lord and when all the Death Eaters ceased their chaos due to the shifting tides, Black exhibited a madness that showcased him as Voldemort's most steadfast supporter. He attacked your parents' friend, the traitorous Pettigrew." "But why did he do this?" Harry inquired. "I don't know. The department hasn't figured it out yet. However, the mindset of such a lunatic is inherently different from that of a rational individual. Perhaps he firmly believes that the Dark Lord will rise again, and he hopes to ascend to a position of power through his unwavering loyalty." Fudge's words did not seem fabricated, prompting Harry to refrain from interrupting him further. In truth, had one witnessed the methods employed by Black, one would not doubt his identity as a dark wizard. In his quest to terminate a former friend, he orchestrated an explosion that devastated an entire street, claiming the lives of 13 Muggles in the process. Poor Peter Pettigrew was obliterated to such an extent that only a fragment of his pinky finger remained. I had to explain this incident to the Prime Minister at length, detailing how he used a metal wand to strike a gas line and blow the street apart. After all, Muggle lives hold value too. Anyone encountering such a madman would face grave peril. I am aware of your formidable magical prowess. Yet this is precisely why I hesitate to divulge the truth to you. Black is a madman, Harry. A madman in action knows no constraints or principles. Even if you seek vengeance for your parents, do not pursue him alone. Leave this matter to the Ministry of Magic, and trust it to me. The guards of Azkaban are not idle. Once we apprehend him, you may even consider seeking retribution against him yourself." Detecting something amiss in Fudge's tone, Harry narrowed his eyes and asked, "Are you concealing something from me, Minister? Could it be that Black assisted Voldemort in the murders?" "Shoo." Fudge's breathing grew noticeably heavier. "Do not utter that name, Harry. I have indeed withheld certain information from you, but if you wish to learn it, you must promise me that you will never seek out Sirius Black alone." "Very well, I promise." Fudge, exhaling a sigh of relief, remained oblivious to the subtle influence Harry had exerted over his mind with advanced legitimacy. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he lowered his voice and continued. Many who opposed Voldemort at that time, as well as those imprisoned in Azkaban, are aware that your parents' hiding place was protected by Dumbledore and others through the Fidelius charm. It is an immensely complex and profound spell that can permanently conceal a secret within the soul of a living being. As long as the chosen secret keeper does not divulge the secret, even if the Dark Lord presses his face against the glass of your parents' living room, he would be unable to perceive them. Be calm, Harry. Just as Harry began to succumb to his anger and act irrationally, a serene voice resonated within his mind. Listen to Fudge. There are undisclosed secrets behind this matter. Do not act impulsively. All right. Sirius Black is the secret keeper chosen by your parents. And this revelation is not even the most alarming aspect. Cornelius Fudge inhaled deeply and remarked, from the past to the present. He remains the godfather chosen by James and Lily. The time was well into the night, and the 3 broomsticks in London had long been deserted. Aside from the haggard and hoarse cries of Sirius Black, echoing his wanted status, the only other occupant was Tom, the proprietor, who continued to labor diligently after a long day's work. Knock, knock, knock. Mr. Potter, it is I, Tom. The minister has instructed me to prepare a meal for you. You must be somewhat famished after your long night. Upon hearing the knock, Harry promptly opened the door for the proprietor. He intended to relieve Tom of the bread and meat pie he carried, yet Tom insisted on delivering the items to the table himself. I can manage this, Mr. Potter, Tom stated. Should you require anything else, do not hesitate to ask. As for the room charges, please rest assured that the minister has taken care of that. Harry was not accustomed to being served, yet given the current circumstances, it seemed that only by graciously accepting his employer Tom's goodwill could he find solace. Very well. It can be placed on the table. After Tom had bowed deeply and departed, Harry settled back into the chair by the fireplace. The crackling of burning wood, coupled with the starlit night sky outside, created an exquisitely cozy ambience. However, at that moment, he yearned to continue listening to M.O. Ren recount tales of his ancestors. Do you recall when Fudge mentioned that Wormtail's remains were reduced to nothing but a pinky? Ron Scabbers happens to be missing a claw as well. Hence, this traitor is undeniably alive. When I urged you to scrutinize the Marauder's map for the air last year, I was concerned you might stumble upon this revelation too soon. Nevertheless, such nuances are challenging for others to discern unless they possess the capacity to glimpse the truth of Peter's betrayal through Voldemort's memories, as I did. I comprehend your point. But why didn't T. Sirius seek out Dumbledore or other members of the Order at that time? With Voldemort vanquished, would it not have been wiser to rally comrades to apprehend Peter together? M.O. Ran had heard similar inquiries countless times before his journey. Yet, he found the character's impulsive reactions far more authentic and rational than those of viewers who incessantly sought flaws under the guise of perfectionism. He remarked, while the pursuit of perfection is commendable, we must not allow ourselves to become ensnared in regret and the desire for a second chance. At times, I even feel that perfect choices have never existed in this world, just as no one can live devoid of regrets. Sirius undoubtedly regarded your family as his own, which is why he was willing to risk everything to exact vengeance on Peter. Moreover, even if given another opportunity, I believe he would choose the same path. Harry pursed his lips and remarked, perhaps it is my inability to fully immerse myself in his perspective, but I still believe that being wrongfully imprisoned for 12 years due to impetuousness is utterly unjustifiable, regardless of whether a second chance is possible. I yearn for those who deserve punishment to receive their due retribution. Rest assured, M.O. Ran asserted decisively, with our involvement this time, we shall undoubtedly bring Peter to justice and restore Sirius's innocence. The following morning, after a night spent listening to tales, Harry succumbed to slumber, and M.O. Ran, having gained control over his body, donned a hooded cloak and made his way to Knockturn Alley. The reputation of Sirius Black was infamous, even in the dark corners of the wizarding world. Old friend, what possessed you to bring your son to such a place? Isn't it all the fault of that madman, Sirius Black? One can never predict what he might do in his frenzy. I would never allow my child to remain home alone until he is apprehended and returned to Azkaban. You might as well move away. Huh. You make it sound so simple. Who is going to fund my relocation? I certainly do not have the means. But if you were to sell the shriveled heads and dead man's nails at a discount, I could potentially support your business endeavors. Get lost. Buy if you wish. But not a single canute less. Amidst a cacophony of conversations and insults, M.O. Ran stepped into Borgin and Burke's. Mr. Borgin, who was busy untangling his greasy hair with a comb, hastily set aside his task upon noticing a customer and inquired, with a voice even more oily than his hair. Good day, sir. Welcome to Borgin and Burke's. What can I assist you with today? Moran lowered his voice. I have come to purchase information. Through fragments of Voldemort's memories, Moran learned that Tom Riddle once worked as a clerk at Borgin and Burke's, where he gained access to numerous unique items, including Hepzibah Smith's prized possessions, a locket from Slytherin and a cup from Hufflepuff. Subsequently, Tom orchestrated the murder of Smith, framing a house elf named Hoki, and absconded with the two treasures. You have indeed come to the right place, Mr. Borgin exclaimed, as if he had just encountered a lucrative opportunity. I initially mistook you for an inexperienced novice, but it appears I was mistaken. To be candid, the finest treasures we offer at Borgin and Burke's are, in fact, various secrets and intelligence, including information beyond Europe. Indeed, including information beyond Europe. As the conversation unfolded, a sudden gleam flickered in the emerald eyes concealed beneath the black hat of Moran. Yet, before his magic could take effect, Bogenbach appeared with a smile, producing an object resembling a talisman from his pocket. I comprehend your desire, sir, to personally verify the authenticity of the information. However, I have always regarded my mind as an exceptionally private entity. Should we conclude a transaction, we could readily utilize a truth-telling coin or other magical artifacts for verification. What do you think? Sensing the ominous aura of dark magic emanating from both the walls and ceiling, Moran relinquished the thought of compelling Bogenbach into submission through force. He shook a pouch filled with galleons and inquired, do you have any news regarding the Thunderbird egg that was stolen in North America a few months ago? After departing from the Bogenbach Magical Emporium, Moran's mood was far from pleasant. The exorbitant price for the information sold by that wretched old rogue was nearly equivalent to that of a wand. Yet the content merely reiterated what Donald Cooper had previously stated. If I have to listen to these old charlatans reiterate their drivel once more, I might as well memorize the theft process and escape route of the Thunderbird bandit. Does my past employment only reveal the harshness of society, leaving me oblivious to the treachery of the human heart? No, I must seize an opportunity for a complimentary acquisition at Bogenbach. Otherwise, I would find it intolerable to swallow this indignation. In his extreme fury, Moran inadvertently awakened the dormant Harry within him. What's wrong? Suddenly, both individuals, now sharing perspectives, exhibited a degree of alarm. In an instant, Moran cast the disillusionment charm, teleporting back to the safety of Diagon Alley. Well, Mom. Many children queued outside Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor were startled, and as their parents began to approach, Moran hurriedly explained, it was a mishap with the disillusionment charm. I was just practicing the spell. My apologies for the disturbance. Inside the leaky cauldron, Harry, having regained control of his body, conversed with Moran. What just happened? I'm not certain. I just visited the Bogenbach magical shop, and after being cheated out of a few galleons by that old man, I lost my temper and scolded him. Could it have been influenced by something in the store? Is that so? What should we do now? Moran pondered for a moment and replied, I initially intended to return to Bogenbach for some recompense before school commenced, but it seems this shop may harbor numerous undisclosed magical items, warranting further exploration. It requires careful planning. Are you suggesting we work there like Voldemort did? Certainly not. I intend to seize a moonless night to procure supplies from him without charge. S suggestion struck a chord with the adventurous spirit inherent in Harry, a true Gryffindor, compelling him to agree without the need for any embellishing words from the other party. When shall we embark? Tonight? Should we prepare any potions? Or will an invisibility cloak suffice? However, tonight was not feasible. After all, they had only just concluded their dealings with him. To act hastily might arouse Bogenbach's suspicions. It would be prudent to wait until the final day before the school term commenced. This way, even if they left traces behind, by the time he discovered them, they would already be aboard the train to Hogwarts. The anticipation of the school year was proving to be a difficult time for Harry. Having promised to accompany his friends in procuring new supplies for the upcoming term, he found himself neglecting to purchase anything for his own needs, aside from preparing for their scheme of wealth redistribution. Sensing the subtle undercurrent of frustration within Harry, took it upon himself to offer some encouragement while they were en route to Gringotts to manage the accounts of the Lilyflower Healthcare Company. Harry, don't you have anything that you wish to buy? Now that we have an additional source of income to support us, we can indulge ourselves without any guilt. Just look at this pile of galleons in the vault. Don't you wish to put them to good use? I don't really want anything, Harry replied, attempting to brush it off. The veiled desire in the voice of a 13-year-old was not lost on. With a slight probing, he sensed during their conversation that Harry had longed to visit the Quidditch supply store. Is it the firebolt? No. Harry's response was so resolute that Had it not been for Moran's ability to sense the rapid beating of his heart, he might have been completely deceived. I recall our previous excursions to Diagon Alley, during which you would always cast a longing glance into the Quidditch shop. I already possess an excellent broom. Why would I deplete my hard-earned savings to purchase an item that may depreciate in value over time? Moreover, I find the Nimbus 2000 quite adept. Having triumphed over the entire Slytherin team equipped with Nimbus 2000 once, a sudden switch to a new broom might leave me feeling quite unaccustomed. As Harry's mentor, Moran could discern the underlying sentiment in his words, marked by a forced rationality-suppressing desire. Yet, he was taken aback to find himself, one day, being schooled by his pupil with terms like depreciation and devaluation. Clearing his throat, he chuckled and said, "This matter cannot be generalized, Harry. In the Muggle world, some exceedingly rare products can defy depreciation and performance, retaining or even enhancing their value. Otherwise, why do you think the term antique exists? And what about the Nimbus 2000? Keep it for a few years and then auction it off. Just imagine, once we have thoroughly defeated Voldemort, the broom once used by the illustrious Harry Potter will be a coveted treasure for many young wizards. Any shop in Diagon Alley would take pride in showcasing items once owned by Harry Potter, perhaps even displaying them as their prized possessions in glass cabinets." Harry seemed to be swayed, as if he could envision the exquisite firebolt, its handle crafted from premium white ash, diamonds polished to perfection, and its registration number meticulously engraved, nestled comfortably in his embrace. The fastest broomstick in existence, the firebolt can accelerate from 0 to 150 miles per hour in just 10 seconds. Dear reader, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue your reading, as the excitement is yet to unfold. The Irish International Club has invested heavily in acquiring 7 firebolts, determined to achieve remarkable success in this World Cup, a collaboration of master broom designers. The metal structure crafted by fairies, and a limited edition work of art. I dare say, there will not be a broomstick more formidable than the firebolt for decades to come. No. Harry loudly interrupted the cacophony of voices belonging to various witches and wizards that echoed in his mind. Do not tempt me any longer. I must select birthday gifts for Hermione and Ron. It was Thursday, August 24th, 1993, when Hermione and Ron arrived at Diagon Alley as agreed. After exchanging pleasantries, the trio made their way to Flourish and Blotts to procure the textbooks required for the upcoming academic year. Hogwarts occasionally changes professors or introduces new subjects. So even though Harry had purchased most of the books prior to his first year, he still needed to consult the updated list for any omissions. Well, what is this? Upon entering, Ron was taken aback by the shocking sight within the iron cage. It contained over 100 monstrous books, their contents ferociously biting and writhing. Ah, yet another from Hogwarts? The bookstore manager, drenched in sweat and adorned with bandages, bore a grim expression, noticing the attire of Harry and his friends. He seized a pair of dragon-hide gloves and a gnarled wooden stick, as if preparing for a valiant confrontation with the cage. "Wait, hurry," Harry said, "2 will suffice. I already possess one." The manager managed to force a faint smile and nodded at Harry, before once again transforming into a valiant warrior, pressing onward. As they watched the bookstore manager disappear into the cage to engage in battle, Ron quietly inquired, "Did we not agree to go together? Why did you purchase it first?" Harry replied somewhat helplessly, "Hagrid gifted me a book. He left a note saying I would need it next semester. I thought he wanted me to look after some creature for him." "Oh, I see. Oh." A piercing scream abruptly interrupted their conversation, and the manager, clutching 2 bound books on magical creatures, approached with a grimace. 14 silver sickles. Which Hogwarts professor is responsible for this? I swear I will never deal with these again. Having deduced the situation, Harry exchanged glances with his 2 friends and tactfully shifted the topic. We still need to procure the remaining 3 books, Intermediate Transfiguration and Standard Spells, 2 copies of each, please. 10 minutes later, the trio emerged from Flourish and Blotts, laden with bags. Due to Hermione's excessive number of textbooks, they decided to first drop off their belongings at the Leaky Cauldron before continuing their shopping. "I have 10 galleons, which my parents gave me as an early birthday gift. This year, I want to buy myself a pet." After settling their affairs, Hermione rummaged through her purse and asked Harry and Ron, "What do you think I should get?" "I would like an owl, so I won't have to wait for Hedwig and Errol when I write to you." Ron replied somewhat bashfully, "Now it's little Errol, you know. Thanks to the wand voucher Harry gave me last year, my parents saved some money to get a new owl." He added, "Of course, when I graduate and start working, I will definitely repay Harry for that. By the way, you haven't seen my new wand yet, have you?" With that, Ron drew his wand from his belt, It was a 14-inch wand made of willow, with a unicorn tail hair, and he had successfully performed a few spells with it while his parents were at home. It works much better than my old one. Seeing Ron's joyful satisfaction, Harry felt genuinely happy for him and said, "Don't worry about it, Ron. It's just a wand. How about we accompany Hermione to the magical pet store? I can help you choose another pet. Your mouse has been with you for quite some time." "Absolutely not," Ron said earnestly. "You've already spent so much on me, not to mention the invisibility cloak from Fred and George. My parents have already scolded us for that. I truly cannot accept such an extravagant gift." As he spoke, he pulled out his pet mouse, Scabbers, from his pocket. "After all, I've had Scabbers for so many years. I can't just discard him, especially now that he is so old. Look at his fur. Doesn't it seem yellow and withered? I wonder if he caught something during our trip to Egypt." With a furrowed brow, Ron remained oblivious to the fact that the rodent resting in his palm was, in truth, a portly uncle turned Death Eater, just as he was unaware that Harry, standing beside him, had unleashed the full power of the Patronus charm. Fear, anxiety, and trepidation enveloped him as he yearned for an opportunity to flee and vanish into obscurity. Undoubtedly, this emaciated, listless creature, with its drooping whiskers, was none other than the treacherous wormtail Peter Pettigrew, who had betrayed Harry's parents. His wretched state was a consequence of returning to London, where he had learned of Sirius Black's audacious escape from prison. Observing Harry's intense, menacing gaze fixed upon the rat, Hermione mistakenly believed that Harry was feeling unwell, and promptly whispered with concern, "Harry, are you all right? HM?" Harry turned his head, his gaze locking with Hermione's concerned eyes. "Oh, it's nothing. When I heard you mention that your aunt and uncle had given you money, I thought I might as well present your birthday gift a bit early." "You haven't purchased anything excessively extravagant, have you?" "It's merely an enchanted crystal ball," she replied. "It will reflect real-time images based on the changes in the constellations, much like the ceiling at Hogwarts. I imagined you might be taking numerous courses this year. With this, you can observe astronomy from your dormitory instead of trekking up to the astronomy tower." "That doesn't sound inexpensive," he remarked. "Yet you did gift me a care kit for my broomstick, didn't you?" "That was because you saved my life on several occasions." "You saved mine too." "That is not the same." "In what way is it not the same?" At this point, Ron interjected, "Shall I leave?" The joyful moments of the trio lasted merely an hour and a few minutes. After they had purchased all their supplies and sampled the new flavors of ice cream from Florian Fortescue's, Hermione, true to the original narrative, selected the ginger-colored cat, Crookshanks. "Why would you buy something like this?" Ron exclaimed, visibly shaken, retreating to a nearby cardboard box. "This thing?" Hermione, clutching Crookshanks tightly, retorted with irritation. "It's a beautifully unique cat." Ron was nearly laughing in disbelief. "Beautiful? Just look at its face. It's as flat as if it had run into a wall. And its fur is a complete mess. Are you sure you weren't swindled by the pet shop owner?" Aware of Scabbers' true identity, Harry could never pity the wretched traitor. But to avoid revealing his plans, he feigned camaraderie among friends. As for pets, since Hermione adored it, there was little to contest. "If you're concerned about Scabbers being harmed, just keep him close or have Hagrid help you create a sturdy cage. Why not let her lock that beast in a cage?" "Mind your words, Ronald. Crookshanks has a name and is certainly not a beast." As expected, before he could finish, Ron and Hermione began to argue again, which was precisely what Harry wished to see. "How about this?" Harry once again proposed. "Once school starts, Ron, you could entrust Scabbers to my protection. We reside together, allowing you to check on his condition at any time. Furthermore, you are aware of my magical prowess. Even if Voldemort were to arrive, I could safeguard Scabbers from harm." Ron shivered slightly and replied, "There is nothing wrong with that arrangement. But Harry, why did you have to elongate the name of the mysterious figure just now? It sent chills down my spine." Harry smiled at his friend, then turned his kindly gaze towards the trembling Scabbers, who was curled up in Ron's arms. "It's nothing. I merely wish to ascertain whether his name could instill fear in small creatures as well. It seems the effect is rather effective." "What a pity. Scabbers must surely be terrified of Hermione's peculiar cat. How could he possibly comprehend the name of the Dark Lord?" He chuckled lightly. Hours slipped by like fleeting shadows, and as dusk deepened and the shops of Diagon Alley shuttered their doors, Harry returned to room 11 of the Leaky Cauldron with Scabbers, who had been handed to him by Ron. "Incarcerus, bind swiftly. Silencio, silence. Relatio, release," he recited, preparing the necessary spells. After ensuring everything was in order, Harry retrieved the album gifted to him by Hagrid and turned to a photograph of his parents taken after their wedding, placing it before the trembling rat. "You recognize them. And you recognize me as well, do you not?" Peter Pettigrew? The rat, bound by the powerful binding and silencing spells, seemed desperate to squeak a response. Yet under Harry's complete suppression, even his ability to transform into his human animagus form was stripped away. Oh, you wish to claim that you were tortured by the Dark Lord, forced to betray my parents? Harry sneered after perceiving the rat's thoughts through the use of the legilimency spell. Oh, where were you tortured? Your fingers, perhaps? But that was the very part you severed when you faked your own death, as far as I know. Sirius endured a 12-year imprisonment in Azkaban just to have the chance to avenge my parents by killing you. Do you truly believe such a steadfast individual would replace the secret keeper with you out of fear of Voldemort? That seems rather implausible, does it not? Do not be afraid, continue speaking. I am eager to hear any further excuses you might conjure. If you possess a truly justifiable reason, perhaps I might even consider releasing you. Why can I hear your innermost thoughts? Is it so extraordinary that I can achieve what Voldemort is capable of? I advise you to refrain from idle chatter. I lack the patience to indulge you for an entire night. What is it that you desire from me? I want you to apologize to my parents, Peter. Do you wish to forfeit your final chance at contrition? Given my mastery of legilimency, I can undoubtedly discern whether your words are sincere or merely deceitful. No, you do not genuinely believe you are in the wrong. You are simply acutely aware that your demise is imminent. Harry's voice grew increasingly frigid as he rose to his feet, overturning the album containing his parents' photographs. He advanced step by step towards Peter Pettigrew. Harry, you mustn't become a murderer. James and Lily would never wish to witness you like this. They would forgive me. They surely would, Peter fervently chanted in his mind. Alas, Harry had ceased to respond. The pain radiating from his brow seemed to slow everything around him. In a haze, Peter caught a glimpse of the shadows of James and Lily, who had once haunted him in nightmares, demanding his life. This was swiftly followed by an engulfing darkness. As he gazed upon the body of Peter, who was transforming from a rodent back into a middle-aged man, Moran could not help but recall a scene that had transpired mere moments earlier. What are you doing, Harry? Calm down. This man caused my parents' deaths. Wait. Listen to me. Even if this wretch deserves to die, killing him risks tearing your very soul. Do not let a moment of vengeance plunge you into irreparable despair. I don't care. Realizing that words could not sway the rebellious Harry, Moran hastily suggested an alternative. Then how about this? I want to stop you from avenging your parents, but before you strike, you must first terrify Peter. He deserves to understand why you intend to kill him. And granting this traitor a swift end would be far too merciful. All right. Fortunately, it was Peter's own fear that led to his demise. In terms familiar to Muggles, one might say that a morbidly obese middle-aged man, plagued by prolonged anxiety, developed neurosis. One fateful night, his precarious health was abruptly challenged by a severe fright, resulting in arrhythmia, which ultimately culminated in sudden cardiac death. Was it truly this simple? Harry's tone was somewhat perplexed. Indeed, he is dead, Moran replied. Yet, you do not experience the exhilaration of vengeance fulfilled, do you? Harry remained silent for a considerable time before slowly nodding his head. You might wonder why I sought to deter you, Harry. Yet, to speak candidly, a part of me genuinely wished for you to take vengeance upon your enemies, to avenge your parents. However, I understand your concern about my soul becoming incomplete as a result. Having regained his composure, Harry articulated the sentiments that Moran had intended to express. Indeed, my actions were impulsive. I previously feared that if I could not personally enact revenge, I would harbor regrets. Yet, as I gaze upon this individual now, I feel only a profound emptiness. Perhaps, had we allowed Peter Pettigrew to live, we could have turned him over to Fudge, thus exonerating Sirius. Moran did not possess the inclination to be a moral instructor. Rather, as the death of Peter Pettigrew became an established fact, he gradually began to empathize with Harry's perspective. If I were confronted with the nemesis responsible for my parents' demise, could I truly maintain my composure? Given my nature, I would likely succumb to a reckless urge to torment Peter Pettigrew without hesitation. Is it overly harsh to impose such lofty standards upon Harry? Contemplating this, Moran deliberately adopted a more relaxed tone to offer reassurance. The mere presence of Peter Pettigrew's corpse is sufficient to serve as conclusive evidence to absolve Sirius. Furthermore, a living supporter of Voldemort remains a threat. As long as your soul remains unscathed, acting to eliminate future dangers is not a grave matter. Perhaps, in this act, you inadvertently saved another life. You just again. No, I speak earnestly. However, you must endeavor to learn the principle of thinking before acting, lest you find yourself regretting your actions due to a lack of guidance in the future. Understood, understood. Your reminders are sufficient. I shall heed your counsel next time. The corpse of Peter Pettigrew was encased within a trunk enhanced with the undetectable extension charm. As for the rat scabbers, which he returned to Ron the following morning, it was, in truth, a masterful transformation. The books Harry had purchased before his first year at Hogwarts now resided in a laboratory near the end of Spinner's End. Harry, I sense something amiss with Scabbers. Though its code appears slightly improved, its demeanor seems increasingly listless. Anticipating that Ron would discern the subtle clues, Harry responded calmly. Scabbers is merely a common field mouse, which typically has a lifespan of around 3 years. You mentioned he was once your brother Percy's pet, which implies he is likely much older than 3, nearing the end of his life. Ron seemed entirely convinced by Harry's explanation, expressing concern. What shall we do? Harry replied. I administered a bit of a strengthening potion to him, followed by a calming elixir to temper his exuberance. While this may render Scabbers somewhat listless, he should possess sufficient vitality to accompany you through the remainder of this term. Just keep him close and ensure he embarks on his final journey with dignity. Upon hearing these words, Ron was nearly brought to tears. Indeed, Scabbers was the mouse left behind by his brother. Yet the bond they shared as pet and owner had fostered many cherished moments together. During their time at Hogwarts, Harry had witnessed Ron cradling Scabbers in his arms, nestled within the warmth of his blankets on numerous occasions. Thank you, Harry, Ron said, his voice thick with emotion, as he lifted Scabbers to his face for a gentle nuzzle. I will take good care of him, ensuring he departs this world without any regrets. Yes, I have faith that you will, Harry affirmed. Although Harry responded in this manner, the sight of Ron being affectionate with the false Scabbers inevitably conjured images of the filthy, greasy Pettigrew, leading to a wave of visceral disgust. Well, let us hasten downstairs for dinner. All right. On the evening of Tuesday, August 31st, 1993, Harry and Emma ran. Having plotted for several days, once again stood at the entrance of the Borgin and Burke's shop, gazing at the dimly lit nocturne alley, which retained a few flickering lights even in the dead of night. Both felt an exhilarating surge of alertness. Whoosh! Bang! Red sparks soared into the sky, exploding with a resounding crack. In that fleeting moment, Harry, aided by Emoran's power, operated directly into the interior of Borgin and Burke's. Swoosh! 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 The Iron Maiden, medieval armor, and angelic statues simultaneously turned their gaze towards the empty doorway, as though seeking to uncover some hidden truth. The atmosphere thickened with tension. Even with the protection of an invisibility cloak of deathly hollow caliber, Harry instinctively held his breath, remaining motionless. Indeed, there were traps. It appeared that refraining from directly operating from the leaky cauldron to the interior of Borgin and Burke's had been the prudent choice. Stay focused, do not be distracted. The dangers within Borgin and Burke's extend beyond these. The individual capable of operating such a shop would undoubtedly possess formidable magical prowess. Our primary aim in returning is to teach this old fox a lesson, where the form and outcome take precedence over mere content. Should danger arise, I shall promptly return you to the leaky cauldron. Understood. Moments later, accompanied by the sounds of mechanical gears and metal friction, the shop's magical guardians averted their gazes from Harry's location. As tranquility returned, Harry, having preemptively cast a weightlessness charm upon himself, slowly began to stride towards the display cases filled with various wares. A magnificent opal necklace, do not touch. It has claimed the lives of 19 muggles through enchantments. Such an item was undoubtedly designed for malevolence, and its concealment and transportation posed significant inconveniences. The Hand of Glory, a thief's and rogue's companion, when lit in darkness, emits a glow visible only to its bearer. Crafted from the hand of an 18th century gambler, it supports a magically empowered candle. Yet caution is advised. When in use, all 5 fingers are typically ignited. Should one finger remain unlit, it signifies that another being, apart from oneself, is awake in the vicinity. This item is quite intriguing and useful. However, why are the display cases empty? Upon hearing Harry's silent musings, Emoran was not particularly surprised. He replied, such items are likely in high demand within the circles of dark wizards. It is only natural that they would be purchased. Let us move on to the next exhibit. Very well, the shrinking head, originally hailing from the Shure tribe of South America. The Shure tribe, known for its headhunting culture, revels in the act of severing the heads of adversaries as a means to celebrate victory and announce successful vengeance. Some aesthetically pleasing and intact craniums are transformed into conversational ornaments by shamans versed in the arcane arts. In recent years, this practice has gained popularity among bus drivers, serving an effective purpose in home protection. However, such practices are rather grotesque and may even produce unsettling noise. Here we encounter the Iron Maiden once more, though it appears distinct from the one we just observed at the entrance. Observe its intricately detailed carvings, and notably, there are no sharp spikes within the cabinet. It is curious that there is no explanatory text nearby. Could it be that this object is merely a powerless trinket? Let me take a closer look. As the black, box-like Iron Maiden came into view, memories surged forth. In the original film, Harry had mistakenly mispronounced the name of Diagon Alley before his second year, which resulted in him being transported to Borgin and Berks by Flip Powder. Unexpectedly, this serendipitous error allowed him to witness the transaction between the Malfoys and Borgin, ultimately aiding him in unraveling the mystery of Tom Riddle's diary. I seem to sense a faint trace of magic, yet I remain uncertain of the purpose of this object. Emma Rant's response left Harry feeling somewhat disheartened. They were on the verge of inspecting all the valuable items in the display case, yet still had not encountered a fitting item for their zero-cost purchase. Well then, let us proceed to the next exhibit. What is that? To Harry's gaze, Emma Rant focused on the perspective of his host. It was a metallic display case, within which an array of bizarre components floated gracefully, glimmering with a brilliance akin to diamonds. Merely gazing upon it evoked a sense of profound depth and timelessness. What could this be? A damaged time turner? Both Harry and Emma Rand gasped in unison. Unlike other objects, the description of this item was remarkably succinct. A time turner damaged due to excessive use. Could it be repaired? It remained uncertain. However, even if it could not be mended, the value of an item associated with time magic was unparalleled by any other artifact. Should we? Before Harry could finish his thought, an overwhelming presence, potent enough to raise the hairs on their necks, abruptly manifested within the Borgin and Berks shop. Swish, swish, swish. Mechanisms imbued with dark magical energy were triggered in succession. Eerie, ghostly lights wove a dense net in the air, encircling them with an impenetrable barrier. Yet just as these forces were about to converge, the mysterious wizard casually extended a finger, effortlessly parting the magical trap to create one opening after another. Be cautious, Harry. Emma Rand warned loudly within Harry's mind, sensing the weighty atmosphere. This individual's magical capacity is on par with ours. Do not underestimate him. Having already raised his wand, prepared to cast a spell, Harry immediately retracted his intention to engage upon hearing those words. In a world where few could rival his own magical prowess, aside from Dumbledore and Voldemort, it seemed that only a reclusive master akin to Nicholas Flamel could stand as an equal. Such individuals rarely intervened directly. What could possibly bring him to Borgin and Berks? Moreover, he had not heard the incantation for apparition. How had this figure arrived? Harry's perplexity mirrored Emma Rant's curiosity, however. Faced with a formidable adversary, he dared not squander his mental faculties on matters unrelated to the battle at hand. Let us not dwell on such thoughts, Emma Rant exclaimed. Quickly retrieve the time turner, and we shall utilize apparition to escape. Suddenly, an inexplicable gust of wind swept through, effortlessly lifting the invisibility cloak that shrouded Harry. In the blink of an eye, before they could comprehend the situation, the mysterious wizard had already raised his wand towards them. Retrieve the cloak, Emma Rant shouted, urging Harry while conjuring dark mist to cast the apparition spell. Yet, with a resounding crack, the two who were meant to materialize at the leaky cauldron found themselves back inside Borgin and Berks. This is dire. The spatial orientation has been distorted. Could there be a more advanced anti-apparition enchantment here? What shall we do? We need to devise a way to lure that enigmatic wizard over. If we can strike from his position, we should be able to blast through the shop's door and escape. Agreed. Harry had always placed unwavering trust in Emma Rand when it came to combat. Indeed, over the past 2 years, Emma Rand had never let him down. Curiously, however, the mysterious wizard who had just appeared in Borgin and Berks seemed capable of hearing the dialogue that existed solely in their minds. Before they could act, he began manipulating the clutter within the shop to launch at them. A barrage of grotesque items, bones, eyeballs, blood-stained cards, and rusted, jagged instruments hurtled toward them like bullets. Harry brandished his wand and uttered, "Protego." The shield conjured by the shield charm erupted with thunderous booms, yet Harry was too preoccupied to pay it any heed. His gaze pierced through the chaotic onslaught, fixated on the shadowy adversary. Engaging an enemy of such caliber, these trivial spells were surely a guise for concealing deadlier strikes. He had employed similar tactics himself. Suddenly, he felt a loosening at his waist, and upon turning, he discovered that the invisibility cloak he had worn for nearly 3 years had been stealthily snatched away by a skeletal hand. Accio invisibility cloak, he cried. Blast it. Why won't it work? Stay calm, Harry. Let us coordinate our attack. The rapidly deteriorating situation compelled Mo Ran to abandon his intention to remain discreet. Under his command, a surge of dark mist erupted from Harry's skin, swirling and coalescing into the shape of a spear that lunged fiercely at their foe. Now is the time. Partis temporis. The air hummed with anticipation. The azure hue representing the ancient flame of Gubli and the somber might of the blackness shattered in a resonant explosion. In the eyes of that enigmatic sorcerer, the formidable combined assault of Harry and Mo Ran appeared as feeble as a first-year student wielding the levitation charm. How could this be? Who on earth is he? Listening to Harry's voice tremble with fear, Mo Ran, equally frantic, mustered all his courage to urge, I don't know. But that individual's prowess is likely on par with the peak of Dumbledore and Voldemort. We stand no chance against him. We must flee at once. What about the invisibility cloak? Survival takes precedence. We must leave. Accompanied by a sudden wave of dizziness, a resounding crash echoed in Harry's ears. In an instant, a sensation of vertigo enveloped him from head to toe. What is happening? Harry's voice sounded incredulous, despite being a seasoned operator. He found himself experiencing the discomfort reminiscent of his initial teleportation after that recent spell. Our positions had been magically swamped by that individual, who seemingly had come here to pilfer valuables. As Mo Ran maneuvered the dark mist to counter the spells emanating from the mechanisms, he explained to Harry, during this brief interval, aside from the oversized Iron Maiden, all the magical artifacts we observed in the display cases, including the damaged time turner, have been pocketed by him. If that is the case, perhaps our relationship with him has not yet escalated to one of life and death. Refusing to relinquish the invisibility cloak, Harry clutched his head and anxiously scanned his surroundings. He yearned to discern what was transpiring. Yet the images transmitted from his retina to his visual cortex were nothing but a flurry of static. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The tension of the battle inflicted upon Harry the excruciating anguish of time dragging on interminably, just as his senses began to return to normal. Mo Ran's voice grew increasingly agitated. Damn it, why does the magical mechanism exhibit the effects of a duplication spell? Isn't that incantation supposed to affect only objects? Grant me control of your body, Harry. I wish to attempt a counterspell. All right. Finite. Finite incantatum. The counterspell failed without exception. A barrage of magical nets, intensified several-fold, surged towards Mo Ran as if he were an amateur casting spells at random, overwhelming him with an unrelenting force. Let us go. We can forego the invisibility cloak. Let's self-obliterate this place and escape. What? Harry's voice emerged through gritted teeth, yet at this critical moment, the movements of the figure clad in black in the distance caused him to momentarily freeze. Through his darkened eyes, he seemed to glimpse a somewhat familiar silhouette, smiling and beckoning to him. The design of the magical traps at Gringotts was remarkably ingenious, on the condition of relinquishing all lethality and destructive power. Gringotts transformed its magical traps into a silky adhesive that maximized the effect of slowing down intruders. Moreover, to counteract formidable wizards, they ingeniously employed ancient magic to create an intricate system of traps that could amplify the number of enchantments activated by the magical energy of any would-be thief. It is no exaggeration to assert that if a muggle were to attempt a theft here, they would likely not trigger the magical traps within the establishment. Furthermore, the initial few slowing strips would not morph into a web of entrapment more dense than that of a spider's. Of course, without magic, they would be utterly incapable of entering Gringotts in the first place. Harry and Mo Ran spent nearly 10 minutes unraveling the enigma of the mechanism. Once they extricated themselves from the encirclement, blasted open the shop's door, and made their escape through the use of apparition from the overturned alley, they found that Bokingbok had already surrounded the magical shop with a throng of enforcers from the Grey Market. Suddenly, the tranquility of the night was shattered by the sound of heavy breathing emanating from room 11 of the Leaky Cauldron. A stranger residing next door to Harry furrowed his brow and muttered, "At this hour, they still insist on engaging in such activities. The youth these days lack proper guidance." Subsequently, he cast a silencing charm upon himself, turned over, and resumed his slumber. Harry typically employs the magical art of legilimency to monitor his surroundings. However, at this moment, he was too preoccupied to heed his neighbor's grievances. Within the cacophony of his already tumultuous mindscape, two indistinguishable voices clamored excitedly, each articulating their thoughts with fervor. Damn it. We've been played. I never anticipated that the Borgin and Burke shop lacked the magical means for spatial folding. So it was indeed that individual who prevented our escape via apparition. Who is he? Why did we not hear the sound of apparition when he appeared? Why did he wave to us before we left the shop? Why does he seem somewhat familiar? Could it be Professor Dumbledore? Yet, that hardly makes sense. I too find it perplexing. Your remark has jogged my memory. Upon reflection, when he first appeared, he deliberately flicked his fingers to disarm the magical trap. Could it have been a subtle hint to us? In any case, he is certainly not Voldemort, and thankfully so. Had it been him, we might have perished within the confines of Borgin and Berks. The following day, news of the robbery at Borgin and Berks swept through the entirety of the British wizarding community. The front page of the Daily Prophet, aside from the wanted poster of Sirius Black, was overwhelmingly dominated by coverage of this incident. Whether it was Ron, Hermione, the Weasley couple, or Percy, who incessantly chattered as the newly appointed president of the student council, each was engrossed in the article, silent and contemplative. Did you all see the news? I can hardly believe that the Borgin and Berks magic shop was robbed. Who could possess such audacity and capability? My curiosity is piqued. That establishment has been frequented by many wizards from both the light and dark sides. Dad, I recall you mentioning that the ministry sometimes has too. Arthur Weasley hurriedly rushed over to cover George's mouth, while his wife, Molly Weasley, swiftly delivered a light smack to George's head, exclaiming, "You little rascal. Why must you always seek to trouble your father? Can't you learn from Percy?" MMM. George mumbled, clutching his head, though his words were unintelligible. His expression revealed his discontent. "Mom, I haven't said anything yet. Why do you include us in that?" Fred, standing nearby, quickly grasped his twin brother's sentiment, earning George's approval for his interpretive skills. MMM. You too. Mrs. Weasley sighed, supporting her forehead in exasperation before continuing. In any case, once you arrive at school, do not speak recklessly. Remember to take good care of Ginny. More importantly, you have your O, W, L, S this year. Do not flunk them. I'm talking about you, George. You mustn't fail. Clearly referring to you, Fred. Mrs. Weasley. A bright whistle echoed from platform 9. Mrs. Weasley bestowed gentle kisses upon each of her children before retrieving a sandwich wrapped in paper from her handbag. Ron S. was no longer of the corned beef variety. Mr. Weasley seized the opportunity to pull Harry aside, succinctly elucidating the peril posed by Sirius Black, cautioning him against any attempts to seek the man out. Having already gleaned the truth from the enigmatic Moony, Harry nodded with a hint of resignation. Indeed, he mused, he would not be more dangerous than Voldemort. Upon hearing that name, Arthur recoiled slightly, his expression mirroring that of Ron. Harry. I am truly pleased to see that you possess greater strength and courage than I had anticipated. Therefore, I wish you the best of luck. Thank you, Mr. Weasley. Until we meet again next year. Moments later, the Hogwarts Express billowed forth clouds of steam. Having scarcely slept the previous night, Harry trudged along the aisle, his eyelids heavy, trailing behind Ron and Hermione. Come on, there's enough room for us here, Hermione remarked, indicating a compartment near the rear of the train. With delicate movements, she gradually settled into a seat by the window. Ron, reluctantly seated opposite Harry and Hermione, glanced at the tattered wizard's robe of a stranger and quietly inquired, "Hey, who do you think that is?" R.J. Lupin, Professor. Really? How do you know that? Hermione replied, "It's written on his trunk. By the way, Harry, are you feeling unwell?" Harry's gaze swept across Hermione's face before settling on the trunk labeled with the name R.J. Lupin. He remarked, "I didn't sleep well last night. It was quite noisy next door. Let me just rest my eyes for a moment on the train." Hermione's expression instantly shifted to one of concern, and she softly inquired, "Would you like me to sit across from you? That way, you can lie down." "Oh, don't worry about me. You all should carry on with your activities. Listening to your conversation is quite soothing." Harry responded accordingly. Soon, another person dozing off joined the carriage. Following the unpleasantness between Crookshanks and Scabbers, Ron and Hermione remained in a state of mutual disdain, and without Harry to mediate, they quickly fell into an awkward silence. Time passed in quietude until a kindly witch pushing the trolley passed by their compartment, prompting Ron to break the silence first. "Your cat seems to have become more sensible than before." Hermione shot Ron a glare. "I confined Crookshanks in his cage out of concern for disturbing Harry's rest. Not because of your rat, Ronald." Ron clutched at his bulging pocket and responded nonchalantly, "It doesn't matter. I'll take good care of Scabbers and won't let your cat frighten him again." "What subject do you think Professor R.J. Lupin will teach?" "There is only one teaching position vacant, the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. We've been here for 2 years. And the school has already changed 2 Defense Against the Dark Arts teachers, each only teaching for a year. Do you think this job is cursed?" Who possesses such power to curse a teaching position at Hogwarts? Ron asked incredulously, raising an eyebrow. The previous two teachers, regardless of their connections to the Dark Lord, were simply unfit for the role. Upon hearing Hermione's remarks, Ron displayed a look of disbelief. So, you really discerned that Lockhart was a fraud last year? It wasn't merely because of Harry. Hermione blushed and shot Ron a glare, though her expression was notably less sharp than when Harry had just fallen asleep. She turned to Harry and whispered, I just hope Professor Lupin can fulfill his duties this year, or at the very least, not covertly support Voldemort. Ron shrank back, gazing at the frail Lupin, who appeared weak and lacking energy. Look at him. He is not old, yet his hair is already starting to gray. It seems like any moderately powerful witch could easily handle him. I suspect he'll likely only last a year as a teacher. Guarantee you, Harry. And I the ones who said not to judge by appearances last year? How quickly you've contradicted yourself this year. Ron coughed theatrically, diverting the conversation to recent news. Do you think the person who stole from Borgin and Burks could be serious? After all, he is the only mortal who escaped from Azkaban by his own means. He must possess significant capabilities, but he will undoubtedly be caught, Hermione asserted firmly. The Ministry of Magic has mobilized a vast amount of manpower, even enlisting Muggles to track down Black's whereabouts. Muggles? Ron chuckled softly. Hermione, even if Fred and George donned Harry's invisibility cloak, they could effortlessly evade Muggle pursuit. Do you truly believe that a fugitive like Black could be apprehended by those devoid of magic? You cannot perpetually regard Muggles as utterly inept, and besides, doesn't he your father often indulge in studying Muggle inventions? Shoo. Upon hearing this, Ron quickly admonished Hermione, you mustn't speak of this at school. What Dad does isn't in accordance with ministry regulations. He has merely exploited a loophole in the law to tinker with those things. All right, I understand. After a brief silence, Hermione and Ron shifted the conversation to Hogsmeade. This year, we can finally visit Hogsmeade on weekends. I've been longing for this day ever since I read about it in books. I wonder if Harry's aunt and uncle have made it difficult for him by refusing to sign. That shouldn't be the case, but I think Harry, even without a signature, has many ways to reach Hogsmeade. Ron, Black hasn't been captured yet. It would be unwise to let him slip out of the school. At this, Ron and Hermione shared a knowing glance at Harry, who was sleeping beneath his school robe, and then they both burst into laughter. If Hogwarts needs to find another defense against the dark arts professor next year, they might as well let Harry teach us. He certainly has the capability. But being a professor at Hogwarts requires attending to students of all years. Harry has so many commitments and cannot devote all his time to this. By the way, what is the one place in Hogsmeade you are most eager to visit? Hermione's question brought a dreamy expression to Ron's face. That would undoubtedly be Honeydukes. You have no idea, Fred and George have been boasting about it for ages. They say the sweets sold there are unmatched even by Diagon Alley. For instance, there are the pepper imps, which make smoke billow from your mouth, nose, and even ears, and the portable chocolate frogs, which come in a small package but, once unwrapped, reveal a substantial confection filled with strawberry jelly, cream, and crispy rice. The best has to be the Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Fred even brought some to class and sucked on them while the professor thought he was pondering what to say next. Is that so? You seem to know a great deal about Hogsmeade, Hermione remarked, intrigued. I know it is the only place in all of Britain inhabited solely by wizards, with no muggles residing there, and it boasts numerous historical sites of magical significance. For instance, during the year 1612, the command center of the Fairy Rebellion was established in a quaint tavern located in Hogsmeade. Additionally, the Shrieking Shack, acknowledged even by wizards as the most haunted house in all of Britain, was also a notable site. Ron, whose mind had already drifted into the realms of Honeyduke's sweet shop, seemed entirely oblivious to Hermione's voice as he continued with his musings. What I desire most is a levitating juice jelly ball. It is said that when one consumes it, their feet will effortlessly lift off the ground. As the daylight waned, the scenery outside began to take on an increasingly desolate appearance. Harry, who had been asleep for several hours, opened his eyes and stretched, inquiring, "Where are we now?" "We should arrive in about 2 or 3 hours. Are you hungry? I just bought you some cauldron cakes." Thank you, Hermione." Harry rubbed his eyes and accepted the pastry from Hermione, savoring its taste. Ron glanced at Harry and then at Professor Lupin, who was slumbering with his mouth slightly agape. He whispered, "He certainly sleeps deeply, doesn't he? I'll check to see if he is still breathing." However, just as he intended to rise and approach Lupin for a closer look, the train abruptly decelerated in an unnatural manner. The rumble echoed, and the lights in the aisle flickered to life. accompanied by the increasingly fierce sound of rain pounding against the windows and the howling wind. Students from various grades began to sense that something was amiss. What is happening? Have we arrived? Is it that quick this year? Ron, jolted back into his seat by the sudden break, craned his neck to peer into the other compartments of the Hogwarts Express. Yet, apart from numerous curious young wizards who were adopting the same posture of inquisitiveness, he could discern nothing unusual. Suddenly, a more violent jolt caused the entire train to sway. Amidst the rising crescendo of screams and the clattering of luggage tumbling from the racks, all the lights inexplicably extinguished. What is going on? Ron's trembling voice pierced the darkness, followed closely by Hermione's shriek. Ah, Ron, you stepped on my foot. Lumos. The light source conjured by Harry did not completely assuage Ron and Hermione's anxieties. One remained fixated on the window while the other curled up with Scabbers, incessantly posing questions to which no one possessed the answers. Is the car broken? What shall we do now? I discerned shadows moving outside, as if something were boarding the vehicle. Who could it possibly be? Illuminated by the eerie glow, Harry observed the wisps of white breath escaping from Hermione and Ron's mouths. Having previously encountered Dementors, he promptly rose and declared, "Prepare your wands. Stay in the compartment and do not leave without my permission." Without heeding Hermione and Ron's protests, he pulled open the sliding door and stepped outside. The biting cold rendered the corridor of the compartment shrouded in mist, and the cacophony emanating from the various compartments made it increasingly difficult to concentrate. I am no longer a child, Fred, George. Return to your own compartment. This wretched school is becoming increasingly absurd. I shall certainly write to my father about it. Neville, your toad has jumped onto my face. Quickly, remove it. Ginny, Malfoy, and Simon. As Harry silently recited the names of his classmates in his mind, he cautiously advanced along the path ahead. Soon, a towering figure cloaked in a black hooded robe emerged from the junction of the carriages. The frigid air caused the windows and sliding doors inside the carriage to crystallize with frost, and the previously noisy surroundings fell into an eerie silence. Almost all the young wizards felt a discomforting knot form in their stomachs and intestines, having been manipulated and distressed by a mysterious wizard the previous night. Harry was already in a state of discontent, and now, upon encountering the Dementor once more, his frustration culminated in a desire to confront the creature head-on. Damned wretched thing. Today I shall see if there truly exists no magic that can harm you. As if sensing Harry's gaze filled with animosity, the creature beneath the black cloak hesitated momentarily, swiftly retracting its pale, ghastly, decayed claws. Cackling ominously, it uttered, "Pestis." Harry raised his wand, aiming at the Dementor, emitting an eerie sound from its throat. However, before he could cast any spell, a warm, silvery mist of magic surged ahead from behind him. Was it the Patronus charm? Could it be Professor Lupin? Having read about it in books, Harry instantly recognized the essence of the white mist. The Patronus spell resonated with a sound reminiscent of a morning bell, causing the Dementor within the carriage to retreat in haste upon their first encounter. Harry could sense that the creature, which filled him with profound disgust, now harbored a distinct feeling of aversion and trepidation. After approximately half a minute, the chilling aura gradually dissipated, allowing the train's lighting to resume its function. Professor Lupin, having driven away the Dementor, was currently inspecting the condition of the students, one compartment at a time. Observing the new professor, Harry couldn't help but exclaim in relief. Finally, a reliable defense against the dark arts teacher. The Hogwarts feast was as delectable as ever. Yet due to the negative impact of Sirius and the Dementors, most students appeared to have lost their appetites. Noticing Hermione arriving late, Harry curiously inquired, "What did Professor McGonagall want with you? How did you miss the sorting ceremony?" "Oh, it was nothing, just discussing course selections for this term," she replied. "Why does everyone look so glum? This year, Hogwarts will host over 100 Dementors dispatched by the Ministry of Magic. Just a glance at those creatures makes me feel ill. How could they allow such a thing to happen?" Seeing Ron's indignant expression, Hermione couldn't help but retort, "Your words sound remarkably like Malfoy's. If you added, 'I'm going to write to my father,' it would be even more so." Ron scoffed. "If it would do any good for Malfoy to write to his father, I would wholeheartedly support him this time." In response, Harry patted Ron on the shoulder, exchanging a knowing glance. "I too believe the Ministry has gone too far by having Dementors stationed near the school. What are the Aurors doing? Moreover, Dementors are among the few dark magical creatures whose eradication methods remain largely unknown. Even adult wizards seldom possess the means to confront them. To station over 100 Dementors at Hogwarts? Are they treating the students here as if they were prisoners of Azkaban?" Harry's incisive remarks swiftly garnered substantial support. with Fred and George leading the Gryffindor students, who even stood atop their chairs, shouting in unison. "Well said, Harry. Those cloaked figures should be expelled. We must protest. Overturn the ministry's absurd decree. Absurd decree. Absurd decree. Absurd decree." The escalating clamor within the Great Hall compelled Professor Dumbledore himself to intervene and restore order. "Silence. My dear students, given the unique circumstances of this period, Hogwarts must comply with the ministry's directives. I understand your sentiments. Yet today marks the commencement of a new academic year, so I urge you to uphold decorum and foster a joyful atmosphere in the presence of our new students." Dumbledore's authority was undeniable. With just a few words, he quelled the young wizards. By the following morning, as Harry awoke from his slumber, he found himself fully immersed in the Hogwarts experience once more. Observing his still snoozing roommates, he couldn't help but marvel at the inexplicable enchantment of the castle. It seemed that no matter what one had done outside its walls, returning here always evoked a profound sense of home. Rising, dressing, greeting classmates from various years, and enjoying breakfast, the three friends converged in the Great Hall, with less than half an hour remaining before their first divination class. "I told you, Hermione. You can't choose your courses this way. Look, divination, arithmancy, and Muggle studies are all scheduled for 9 o'clock. And why do you wish to study Muggle studies anyway? Aren't your parents Muggles? Viewing Muggles from diverse perspectives surely yields varied insights. Besides, I discussed all my course selections with Professor McGonagall beforehand," Hermione replied, concealing her new timetable. "Speaking of which," she continued, "have you not noticed that this year Draco Malfoy has been particularly subdued? He neither seeks trouble nor spreads slander about Hagrid." This change of topic proved effective for Ron, who lifted his gaze and glanced toward the Slytherin table, saying, before school started, "I heard Dad mention that the Malfoy family has encountered significant financial difficulties since being ousted from the Hogwarts board. Apparently, they even resorted to selling their house elf. Huh. You know, people like him and his father possess little skill beyond flaunting their wealth. Now that they are impoverished, they certainly lack the audacity to flaunt their former might." Harry contemplated the fact that Dobby had received 2 months' wages from the Lily Blossom Health Insurance Company and, pursing his lips, remarked, "Indeed, it is quite possible. Yet I still believe that people can change." "Change?" Ron's reaction was rather intense, his tone rising slightly. "Malfoy is not like Crookshanks. He would not easily transform. If he truly intended to mend his ways, then why did he cease to seek you out after we resolved the issues concerning the Chamber of Secrets and the Basilisk?" A pale-faced boy with platinum blonde hair suddenly interjected, "If you have the audacity, why not say that in front of me?" Draco Malfoy's unexpected arrival did not deter Ron. He swiftly turned around. "I will speak before you just the same." "Ah." Draco seemed to have heard a particularly amusing joke. "It appears that your father winning the lottery has given you some courage, hasn't it? How much was it again? 700 galleons? Is that enough to purchase half of a Nimbus 2001? Ron's face flushed crimson, and before he could continue his argument with Malfoy, Harry interjected. "We are already third-year students. Can we refrain from engaging in childish antics? It is utterly humiliating. You sit down and eat. You, address the matter at hand." 10 minutes later, while walking toward the divination classroom, Ron, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquired of Harry about the purpose of Draco Malfoy's message. Hiss. Harry inhaled sharply, contemplating the implications of Lucius Malfoy's invitation to discuss collaborative matters at Malfoy Manor before Christmas. Given the long-standing animosity between the Weasley family and Lucius, Harry feared that voicing the invitation might provoke unnecessary complications. Thus, he concocted an excuse, stating, "While traveling during my previous holiday, I stumbled upon a rather rare antique, which Lucius Malfoy has coveted for quite some time. His recent correspondence was merely an offer to purchase it. Is it some enchanted relic? Well, not exactly. It is merely a decorative art piece." "Ah, if that is the case, I wholeheartedly support your decision to sell, Harry. This is the perfect opportunity for you to extract a handsome sum from him." Witnessing the fervent enthusiasm radiating from his friend's eyes, Harry felt an overwhelming urge to apparate away. Fortunately, the lengthy spiral staircase leading to the pinnacle of the North Tower was sufficiently arduous, and Ron's stamina paled in comparison to his own. By the time they ascended 5 flights, all that escaped Ron's lips were labored breaths. "Ha, ha, I'm utterly exhausted." After finally reaching the top, a slightly dizzy Ron mustered all his strength to utter a few words. Strangely, the space that should have housed their classroom was devoid of even a single chair, save for a gathering of classmates who had already arrived. "Is there another staircase? Where is the classroom? We can't have come to the wrong place, Harry. Haven't we reached the top floor?" Bewildered, Neville turned to them and pointed at the circular trapdoor in the ceiling. You're here. Our classroom is up there. But we must wait for the professor to lower the ladder before we can ascend. By the way, Harry, why aren't you out of breath? Oh. I cast a weightlessness charm on myself. Just as he spoke, the trapdoor creaked open, and numerous curious classmates, unable to glance back at Harry, began to ascend the silvery ladder leading to the classroom. The divination classroom resembled a quaint tea house constructed by an elderly grandmother in her attic. Unlike the wooden sets employed in the films, Professor Trelawney utilized small, patterned tables and cushions. All the curtains were drawn tightly, and the dim light only intensified the already stifling atmosphere warmed by the fireplace. Harry, accompanied by a breathless Ron and an even more fatigued Hermione, discovered an unoccupied table in a secluded corner, far from the tea kettles and incense. However, just as he settled his friends into their seats, a colossal mantis unexpectedly appeared before him. Ah! Harry instinctively exclaimed, only to realize that the enormous, bug-like eyes, larger than his own face, belonged to Professor Trelawney, magnified several times by her glasses. Welcome, she murmured cryptically, fixating on Harry. Students from the material plane, I extend my warmest greetings to you in this divination class. I am Professor Trelawney. You may not have encountered me much before, for when I venture into the bustling and chaotic areas of the castle, the mundane obscures my vision, clouding my ability to glimpse the future. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze, Harry coughed twice and instinctively scratched the back of his neck. Regrettably, the oblivious Professor Trelawney entirely disregarded this gesture. She adjusted her shawl and continued, divination is the most profound and artistic of all magical disciplines. While Hogwarts allows everyone to voluntarily choose this course, I must issue a word of caution. Some individuals are inherently devoid of sight. Their visions are clouded, and no amount of reading can illuminate the path ahead. For such students lacking in talent, I am powerless to assist. Hermione, who had been regulating her breathing, lifted her head upon hearing Trelawney's assertion that no amount of reading could brighten the road ahead, though she initially intended to counter the professor's remark. The moment she truly observed Trelawney, she wisely opted for silence. This academic year, we will delve into crystal ball readings and tea leaf divination. However, we must first complete our studies on the signs of flames before we can commence with the crystal balls. Regrettably, Hogwarts will close in February due to an influenza outbreak, during which I, as your instructor, will lose my voice. At that moment, Professor Trelawney's gaze shifted away from Harry, abruptly turning toward the empty ceiling, raising a finger as if she were on the verge of releasing a sneeze that never materialized. Time passed slowly amidst the crackling of the fireplace, and as the peculiar behavior of Professor Trelawney puzzled the students, Lavender Brown, sitting closest to her, tentatively called out, Professor? Ah? Trelawney seemed to have lost track of time, entirely oblivious to the students' anxious silence. What just transpired? Lavender replied, you mentioned that you would lose your voice due to the flu. Trelawney regarded the young woman before responding with an unrelated remark. Child, it is unfortunate, but the very thing you dread most will occur on Friday, October 16th. Lavender, momentarily taken aback by the professor's words, began to tremble as the realization dawned upon her. Meanwhile, Trelawney had already begun directing the students to retrieve teacups from the shelf. I feel as though this person is quite mad. In the realm of the mind, Harry queried Morin, how can such a person serve as a teacher at Hogwarts? Surely, with so many distinguished professors within the school, there should be a standardized hiring criterion. After observing the live stream for a considerable time, Morin, having composed himself, elucidated to Harry, divination is a discipline heavily reliant on hereditary lineage. Professor Sybil Trelawney may not possess a wealth of innate talent inherited from her ancestors. Yet she is indeed the one who prophesied your role as the chosen one. What? It was her? Why didn't you inform me earlier? Harry exclaimed. Due to the overwhelming volume of information, there are moments when I must organize my thoughts or recall details before I can share them with you. However, do not afford her any undue reverence simply because I have mentioned her name. Generally speaking, as long as her utterances are made in a state of wakefulness, you may regard them as mere jest and folly, fit only for amusement. And what about during her moments of unawareness? Listening to Harry's voice, tinged with a hint of anxiety, Morin leisurely revealed the answer. In her moments of unawareness, her words merit serious contemplation. After having thoroughly intimidated the students from other houses with her prophetic prowess, Professor Trelawney, at last, satisfied, commenced her formal lecture. Approaching the teapot, she addressed the class. Now, dear students, please find a partner, forming pairs, and come to me to fill your cups with tea. Once you return to your seats and finish your tea, Leave the remaining tea leaves in the cup, swirl it 3 times, then invert the cup to drain the excess water. Refer to the shapes formed by the leaves to peer through the mists and attempt to interpret the meanings therein. Harry initially intended to practice with Hermione, yet, under the insistence of Mo Ran, he reluctantly chose his dear friend instead. Come on, Ron, it is time to test our foresight. Ron stifled a chuckle as he walked alongside Harry to the fireplace, pouring himself a cup of tea, and whispered, do you think that with her eccentric and whimsical demeanor, if I were to predict your demise, she would award me an outstanding? Just behind Harry and Ron, Neville evidently overheard this remark, but before he could laugh, Professor Trelawney seized his arm. Child, how is your grandmother? Harry, who had already turned back towards his seat, furrowed his brow and glanced over. She's all right, Neville replied timidly. What a pity, my dear, I do not share your sentiment. However, when you inevitably shatter that teacup, do choose the blue one. For I would prefer you not to break those pink ones as well. Harry and Hermione spoke simultaneously. The repairing charm can easily fix them, Professor. You shouldn't say such things to Neville, Professor. Ron and Lavender were utterly astonished in their recollection. These two scholarly friends had never displayed such rudeness even when confronted by the insufferable Professor Snape or the inept Lockhart. Professor Trelawney adjusted her glasses and scrutinized Harry and Hermione. Unlike before, Harry could discern a hint of disdain in her gaze. Those who possess a blurred vision of the future, enveloped in a shroud of ignorance, cannot fathom what lies ahead, she stated. Divination is not a trivial subject of merely waving a wand to make things disappear. To gauge your perceptive abilities, you must broaden your minds and transcend the mundane boundaries. Now, return to your seats. Trelawney seemed oblivious to any error in her words, yet after Harry and Hermione's outburst, the previously trembling Neville felt considerably better. He cautiously cradled his teacup and made his way back to his seat, successfully averting Trelawney's ominous predictions. Well done, Neville, Hermione exclaimed. Then returned to her partner's side and softly reassured Lavender, see? She merely seeks to intimidate others into believing in her prophetic prowess. You'll be fine, stop overthinking it. Professor Trelawney appeared quite flustered. Fortunately, Harry refrained from uttering anything further to embarrass her, unlike Hermione. He swiftly finished his tea and handed the cup to Ron, saying, Ron, help me see what my future holds. Ron took the cup from Harry and earnestly perused the textbook, furrowing his brow in concentration. You have 2 circles here. Oh. I mean the number 8? The number 8? It doesn't seem to be mentioned in the book. If you interpret it as a snake, you might suffer losses due to some insincere matter. However, if it's an Ouroboros, it could symbolize infinity along with contradictions and paradoxes. After saying this, Ron turned the teacup around, by rotating it clockwise, with branches of the acorn. Ah, splendid, Harry. This indicates that you'll come into a windfall. I think I understand why. But, due to its branches, you must exercise extra caution and double your efforts. Otherwise, you may end up losing both wealth and fortune. Odd, isn't it? What do 8 or an Ouroboros have to do with this? Dear, let me see. Professor Trelawney approached briskly and snatched the teacup from Ron's hands. This is neither the number 8 nor a snake, she asserted. These are 2 overlapping suns, indicating that you have lost confidence, resulting in a distortion of perception due to some awareness, leading to self-doubt. Oh, I thought that was an 8. Nonsense. Ron's expression was somewhat uneasy. Yet Hermione beside him appeared to resonate more with his interpretation. Then came the skull. My dear, you mistakenly perceived the head and torso as something else. This indeed signifies that your companion is destined to face peril. Professor Trelawney continued, her demeanor suggesting that she would not relent until she had condemned Harry to a death sentence through prophecy. As anticipated, just when everyone believed the situation could not escalate further into absurdity, Trelawney, having once more swirled her teacup, gasped sharply and exclaimed, Ah! All the students rose to their feet, with Simon, Neville, and Dean rushing to surround Harry, inquiring, What is it? What happened? Professor Trelawney, clutching her chest, blinked her bulging glasses enhanced eyes. Subsequently, she spoke in a tone akin to delivering grave news to a patient's family. A portent, my child, a black dog symbolizing death. You are in grave danger. After the divination class concluded, all the students fell into a state of profound gloom. Despite Harry's earnest attempts to assure them of his safety, his reassurances paled in comparison to the ominous prophecy uttered by their professor. What is the matter with you all today? Why does everyone look so listless and distracted? Professor McGonagall, observing the children furtively glancing towards the back of the classroom and whispering among themselves, swiftly descended from her lectern and resumed her human form. Today marks an important day for the study of animagus transformation, yet I find myself devoid of your applause. Leading the group, Neville and a few other boys turned to glance at Harry, pondering how best to articulate the events of the divination class, when suddenly Hermione raised her hand and said, "Professor, during our divination class, we interpreted each other's tea leaves." Professor Trelawney looked at Harry's. "Ah, I see," McGonagall responded, her brow initially relaxing before furrowing once more. "So, she has chosen Harry as this year's favored one, like Hermione." Nearly all the students bore expressions of astonishment as they turned to McGonagall. Mr. Potter is the arch-nemesis of the Dark Wizard, and with the recent escape of Sirius Black, Sybil Trelawney would naturally perceive a heightened likelihood of her prophecy regarding his demise. However, to be frank, I believe her choice of subject this time lacks prudence and discernment. Mr. Potter is among the most gifted students to have graced this institution in nearly a century, although he is merely in his third year. If he continues to maintain his diligent and astute approach to learning, he could very well attain the stature of Headmaster Dumbledore upon his graduation. Professor McGonagall, while speaking, surveyed the students in the Transfiguration classroom with her sparkling eyes. "Allow me to share a fragment of school history. Ever since Sybil Trelawney was employed at this institution, she has welcomed each new class with a prophecy of death. However, to this day, none of her ominous predictions have ever come to fruition. I do not consider myself one to malign colleagues or disparage other disciplines, yet I must assert that the art of divination is a rather imprecise field. Throughout the annals of magical history, there have been but a few genuine seers. As for whether Professor Trelawney qualifies as one, I leave that discernment to you." At this point, Lavender burst into tears. It is no exaggeration to say that had it not been for Professor McGonagall's words, she felt she would be forever ensnared in that smoke-filled tea room classroom. It is essential to cultivate the ability to think independently and discern right from wrong, after all. You are third-year students. Your well-being and the joy of your studies should not be dictated by mere prophecies. Now, let us resume our lesson. Do not think that this will exempt you from today's homework. Oh, no. Merlin above. A collective groan of dismay echoed throughout the classroom, yet curiously, everyone seemed to feel considerably lighter. During the lunch break, Harry and Hermione animatedly discussed the feasibility of practicing animagus transformations at the dining table, seemingly casting aside Professor Trelawney's prophecy. This left Ron in a state of acute distress. "Harry, think carefully back. Have you seen a large black dog recently?" His voice was grave and low, compelling Harry to set down his cutlery and respond earnestly, "I haven't. But even if I had, what of it? Can a dog be more perilous than Voldemort? Ominous signs are no mere superstitions in the magical realm, Harry. My uncle, Bilious, once saw such a creature and died a day later." Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance, and then Hermione inquired, "What if a muggle, who has never been acquainted with the concept of omens, were to encounter a large black dog? Or, in other cultures and languages, might wizards perceive dogs as harbingers of good fortune?" Ron was momentarily at a loss for words. Although he had been influenced by certain superstitions, he had not entirely forsaken his capacity for logical reasoning. "The truth is, Ron, that often the reason prophecies come to fruition is due to the unwavering belief in them or an excessive emphasis on so-called signs. After all, Professor Trelawney remarked in class that Neville's teacup would shatter, yet that did not come to pass, did it?" Harry's assertion was equally supported by Hermione, who poured Ron a glass of pumpkin juice and remarked, "Indeed, Harry is correct. Moreover, I recall you were the first to notice Harry's teacup, weren't you? You examined it thoroughly yet found nothing ominous. How is it that a change of perspective suddenly revealed Harry's peril?" "Perhaps your interpretation is the most accurate." Ron, feeling somewhat bashful from the praise, scratched his head and replied, "How could that be? I possess no such talent. You all heard Professor McGonagall say that true seers are exceedingly rare. Let us finish our meal and head to Hagrid's class." Unintentionally speaking, Harry, who had been pondering why Moraine had paired him with Ron, seemed to glean something from their recent conversation. He glanced at his friend, who often sought advice from him and Hermione on how to complete assignments, and began to reconsider the significance of the number 8, the Ouroboros, acorns, and twigs. Outside the castle, the rain continued to fall. September in England had already turned chilly, and the presence of Dementors made the outdoor care of magical creatures class particularly uninviting. "Harry, you've arrived." Hagrid, who had been waiting at the cabin door for the students, greeted the trio with unbridled joy. "Tone it down, Hagrid. You are a professor now and must exhibit a teacher's composure," Hermione advised, but her counsel did not dampen Hagrid's enthusiasm. He rubbed his moleskin coat, unable to conceal his excitement. and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, it's perfectly fine. I've awaited this day for far too long. I've prepared for this lesson for a full 2 months, and soon you will understand when you see the wonderful things we have in class. Shall I help clear the weather? It would be quite difficult to inspire the students if they are drenched in rain during class. You can perform weather charms?" Hagrid, usually perceived as simple and slow-witted, was momentarily taken aback by Harry's suggestion. He instinctively took a step back, inadvertently stepping on Fonk's paw, which elicited a loud yelp from the large dog. Metellajinx Recanto. The incantation burst forth like a bolt of lightning, soaring into the clouds. In no time, the sky transformed from a dense canopy of dark clouds to a refreshing light gray. The rain gradually ceased. "By Merlin! Who did that? Harry Potter? Is he truly a student in our year?" exclaimed the astonished third-year students, some expressing admiration, others sighing in disbelief. Yet Harry, the focus of their discussions, did not feel elation from their reactions. Observing the occasional flickers of blue lightning amidst the scattered clouds, he furrowed his brow and muttered, Why hasn't it cleared completely? I thought I exerted all my strength." Having grown accustomed to Harry's extraordinary feats, Hermione and Ron did not exhibit excessive surprise. They first glanced toward the location of the storm clouds and then, surprisingly, offered words of comfort to their friend. Perhaps it is due to the presence of Dementors nearby? They possessed the ability to influence the weather. Nevertheless, it is indeed astonishing, Harry. I believe even the professors at Hogwarts would struggle to conjure such powerful magic. Indeed, Harry, Hermione affirmed. You should not be so critical of yourself. If you continue this way, how will the other students cope? Upon hearing Ron's claim that the three of them were exceptionally powerful, Hermione shot him a disapproving glance and then urged Hagrid, "Hagrid, the students are almost gathered. Please take everyone to class without lingering here." "Oh, right," Hagrid replied, extending his large hand to scratch his head and then beckoning the students assembled at his hut's entrance. "Come along, children. It's time for class. Grab your books and follow me. Today's lesson will undoubtedly provide great value." The path leading to the Forbidden Forest instilled a sense of trepidation in many students. Besides the warnings from various professors against venturing into the Forbidden Forest, the roaming Dementors heightened the dangers associated with outdoor activities. Fortunately, Hagrid merely guided the students around the forest's edge, and within 5 minutes, they arrived at their destination, a clearing resembling an enclosure. "Take out your books and find a spot around this fence where you can see what happens inside," Hagrid instructed. "How do you open this book?" Draco Malfoy inquired with an irritated expression, addressing the tightly bound creature book he received from his companion. "What? Haven't any of you ever opened your textbooks before class?" Hagrid asked, glancing at Harry as if seeking assistance. Unfortunately, Harry could only shake his head in resignation. "Well then," Hagrid said, shaking his head slightly in disappointment. "Like many pets, you simply need to stroke them gently, like this. See?" Harry could discern the confusion and incredulity in Hagrid's voice, as if he were articulating the simplest matter in existence, yet no one could comprehend his words. Draco Malfoy, having undergone a transformation through a rigorous education, had tempered his demeanor considerably. However, he still found it difficult to reconcile with the notion of Hagrid as a professor. He remarked sarcastically, Indeed, a true professor, remarkably astute. Meanwhile, we must be utterly foolish for not having thought to pet them." "Oh, I see now. It must be because one is easily at risk of having their arm bitten off before attempting such an act." Harry and his companions sincerely wished for Hagrid's inaugural class to be a success. However, it is rather ironic that Malfoy's words were undeniably accurate. Thus, despite their discomfort, they felt compelled to encourage Hagrid, asserting, "Well, it's rather interesting. It seems like a little trick for caring for magical creatures. Go on, Hagrid. Don't let him affect you." Although Hagrid was somewhat flustered, the encouragement from the trio helped him regain his composure. He clapped his enormous hands and declared, "All right, everyone. Please turn to the table of contents in your textbooks. I'll bring out the magical creatures we need for our first lesson, so just wait a moment." As soon as Hagrid vanished from sight, Malfoy's voice echoed through the grove once more. "I told you the school is doomed. First, we had Dementors. And now they allow someone like him to be a professor. I doubt he can even write legibly. Dear students, there's more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It only gets more exciting." Ron and Hermione instinctively turned to glare at Malfoy, but before they could speak, Harry preempted them, saying, "During the opening ceremony, Professor Dumbledore already introduced the professor for the care of magical creatures class. If you truly find Hagrid's class unbearable, why subject yourself to this torment?" Following Harry's remarks, the dim-witted Crabbe and Goyle, without a grasp on their own capabilities, rolled up their sleeves and began to approach Harry, which frightened Malfoy considerably. Fortunately, Hagrid returned promptly, leading the magical creatures from the grove. Otherwise, if those two had been given the chance to confront Harry, they might have gotten themselves into trouble as well. With a rhythmic clap, Hagrid animatedly called out to the students, "This way. Students, look over here. Aren't they absolutely beautiful? Wow, what on earth is that?" Most of the students were quite frightened by the hippogriff's massive form, which was part eagle and part horse. Amidst the cacophony of screams, a few brave individuals, like Harry, were able to appreciate the charm of this magical creature, including Malfoy. The hippogriff's plumage was stunning, with both its eagle head and horse body radiating a shimmering sheen reminiscent of scattered jewels. Unlike smaller creatures that rely on camouflage for protection, these beings seemed intent on showcasing their own beauty. Hagrid presented a dozen hippogriffs, each displaying a different hue: a slate gray akin to a post-rain sky, a petal-like pink, an antique bronze, and an inky black. Are there any volunteers who wish to demonstrate how to approach these magnificent beings? As Hagrid posed the question, nearly everyone instinctively took a step back, dreading to be singled out as the fortunate one. After he hung the chain attached to the griffin on the fence, only two individuals remained near the enclosure: Harry and Malfoy. The two mentioned clearly appeared more incredulous than Hagrid. They exchanged glances before reluctantly stepping into the enclosure. Ahem, concerning the griffin. You must first remember that it is an exceptionally proud magical creature. Even wizards, should they humiliate it, would provoke its fierce wrath. Thus, if you value your lives, do not commit such folly. Come now, both of you, demonstrate for everyone by locating the griffin that has turned its attention to you, and get it to move before proceeding to the next step. Draco Malfoy was already sweating profusely, utterly unwilling to assist the foolish Hagrid. However, losing to that insufferable Potter was far more intolerable. Be polite, do not rush. Wait for it to turn its head towards you, then lower yourselves and bow. Crack. A sharp sound emanated from beneath Malfoy's feet. The sound of the brittle twig snapping instantly startled the light green griffin before him. It flapped its wings, causing Buckbeak, facing Harry, to jump in surprise. Remain still. Do not blink. The griffin has locked its gaze upon you, and if you blink too often, it will lose trust in you, Hagrid hastily reminded. The students in the forest fell eerily silent. Even Crabbe and Goyle held their breath in that moment. 1 second. 2 seconds. Very well. Slowly rise and complete your bow. Draco seemed to find Hagrid's voice less bothersome now. At least it was preferable to exposing his neck to a griffin. He bent down and executed a swift bow, lifting his head afterward. To his astonishment, the previously agitated griffin, upon witnessing his gesture, suddenly bent its front knee, returning the bow in a remarkably anthropomorphic manner. Well done, Malfoy. Excellent job, Harry, Hagrid exclaimed joyously, seemingly forgetting that he was instructing alongside a Slytherin scoundrel. Now, you may proceed to gently stroke its beak, but do so with care. Draco sighed in relief, disregarding the slight ache in his calves, and defiantly raised his chin towards Harry, as if to say, "Did you see that, Potter?" Harry cast a disdainful glance at Malfoy, then gently stroked Buckbeak with his palm, just as he believed he could return to the fence amidst the cheers of his classmates. Hagrid unexpectedly lifted Malfoy and placed him upon Fawkes's back. Excellent. Now you two can ride them. I know both of you possess commendable flying skills, but do refrain from plucking Buckbeak's feathers. He certainly wouldn't appreciate it. Startled, Malfoy displayed a petulant expression, writhing as he protested. I refuse to ride this wretched creature. Let me down. It's perfectly fine. When you return from your flight, I shall award you extra points, Harry. Just climb onto Buckbeak from the wing joint. You're tall enough. Delighted by Malfoy's humiliation, Harry placed one hand on Buckbeak's back and effortlessly leaped onto it. Come on, Draco. Haven't you always boasted about your flying prowess? Shall we compare our skills without brooms this time? Malfoy, provoked by the taunt, stiffened his trembling back and sat upright on Fawkes, retorting, "Humph, am I afraid of you? A competition it is. I shall ensure your defeat." Before he could finish his sentence, Hagrid slammed his palm onto the hind leg of the winged creature, bellowing, "Let us go." With wings spanning a remarkable 12 feet, Malfoy had no choice but to lean down and clutch Fawkes's neck. After a thrilling sprint, Fawkes and Buckbeak soared into the sky with the two students, while those standing among the trees could barely hear Harry's exhilarated shouts mingled with Malfoy's screams. Oh, roar. Humph. The sensation of riding a hippogriff differed significantly from that of flying on a broomstick. As a creature with its own volition, Buckbeak and Fawkes chose their flight paths according to their whims. This provided Harry, an aficionado of flight, with a wholly distinct experience. After approximately 10 minutes, two dark figures appeared in the sky. With a resounding thud, Harry and Malfoy landed, one after the other. Harry, whose hair was already disheveled, appeared even more wild after the wind tousled it further. He excitedly dismounted from Buckbeak and waved to his friends. That was incredible. Ron, Hermione, you simply must try it. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, then turned to the side of Malfoy, whose hair was in disarray, eyes tightly shut, trembling, and nearly sliding off Fawkes' neck. They diplomatically replied, perhaps not. We'll pass. Ahem. I've been feeling unwell lately, perhaps from caring for Scabbers late into the night. You can experience it for yourself. Oh. Harry nodded with a hint of regret, and then signaled Hagrid with a discreet glance, softly advising him to award points to Malfoy, lest he create a scene again. Hagrid, who was about to approach Harry to celebrate, hesitated momentarily, and then declared, brilliant. Absolutely splendid, Harry. I mean both of you are truly remarkable. 10 points each for Gryffindor and Slytherin. The cheers and applause swiftly drowned out the sounds of several hippogriffs scratching and digging at the ground. Even Crabbe and Goyle, who typically opposed the other houses, raised their fists in support. Well done. Young Master Malfoy is indeed impressive. Of course, Malfoy, who had initially contemplated threatening Hagrid with a letter to his father, swallowed his words. He slid down the broad back of the hippogriff, clearing his throat as he muttered, "It's not that remarkable, these creatures." Such a prideful retort naturally incited the hippogriff's displeasure, and before the blond boy could take 2 steps forward, it nudged him in the back with its hindquarters. Startled, Malfoy, fearing an attack from his mount, drew his wand and shouted, it's attacking me. Expelliarmus. Quick on his feet, Harry disarmed Malfoy with a well-timed spell while simultaneously using a silent, wandless summoning charm to pull his robe towards him. Can you focus in class? Haven't you heard Professor Hagrid say that hippogriffs are proud magical creatures? They can certainly understand your bowing, and they can also comprehend your words. Blushing, Malfoy snatched his wand back from Harry, retorting, what do you care? You think I don't know? With that, he turned on his heel and walked back to the Slytherin students, leaving Harry to mutter in confusion. Didn't you learn a lot last semester? Why are you rebelling again? With the successful demonstration by the 2 volunteers, several students found the courage to step into the enclosure. Hagrid unfastened the chains of the hippogriffs, and soon the pen was filled with creatures and people bowing to one another. Having only seen such scenes in films, the timid Muron was taken aback. If it weren't for the imposing magical creature standing opposite Neville and the others, he might have thought he had been transported to 4th year, training for the Yule Ball alongside Harry. Wouldn't this be too dangerous? If a dozen hippogriffs went wild, even Hagrid wouldn't be able to restrain them, would he? Upon hearing Muron's concerns, Harry subtly nodded and replied in his mind, I understand your point. If anything happens, I will intervene. Thus, Harry, who inexplicably transformed from a volunteer to an assistant, completed the first lesson of care of magical creatures alongside Hagrid, albeit with a sense of trepidation. With his vigilant presence and Hermione's occasional reminders, Hagrid's initial performance as a professor was fairly commendable. The clock struck Thursday afternoon. Just a few hours after finishing potions class with Slytherin, the Gryffindor Lions were in dire need of some enriching instruction to uplift their spirits. However, owing to the cautionary tales of Quirrell and Lockhart, the students held little hope for the ailing Professor Lupin. Good afternoon. Lupin's voice resonated with vigor, far more radiant than when he had boarded the train. This first lesson of defense against the dark arts was to be practical. Students, please stow away your textbooks, notes, and quills. All we require is our wands. Upon hearing this, Hermione, burdened by her oversized bag, instinctively remarked, oh no. Ron, bewildered, inquired, why are you bringing so many books? There is only one class this afternoon. I must have misremembered. Hermione replied vaguely as she began to shove her recently extracted textbooks back into her bag. Just then, Harry quietly approached her. I think after this week, you should consider dropping a few classes you don't enjoy. It's too taxing. Hermione cast a look of surprise at Harry, feeling as though her secret had been unearthed. Yet, perplexingly, after uttering that comment, Harry merely assisted her in returning her books to her backpack before departing in silence. Is everyone prepared? Follow me, Lupin instructed. The disheveled professor presented a stark contrast to last year's Lockhart, who treated the classroom as a stage. Among the students, some were skeptical while others were brimming with curiosity. Yet, without exception, all young wizards yearned for the opportunity to step outside the classroom and wield their wands. Upon entering the staff room, The students were taken aback by the trembling wardrobe situated in the center of the room. "What is that, Professor?" a Ravenclaw student earnestly inquired. Earlier, on their way to the staff room, Professor Lupin had demonstrated a spell called Ridiculous to deal with the troublesome boggart, significantly enhancing his respect among the students. "Do not be alarmed. There is no need for such anxiety," Lupin calmly reassured them. "Inside, there resides merely a boggart." "A boggart? What is a boggart?" some cautiously asked, particularly those from Muggle backgrounds. They could not fathom why Neville and Ron, upon hearing the professor's reassuring words, still wore expressions of concern that indicated this was precisely what they needed to worry about. Boggarts thrive in darkness and confined spaces. Any wardrobe, under a bed, or even a cupboard beneath the stairs could potentially serve as their abode. "I retrieved this one from a large grandfather clock at school, and I requested Headmaster Dumbledore's permission to keep it for our practical lesson. Now, I would like a student to answer a question. What is a boggart?" Hermione, upholding a noble tradition, raised her hand. A boggart is a shape-shifting creature, and no one truly knows its original form, for it invariably transforms into the most terrifying visage in the minds of those who confront it. "Excellent," Professor Lupin praised with a smile. "I believe I cannot articulate this any clearer than Miss Granger." 10 points to Gryffindor. In truth, the simplest method to deal with a boggart is to act in unison. When we gather in a substantial group around it, even if it emerges from its cabinet, it becomes so bewildered that it cannot decide what form to take. However, today, I wish to impart a spell that can vanquish a boggart even in solitude. Ahem. He cleared his throat and intoned. "Repeat after me. Ridiculous. Silly, silly, ridiculous. Silly. Silly, splendid. You all performed remarkably well. But have you noticed how the name of this spell closely resembles the word ridiculous? Can anyone guess the reason behind this?" Hermione again lifted her hand high, almost leaping from her seat beside Harry. Professor Lupin's gaze swept across the students, ultimately bestowing the opportunity to answer upon the usually bashful Neville. "Neville, can you hazard a guess? Is it because boggarts fear being perceived as unfrightening, perhaps, Professor?" Lupin extended his palm, leading the applause for Neville, exclaiming, "Very good. Indeed, that is correct. Well done, Neville. What truly defeats a boggart is our laughter. And this spell compels it to transform into a form that we find amusing. Now, Neville, demonstrate to your classmates how to overcome a boggart. And share with us what frightens you the most." Professor Snape. Ha 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 ha. Laughter erupted among all the students in the staff room. Professor Lupin first stroked his chin, then seemed to have an epiphany as he leaned closer to Neville and whispered, "You live with your grandmother, correct?" "Ah, I wouldn't want the boggart to become my grandmother." No. I wish for you to envision Professor Snape clad in your grandmother's attire, understand? Remember the spell, and conjure that image while reciting it." With that, Professor Lupin straightened up and directed everyone to clear a space in front of the cabinet. "Ready, Neville? I shall count to 3. 1, 2, 3. With a click, Professor Lupin turned the handle of the cabinet, and in the next moment, Professor Snape, as if intent on deducting 100,000 points from Gryffindor, approached Neville with great menace. "Ridiculous." Neville nearly shouted the incantation. With a whoosh, Snape's dark robe suddenly transformed into a long dress adorned with lace. The originally fearsome expression began to morph into one of confusion and anxiety. He was perplexed as to why a lady's red handbag and a vulture specimen had suddenly appeared in his hands and on his head. "Very well, everyone. Line up and ready your wands. Do not push. Reflect on your greatest fears and how to transform them into something amusing. Come now. Next up, Parvati." The students of the class of 91, tormented for 2 long years, had never experienced such an exhilarating defense against the dark arts lesson. Before Professor Lupin could even turn to set up the record player, they jostled together like travelers scrambling for tickets during the spring festival. "Ouch! Don't step on my foot. I was here first," shouted a student from Hufflepuff. "I was here first. I was just standing behind Hannah," another Ravenclaw girl retorted defiantly. Harry glanced at Ron and Hermione, who were also displaying eager expressions, and nodded before making his way to the rear of the line. "What? Are you afraid of the boggart?" The unexpected revelation left Emma with a sense of surprise, as he could not perceive the inner turmoil within Harry. "No, wait. You must not want your classmates to witness what frightens you. This conjecture of yours may be only partially accurate," Harry replied. "Rather than saying I do not wish for others to witness my boggart, it is more accurate to express my uncertainty regarding what I truly fear. What if the boggart conjures an utterly unforeseen and terrifying scene, and I am unable to transform it into something humorous in time? Wouldn't that frighten my classmates? Curious. Mo Ran inquired once more. Let me take a guess. You fear the possibility that you are not truly a wizard, and that all your memories of Hogwarts and magic are mere illusions? Harry, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, I truly had not considered this perspective. Your words indeed render it rather terrifying. However, I do not believe my imagination is particularly vivid, if all this were merely a dream of mine. I could easily become an author and transform these experiences into a novel, potentially earning a substantial fortune. Mo Ran refrained from disclosing to Harry that the fear surrounding the notion of a dream was, in fact, rooted in his own psyche. In comparison to the death sentence imposed by Dumbledore, he was far more apprehensive that this journey was merely a fleeting vision before his final breath. Indeed, he murmured to himself, can one truly conjure the unknown through mere imagination? Is it possible to fabricate details that remain unfamiliar? Huh? What did you say? Oh, it is nothing. What I meant to imply is that you likely still fear losing that which you hold dear, do you not? Harry pondered deeply over Mo Ran's words. And gradually a scene of carnage emerged in his mind. Amidst a sea of blood lay Hermione, Ron, Professor Dumbledore, Professor Snape, the Dursleys, along with both familiar and unfamiliar classmates, all fallen together. Not a single body remained intact. Once vibrant lives, after enduring countless torments and devastations, were reduced to mere remnants of pale horror. All the departed souls stared at Harry with ghastly visages, conveying their restless spirits, yearning for him to rescue them from their tragic fates. Harry inhaled sharply and remarked, this must be it. But how can I make this scene amusing? This seems rather challenging, doesn't it? Perhaps I should employ a different strategy against the boggart. Not far ahead, the sounds of classmates chanting the comical incantation reverberated near a cabinet. The young wizards who had successfully repelled the boggart time and again could scarcely imagine that the mightiest student in all of Hogwarts would feel such unprecedented helplessness before a mere boggart. Ridiculous! Dean shouted at the severed hand before him. The hand, which had been crawling across the floor like a crab, was suddenly ensnared by a mousetrap. Splendid! Next was Ron, wand at the ready. Crack! Several female classmates shrieked in terror at the manifestation of Ron's fears. Unlike the giant, eight-eyed spider that Harry and Ron had once faced as first years, Ron's imagined colossal spider not only boasted an enormous size but also possessed the frenetic speed characteristic of smaller spiders. As he beheld the ghastly creature with its 8 hairy legs flailing about, Ron bellowed the incantation. Ridiculous! Poof! The monstrous spider vanished. In an instant, the fearsome beast transformed into something akin to a yoga ball, bouncing across the floor. Be careful, Miss Granger, it's heading your way, Professor Lupin warned. In the next moment, Professor McGonagall appeared before the crowd. Failing grade, Granger, she shouted at Hermione. Not a single subject was done adequately. Just look at what you submitted. It's utter rubbish. You have disappointed me tremendously. How could Hogwarts produce such an incompetent student like you? Lavender Brown was taken aback, glancing between Hermione and the stern Professor McGonagall. She instinctively remarked, is that all? What kind of fear is that? Beside her, Ron chuckled. I expected your boggart to transform into an assignment that didn't receive full marks. Hermione raised her wand and shot a glare at Ron, evidently taking the mock reprimand from the false McGonagall to heart. Ridiculous. April Fools! Professor McGonagall suddenly exclaimed. With a pop, ribbons, fireworks, and banners erupted from behind her, and 11 little fairies emerged, each dragging a paper with a perfect score. They sang praises for Hermione's accomplishment while rhythmically tapping candy sticks against small drums at their waists, chattering incessantly. Ha ha ha. Both Ron and Malfoy doubled over in laughter. They did not perceive Hermione's imagination as particularly humorous. Rather, they found the process of her confronting the boggart itself quite amusing. Joyful moments always pass swiftly. And before everyone had the chance to experience the encounter with the boggart, Professor Lupin clapped his hands and declared, Excellent. Everyone, your performances today have been outstanding. And this lesson has been a resounding success. As for your homework, please read the chapter in the textbook regarding the boggart and provide a brief summary. To be submitted to me next Monday. That's all. No. A few students at the end of the line called out, I haven't had a chance to use a spell. Professor Lupin clapped his hands in reassurance, saying, You will have your opportunities in the future. Do not lose heart. Now, please return to the classroom in an orderly manner to retrieve your books and personal belongings. We shall meet again in the next lesson. The students leaving the staff room were predominantly exuberant. For ordinary 13-year-old wizards, defeating a boggart was a feat worthy of discussion for weeks. However, for those who had weathered greater storms or were more mature, Professor Lupin's exceptional teaching abilities provided an even more compelling topic for conversation. He was truly the finest instructor at Hogwarts. I never realized that defense against the dark arts could be so engaging. Hermione held reservations regarding Ron's initial comment. Yet she thoroughly enjoyed Professor Lupin's class. He truly is a remarkable teacher. It's unfortunate that Harry didn't get the chance to confront that boggart. Otherwise, with Harry's prowess, he would undoubtedly have earned Gryffindor an additional 10 points. Hey, Harry, what are you looking at? Following Harry's gaze, Hermione and Ron turned towards the Forbidden Forest. However, before they could discern the cause of his attention, the large black dog had already vanished into thin air with a disapparition. Moments before, the dog had peered out from the edge of the Forbidden Forest, but now it was frantically racing deep into the woods. The rustling of the breeze through the branches was completely drowned out by the howling of the dark mist behind it. Sirius Black, who had previously believed that nothing could be more terrifying than a Dementor, was now in a state of panic. He had no recollection of such a horrifying creature existing within Hogwarts. Wasn't he supposed to be my godfather? Why did he flee upon seeing me? Harry, equally perplexed by Sirius's reaction, inquired of the dog, "Is it perhaps that your silent demeanor appears rather alarming? Of course, even if he had seen your face clearly, he might still view you as a child seeking vengeance for the murder of his parents. After all, he had never publicly explained his motives for attacking Peter Pettigrew post-capture. Should I transform back into my human form and explain? Or should I pursue him first? For some reason, I can't shake the feeling that something seems off about him." Before long, the source of his peculiar sensation became evident. Under the guidance of the large black dog, he and Harry found themselves soaring to the lakeside, where over 100 Dementors circled like a scene from a film. To make matters worse, before he could comprehend the underlying reasons, both of them simultaneously glimpsed a scene that shattered Harry's heart through the gaps between the tree trunks. Hermione? Beneath the withered strands of brown hair lay the girl's vacant eyes. The once bright and clear gaze appeared shrouded in a gray mist, fixated intently on the shattered time turner in her left hand. Harry's body was paralyzed as he knelt before Hermione's lifeless form, unable to move or utter a word. On the other hand, the usually composed Imoren appeared somewhat bewildered. However, as Harry's friend, mentor, and emotional pillar, it was imperative for him to help his companion regain his composure. "Calm down, Harry. This may very well be an illusion. You are a wizard. Do not be deceived by appearances." Upon hearing Imoren's words, Harry trembled and nodded slightly. He retrieved his wand from his waist, yet could not bring himself to utter any incantation. "Let me try the Patronus charm," he thought. Expecto Patronum. The body remained unchanged. Perhaps I should attempt the finite charm. This could be an elaborate ruse. Finite. Finite incantum. Still, nothing happened. Harry, with palms slick with sweat, felt as though he might hurl his wand away in despair. Having faced Voldemort twice and battled the Basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, he was now experiencing a profound sense of helplessness and fear for the first time. What am I to do? Could this be a boggart? It must be a boggart. Right? Yes, it's a boggart. Someone, help me think of a way to make it amusing. As Harry spoke, he sought assistance from the depths of his soul. However, this time, he did not receive the anticipated response. Harry, striving to keep his tone diplomatic, urged, "First, pick up the time turner." "No, I must save Hermione first." The atmosphere immediately fell into a profound silence. After a few seconds, he took a deep breath and slowly returned his wand to his side. "Have you come to an understanding?" Murmured. "Yes." With a voice still trembling, Harry remarked, "Denying the facts is futile. However, if only we had a time turner, perhaps there might still be a chance." Indeed, regardless of the reasons and processes that led to this event, at least in this timeline, Hermione is still alive. And we possess an opportunity. Yet, her time turner is broken. How are we to repair it? It was only after uttering these words that Harry, still somewhat disoriented, realized that Hermione, existing within the same timeline, had not perished, and her time turner remained intact. "Very well," he stated, "but what shall we do with the body? We cannot simply leave it here, especially with so many magical creatures in the Forbidden Forest. Let us first gather all the parts," Imoren advised Harry. "And once we have collected everything, we should find a nearby spot to bury the body." Harry cast a fleeting glance at Hermione's cold, motionless form and, with a heavy heart, gently implored, "No, it must be you." The banks near the lake were strewn with pebbles of various sizes. Enchanted by magic, Imoren swiftly excavated a grave for Hermione, a serene resting place. Originally, Harry had intended to dig the grave himself and erect a tombstone, but he relinquished the idea after Imoren's firm refusal. Salviohusha, a charm for protection. Protego totalum, a comprehensive shield. As Emma Rand completed the protective spells over Hermione's resting place, the tragic episode stemming from the pursuit of Sirius Black finally reached its somber conclusion. Exhausted in both body and spirit, Harry refrained from reclaiming control over his body. The immense shock left him unable to maintain his usual composure, even after numerous perilous encounters. Thus, to prevent his friends and classmates from perceiving any oddities and to afford himself a moment of respite, he entrusted the task of returning to Hogwarts to ascertain Hermione's safety to Emma Rand. A loud crash echoed from the Gryffindor third-year boys' dormitory. Ron, who was amusing himself with the fake scabbers, jumped from his bed. "Harry," he exclaimed, "where have you been? We've been searching for you." Emma Rand glanced at Ron's pet rat and evasively replied, "I left something in the staff lounge and went back to retrieve it." "Oh, I see." With his somewhat naive disposition, Ron dismissed the matter, accepting Emma Rand's vague explanation and moving on. "Want to play a game of wizard's chess? Or perhaps some gobtones? We could also take a few laps around the Quidditch pitch. I'm actually considering joining the Gryffindor team this year." No, Ron," Emma Rand responded. "I have some important matters to attend to. Do you know where Hermione is?" "Hermione?" Ron raised an eyebrow at Harry. "You're not looking for her for something academic, are you?" Emma Rand shot Ron an exasperated look and headed directly toward Harry's bed. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't mind indulging in a bit of gossip regarding Harry and Hermione. However, the current situation did not permit him the luxury of time. "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." "Good heavens! What is this?" Ron exclaimed, staring at the parchment, having never encountered the Marauder's map before. "This is the Marauder's map, which I borrowed from Fred and George last year. They never showed you this? What? This belongs to them? Those two rascals never mentioned it to me. Merlin above, I'm their brother, and I've never even laid eyes on something so significant." Seeing Ron's nose nearly crumple with indignation, Emma Rand hastily affirmed on Harry's behalf, saying, "It's not a gift, it's a loan. Although they have yet to ask for it back, should they do so, I will certainly return it to its rightful owner." "That's not what I meant," Ron interjected. "What I meant to say is, in the future, could you refrain from keeping things from me? I can be of assistance too, even if it involves something mysterious or if Voldemort comes looking for you." I would never shy away. Listening to his friend's expression of camaraderie, which he felt was not entirely his own, Emma Rand was inevitably stirred by a mix of emotions. He patted Ron's shoulder and nodded slightly, saying, "I understand, Ron. You can rest assured, friendship is not measured by who helps whom or how much one owes the other. Moreover, you already aided me in navigating Professor McGonagall's giant chessboard back in our first year. I doubt anyone else here possesses that capability." Ron, blushing from the praise, rubbed his nose and asked, "Ahem, so what are you planning to do next? Go find Hermione? I remember that our dormitories are gender segregated, right? Wait, you just operate back." "Yes, so what?" Emma Rand replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Doesn't that mean you can go anywhere within Hogwarts? Have you only just realized that?" Emma Rand retorted, "I used that technique to leave during our defense against the dark arts class." Ron's reaction was akin to having missed a fortune. The shyness he had briefly felt after Emma Rand's encouragement had vanished, turning back to confirm that Neville and the other roommates had not yet returned. He whispered to Emma Rand, "Can you teach me how to apparate? The kind that works within Hogwarts Castle. I know I'm too young and lack the ability right now, but I promise I won't misuse it in a few years." Emma Rand, without a thought of using legilimency to probe Ron's true intentions, declined outright. "The type of apparition I use is beyond the grasp of ordinary wizards. It requires not only talent, but also a touch of luck. However, I can teach you the standard apparition and disapparition if you're still interested." Ron, somewhat disappointed, pouted and shook his head. "Then I'll just wait until 5th year to learn from the teacher. Practicing this level of magic now would be too dangerous." Emma Rand, indifferent to this, chose not to pursue the topic further. He unfurled the Marauder's map to its fullest extent and quickly began searching for Hermione's location. "Classroom. What subjects do we have this afternoon?" Emma Rand mumbled to himself, unaware that Ron, who was assisting him in locating Hermione, had developed rosy cheeks. Unlike the self-satisfied voyeur who had secretly observed the entire school's faculty and students for over a year, young Ron, just entering his teenage years, possessed an exceptionally keen mental acuity. Even the mere sight of a girl's name appearing in the dormitory or restroom would set his imagination aflame. Among the multitude of girls, however, he harbored a particular interest in the more mature Madame Rosmerta. "Does this map not include Hogsmeade?" Ron inquired with a hint of regret. Madame Rosmerta is the proprietress of the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade. M.O. Rand shook his head, replying, "It only encompasses Hogwarts Castle and a portion of the grounds before entering the Forbidden Forest. Furthermore, locations such as the Chamber of Secrets and the Room of Requirement, which the map's creators have not visited, will not be displayed." Upon hearing M.O. Rand's words, Ron's enthusiasm waned significantly. Yet, just as he begrudgingly shifted his gaze from the edges of Hogwarts back to the castle's interior, a peculiar name captured his attention. "Newt Scamander?" Ron scratched his head and asked, "I seem to recall you mentioning this person. Isn't he the author of that certain book?" Startled, M.O. Rand quickly glanced at the spot Ron was pointing to. As he had mentioned, the individual loitering near the castle was indeed the tutor Dumbledore had arranged for Harry in his first year. Why would Mr. Scamander be at Hogwarts at this time? Wasn't Buckbeak innocent of harming anyone? Was he here to assist with the Dementor situation? Or was Dumbledore once again seeking someone to cover for him? In the original film, Newt's name had also appeared on the Marauders map, as he had returned to Hogwarts to help Hagrid secure Buckbeak's reprieve from execution. M.O. Rand, bewildered, endeavored to deduce a plausible explanation, yet each possibility felt somewhat tenuous. Just as he contemplated seeking out Newt for clarification, Ron, blessed with both keen eyesight and good fortune, stumbled upon Hermione's location. Wait, did I just see double? Am I imagining things? Or do I see two sets of footprints belonging to Hermione Granger? With a swift motion, M.O. Rand folded the Marauders map, exclaiming, "How could that be? How can one person appear in two places at once? Nevertheless, thank you for helping me locate Hermione. We shall meet later in the Great Hall." Without waiting for Ron's response, he vanished once more into the swirling black mist. Deep within the second-floor corridor of Hogwarts Castle, Hermione, having just returned to the position of her time-turner, was panting heavily, overwhelmed by the weight of an arduous academic schedule. Having selected 12 courses at once, she found herself gasping for breath. Little did she anticipate that in her continual journeys back to the past, her waning physical strength would become the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back. The oversized backpack hung awkwardly from the small witch's shoulders, and her tousled brown hair, damp with sweat, clung haphazardly to her face. Suddenly, a loud crack resonated through the air. "Hermione!" A voice called, intertwining with Harry's exclamation in a cacophony of chaos. The scene was momentarily tumultuous. "You're okay. That's wonderful." Harry, having involuntarily regained control of his body from moaning Myrtle, appeared even more flustered than Hermione. Upon seeing the living, breathing Hermione standing before him, he instinctively enveloped her in an embrace without a second thought. Wait. Hermione, initially inclined to evade, instinctively assumed her secret had been uncovered. Yet, as she beheld Harry's anxious expression drawing closer, she found herself momentarily dazed. With a soft thud, the two collided in a heartfelt embrace. The mingling scents of citrus and ink filled their nostrils, and at that moment, Hermione's backpack tumbled to the ground, scattering her textbooks on ancient languages and astrological interpretations around them. The rhythmic ticking of the time-turners second-hand harmonized with their heartbeats, which pulsed in distinct yet synchronous patterns, becoming the sole sound echoing through the corridor. After an indeterminate span of time, they finally disentangled from their embrace. Hermione's cheeks burned hotter than the bottom of a pot, and she couldn't recall when her hands had encircled Harry's back. The arcane patterns she had learned just hours prior from Professor Babbage had long since transformed into cherished memories of their shared adventures. "What on earth is the matter with you?" Hermione inquired, while stealthily tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, inhaling its scent. Harry stood frozen, hesitating to speak, but fortunately, a timely prompt from M.O. Rand echoed in his mind. "Just say you saw the boggart. I recently confronted a boggart in the staff lounge, and it morphed into the image of you deceased, which compelled me to come and check on your well-being." Hermione's face flushed a deeper shade of crimson. In her dazed state, she could fully grasp the underlying meaning of Harry's words. "Oh, I see," Hermione murmured, now too shy to meet Harry's gaze. The seeds of love can be sown in various circumstances. For instance, a 13-year-old boy, upon witnessing the lifeless form of a female friend, begins to comprehend the significance of her existence. Subsequently, when he is able to face her living visage once more, he discovers that the brilliant and erudite academic prodigy possesses a visage that brings him immense comfort. That cough. Harry coughed lightly, a hint of embarrassment in his voice as he said, "I am aware of your diligent efforts lately, and I know you have discovered a way to manage several courses simultaneously. However, Hermione, I implore you to remember that time is an exceedingly treacherous entity. Never, ever, ever approach it with a mindset of mere experimentation. Do you understand? Hermione, the astute and agile witch that she is, could discern the delicate balance between matters of the heart and pressing responsibilities, even amidst the overwhelming presence of Harry. Are you aware of this? She inquired softly, retrieving the time turner from her collar. How did you find out? Did you see two of me on the Marauder's map? Harry gazed at the small pocket watch in Hermione's hand, strikingly similar to the damaged time turner he had collected. He shook his head and remarked, for those familiar with time turners, your peculiar actions are rather conspicuous and not particularly difficult to decipher. Hermione nodded, as if she had anticipated this moment, and replied, I knew that such matters could not remain concealed from you. It was merely a question of time before you discovered it. However, I truly did not expect you to notice so swiftly. Harry forced a faint smile and inquired, surely, there must be some restrictions on the use of this thing? Did Professor McGonagall mention anything before the term began? Indeed, Hermione pondered for a moment before swiftly enumerating the most critical prohibitions. First, one must not be seen by one's past self when traveling back in time. Second, one cannot alter events that have already transpired. Furthermore, its capabilities are limited. The small time turner Professor McGonagall helped me acquire can only allow 3 individuals to return 7 days into the past. Exceeding this limit could lead to dire consequences. Harry, his gaze intensely fixed on the small pocket watch, remained silent, yet at this moment, he felt as though he had grasped the sole thread of clarity amidst chaos. After safely escorting Hermione back to the dormitory, Harry commenced his revision of advanced potions at Hogwarts. Starting this term, he was to delve into the perilous potion knowledge typically reserved for masters under Professor Snape's tutelage, to avoid the scorn of his teacher and to expedite his learning. Deepening his understanding of fundamental potion making during his review was of utmost importance. A sudden exclamation of frustration, accompanied by the deafening thud of a book crashing onto the desk, captured the attention of every student in the Gryffindor common room. Several 7th-year students, preparing for their N.E.W.T.S., cast Harry disapproving glances. Yet when they realized he was poring over the same advanced potions text as they were, their ire dissipated, understanding his actions were somewhat justifiable. Is Harry taking N.E.W.T.S. this year? A senior student whispered to a friend. It seems unlikely. He appears to be self-studying the 7th grade curriculum. Just the other day, I thought he was merely putting on a facade, but judging by his yelp, he must truly be dedicated to his studies. How do you know? Because a few days ago, while studying antidotes in Gobbledygook's 3rd law, I also let out a shout. Harry did not hear the conversations of the upperclassmen, and in truth, his sighs were not born from the difficulty of studying potions. Since his premature departure from school in his 2nd year, he felt as though a multitude of uncontrollable and inexplicable events had befallen him. Logically, having triumphed over Voldemort twice, he should not be so beleaguered by Thunderbirds, Dementors, Boggarts, and Time Turners. Aside from his own formidable strength, Harry had not sought out trouble. Yet, why did he now feel so utterly powerless? His attempts to locate the Thunderbird had ended in failure, his invisibility cloak had been stolen, and the future Hermione might already be deceased. Was Voldemort secretly orchestrating these events? If so, through whom and by what means was he drawing near to Harry this time? Harry closed the book and approached the window, intending to gaze upon the enchanting scenery beyond the castle to uplift his spirits. Alas, this year's Hogwarts was plagued by an incessant downpour, more relentless than in years past. Occasionally, ominous clouds, akin to parasitic creatures, loomed over the forbidden forest, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Even more disheartening was the effect of the Dementors, which had caused many flowers and plants that should have flourished in the autumn chill to wither prematurely. With a resigned shake of his head, Harry tucked away his book and hurried back to the dormitory, exclaiming to Ron, "Come on, Ron. What shall we play? Wizard's chess? Gobstones? Today, I'm all in." The sudden wave of happiness caught Ron off guard. His face reflected a puzzled expression as he glanced at Neville, Seamus, Dean, and others in the room, seemingly seeking confirmation that this was not a dream. Scratching his head, Ron replied, "Dean and I have some voice-changing sweets. If you don't mind joining us to try them." Before Ron could finish his sentence, Harry had already dashed to his bed, promptly selecting a blue voice-changing sweet from a plate of colorful confections and popped it into his mouth. "How does this squeak, squeak, squeak work?" As usual, Harry's voice, which had been articulate, suddenly erupted into a cacophony of monkey-like screeches. Laughter ensued, with Ron and Dean nearly rolling over with mirth. As the instigators of the third-year boys' dormitory-s voice-changing sweet party, they had previously pondered what excuses they could conjure to avoid Harry's disapproval. Now, however, the most serious and composed member of their group had become the first to take the plunge. How long does this squeak, 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 squeak last? Another round of uproarious laughter filled the room. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Harry retaliated by grabbing a yellow sweet and shoving it into Ron's mouth. Soon, the one who had laughed the hardest was also squawking away. Quack, quack, quack. Ron pointed to his bobbing neck and then gestured towards Dean and the others, as if to say, "Don't let these guys escape." Moo howl. Woof woof. Observing the increasingly jovial atmosphere in the boys' dormitory, Mo Rand did not emerge to dampen the spirits, as Harry had feared. After more than 2 years of study and life at Hogwarts, he had gradually come to realize that the most captivating aspect of the magical world of Harry Potter was the enchantment that permeated everyday life. Whether it was Mrs. Weasley's cleaning and cooking spells in their humble abode or the endless array of toys brought by Harry and his classmates, these were the charms woven by J.K. Rowling. Thus, if he could sacrifice his own happiness for the joy of others, why not allow Harry to revel in the delights of life? Potter. Professor Snape angrily slammed the parchment onto his desk and bellowed, "Are you not aware that there is a remedial class today? Why on earth did you indulge in such dreadful sweets the night before? Look at your tongue. You resemble a drunken sot. In your current state, how can you possibly hope to grasp the intricacies of advanced potion making? I apologize, Professor. Lift your head and cough. Higher, look into my eyes. Dear Master." There is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page for further reading, as the story becomes even more captivating. Snape muttered intermittently. "I had intended for you to assist me with the raw materials today, but given your dismal condition, you shall merely observe for now." Harry inquired with a hint of curiosity, "Professor, are we to brew any revised potion formula today?" Snape, with a disapproving expression, replied, "What revised potion formula? I have already made it abundantly clear that you should not bring irrelevant matters to school." Harry discreetly rolled his eyes and replied, "Oh, all right, understood." Unaware of Harry's peculiar expression, Snape began to retrieve ingredients from the storage box while elaborating, "If I recall correctly, this year's third-year defense against the dark arts curriculum will address werewolves in the latter half of the term. Thus, I believe it would be prudent to teach in accordance with the syllabus. Now, answer my question. Potter, what manner of creature is a werewolf?" Defense against the dark arts was one of the few subjects that Harry both enjoyed and excelled in, and he swiftly summoned the pertinent knowledge from his mind, stating, "A werewolf, sometimes referred to as a lycanthrope, is a human afflicted with lycanthropy. On nights of the full moon, they transform uncontrollably into a semi-upright werewolf form. Lycanthropy is transmitted through the toxins found in a werewolf's saliva, although a potion of wolfsbane and silver dust can heal wounds inflicted by a werewolf. The victim is thereafter compelled to live as a werewolf. Currently, the only known method to allow werewolves to retain their sanity post-transformation is the wolfsbane potion." "Excellent. It appears you do not squander your intellect on trivial matters," Professor Snape interjected. "The wolfsbane potion is not an ancient recipe. In fact, it is a concoction that was only recently developed, invented by Damocles Belby. This potion is exceedingly challenging to brew, and the cost of its ingredients is prohibitively high, rendering it unaffordable for many werewolves. Do you know why that is?" Harry could discern the subtle implications in Snape's words regarding Lupin's true identity, which Mo Rand had previously confided in him. The predicament of lycanthropy rendered this community unable to secure lasting and stable employment, resulting in most werewolves appearing disheveled and destitute. Once again interrupted by Snape, Harry sensed something amiss and directly inquired in the realm of his mind. "Does he seem a bit strange today? Is it related to what you haven't told me?" "Indeed, it is connected, but I must reiterate that some truths must be unearthed by you alone." "Very well." Harry curled his lip, redirecting his attention back to Professor Snape's lesson before him. The wolfsbane potion, as its name suggests, primarily derives from the raw ingredient of wolfsbane, a fact you would have already comprehended in your first year. It necessitates 17 leaves, which must be crushed to extract their juice. Professor Snape, deeply engrossed in the potion brewing process, exhibited a remarkable focus, his movements fluid and steady, akin to a finely tuned machine. The second ingredient, the juice of mandrake leaves, requires 2 mature mandrake leaves and a pint of pure water. The method of brewing I have previously instructed you on. It is imperative to monitor the temperature meticulously, ensuring it does not reach a boil. A range between 70 and 80 degrees is optimal. During this period, we may grind a moonstone into powder. Many indolent or reckless fools might opt for pre-ground moonstone powder, yet only freshly ground moonstone yields the most potent effects. The dual tasking involved in potion brewing poses significant hazards and tests the capabilities of the potion maker. However, for Snape, even without the aid of a wand, he navigated the cauldron and mortar with remarkable finesse. Soon, the mandrake juice and moonstone powder were neatly contained within trays and test tubes. As the preliminary steps concluded, Snape instructed, "Next, pay close attention. 2 drops of venison herb concentrate, 3 tentacles of a motley rat, and 7 sleeping beans were meticulously arranged beside the cauldron in sequential order." Given the heightened concentration required for the ensuing operations, Professor Snape ceased his verbal explanations to Harry. With the purple flames of magic ignited, the first drop of venison herb concentrate was poured into the cauldron alongside the wolfsbane juice and mandrake extract. Snape's gaze remained fixated on the state of the liquid within the cauldron. Just a moment before the emergence of a flocculent precipitate, he instinctively proclaimed, "Now." The second drop of venison herb concentrate followed suit, and an acrid, bitter aroma instantly pervaded the potion storage room. Harry was utterly captivated. Even though the potion was being brewed by someone else, he kept his eyes wide open, anxious not to miss a single detail. After 2 more minutes, the steam rising from the cauldron began to shift from white to a pale blue. Professor Snape then took a glass rod and began to stir it in a clockwise direction. 3 tentacles of the mortar rat were introduced into the potion at the 3rd, 7th, and 11th rotations. The rod completed a total of 17 circles, after which the potion within the cauldron settled into a relatively stable state. Time was of the essence. Seizing the brief moment when the cauldron required no supervision, Snape picked up a small knife and, using the back edge, squeezed the juice from 7 sleeping beans. Harry recalled that this was a trick Professor Snape had once taught him to handle such beans with hard shells, as squeezing was far easier than slicing. Moreover, this method allowed the skilled potion maker to extract the freshest juice during the brewing process, thereby enhancing the quality of the potion's efficacy. The chapter continues with even more excitement, so please click to the next page to read on. With a swift motion, the black cloak, often criticized by many Gryffindor students for resembling a large bat, flowed elegantly before the cauldron, and soon the 7 sleeping beans were thoroughly processed. He then picked up a feathered serpent egg as the final ingredient, gently tapping the top of its silver shell to crack it open. Professor Snape poured a small tray of freshly ground moonstone powder into the egg and began to stir rapidly. Harry's gaze oscillated between the cauldron and the serpent bird egg, revealing a hint of bewilderment. Fortunately, only the final step in the preparation of the wolfsbane potion remained. As the egg mixture, infused with powdered moonstone, transformed into a texture reminiscent of liquid metal, Professor Snape poured it into the cauldron, having extinguished the flames, and remarked, "There are only 2 crucial points to heed in this final step. First, ensure that the serpent bird egg liquid and the moonstone powder are thoroughly combined. Second, before pouring it into the potion, the temperature must be lowered, akin to the mandrake juice, to a range between 70 and 80 degrees. This potion does not require a resting period. In urgent circumstances, administering it directly to the werewolf is permissible." Upon finishing, he surveyed the potion's state within the cauldron. Nodding in satisfaction, Harry reflected on Professor Snape's recent procedures and, after a moment's contemplation, inquired, "Professor, why not prepare a larger pressing tool to handle the soporific beans? Surely that would expedite the process." A flicker of conflict crossed Snape's face, as if he were uncertain whether to respond with commendation or critique. At last he replied, "Use your intellect, Potter. Firstly, the quantity of soporific beans is not so considerable. As a student of advanced potion-making techniques, you want to comprehend that each bean yields a different amount of essence. The challenge in concocting the wolfsbane potion lies in the precise control of temperature and proportions. Extracting the essence bean by bean allows for better dosage regulation. Should you recklessly combine the juices of all 7 at once, unless fortune favors you, the potion's efficacy will undoubtedly diminish due to such imprudence. For instance, with the last 2 beans I processed, I did not extract all the essence. I used 3 drops from one and 2 from the other. What detail should I be attentive to, Professor? I mean, while extracting the essence from the soporific beans. What changes in the potion should I observe?" Professor Snape handed Harry a notebook he had taken from the desk, stating, "I have documented the portions of the demonstration that I did not elaborate on. You must study this diligently after you return. I shall grant you 2 months after that. I expect you to demonstrate the preparation of the wolfsbane potion in my presence." "Understood," Harry acknowledged, his expression devoid of trepidation and brimming with confidence. Snape's earlier conflict resurfaced. Yet this time, he refrained from challenging Harry further and merely gestured, saying, "That will be all for today's lesson. If you have no other matters, do not disturb me in my office." On his way back to the Gryffindor common room, Harry, intrigued, once again probed Moran about the situation. So, it was Professor Snape who prepared the Wolfsbane potion for Professor Lupin. Yet, if he harbors disdain for Professor Lupin, why would he keep his secret? Moran chuckled softly. Well, it's not entirely a secret, is it? He is practically hinting at you. I believe Professor Snape wishes to disclose Professor Lupin's condition through another's lips. Harry helplessly remarked. Indeed, he is quite peculiar and rather complex. Are you certain you cannot share a bit more with me? I cannot. Just as both of them became somewhat distracted by their conversation, a voice, grave and solemn, suddenly echoed from the corridor behind them. Harry. Professor McGonagall approached with a serious expression, her demeanor suggesting that a tragedy had occurred. How can you wander the halls alone? Where are your friends? Professor? This is Hogwarts. The basilisk has been vanquished. Harry's voice bore a hint of resignation. Though he did not articulate it directly, he would much prefer to confront any imminent danger alone rather than be encumbered by others. Professor McGonagall appeared somewhat taken aback, then sighed, resolutely stating, I believe it is futile to keep this from you. The fugitive who escaped from Azkaban, Sirius Black. I know what you are about to say, Professor. You intend to convey that he escaped to seek me out. Furthermore, as one of Voldemort's staunchest supporters, he was responsible for my parents' deaths. Is that not so? Having spent considerable time in the company of Professor Snape, Harry seemed to have adopted the unfortunate habit of interrupting others. However, concerning the safety of her students, McGonagall was unperturbed by such rudeness. She replied, Since you are already aware, you ought to consider your own safety. It is easy to evade an obvious attack. Yet a concealed threat is far more perilous. Even with unwavering confidence in your abilities, you must not act so recklessly on your own. Your current demeanor is tantamount to inviting Black to assault you. Should you continue to be so careless, I shall prevent you from participating in Quidditch practice. As a devoted Quidditch enthusiast, Professor McGonagall was well aware of what would strike a chord with Harry. For she was the very one who had advocated for his exceptional inclusion as the seeker for the Gryffindor team. This tactic proved effective, as Harry, who had previously worn a carefree expression, immediately altered his demeanor upon hearing her threat. No, Professor. Harry hastily extended his hand and exclaimed, Next Saturday, we shall embark on our inaugural match. The Slytherin team, already formidable with the sponsorship of Malfoy's father, poses a significant challenge. If we do not intensify our training, this year's championship will undoubtedly slip from our grasp. Professor McGonagall nodded in approval and replied, Then let your friends accompany you during your practice sessions. I shall also invite Madam Hooch to oversee your training. Understood, Professor, Harry affirmed. Harry sighed in resignation. In the film adaptation of Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, the first Quidditch match against Gryffindor was transformed into a contest against Hufflepuff instead of Slytherin. The director did not elaborate on the reasoning behind this alteration. Within the constraints of time, he chose to focus the camera on Harry's encounter with the Dementors. In essence, the Slytherin team in the original narrative exaggerated the injury inflicted by Buckbeak on Malfoy's arm, opting out of the match due to the inclement weather, which allowed Hufflepuff to take their place. Merely a viewer of the film, Moron remained oblivious to these subtle details, more accurately, being ensnared in this altered timeline. He would never come to know them. Let us rally, Slytherin. Last year, we claimed the Quidditch Cup. This year, we shall undoubtedly continue our triumph. Marcus Flint's impassioned speech starkly contrasted with the silence emanating from Wood's side, as Wood prepared to graduate from Hogwarts. His fervor to win this year's Quidditch Cup was palpable. However, after witnessing the prowess of the Firebolt 2001, he understood that defeating Slytherin required more than mere enthusiasm and fervor. Today's weather may be dreadful, yet it presents us with an exceptional opportunity to vanquish Slytherin. Remember our strategy. Everyone must diligently guard their designated area. Fred and George exchanged glances and replied playfully, Indeed, among the four houses. Only we would train like madmen in the rain. It seems we owe our thanks to the Dementors. As Harry cast the impervious charm upon his teammates' goggles, he chuckled, Impervious. Impervious. With Oliver set to graduate this year, he certainly yearned to hoist the Quidditch Cup once more before departing from Hogwarts. As for the two of you, despite your vocal complaints, you have never shied away from hard work during practice. He reached out to pat the shoulders of the Weasley twins. Cheer up. Let us go show those foul snakes that Quidditch is about more than just equipment. Approximately 40 minutes later, with Lee Jordan's despondent announcement of 140 to 200, Slytherin wins. Gryffindor's long-held aspiration to vanquish Slytherin once again dissipated into thin air. Indeed, Harry and his companions faced defeat in the match. However, to Moorant's astonishment, as he observed the game from a first-person perspective, he discovered that the tactics devised by Oliver Wood bore a striking resemblance to the tiki-taka ball possession philosophy employed by the pinnacle of football in his previous life, FC Barcelona. All the players, including the seeker Harry, abandoned the strategy of competing in speed against the Nimbus 2001. Instead, they capitalized on their familiarity with playing in the rain, frequently scoring with their ghostly shots. Unfortunately, when the Golden Snitch made its appearance, Slytherin decisively dispatched 2 players to obstruct Harry's actions, ultimately aiding Draco in concluding the match with Gryffindor trailing by 150 points. The locker room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the sound of raindrops mingling with sweat. The members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team remained speechless. Had they lost? Indeed, they had. Yet, throughout the entire match, they had committed virtually no errors, whether in terms of teamwork or Harry's remarkable ability to evade the onslaught of 2 beaters. They had approached the level of a seasoned professional team. In my opinion, rather than squander time in lamentation, we should hasten to wash up and indulge in a delightful meal at the Great Hall. After a prolonged silence, George cast aside the beater's bat with determination and declared emphatically. Simultaneously, his brother, Fred Weasley, echoed his sentiment, saying, "You're absolutely right, George. This is merely our first match, and we are already so close to victory. Why must we wear such glum faces?" Harry exchanged a glance with the Weasley twins, and after a moment's pause, he rose to address the gathered crowd. "Indeed, I believe we performed exceptionally well today. Perhaps I fell short and lost to that Malfoy fellow. But the most significant takeaway is that our opponents have shown improvement compared to last year. Let us not allow the fact that we were defeated by Slytherin to stir unnecessary emotions." The seasoned players, including Alicia Spinnet, were deeply moved, yet before they could react, their gazes instinctively drifted to the brown-haired boy in the corner. As the captain of Gryffindor, Oliver Wood, known for his rigorous training and fervent desire to win, still commanded the highest respect within the team. Upon sensing the collective gaze upon him, Oliver sighed, then stood up and removed his drenched red Quidditch robe. "It's not your fault, Harry. Let us regroup and strive for victory in the next match. Now, let us freshen up and head to dinner." Hooray! In truth, the reasons behind Wood's lack of overwhelming frustration were twofold. Firstly, as Harry pointed out, although Slytherin had the advantage in equipment, their prowess had indeed seen considerable improvement since last year. Losing to a stronger adversary is no disgrace. Otherwise, with Wood's tiki-taka tactical arrangements, Gryffindor could have secured victory through the quaffle. Secondly, long before Harry joined the Gryffindor Quidditch team in 1991, Wood and his teammates had already clinched a Quidditch Cup. With the absence of Charlie Weasley, who left without any accolades, the ambition to topple Slytherin's formidable team had transformed from an obsession into a mere aspiration. As they approached Hogwarts' Great Hall, the jubilant shouts of the Slytherin team celebrating could be heard emanating from the corridors outside the castle. Malfoy and Flint were parading around as if they had already claimed victory, leading both new and veteran Slytherin students in a synchronized chant of their house motto: "We come from the bog, we crave power, we are ambitious. We are strong and composed, we are elegant and poised." At the Gryffindor long table, Ron covered his ears tightly while Hermione furrowed her brow, engrossed in a book, awaiting the return of their house players. When Harry and Oliver Wood, accompanied by the rest of the team, emerged from the corner of the doorway, all the little lions leaped to their feet. A resounding applause thundered, drowning out the celebratory cries from Slytherin. Leading the charge were Colin Creevey and Ginny Weasley, who exuberantly cheered, "That was splendid. Gryffindor. So close. You are all the best. Our heroes." Oh, Wood felt a buzzing sensation in his mind. He glanced at his junior peers and then at his teammates, feeling quite embarrassed as he rubbed his nose and inquired, "What is happening?" The response to his question was a resounding cheer. It turned out that during this very moment, a segment of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, buoyed by the atmosphere, had also joined the ranks of those applauding the defeated. What a spectacular match! Even in defeat, there was honor. Cedric Diggory and Cho Chang, the newly appointed seekers for their respective teams, expressed admiration for the high level of competition displayed by Gryffindor. It was only after these two stood up first that some of the Badgers and Eagles from Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw began to offer their applause to Harry and the others. Subsequently, The young wizards at the Gryffindor and Slytherin tables engaged in spirited debate, with one side adhering to a purely results-oriented perspective that proclaimed the victors as kings, while the other emphasized the disparities in technical prowess among the players, resulting in a lively exchange. Harry did not engage in the debate. After exchanging greetings with Ginny and Colin, he returned to sit beside Hermione and Ron. He felt utterly exhausted, following a refreshing shower and a change of clothes. The adrenaline and endorphins from his intense physical exertion began to wane. Now, all that remained in his body and spirit was an overwhelming weariness. "Are you all right, Harry?" Ron inquired. "Oh dear, Harry must be famished. Fortunately, dinner will commence in just a few minutes. Once he has filled his stomach, he will surely feel better." The concern from his friends offered little solace, as he was again engulfed by the burdensome thoughts of recent tribulations. Thus, he chose to temporarily empty his mind and succumb to slumber, whether fortunate or unfortunate, before Harry could truly drift into the realm of dreams. The clatter of food emerging from the dining table jolted him awake. The enticing aroma of a sauce infused with thyme and basil enveloped the succulent roast chicken, invigorating his senses. "See, I told you Harry was hungry. Nothing in this world can deter him from eating." Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Harry smiled at Ron, then tore off a whole chicken leg and breast, placing them onto his plate, and commenced a mechanical yet resigned chewing. Observing Harry's demeanor, Hermione felt a mix of pity and curiosity. However, after more than 2 years of companionship, she had learned that the best course of action in such situations was to refrain from adding to the chaos or speaking unnecessarily. The sound of the plate sliding across the table was scarcely audible. Harry was oblivious to when Hermione had quietly retrieved his favorite meat pie and smoked sausage, as a second plate was already set before him. A mere 15 minutes later, the hall erupted into a lively chatter once more. The little wizards, having satisfied their appetites, spoke with considerably less tension. Some analyzed Gryffindor's new tactics, others debated hypothetical strategies to defeat Slytherin, while yet more discussed the advantages the Nimbus 2001 broomstick could bring to the team's overall performance. It was evident that an exhilarating Quidditch match, coupled with heartwarming culinary delights, allowed nearly all the students of Hogwarts to momentarily forget the dreaded Dementors. Harry had initially intended to join in the revelry, much like the time he played with Ron and the others using the voice-changing suites to uplift his spirits. However, the truth was that he was utterly exhausted. That night, as Harry succumbed to a deep slumber, the entity known as M.O. Rand seized control of his body and ventured into the Forbidden Forest alone. He had originally planned to revisit the vicinity of Hermione's grave, but unexpectedly encountered 2 familiar figures. "Ah, it is you," Harry, Dumbledore said, stretching out Harry's name with a hint of significance, as if to alert Newt Scamander, who was rummaging around the roots of a nearby tree. "Oh, Harry, it has been a while. I trust that the Emoran within you has not caused any trouble?" "No, everything is fine," Emoran replied casually, hastening towards the tree roots while surveying the surroundings and inquiring, "Professor, what brings you to Hogwarts this time?" Professor Scamander glanced at Dumbledore before responding. "Professor Dumbledore informed me that something remarkable seems to have emerged in the Forbidden Forest recently, and he asked me to assist in investigating. Have you ascertained what it is?" "Not yet," Scamander replied candidly. "I initially suspected that a Dementor had caused some climatic disturbances, resulting in anomalies within the forest. However, it now appears that something far more perilous than a Dementor is responsible for the ecological changes." Upon hearing this, Emoran immediately recalled the events that would transpire concerning Hermione in the future and tentatively suggested something even more dangerous. "Are you implying it is related to time?" "Harry," Dumbledore gently interjected, "did you not bring the invisibility cloak? I understand you are quite confident in your magical abilities, but it would be unwise to overlook potential dangers near the castle." Emoran was about to conjure a fitting excuse when, seemingly discovering an important clue, Professor Scamander abruptly dashed away, leaving no time for Emoran to respond to his mentor's inquiry. After a brief moment of silence, feeling somewhat resigned, he decided to confide in Dumbledore. "It was taken from me by a very powerful wizard at the Borgin and Burke shop before the school year began." Dumbledore's blue eyes, peering from behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, narrowed slightly as he scrutinized Emoran, appearing as if he suspected deceit. Yet, within mere breaths, the deep creases in his brow inexplicably relaxed. "I see," Dumbledore remarked blandly, his tone ambiguous as to whether he felt pity or indifference. Thus, humility is indeed a rare virtue, especially for those of Gryffindor House. However, it is rather unfortunate That invisibility cloak is truly a unique treasure. I suggest you prioritize its retrieval. Do you know any pertinent details? Refusing to engage in a riddle game with Dumbledore, M.O. Rand candidly laid his thoughts bare. He inquired, "Though it may sound somewhat arrogant, among wizards capable of overpowering me in duels, there are not many, even when considering the entire world. This leads me to wonder if perhaps someone incarcerated in the Newmungard Tower has escaped." Dumbledore's body subtly swayed, and with a smile, he replied, "Your imagination is indeed quite vivid. This may be precisely what you require. Why not embrace it?" Dumbledore extended a hand, interrupting M.O. Rand, who was about to probe further. "I am not omniscient. In fact, there are matters I do not comprehend as thoroughly as you do. We both know this. Since you have chosen to traverse a new and unexplored path, why cling to the desire to revert everything to its former state?" The enigmatic words, steeped in mystique, left M.O. Rand momentarily bewildered. After gazing at Dumbledore for a considerable time, he finally spoke again. "You present it as if all this is my own doing, including last semester." Dumbledore, with a mischievous wink, defended himself. "Is it not you who wishes to prevent an innocent child from sacrificing themselves in the battle against the Dark Lord? I merely offered you an alternative. Of course, there is still time. Should you reconsider now, it is not too late." Much to M.O. Rand's surprise, instead of feeling a surge of anger, he found himself in deep contemplation of the words spoken by the so-called greatest wizard. He murmured, "There is still time." Alas, just as M.O. Rand felt on the verge of a revelation, Professor Scamander, in a state of exuberance, returned, clutching what appeared to be a charred branch. "Thank you, Paracelsus," he exclaimed, somewhat relieved. Little Harry was partially correct. This may very well be cough, cough, cough. Dumbledore interrupted with a series of heavy coughs, as if he had choked on a mound of cockroaches. "Oh dear," prompted by Dumbledore. Professor Scamander's expression shifted to that of a child eager to showcase a toy yet feeling somewhat shy. "My apologies, Harry," he said, "if given the opportunity. I shall impart this new knowledge to you next time. For now, Professor Dumbledore and I have matters to attend to." M.O. Rand, wishing to inquire further, found Dumbledore presenting him with an irresistible proposition. "Harry, you are not yet capable of casting the Patronus charm, are you? If so, it could be rather perilous to traverse the campus guarded by Dementors. Here is what we shall do. You should return to your dormitory tonight and rest well. Next weekend, I will guide you in its use." M.O. Rand instinctively gasped, unable to believe his ears. Had he truly heard correctly? The ever-absent-minded Dumbledore had agreed to personally instruct Harry in the Patronus charm? He recalled having seen online that Dumbledore could summon a Phoenix Patronus. In the original film, Harry's Patronus charm was taught by Professor R. J. Lupin, an exceptional teacher who, using merely a boggart, had clarified the essence of the spell for Harry. Fearing that Dumbledore might rescind his promise, M.O. Rand resolutely declared, "Very well, I shall return," without waiting for a response. A sharp sound echoed through the forbidden forest. Snap! After Dumbledore consented to teach M.O. Rand the Patronus charm, he naturally found excuses to postpone for several weeks. During this time, Ravenclaw triumphed over Hufflepuff in a match, and Lavender Brown received the distressing news from her parents that her pet rabbit, left at home, had been killed by a fox. "Is she not well?" Hermione whispered suddenly during Transfiguration class, startling Ron. He first turned to Harry to confirm whether he had seen Hermione moments ago, then retorted, "That was her favorite pet that died. Can't you muster a shred of sympathy? Or do you only favor creatures that can kill other small animals?" Enough with the sarcasm, Ron. Crookshanks hasn't troubled Scabbers in ages, and you know it. Furthermore, my previous comment pertained to Lavender's fixation on Professor Trelawney's prophecy. Hermione's calm analysis failed to garner Ron's approval, and he countered vehemently on October 16th. Professor Trelawney stated that Lavender's greatest fear would come to pass on October 16th. She received a letter from home yesterday morning. On the very day? Does that not indicate something significant? We were all present. If you paid more attention, you would realize that Lavender's rabbit had died some time ago. She merely received word of it yesterday. Moreover, Lavender was utterly shocked upon hearing the news, which suggests she had not been dwelling on this fear at all. Unable to outmaneuver Hermione, Ron shifted the conversation back to pets, exclaiming, "I see you completely misunderstand what prophecy entails and disregard the significance of others' pets." Hermione, now incensed, retorted, "What exactly are you trying to convey? Are you venting your frustrations about Scabbers and Crookshanks onto me? Or do you believe that only those born into wizarding families can excel in divination? Do you not find yourself utterly absurd? By your logic, you would prefer that Trelawney's predictions were all accurate, including the one about Harry encountering misfortune? Ron abruptly rose to his feet, and fortunately, Professor McGonagall timely opened the classroom door, thus forcibly halting the imminent escalation of tension between the two. At long last, the weekend had arrived once more. Having successfully completed the daunting task of brewing the Wolfsbane potion on his own, Harry felt a sense of relief. In truth, aside from the fluctuating dynamics of Ron and Hermione's relationship, most matters had been progressing favorably. Professor, at last, you have time. Upon pushing open the door to the headmaster's office, Harry raised his voice and exclaimed. Dumbledore set aside a scroll of parchment, revealing an expression tinged with fatigue and resignation. He then rose to respond. Yes, Harry, I finally have time. What were we to discuss today? Yes, the Patronus. Have you not taken a moment to rest? Some matters weigh heavily upon my mind, and my years have begun to take their toll. As Dumbledore placed the parchment into a cabinet, he stood up. I had intended to ask Professor Lupin to assist me in locating a boggart. But I heard you did not have the opportunity to practice repelling one in your defense against the dark arts class? Do you believe my boggart will transform into a Dementor? Indeed, Dumbledore replied without hesitation. Your past experiences encompass fears that others have not encountered. Fears that are even difficult to fathom. Coupled with the courage you displayed in the face of Voldemort, it is highly likely that what you dread most is fear itself. He paused, his wise blue eyes gazing intently at Harry. It seems my assumption was incorrect. Might you share with me what your fear truly is? This could aid you in mastering the Patronus charm. At this, both Harry and the ever-composed M.O. Rand felt a surge of joy. Just as during their previous encounter in the Forbidden Forest, it seemed that regardless of who controlled the body, Dumbledore could no longer utilize legilimency to discern their thoughts. It is the sight of my friends meeting a tragic end. Harry's forthrightness took Dumbledore somewhat by surprise. He turned his gaze towards the sky outside, withdrawing his thoughts from the impending memories. I see, he murmured. It appears we need to find a genuine Dementor to assist you in your training. Before Harry could fully grasp the implications of Dumbledore's words, the old wizard, moving with deliberate slowness, placed his hand upon Harry's shoulder. Bang! In the midst of a vast, desolate ocean, a solitary island rose, crowned by a triangular black fortress. The cold, damp odor of decay hung in the air, a palpable manifestation of death that unceremoniously invaded Harry's nostrils. Where's this? He inquired. Azkaban. Dumbledore, leading Harry to stand upon a rocky outcrop, raised his voice to be heard over the crashing waves. The Ministry of Magic had initially constructed it here to thwart dark wizards from staging a prison break. However, once they successfully tamed the Dementors, Azkaban became a means of restraining those terrifying creatures. All prisoners confined within its walls inevitably became sustenance for the Dementors, forced to imprison themselves within their own minds, unable to summon even a flicker of joy. The vast majority of criminals descended into madness after mere weeks of confinement. Astute as ever, Harry quickly grasped the underlying implication of the headmaster's words. But Sirius Black managed to survive here for 12 years, and even escaped. Dumbledore nodded in acknowledgement. He must have discovered some unique method. Many believe that resisting Dementors is impossible, even thinking that they drain wizards of their magical abilities. In truth, however, Dementors only consume a person's happiness. At this point, Dumbledore turned back to Harry, his gaze laden with meaning. Harry, you have studied Dementors with Newt. You should understand the nature of these creatures. Can you guess why there exists a rumor within the magical community that Dementors drain magical power? Harry gazed at the distant black cloaks floating near Azkaban prison, his mind drifting back to that fateful night in Little Whinging. Do Dementors truly drain magical power? Is this merely an excuse concocted by wizards who are unable to conjure a Patronus? Such reasoning is utterly nonsensical. The inability to summon a Patronus does not equate to being powerless in other forms of magic. After all, I cast spells without even using my wand at that time. Wait a moment. Harry seemed to have grasped a certain clue. In the past, when he endeavored to train his wandless magic abilities, he began with the enchanted broomstick. Indeed, wandless magic is not a skill that can only be mastered by highly advanced, powerful, or exceptionally gifted wizards. On the contrary, even first-year Hogwarts students can perform the simplest wandless spells upon their broomsticks. As long as they possess sufficient confidence and convey their intentions with emotion, the broomstick, as a magical tool, will respond and leap into the young wizard's hands. This illustrates that the difficulty of wandless magic increases incrementally with the complexity of the spell the wizard wishes to cast. This is why, at the outset of his wandless magic journey, Harry could only perform basic, everyday enchantments. It was only after absorbing the essence of two other souls, elevating his own magical reserves to a new level, that they gradually began to apply wandless magic techniques in combat. The same logic can be aptly applied to Harry's situation. For instance, he managed to inflate his adversary into a balloon and send them soaring into the sky, all without relying on his wand. Despite the humiliation inflicted upon him by Aunt Petunia, unfortunately, everyone, including Harry, focused their attention on the magical surge and Sirius Black's escape, neglecting to fully harness this latent potential. I believe I have come to understand. For any spell or magic to be successfully executed, a wizard must maintain confidence. And those affected by Dementors, who were left desolate and lost, have precisely lost this vital quality, leading them to mistakenly interpret their failed incantations as a result of having their magical essence siphoned away by the Dementors. Harry's response greatly pleased Dumbledore, who nodded and remarked, "Many exceptional wizards can adeptly wield their talents, yet few truly comprehend the underlying principles. Extraordinary abilities often foster confidence, which in turn can serve as a catalyst for further personal growth. I firmly believe that every student can discover their own." Ahem, Professor? Harry promptly interrupted Professor Dumbledore, whose tone had grown increasingly cheerful. He was not weary of the professor's grand philosophies. Rather, the primary objective for the day was to learn the Patronus charm. Dumbledore sighed with a hint of regret, glanced at Harry, and then, with a flick of his wand, conjured a water vortex that seemed to connect to the clouds above, retrieving a Dementor that had been miles away. Harry, who had already taken half a step into the realm of the most powerful, was not astonished by the spectacle before him. He observed the Dementor ensnared within the colossal sphere of water and curiously posed his question, "Professor, isn't it true that Dementors cannot be harmed by anything other than a Patronus?" Dumbledore replied, "I have not harmed it, as you can see. This is merely a cage composed of water. Dementors possess a physical form. They cannot traverse material structures like ghosts. I believe you noticed this when you encountered them on Privet Drive. And this water prison? Be patient, Harry, patience. Today we are here to discuss the Patronus charm." With a gentle wave of his robe, the previously smooth surface of the water sphere began to morph into the shape of a box with a lid. The incantation for the Patronus charm is quite simple. Anyone who has read it can recite it. However, as one of the most profound forms of magic, it entails rather stringent requirements for its casting. And what are those? You must concentrate all your thoughts on a particularly joyful and happy memory while reciting the incantation, for only then will your spell take effect. Harry furrowed his brow, pondering Dumbledore's words with great care. After a moment's hesitation, he inquired once more, "But that isn't everything, is it, Professor?" Dumbledore's expression radiated satisfaction once again, though this time he refrained from steering the conversation back to academia. "You see, Harry," he began, "while Dementors feed on emotions of joy and hope, that does not imply that all positive sentiments are rendered weak in their presence. When one seeks to conjure a powerful Patronus, a resolute heart capable of overcoming pain and despair often proves more significant than moments of mere happiness. Expecto Patronum." Dumbledore's voice was gentle yet resolute, and the tip of his ancient wand abruptly blossomed into silver light, from which emerged a Patronus that mirrored Fawkes, the Phoenix. Thanks to M.O. Rant's admirable restraint in revealing spoilers, Harry once again grasped why the headmaster was lauded as the greatest wizard. As he beheld the silver phoenix spiraling around the water tank and the Dementor, startled and tripping over its own robes in fright, he momentarily envisioned Dumbledore's proud and graceful youth. The chapter was far from over. To continue relishing the captivating narrative, one must turn to the next page. "Your Patronus is a phoenix," Dumbledore continued, his tone as calm as if he were merely recounting his morning dessert. "What the Patronus embodies is of little consequence. It symbolizes our innermost essence. Whether it takes the form of a common creature or a rare magical being, there is no hierarchy. Remember this, Harry. Every individual possesses the right to live joyfully and luminously, and as long as one harbors such beauty, hope will be equally etched into every soul." In the throes of adolescence, Harry was utterly captivated by the Phoenix Patronus, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the shimmering Fawkes, perhaps unaware of how much he absorbed Dumbledore's words. Fortunately, another student, possessing a more mature mindset, was diligently focused on the lesson. It became clear why Death Eaters and malevolent wizards were incapable of summoning a Patronus. M.O. Rand mused to himself in the live stream. "I knew it. Even the wicked must have cherished memories, right? If conjuring a Patronus were merely a matter of recalling joyful moments, then surely Voldemort could summon one as well. In that sense, Dementors resemble a manifestation of depression, conjecture was entirely accurate. It was during her struggle with depression that Ms. J.K. Rowling conceived the terrifying Dementors. Just as the relationship between Dementors and patron uses suggests, malevolent individuals seldom succumb to depression. The majority of depression's triggers stem from an overwhelming abundance of stress and suffering in one's environment, resulting in a dissonance between the subjective mental realm and the objective world, ultimately engendering feelings of nihilism and a rejection of life itself. Comprehends all too well that state of perceiving everything as devoid of meaning, where one finds no interest in anything. He has even experienced the harrowing sensation of choosing between murder and suicide. Upon reflection, it is only those who harbor goodness in their hearts who might choose to end their lives under extreme circumstances. They may perceive loving the wrong person as their own failing, view the slanderers as despicable yet not deserving of death, and consider that a thief of takeout might be hungrier than themselves. Has indeed regretted thoughts of suicide. However, even to this day, he does not believe that eliminating all who have offended him constitutes a commendable act. Fragility is not synonymous with weakness, and courage is far more than mere bravado. The death penalty, moreover, should be reserved for those who commit the gravest of crimes. Professor, I find myself curious as to why we do not practice the Patronus charm near the castle. Whether in your office or the Forbidden Forest, we would surely go unnoticed. Harry's words jolted Mo ran from the reverie of his past lives. Curiously, he fixed his gaze upon Dumbledore's eyes, eager not to miss any potentially profound details. Since all the Dementors dispatched to Hogwarts are registered by those officials at the Ministry of Magic, I certainly wish to avoid endless inquiries from Cornelius after I finish teaching my students. A playful expression flickered across Dumbledore's face as he observed Harry's reaction, then added, I presumed you might appreciate a place with such an evocative atmosphere, considering you are the star who thwarted Voldemort's schemes on 2 occasions. Surely you would not be content to merely remain within the confines of a classroom, poring over books. To be precise, this location is quite elusive. I exerted considerable effort to find a suitable refuge near Azkaban. With a hint of skepticism, Harry diverted his gaze from Dumbledore, casting aside the distractions in his mind. He chose to recall the memory of triumphing over Gilderoy Lockhart, possessed by Tom Riddle during his second year, and solemnly uttered, Expecto Patronum. A silvery mist erupted from the tip of his wand. Dumbledore then unsealed the door that contained the Dementor, releasing the dark-robed creature. Buzz, buzz. After a few simple collisions, the Dementor retreated sullenly into the water prison. This, however, was insufficient. Harry retracted his wand, expressing his discontent. His breathing had grown noticeably more rapid. Transforming fear into anger is a strategy for confronting Dementors, yet such negative emotions do not facilitate the casting of the Patronus charm. Dumbledore immediately discerned the crux of the issue and reiterated, If you wish for your Patronus to take form, Harry, you must confront your deepest fears and believe in your ability to overcome them. While I share your aversion to these creatures, the notion of unwavering belief does not require you to harbor hatred towards Dementors. Focus on the core beneath their abhorrent exterior. What you must combat are the negative emotions, not the dark magical beings. The headmaster's guidance illuminated a beacon of understanding in Harry's mind. Reflecting on Dumbledore's prior teachings, he gradually recognized that the joy and happiness derived from cherished memories are meant to help him embrace the light and welcome hope. Consider the mirror of Erist, Harry. Think of your parents, murmured the ever-quiet moaning Myrtle. It is your very existence that immortalizes them through love. Dumbledore appeared to sense something, waving his hand to dispel the water prison along with the Phoenix Patronus. The Dementor, liberated from pressure, drew in a heavy breath and, without hesitation, lunged at Harry with its decayed hands. Expecto Patronum. With a resonant hum, the wretched creature vanished. Amidst the somber expanse of sky and sea, a silver stag soared through the air. The fragile friendship between Ron and Hermione, already strained by the events surrounding Scabbers, shattered completely before Halloween. Unlike the original narrative, the conflict between them this time stemmed not from a missing pet rat, but from their differing attitudes towards divination. You were the one who urged me to find a subject to dedicate myself to last year. Now that I have, why do you belittle both me and the subject? Ron retorted, weaving a narrative of despair from your life and others is not true prophecy. Ask yourself, do you not realize that Professor Trelawney enjoys hearing such tales, and that you might be attempting to achieve high marks by doing so? Publicly confronted by Hermione in the Gryffindor common room, Ron stumbled over his words. I am not fabricating anything. You clearly saw that my assignment score was higher than yours, and that's why you're saying this out of jealousy. Hermione rolled her eyes dramatically. If you had outperformed me in any other subject, perhaps I would indeed feel envious. But divination? Huh. A growing audience of curious Gryffindors gathered around. Regardless of whether it is Fred and George, who have taken divination classes, or the lower year students such as Ginny and Colin, who have yet to acquire the privilege of course selection, all have momentarily set aside their current endeavors. My initial suggestion for you to choose a subject and devote yourself to it was to equip you to assist Harry in critical moments. If you believe you are genuinely learning valuable skills, then pray tell, where is Sirius Black now? How shall we apprehend him? This is utterly unjust. Even Professor Trelawney lacks this capability. Of course she does. Were she truly gifted, Hogwarts would witness the untimely demise of a third-year student each year. Reflect on this, Ronald. Did you believe in such things before you enrolled in divination? Ronald's face flushed crimson. In the face of irrefutable evidence and precise logic, ambiguous arguments crumble like false prophecies. And what of arithmancy? Why do you not find it problematic? Arithmancy calculates the likelihood of subsequent developments based on established events. It is not a discipline that draws conclusions about the future from vague conjectures. Moreover, Professor Vector clearly stated on the first day of class that nothing possesses a 100% probability until it occurs. The two heated debaters were entirely oblivious to the fact that third-year divination and arithmancy classes coincided in the same time slot. Had Harry not intervened in a timely manner, the inhabitants of the Gryffindor common room would have surely discerned the brewing conflict. Consider my feelings before you argue, would you? It's quite embarrassing for me, Harry remarked, having eavesdropped at the boys' dormitory stairs for quite a while. I was just in the dormitory, expecting you two to be bickering over Crookshanks and Scabbers, only to discover that your argument is rather academic. The prestige accumulated from thwarting Voldemort's schemes over the past 2 years, coupled with the title of the Chosen One, has significantly elevated Harry's stature in the eyes of nearly all Gryffindor students. Before Ron and Hermione could utter a word, witches of all ages began to whisper among themselves. Who do you think is more handsome, Harry or Cedric? Without a doubt, it's Harry, though Cedric Diggory is particularly popular among the older girls. Let us not forget who repeatedly foiled the Dark Lord's plans. But Cedric helped last year too, and Dumbledore awarded points to Hufflepuff for it. Don't you think Cedric has a great sense of style and fashion? Being handsome won't put food on the table. And how old is Harry? He is still far from the age of majority. In due time, he will certainly start to care about his appearance, and his hair won't be so disheveled. What? I actually quite like his current hairstyle. Yet you are correct. Harry has yet to fully mature. Primarily, he has grown so rapidly that I would mistake him for an upperclassman if you hadn't mentioned it. I see that you seem to be interested in chasing after Tindergrass, don't you? Allow me to remind you that Harry is surrounded by wonderful girls. Do not speak so recklessly. Indeed, it would be wise for you to refrain from daydreaming about Cedric, lest it affects your performance in the Quidditch match. Upon seeing Harry, Ron and Hermione immediately regained their composure. After exchanging one last glare at each other, they both turned their heads in exaggerated fashion, reminiscent of the antics of Tom and Jerry, and fell into a silent standoff. Harry was eager for the two to cease their feudal antagonism, however. Being a friend to both Ron and Hermione rather than a parental figure, he found himself at a loss. Moreover, the quarrel, stemming from the tumultuous emotions of adolescence, lacked any appropriate resolution. Despite Harry's earnest attempts at mediation, it was likely that by the following day, they would once again find themselves at odds over some trivial matter. With Halloween approaching and a visit to Hogsmeade imminent, Harry steered the conversation toward the village, positioning himself between the two. He subtly signaled to Colin, his devoted admirer, who promptly exclaimed, "Wow, Hogsmeade! I can hardly wait to see it. It's such a pity I have to wait until next year. Tell me all about what's there." His enthusiastic outburst diverted the attention of several upperclassmen who had grown indifferent to the ongoing dispute, having visited Hogsmeade countless times before. Ron, absent-mindedly scratching the back of his head, quickly forgot his argument with Hermione. Upon locking eyes with Colin, his words transformed into an enthusiastic description of Hogsmeade's most anticipated attractions, the Honeyduke's Sweet Shop, the Zonko's Joke Shop, and the Three Broomsticks Tavern, renowned for its delectable butterbeer and mead. As the atmosphere in the Gryffindor common room gradually settled, Harry discreetly pulled Hermione aside to inquire, "What just happened? You're not typically one to lose your composure. Or is it that you harbor a fixation on Professor Trelawney's class and wish to prove her wrong?" With tears glistening in her eyes, Hermione surveyed their classmates before replying slowly, "What Professor Trelawney teaches is of little consequence to me. but she has a peculiar penchant for awarding high marks to those who indulge in alarmist and superstitious interpretations when grading assignments. While I shouldn't speak ill of friends, I truly cannot abide by the notion that others would write about foreboding encounters. She paused, reflecting on her thoughts. You will encounter misfortune. Harry reflected on his rather mediocre performance in the divination assignment predicting the outcome of the Quidditch match and began to grasp Hermione's perspective. He comforted her, saying, Do you remember Professor McGonagall mentioning that divination is not a rigorous discipline? I recall you were quite in agreement with that notion at the time. Why now then? Are you troubled by these rumors? Hermione replied, Most people only know that you confronted Voldemort at school and that you were the boy who lived. Yet few comprehend the pain and danger you have endured. I do not expect them to be eternally grateful, but is a modicum of respect too much to ask? Why should they fabricate nonsense in their assignments, cursing others for their own benefit? That's not the case, is it? I wrote the last divination assignment with Ron. I distinctly remember we both wrote that I would break free from the Slytherin team's clutches at a critical moment, successfully seize the golden snitch, and win the match. Oh. He added that I would get injured and spend a month in the hospital wing. But really, it's just an assignment. Isn't it? Harry's tolerance did not ease Hermione's concerns, and she continued, but after he achieves such high scores, many students from other houses will undoubtedly follow suit, right? I later inquired with several high-scoring students, and they all mentioned you and that ominous subject in their assignments. Is this still considered divination? It is clearly a curse upon others. Sigh. It's all right. Don't worry, Hermione. A group of students lacks the ability to curse others merely through idle talk. If the nonsensical ramblings of teenage wizards could hold power, Voldemort would have long sought out seers and oracles to deal with me. Yet, I simply cannot bear such things. No one can tolerate their dear friends and family being spoken of in that manner, can they? Upon hearing this, Harry finally grasped the small turmoil within Hermione's heart. Clearing his throat, he said, I understand your point. Well, how should I put it? Ron certainly means no harm, but aside from his fear of spiders, he is also quite afraid of ghosts. If we suggest visiting the Shrieking Shack after a stroll through Hogsmeade this weekend, he will most likely retreat straight to the dormitory. Hermione was momentarily taken aback by Harry's half-hearted yet straightforward invitation. With an expression of disbelief, she quietly asked, and then? Then we can unwind over there and forget about the troubles we've encountered lately, he replied. Upon hearing this, Mo Ran in the live stream couldn't help but laugh. In his previous life, he had heard tales of scoundrels choosing bars for first dates, and he had witnessed straightforward fellows taking girls to internet cafes to play games. However, he had never anticipated that Harry would consider taking Hermione on an adventure to the Shrieking Shack a brilliant idea. Just when Mo Ran thought Hermione would hesitate with a polite refusal or suggest an alternative date location, the young witch standing across from Harry unexpectedly agreed without hesitation. All right. Then this weekend after we finish shopping, let us head straight to the Shrieking Shack. As a new batch of third-year students joined the Hogsmeade scene, all the shops once again felt the overwhelming presence of youth. The ever-popular Honeydukes was nearly filled to capacity. And had it not been for most young witches and wizards having limited pocket money, there would likely have been little merchandise left by the time Harry and his friends arrived. Jelly slugs, creamy almonds, coconut ice, pink fizz, honey toffee, bee stings, juice jelly balls, and blowing bubbles, which could produce bluebell-colored bubbles that lingered throughout the room, alongside pepper imps, ice mice, and exploding bonbons. Each one was a box, not merely a single piece. Harry's voice attracted numerous envious glances, prompting everyone, including the shop staff, to cast their eyes toward him and his friends Ron and Hermione. Do not pack. Hurry to the basement for inventory. They are requesting a box. They might just empty our stock. After finally squeezing out of the candy shop with an assortment of bags, Harry led his friends on a stroll around Zonko's joke shop. Fred, George, why are you here instead of preparing for your O.W.L.S. in the library? Ron exclaimed in surprise upon seeing his brothers, as he distinctly remembered them promising their mother before the school year to set aside their playful antics and focus on their studies. My dear, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement has only just begun. Studying the principles of dung bombs can indeed be beneficial for learning. Precisely, the same logic applies to the nose-biting teacup. It showcases remarkable transfiguration magic. The Weasley twins exchanged banter, disregarding Ron's comments entirely. What is this? A wand? Harry pointed at a collection of wands displayed in a box and inquired, when did Zonko's joke shop collaborate with Ollivander? Those are fake wands, young Harry, George enthusiastically explained to the inquisitive boy. his demeanor almost more affectionate than that towards his own brother. Nearby, Hermione's interest was piqued. She glanced at the alarming inscriptions on the display case to her left and exclaimed, "Goodness, are you certain these items are legal?" "Oh, you mean these?" Fred remarked as he scrutinized the assortment of vomiting and burping candy, as well as sour exploding candy that served as tools for skipping class, expressing a hint of regret. "These are instant skip class sweets, but unfortunately, their varieties have not been updated in years. The professors at Hogwarts are unlikely to be deceived. In fact, Zonko's joke shop has seen little innovation over the past few years, merely relying on its past reputation to attract the new third-year wizards." Upon hearing this, Harry set aside his faux wand and turned to inquire, "Oh, so it seems you have some delightful ideas?" "Indeed," George exclaimed, eagerly stepping beside Fred and patting his brother's shoulder. "Fred and I have concocted numerous marvelous inventions over the years. Alas, opportunities for experimentation have been scarce, and we lack the funds for mass production. However, we can assure you that if we have the chance to work at Zoko after graduation, the products here will undoubtedly become far more intriguing. We shall ensure that every student wishing to skip class will have their desires fulfilled." "Absolutely, George. But let us not forget that we still have fireworks to improve." The whimsical musings of the Weasley twins did not draw Harry's ridicule. Instead, much like in the original narrative, he secretly entertained the notion of supporting their entrepreneurial endeavors. "Shall we take a stroll to the Shrieking Shack next?" Harry suggested candidly after departing from Zoko's joke shop. Just as he heard Ron's teeth begin to chatter, believing their plan was about to succeed, a short, stout figure adorned with a brown top had appeared unexpectedly at the entrance of the Three Broomsticks. "Fudge? What is he doing here?" Before Ron could formulate an excuse to depart, Harry had already taken strides towards the Three Broomsticks. "Wait, Harry," Hermione called out anxiously from behind. "You haven't brought the invisibility cloak. If you walk straight up to them, they will see you." Illusionment show. Under Harry's spell, the three of them quickly blended into their surroundings like chameleons. Ron, initially intending to return to the castle with his package, decided to follow suit upon noticing Madame Rosmerta conversing with Fudge at the entrance. Inside the Three Broomsticks, it was exceedingly crowded and noisy. Unlike other establishments that thrived during the busy October season for third-year students, this pub maintained a remarkably stable business. The wizards seated at the front and along the long tables quieted as Madame Rosmerta returned to the bar. They came to drink, eager to behold her enchanting figure accentuated by her fitted attire and the distinctive features of her long neck. "Minister, when will you finally have the Dementors withdrawn? My business has suffered nearly by half." "Oh, dear Madame Rosmerta, could you please bring me a glass of red currant rum?" Ron and Hermione, stealthily following behind Fudge into the bar, instinctively turned to glance at Harry, clearly unaccustomed to employing methods of concealment beyond the invisibility cloak. Madame Rosmerta, somewhat displeased, clicked her heels as she carried the drinks, and shortly thereafter, she placed the goblet before Fudge, inquiring once more, "I have heard that the department plans to dispatch more Dementors to guard Hogwarts. Is this true?" Fudge took a sip of rum and remarked, somewhat awkwardly, "There's no way around it. Dumbledore refuses to allow the Dementors to enter the castle. To locate Sirius Black in such a vast area, we must simply increase the number of guards. However, considering that so many Dementors couldn't keep watch over Sirius Black in Azkaban, what good would it do to deploy more now? Frankly, I believe we should consider alternative methods for apprehending him. I have heard that Harry Potter is no ordinary wizard. Some professors at Hogwarts assert that he possesses the prowess of a senior Auror. Perhaps if you feign withdrawing the Dementors, he might capture Black himself." Upon hearing this, Fudge's gaze, which had been fixed intently on Madame Rosmerta, suddenly cleared considerably. He shook his head and stated emphatically, No, we cannot trouble Mr. Potter with this matter." "He might." "Might what? Why is that?" "Oh, dear lady, please do not misunderstand me. I have no doubt about Mr. Potter's abilities. However, sometimes a cunning traitor can be far more perilous than a formidable foe." Fudge lowered his voice slightly. "We must look back to the time when Sirius Black was a student. Under the influence of the Dementors, Hogwarts welcomed its first snowfall prematurely on October 31st. As the delicate, powdery snowflakes left their traces, Hogsmeade and the Forbidden Forest appeared as if enchanted. The treetops and rooftops sparkled like silver, resembling the exquisite cakes adorned with Bessel's icing from Honeydukes when viewed from afar. The students, engrossed in shopping and merriment, were utterly captivated by this sudden spectacle. They paused, gazing upward at the ethereal beings descending from the clouds, either intentionally or inadvertently etching this moment of beauty deeply into their youthful memories. "Harry, are you all right?" You seem rather too calm, Ron said, while Hermione echoed his concern. Unbeknownst to them, their friend had already gleaned the full story from the revelations of Moony many years ago. Amidst the swirling snow, both Ron and Hermione, shaken by eavesdropping on Fudge's conversation, felt an unspoken pang of guilt. I'm perfectly fine. You needn't worry about me, Harry replied with utmost seriousness. Ron and Hermione exchanged a glance, and then, as if rehearsed, said in unison, let us return to the castle directly. You have procured so many delightful treats. It would be a shame not to indulge in them, wouldn't it? Indeed, Harry. The Shrieking Shack can wait for another occasion. With the snowfall so heavy, if we delay our return, the path will become increasingly treacherous. Observing Harry's somewhat hesitant demeanor, both Ron and Hermione felt a pang of concern. Given Harry's current level of magical prowess, it seemed that only Dumbledore and Voldemort could prevent him from leaving if he so wished. However, unbeknownst to them, it was not the prospect of departure that troubled Harry, but rather the dilemma of whether to disclose the truth of the situation. Very well, he finally conceded. Harry adjusted his emotions and suggested, let us return to the castle. Ron and Hermione sighed with relief. But just as they believed they could swiftly escort Harry away from the perils of Hogsmeade, Hagrid's figure unexpectedly appeared before them. Observing the large feet that crunched upon the still unblanketed ground, Hermione uneasily lifted her gaze and inquired, Hagrid? Oh, hello. Are you here to unwind? At that moment, Hagrid was clad in an even more disheveled leather coat than usual, resembling someone who had just finished a laborious task. A closer inspection would reveal numerous slick and damp spots upon his attire. Hermione, Ron, Harry, is this your first visit to Hogsmeade? He bellowed in his booming voice. What a pity, for I lack the luxury of time. The situation in the Forbidden Forest has been rather unusual lately. Many magical creatures have become quite agitated due to the environmental and climatic changes, besides preparing lessons for students of all grades. I also have some poor little creatures to tend to. After I purchase some fire crab feed, I must return. Fire crabs? Harry's voice, filled with keen interest, prompted Hagrid to instinctively inquire, Oh, Harry, are you familiar with fire crabs? Indeed. I recall that feeding and cleaning fire crabs without suffering severe burns was a random practical test for fifth-year students participating in the O.W.L.S. for care of magical creatures. So, is this the very creature that Fred and George will be confronting next term? Suddenly realizing that he had spoken too freely, Hagrid felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Fortunately, Hermione quickly came to his rescue, reassuring him, It's all right, Hagrid. We certainly won't spread this information around. You needn't worry. With a sigh of relief, Hagrid patted his chest beneath his bushy beard and exclaimed, It's truly wonderful to see you all. However, I cannot linger any longer. I have important matters to attend to. Let us reconvene in Care of Magical Creatures class next week. With that, he hurried off towards the village of Hogsmeade. Upon returning to Hogwarts Castle, Ron and Hermione had no intention of dining in the Great Hall. Instead, they pulled Harry along as they made their way back to the Gryffindor common room. Everything unfolded as Fudge had mentioned. Harry's prowess was certainly not inferior to that of the malevolent Sirius Black, yet as a traitor who had lurked for years, plotting the demise of James and Lily while posing as a friend, Black's cunning and cruelty could very well put Harry at a disadvantage. Should Black utter deceitful words to confuse the truth upon being captured, or should he ambush Harry in the heat of battle, fueled by anger and hatred? The outcome could become utterly unpredictable. Let us hasten to unwrap the packages. There are so many delectable treats that will keep us occupied for a while. Harry exclaimed. By the way, Hermione, which dessert do you wish to try the most? I would love to sample the blood strawberry lollipops, though those are intended for vampires. Perhaps I shall first taste the ice mice. I am curious about the sensation of crunching down on them. Their peculiar behavior left many of their peers in the common room bewildered, leading them to whisper amongst themselves. Weren't they just arguing a few days ago? Why do they appear so amicable today? The whims of youth. Occasional conflicts are quite normal. We should focus on our revisions. At that moment, Harry remained unaware of the discussions taking place among his fellow students in the common room. He had unwittingly conflated Fudge's erroneous revelations with the tragic fate of Hermione in the future, and he was fully engrossed in conjuring the Patronus charm. Excellent, for now. Hermione harbored no intentions of seeking to resolve any troubles for me. She merely wished for me not to pursue revenge against Black. But what shall we do next? Should I disclose everything to her? As Harry initiated a private conversation, Ron also fell into deep contemplation. Since that incident, neither he nor Harry had managed to uncover any leads. If her unfortunate demise was indeed a consequence of exceeding the limits while utilizing the time turner, What could possibly compel the cautious and astute Hermione to embark on such a perilous venture? I find myself uncertain, for at the moment we discovered her lifeless form, Sirius Black had not engaged in any peculiar activities. Even when one considers the two events together, she possessed no discernible motive to return to that particular moment in time. At times, I even speculate that her decision to journey into the past may not have been triggered by any known circumstances, especially since Peter Pettigrew had already met his end, as Harry portrayed the joyous image of the dessert boy nestled within the mountain of confections. His mind wandered to the words of M.O. Ran. Was this not a matter already known to us? If so, might I divulge the true circumstances of Sirius Black to Hermione? The dilemma lies in the fact that the trajectory of events is influenced by a multitude of factors. The seemingly inconsequential decision I make at this moment could gradually lead her towards peril. The nearly ceaseless anxiety and inner turmoil only began to ease with the arrival of the Christmas holiday. Must you truly visit Malfoy Manor? In stark contrast to the weighty tone of Ron's inquiry, Harry's spirits were evidently lighter, influenced by the festive atmosphere within the school. The most significant factor was Hermione's decision to entrust him with the time turner before her departure home. He remarked, "Oh, we have so many days of holiday ahead. I am merely going to dine with them and engage in some conversation. There is no need for such concern. Look, this year Hogwarts has adorned the castle more beautifully than in years past." At this, Ron re-examined the 12 Christmas trees flanking the Great Hall. Everything was as Harry described, from the baubles on the trees to the vibrant garlands of holly and mistletoe in the corridors. Each decoration was imbued with an enchanting visual magic that shimmered with golden light, illuminating the entire castle with a starry brilliance. It was indeed a sight to behold, however. It was regrettable that this year the Ministry of Magic had stationed dementors in the vicinity of the school, prompting many students who had initially wished to remain on campus to reconsider and return home. Harry could deeply empathize with the unspoken discontent of his dear friend. So he deftly shifted the conversation. Perhaps it is indeed their loss. Oh, by the way, tomorrow night is Christmas Eve, and the gifts for our classmates should be arriving shortly. Why don't we return to the common room now and see what everyone has received? Upon hearing the mention of Christmas gifts, Ron perked up, straightened his back, and clapped Harry on the shoulder, mentally envisioning the delightful surprises hidden beneath the vibrant red wrapping paper. Mrs. Weasley had prepared yet another hand-knit sweater for her youngest son. However, it seemed she had acquired some household magic skills, for this year's garment featured not only a prominent capital but also a vividly rendered Gryffindor lion. In addition to the sweater, Ron had received a homemade round fruit pie, an assortment of Christmas confections, and a box of chocolate-covered nuts. While it remained uncertain whether the wizarding world adhered to the adage that one finds it easier to transition from frugality to extravagance than vice versa for the Weasley family, a stroke of good fortune did not appear to alter their disposition significantly. Despite the annual gifts being largely similar, Ron displayed neither extreme disappointment nor anger. "Hey, Harry, you are absolutely right. The sweater Mother crafted this year is a deep crimson. Perhaps she intended to highlight the vibrant hue of the Gryffindor lion? Have you checked to see if you received any gifts?" Just then, Ron exclaimed, "Wait, what is this?" As Harry hastily closed the small magical greeting card he had been reading from Hermione, he was taken aback to see Ron producing a long parcel from seemingly nowhere. "Harry Potter, this package bears your name. But how curious, there's no signature. Who do you suppose sent it?" "I have no idea," Harry replied. Harry shook his head, instinctively recalling the Dursley family. Ever since the events of this summer, he had not been in contact with Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. Perhaps they were hoping to mend their relationship with him over the Christmas holiday? Yet, for some inexplicable personal reasons, they might be too embarrassed to sign their names on the gift. With a tinge of uncertainty, he tore open the wrapping. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the room, accompanied by a dazzling golden light that filled the entire dormitory. The shimmering metallic footrests, the exquisitely crafted handle, and the branches pruned to resemble a work of art. It could not be mistaken. Rolling out from the wrapping paper and onto Harry's bed was none other than the finest broomstick he had encountered in Diagon Alley, the Firebolt. Ron's voice had grown hoarse as he whispered, "My goodness, Harry, I can hardly believe it. A firebolt, right here in front of us. Who do you think could have sent it to you?" Harry did not hasten to respond to Ron's inquiry. Instead, his gaze remained fixated on the firebolt, as if he could sense a certain exquisite magic akin to vitality emanating from it. As he gradually extended his hand, the once motionless and resplendent broom quivered twice before gracefully levitating into the air, perfectly poised at a height suitable for Harry to mount. Few wizards could afford to purchase a firebolt, and it was not merely a matter of finances. Many professional Quidditch teams with sponsorships were unable to procure firebolts for all their players. As Harry caressed the gilded registration number at the tip of his broomstick, he engaged in a discussion with Ron, which inadvertently reignited Ron's suspicions. Could it be the Malfoy family? Did Lucius Malfoy lavishly bribe you before your dinner invitation? What could you possibly be negotiating with him? It seems implausible. If he truly wished to corrupt me, why not simply inscribe his name on the gift? Wouldn't that be more straightforward? Perhaps he believes such an act would tarnish the dignity of a pure-blood aristocrat, seeking assistance from a mere teenage wizard. While Ron's perspective held some merit, Harry felt that Lucius would not regard him with greater favor than his own son. The price of a firebolt was far more substantial than the combined cost of the entire Slytherin team's Nimbus 2001. Even the Malfoys could not casually bestow such wealth upon an outsider. He remarked, "Let us keep this matter under wraps for now. After all, I still have my Nimbus 2000 to rely on. Once I gather sufficient information, I can unveil it as a secret weapon." Ron nodded in agreement, then began discussing the possibility of finding a location for a test flight. Harry was more than willing for his dear friend to experience the prowess of the firebolt. Yet as a Gryffindor seeker, his passion for the firebolt and Quidditch rivaled Ron's own. Thus, he deemed it essential to personally oversee this inaugural flight. Moments later, at the edge of the Forbidden Forest near the Black Lake, two young wizards, cloaked in disillusionment charms, appeared, thanks to the presence of Dementors. The significantly reduced number of students remaining at Hogwarts rendered the castle eerily desolate. Harry and Ron slipped out of the castle with minimal hindrance. Harry hesitated to employ the disillusionment charm or apparition on the firebolt, fearing he might inadvertently misplace the broom or disrupt its intricate components. "Are you ready?" Ron inquired, picking up a handful of pebbles from the lakeside. Perched atop the firebolt, Harry nodded and gave Ron a thumbs up, saying, "Make sure to throw with force and at an acute angle. Otherwise, this level of practice won't distinguish the firebolt from the Nimbus 2000. All right." Whoosh. The moment Ron released the stones, Harry's figure vanished from sight. Riding the firebolt was even more exhilarating than he had imagined. Although he could not fathom how it was achieved, this broomstick, akin to a work of art, struck a perfect balance between precision and fluid motion. The fundamental maneuvers of takeoff, gliding, spiraling, and dashing required no conscious adjustments from Harry. As an exceptionally gifted Quidditch player, he even felt as though the firebolt was an extension of his own body. Ron's eyes could scarcely keep pace with Harry's form. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, his friend had already soared back to the lakeshore, clutching the pebbles. "Absolutely astonishing." "Ron," Harry exclaimed with exhilaration, "I just felt the castle and the Forbidden Forest transform into a shimmering green and gray expanse. This sensation is something I have never experienced on my Firebolt 2000. Next time, just throw 3 stones, spreading them out a bit. I believe I can catch them." "Yes," Ron replied eagerly, biting his lip in anticipation. Whoosh. 3 pebbles soared towards the lake's surface in a high, medium, and low arc. Harry dashed towards the pebble that was about to plummet into the lake. He then executed a sharp turn, leaning sideways as if surfing, extending his hand to touch the water and catching the farthest stone thrown by Ron. Remarkably, only 2 seconds had elapsed. "Hurry, Harry. There's still one left," Ron shouted, pointing at the stone he had thrown straight up and down. With a swift rush, the firebolt created a misty spray on the lake's surface. Harry positioned his body horizontally on the broom to minimize the drag of the air. The surroundings seemed to slow down. 10 feet, 5 feet, 3 feet, 1 foot. In a moment of sheer urgency, Harry grasped the 3rd pebble, instinctively performing a starfish maneuver. He hooked the broom with 1 hand and 1 foot, turning his body upside down and soaring back and forth. Ron's face was alight with sheer delight, even though he had yet to ride the broom himself. He felt genuine happiness for Harry. "Come on, give it a try." Without hesitation, Harry handed the firebolt to his dear friend, watching him ascend into the dimming sky. The allure of the firebolt was irresistible. Even M.O. Rand, who had never enjoyed riding a broom, understood why most wizards were so enamored with it after participating in the test flight. Wasn't this the limited edition supercar of the magical world in that era? After several minutes, as darkness enveloped the sky, Ron, having calmed from the excitement of riding the firebolt, nearly pushed Harry back to the Gryffindor dormitory. From his perspective, he felt he had almost become a great sinner for Harry. "Oh, come on, relax. I've told you, I won't seek revenge on Black." Harry's tone was a blend of exasperation and amusement, just as he was about to say something to reassure Ron. He noticed that within the packaging of the firebolt he had previously torn open, there seemed to be something else concealed. On Christmas night, Only 12 faculty members and students remained in the entire Hogwarts castle. Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Sprout, and Flitwick had arranged the teachers' dining table in the center of the Great Hall, sharing dinner with Mr. Filch, Ginny, 2 first-year students, and a 5th-year Slytherin student who had been compelled to stay at school to revise for the O.W.L.S. Ron. Without the company of his family and feeling the absence of Harry, had initially been reluctant to attend the Christmas feast, Percy had gone to his girlfriend's house for Christmas, and Fred and George had ventured to Hogsmeade. However, where else could he indulge in such a delectable meal? Merry Christmas. I was just pondering whether Ginny might feel too lonely without her family. Welcome, Ron. Please take a seat. Observing Ron's somewhat bewildered expression, Professor Dumbledore kindly elaborated, this year, the number of students remaining is quite limited. Using the long tables of the houses would seem rather silly. I don't feel lonely, Headmaster. Ginny interjected suddenly from beside Professor McGonagall, seemingly unwilling to switch seats to sit next to her brother. Consequently, Ron, who wished to avoid sitting too close to the teachers or the Slytherin upperclassmen, settled for a spot adjacent to the first years. Once Ron finally took his seat, Dumbledore, in high spirits, retrieved a silver-wrapped gift from the box and handed it to Snape, exclaiming, "Look, firecrackers." Snape, with a face that bore a hint of reluctant respect, tugged at it, only to hear a resounding bang. With a thunderous explosion, a plume of pink smoke erupted from the firecracker, coalescing above Snape's head into a deep crimson pointed witch's hat, complete with a moth-eaten vulture specimen perched atop. Ron burst into laughter at the memory of Neville's boggart, earning the immediate ire of Snape. One should never provoke Professor Snape when his upper lip curls in irritation. Harry's advice reverberated in Ron's mind just in time, and he stifled a laugh, burying his entire head in his plate. Snape took several deep breaths before removing his hat and pushing it towards Dumbledore, who promptly replaced his own deep blue wizard's hat with it. A little jest from Zonkos, cheer up, Severus. This is a gesture of goodwill from the students. Now, let us all indulge heartily. With the headmaster's words, the sound of the door creaking open echoed through the hall once more. It was Professor Trelawney, adorned in a festive outfit embellished with metallic sequins. Dumbledore rose again to welcome her, exclaiming, "Sybil, your arrival is both surprising and delightful." Professor Trelawney, as usual, donned her magnified spectacles, yet, even the most delicate description of her attire could only liken her to a rare species of mantis found in the tropical rainforest. This made it increasingly difficult for Ron to suppress his amusement. "I was just using smoke for divination, Headmaster." The result was astonishing. "I actually saw myself dining in the hall. Traditionally, seers are meant to embrace solitude in remote places, but since fate has given me a hint, I hurried down from the tower. Of course, we just happen to have one chair left," Dumbledore replied. Professor Trelawney counted with her large, twinkling eyes and then expressed her relief, saying, "How splendid. Only 12 people. You must know that whenever 13 dine together, the first to rise will be the first to perish. Even with 13, we are willing to take that risk, Sybil," Professor McGonagall remarked with a hint of displeasure, briefly considering summoning Hagrid, who was busy in the Forbidden Forest, to join them for dinner. "Do take your seats quickly. If we wait any longer, the turkey will turn to ice," she added. However, to Professor McGonagall's surprise, Professor Trelawney fell silent for just a moment, and when she recalled that Professor Lupin had yet to appear at the table, her expression shifted to one of alarm, as if struck by lightning. "Goodness, Headmaster, do you happen to know where Professor Lupin is?" "Oh, Professor Lupin," Dumbledore said, taking a piece of honey-glazed ham. "I fear that poor man has fallen ill again. It is rather unfortunate, especially at Christmas. You did prepare his potion, did you not, Severus?" Professor Snape hesitated for a moment before nodding, choosing not to disclose that Lupin had actually been drinking the wolfsbane potion brewed by Potter that month. Meanwhile, Professor McGonagall, displaying a puzzled expression, inquired, "I thought you had foreseen Professor Lupin's ailment, Sybil." "I certainly did." Professor Trelawney gazed at Professor McGonagall with a frosty demeanor, stating, "In truth, a competent seer seldom parades their omniscience. We pretend to be oblivious to the celestial visions, thereby sparing ordinary wizards from unease. However, if you are exceedingly eager to learn of my prophetic insights, Minerva, I believe I can share some foreseen events." With that, she adopted the ethereal tone commonly employed during her divination classes. "Professor Lupin shall not remain at this institution for long. Come next term, he will depart from us, hastily fleeing for reasons yet to be revealed." "I express skepticism," Dumbledore adeptly interjected, bringing closure to the dialogue between Professors McGonagall and Trelawney. His voice imbued with an air of lightheartedness. Hogwarts ought to be the safest haven in the world, and given that Professor Lupin teaches defense against the dark arts here, I found it difficult to fathom any imminent peril. Ah, Ron, Draco, do sample these delightful sausages. They are truly exquisite. Meanwhile, at Malfoy Manor, far removed from Hogwarts Castle, Harry was preparing to savor the Iberian ham prepared by Lucius. Mr. Potter, do try this. Such fine ham is best savored alone, accompanied by wine, Lucius suggested tentatively. Well, at this moment, I believe my guardians and the professors at Hogwarts have no authority over me. Upon hearing Harry's stance, Lucius promptly signaled to the newly acquired house elf, Donnie. The female elf named Donnie, dressed in a cleaner pillowcase than that of Dobby, cautiously approached Harry, pouring him a glass of red wine. La Romane Conti, Lucius remarked in a rather fluent French accent, continuing, as you previously indicated, Muggles indeed possess remarkable talents in certain respects. Take, for instance, the wines from the Burgundy region of France, which command the utmost respect from many esteemed wizarding proprietors of top Bordeaux vineyards. Harry, lacking knowledge in the art of wine tasting, instinctively sought assistance from M.O. Ran. However, the issue lay in the fact that M.O. Ran, having grown up in a modest household, had never indulged in red wine. His familiarity with it was limited to the name Lafite, gleaned from various literary and cinematic works. While the illustrious Roman Conti was entirely unknown to him, how does one even approach drinking this elixir? Perhaps I shall first inhale its bouquet, and then take a delicate sip. After all, you currently wield your formidable powers to intimidate Lucius, thus it matters little if the nuances of the wine elude you. Harry silently nodded in agreement, and then proceeded to follow Emma Rand's suggestion. It is indeed a remarkable coincidence that what began as a mere sip for Harry transformed into an exquisite experience as the taste of Roman Conti enveloped him, allowing him to feel the profound pleasure that fine wine bestows. The liquid, slightly cooler than the warmth of his mouth, flowed from the tip of his tongue, fully releasing its delightful flavors within his palate before gradually gliding down his throat. Harry, with a look of surprise, lifted his wine glass and observed it thoughtfully. Following Lucius's advice, he selected a slice of ham and placed it delicately in his mouth. The creamy essence, perfectly complemented by just the right amount of saltiness, beautifully concluded the lingering aftertaste of the red wine. Unlike the indulgent feasting in the Hogwarts Great Hall, this refined manner of savoring each bite offered a unique pleasure. Lucius Malfoy had intended to restore some semblance of dignity to his family through these trivial aristocratic customs. Yet he had not anticipated that the lineage of the Potter family inherently possessed an elegance rivaling that of the Sacred 28. This was indeed remarkable, so much so that it bordered on the incredible. After Harry's candid assessment, he inquired, "Is it the delicious food and drink that has led you to reconsider collaborating with me?" To which Lucius replied, "Certainly not. In the realm of business, I pride myself on my acumen." Upon witnessing Mr. Potter's unflappable demeanor, I promptly set aside my trivial distractions that bore no relation to genuine profit. "It was your previous display of magic that was so profoundly impressive, prompting me to reevaluate the formidable power a wizard can possess. On that note, I must express my gratitude to you. Indeed, there are many antiquated elements within Malfoy Manor, and that occasion inspired me to contemplate a thorough renovation." Both Harry and Emma Rand simultaneously referred to Lucius as an old fox. The last time, they had merely given each other a warning using goblin fire. Moreover, as far as he recalled, he had restored all items affected by magic before departing. "Surely, you do not intend to include any renovation cost in the contract to negotiate conditions with me, do you?" Under the guidance of Morin, Harry boldly confronted Lucius, startling him to the point where he hastily waved his hands in denial, exclaiming, "How could that be, Mr. Potter? You must be jesting. I merely wish to sincerely heed your words." He continued, "Today is fortuitously Christmas, and as you grace my home with your presence, I cannot simply offer a feast. A suitable gift may more eloquently convey the Malfoy family's sentiments." Lucius refrained from summoning Dobby or instructing Narcissa and Draco to withdraw. Instead, he directly retrieved a pocket watch from the lining of his robe. "Mr. Potter, your future and aspirations are boundless. Given the Malfoy family's capabilities, aside from providing commercial assistance, this is perhaps the only means by which we can extend our support to you. If you can overlook past grievances and accept this gift, I, Lucius Malfoy, as the current head of the Malfoy family, hereby pledge to renounce my allegiance to the Dark Lord and join the ranks of your esteemed supporters." "Huh, Harry," nearly voicing his astonishment, and Morin, equally taken aback, began to argue in the live broadcast. What is he saying? Did you seek him out during the summer? No. We were preoccupied with shampoo and company matters throughout the summer, Harry replied. Then why has he suddenly transformed in this manner? I have no idea. It is exceedingly strange. Moreover, even if one of us were to pressure him again, given our current capabilities, how could we compel him to so readily abandon his loyalty to Voldemort? Are you suggesting he is feigning defection? That is a possibility, but it seems illogical, considering the Malfoy family's stature. Even if he refused to collaborate with us, we could not directly act against them. What shall we do now? Morin pondered for a moment before proposing to Harry. Let us accept his offer for the time being. That pocket watch he presented appears to be a time-turner. After we present it to Dumbledore for examination, regardless of whether it harbors a curse, we will ascertain what exactly Lucius is scheming. All right. Ahem. Harry gently cleared his throat twice and then, with a silent incantation of the summoning charm, retrieved the time-turner. Indeed, it was a gift of considerable weight, and he expressed his gratitude. As he spoke, he delicately levitated the pocket watch towards his palm using magic, to avoid any direct contact with the potentially cursed time-turner. Observing Harry accept his gift, Lucius let out a long sigh of relief. He remarked, I am glad to know you are satisfied. As for the details of our subsequent collaboration, let us discuss them after the dinner, shall we? Yes, that sounds agreeable. When Harry departed from Malfoy Manor, it was already past midnight. Unlike the frequent inclement weather often experienced at Hogwarts this year, the sky near the Malfoy estate was clear and transparent. Gazing at the shimmering stars, Harry unexpectedly murmured to himself, I never anticipated everything would proceed so smoothly. To be honest, when we received Draco's invitation at the start of the school year, I was convinced his father intended to deliver some harsh words to us. The surroundings of Harry were enveloped in silence. Even in the eyes of wizards, such a self-involved act appeared rather peculiar. I did not perceive that Lucius had specifically sent his son to invite us merely to deliver threats. However, I did anticipate that today's negotiations would be troublesome. To my surprise, he conducted himself with such promptness and reasonableness. It felt almost as if everything had been meticulously orchestrated in advance. Harry naturally completed the second half of M.O. Rand's statement and candidly proposed a hypothesis that had occupied his thoughts for quite some time. Do you not think that the events of this semester might be connected to the time-turner? Both Hermione's predicament and the various affairs surrounding the Malfoys could potentially be elucidated through time travel. As a time traveler himself, M.O. Rand had actually considered this possibility even before Harry, responding, You are correct, judging by Lucius's familiarity with the terms of the contract. It is evident that this is not our first discussion on the matter. Based on his previous behavior, I surmise that at some point in the future, we utilized the time-turner to prepare all necessary arrangements in advance. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that, given the myriad challenges we currently face, our decision to traverse time surely extends beyond mere collaboration with the Malfoys. After M.O. Rand had articulated the crux of the issue, Harry fell into contemplation. Everything seemed so nebulous. Even if he were to use the time-turner at this very moment, he would remain uncertain about which day or when to approach Lucius Malfoy. Not to mention the intricacies involved in employing time travel to rescue Hermione. In his fruitless pondering, Harry instinctively thought of that man who seemed to possess knowledge of everything. So what shall we do now? Should we confide in Professor Dumbledore? Well, that would be inadvisable. Why? We could seek Dumbledore's assistance in examining the time-turner, but I doubt he would have a comprehensive understanding of the events transpiring in our lives. Moreover, to be frank, if we truly required his help at some point, his character and abilities would surely compel him to offer guidance proactively. M.O. Rand's deductions would likely receive silent acknowledgement even from Dumbledore himself. The issue, however, is that M.O. Rand, who harbors no particular affection for Hermione, does not feel the same urgency regarding the time travel conundrum as Harry does. We must devise a method to clarify our current situation, mustn't we? Can we afford to remain inactive simply because we are unaware of the cause of Hermione's demise? Hush. Keep your voice down. You've been talking to the air since earlier. We are not too far from Malfoy Manor. Let us avoid unnecessary trouble. M.O. Rand advised. Let us do this. Once the Christmas holidays come to an end, we will prioritize addressing Sirius's situation, regardless of whether we succeed in exonerating him. It will at least allow us to embark on time travel without reservations. Seeing M.O. Rand decisively agree to his request, Harry's rational thinking reclaimed dominance in his mind. Though he hesitated slightly and inquired, Are you suggesting that at that point, we will simply traverse back into the past? But what if we still lack understanding of the truth? Moran replied with conviction, "Perhaps some truths can only be unveiled once we return to the past. I hope that the gift bestowed upon us by Lucius Malfoy surpasses the one given by Hermione. Otherwise, we shall lack the ability to traverse further back in time. It would be utterly dreadful to risk being pursued by the Ministry of Magic merely to pilfer a time-turner from the Department of Mysteries." According to the contract Harry signed with the Malfoy family, the distribution of Lily's elixir would commence in the wizarding and muggle markets of Britain, with plans for expansion throughout Europe. In the realm of magical commerce, apart from being influenced by capital, wizards can leverage their own prowess as bargaining chips. Hence, Harry directly negotiated a 90-10 equity distribution plan with Lucius. This somewhat predatory negotiation did not seem to cause Lucius any pain or embarrassment. On the contrary, he was quite willing to accept the apparent loss. Upon discovering his eligibility for a stake in Lily's healthcare tin, Lucius nearly regarded Mr. Potter's enterprise as his own progeny, utterly indifferent to the fact that he had invested more than Harry. Thus, the globalization strategy for the products under Lily's healthcare officially commenced on Christmas Day in 1993. Upon returning to Hogwarts Castle, Harry immediately sought out Dumbledore, bringing along Lucius's time-turner and delectable treats from the Honeydukes. In the office, a colossal grandfather clock swung rhythmically, inducing a heavy-lidded stupor in both Fawkes and the portraits of former headmasters adorning the walls. Dumbledore scrutinized the pocket watch embossed with ancient runes, savoring a piece of candy as he remarked, "This time-turner is quite old. Theoretically, it is capable of transporting you back to any moment you wish to revisit." "What? Any moment? I must not have misheard you, Headmaster." "You have not erred," Dumbledore replied calmly. "It is indeed any moment you wish to return to. However, if I am not mistaken, you might find this time-turner to be more secure and stable than the one Hermione possesses. Am I correct?" Harry gazed intently at the elderly man before him, inwardly lamenting, "Here we go again. Why does Dumbledore always present himself as if he knows everything yet refuses to articulate his thoughts clearly?" Understanding the turmoil in Harry's heart, Moran promptly offered consolation. "We are virtually ignorant of temporal magic. Let us allow him to finish speaking." Acknowledging Moran's suggestion, Harry quickly regained his composure. He retrieved another time-turner, which Hermione had entrusted to him, and remarked, "Hermione informed me that this time management device can only transport 3 individuals back to a point 7 days prior, and exceeding this limit could be perilous. Logically, a time management device without side effects should be far safer than hers, correct?" Dumbledore cast a fleeting glance at the contraption, which Professor McGonagall had procured for her students, and leisurely posed a question to Harry. "Harry, do you understand the rules governing time travel? One must not alter past events, nor witness oneself." As Harry instinctively began to mentally rehearse his textbook knowledge, he appeared to grasp the intent behind Dumbledore's inquiry. He lifted his gaze, his eyes seemingly vacant as they were fixed upon the starlit sky outside, and rephrased, "It is to satisfy the rationale of reconstructing reality, is it not?" Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, evidently surprised that Harry had so swiftly discerned the essence of temporal magic. "I cannot claim to be a master of time magic, Harry. Yet after decades of delving into the nature of magic, I believe I possess some unique insights. Your acuity at such a tender age is truly remarkable." With that, Dumbledore finally set aside his hand, which had been oscillating between his mouth and the plate. He rose to his feet and, while pacing, continued, "All modern time management devices encapsulate the hour reversal charm within a magically enhanced pocket watch or a small hourglass. This approach is necessary, as this exceedingly unstable and potent spell can only manifest its effects when contained within a magical vessel. This differs significantly from true time reversal." Suddenly, an old photograph depicting 2 wizards appeared before Harry. The wizard beside him was named Salcrook, who currently worked in the Department of Mysteries time room. According to him, the safe duration for time travel that poses no serious harm to either the traveler or time itself is approximately 5 hours. A figure that is vastly inferior to the magical capabilities of modern time-turners. Do you know why? Harry gazed at the photograph of Professor Dumbledore, whose hair had not yet turned completely gray, and the somewhat haggard face of Saltcrook. He replied softly, "For even if magic itself can meet higher demands, those who traverse back in time may not necessarily resolve the intricate challenges of temporal management. Only by directly shortening the duration of time travel can one effectively control the risks that may arise from manipulating the laws of time." Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, that is precisely the case, Harry." His voice took on a note of excitement. "The number of time-turners currently available to the Ministry of Magic is exceedingly limited. Over the past few decades, They have enacted hundreds of regulations and destroyed the majority of time management devices to prevent these rare and potent magical artifacts from endangering the wizarding world. Time magic is now permitted solely for the resolution of trivial and inconsequential dilemmas, such as simultaneously attending multiple classes or weeding the garden while tidying up a room. But why does Hermione know that her time turner can accommodate 3 individuals to return 7 days prior? Does this not impose an additional risk upon the user? I suspect that when the Ministry approved Minerva's application and issued the time turner, the original stipulation was certainly a maximum of 1 person for no more than 5 hours of use. However, Minerva, as the current Transfiguration professor at Hogwarts, must have had her reasons. She is aware of Ms. Granger's close associations and understands that Ms. Granger and her friends may engage in activities explicitly deemed forbidden. Thus, out of a concern for safety, she spoke the truth to Hermione. Dumbledore smiled at Harry and said, "It is likely so." Yet it appears that the concerns Minerva harbored have not materialized, or rather, the events that have unfolded are not as she anticipated. Harry glanced down at the quiet pocket watch resting in his palm before silently returning it to his pocket. Oddly enough, after hearing Professor Dumbledore's words, the thoughts that populated his mind were not of a plan to save Hermione. Harry lifted his head and remarked, "The statement you just made regarding the exploration of the essence of magic inherently encompasses time magic, does it not?" Dumbledore's expression brightened further, his azure eyes shimmering with anticipation, signaling Harry to continue. "Much like these birdie bots, every flavor beans, even you, Professor Dumbledore, cannot ascertain the flavor of a bean before tasting it. Once consumed, the myriad possibilities of flavors crystallize into a singular reality. Even if you were to subsequently devise a spell to detect the flavor of the beans, the ones already tasted would remain unchanged, unless one were to utilize a time turner to revert to the past and prevent their former self from consuming that bean. In which case, the very timeline that prompted the desire to return due to the mistaken taste would become obsolete, as the past self would no longer have the incentive to go back." In his exuberance, Harry struggled to articulate his thoughts succinctly, speaking whatever came to mind. Dumbledore, however, did not interrupt him. Instead, he listened with a warm smile, occasionally offering encouragement through his gaze. Unbeknownst to them, during this exchange, M.O. Ran, inspired by Harry and Dumbledore's conversation, had begun to unravel the profound connection between time magic and the reconstruction of reality in his mind. In fact, even before his transmigration, he had recognized numerous logical inconsistencies in Ms. Rowling's narrative regarding time travel. Yet, as a mere spectator at the time, he had chosen to overlook these issues in favor of immersing himself in the story's allure. Now, however, having traversed into this world, he was certain that the plot's logical discrepancies would inevitably yield a coherent explanation. Both Harry and Dumbledore speak the truth. The creation of time magic was born from the dissatisfaction of wizards with the state of reality, leading to a desire to reshape it. This vision is far more complex than the transfiguration of a paperclip into an animal. Thus, utilizing time travel to alter the past has become the closest form of magic to remolding reality. Yet, even with the assistance of time magic, the difficulty of reconstructing reality remains akin to climbing a mountain. This challenge is not solely linked to the grandfather paradox. More significantly, it pertains to the material versus idealistic dilemmas faced by time travelers when returning to the past. Events that have been confirmed cannot be altered. Only events that have yet to occur can be changed. In the film, whether it's Buckbeak facing execution or Sirius imprisoned in the tower, on the brink of having his soul consumed by the Dementors, these are all occurrences that Harry and his friends have not witnessed firsthand or are currently unfolding. For time travelers, this uncertainty is precisely the key to their opportunity to reshape reality. Why does Dumbledore often speak in ambiguous terms? Perhaps it is because clarity can strip away possibilities, leaving no room for redemption. As one who accompanied Fudge to carry out the execution, he would never disclose whether Buckbeak truly perished. To Harry and Hermione, he could only offer the counsel that if they succeeded that night, they could save more than one innocent life. M.O. Ran had once been curious about how everything unfolded from Dumbledore's perspective, but after that night, he no longer wished to ponder such matters. Perhaps leaving everything ambiguous is indeed the best choice. As Harry and Dumbledore exchanged a flurry of thoughts, the clock struck 2 in the morning. At that moment, he was filled with exhilaration, yet still a step away from unraveling the mystery. On the way back to the Gryffindor dormitory, M.O. Ran, who had maintained silence, suddenly exclaimed to Harry, "Hermione is not dead." "What? Excuse me?" Harry seemed to have forgotten that within him resided a soul capable of thought. He inquired, "Have you discovered something?" "No," M.O. Ran replied with unwavering certainty. You need not concern yourself with understanding the reasons or entangling yourself in the causes. In truth, we need not delve into that. Allow me to illustrate with an example. Consider a particle traveling from point A to point B. If you fixate upon it, observing its every movement, its trajectory becomes an established fact, a singular reality. However, should you close your eyes, you would remain oblivious to the manner in which it traverses from A to B. Is it a straight line, a curve, a spiral, or does it merely flash past? It is even conceivable that the particle you once observed at point A is not the same when you cease your observation. In that moment, all possibilities abound. Emil Rand's words struck Harry like the apple that fell upon Newton's head, igniting a spark of clarity within him. He excitedly exclaimed, "So, what you mean is, let those irrational elements remain irrational, correct?" Perhaps it would be more apt to refer to it as leaving things unspoken. Emil Rand carefully selected his words, continuing to enlighten Harry. Reflect on this. The notion that time travelers cannot alter the past or witness what has transpired serves as a reminder. Since you have already recognized the myriad issues that time travel may provoke, you are not far from profound enlightenment. As M.O. Rand articulated, being unseen prevents the certainty that arises from observation, and the inability to change what has already occurred subtly indicates how travelers should adjust their mindset during their journeys. If Harry wishes to evade the reality of Hermione's demise, he and M.O. Rand should not act with the intention of preserving her life. For once such a thought takes root, the concept of Hermione's death solidifies in his mind as an irrevocable event that has already transpired. Subsequently, all efforts to safeguard Hermione from death would gradually morph into the very causes of her demise, creating a temporal paradox. Indeed, how did Hermione die? Did she truly die? These matters cannot be definitively ascertained. What of a corpse? This is the magical realm, where methods to alter one's appearance are abundant. If he firmly believes in Hermione's survival and, upon traveling back in time, shapes the Fade to deceive himself into thinking she has perished, then all problems will be effortlessly resolved. I comprehend your meaning now, Harry resolutely inquired. When shall we take action? M.O. Rand replied, patience, my friend. Now that we possess Lucius's time turner, the specific moment to traverse back into the past is merely a matter of our personal volition. What is paramount at this juncture is to await an opportune moment. What constitutes an opportune moment? M.O. Rand pondered the words spoken by Dumbledore in both the film and reality, and remarked, I cannot be 100% certain at this moment. But if my conjecture is correct, it should be an opportunity we cannot afford to miss. Harry refrained from further inquiring about the notion of an opportunity that necessitated time travel. In his recent unilateral discourse with Professor Dumbledore, he had already begun to construct a similar thought in his mind. The most immediate concern regarding the use of a time turner lies in the paradox it creates. Time travelers, while shaping history, inadvertently generate a conundrum for their past, present, and future selves. In other words, regardless of whether they are cognizant of their intentions upon returning, they must invariably know the precise moment to which they wish to travel. To elucidate this with a reference from the Harry Potter films, should the original timelines Harry have been aware of the time turner's existence when he and Sirius were rescued by an individual using the Patronus charm, thereby escaping the Dementor's soul-sucking grasp, it is plausible that Harry would have perceived the moment of the Dementor's attack as an opportunity that necessitated his return. However, prior to their actions, Hermione and Harry received an additional hint from Dumbledore, the notion that 3 turns should suffice. Without this insight, the protagonists might never have contemplated the possibility of returning to an earlier time to rescue Buckbeak. At that juncture, erroneous time travel could have precipitated dire consequences. Were it not for Hermione's timely warning of Fudge's impending arrival or the distraction caused by the false werewolf's howl that caught Lupin's attention, the course of history would have been irrevocably altered, compelling time to rectify the discrepancies between history and reality in an uncontrollable manner. In such a scenario, the demise of Buckbeak and Sirius would not represent the gravest outcome. Harry and Hermione might very well witness their own bodies gradually fading into transparency, dissipating into the crevices of time. Consequently, for time travelers aspiring to venture into the distant past or significantly reshape reality, the phrase 3 turns should suffice holds equal importance to the implication that if we succeed tonight, we can save more than one innocent life. It is imperative to ascertain with clarity the precise moment at which the earliest effects of time travel are felt. Harry pondered for a moment in response to M.O. Rand's words, then spoke again, asking, I understand that Professor Dumbledore is not omniscient. But do you think he might offer us some assistance at the appropriate moment? reflecting on the film's portrayal of Harry and Hermione's nearly explicit connection with old Bumblebee, which starkly contrasted with the headmaster's demeanor in the office that very night. M.O. Rand provided a rather uncertain answer: if the issues at hand are trivial, I believe Dumbledore's abilities should suffice to pave the way for us. However, judging by his current attitude, the predicament we face seems rather grave. Even the greatest wizard in the world may not be able to aid us significantly. Many matters must be explored personally to yield results. What shall we do now? Let us proceed according to the original plan and resolve the Sirius Black issue. We had contemplated this matter well before encountering Hermione in the Forbidden Forest. It was destined to occur. Moreover, do you recall? The very reason we witnessed that scene was our pursuit of Sirius Black. I believe there must be a connection among these events. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Days later, the Christmas holiday came to an end. As per their prior arrangement, Harry lifted the transfiguration spell he had cast on Ron, and the faux Crookshanks finally fulfilled its purpose. Ron, having excavated a grave for Crookshanks beside Hagrid's hut, was now leading Harry, Hermione, and the Weasley siblings in reciting a eulogy for their beloved pet. You were a fine companion, having stood by my side from the moment I received my acceptance letter to Hogwarts, much like my friends and family. Come now. For the past 2 years, I hardly devoted much care to it. Hush, Ginny, hold your tongue for now. Ron shot a glare at Hermione and Ginny, who stood to his left, and continued reading from the parchment. I shall forever remember your valiant act of biting Malfoy's finger. It was your most glorious moment. And may the scar on Malfoy's finger serve as a lasting tribute to you. I don't recall this incident. Fred scratched his head, feigning seriousness. I believe I heard Ron mention it once. It occurred in our first year, and surely Harry should remember it better, right? Hey, Harry. George intended merely to jest with his brother, but to his surprise, Harry, who had been standing beside them, had somehow sprinted off several hundred meters away. Harry, what are you doing? Come back. Harry, you mustn't go that way. That direction leads to the Whomping Willow. The voices of his friends echoed behind Harry. Yet at this moment, the only thing that occupied his mind was the large black dog racing at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Having once frightened Sirius away, Harry had entirely abandoned the notion of transforming into his silent pursuer. However, thanks to years of indulgent feasting and participating in Quidditch and other physical sports, his legs were swift enough to match the speed of Black in his animagus form without any magical enhancement. In mere minutes, the boy and the dog sprinted from Hagrid's hut to the location of the Whomping Willow. The other 5 participants of the tribute to Padfoot were still huffing and puffing across the lawn, but even Fred and George, being older students, found themselves lagging half a mile behind Harry. Harry, come back. Ouch. Ron, you tripped over my foot. Damn it, who knew he could run so fast? Gasping for breath, Hermione clutched her stomach, watching Harry's diminishing figure in the distance, suddenly reminded of the timepiece she wore around her neck. I say, she shouted. Why don't we head back to the castle? Upon hearing Hermione's words, the other 4 came to a halt almost simultaneously. Huh, what are you talking about, Hermione? Do you not realize? That tree over there is the Whomping Willow. It has been growing for decades. Even if Harry were struck by it, he wouldn't withstand the blow. Ginny and Ron remained silent, their gazes shifting to Hermione, seemingly anticipating her next words. Harry has faced Voldemort directly twice in his first and second years. A mere Whomping Willow could not harm him, since he ran off without uttering a word. It indicates he does not wish for us to partake in whatever he is about to confront. Trust me, we should return to the castle. Fred and George exchanged glances, aware of Harry's remarkable abilities as one of the closest senior students to him. It would be utterly false to claim ignorance regarding the prowess of this brilliant younger student. Yet, being slightly older, they were reluctant to allow him to venture into danger alone. After all, he was still just a child, the same age as Ron. As the 2 brothers found themselves in a stalemate with Hermione, Ginny interjected, "Why don't we heed Hermione's advice and return to the castle? If Harry truly encounters trouble, seeking help from a professor would surely prove more effective than our intervention." Absolutely not. Fred and George vehemently refused. Huh. Ginny's expression shifted from surprise to gradual understanding as she questioned their reasoning. After all, her brothers were the renowned Weasley twins of Hogwarts, seeking assistance from a professor. In their eyes, was not merely a disgrace but akin to dishonor. I truly cannot deal with you 2. Little Ginny pressed her forehead and remarked, "Let us not seek out the professor. Instead, we shall return to the castle." With the support provided by Ginny's suggestion, Fred and George hesitated not for long, promptly accompanying the other 3 back to the castle. However, unbeknownst to anyone, as they made their way to the Gryffindor common room. Hermione had already seized the opportunity of a trip to the lavatory to employ her time-turner. Ammobulus, all immobilized, the Whomping Willow, thrashing its branches like the tentacles of an octopus, suddenly halted, its entire trunk contorted in an unnatural manner. This was Sirius Black's first encounter with a method that could quiet the Whomping Willow without physical contact. However, since the last time he had witnessed a dark mist in the Forbidden Forest while teaching his godson, his capacity to withstand fright had significantly increased. With a swift movement, a somewhat gaunt black dog, akin to a specter, darted into the secret passage within the tree's roots. Observing this, Harry merely furrowed his brow slightly, then cast a shield charm upon himself before following Black into the tunnel. The passage behind the tree was exceedingly low, and Harry recalled having seen it on the Marauder's map, yet since it led beyond the edges of the map, he had not taken the time to explore it. It appeared to lead in a direction similar to that of Honeyduke's, though this route was far dirtier, littered with soil. Do you have any idea where it leads? Emma Ran, having watched the film, certainly knew that the tunnel beneath the Whomping Willow led to the Shrieking Shack, yet out of curiosity regarding Sirius's peculiar behavior, he refrained from revealing this to Harry outright. Well, I am not entirely certain. In any case, let us not hasten to conclusions. Let us proceed a bit further. It would be unfortunate if we were to collapse this passage due to excessive force. Very well. Soon, the tunnel began to incline upward, and after navigating several twists and turns, a faint glimmer of light emerged ahead. It revealed a disheveled, dim room. Gazing at the stains covering the floor, the moldy wallpaper, and the furniture shattered beyond recognition, Harry summoned the Gabrathian fire in advance. Under the flickering blue glow, Harry then discovered that all the doors and windows of this house were boarded up. Aside from a few unidentifiable footprints on the ground, the place appeared devoid of any signs of life willing to visit. This seems to be the Shrieking Shack? Indeed, it does. But why has he brought us here? Is he intending to explain the past so that we might assist him in capturing the rat, Scabbers? Before Emma Ran could respond to Harry, a man, dressed in rags even worse than Dobby's and resembling a skeleton, emerged from around the corner ahead. This chapter is not yet finished. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Expelliarmus! Expelliarmus! In the face of Sirius's sudden assault, both Harry and Moony found themselves bewildered. After effortlessly deflecting the curse hurled at him, Harry summoned the flames of Goblet of Fire and charged forward. The foul, disheveled hair of Sirius, hanging down to his elbows, instantly emitted a scent of singed flesh. His deeply sunken eyes were filled with dread. In a moment of desperation, he revealed a mouth full of yellowed teeth and shouted, "Damn it, what is this thing?" Remus. Another disarming spell followed. Harry could distinctly sense that his assailant bore no intention of causing him harm. However, to be candid, in terms of proficiency in disarming spells, he truly believed no one could wrest his wand from his grasp. Protego. Calm down, Harry. It's me, Lupin. Sirius Black is not the kind of cold-blooded killer you imagine. Of course, I know that. But how have you both been privy to the truth all these years? A look of confusion shifted from Harry's face to that of Lupin and Black. They gazed at the boy before them, who should have been innocent, impulsive, even naive, and exchanged incredulous glances. I know that the secret keeper was replaced by Pettigrew, and I am aware that he betrayed my parents by revealing the location safeguarded by the Fidelius charm to the Dark Lord. How did you? Black's voice trembled. But Harry swiftly interrupted him. That is irrelevant. What matters is that he is dead. I killed him with my own hands. The quest for vengeance is complete. What? You killed him? Lupin was taken aback, but unlike Black, who had endured years of torment in Azkaban, he was evidently more concerned about the integrity of Harry's soul. He continued, Harry, did you truly kill him? Was it in a duel? Were you acting in self-defense? If not, your soul could be torn asunder by the act of murder. As Harry observed that the two individuals no longer felt compelled to cast spells upon him, he gradually lowered his arm, which had been raised with his wand. He was probably frightened to death by himself, although I aided him somewhat in this matter. I have not sensed any issues with my soul over the past few months. Wait. You still haven't answered how you know that Black is not the one who harmed my parents. Both Lupin and Black appeared to struggle with accepting Harry's assertion. Yet as the only son of James and Lily, Harry indeed had the right to know the truth. During the second full moon of the school term, after consuming the Wolfsbane potion, I chose to wait in the Shrieking Shack for the moon to wane, where I unexpectedly encountered Black in his animagus form, accompanied by a ginger cat. Sirius seized this opportunity to recount the events from 12 years prior. Black looked at Lupin with some astonishment. seemingly not believing he should be so forthright about his identity as a werewolf. However, Remus calmly shook his head and continued, "In truth, the Shrieking Shack was never a haunted house. My trust in Black originates from our experiences in this very house during our student years. Long before the wolfsbane potion was invented, whenever the full moon arrived, I would transform into a fearsome beast, and it was during that time that Professor Dumbledore, having just become headmaster, out of sympathy and enlightenment, found some defensive measures for me and enrolled me at Hogwarts." With a sigh, Lupin looked at Harry and continued, "I have long known that you possess talents surpassing even those of your parents. Your reaction suggests you were already aware of my identity as a werewolf. I heard that you have been quite close to Professor Snape at school. Did he inform you of this?" Harry shook his head and replied, "He did indeed hint at it, though your identity is not difficult to discern. Even if Professor Snape had not instructed me in the brewing of wolfsbane potion, I would likely have sensed it. Please continue with your account of Peter Pettigrew during your school days." Lupin's expression bore a hint of bitterness as he surveyed the Shrieking Shack. "That whomping willow," he remarked, "was specifically planted for me the year I entered Hogwarts. The tunnel it conceals, alongside this Shrieking Shack, was constructed to allow me to secretly escape the castle during the full moon, seeking a solitary place to endure my transformation into a werewolf. So, the screams and ghostly sounds heard by the villagers of Hogsmeade were actually emanating from you in your werewolf form?" Lupin nodded and continued, "At first, I was vehemently opposed to my transformation. However, your father, James, Sirius, and that little rat, they noticed my monthly disappearances and, like you, astutely deduced my lycanthropic nature. I was terrified, fearing that the friends I had finally made at Hogwarts would abandon me. Yet, those three, in a remarkable act of loyalty, chose to learn the art of animagus to ease my suffering during my transformations." Harry's intellect was remarkable, without the need for any prompting. He had already deduced the identities of the marauders inscribed on the cover of the Marauder's map. Moony, the moon-faced Remus Lupin; Wormtail, the diminutive Peter Pettigrew; Padfoot, the large Sirius Black; and his father, Prongs, James Potter. Mastering the transformation into an animagus is no trifling feat, aside from its intricate and arduous process. It carries substantial risks. It is not difficult for Harry to imagine the profound bonds of friendship that would be forged among those who had mastered this magic by their 5th year. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. Werewolves pose a threat solely to humans. Once we all learned to become animagi, James would clandestinely lead us out of the castle under the invisibility cloak, transforming into animals to accompany Remus. Our familiarity with one another was undeniable. Damn it. Sirius Black wished to continue recounting the tale on behalf of Lupin, yet 12 years in Azkaban had rendered him emotionally fragile. Lupin gently patted his old friend's shoulder, speaking in a soothing tone. "There was a time when we felt that the adventures we could undertake in our animal forms were even more exhilarating, more liberating. Being with friends made me feel less like a werewolf. During countless nights, we roamed both Hogwarts and Hogsmeade. And it was during that time that we crafted the Marauder's map. So, Harry, even in our animal forms, the other three could effortlessly discern who was who." At that moment, he retrieved a clipping from his tattered pocket, featuring a photograph of Ron's family celebrating their lottery win in Egypt. "This little rat in your good friend Ron's hands is none other than Peter Pettigrew. You must have heard about it, right? 12 years ago. When Black was pursuing him, he left him with nothing but a single finger." Harry glanced at the somewhat unclear image in the newspaper, incredulously asking, "You discovered that Wormtail is still alive through this newspaper?" The still seething Black scoffed derisively. "A despicable traitor like him cannot remain hidden forever. I can never forget that furtive look of his, even if it was just a fleeting glimpse from a newspaper in Fudge's hand." Meanwhile, Emma Rand, who had been passively observing the live broadcast, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. While the scene in the film, where Lupin deduces Wormtail's whereabouts from the Marauder's map submitted by Harry, is quite reasonable, it fails to explain how Black initially learned that Peter was at Ron's house. He quietly urged Harry, ask him how he escaped from Azkaban. Harry inquired in accordance with Emma Rand's suggestion. "The Dementors have no interest in creatures beyond humanity. During my time in prison, I often transformed into a large dog when no one was watching, which is how I managed to maintain a semblance of sanity. However, upon discovering the whereabouts of that scoundrel Peter, I resolved not to squander my life there any longer. I starved myself thin, to the point where I could slip through the bars like a dog, and swam across the sea from that wretched place. Did you not consider using apparition? At that time, I had no want. This one was procured for me by Remus from Ollivander during Christmas. As Sirius spoke, a hint of shame flickered across his features. For just moments earlier, he had witnessed Harry conjure forth a blue flame that instilled in him an overwhelming sense of danger, all without a wand. I was fortunate. He continued. The waters surrounding Azkaban rise and fall unpredictably, sometimes revealing treacherous rocks. I made my way cautiously, occasionally foraging for shellfish to stave off hunger. On one occasion, I even collided with a cod that had leapt ashore. Eventually, I returned to England, intending to visit you once I located your residence, but after my escape, Fudge dispatched numerous personnel to Little Whinging. The Dementors there were too numerous for me to risk it. So, was it you? The Dementors in Little Whinging were pursuing you? I do not know, Black replied, his expression one of exasperation. I had never been discovered by a Dementor while in my animagus form. Who could fathom why those cursed beings took notice of me? They merely pursued me a short distance before abandoning the chase. Afterward, you all returned to school. I encountered a cat of Kneazle lineage named Crookshanks, who appears to be your classmate Hermione's pet. It mentioned having seen a suspicious rat in Diagon Alley. But since arriving at the castle, it has sensed nothing. Thus, you altered your strategy, seeking my assistance to capture Scabbers for vengeance, correct? Remus, slightly embarrassed, corrected Harry. Harry, our true intention was to enlist your help in reaching Professor Dumbledore. You see, while I am a teacher, as a werewolf, and an old acquaintance of Black's, some matters seem less credible when spoken by me. However, your position is different. If you were to voice it, I believe both Dumbledore and Fudge would heed your words. Harry nodded in agreement and straightforwardly addressed the former Moonface and Bigfoot. I trust you, and I have another piece of good news to share. I have preserved the body of Peter Pettigrew in my trunk using the concealment charm. With this material evidence, even if you were to personally visit the Ministry of Magic, everything would become clear. All injustices will be rectified. Sirius Black's facial muscles began to twitch. He had thought that the day of capturing Peter Pettigrew and vindicating himself was still far off. However, much like the once accepting Potters, Harry radiated a similar virtue, imbued with a sense of security as powerful as Dumbledore's. In that moment, the joy of reuniting with his godson allowed his imprisoned spirit to savor the taste of freedom. Potter, a stern voice echoed from around the corner, causing Harry, who was hastily moving down the corridor with his trunk, to come to an abrupt halt. It was Professor Snape. He inquired, "Are you looking for me? Have you forgotten that today is Friday? Why haven't you come to my office for extra lessons? Do you believe that the first week of school grants you the right to be lax?" Severus Snape's tone lacked disdain or mockery. He genuinely hoped that this exceptionally talented student would maintain a humble and cautious demeanor, both in potions and beyond. As he approached, admonishing while drawing nearer, Harry instinctively concealed the trunk behind him and replied, "Professor, I have some important matters to attend to today. Let's postpone the tutoring until next week." Being a double agent, Snape was highly attuned to details, and given Harry's previous interference in thwarting Voldemort's schemes over the past 2 years, he could almost instinctively deduce that the troublesome boy before him was once again up to mischief. "What do you have in that trunk?" he asked. "Books," Harry replied. Harry's reaction was remarkably swift. "The books I purchased prior to enrollment have all been perused in the past 2.5 years. And I now intend to exchange them for a new collection of higher-level texts." This nearly flawless excuse did not quell Severus Snape's suspicions. Through years of experience, he swiftly deduced the significant matter that Harry might be entangled in. "You aren't, by any chance, dealing with the fugitive Black, are you, Potter?" At this utterance, not only Harry but even Moira was taken aback. They had not revealed any sign of wrongdoing. So how had Professor Snape discerned the truth? As Harry momentarily struggled to respond, Snape's conviction deepened. Yet, unexpectedly, rather than berating Potter for his reckless behavior, he pivoted his discourse. One must not mistake a few strokes of fortune for a testament to one's own prowess, for it is all too easy to fall prey to self-aggrandizement. I am aware that you often receive leniency within these walls, but remember, Potter, do not wager your life as if it were a mere gamble. This time I shall not impede you, but when you pursue your endeavors, you must have a teacher accompanying you." Harry stood there, mouth agape, utterly stunned, until the sharp cries of discord echoed once more from the shrieking shack, prompting him to realize he had returned to the side of Black and Lupin. "I never imagined I underestimated you, Potter. You have the audacity to befriend a murderer and a werewolf. Harry, have you sought out Snape? Surely, you have not fallen victim to his Confundus charm?" The 3 wands trembled slightly in the hands of their furious owners, each moment brimming with the potential for sparks to fly. Harry unceremoniously discarded the lifeless body of Peter Pettigrew from his trunk and, addressing the crowd, implored, "Can you all remain calm for a moment? The true murderer is among us." Murderer? Do not be deceived by the sweet words of these two. Severus Snape bellowed angrily, scarcely sparing a glance at Pettigrew's corpse. However, he found it perplexing that the insufferable duo of Lupin and Black, upon seeing Peter, seemed to completely disregard his presence. With a sharp thud, a wand fell to the ground near Sirius's feet, and he nearly lunged at Pettigrew's body. "It's him. It's him. Remus. I cannot be mistaken." Sirius's voice was nearly frenzied, leaving even Lupin somewhat at a loss to comprehend his words. Yet, witnessing his old friend joyfully examining Pettigrew's remains repeatedly, he deemed it inappropriate to interrupt. The bizarre tableau, unfolding before them, gradually restored Snape's composure, despite his vengeful intent. How could he not have heard of the infamous Peter Pettigrew, who was honored with a first-class Merlin Award for his sacrifice? Yes. Wasn't this individual supposed to have been obliterated 12 years ago? Why did his body materialize here, in Potter's possession? After a brief silence, Snape once again aimed his wand at Black. "I care not whether this is an illusion or a trick of the light. Even if you have preserved the corpse for 12 years, you shall still pay for the crimes you committed." "Crimes? Pay?" Snape's words incited a wave of indignation in Black, who sprang to his feet, wand forgotten, and vehemently shouted, "In this world, whether it be Harry or any member of the Order of the Phoenix, they possess the right to judge me, but what are you? A mere lackey of Voldemort. Ah, you may proclaim that to Dumbledore and the Ministry of Magic and see if they will believe you. But first, you must pass the Dementor's test." Amidst the escalating tension between the two, Lupin maintained a calm demeanor, advising, "Do you still not understand, Severus? We have long believed that Sirius betrayed Harry's parents," prompting Peter to pursue him, but the truth is quite the opposite. It was Peter who betrayed James and Lily, revealing their location to Voldemort. Sirius's swift reaction to capture him was due to, at this juncture, Lupin sensed a shift in his friend's emotional state. Turning to glance at Black, he discovered him, in a state of despair, crouched on the ground. The horrors of Azkaban are beyond the imagination of most. After enduring a hellish existence for 12 years, even the strongest of souls, like Sirius Black, could find their psyche distorted by prolonged despair and unyielding pressure. His mental state, currently exceedingly unstable, has grown increasingly precarious upon the fulfillment of his long-awaited vengeance. Just a moment ago, he was able to momentarily forget everything concerning Sirius due to Snape. But in the next instant, a mere reminder from Lupin plunged him back into the depths of guilt over the choice of Peter as the secret keeper. "I essentially condemned James and Lily to their fate," Sirius murmured as he slowly sank beside Peter's lifeless body, his eyes vacant. "At that time, everyone assumed the Potters would appoint me as the secret keeper. In my arrogance, I persuaded Lily and James to opt for Peter. I was so pleased with my own cleverness, yet the blame lies entirely with me. On the night Harry's parents perished, the very first thing I did was rush to Peter's home to ensure his safety, but when I reached his hiding place, he was already gone. The house bore no signs of a struggle, and from that moment, I knew it was all over. With a sliver of hope, I ventured to Godric's Hollow. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, Snape, who had previously glared at Sirius with disdain, silently stowed away his wand after hearing these words. His expression was complex, betraying an internal conflict of unknown proportions. Why did Dumbledore not serve as the secret keeper? Snape's unexpectedly calm tone took Lupin by surprise. He replied, "In that chaotic and fractured situation, Dumbledore was nearly unable to extricate himself from Hogwarts. Moreover, had he indeed managed to reach Godric's Hollow, with the extent to which he was being monitored by dark wizards, it is likely that Voldemort and his Death Eaters would have arrived before the Fidelius charm could even take effect." "That is not quite right, Remus," Sirius interjected with a bitter smile. "I suspect you've pondered this yourself. At that time, with numerous werewolves joining Voldemort's ranks and the Black family producing more Death Eaters, James refrained from appointing Dumbledore as the secret keeper to demonstrate his trust in us. I must admit, I too harbored doubts about whether you were secretly working for Voldemort." A pallor more intense than that of a near full moon washed over Lupin's face as he pulled Sirius up from the ground, saying, "Nonsense, my old friend. As long as you do not hold a grudge for my past suspicions of you, let bygones be bygones." The shrieking shack fell into a brief silence. And after approximately half a minute of processing, Professor Snape regained his composure. "Return to the castle with me," he said darkly. "The veracity of your words can only be discerned through a truth serum. Severus, Lupin implored gently. Please do not treat an innocent person so harshly due to past grievances from our school days. It was Lupin's words that inadvertently reminded Snape of the unresolved tensions. Fortunately, Harry intervened just in time to interrupt Snape's impending outburst. What does it mean to celebrate the holidays from one's student days? Harry, who remained oblivious to the love and hatred of his parents' generation, scanned the three individuals present while simultaneously engaging in a mental dialogue with Moony. Do you understand what they just said? I do not. I have only gleaned fragments from Voldemort's memories. Sirius, incited by Snape's hostile remarks, scoffed disdainfully. He deserved it. He was sneaking around, hoping to expose Remus, counting on our expulsion. You never considered that this hidden passage and the Shrieking Shack were arranged by Dumbledore, did you? In my opinion, James should never have risked his life to pull you back from the brink. Sirius, you are still a murderer loyal to Voldemort. Now that Peter is dead, it would be wise not to provoke Severus further. As he suggested, let us return to the castle. Return for what? To drink a potion of remorse? God knows what other schemes he might be harboring in his heart, among those still alive in this room. He is the only one who has been loyal to Voldemort, just like Peter. Snape's upper lip quivered as he suppressed the urge to draw his wand and curse Black. Speaking each word with measured restraint, I have no interest in listening to your bickering like an old married couple, until I verify the authenticity of Black's testimony. It is already a mercy that I have not signaled the Dementors by breaking the roof. Now, I shall repeat. Follow me, back to the castle. This domestic scene suddenly reminded Moony of the moment in the film Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone when Dumbledore told young Harry that his father had once saved Snape. It seems that Rowling had elaborated on the stories of previous generations in Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, but the film adaptation had omitted those details. Realizing this and connecting many plot points, he quickly urged the increasingly curious Harry. I believe I have an understanding of the situation. Let us first take Black and the body of Peter Pettigrew back to the castle, lest we linger here and invite further complications. Reluctantly, Harry acquiesced. Raising his hand to summon the body of Peter Pettigrew back into the enchanted trunk, he addressed the other three, suggesting, let us return to the castle for the time being. The matter concerning Sirius's innocence is of utmost importance. We must at least inform Professor Dumbledore of this development. As for the necessity of administering Veritaserum, we can deliberate further with the Ministry of Magic at a later time. Harry's extreme desire for stability, devoid of any adventurous spirit, elicited remarkably expressive reactions from both Snape and Black. This is advantageous. I can revert to my canine form and return to Hogwarts this way. Sirius's voice was somewhat hesitant, as his eyes, hidden beneath his messy, long hair, scrutinized his godson, who bore a striking resemblance to James, yet possessed Lily's eyes. Why did it feel as though Harry exhibited traits unlike either of his parents? How could a mere 13-year-old possess such sophistication? Wait, that doesn't seem right. His magical prowess appears beyond that of an average 13-year-old. Noticing the subtle flicker of Sirius's facial expression, Snape's eye twitched slightly as a double agent. He excelled far beyond others in controlling his demeanor. Yet, it was undeniable that he had indulged in secret delight more than once in his mind. As twilight descended, the trio and their canine companion stood resting beneath the Whomping Willow, which had once again been struck at its vulnerable spot, awaiting the return of the students who had ventured outside the castle. Now that Sirius had transformed into a large black dog, Lupin naturally became his spokesperson. He succinctly relayed all the intelligence that Black had shared during the past period to Harry and Snape. Black recounted that during his time in Azkaban, he had overheard many of Voldemort's former followers discussing the matter of Peter Pettigrew. They expressed their anger and regret over the demise of that individual, for they believed that this traitor had betrayed his master. Had it not been for Voldemort acting upon his information and arriving at the Potter residence, he would not have been vanquished that fateful night. Harry nodded and remarked, no wonder. I was curious as to why he would prefer to be a mere rat rather than seek the company of other Death Eaters. It's not merely that, Harry. The choice to live as a rat for 12 years, rather than fading into obscurity in a secluded place, indicates there must be other sinister motives at play. Even before your birth, he was already delivering information to Voldemort, which led to a crisis of trust within the Order of the Phoenix. After Voldemort was defeated, he had the perfect opportunity to exploit the situation and completely escape by framing Sirius Black, yet he chose not to. At this point, Lupin's voice grew unusually fervent as he continued. He has been hesitating, biding his time. Voldemort has been in hiding for 12 years. And even those who believed he was dead were aware that he existed in a state of half-life. Wormtail needed to confirm that his master had returned to being the most feared tyrant in the wizarding world before he would dare to return to him. This explains why he chose to live as a pet in a wizarding household, as it allowed him to gather first-hand information from Mr. Arthur Weasley. Harry could discern that as Lupin recounted the tale of Pettigrew, his tone of anger was laced with a touch of helplessness and regret. Much like Sirius Black, they both felt a deep shame for failing to recognize the true nature of this traitor. However, it was through Lupin's narration that Morin gained a newfound understanding of this character. In the Harry Potter film series, the portrayal of Peter Pettigrew tends to be overly formulaic and caricatured, leading many viewers to perceive him merely as a cowardly opportunist, a bumbling fool of little consequence. Yet, as a former marauder, Pettigrew was, in fact, a wizard who mastered the complex art of animagus transformation by his 5th year, no matter how talented James and Sirius were. An individual devoid of magical aptitude could never have achieved such a sophisticated transformation with the assistance of friends alone. A person of little merit, ensnared in the maelstrom of conflict, might evoke a semblance of pity. Yet, it appears that the once bright Pettigrew did not find himself in a position of reluctant betrayal towards his friends. He seemed to have suffered little torment before readily joining the ranks of powerful malevolence. He participated in concocting Voldemort's rebirthing potion and wielded the killing curse to slay Cedric. Indeed, while Pettigrew possessed talent, he adeptly concealed his shortcomings before his mentors and companions. Had Voldemort not resurfaced, he might have remained a lifelong friend to James, Sirius, and Remus. Alas, upon this reflection, Morin redefined Pettigrew as a self-serving opportunist, one who aligns with power. In everyday life, such individuals are difficult to categorize as purely malign. They resemble a disguised time bomb. Even among Muggles, there are numerous successful individuals who have encountered similar betrayals. Does Pettigrew harbor a twinge of guilt towards the Potters? This question, which had troubled Morin for some time, suddenly seemed inconsequential. After all, when it comes down to it, the notions of friendship and justice pale in comparison to Pettigrew's self-interest. He remains indifferent to such ideals. Well, time is drawing near. Harry rose from the thick roots of the Whomping Willow and declared, "The students have all returned to the castle. No one will see us now. Let us proceed." Suddenly, a thunderous clap resonated from above the forbidden forest behind them. With a sharp crack, the 3 of them, along with the dog, turned in unison. Was that Hermione? Harry's frantic dash from beneath the Whomping Willow to the edge of the forbidden forest united Severus Snape, Remus Lupin, and Sirius Black, who had transformed into a large black dog for the first time. They collectively called out, "Potter! Harry! Woof!" before the echoes of their shouts reached Harry in the distance. The trio of seasoned adults felt a wave of awkwardness due to the 3 differing appellations uttered from their lips. Snape, the first to cast aside his sour expression, huffed, and, disregarding the black dog's bared teeth, discreetly observed Harry's movements from an angle that remained unseen by Lupin and Black. Meanwhile, observing the potential sparks between his current colleague and old friend, Lupin hastily shifted the conversation. "Do you recall the girl I mentioned? The one named Miss Granger? Among the 3rd-year students at Hogwarts, her overall grades surpass even Harry's." Upon hearing this, Black sniffed, shifting his gaze from the snotty creature to Hermione Granger, a person he had seldom had the opportunity to scrutinize closely. In the distance, 2 young souls collided in an embrace on the lawn outside the Forbidden Forest. They expressed no complaints nor grievances, simply holding each other tightly, as if they could intuit the unspoken sentiments within one another's hearts without the need for words. After a considerable moment, Harry released his arms, gently smoothing Hermione's hair, which was more disheveled than usual, and inquired, "Have Ron and the others returned to the castle?" Hermione nodded, her eyes reflecting a mix of apology and distress. Yet, before she could articulate her thoughts, she noticed Harry smiling and shaking his head at her. "Regardless, it is a relief that you are unharmed. There is no need for apologies." "Harry, listen to me," Hermione replied softly, shaking her head, her voice thick with emotion. "I used the time turner to arrive here an hour early to wait for you, to avoid being seen. I hid along the path Hagrid took us on for care of magical creatures. However, it seems the Dementors mistook me for Sirius Black." Upon hearing this, Harry instinctively scrutinized Hermione's condition anew. Only speaking once he confirmed there were no signs of harm from the Dementors. "How did you escape?" "I am not entirely sure. The air suddenly grew cold, and the incessant drizzle transformed into snowflakes. I was terrified and thought to use the Patronus charm for protection." "You mastered the Patronus charm?" "Not exactly. I merely recited the incantation as instructed in the book, but my wand did not respond at all. At that moment, I contemplated using apparition to flee, thinking that even disintegration would be preferable to a Dementor's kiss. As she spoke, Hermione turned and pointed towards a certain spot in the sky above the forbidden forest. There, a tempestuous thundercloud had formed, unleashing a cacophony of lightning that sent the Dementors fleeing. Having previously witnessed your meteorological charms, I pondered whether it might have been Professor McGonagall or Headmaster Dumbledore who had subtly intervened to rescue me. Lightning? Meteorological spells? Dumbledore? These keywords flashed through Harry's mind. Yet he could not weave them into a coherent and logical explanation. Could natural disasters and extreme weather truly affect Dementors? It seemed Professor Scamander had not mentioned such a phenomenon. Moreover, even if a thunderstorm could be effective, could a mere weather charm manipulate lightning with such precision? Nevertheless, if it were indeed Dumbledore who had covertly aided Hermione, then controlling lightning with a weather charm seemed not entirely implausible. Perhaps I shall inquire further during our next tutoring session. Minutes later, Harry returned to Hermione and their canine companion, Severus Snape, the current potions master and a formidable obstacle to Gryffindor's accumulation of house points, wore his customary stern expression. In an instant, memories of past scrutinies flooded Hermione's mind. But before she could calculate the impending deduction of points, the formidable figure of the bat-like man silently averted his gaze, flicked his black cloak, and turned toward the castle. What? Hermione instinctively widened her mouth, exchanging a glance with Harry. Her lips remained still, yet her eyes brimmed with questions about the unfolding mystery. In light of the situation, Harry refrained from offering a direct explanation. He simply shook his head with a smile and gestured subtly toward Lupin and Black. In his estimation, Hermione's keen intellect would suffice to deduce the circumstances at hand. As Harry anticipated, observing the awkward demeanor between Professor Snape and Professor Lupin, Hermione quickly discerned the underlying tension that hovered between camaraderie and animosity. However, unlike Harry, who was well versed in the narrative, the young witch could only surmise that some unpleasantness had transpired between the two professors in their youth. This year, the password for Professor Dumbledore's office had been changed to Cockroach Cluster. As the stone gargoyle sprang aside, revealing the spiral staircase behind it, Snape finally spoke after a prolonged silence. When we meet Dumbledore, refrain from making any sudden moves. Let Potter explain the situation for us. We would not want to alarm Miss Granger and invite unnecessary complications. Hermione, inexplicably mentioned, appeared somewhat bewildered, failing to notice the large black dog beside Professor Lupin baring its teeth at Professor Snape. At this moment, the young witch remained blissfully unaware of the extraordinary historical truth into which she had unwittingly been drawn. The door to the headmaster's office creaked open, revealing a somewhat surprised Dumbledore, who was in the midst of responding to correspondence on parchment. He glanced at the peculiar assembly before him and remarked, "Ah, have Harry and Miss Granger found themselves in trouble once more?" However, Dumbledore's voice abruptly faltered, as even he seemed taken aback by the unexpected presence of the large black dog standing beside Lupin. Harry cast a reassuring glance at Hermione before stepping forward with his suitcase to unveil the truth that had remained shrouded for 12 long years. The grand-grandfather clock swayed incessantly, and apart from the subtle ticking of its pendulum, the office of the headmaster was enveloped in a profound silence, broken only by Harry's voice. The revelations regarding the demise of the Potters and the betrayal of the secret keeper were news of such explosive magnitude that even the former headmasters of Hogwarts would find them astonishing. If one were to measure this revelation by the standards of Miron's world, its shock value would be akin to the revelation that President Kennedy had not perished but had instead wielded a homemade smoothbore gun to eliminate Shinzo Abe. As the lifeless body of Peter Pettigrew was cast upon the floor and Sirius Black reverted to his human form, the portraits of esteemed wizards and witches adorning the walls began to mimic gestures of shock and disbelief, covering their mouths and faces. Sirius was innocent, if necessary. He would willingly submit to a truth serum test. Harry spoke with conviction. However, Headmaster, I believe you can understand that if, after the trial, it is revealed that Sirius is innocent, even the Ministry of Magic will struggle to maintain its credibility in the eyes of the public after so unjustly wronging a hero. We already possess the body of Peter Pettigrew as material evidence. Might we resolve this matter without resorting to interrogation? Dumbledore raised his gaze to Harry, then shifted his attention to Hermione's face, and slowly inquired, "Miss Granger, could you elaborate on your experience in the Forbidden Forest? From which direction did that storm cloud that saved you appear?" "Me?" Hermione, still immersed in the tragic tale of Sirius's wrongful vengeance, seemed taken aback to find herself the subject of the headmaster's questioning. She endeavored to recall the scene she witnessed, speaking in a tone tinged with uncertainty. Which direction? It seems there wasn't a specific direction. That cloud appeared directly overhead. Upon hearing this, Dumbledore nodded thoughtfully and retrieved a clean sheet of parchment from the table, beginning to draft a letter intended for Minister Fudge of the Ministry of Magic. The words of a 13-year-old may not carry substantial weight. Even with the testimonies of Hogwarts headmaster and professors, overturning a 12-year-old verdict would be no simple feat nonetheless, with a starting point established. The pathway would inevitably lead to a conclusion. At this juncture, he raised his head and, perhaps intentionally, glanced at Harry before continuing. In the time to come, Mr. Black may temporarily return to his residence at 12, Grimmauld Place in London. There, he will not be pursued by Dementors and can live safely without needing to transform into an animagus. However, should you wish to remain in your transformed state here at Hogwarts, as the headmaster, I must insist that you do not interfere with the students' regular educational pursuits. 12. Grimmauld Place serves as a significant property of the Black family, having once been utilized as a stronghold by the Order of the Phoenix in both the original text and film. Logically, after enduring numerous hardships, Sirius should feel a sense of relief, even if he did not personally exact vengeance. Yet, rather than reclaiming his identity as a scion of the Black family, he seemed to desire to remain close to his godson. I wish to stay in the Forbidden Forest for now, Sirius declared. Harry may wish to learn more about his parents' story, and if Potter truly desires to know, let Remus recount these tales to him, if necessary. I can take on that task as well. Snape coldly interrupted Black, advising Dumbledore, beyond the students, there are unpredictable elements such as Peeves in the campus. Any inadvertent misstep could invite unnecessary troubles. I believe we should prevent those who have previously brought calamity through their fanciful notions from acting with impunity. Originally intending to engage in a spirited debate with Snape, Sirius Black found himself utterly deflated after hearing the latter's remarks. He glanced at Harry with a hint of reluctance, hesitating several times before managing to force a semblance of a smile and saying, "It's all right, it's all right. Oh, by the way, Harry, do remember to write to me with the results of this year's Quidditch finals. You heard the address just now, and with your new broom, you surely won't lose to Slytherin again. You fly remarkably well, even better than your father." Sirius's words immediately enlightened Harry as to the identity of the individual who had gifted him the firebolt. However, before he could articulate his thoughts further, Dumbledore commenced assigning tasks to the others. "Remus, could you kindly assist me in locating our care of magical creatures professor, Rubeus Hagrid? I have urgent matters to discuss with him. Severus, I have just dispatched Fawkes to an old friend of mine. If your schedule permits, could you deliver this letter to the Ministry of Magic? I believe your involvement would yield the most favorable outcome. And as for you, Sirius, the Flu Network and Hogwarts Hearths are currently under surveillance by the Ministry. So I ask you to return to the Shrieking Shack and await Remus and Hagrid to resolve their matters. We shall devise a means to escort you to London." "Oh. And Harry, please stay behind with Miss Granger. I have additional matters to discuss with you both." The headmaster's office felt markedly emptier with only 3 individuals remaining. Yet both Harry and Hermione sensed an odd tension permeating the atmosphere, which showed no signs of lightening. "Miss Granger," Dumbledore rose with a grave tone. "I understand that memories are invaluable treasures for everyone, yet at times, our minds become cluttered with an excess of information, making the desire to revisit past experiences exceedingly challenging. In such instances, a bit of additional assistance may be required." As the headmaster's words resonated, a deep, rumbling sound of heavy friction emanated from a corner of the office. Before Harry and Hermione could fully grasp the intent behind Dumbledore's earlier statements, they beheld a stone basin, intricately engraved with runes of ancient languages and shimmering with a silvery light. "Is this a pensive? Are you suggesting, Professor?" Harry's inquiry did not receive a straightforward response from Dumbledore. As was customary, he, accustomed to the enigmatic, drew forth his wand and lightly tapped the area of his temple, stating, "In comparison to the revival of memories, employing the pensive to examine and organize one's thoughts proves to be a far greater challenge. If you wish to avoid overlooking the details ensconced within your minds, it is imperative to cast aside distractions during the process of memory addition and relinquish your desire for personal privacy. If you trust one another, indeed, I sincerely hope you do, then very well. I shall seek a place to enjoy a glass of brandy. Best of luck to you both." With that, only 2 individuals remained in the headmaster's office. Although Harry and Hermione were still somewhat disoriented, They walked side by side to the edge of the pensive. It seemed that Professor Dumbledore intended for them to witness my recent memories from the Forbidden Forest. Indeed, if that is the case. It appears that the individual who rescued you from the Dementors was not him after all. But what is the connection between these events? Why must I view your memories? Lost in contemplation of Dumbledore's enigmatic riddles, Harry seemed oblivious to the faint blush on Hermione's cheeks. He focused intently on the silvery light emanating from the depths of the pensive and advised Hermione, "Let us not dwell on that for now." Dumbledore mentioned that to avoid missing details, one must clear their mind as much as possible. "Would you like me to assist you with a concentration charm?" Hermione, deftly withdrawing her wand from her waist, replied, "No, that's unnecessary." The light above the Forbidden Forest was dim and under the influence of the Dementors. This year Hogwarts had scarcely seen any proper sunny days. As they walked along the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Hermione, akin to someone deaf, failed to notice a pair of figures tumbling from a dark vortex to the ground below. Thud, thud. Harry and Hermione, who fell one after the other, helped each other to their feet. Even though they were immersed in a virtual world of memories, they instinctively brushed off non-existent dust from their clothes. "Where are we?" "This is the place I just circled around from the castle, entering the Forbidden Forest beside Hagrid's hut." Harry engaged in a lively exchange with Hermione, yet his senses were drawn to the mesmerizing realm of memories unveiled by the pensive. A gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, accompanied by the soft, earthy fragrance that followed the rain, while each tree and plant exhibited its unique growth and hue. The pensive truly possessed the extraordinary ability to enrich the minutiae of memories that one might typically overlook. Suddenly, a crisp sound emanated from the depths of Hermione's recollections, jolting Harry back from the enchanting spell of the pensive. He glanced up at the sky, still devoid of the ominous figure cloaked in black, and hurriedly caught up with her. Hermione, well aware of Harry's intense focus when engaged in serious matters, intended to adjust her mindset to aid him in unraveling Dumbledore's enigmas. However, upon witnessing Harry's unwavering gaze fixed upon his own memory, all her mental preparations prior to using the pensive seemed to crumble. It was already mortifying enough to be the object of such concentrated attention from a boy she admired. Now, she found herself as a mere observer of this intimate moment. Within mere seconds, Hermione's cheeks flushed once more. "Hermione? What's wrong? Are you all right?" "I'm fine," she replied, partially concealing her face with her brown hair, attempting to steer the conversation away. "Did you discover something?" "Indeed, I did. What did you find?" "I realized you appear more attractive than your memory suggests." Harry's remarks were drawn from a meticulous comparison, devoid of any intention to provoke Hermione's emotions. However, having reached the age of burgeoning feelings, he swiftly recognized the impropriety of his words, just as both found themselves ensnared in an awkward silence. A low rumble of thunder suddenly echoed from the Forbidden Forest behind them. At that moment, the sky remained devoid of any signs of Dementors. The thunder did not seem to originate from the heavens. Rather, it appeared to emanate from somewhere within the depths of the woods. "Did you hear that, Hermione?" "Over there in the forest." In response to Harry's inquiry, Hermione nodded and replied, "I do hear it now. But is thunder really anything to be concerned about? Isn't this the typical weather around Hogwarts this year?" As Harry echoed Hermione's words, he sank into deep contemplation. Logically, it was entirely reasonable for Hogwarts Castle to be guarded by over 100 Dementors this year, and the weather being particularly dreary was to be expected. However, such a degree of influence did not warrant a special visit from Professor Scamander. Was there something I had overlooked? Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. Hermione glanced towards the source of the sound, which had shifted slightly higher than before, and recalled her own self, fixated on the Whomping Willow, leading her to question further. Why does the pensive allow me to recall details even I cannot clearly remember? What type of magic is this? Why have I never encountered it in my readings? Wait. The most pressing question is, why did I fail to notice those sounds back then? The world composed of memories provided no answers. Neither Harry nor Hermione could transcend the confines of their recollections to uncover the truth. After several unsuccessful attempts to delve deeper into the Forbidden Forest, the disappointed pair had no choice but to return to the forest's edge and await the Dementor's appearance. It was unfortunate that the pensive could not simulate the entirety of the Forbidden Forest. However, I mused, even if I were intimately familiar with this dark woodland, the realm of memory could not accurately portray events I was unaware of in their true sequence, could it? I believe that to be the case, yet regardless, we owe our discovery of these vital clues to you. It is a pity that the pensive is so mysterious and ancient. How I wish I could possess one myself. Hermione replied, her expression betraying a hint of inner conflict. After a moment's hesitation, she directed a somewhat untimely question at Harry. Harry? Yes? You mentioned earlier that you find me more attractive than the version of myself in your memories. What did you mean by that? Had Harry been a seasoned suitor, he might have deflected the question with a rhetorical inquiry of his own. What do you think I mean? At the very least, he could have responded with a light-hearted, fluid tone to sidestep the awkwardness. However, as the chosen one and one of the finest students in Hogwarts history, Harry would not resort to such methods. Well, to be frank, he stammered, his voice betraying a tinge of nervousness, each word escaping his throat with deliberate precision. The cough he emitted to clear his throat only amplified the awkwardness of the situation. Hermione, perplexed, shifted her gaze to her own self not far away and murmured, Really? To be candid, her appearance from over an hour ago was identical to her present state. She wore the same thick winter robes of Hogwarts and the Gryffindor scarf in red and gold that she had not changed out of. Could it be her hair? Perhaps I had rushed outside the castle, leading to a disheveled hairstyle? Is it that the frigid temperatures of the Forbidden Forest have rendered my face crimson? Yet, does such a degree of alteration truly enhance one's beauty? Could it be that Harry genuinely harbors such thoughts in his heart? Just as Hermione was on the verge of letting her imagination run wild, causing her heart to flutter, Harry suddenly interjected. Oh, I see. Look, Hermione. The memories in this pensive adjust according to the perceptions of their owner. After I just complimented your beauty, the version of you in the memory became more radiant, indicating that you are, in fact, more beautiful than you believe. Therefore, you must cultivate greater confidence in yourself. Indeed, it must be so. Harry intended to divert Hermione's attention. Yet unexpectedly, he inadvertently revealed the essence of the memory magic associated with the pensive. Just as Professor Slughorn in the original text could manipulate the contents of memories, so too does a wizard or witch's subjective perspective influence the details within the realm of recollection. Reflecting on the past and summarizing experiences is only valuable when approached with a mindset of introspection. In other words, if an individual clings stubbornly to the same viewpoint while utilizing the pensive, refusing to consider alternative perspectives, then no matter how many times they engage with it, they will not achieve the desired outcome. The atmosphere of memories grew colder, and the emergence of the Dementors finally drew Hermione's attention to the peculiarities of the Forbidden Forest. She turned, and as she had recounted earlier, drew her wand and shouted, Expecto Patronum. Yet, the silvery mist symbolizing the Patronus did not materialize. Instead, her incantation attracted the attention of the Dementors soaring above. Several of the nearer, terrifying figures reacted swiftly, and upon noticing Hermione, these famished creatures surged downwards, flapping their dark cloaks like the Grim Reaper conjured by Muggle imagination. 20 feet, 10 feet, 5 feet. Just as the Dementors were poised to launch their attack on Hermione, a deafening crack reverberated from the stormy clouds above, infused with a sense of fury. Crack! Blue lightning, imbued with a chilling potency, illuminated the shadowy depths of the Forbidden Forest. The numerous Dementors fell in a line, as if strung together like candied hawthorns, ensnared by the arc of electricity. Crack! 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 A series of thunderclaps descended in rapid succession, the blinding flashes rendering it impossible to gaze directly at them. When tranquility finally returned, the once menacing Dementors had retreated in disarray. Harry found himself momentarily captivated, until he and Hermione gradually ascended into the air, witnessing a world woven from memories metamorphose into an inky blackness. A singular phrase echoed incessantly in his mind. This is unequivocally not the power of a weather charm. With a swift motion akin to a slow-motion backflip, Harry and Hermione's feet finally returned to the ground of the headmaster's office. The lights surrounding the stone basin remained dazzling, as if reminding them that their recent experience was merely an ephemeral illusion. You are about to venture into the Forbidden Forest, aren't you? Hermione inquired, her familiarity with Harry almost instinctive. Indeed, he replied. Harry replied, a lightning strike of such intensity cannot be conjured by a wizard's meteorological spells. Furthermore, Hermione, as you have observed, such precision in lightning is certainly not a natural occurrence. I must return to the Forbidden Forest in search of clues. Hermione nodded, showing no intention to deter Harry. However, before he departed, she wished to revisit Harry's memories through the pensive. Could you leave me the memories of you and Professor Lupin from the Shrieking Shack? Perhaps I could assist you in uncovering some valuable information. Harry did not believe he would overlook any crucial details. After all, with the assistance of M.O. Rand, he was quite familiar with the history of 12 years prior. Nevertheless, In response to his trust in Hermione and his feelings for her, he extracted from his mind, using his wand, the memories concerning the events at the Shrieking Shack. Now, keep this safe, and remember, do not breathe a word before Sirius is exonerated and his name restored. As Harry spoke, he handed Hermione the vial containing his silvery memory. In an instant, with a resounding pop, the once cluttered office filled with books and treats transformed into the ancient, wooded expanse of the Forbidden Forest. Why have you remained silent since the beginning? I am aware of the precise moment we must return. Harry had initially thought that M.O. Ran would jest about Hermione. But to his surprise, the first response from M.O. Ran was astonishing. He exclaimed, "Ah, really? Should we set off immediately?" M.O. Ran, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "Do not be overly excited. Before we embark, there is one matter that must be clarified. First, return to your dormitory and pack all your belongings. Then proceed to the potions classroom or Professor Snape's office to await his return. Potter, what brings you here at this hour instead of dining in the Great Hall?" M.O. Ran, having exchanged control of his body with Harry, scrutinized Snape's subtle expressions and deliberately elongated his tone, saying, "Professor, do you recall our previous discussion regarding the enhancement of potion formulas?" Snape, displaying a visage of impatience, responded, "I have already stated, Potter, that Hogwarts professors do not readily accept requests for extramural work, even from current students. Furthermore, did you not establish your company and brand last summer? I see no area where I could assist you." Upon hearing this, M.O. Rant's eyes brightened considerably. Before Snape could reflexively chastise Harry, he produced the ancestral time-turner from the Malfoy family. "Professor Snape, please listen attentively. If I am not mistaken, during your recent delivery of a letter, you must have discussed matters with Fudge that were not disclosed by Professor Dumbledore, correct? I believe this may include the current whereabouts of Sirius Black, along with the suggestion to first return him to Azkaban and release him only after his innocence has been thoroughly established." Snape's lips twitched slightly, a subtle crack that did not escape M.O. Rant's keen observation. "This academic year, numerous strange and inexplicable occurrences have transpired around me. I once thought it unwise to act without a complete understanding of the situation. However, during the brief period when you left the headmaster's office, I perceived an alternative path. Do not speak in riddles like Dumbledore, Potter. It is not a riddle, Professor. The matter is indeed too intricate to clarify in mere words. I can only express that only by returning to the past together can history be rendered whole." After a long silence, during which he should have firmly rejected Harry, Snape eventually nodded at the green eyes that once sparkled in Lily's visage. London, April 1st, 1993. Harry, who had already commenced his school trip, and Professor Snape, busy tutoring first-year students, simultaneously appeared within the halls of Hogwarts Castle. "Where is your invisibility cloak, Potter? We cannot be seen within the school," disregarded Professor Snape's admonition, glancing at the date on the time-turner. After silently reciting thoughts of time differences and urgency, he seized the professor's black robes and apparat directly to the American continent. With a resounding pop, the long-distance apparition brought forth a wave of dizziness for Snape, reminiscent of years past. "Potter," he gasped, demanding, "how can you apparate at school? Who taught you this dark magic?" Once again ignoring Snape's inquiries, retrieved a firebolt and a crossbow from the trunk enchanted with the undetectable extension charm, declaring, "Professor, we now find ourselves in Arizona. For the next few days, you must adhere completely to my plans. If all goes as intended, we shall soon become the most infamous thieves of the American Wizarding Congress in half a century." Thieves? American Wizarding Congress? Snape, being the astute individual he is, quickly connected the dots of Potter's keywords to a news story he had heard over the summer regarding the Thunderbird's notorious heist. "You intend to steal Thunderbird eggs?" "It is we who will steal the Thunderbird eggs, Professor." Snape's expression soured more than ever, as he forcefully suppressed the urge to unleash his emotions. Asking each word with precision, "You urge me to return to the past merely to assist you in thievery, Potter?" "Not at all," Professor replied with unwavering conviction. "We aim to save lives using the Thunderbirds." The vast expanse of the Sonoran Desert experienced a rare and significant rainy season this April, unlike any in decades. Unlike previous years influenced by the Gulf of California and monsoons from the Pacific, on the very first day of April, rainfall exceeded an astounding 300 millimeters. Should the rains persist for a few more days, many cacti may very well perish. Cacti? Instead of pondering flora, you ought to consider how to vacate your dilapidated abode. Old Cooper, the elderly man, known as Old Cooper, chuckled and downed the remainder of his beer. "I've grown too old. Even with money, I couldn't manage a move." As he spoke, he rummaged through his pockets, tossing a few coins onto the table. Yet, alas, age aside, if circumstances align, I shall endeavor, even if it costs my weary bones. At this proclamation, the atmosphere in the bar lightened considerably, and amidst a chorus of laughter, the younger patrons mocked old Cooper's youthful exuberance. What could possibly compel you to act? You old codger, are you perhaps smitten with some young lady? Old Cooper remained unfazed by the mockery directed at him. He greeted the bartender before making his way towards the door, completely oblivious to the two hooded men lurking in the corner, watching him intently. It was he, Donald Cooper, though perhaps I ought to refer to him as Dan Cooper or D. B. Cooper. M.O. quietly informed Snape. In 1971, he hijacked a plane traveling from Portland, Oregon, to Seattle and successfully escaped with $200,000. The last time I encountered him, he was a disheveled figure with long hair. Thus, the infamous D. B. Cooper is, in fact, a master of disguise. No wonder both the American muggles and Aurors have been unable to locate him all these years. Snape, uninterested in the so-called first successful hijacker in history, fixated on the disguised D. B. Cooper and queried, "Aren't you already aware of the Thunderbird's whereabouts? Why seek out this individual?" M.O. replied, "When I last visited Arizona, this fellow managed to swindle me out of my money by selling information. At that time, I failed to notice that his storytelling bore an air of authenticity, tinged with a subtle hatred for the legendary Thunderbird thief. So, you suspect that he also seeks to steal a Thunderbird egg, and we could exploit this opportunity?" Observing Harry, M.O. nodding with confidence, Snape couldn't help but internally scoff. This lad bore no resemblance to Lily, nor to that scoundrel James, did he? With extraordinary magical talent, remarkable learning abilities, meticulous reasoning, and an elusive ambition, he seemed to embody a blend of Dumbledore's and Voldemort's characteristics. And then what? Once you have stolen the Thunderbird egg, what will you do? Snape asked, his tone laced with skepticism. First, as he once described, I'll evade the blockade set up by the wizards in the protected area with the Thunderbird egg in tow, then journey north through the Colorado Grand Canyon, heading towards Mexico to exit the U.S. border. After everything is settled, I will return to Hogwarts Castle and place the egg in the Forbidden Forest. Do you know how to hatch a Thunderbird egg? I'm uncertain, but I believe Professor Newt Scamander would know. Do you not wish to claim the Thunderbird for yourself? After a moment's contemplation, M.O. offered his response. I am uncertain. If fate allows me to keep the young Thunderbird by my side, I would certainly not refuse. Yet, should it wish to return to its homeland and its parents, I would not forcibly detain it. Suddenly, a thunderclap resonated from above the bar, as if capable of rending the very sky asunder. A colossal black tornado, indescribable in its enormity, materialized amidst the clouds. Quickly take refuge in the basement. The shelter is futile. Run swiftly. The tornado warning mingled chaotically with the cries of the local residents, starkly contrasting with the raucous atmosphere of the Thunderbird bandits within the tavern. Impervious. While reciting the incantation, M.O. ran and trusted his body to Harry, who was more adept at flight, advising him, "The extreme weather here is merely an illusion conjured by the Thunderbird father. Let us first follow the tornado to the eye of the storm, and then soar southward through the stratosphere, for that is where the Thunderbird mother lays her eggs." Rest assured. With unwavering confidence, Harry replied, "We have succeeded, have we not? The Thunderbird, a creature emblematic of the Americas, possesses both rarity and formidable power. Once it enters its breeding season, it incites turmoil within both the light and dark factions of the American magical community. Numerous wizards and witches endowed with gifts such as divination, prophecy, and foresight either seek employment or venture of their own accord to Arizona, hoping for a stroke of luck. Yet, compared to the Thunderbird, which is inherently attuned to danger, their magical endeavors amount to mere trifles. As multiple hurricane clouds began to swirl above the Sonoran Desert, most of the self-proclaimed hunters, convinced they had struck gold, were swiftly disqualified. Ironically, while they fancied themselves contemplating how to divide the spoils after finding the eggs, the Aurors of the American Magical Congress had surrounded them like a hawk watching its prey. The scene shifts to a bar within an Indian reservation. Enhanced by protective spells such as the disillusionment charm, Harry and Snape had surged from the colossal tornado above to the stratosphere. The thin air and low temperatures posed little threat to the wizards, forewarned of the egg-laying location and time. Harry merely needed to feign deception to circumvent the Thunderbird couple's acute sense of danger by exploiting a loophole in time travel. In approximately 20 minutes, on the desolate terrain about 23 miles west of their current position, the Thunderbirds would select a steep cliff to nest and lay their eggs. This process would take roughly 10 minutes, while the broomsticks we employed would require between 5 to 15 minutes to reach the site. Thus, Professor, you must first ride the Nimbus 2000 to attract the male Thunderbird's attention from a distance, drawing it away from the nest. This would allow me to incapacitate the female Thunderbird, steal the eggs, and then head towards Mexico to rendezvous with you. Harry's commanding presence on the broom, reminiscent of the Seeker from Gryffindor over a decade ago, further darkened Snape's already discontented expression. 10 minutes, he stated. I will only divert the male Thunderbird for a mere 10 minutes. After that, regardless of whether you succeed in obtaining a Thunderbird egg, I shall not wait for you. Furthermore, should an Auror from the American Magical Congress arrive, do not expect my assistance. Rest assured, Professor, 10 minutes will suffice. I possess the firebolt. Harry patted the broomstick beneath him, entirely oblivious to the fact that Snape's eyes, concealed behind his goggles, had rolled heavenward. The Thunderbird possessed an astonishing instinct for sensing danger. However, much like wizards, these magical creatures were not omniscient. The 20-mile predictive range was merely a theoretical limit postulated by Professor Scamander, yet in practice, they could typically only detect threats from approximately 17 to 18 miles away. Snape, propelling forward at full speed, and Harry, who was maintaining the velocity of the firebolt, gradually approached the Thunderbird's nest at the altitude of the stratosphere. Suddenly, Harry pointed to a patch of dark clouds below and exclaimed, "There lies the lair of the Thunderbird, shrouded in storm clouds." Upon hearing this, Snape drew his wand from his waist. According to their previous battle plan, he needed to lower their altitude to ensure that the male Thunderbird's perception did not extend to Harry, who remained high above. Protego horribilis, he incanted, reinforcing their defenses. Confundo. After layering 2 formidable protections, he calmly instructed, do not falter. With a swift motion, the Firebolt 2000, under Snape's adept control, plunged towards the ground, utilizing gravitational acceleration. In less than half a minute, Harry heard a cacophony of bird calls accompanying the rumble of thunder. How fast? Under ordinary circumstances, Harry and Mo Ran would have debated whether the Thunderbird was flying too swiftly, or if its cries, enhanced by magic, had exceeded the speed of sound. Yet, the current situation demanded their undivided attention. As the Firebolt arrow surged forward, propelled by its full thrust, Snape prepared for action. Boom ebubilo. Harry, now in a state of battle-induced exhilaration, reacted with remarkable speed. Without a moment's hesitation, he cast the Bubblehead charm to muffle the sonic boom emanating from the tail of the Firebolt arrow. With approximately 4 miles remaining, and about 20 seconds before the male Thunderbird completely vacated the area, Mo Ran focused intently, reminding Harry in his mind. Since his last encounter with Tom Riddle, it was the first time he felt the necessity for complete concentration. The calmness that had enveloped him for months began to simmer within them both. 20, 19, 3, 2, 1. Out of the zone. In an instant, the Firebolt arrow executed a perfect 90-degree turn in the sky, thanks to the Potter family's ancestral Quidditch talent. Harry had little difficulty gauging the distance to the male Thunderbird's nest. Simultaneously, a thick black mist, denser than the storm clouds, erupted around Harry, propelled by Mo Ran's command. In the gray sky, drizzled with slanting rain, the two appeared like ink droplets falling into clear water, hurtling towards the Thunderbird's lair. The piercing cry of the Thunderbird mother sounded both haunting and feeble. Having just given birth, she sensed that she was no match for the formidable foes above her. The somewhat sparse storm clouds stubbornly gathered, and the occasional lightning strikes appeared to Mo Ran as if they required no additional dark mist to resist. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. After several encounters, a dark tornado twisted and shattered the thunderstorm clouds. What had initially descended like a drill now suddenly unfurled in all directions, enveloping the potential escape routes of the female Thunderbird in an inescapable net. The overwhelming sense of despair crushed the mother Thunderbird's will to resist. In her final moments of strength, she attached a desperate call for help to a bolt of lightning, sending it towards the direction her mate had departed. Stupefy. A crimson glow engulfed part of the cliff, as Harry, concealed by dark mist, seized the opportune moment to cast a stunning spell of a caliber comparable to that of a united team of Aurors. Protego, Featherlightium, Trail of Enesco, Obliviate. A barrage of spells aimed at protecting the Thunderbird eggs and erasing their tracks erupted from Harry's lips like a machine gun. Whoosh. Within mere seconds, the firebolts in the dark mist once again unleashed their piercing sound. The two formidable figures, who had previously displayed such ferocity in their assault, now seamlessly merged into one, hastily soaring southward. A howl. Lightning pierced the air. Approximately 20 miles from their nest, a male Thunderbird, poised to seize the tail of a Nimbus 2000, suddenly halted mid-flight. The fury that had flared in its eyes just a moment before dissipated without a trace. Before Snape could comprehend the situation, the imposing creature, which had repeatedly instilled a chill of sweat down his spine, veered away in another direction. Finally afforded a moment to breathe, Snape shook the rein from his damp hair. Realizing that Harry had succeeded, he promptly redirected his course towards New Mexico in the east. Move with urgency. This time, there are a total of 17 storm clouds. The Department of Magical Events must act simultaneously with the Aurors. First, we must contain the destruction wrought by the extreme weather before addressing the issue of modifying the memories of the Muggles. Report. Minister, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures has sent word that 2 dark wizards have attacked the Thunderbird nest, pleading for you to dispatch more personnel for assistance. What? At that moment, Samuel G. Coughlin, the head of the American Magical Congress's Department of Magical Law Enforcement, was unaware that similar alerts and calls for aid were echoing throughout Arizona. Currently, nearly all the Aurors of the American Magical Congress were preoccupied with capturing poachers. It seemed utterly fanciful to suddenly divert manpower to confront dark wizards that even the Thunderbird couple could not withstand. Where are the Aurors? Has the Department of Magical Security not dispatched anyone? No. There has been no word yet. Samuel felt as though he had stumbled upon an absurd joke, exclaiming, "What a bunch of buffoons." He had hoped to apprehend more poachers to bolster his record, yet he had inadvertently invited the most troublesome predicament. Damn it. Never mind. Assemble the 12 individuals who have been employed for over 3 years. Follow me. At this moment, Snape, who had flown to a location less than 100 miles from the American border, was in a state of deep conflict. Although he vocally asserted that he would neither assist nor rescue Harry, the realization that no American wizards were pursuing him on this route sparked concern within him regarding Lily's son's safety. According to the tale narrated by D.B. Cooper, the legendary Thunderbird thief had successfully escaped capture by splitting into 2 groups, entering Mexico from Arizona and New Mexico. This was precisely why Snape had proceeded eastward after executing a diversion to lure the male Thunderbird away from its nest, only to continue southward upon entering New Mexico. The western sky was awash with tumultuous clouds reminiscent of the deluge from the Genesis myth. Realizing he had lost his composure, Snape tightened his grip on the Nimbus 2000. Indeed, his immediate priority was to hasten to the designated meeting point, lest Harry's efforts, still several miles away, be in vain. Swish. Swish. The intersecting spells posed limited danger to Harry, bolstered by the assistance of Moony. Were it not for the necessity of fleeing the area with the Thunderbird egg, his current prowess would render the wizards from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement negligible threats. The true peril lay in the wrath of the adult male Thunderbird. Howl. Crack. Just as one might speak of the devil, lightning struck. A blue arc, as thick as a barrel, surged towards Harry in less than a millisecond. Anticipating such an assault, Moony summoned her latent power to counteract it. Boom. The air vibrated as the violent shockwave displaced the torrential rain by nearly 100 meters. From a distance, it appeared as though a colossal glass orb had manifested in the sky. Damn it. When did such a potent dark wizard emerge from America? Moreover, this should have been the job of an Auror, right? A wizard from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement expressed his frustration, which was met with agreement from his colleagues. In my opinion, we should cease the pursuit. Our brooms cannot keep pace, and getting too close risks a Thunderbird attack, even with overtime. We barely earn 3 galleons a month. What are we risking our lives for? Indeed, that Thunderbird shows no distinction between friend and foe. It has nearly struck me multiple times. Let us retreat. After all, there are still several teams lying in wait to the south. When we encounter Cole Hogg, we can simply claim we fell behind and were outpaced. The most straightforward proposals often resonate deeply within a person's heart. Observing the dark wizard, who was now nearly a mile away, the young American wizards dispatched for urgent reinforcement quickly turned their brooms, beginning their descent towards the ground. Unbeknownst to them, such circumstances had already transpired within their ranks more than once. Next, they were bound for Tucson. The Thunderbird was due to return to its nest to safeguard its mate. After evading the final 2 ambushes of wizards, they would be able to enter Mexico via Sierra Vista. Upon hearing M.O. Rant's reminder, Harry lowered his gaze to the ground. Amidst the blurred scenery rendered by the rain, he swiftly spotted the remarkably conspicuous second-largest city of Arizona, Tucson. By the 1990s, America had become a highly developed nation, and in response to extreme weather conditions, the lights of Tucson illuminated even during daylight hours. This extensive artificial light not only guided Harry's direction but also served as a reminder to the male thunderbird behind him that it had strayed too far from its nest. Crack, crack. Bolts of fury, tinged with reluctance, surged forth as the last two bolts of lightning hurtled towards Harry. Yet, how could an attack, rendered ineffective by prior attempts, possibly yield a miracle at the last moment? Following two resounding booms, the male thunderbird let out a cry towards the heavens before promptly veering back towards its mate. Phew. Mo ran, having deflected the final two bolts of lightning, instinctively released a sigh of relief. Although he and Harry, as time travelers, possessed an inherent advantage in intelligence, the risks and challenges they faced during their operations were considerable. In the presence of the formidable male thunderbird, be it for the sake of maintaining historical consistency or due to the guilt of having stolen its offspring, both Harry and Mo Ran could only adopt a defensive, evasive strategy, significantly diminishing their margin for error during their escape. Your robe has been singed in several places. You'll need to find time to purchase a new one later. Balancing a thunderbird egg in one hand while steering the firebolt with the other, Harry had no time to inspect his attire. Instead, he turned to Mo Ran and inquired, "What should we do once we arrive in Mexico?" D.B. Cooper never mentioned it. The absence of mention implies that no one knows. If no one knows, then our intentions remain justifiable. However, your reminder has stirred my memory. We previously discussed the Thunderbird thief with Boggins at Diagon Alley. We could first secure the egg in the Forbidden Forest and then stay at Diagon Alley for a while. This would grant us the opportunity to thoroughly investigate the identity of the individual who initially stole our invisibility cloak. While Mo Ran responded with apparent calmness, he too grappled with uncertainty within. His earlier persuasion of Professor Snape to return to the past was primarily motivated by the latter's seeming inability to recall their conversation at the end of Spider Alley. It was precisely due to the necessity of rectifying the historical account of the improved formula obtained by the Lilyflower Health Insurance Company that Severus Snape found himself compelled to return. Otherwise, if the sole objective were to locate an individual fitting the identity of the Thunderbird thief, given the current capabilities of Mo Ran and Harry, even with Ginny from their second year in tow, they would not have encountered any insurmountable challenges. As the skies gradually cleared, having evaded the remaining two waves of American wizards sent to thwart them, Harry finally arrived at the Mexican border as planned. The last recorded sighting of the Thunderbird thieves was in the Grand Casas of Chiapas. Subsequently, this city, referred to by Muggle archaeologists as a hub of prehistoric human activity in Central America, became the resting place for the duo from Hogwarts. You appear somewhat disheveled, yet I assume you have successfully eluded all pursuers. Surely, you did not exhaust yourself without securing the Thunderbird egg? Snape's first words upon meeting Harry retained his signature acerbic tone. "I have procured it. Here it is." Harry weighed the pristine, slightly golden-veined Thunderbird egg in his pocket and replied, "I will need some time to conduct a test. Professor Scamander once informed me that not all magical creatures can be subjected to the disillusionment charm. If this Thunderbird egg proves unsuitable, I may have to trouble you, Professor, to help me return it to Hogwarts." Snape's lips twitched slightly as he crossed his arms over his chest and responded, "You don't intend to exploit my position as the potions master at Hogwarts to smuggle the Thunderbird egg back to Britain as an ingredient, do you? Let me be clear. Potter, indulging in exceptional privileges is both arrogant and foolish. Even if Dumbledore and Fudge grant you leniency, the Thunderbird egg far exceeds the limitations of any potion ingredient, including the shell." The shell? Upon hearing the mention of the shell, Mo Ran, who had watched the Fantastic Beasts series, suddenly had an epiphany. The last European wizard to bring a serpent bird egg to America was none other than his private tutor for the magical creature protection class. Drawing inspiration from his magical suitcase, if one could craft a seamless extension charm container suitable for the incubation environment of the Thunderbird egg, then he and Harry need not hasten to deliver the egg to the Forbidden Forest. While the seamless extension charm is indeed a spell, its execution involves more than merely reciting incantations and waving a wand. As Dumbledore once remarked in a casual conversation, numerous factors can influence the outcome of the spell, including the wizard's own prowess, the material of the container, and other auxiliary charms that may alter the spatial extension. What sort of container should be chosen? Logically, a larger bag, such as one made of magical materials, could ease the difficulty of casting the seamless extension charm and enhance internal capacity. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that such bags are cumbersome to carry, necessitating the application of a featherweight charm during travel to avoid inconvenience. Once an object has been affected by the seamless extension charm, it cannot undergo further spatial manipulation, such as the shrinking charm. Referencing Newt Scamander's briefcase and the tints used by spectators at the Quidditch World Cup, these items each have their own reasons for being compacted for portability. Yet wizards cannot replicate that. Use this. Snape seemed to discern Harry's hesitation. He produced a small cloth pouch from his robe and, after removing several vials of potion contained within, remarked, "The space in your suitcase is far too limited. It can only serve as a backup bookshelf for unimportant items. This pouch is crafted from serpent bird skin and is thus suitable for modification with the seamless extension charm." Typically, Snape would have elaborated further, perhaps sharing anecdotes about how he had utilized it over the years or emphasizing the importance of making good use of it. However, true to his nature, after casually bestowing upon Harry a relatively valuable item, he turned away to gaze at the scenery without uttering another word. "I believe the serpent bird is also a protected magical creature, is it not? Moreover, even among the flying reptiles, the skin of the serpentine birds is concealed beneath their scales. This implies that unless a serpentine bird were to suffer from a mental disorder or deliberately defy its physiological nature by enlarging its body shortly before demise, the wizards would find it nearly impossible to procure sufficient quantities of their skin without resorting to poaching for the size required to craft a package. Serpentine birds can alter their size in accordance with their surrounding environment, yet, as documented in Scamander's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, their true dimensions remain consistent with those of the egg from which they hatched." Upon hearing Harry's words, which seemed to cast doubt on Snape, M.O. Rand sighed and remarked, "Do you think Professor Snape has been rather adept in dealing with issues pertaining to underground dealings and dark wizards lately? Indeed, I find myself curious about the nature of his past relationship with my father and Sirius." M.O. Rand fell silent, as if time had reverted to that moment when they confronted each other in the Shrieking Shack. The fact that Severus Snape harbored deep affection for Lily was one of the few stories that M.O. Rand deemed inappropriate to divulge to Harry. Similarly, he could never reveal the incident where Snape overheard the prophecy of the Chosen One and relayed it to Voldemort. Unlike many film enthusiasts oblivious to this portion of the narrative, M.O. Rand, prior to his journey, had actively sought out and comprehended the plot of the novels due to his admiration for Snape's character. In contrast to the latter half of the story familiar to most Harry Potter fans, when Snape was still a Death Eater, he inadvertently overheard a fragment of Trelawney's prophecy at the Hogshead Inn. Was Snape attempting to prove his capabilities, or did he genuinely aspire to support Voldemort's grand ambitions? Rowling did not elaborate on this. What is crucial is that upon conveying this prophecy to Voldemort, Snape's former master, who harbored an intense loathing for those of Muggle descent, ironically chose Lily's son as the Chosen One. Indeed, Snape was not a paragon of justice. He was certainly not driven by noble intentions in his return from the shadows. Even Dumbledore had scolded him for his apparent indifference towards the lives of Harry and his father. Yet, in that moment, both the greatest White Wizard and the most fearsome Dark Lord underestimated the power of love. M.O. Rand, at the tender age of 18, had endured a harrowing life. Yet he was not an extremist who believed in a dichotomy of black and white. As the saying goes, judge actions, not hearts, for no heart is flawless. As the narrative of 7 years drew to a close, what resonated most profoundly with the majority of readers and viewers was not the characters who steadfastly stood for justice, but rather Severus Snape, who encapsulated his life with a single word: always. No one can truly know. To conceal your finest qualities from others, you must vow, even if you risk your life daily to protect that child. As the lines from the film echoed in his memory, M.O. Rand ceased his reverie. He had often pondered whether, had Severus Snape survived the final battle and emerged as a hero, he would embark on a new life. It now seemed highly improbable. Although Snape harbored disdain for James Potter, he never deemed Lily's choice of him to be foolishly irrational. The unutterable term mudblood became a lifelong source of regret and sorrow for him. His profound love for Lily, the truest essence of her being, was precisely what led him from darkness to illumination and redemption. Thus, while he lacked an obsession to alter history, had he not ensnared himself in the past. In his murmurs, M.O. Rand appeared to grasp some profound essence. He recalled Dumbledore's words to Harry, suggesting that Snape's inability to forgive James stemmed from having been saved by him. This could be interpreted as Snape's inability to forgive himself for having been bested by James in their rivalry. Had he not taken that initial misstep? Even if Lily ultimately chose not to be with him, he might have avoided a tragic fate. The guilt harbored within him, intertwined with the self-esteem he had cultivated in childhood as a means of self-preservation, coalesced into a complex and contradictory self-destructive psyche. This very psyche could one day compel him to sacrifice his life without hesitation to protect Harry. Indeed, those who live to safeguard others fear not death. However, M.O. Ran, as a traveler of this world rather than its author, need not adhere to the trajectory of the original narrative, nor must he utilize tragedy to showcase his literary prowess. Perhaps this temporal journey is the opportunity to untangle Snape's inner turmoil and reshape his fate. Having finally clarified his thoughts, M.O. Ran spoke again. Well, I am not entirely certain about this matter. Regardless of the truth, I believe it is crucial not to overinterpret. Some things are not as they appear. Upon hearing this, Harry felt somewhat bewildered. However, since M.O. Ran had expressed such a sentiment, the discussion regarding Professor Snape could only reach its conclusion here. All right then. What should we make the interior of this bag resemble? To be honest, I lack the confidence to create something as specialized as Professor Scamander's breeding grounds. Let us shape it like the Forbidden Forest. Since we will eventually place the Thunderbird egg there, it would be wise to allow it to acclimate to the environment. M.O. Ran's reasoning prompted Harry to nod instinctively, unaware that this slightly peculiar scene was fortuitously observed by Snape, who had turned back to look. What are you doing? Me? I'm not doing anything at all. Harry's response was relatively natural, yet it seemed to do little to dispel Snape's suspicions. He continued to inquire. This is not the first time I've witnessed such behavior from you. I hope you are not employing the legilimency spell for some perilous purpose. Legilimency? Faced with Harry's somewhat puzzled expression, Snape chose to remain silent. He turned away, resuming his observation of the scenery as if nothing were amiss. The scene shifted back approximately a year. Within the confines of Hogwarts' headmaster's office, a man clad in black robes was furrowing his brow, engaged in a serious discussion with Dumbledore. It is no longer a matter of merely addressing the basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets, Dumbledore. The Dark Lord is gaining strength, and he is drawing perilously close to Hogwarts. The school must cease operations and conduct a thorough investigation of all suspicious individuals. Dumbledore focused intently on the dark mark concealed beneath Snape's sleeve, calmly replying, I regret, Severus, that I cannot comply with that request at this time. Why not? Because I cannot allow certain critical matters to become elusive or even vanish entirely. But what of Potter? He is not merely contending with the weakened spirit residing within Quirrell. Should the Dark Lord choose to strike? Dumbledore extended a hand towards Snape in a gesture of reassurance. Harry has progressed significantly since his first year. Both you and I can surely attest to that. Upon hearing this, Snape did not exhibit any signs of reassurance. He lowered his rolled-up sleeve and spoke with utmost seriousness. If you truly understand this, then you must realize that a 12-year-old second-year student should not possess such formidable magical abilities. He is indeed a remarkably gifted student. Gifted? Snape's expression soured. Has your sagacious mind never contemplated that this gift may be linked to his Parseltongue abilities? A Parselmouth from Gryffindor? Dumbledore exchanged a glance with Snape that conveyed a myriad of unspoken words, then gently tapped his fingers on the desk. Allow me to express my apologies once more, Severus. Given the lessons history has imparted to me, I am reluctant to divulge all my plans openly. It is evidently unwise to place all one's eggs in a single basket. Your identity serves as an immensely valuable card. Withholding certain information can effectively safeguard you. A brief silence enveloped the headmaster's office. The words of the world's greatest white wizard were invariably difficult to contest. Despite harboring a multitude of reservations, Snape found himself compelled to acquiesce to Dumbledore's arrangements. And what comes next? What must I do? Having regained his composure, Snape's demeanor became markedly more aloof. He donned an expression of indifference that betrayed no emotion as he quietly regarded the elderly man with the white beard seated at his desk, awaiting a response. First, cease the tutoring sessions with Harry. In any case, Voldemort would undoubtedly be reluctant to allow you to grow too close to his arch-nemesis. And furthermore, should circumstances arise in which I can no longer fulfill my duties as headmaster, you might feign some interest in the position, provided that Voldemort does not reach out to you first. Do you believe he would refrain from contacting me? No, I do not. Dumbledore replied without a hint of hesitation. Many wizards perceive Voldemort as cruel, callous, and relentless. Yet, in my view, the word that best encapsulates him is selfish. Whether it was during his student years, driven by a thirst for power and knowledge, or after graduation, obsessively pursuing the secrets of conquering death, it all stems from his extreme arrogance and self-importance. You are not of pure blood, and the Ministry has branded you as my spy. Earning his favor cannot rely solely on loyalty. You must present yourself as a Death Eater, revealing facets akin to his own. Would this not arouse his suspicion? Dumbledore gently shook his head. Compared to a loyal servant, Voldemort requires capable subordinates. From what I know of him, he is willing to forsake anyone when it suits his needs. Thus, only valuable loyalty will earn his esteem and allow him to trust your fabricated intelligence in critical moments. A twitch at the corner of Snape's mouth betrayed his acknowledgement that, given Dumbledore's understanding of Voldemort, even he, a former Death Eater, felt inadequate. However, just as he was about to turn and leave the headmaster's office, Dumbledore called out to him once more. "Severus, please wait a moment. Is there anything else? Once this matter is concluded, you may discreetly assist Harry outside of school. His maturation is occurring at an alarming rate, and Voldemort will expect you to monitor him proactively." Snape offered no response to Dumbledore's additional arrangements and strode out of the headmaster's office with purpose. Over the past few years, even though Harry's temperament had shifted away from resembling James, Severus Snape found himself at a loss regarding how to interact with him. On one hand, tasked with a crucial espionage mission, Snape had to maintain a harsh and acerbic facade to conceal his true allegiance. On the other, Harry's diligent and eager nature ignited a genuine desire within him to impart his knowledge. Such complex emotions could be somewhat masked within the school by deducting points from Gryffindor. But what would happen beyond the confines of the campus? Surely, one could not keep a ledger outside of school and then return to Hogwarts to tally the scores uniformly. Could they? The natural landscape of the vast cases is rather limited. Having scrutinized the surrounding environment numerous times, Snape could no longer resist returning his gaze to Harry. With an inclination to find fault, he focused his attention on Harry's preparatory movements prior to casting his spell. Should I offer him guidance? Perhaps it would be unwise, as any disruption might prove detrimental. After all, we are presently situated within the timeline of the past, where any misstep carries unpredictable risks. However, what could be the reason behind Potter's expression reminiscent of soliloquy? Is he probing my thoughts? Could it truly be linked to Parseltongue? The emergence of such an innate talent, typically transmitted through bloodlines, in him, could it be mere coincidence or something more profound? I must seize this opportunity to investigate thoroughly. Snape, an exceptionally skilled master of occlumency, knew that even should Morin attempt to use legilimency to discern his thoughts, he would glean no information from a potions professor capable of deceiving Voldemort. Thus, within this clandestine timeline, three souls, who were meant to mutually assist one another, have secretly embarked on divergent quests. I aim to help Snape evade a tragic fate as much as possible. I shall uncover the true identity of Professor Snape and the entirety of the truths surrounding my father and his youth. I intend to aid Potter in discerning the source of his powers, to prevent him from succumbing to malevolent thoughts and becoming the next Dark Lord. Capacious Extremis. A brilliant light manifested. As Harry smoothly enunciated the incantation for the stretching charm, the interior of Snape's birdskin pouch began to elongate, cascading downwards like a piece of taffy. Harry's focus was unwavering. At this moment, his mind was solely occupied with constructing an expansive, abyssal woodland. 5 meters, 10 meters, 30 meters deep. With sufficient depth achieved, it was time to extend the bottom area, Moran reminded him. Completely free of distractions, Harry nodded once more, rotating his wand, which had been pointing directly beneath the small bag, in a clockwise direction, while continuing to chant, Capacious Extremis, Capacious Extremis. A resonant, hollow sound emerged from the magically affected space. Both Harry and Moran, inexperienced in the use of the stretching charm, were uncertain if their approach was correct. Nevertheless, given the current stability of the bird snake bag, their coordination in spellcasting and mental focus was commendable. After a few more minutes, the white light emanating from the bag gradually faded. Peering into the bag's opening, Harry remarked, "The results appear promising. However, it is somewhat unfortunate that essential components for establishing the Forbidden Forest ecosystem, such as land and trees, will require our gradual relocation. Do you suppose Professor Snape might know a spell for creating forested land?" "Unlikely," Moran responded earnestly. "Magic is not divine, if such spells existed. Surely Professor Scamander would not be the only one capable of housing so many magical creatures comfortably within his briefcase." Just as he contemplated encouraging Harry to attempt inventing his own magic, Professor Snape's stern voice resonated in their ears. "Hide the Thunderbird egg and put your hood up. Someone is approaching from the north." Just one person? Could it not be an Auror? Foolish. Regardless of who it is, we must remain vigilant. Snape, already in a defensive stance, donned his hood as he spoke. Earlier, he had been hesitant to critique Harry. seemingly oblivious to the fact that as long as he avoided looking into Lily's eyes, he could not suppress his inclination to find fault. On the other hand, Harry, slightly slower in his actions, was far from careless. The reason for his delayed concealment of his face was that he had cast an additional spell to create a thick blanket to protect the Thunderbird egg within the bag. The shadow in the sky grew increasingly larger, and as its outline became clearer, both Harry and Snape abandoned any thoughts of direct confrontation. In truth, cross-border law enforcement is inherently troublesome in both the magical and Muggle realms. Thus, neither the European Ministry of Magic nor the Aurors of the American Magical Congress would easily meddle in affairs beyond their jurisdiction. However, the Thunderbird holds significance in the American magical world that rivals, if not surpasses, the importance of the bald eagle as the national bird in the eyes of local Muggles. Once any criminal sets their sights on the Thunderbird, the law enforcement agents of the American Magical Society are more than willing to work overtime, even to the extent of crossing legal boundaries. It seems I have encountered a fellow practitioner. Have you also sought refuge here? The figure of D.B. Cooper, now transformed into a young man with long hair, gracefully descended on his flying broomstick near Harry and Snape. He shook his drenched robes and pointed to his waist, stating, "I need to retrieve my wand for a little tidying up. Please do not be alarmed." Snape, unfazed by the presence of this unfamiliar wizard, sensed an unusual tension honed by years of experience and interrupted the other's actions with a warning, "Do not move." D.B. Cooper appeared startled. Confronted with Snape's wand aimed directly at him, he quickly raised his hands in surrender, exclaiming, I'm not moving. Please, do not harm me." Harry and Morin had once encountered the visage employed by D.B. Cooper in a future that belonged to the past. Thus, even without Snape's intervention, they would resort to coercive measures to ascertain each other's intentions. "Hey," he said, his voice hoarse, cleverly adopting the situation, "be sensible. Hand over the Thunderbird egg." D.B. Cooper paused for a moment, and in the next instant, Snape, having grasped Harry's intent, stepped forward, wand in hand, and declared, "Did you not hear what he said? Hand over the Thunderbird egg. What Thunderbird egg could I possibly possess? If I had truly stolen a Thunderbird egg, I would have long since found a place to hide and would never dare to provoke anyone in the open. I was merely inexplicably targeted by the Aurors and had no choice but to flee here." D.B. Cooper's words, though devoid of any apparent flaws, were met with skepticism by Harry and Snape, who trusted him not a whit. The individual before them was not a time traveler and thus possessed no advantage from information gleaned after the fact. Under such circumstances, his ability to traverse freely through Arizona, a state rich in resources and manpower controlled by the American wizarding government, and ultimately locate the Thunderbird thief, raised suspicions indeed. "So, you are not the one who stole the Thunderbird egg?" Harry displayed a slight sense of relief, yet he did not afford D.B. Cooper the opportunity to speak further. He gradually positioned himself parallel to Snape, raising his wand as he pronounced, "In that case, you have two choices. First, surrender all your wrapped belongings for inspection. If there are no issues, we shall let you go. Second, relinquish your wand. Since we are all drawn to the Thunderbird, it would be unwise to leave empty-handed. You could seize this chance to earn some money alongside us. What say you?" Upon hearing this, Snape's expression from beneath his hood became even more captivating than that of D.B. Cooper. Unbeknownst to Harry, who bore the strategist MO ran within him, Snape was almost certain that Lily's son had been influenced by Voldemort in some manner, which accounted for his remarkable maturity. For all time travelers utilizing a time-turner to revisit the past, the most significant and perilous dilemma often arises from the unknown. Unlike the histories they are destined to complete themselves, the enigmatic past is susceptible to unintentional alterations by time travelers due to a lack of information. Once actions deviate from historical accuracy, the timeline may gradually veer off its original course due to the butterfly effect. In such instances, those who toy with time may find themselves subjected to its whims in a far more merciless manner. D.B. Cooper, entrusted with the vital task of conveying to Harry the means of stealing the Thunderbird, certainly cannot meet his demise. However, the specifics of what he accomplished during this period, as well as where he ought to manifest in the future, remain beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Harry's threat, seemingly a display of dominance over D.B. Cooper's fate, paradoxically returned the course of history into the hands of the other party. How will you ultimately choose? Harry, M.O. ran, and Snape simultaneously harbored a singular thought. Confronted by the unkind gaze concealed beneath the hood, D. B. Cooper found himself engulfed in regret. He had devoted years in preparation for this opportunity to procure Thunderbird eggs. Intending to disguise himself as an Auror amidst the chaos of both the dark and the light, seizing the chance to pilfer some Thunderbird feathers. However, he had not anticipated the emergence of two formidable dark wizards in this seemingly innocuous Arizona region. The scene rewinds several moments earlier. A team led by experts in the protection of magical creatures, armed with intelligence gathered from other members of the American Magical Congress, had traversed various terrains to arrive near the nesting site of the Thunderbird couple. Yet, just as they sought to employ their unique expertise to protect and collect the feathers shed during the female Thunderbird's nesting period, the male Thunderbird inexplicably became agitated. In the blink of an eye, it soared several miles to the north. This unforeseen turn of events sent a ripple of unease through the ranks of the team, including D.B. Cooper, who had infiltrated under disguise. Without the male Thunderbird as protection, the already sensitive and irritable female would become even more volatile during this critical phase. Under such circumstances, approaching the nest to collect feathers was out of the question. Even the slightest deviation from the magical creature protection experts' directives could provoke the wrath and hostility of the mother Thunderbird. Stay close, and whatever you do, do not step outside the protective boundary, or else. The warning was abruptly interrupted by a thunderous crack. Instinctively, everyone turned their gaze skyward toward the source of the cacophony, only to be met by the sight of a dark, mist-like creature that seemed to consume the light around it. What sort of magic was this? Was it a wizard? No, that seemed unlikely. Had anyone ever encountered such a creature? Initially, the team, unaware of the gravity of the situation, exchanged a few words of speculation. However, as the female Thunderbird and the ominous entity engaged in a fierce confrontation, the spectacle of the sky being torn asunder silenced their chatter. Boom, boom, crack, crack. Terms like apocalypse, judgment day, and Genesis seemed to find vivid representation in that moment. D.B. Cooper, who had once prided himself on his worldly knowledge, nearly lost his composure in his transformed state. What was meant to be a brief clash between bird and creature extended into a gripping standoff that held the group in place for several minutes. Attention all squads. An unidentified dark wizard appears to have successfully stolen a Thunderbird egg. All Aurors south of Lake Roosevelt, please suspend your current tasks and proceed towards Tucson to assist in the capture. Attention all squads. There seems to be another dark wizard involved in the theft of the Thunderbird egg. Please reinforce the New Mexico direction with additional personnel. Attention all squads. The dark wizard in possession of the Thunderbird egg is heading towards Tucson. All Aurors, make retrieving the egg your primary objective and join the operation. The incessant sounds emanating from the double-sided mirror jolted D.B. Cooper back to reality. He glanced at his somewhat dazed faux teammates, and then at the direction from which Harry had just departed on his enchanted broomstick, making a decision that he would soon come to regret. Captain, be cautious. I am going after that fellow, he declared. As for me, I shall accompany the two of you to earn some money. To be frank, I have indeed invested quite a bit in order to turn my fortunes around for this occasion. D.B. Cooper chuckled awkwardly, revealing the wand he had concealed at his waist, under the illusion that this tactic of retreating while advancing would deceive Harry and Snape. He pondered his next move to employ a disguise spell to procure the Thunderbird egg. Little did he know, during this brief interlude, M.O. Rand had nearly deciphered his psychological motives. I suspect he aims to take this opportunity to memorize your and Professor Snape's appearances, subsequently seeking a suitable moment to transform into one of you to claim the Thunderbird egg. However, this fellow is blissfully unaware that we have actually traveled from the future to the past. His disguise magic will not fool us in the slightest. Harry expressed his agreement with M.O. Rand's reasoning. However, rather than wishing for D.B. Cooper to accompany him, he preferred that the latter find something else to occupy his time. He remarked, I understand, but I would rather he hasten to engage in his own pursuits. It has been but a few days since our initial venture to Arizona in search of the Thunderbird. If we cannot return Cooper to that bar, the course of history may very well be altered. Rest assured, such an eventuality is unlikely to occur. M.O. Rand's reassurance left Harry somewhat perplexed, prompting him to inquire further. Why? M.O. Rand responded. When we employed the thought projection technique to glean his thoughts, we sensed a certain obstruction. However, this sensation differs from the mental closure technique. Coupled with his reluctance to reveal the contents of his package, I surmise he is in possession of some extraordinary magical artifacts. Otherwise, he would not dare to entrust us with his wand. And what does this have to do with his returning to the bar? Harry questioned. He has essentially concluded that we are the Thunderbird thieves. Yet, until he has witnessed something firsthand or discovered irrefutable evidence, he is unlikely to depart easily. Do you recall the tale of his famed Muggle hijacking, during which he absconded with $200,000? This individual, a wizard by nature, refrained from using magic to pilfer from the local Muggles, suggesting that his criminal endeavors are motivated by a desire for thrill and a sense of accomplishment. Harry seemed to have gained some insight as he inquired, "Are you suggesting that in order to drive him away, we must cater to his psychological triggers? But wouldn't that be rather cumbersome? I propose we simply frighten him off with sheer strength. Given his meager abilities, wouldn't it be more efficient to intimidate him with our absolute power?" In the live broadcast, Mo Ran patiently responded, "If absolutely necessary, we could attempt this approach. However, individuals like D.B. Cooper are adept at formulating strategies and thrive on various challenges. Unless we eliminate him directly, it is likely that we would only provoke his competitive spirit. We have unexpectedly seized the Thunderbird egg. If we do not resolve this issue adequately, he may very well continue to trouble us in the future." The chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. Very well. Do you have any ideas at present? Indeed, and the most suitable ally is right here beside us. The private chat room of Harry and Mo Ran is entirely closed off from the outside world. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Severus Snape, standing beside them, felt an unaccountable chill. Mexico is characterized by a highland climate, with mild average temperatures and significant diurnal temperature variations. After sunset, influenced by the recent violent thunderstorm clouds triggered by the Thunderbirds, the temperature in Casa Grande plummeted below 10 degrees Celsius. Though D.B. Cooper's clothes had dried, the absence of his wand rendered him unable to keep warm, leaving him shivering in the frigid weather. "Are you from the East? Or have you come from another country?" Snape, walking behind D.B. Cooper, had no intention of responding. However, just as he contemplated using his wand to poke the other man as a warning, Mo Ran, who had already taken control of the body from Harry, replied directly, "We are from Europe." "Ah, ha ha. Europe, how fascinating. No wonder your magical powers are so formidable. That is the homeland of Merlin, the cradle of ancient wizards." Snape was infuriated and felt the urge to deduct points from Gryffindor. In the brief seconds of their exchange, he was mentally cursing the names of Potter and his son, thinking, "Damn it, what does he intend to do? Is he mad? Why reveal the truth to the other party?" That brain, which had only recently developed due to Lily's heritage, has ultimately been tainted by James Potter's inferior lineage. Sensing Snape's anger, Mo Ran turned back to D.B. Cooper and continued, "You seem quite enamored with Europe. I have heard that most American wizards, especially those who graduated from Ilvermorny, look down upon us old relics from Europe. How could that be? It must be that group of foolish Eastern wizards who have misled you. Europe has always been the birthplace of the most authentic magic. Many remarkable wizards have graduated from European magical schools." "Oh, then tell me, who can be considered remarkable wizards?" "Certainly, Mr. Dumbledore. He is regarded as the greatest wizard of this century. Of course, Karkaroff from Durmstrang and Madame Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons, are also quite impressive." D.B. Cooper, believing he had disarmed Harry, Mo Ran, chuckled, thinking that by consecutively naming the heads of 3 schools and observing the reactions of the 2 beside him, he could roughly deduce the true identities of Harry and Snape. Unfortunately, the chasm between ideal and reality is often deceptively close yet insurmountable. This notorious hijacker of the 20th century had not realized he had completely fallen into Mo Ran's trap. "Karkaroff, Durmstrang? He dares to claim such a title? Oh no, sir. I may not have conveyed my thoughts clearly. While he certainly lacks the formidable magic of Professor Dumbledore, as one of the 3 greats, enough." Mo Ran exclaimed angrily. "What do you understand? And as for Dumbledore, he is nothing at all. The greatest wizard in the world is one whose name instills fear in the hearts of all." "Ah?" D.B. Cooper was taken aback, as was Severus Snape beside him. "Igor Karkaroff is merely a cowardly traitor. When my master returns, all who have betrayed him, including Karkaroff, will pay a bloody price for their treachery." "Master? Your master is the Dark Lord? Humph. Let him see. A grand scheme. A plot that serves 2 purposes." Mo Ran intended to intimidate D.B. Cooper with the names of the Death Eaters and Voldemort, and then compel Snape to reveal his dark mark, forcing him to recount the past to Harry. As D.B. Cooper and Harry, Mo Ran, turned their gazes towards him, Snape, whose lips curled in anger beneath his cloak, reluctantly rolled up the sleeve of his left arm. With a swish, there appeared an enormous skull with a serpent as its tongue. The night was eerily silent. All of D.B. Cooper's doubts and calculations seemed to be devoured by that charred, terrifying mark. The dark magic designed and created by Voldemort is enough to instill fear in even the weakest of minds at just a glance. The Dark Lord is soon to regain his power, and when he does, not only Europe but the entire world shall prostrate before him. Drawing inspiration from Bellatrix Lestrange's stellar portrayal in the films, M.O. Rand found it remarkably easy to embody a Death Eater. With one hand, he drew his wand, while with the other, he silently tore D.B. Cooper's sleeve, declaring, "You are a clever man. You should now understand why we traveled such a distance to steal this Thunderbird egg. Ordinarily, I should have killed you by now or turned you into a mindless puppet with the Cruciatus curse. However, the Dark Lord is currently in need of allies." Thus, M.O. Rand tightened his grip on D.B. Cooper's wrist, pressing the tip of his wand against his skin, continuing, "I can offer you a chance to join the Death Eaters, if you agree." A sound akin to that of apparition rang out from before M.O. Rand. In an instant, D.B. Cooper's terrified visage vanished. The night was deepening, and M.O. Rand could almost feel Snape's eyes burning with an intense mixture of fury and complexity from behind him. After showing Harry the memories from the pensieve that Dumbledore had placed there, M.O. Rand uttered, "Haven't you always been curious about Professor Snape's true identity? Use this opportunity to clarify matters with him." Before Harry could inquire about the precise moment when Morven began to utilize the pensieve independently, Severus Snape had already sought him out. "Potter, I require an explanation." At that moment, Snape's upper lip bore no signs of curling. Yet Harry discerned an unprecedented fury emanating from his otherwise impassive visage. "I previously witnessed a memory from Professor Dumbledore's pensieve wherein an individual named Igor Karkaroff, in an attempt to mitigate his own culpability, provided the Ministry of Magic with numerous names, among which was yours, Professor." Harry's voice was composed and calm, which surprisingly rendered Snape speechless. Rather than chastising Dumbledore for his deceit and carelessness, he was far more concerned about whether Harry had uncovered the deepest secrets of his heart. "When did you come to know?" Faced with Snape's peculiar reaction, Harry sensed an unsettling dissonance. Logically, regardless of whether the individual was Dumbledore's mole within Voldemort's ranks, one should not delve further into this topic after their undercover identity had been discovered. He gazed intently at Snape and said, "Professor, I simply seek an explanation from you." Snape's eyes did not waver. He fixated on the pair of emerald green orbs before him, as if a tightly shut door was gradually creaking open. Beneath the cool shade of emerald green trees, shielding them from the blazing sun, two children sat cross-legged on the grass, facing one another in a glade surrounded by a shimmering brook. The dark-haired boy donned an odd garment reminiscent of a maternity dress. He appeared quite slender, almost resembling a young Harry confined in the storage room beneath the stairs. If underage wizards cast spells outside of school, the Ministry of Magic would impose penalties upon them. "Oh no, what shall we do? I've already used magic outside." Observing the red-haired girl's anxious demeanor, the dark-haired boy stifled the urge to smile and solemnly reassured her. "We are fine, at least for now. The Ministry does not concern itself with little children who lack wands and cannot control their magic. But once we turn 11, it will be different. When we attend school, they will begin training us, and all regulations governing underage magic will come into effect." The red-haired girl nodded, reclaiming the branch she had discarded earlier, mimicking a series of motions as if she were wielding a wand. Harry recognized that the red-haired girl before him was none other than his mother, Lily Evans. "Severus, everything you said is true, isn't it?" Lily gently inquired as she tucked away her wand. "Magic, Hogwarts, the four houses, you're not deceiving me, are you?" Petunia always claims these are merely the fabrications of fools. "For us, it is real," came the resolute response from young Snape, his conviction regarding the future unwavering. "Disregard the words of muggles. We are extraordinary. We shall receive our acceptance letters from the owls." "Owls? You cannot be jesting. They deliver messages with owls?" "Typically, yes, but considering your muggle background, I believe the school will send someone to explain it to your parents. Will being muggle-born make any difference compared to the other students?" Lily's voice seemed to wane slightly. And similarly, Snape's expression faltered. He recalled what he had learned from his mother and books, hesitating on how to respond. Ultimately, as his gaze returned to Lily's deep red hair and emerald green eyes, he found his resolve and replied, "No, there will be no difference." The scene began to shift, and the vision before Harry faded away. Amid countless flashbacks, he perceived a loathsome middle-aged man casting countless shadows over Snape's childhood. Yet before he could discern the man's features, a familiar scene emerged beside him. Platform 9? You shouldn't call her a monster, at least when you wrote to the headmaster beseeching him to accept you. You didn't consider this school a haven for monsters. Beg. I did not. I saw the headmaster's reply. He declined very politely. How dare you pry? That is my private matter. Lily, who had just been scolded by her sister and was tear-streaked, quickly defended Snape. No, Petunia. Severus saw a letter. He said muggles cannot contact Hogwarts, which is why I do not want you monsters meddling. Monsters. Petunia spat at her sister once more before turning away. As the whistle urged the young wizards to board, Snape and Lily finally embarked on the train to Hogwarts. I do not wish to converse with you. Why? Because we read Dumbledore's response to her. Petunia despises me. So what? She is just as she is my sister. Realizing he had overstepped, Snape fell silent, gazing out at the receding landscape, shifting the topic to the magical journey that lay ahead for both of them. Regardless, we are now en route to Hogwarts. Upon hearing the name Hogwarts, Lily wiped away her tears and nodded. You would do well to be sorted into Slytherin. Slytherin? A boy who had just entered the compartment turned back with a hint of disdain. It was James Potter. Who would want to go to Slytherin? I certainly wouldn't. What about you? My entire family belongs to Slytherin. The response from Sirius Black left James astonished. Goodness, I thought you were decent. Sirius chuckled and replied, Is that so? Perhaps I shall defy tradition. But tell me, where do you wish to go? Certainly to Gryffindor. There lies the courage buried deep within. James's words elicited a scoff from Snape. Do you have an issue with that? Not at all. Snape replied with an air of indifference, pridefully stating, Some individuals prefer brawn over brains. Sirius chose to side with James, taunting, Well, that's certainly better than being lacking in both, like you. Ha ha. Amidst James's laughter, Lily rose from her seat. Come on, Severus. She tugged at Snape's sleeve, saying, Let us find another compartment. Farewell, you snot. James and Sirius waved goodbye, chuckling as they watched the two depart. The scene shifted once more. Lily Evans, Gryffindor. Severus Snape, Slytherin, sitting beside Lucius Malfoy. Young Snape gazed intently at Lily across the Gryffindor table, unaware that this short distance of less than 10 meters would gradually pull them apart. I thought we were friends. The best of friends? We are, Severus, but I cannot stand those people Goyle hangs around with. I loathe them. I truly do not understand what you see in them. Do you know what Avery and Mulciber plan to do to Mary McDonald? It's nothing, just a joke. Nothing. Lily was furious, her voice rising. That is dark magic. Dark magic, Severus. And what about Potter and his friends' antics? Snape seemed to lose his temper as his pale face flushed with anger. What antics does Potter have? They sneak out at night. That Lupin is clearly problematic. They always go out during the full moon. He is ill. Lily's calm voice only fueled Snape's anger further. He seemed unable to contain his resentment, shouting, You know precisely what I mean. Why do you turn a blind eye to their antics? They have not resorted to dark magic nor intended to harm anyone. I find it curious why you are so concerned about Potter and his friends, worrying about their nightly escapades and whereabouts. I merely wish to illuminate the fact that they are not as exceptional as everyone perceives. I am not foolish. I do not require others to inform me of the true nature of James Potter. However, you, Severus, when did you become so ungrateful? It was James Potter who saved you when you sneaked into the secret passage under the Whomping Willow. Snape's expression twisted with barely contained fury as he exclaimed, Saved me? Save me? And you say you are not deceived? He merely seeks to project the image of a hero. In truth, his actions were solely for his own benefit, and that of his friends. Those wretches deserve expulsion. I will not allow you or someone like him to what? To what? Lily's green eyes widened in disbelief, instantly diminishing Snape's fervor. That is not what I meant, Lily. I simply do not want James Potter to deceive you and treat you as a fool. Surely, you can see it for yourself? He likes you. James Potter likes you. He is lauded as a remarkable Quidditch star, but in reality, he is merely, I know James Potter is an arrogant egotist. You need not inform me. Lily interrupted. Had Snape maintained his composure, you might have discerned, much like Harry, that Lily's gaze was filled solely with concern for herself. Do you still not comprehend my meaning, Severus? Compared to foolishness and arrogance, the use of vile dark magic is unforgivable. For your own sake, do not associate with Mulciber and the others any longer, will you? The scene shifted once more. After hearing Lily's reprimand of James Potter, Snape felt a surge of satisfaction. He excelled in the written portion of the defense against the dark arts O.W. examination and strolled leisurely out of the castle. Beneath the beech tree, he encountered James, Sirius, Remus, and Peter. "How are you, Snivellus?" James called out loudly. Snape reacted swiftly, casting aside his bag without a moment's hesitation and brandishing his wand. Expelliarmus! The wand flew from James's grasp, eliciting laughter from Sirius and James. Impedimenta! Suddenly, with a loud thud, Snape was knocked down as he rushed towards his wand. Numerous students seemed to have heard the commotion and began to gather around. "How did it go, Snivellus? I saw how you were answering the questions. You nearly buried that big nose of yours in the parchment." "I dare say. The paper must be marred with large stains of grease, rendering it impossible for the professors to decipher a single word." Sirius and James harmonized in jest, provoking a wave of laughter. Severus, ensnared by several spells, found himself powerless against the multitude. He was acutely aware of his unpopularity. Yet the unfamiliar laughter felt like daggers piercing his heart. "Just you wait." "Wait for what?" "For you to glare at me while wiping your nose. I shall return your scourgify." Before Severus could utter a curse, a cascade of pink soap bubbles erupted from his mouth. "Release him," a familiar voice echoed from afar, prompting James Potter to cease his actions. "Did you hear what I said? Potter, let him go." "Are you all right, Evans?" James Potter appeared suddenly more mature. Adjusting his hair and lowering his voice, he spoke gravely. Disgust filled Lily's eyes as she withdrew her wand, intending to cast a counter-curse on Severus, only to be obstructed by James's body. "Step aside. What has he done to you?" "Well, I believe he ought not to exist at all, if you catch my drift." Sirius chuckled heartily, followed by Wormtail and the other onlookers who joined in the laughter. "Do you think yourself amusing? You arrogant, rude, contemptible bully. Step aside, I say. If you join me for some fun outside, I shall let him go. Evans, watch out. Sectum Sempra. Swish. Petrificus totalis. Expelliarmus." Severus, once more immobilized, collapsed onto the ground, still spitting out soap water. Thus, the lethal spell narrowly missed claiming James Potter's life. Blood dripping from his face. A spark flickered in James's eyes as he pointed his wand at Severus, chanting, "Levi Corpus." Severus was inverted in midair, his robes cascading over his head, revealing his emaciated limbs and a pair of old, grimy undergarments. Even in his 5th year, Severus remained impoverished, which was why he had initially met Lily in a rather shabby attire. "Ha ha ha." This time, laughter erupted from the crowd without Sirius needing to lead. Even the furious Lily's expression momentarily wavered. "Let him go." "Certainly." Bang. Snape fell, freeing himself from the long robe draped over his head. Yet, before he could raise his wand, Sirius once more raised his hand and intoned the incantation, Petrificus totalis. Lily charged forward, drawing her wand and positioning herself between Snape and the quartet of marauders. "Evans, do not compel me to cast an unforgivable curse upon you. Release him from the spell, and do not dare to touch him again." James sighed, nodding at Sirius, and together they pronounced the counter-curse aimed at Snape. "Begone, you filthy little toad. Count yourself fortunate that Evans is here today. I do not require the assistance of such a rancid little mudblood." A silence, lasting mere seconds, felt like centuries in Snape's mind as he gazed at the girl standing before him. Her emerald eyes, once filled with wonder, gradually turned cold and devoid of emotion. "Very well." Lily Evans spoke icily. "I shall no longer concern myself with you. Furthermore, if I were you, I would take the time to wash your undergarments. You filthy little toad. Apologize to Evans. Get lost. I do not need you to force him to apologize. You are as detestable as he is." "What? I never said that." "Do you even know what it means?" "All right, let us clarify this. You think you look cool posing on your broomstick, don't you? That is why you always leave your hair in such disarray, flaunting that golden snitch everywhere. You rely on your wealth, good grades, and Quidditch stardom, casting spells on any classmate who dares to upset you in the halls. I find it strange how your broomstick manages to lift that enormous head of yours off the ground. You make me sick." Lily was somewhat hysterical, her voice tinged with the threat of tears by the end. "Hey, Evans." Unlike James, Snape stood speechless, mouth agape, watching Lily retreat. He hadn't even noticed when he was flipped upside down again. "Who wants to see me strip the toad's underpants off?" "Sorry, I'm not interested." "Sorry, save your breath." "Lily, Mary said you would only come out if I slept at the Gryffindor common room door. I intend to sleep here. I did not mean to call you a mudblood. It was merely a slip of the tongue." Lily's voice lost all its previous warmth, her tone chilling as she replied, "It is too late, Snape. For years, I have made excuses to forgive you. Even my classmates do not understand why I did so. But you? You and your Death Eater friends, ha. You do not even deny it, do you? You are so eager to become a servant of the Dark Lord. Snape parted his lips, yet words eluded him. I could no longer hesitate, nor could I continue to feign ignorance. You have chosen your path, and I have chosen mine. No, listen to me. The castle of Hogwarts dissipated like ink. As the scene shifted for the final time, Harry heard Trelawney's prophecy. The one who possesses the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born into a family that had repelled Voldemort thrice. At the end of the 7th month, the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. Yet he possesses a power that the Dark Lord cannot comprehend, a power that demands one must perish at the hands of the other, for neither can survive. As the surroundings finally settled upon a desolate, frigid, and pitch-black mountaintop, the adult Snape awaited a flash of white light akin to lightning. Do not kill me. What request could a Death Eater make of me? Yet he believed the prophecy referred to her son. You have accomplished a great deed. Cannot you plead with your master to spare that mother, exchanging her for his son? I have pleaded with him. You disgust me. Then hide them all. Ensure her safety and theirs, I beseech you. Dumbledore regarded Snape and softly inquired, What will you give me in return, Severus? Anything. Chapter 70, The Return of the Invisibility Cloak. Perhaps it was because Harry bore little resemblance to James aside from his appearance. Or perhaps it was merely because he possessed Lily's eyes. Snape did not adhere to his original plan of revealing only fragments of memory, as if seeking forgiveness. He laid bare all the secrets and regrets buried deep within him, sharing them with Harry unaltered. Stunned, Harry realized that, like in Akira Kurosawa's film Rashomon, everyone, including himself, viewed the world through their subjective lenses. He could not fathom why Snape could so openly reveal his dark history. When recounting memories, even without deceit, wouldn't one unconsciously lean towards their own perspective? Or was it a consequence of magic? Yet that could not be. For didn't Professor Slughorn in the film alter his own memories? Just as Harry lamented Snape's outrageous behavior, the latter had already begun to speak to himself. So, Voldemort killed my parents because of that prophecy. After a pointed inquiry, a prolonged silence ensued. Snape had envisioned numerous scenarios, but among all the possibilities he had anticipated, he had never expected a 13-year-old boy to remain so composed. At this moment, Harry's emotions were exceedingly complex. Having little understanding of his parents, he was unaware that they had such a history prior to their union. Everything seemed to change from the moment that derogatory term was uttered. Professor Snape chose the path of a Death Eater, pledging his allegiance to Voldemort, while Harry's father, James Potter, must have gradually shed the unpleasant traits that Lily so despised. Otherwise, given Lily's character, she would never have come to favor a mischievous, arrogant, and conceited man. From a detached observer's perspective, one could even discern some semblance of Dudley Dursley in the youthful James Potter, apart from the fact that James was undoubtedly more talented and not at all overweight. The two shared a strikingly similar disposition. Consider, for instance, that James's bullying of Snape with the Marauders gang seems even more egregious than Dudley verbally tormenting Harry at the outset of the Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix film. Should one remind Harry that no one is without flaws? M.O. Rand felt a flicker of hesitation. He had no right to demand that Harry view this past through an outsider's lens, even if he perceived James's actions towards Snape as excessive from a broader perspective. Snape had indeed been a genuine servant of Voldemort. Moreover, had he not disclosed Trelawney's prophecy, the sacrifice of the Potters might have been uncertain. Professor, I believe I cannot. Nor do I have the right to forgive you on behalf of my parents. Harry suddenly spoke up, causing both M.O. Rand and Snape's hearts to skip a beat. However, just when they thought this 13-year-old boy would align himself with his family to become a judge, he unexpectedly shifted his tone and said, I genuinely believe that my father's behavior of forming cliques and bullying you is reprehensible. Before I came to Hogwarts, I actually lived in the cupboard under the stairs at my aunt and uncle's house. During that time, I was often hungry and poorly dressed, aside from Dudley's old clothes. I never received any decent gifts. Yet, everything changed after I arrived at Hogwarts. With magic, even if it was merely instilling fear, my days on Privet Drive improved significantly. Therefore, I can understand why you made those extreme choices. Snape stared at Harry in a daze, his eyes filled with disbelief. However, the moment was fleeting. For just a second later, he heard a word that negated all previous statements. But your allegiance to Voldemort as a Death Eater is unequivocally wrong. Harry paused, as if granting himself, and simultaneously Snape, a moment to breathe. Even if you amend your actions later, the tragedies wrought by your choices cannot be undone. The flicker of hope that had ignited in Snape's eyes slowly dimmed, and he felt as though he had returned to that fateful summer of his 5th year. beneath the mountain ash tree that haunted him eternally. Very well, hate me. It will ensure our mutual safety, Snape pondered, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Harry had only just turned 13 this year. Harry's incessant oscillation in expressing differing viewpoints stemmed from his own inner turmoil regarding how best to confront this matter. Sensing the subtle vacillation within Harry's heart, Moran finally cast aside his hesitations and gently advised, "Trust your initial instinct, Harry. If you harbor no hatred within, there is no need to bear resentment due to your identity." As the person who understood Harry best, Moran eschewed platitudes about the past being behind us or the importance of looking forward. In this pivotal moment, which could be deemed a turning point in life, he chose to have faith in Harry, and Harry did not disappoint him. Harry's expression resembled the release of a teacup that had been overflowing with scalding water. He let out a deep sigh and continued, "Likewise, I regret that I cannot offer an apology on behalf of my father for the unpleasant past you shared with my parents. Nevertheless, the reason I have emerged as the boy who lived is solely due to the love my parents bestowed upon me. Now that both of them are gone, all I truly desire is to see them alive again. In such a scenario, animosities and dislikes would become inconsequential. I trust you comprehend my meaning." This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. What are your plans moving forward? Please do not suggest that you intend to use Polyjuice Potion in Mexico, so close to the United States. You surely cannot be that foolish. The safest course of action would be to take a flight. I can first apparate you and the professor, along with your other belongings, back to England, and then return myself. No need for that. I will concoct the Polyjuice Potion over the next 3 days to better disguise my identity in front of Muggles. Isn't the preparation of Polyjuice Potion supposed to take a month? The recipes and methods for potion making can indeed be refined. With your current proficiency in potions, you should be able to delve into this realm. Let us proceed in this manner. During these next few days, observe my techniques as I brew the Polyjuice Potion. Starting next academic year, I will formally impart this knowledge to you. Very well. The conversation between Harry and Snape resembled a typical tutoring session at Hogwarts. Had it not been for the fact that Moran witnessed their confrontation in the live broadcast, he would never have imagined what this teacher-student duo had just discussed. Let us rewind to April 6, 1993. Unlike the British stowaways preparing to make their debut on the North American continent, the Thunderbird thieves, having successfully pilfered the Thunderbird eggs, returned to England, each donning the visage of a Mexican. Ahem. Upon disembarking from the plane, Snape appeared somewhat disoriented. Although he, a half-blood, possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the technological marvels of the Muggle world. Being confined within a metal box for several hours was a considerable ordeal for a wizard accustomed to using flip powder and apparition. Do not rush back to Hogwarts, Snape urged Harry, suppressing his discomfort. It is April, and not all students and faculty have chosen to take an early vacation like you. If we recklessly return to the castle, we may be discovered by my past self or other heads of houses. I suggest you write a letter to Dumbledore, requesting his assistance in finding a discreet refuge. Harry glanced at Snape's unkempt, Mexican visage, suppressing an urge to laugh, and replied, "There is no need for such formality, Professor. I know a place where we can remain undetected, just near the end of Spider Alley in Cokeworth." Snape's eyes widened in astonishment. He clearly had not anticipated Potter to mention such an unusual location. Beneath the towering, imposing chimney, the door of an abandoned mill creaked open, just like in times past. Harry expertly conjured several glowing orbs into the air. Observing the modest yet orderly laboratory, Snape began to piece together the situation, inquiring, "So, it was here last summer that you established the Lilyflower Health Insurance Company?" Harry shook his head and remarked, "The company's headquarters is in London. This place can merely be deemed my concealed base." Snape paused momentarily, then casually cautioned, "I would advise against entrusting all company matters to the Malfoy family. Collaborating with Lucius can be perilous." Possessing a mindset that has long surpassed that of his peers, Harry discerned the underlying implications in Snape's words. Indeed, several months prior, during Christmas, he had entered into an agreement with Lucius Malfoy stipulating that the Malfoy family could solely provide funding and must not interfere in company operations or other decisions without Harry's consent. "I am aware," he replied. Harry replied, "I have entrusted the matters at the company headquarters to Dobby, who is a free house elf. I pay him a few galleons each month. Speaking of which, at this point in time, he has yet to extricate himself from the Malfoy household." Severus Snape showed no signs of relaxation in his brow. He was aware that Harry had not committed any particularly blameworthy transgressions. Yet he remained discontented with the boy's nonchalant demeanor. After a moment of deep contemplation, Snape spoke again. Ahem, you appear to be rather too at ease. If you haven't noticed, allow me to remind you that this base does not belong to you at present. Entering and utilizing any objects may leave traces that could alert your former self. Upon hearing this, Harry did not offer any explanations. Instead, he smiled and tossed a vial to the ground. With a sharp crack, shards of glass scattered in all directions. However, before they could fully descend, in an astonishing turn, all the fragments seemed to sprout limbs and reassemble themselves, hopping back onto the test tube rack on the table. I have applied some domestic magic within this mill for the purposes of cleaning and tidying, Harry explained. Overall, their effects are akin to the cleansing charm and the repairing charm. As long as the magical efficacy remains, they will automatically restore anything that is sullied or damaged. Additionally, I have cast a protective charm and a confundus charm around this mill. Any wizard or muggle who ventures here alone, apart from myself, will encounter considerable difficulties. I believe my past self would have failed to discern this. Temporarily unable to find any further flaws, Snape turned away in silence. Given his disposition, it was certain he could not abide being rendered speechless by a student, which is why, after savoring the advantage, Harry swiftly shifted the conversation to the topic of the improved potion formula. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. After reiterating, Harry clarified the general process of their previous meeting at the pub in Cokeworth. However, to verify whether Professor Snape would provide the same improvement guidelines in both instances, he deliberately withheld the specific details of the potion formula, as well as the pocket watch that had been gifted to him for his birthday. Snape's attitude towards working for Harry remained notably resistant. Even when he learned that he had previously sent 2 potion formulas to Harry before the start of the school year, he instinctively sought a compromise. Since you have the formula now, why not simply use the Polyjuice potion to transform into my likeness? Rather than having me expend time and effort to assist you in improving this tedious concoction? Snape's reaction was precisely what Harry and Moran had anticipated. Acquainted with the potion master's contradictory nature, they had not expected him to acquiesce from the outset. Very well, Harry remarked. In that case, Professor, might I trouble you to leave a few strands of hair before you depart? It would afford me the opportunity to practice the refined potion-making techniques you have imparted. Upon hearing this, Snape suddenly realized that, in comparison to providing 2 students with improved formulas, the notion of transforming Harry into a reflection of himself was far more unsettling. Observing Harry's serious demeanor, Snape hesitated to outrightly rescind his earlier stance. Suppressing his reluctance, he forcefully severed a lock of hair with his wand and turned to exit the mill. I shall later assume a false identity and take residence in Hogsmeade. You must decide when and where to introduce the Thunderbird into the Forbidden Forest. Furthermore, I must caution you that, although that rogue Black likely escaped around mid-June, the Ministry of Magic did inquire about certain matters at Hogwarts at the end of May, after the school had closed. Avoid unnecessary confrontations and do not attract undue attention to yourself. With that final admonition, Snape departed without a backward glance, initially intending to hint at his birthday to the professor. Harry pursed his lips and quietly rummaged through his trunk for the array of gifts he received the previous year. In truth, regardless of value or personal preference, Hermione's care package for his broomstick was the most utilitarian gift he had received. He bore no ill toward or lack of appreciation for the gifts from others. However, from a pragmatic standpoint, Ron's sneakoscope and Professor Snape's pocket watch seemed less essential. As he lifted the cover of the watch, Harry surveyed the seemingly mundane timepiece, which bore no relation to the time-turner. Lacking any peculiar riddles or entertaining magical effects for distraction, the watch appeared, much like Professor Snape himself, rather uninspiring. Just as Harry intended to stow it away once more, he noticed the watch's hands indicating exactly 6 o'clock, prompting Moraine to call out to him. Wait, what's the matter? Have you touched the hands of this watch? No, why do you ask? Had it not been for his curiosity about the watch's origins due to time travel, Moraine would not have entertained such fanciful interpretations. However, a vertical line traversing the center, combined with a circular dial, led to a striking revelation. If a triangle were to appear outside it, would it not resemble the symbol of the Deathly Hallows? Harry, take a closer look at the back of the cover and the dial for any sliding mechanisms. Moraine's prompt left Harry feeling perplexed, yet out of trust. He patiently resumed his examination of the watch's exterior for any concealed mechanisms. Click, click, click. What? The sound of gears turning intertwined with Harry's incredulous astonishment. Everything unfolded precisely as Moran had articulated. On the unblemished exterior of the pocket watch, devoid of any magical embellishments, there existed a peculiar mechanical device. 1, 2, 3. The watch cover gradually morphed into a triangular form enveloping the dial, and as the shape of the pocket watch transformed, the minute hand, originally pointing at the 12 o'clock position, was gradually elongated by some unseen force. The numbers began to fade, revealing an emblem symbolizing the Deathly Hallows before Harry and Mo ran. What was this? What in the world was happening? Harry, still unfamiliar with the concept of the Deathly Hallows, yearned to glean answers from Mo Ran, yet at that moment, Mo Ran was far too preoccupied to elucidate the tale of the three brothers from the tales of Beetle the Bard. Why had it truly manifested as the symbol of the Deathly Hallows? Who had orchestrated this? And to what end? Was it a summons for Harry to gather the Deathly Hallows? Surely, it was far too premature for that. Moreover, they were currently oblivious to the whereabouts of the invisibility cloak. Reflecting upon the Potter family's ancestral treasures, numerous details overlooked by Mo Ran, along with the chaotic clues, finally began to coalesce. Harry, do you think this emblem can be opened? Hearing the tremor in Mo Ran's voice, Harry too felt a surge of anxiety. The emblem, composed of a triangle, circle, and line, bore no wings, yet in that moment, it felt more precious to Harry than any golden snitch in a match. Click. The white dial fractured. Two silver cloaks, long separated from their master, soared jubilantly into the air. The emergence of the two invisibility cloaks made Harry and Mo Ran realize a significant truth. Much like piercing through the Thunderbird's illusions and evading the capture by American Horus, the individual who had utilized Harry and Mo Ran to pilfer a substantial amount of merchandise from Borgin and Burke's at the end of August was likely none other than their future selves. But this made no sense. Even if they required an additional invisibility cloak to lend to Professor Snape after their traversal, there would be no need to steal it from their former selves. There simply wasn't enough time for that. Harry was indeed correct, chronologically speaking. Professor Snape's gift for his birthday preceded the incident at Borgin and Burke's by a considerable margin. In other words, unless he and Mo Ran traversed back in time once more after seizing the invisibility cloak, these two cloaks could not possibly coexist in this moment. Mo Ran, present in the live broadcast, remained silent, his gaze fixed in bewilderment upon the additional invisibility cloak lying before him, as if it were challenging his very understanding. "Let us switch," Mo Ran murmured. The next moment, his fingers gently brushed against the cloak, as he felt the familiar texture of the silvery fabric. He could discern no flaws or issues. He lifted the cloak, meticulously examining it in his hands. Yet no matter how he sought clues or explanations, all efforts proved futile. Was it truly Iho deliberately placed it here? Or was this merely a strange coincidence? Mo Ran's thoughts spiraled into chaos, striving to untangle the confusion. Yet he found himself increasingly lost. If the intent was to possess two invisibility cloaks after traversing time, why not employ a more direct and effective method? For instance, placing the cloak along the path that he and Harry would inevitably traverse, or returning it to the dormitory while Harry was in class. What profound significance lay behind such convoluted actions? Could it be that unforeseen circumstances in the future rendered the passage of this Deathly Hallow impossible? Or was it that the future version of myself resorted to such an indirect approach to convey some particularly vital, yet unspeakable information to my present self? The more he pondered, the more perplexed Mo Ran became, as if his mind were entangled in a chaotic web, utterly devoid of clarity. The questions arising from the second cloak far exceeded those resolved by the return of the first. However, fortunate it was that regardless of who had returned the two cloaks, clues to unraveling this enigma remained intact. The apparatus capable of concealing the invisibility cloak could take on any form. Yet only when fashioned into the emblem of the Deathly Hallows did it capture Mo Ran's attention. Thus, apart from using a triangular shape to hint at the cloak's existence, could it truly bear no other significance? Gazing at the now empty pocket watch mechanism, Mo Ran's thoughts finally transcended the confines of the invisibility cloak itself. The concept of the Deathly Hallows was formally introduced in the 7th book of the Harry Potter series. However, compared to the characters within the story, one wizard, who only became well known to audiences after the release of the Fantastic Beasts film, is the one most readily associated with the Deathly Hallows by fans. Grindelwald. Indeed, that figure in the black cloak at Borgin and Burke's was not merely a powerful sorcerer. The composed demeanor and unwavering confidence emanating from him resembled that of a great seer, who, having discerned the intricacies of existence, reveals an air of tranquility. Moreover, even if the one who sees the invisibility cloak were not he, a former Dark Lord well-versed in the Deathly Hallows, possessing prophetic abilities, and untainted by madness induced by dark magic, would undoubtedly be the most helpful ally for both himself and Harry in their current predicament. Wait, how has it changed back? Harry, suddenly regaining control of his body, inquired, clearly astonished that M.O. Rand could unravel such a convoluted enigma so swiftly. Not yet, but I believe I have an inkling of where to seek clarity. 3 days later, in a tower of Nurmengard prison in Austria, the once mighty Gellert Grindelwald, imprisoned for decades, was visited by two unfamiliar guests. Contrary to M.O. Rand's expectations, this individual, once heralded as the most formidable Dark Lord before Voldemort, did not live in a fortress guarded by numerous wardens and protective enchantments. "You've come," a voice, ancient and resonant, emerged from a thicket of bookshelves. Its tone was elegant and steady, as if he had foreseen such a day would arrive. In response to such an imposing introduction, Harry hastened to respond, "Gellert Grindelwald, a student of Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, expelled in 1899 for conducting excessive dark magic experiments. That summer, in pursuit of the Deathly Hallows, he journeyed to Godric's Hollow and befriended Professor Dumbledore to enhance the dramatic effect of his entrance." Harry deliberately timed his utterance of the headmaster's name as he passed the bookshelf situated between himself and Grindelwald. This not only left a significant impression on Grindelwald, but also garnered him a modicum of hostility. "So, you are now his favored pupil?" "I'm uncertain, but it seems Professor Dumbledore has not offered private lessons to anyone else besides me." "Oh." Grindelwald raised his gaze, meeting Harry's cautious eyes. A silence lingered for several seconds. And then, whether Grindelwald truly set aside his wariness or, possessing prophetic insight, had already divined that Harry's intention was not to take his life, the former Dark Lord disregarded Harry's tightly gripped wand and refocused on the heavy tome cradled in his arms. "I cannot assist you, Star of Salvation. Your fate is already inscribed clearly. As for the choices you must make, that is for you to determine." Harry's brow furrowed even more tightly. From the few words that Grindelwald had just uttered, it seemed he was oblivious to the fact that both he and M.O. Rand hailed from the future. In this predicament, if Harry were to disclose his identity in search of advice, he would essentially be violating the time travel regulations that dictated he must remain undiscovered. "To be honest, I do not fully comprehend you," Harry began anew after a moment of hesitation. "However, judging by your current demeanor, you bear a striking resemblance to Dumbledore when it comes to speaking in riddles. Since you have foreseen my arrival, why then do you claim you were unable to assist me? Is it true that the illustrious Grindelwald can only predict our encounter to be a futile one?" Grindelwald sighed, slowly closing the book with a tone that carried a hint of regret mingled with resignation. "What I have encountered is a scene where three faces could gaze upon each other, and it is evident that your arrival is ill-timed. Not to mention the poor choice of venue." The phrase "poor choice of venue" sent a wave of immense pressure coursing through Harry's already taut nerves. And in an instant, the wand that had merely hung at his side was raised aloft. "Are you planning an escape?" Observing M.O. Rand, who seemed poised to utter some malevolent curse, Grindelwald did not display any concern or derision. Rather, he regarded the young man with a look of astonishment, incredulously inquiring. "You have learned so much about me, yet you remain unaware that my imprisonment is due to an unbreakable vow." "An unbreakable vow." Harry instinctively repeated the name of the spell, completely unaware that the depths of his soul had begun to stir restlessly. Grindelwald was imprisoned due to an unbreakable curse? Such a revelation was utterly unprecedented for him. It seemed that before his demise, the Fantastic Beasts series had not yet been fully completed. Thus both he and the other viewers could only speculate about the unfolding narrative of Dumbledore and Grindelwald's subsequent duel. It appears that the duel which transpired years ago harbored many undisclosed secrets. Noticing a subtle shift in Harry's expression, Grindelwald chose not to squander words on the previous topic. He turned and slowly approached the young boy, who was pointing his wand at him, saying, "Relax, child. Let me clarify first. I do not believe my prophetic abilities will be of significant assistance to you this time. Moreover, in terms of teaching and nurturing, I am far inferior to him. However, since you have come seeking my help, I shall endeavor to dispel your uncertainties as best I can." Faced with Grindelwald's sudden amicability, the cautious Harry refrained from lowering his guard. He tilted his head, scrutinizing the former Dark Lord before coldly inquiring, "Where is your wand?" "Naturally, it has been confiscated." "Clearly, the guards here believe that my inability to escape is due to the absence of a wand," Grindelwald replied succinctly, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation that barely concealed his inherent defiance. A brief silence enveloped the high tower of Nurmengard, and moments later, a silvery cloak subtly revealed itself from beneath Harry's robes. Invisibility cloak? Grindelwald immediately recognized the object he had studied for most of his life. Yet, contrary to what one might expect, his tone was devoid of the fervor typically associated with such a discovery. So the rumor is true. The witch who married Hadwin, the eldest son of Linfred, is indeed Eglantine Peveril, the granddaughter of Ignotus Peveril. It appears that the Peveril lineage has lacked a male heir since that generation. No wonder I have been unable to find it all these years. It was passed down to the descendants of the Potter family. Apologies, but I must interject. I am not interested in inquiring about the origins of the Deathly Hallows today. Grindelwald regarded Harry, who had interrupted him, with a calm demeanor, his gaze growing increasingly complex. With his mastery of magic, he could certainly discern that the young man before him possessed the audacity to remain unafraid. "Are you provoking me?" he asked. "I am not so easily amused." As Harry spoke, he removed a second invisibility cloak from his waist and remarked, "What truly piques my curiosity is whether a wizard could, through the use of a magical device, such as a time-turner, successfully create two independent and coexisting Deathly Hallows on the timeline of the past. If the Deathly Hallows cannot be replicated." Harry's clever questioning elicited an instinctive applause from M.O. Ran. Since the beginning of their third year, he had harbored concerns about whether Harry, upon entering adolescence, might increasingly resemble the young James from the original narrative. Yet, it now appeared that this boy, who had narrowly escaped death, had internalized a disposition marked by caution and strategic deliberation through his own experiences. Meanwhile, Grindelwald's expression remained unchanged upon seeing the second invisibility cloak. Having pursued the Deathly Hallows for much of his life, he showed no desire to touch the silver fabric. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured softly to himself, "The mystery of time resembles a stone cast into a lake. The ordinary observer perceives only the ripples upon the surface, yet in truth, the lake will inevitably return to tranquility, while those irrevocably altered are concealed beneath the sediment of the riverbed." Grindelwald's sudden utterance left both Harry and M.O. Ran momentarily bewildered. But before they could inquire further, he raised a finger in a gesture for silence. The ability of a seer tends to lean towards a broader foresight of significant future events. Even Cassandra, who prophesied the destruction of Troy, lacked the magical gift to accurately grasp every detail of the future. "I once believed that I could achieve greatness through prophetic magic. Yet this blind confidence has rendered my nuanced intuition increasingly obscure." "Do you imply that I need to seek someone with absolute intuition regarding minute matters?" They were only partially correct. Grindelwald nodded slightly. "Your headmaster, Albus, possesses not only a keen intuition for the minutiae, but also an extraordinary insight. Although he is not omniscient or omnipotent, you must have noticed that, lacking the bloodline of a seer, he often makes precise and correct predictions at critical moments, even surpassing your prophetic abilities." At the mention of his beloved's name, a subtle shift in Grindelwald's expression occurred. He smiled at Harry and said, "In every regard, he surpasses me." "So, you wish to convey that I should trust Professor Dumbledore's judgment? Not merely trust, but refrain from relying on the counsel of others. You must learn to think as he does, to observe as he does, and to bravely confront and question yourself. Only then will you be better equipped to master your own destiny." At this juncture, Grindelwald sighed, his gaze penetrating deep into Harry's soul, revealing its darkness. "I sense a familiar magic within you, reminiscent of a boy I once overlooked. Do you know? He was once so close to me, yet out of arrogance, I repeatedly denied the answers that lay before my eyes." Harry seemed to have gained some insight, yet as a longtime victim of Dumbledore's riddles, he instinctively inquired of Grindelwald, "Could you articulate your thoughts with greater clarity?" "No, you must not relinquish the choices before you to others. The consequences of evasion can sometimes be far graver than making the wrong choice. Remember, only the one who ties the knot can untie it. Regardless of whether a second chance is possible, it is solely you who can resolve the matters you have initiated." Upon uttering these words, a faint, almost imperceptible smile flickered at the corners of Grindelwald's mouth, only to vanish swiftly. He gradually turned away, as if every movement bore a heavy weight. Then, he began to stride slowly towards the distant row of bookshelves. Observing Grindelwald's retreating figure, the long silent M.O. Ran suddenly directed Harry. "Is it not true that asking him such a question does not lead you astray from the correct path, but rather towards a simpler one?" Harry felt somewhat perplexed. Yet based on his trust in M.O. Ran, he complied without hesitation. "One final question, Mr. Grindelwald," Harry exclaimed. "The path that diverges from the right one is not necessarily the wrong path. but rather the path of simplicity. Grindelwald turned back and completed Harry's thought. Strangely enough, Harry perceived a flicker of what seemed to be approval in Grindelwald's gaze, as if it were not meant for him. Their conversation resembled a flash of lightning piercing the night sky, illuminating the previously murky thoughts within Morin's mind. If his conjecture held true, then Harry's act of frightening the diminutive Peter Pettigrew to avenge his father's murder before the commencement of their third year was, in essence, a means of escape, albeit one that could not be deemed incorrect, chosen for the sake of convenience and ease. The demise of Pettigrew was swift. He did not even wound Harry's soul. Yet, beneath the tranquil surface of the lake, were there truly no unseen currents swirling? This realization served as a key, unlocking a door in Morin's mind, granting him a fresh perspective on the entire incident. He began to reevaluate the motives and psychological states that had lain hidden behind his and Harry's actions during their last endeavor. Why did Harry choose such extreme and perilous methods to resolve his dilemmas? Is it truly because he cannot bear the anguish of losing his parents, prompting him to seek solace through shortcuts? Or is it his relentless pursuit of justice and vengeance that drives him to eradicate the malevolent forces under Voldemort's command without a second thought? If this were not the case, then to prevent Peter Pettigrew from escaping, locating Voldemort to assist in his resurrection, and killing Cedric, I would be the instigator, evading the issue and leading Harry down a simpler path. Indeed, given that the future remains unwritten, why consider the death of Pettigrew as a panacea for all troubles? Without Pettigrew, Voldemort would still have other minions at his disposal. His resurrection scheme would not be thwarted by the absence of a cowardly and treacherous servant. Conversely, a future devoid of Pettigrew is fraught with danger, uncertainty, and the unknown. Upon contemplating this, Wren hesitated no longer. Harry, yes? Prepare yourself. We are about to rescue someone. All right, who? Peter Pettigrew. Peter Pettigrew? The traitor who allied with Voldemort? Why? When you first revealed the truth to me, did you not imply that we should have eliminated him to prevent future troubles? This matter is rather intricate. Harry, you must first understand that our intention to save Peter Pettigrew is not because our previous decision to kill him was erroneous. The rationale resembles that of training in wandless and silent spells. Wielding a wand to cast spells is undoubtedly advantageous, yet to stand against Voldemort and defeat him, we must be thoroughly prepared, without a hint of complacency or relaxation. How can this be deemed complacency or relaxation? Wasn't our decision to eliminate him decisive? Wren found himself momentarily speechless. In that fleeting instant, he even contemplated divulging the plot of a movie to Harry, revealing everything outright. After some reflection, he reformulated his thoughts. Allow me to explain it differently. While it is true that Peter Pettigrew is unworthy of life, and given his crimes, killing him 1,000 times would not be excessive. It is precisely for this reason that hastily extinguishing his life would be inappropriate. Why? Because his death would not rectify any grievances. Rather, if he were allowed to live, even if only a select few were aware of his continued existence, then Sirius's unjust suffering could be vindicated. Think about it. Harry, if merely a corpse could dispel misunderstandings that have persisted for decades, then with Dumbledore's stature and influence, he would have no need to send us on arduous errands to the Ministry of Magic to deliver messages. Harry was not an unreasonable individual, however. When confronted by the adversary who had orchestrated the demise of his own parents, he found it exceedingly difficult to maintain the composure one would expect. Yet what would it mean to spare his life? A traitor once is a traitor for eternity. Even if we were to confine him to Azkaban, he could potentially escape using the Animagus transformation, much like Sirius Black did. What is more alarming is that, in dire straits, Peter might very well turn to Voldemort for sanctuary, thereby further augmenting the ranks of the Death Eaters. I do not fear such a person, but I earnestly wish to avert a recurrence of the tragedies that once befell me and my family. Observing Harry's escalating agitation, Wren maintained an air of calm as he elucidated, I do not dispute your points. However, there is one aspect you seem to overlook. Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew, has not sought his master during these 12 years, nor has he had any contact with the Death Eaters whatsoever. This fellow would rather transform into a rat than reveal himself, and it is not merely fear of Sirius and the others that keeps him hidden. Harry clearly absorbed Muron's words. After swiftly unraveling the logical connections within the other's discourse, he tentatively inquired, are you suggesting that upon reflection, it becomes evident that Voldemort's downfall was precipitated by the treachery of Wormtail? In comparison to being vanquished by the boy foretold in the prophecy, his zealous followers would undoubtedly prefer to believe that their master was ensnared by false intelligence. If we could exploit this, Transforming Wormtail into a latent explosive nestled within the ranks of the Death Eaters, we might have the opportunity to dismantle Voldemort's loosely knit cadre of dark wizards from within. Yet, even if we intentionally release him, Voldemort would hardly be foolish enough to consider such a figure as a trusted confidant, would he? Wormtail, Peter, possesses no grounds for trust, whether in terms of capability or loyalty. Muron chuckled, exuding confidence as he replied, "The times have changed. Do you recall Quirrell from our first year and Lockhart from the second? The abilities of these two can only be described as increasingly inferior. Even without comparing them to Professor Snape, Voldemort certainly did not regard them as the most suitable candidates for possession. Ever since he was transformed into a mere shade by his own killing curse, many matters have ceased to be within his control. I assure you, should Wormtail seek out his master now, he will undoubtedly be entrusted with significant responsibilities." Harry had not heeded the spoilers that Mo Ran had provided regarding the plot of the Goblet of Fire, yet curiously, he now found himself increasingly resonating with the validity of Mo Ran's words. Sensing the turmoil within his own heart, Harry hastily invoked the excuse of adhering to the laws of time travel. However, the reality remained that Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew, was already deceased. Events that had transpired could not be altered. They had previously employed the spell to confirm the identity of Scabbers, witnessing firsthand his transformation from a scruffy rat to a human form. Was it merely because of a few frightful words from Mo Ran that this could change? Mo Ran retorted, reminding him that Voldemort was, in every conceivable sense, far more terrifying than they could ever be, and that Peter was a cowardly soul, utterly terrified of death. How could a man who had not succumbed to the most fearsome dark wizard over a decade ago suddenly perish due to the words of a third-year student? Upon hearing Mo Ran's insights, Harry's rationality and intellect finally regained their footing. He endeavored to synthesize the information at hand through Grindelwald's perspective, beginning to align his thoughts with Mo Ran's. Indeed, how could someone who valued life so dearly, to the extent of easily betraying friends for it, relinquish hope for survival? As long as his soul remained tethered to his body, the traitor would devise every conceivable means to prolong his existence. Yet, if the individual who had once perished was not Peter Pettigrew, how could one explain his enigmatic transformation and the reanimation of his corpse? Contemplating this, Harry felt a wave of confusion wash over him, and with some hesitation, he confessed to Mo Ran, "It's not that I am unwilling to accept your proposal, but regarding the issue of altering the death of Peter Pettigrew, his transformation back into human form in our presence, it seems insurmountably complex. I cannot conceive of any feasible solution." "Do not fret," Mo Ran replied, his voice noticeably lighter than before, clearly prioritizing the need to shift Harry's perspective. "Do you recall what Grindelwald said? No one can possess omniscience or omnipotence. I used to believe that meticulous planning was the key to living without worry, yet the future is perpetually shrouded in uncertainty. If we insist on devising a flawless plan and novelly expect to execute it flawlessly, we are no different from those who place their faith in prophecy. That may be so, but we must first identify a proper direction, mustn't we? Even if we set aside the topic of saving Peter Pettigrew, how do we address the issue with the Death Eaters? We hardly know anyone. How can we bring him to Voldemort?" At this juncture, Harry suddenly felt a spark of enlightenment. Everything seemed to coalesce in a moment of clarity, as if it were destined. A double agent teaching at Hogwarts, so closely aligned with Dumbledore. Surely he would have connections to other Death Eaters. It was Professor Snape. Professor Snape? Upon unexpectedly encountering Snape outside the mill base, Harry inquired, "How have you returned?" Snape's demeanor appeared somewhat displeased. Harry had yet to grant him the privilege of unrestricted access concerning the protective enchantment safeguarding this secret location. In an effort to avoid arousing the original timeline's Harry's suspicions, Snape had no choice but to wait at the entrance of the mill like a muggle after failing to locate Harry. That said, given Snape's temperament and character, he would typically have turned away the moment he faced resistance. His willingness to linger outside the mill stemmed from the realization that Harry's magical prowess had surpassed his expectations. Harry was an exceptionally gifted child. Should one wish to dedicate time beyond the classroom to teach him, it would be prudent to impart knowledge without reservation. Did he not seek your guidance for additional tutoring? Why must I undertake this task? Because your expertise in potions is remarkable, which would greatly assist him. I suspect you have already sensed this. Although the child resembles his father, he fundamentally embodies the essence of his mother. A conversation from 2 years prior with Dumbledore suddenly resurfaced in Snape's mind. Perhaps the recent events had indeed allowed him to resolve his internal conflicts. He now seemed capable of viewing his student through untainted eyes. Over the past 2 years, He had continuously thwarted the Dark Lord's plots, likely not merely by chance or Dumbledore's protection. "I have returned for pressing matters," Snape remarked in what he believed to be a more conciliatory tone. "According to my intelligence, a wizard with a dreadful English accent has recently taken residence in Nocturne Alley. If my suspicions are correct, he is likely the D.B. Cooper we encountered in America." Nocturne Alley? Why? What is he doing here? A series of soul-searching questions poured from Harry, yet he did not receive the answers he sought from Snape. Pause for a moment. Snape interjected. "From last night until just now, you were not at the mill. Where have you been?" Harry was taken aback by Snape's inquiry. Without the need for any prompting from M.O. Ran, he instinctively understood that divulging the matter concerning Grindelwald was entirely out of the question. How could he possibly assert that his personal affairs were of no concern to others? Absolutely not. After all, Snape was not only his potions professor but, upon their return to the timeline of the past, also bore an unspoken bond of partnership with him. I merely visited a fellow classmate in secret, Professor." The excuse chosen by Harry was nothing short of impeccable, since he could not manage to lie in front of Snape with a steady heart and an unflinching face. He opted instead for a topic that made him feel somewhat embarrassed to articulate. "Meeting classmates? Surely you haven't foolishly forgotten the rules surrounding the use of the time turner?" "I didn't really go to meet them, Professor. I merely observed from a place where no one could see." Noticing that Harry's demeanor did not suggest deceit, Snape harbored no further suspicion. On the contrary, following a period of introspection over the past few days, he began to comprehend the slightly elevated status of the two know-it-alls from Gryffindor in relation to their peers. "Were you seeking out Miss Granger?" Snape's slightly skeptical inquiry left Harry feeling somewhat unaccustomed. In his recollection, his potions professor had never associated with the trivialities of gossip. Whenever a subject veered into territory that did not concern him or failed to pique his interest, he typically employed a cold indifference or unleashed his sharp tongue to silence others. Yes, I went to see Hermione." The hesitation born from his lie was, in Snape's eyes, reminiscent of youthful awkwardness. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again, in a certain sense. "Miss Granger bears some resemblance to your mother. They share a common background, both exceptionally bright and academically accomplished. However, from the perspective of temperament, raising one's hand in class with excessive enthusiasm, regardless of gender, tends to come across as rather ostentatious and lacking in decorum. I have heard that her conduct in my class has been somewhat restrained. If this is indeed the case, you must ensure that her disposition does not jeopardize important matters at critical moments." Unlike Harry, who was plagued by embarrassment, the observer hidden in the live stream, M.O. Ran, was nearly beside himself with delight. For a long time, he had regarded Snape as one of his favorite characters within the Harry Potter series. Indeed, among those who sacrificed themselves to vanquish Voldemort, M.O. Ran harbored the greatest desire to aid Snape in altering his fateful trajectory. Even if, after the great battle, the potions professor were to resign from his position and retreat to some obscure corner, consumed by his memories of Lily, it would still be preferable to perishing at Voldemort's hands after enduring countless misunderstandings. You should tell him that Hermione behaves quite well when she is by your side. And also recount the incident from last year when she bravely delivered the hat during your battle with the basilisk. Just as Harry was about to steer the conversation back to D.B. Cooper, he suddenly heard M.O. Ran utter this statement, leading him to question uncertainly, Do we really have to discuss such matters? Fear not, there will be no issues." The bond of understanding and trust forged through shared experiences of life and death left Harry with no reason to refuse M.O. Ran. Strangely enough, in comparison to those perilous commands that seemed to dance on the edge of a blade, Harry found at this time, M.O. Ran's suggestion was the one he least desired to follow. "Professor Hermione, she actually..." Harry succinctly conveyed the words that M.O. Ran had urged him to express. However, to his surprise, after he mentioned Hermione's situation, the astute and perceptive Severus Snape swiftly discerned the encrypted message M.O. Ran had transmitted through Harry. In truth, capturing the Thunderbird, concocting a shampoo potion, and the yet undisclosed mission to rescue Peter were all insufficient motivations for Harry to return to the past. Notably, two of these matters only occurred to Harry after he had utilized the time turner. It seemed that something significant had transpired concerning Granger in the future timeline. Snape pondered. Thus, Potter's return at this juncture was ostensibly to ascertain her safety. This implies that his act of stealing the Thunderbird egg might also be for Granger's sake. considering the Thunderbird possesses not only electrical attributes but also the crucial ability to foresee danger. True to his habitual manner, Snape was inclined to admonish Harry, questioning whether he understood that using the time turner to alter the past could potentially make him the architect of all ensuing tragedies. Yet, the current Harry had not only reached a level of proficiency that rendered ordinary wizards envious, but his efforts for Hermione also stirred the softest recesses of Snape's heart. Therefore, he remarked, after pilfering the Thunderbird egg and scaring off D.B. Cooper, "You may have invited some troubles upon yourself. I cannot predict his future actions, but I will keep an eye on him for you. Moreover, I must caution you, Potter, that the time turner cannot change what has already transpired. Although you likely already grasp this, there is no need to repeatedly confirm safety. You merely need to rectify the history that requires your personal touch. Communication among intelligent individuals often does not necessitate excessive clarity." Upon hearing Snape's admonition, Harry realized the underlying intention behind Emma Rand's earlier request. Without pausing to marvel at his potions professor's wisdom, Harry promptly inquired, "Can't we simply send him to Azkaban? After all, he is a wanted criminal. Previously, we were preoccupied with the safe return of the Thunderbird egg and wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Now that he has tracked us down to England, we have no reason to retain this ticking time bomb, do we?" Snape, appearing somewhat dissatisfied, responded, "The Ministry of Magic occasionally conceals certain information to avoid complications. However, if they capture a notorious criminal, even one infamous for thievery, they will undoubtedly publicize the event. Reflect carefully. Did you ever hear of anyone being apprehended within the borders of England during your time at school?" Harry nodded thoughtfully before retrieving a piece of parchment and an invisibility cloak from his pocket. The parchment detailed the dates and general activities I had previously undertaken in the vicinity of Spinner's End, Diagon Alley, and Nocturne Alley. Should you decide not to remain in Hogsmeade, you may refer to the schedule to avoid unnecessary complications. Furthermore, I shall lend you this invisibility cloak. D.B. Cooper, as a criminal, undoubtedly possesses some counter-surveillance methods. With this item, Professor, you are unlikely to be detected by anyone. Severus, who harbored no affection for the magical artifacts James had once used to torment him, unceremoniously took the cloak from Harry's hands and continued, asking, "Where do you intend to go next?" Harry replied, "The Forbidden Forest." Since their journey in North America concluded, both Harry and Emma Rand could not help but feel an inexplicable sense of guilt whenever they thought of the unborn Thunderbird. Logically speaking, while magical creatures possess intelligence that surpasses that of ordinary animals, they are still regarded as inferior by the average wizard. Yet, ironically, both Harry, the Savior, and Emma Rand, the Time Traveler, share the painful experience of having lost their parents and living as outsiders. After constructing a nest for the Thunderbird egg, Harry began to cast the protective spells he was familiar with, one after another. Before long, the area chosen by the two as the hatching ground transformed into a veritable sanctuary. "Can you think of any other spells to protect the Thunderbird egg?" Emma Rand inquired. "Based on my knowledge of magic, I believe I have exhausted my options. However, I think we could try covering the egg with the invisibility cloak. After all, even though the little Thunderbird has yet to hatch, it is still a living creature." Emma Rand's suggestion illuminated Harry's mind like a beacon in the darkness. Sure enough, once he draped the invisibility cloak over the egg, the silver-white egg adorned with golden lightning patterns vanished from sight. "You are a genius," Harry exclaimed. "In that case, even if Professor Dumbledore discovers the egg in the invisibility cloak, he will surely comprehend the true nature of the situation." In response to Harry's praise, Emma Rand did not exhibit much of a reaction at that moment. Both of them silently acknowledged that the primary responsibility for the theft of the egg lay with them, and they felt a compelling need to care for the little Thunderbird. "Let us hope it unfolds as we desire," Emma Rand replied. "However, even with the support of Professors Dumbledore and Scamander, we must not overlook any preparations that need to be made." Upon hearing this, Harry patted the small bag at his waist, certainly recalling the plan they had devised after initially stealing the Thunderbird egg. All necessary items were ready: sand, lake water, trees, soil. The next step was to meticulously reconstruct the interior space of the undetectable extension charm to perfectly mirror the scenery of the Forbidden Forest. It seems you still have something to say to me?" The slight hesitation in Harry's voice did not escape M.O. Rand's keen ears. Once the issue was brought to light by the other party, he no longer intended to conceal anything. He directly inquired, "I am somewhat curious. Professor Scamander has never taught us how to create a portable magical creature nursery, yet it appears you possess knowledge of it. Where exactly did you acquire such information? The phrase, "I have seen the Fantastic Beasts series," was something M.O. Rand could never utter. However, he had prepared numerous plausible responses for inquiries of this nature. The two creatures that Professor Scamander had previously gifted us, while intended to combat Voldemort, also contained fragments of vague memories. Within the creature belonging to the Sudanese girl, I had once glimpsed that she had resided in Professor Scamander's briefcase prior to being sent to Hogwarts. At that time, the magical creature nursery bore a wintry visage, surrounded by enclosures housing other fantastic beasts. Thus, it is as such. Harry's tone was tinged with a sense of despondency. After a moment of reflection, he rephrased his thoughts. What I truly wish for is to assist you more, whether it be in the past or during this endeavor of stealing the Thunderbird. Almost every perilous undertaking we have engaged in has been to alleviate my troubles. Really? How can that be? M.O. Rand responded, somewhat taken aback. The reason we embarked on this venture to steal the egg was precisely because, back in April, you wished to procure a Thunderbird as a pet for me, wasn't it? However, the actual impetus for seeking out the Thunderbird was to rescue Hermione. It is indeed the turmoil I have caused that has led you to grapple with incessant worries upon returning to the past. Harry's words were imbued with sincerity, yet. To be fair, M.O. Rand did not believe that their return to the past was solely due to the trouble Harry had caused in his endeavor to save Hermione. He calmly remarked, "The matters between us cannot be so distinctly separated, can they? You may find it hard to believe, but in some respects, I too sometimes question whether my presence is a boon or a burden to you. However, the events of the past are irrevocably behind us, even with the time turner. A magical artifact imbued with the essence of power, we cannot alter what is destined to occur. What we can perpetually do is shape the future through our actions in the present." Harry pressed his lips together and then let out a calm laugh. Huh. You're becoming increasingly reminiscent of Professor Dumbledore. Am I? Certainly. As he spoke, he waved his wand, arranging elements like the waters of the sandy lake, trees, and soil into position, saying, "Aside from your penchant for riddles, your manner of speaking is becoming more and more akin to that of an elderly person. We used to share everything, yet since you began using the time turner, you've started to speak in a haze of cryptic phrases. Engaging in a game of Tai Chi with me." M.O. Rand smiled faintly, refraining from countering Harry's words. He separated the silent black mist from his body and, in tandem with Harry, endeavored to replicate the environment from his pocket to resemble the Forbidden Forest as closely as possible. Concepts such as time, choice, and destiny, words that evoke a sense of mystery even in a world devoid of magic, are challenging to articulate. However, perhaps due to his identity as a time traveler, M.O. Rand encountered little obstruction in grasping these ideas. Harry's earlier remarks were subtly urging M.O. Rand to share more of his plans, so that no matter what changes the future might bring, he could be prepared. Yet, it was precisely this notion that prevented M.O. Rand from disclosing everything to him. Just as the two had brought Professor Snape back to the past, they were not embarking on this journey with the burden of a mission to make various choices. On the contrary, it was because they were destined to appear in history that whatever actions they undertook were inherently correct. Snape, having forgotten the recipe for a new shampoo, was mistaken by his students as a co-conspirator in the theft of Thunderbird eggs. Although at that moment, M.O. Rand could have opted to use a polyjuice potion to impersonate Snape to complete the transaction. Choosing Snape meant that the latter naturally became the Thunderbird thief. Subsequently, Snape's display of espionage skills raised Harry's suspicions, leading to a misunderstanding that they resolved through memory exchange, using the Death Eater mark to frighten off intruder D.B. Cooper, among a series of seemingly unrelated events to the main storyline. Initially, M.O. Rand did not believe these extraneous details would impact the trajectory of the crucial plot. But through his interactions with Grindelwald, he astonishingly uncovered a path leading to an ideal future from these tangled threads. One who glimpses the future must not become ensnared by fate. If M.O. Rand desires to traverse the correct timeline reciprocally, he must allow Harry to act as freely as possible, unbound by the constraints of their plans. Only in this manner would a breaker like D.B. Cooper reveal themselves under Harry's unintentional guidance. The interior of the concealed area had transformed to resemble the Forbidden Forest, and as Harry gazed at the very spot that once served as Hermione's burial ground, now repurposed as a nest for the hatching of Thunderbird eggs, a sense of speculation arose within him. He inquired, "Do you think the young Thunderbirds might one day utilize this pocket of the Forbidden Forest?" M.O. Rand chuckled softly and replied, "Who knows? Perhaps someone will find it useful." As the two of them concluded their affairs and departed from the Forbidden Forest, Harry found himself grappling with numerous hesitations about whether to voice his questions, all of which were swallowed back into silence. Compared to Emma Rand, who appeared to have the situation firmly in hand, Harry's spirits were far from buoyant. Indeed, had he not previously witnessed Dumbledore and Scamander covertly conducting research within the forest, Harry would have been reluctant to leave the Thunderbird eggs behind. Wasn't concealing the eggs within his pocket the safest option? Moreover, if not for this, why would they have gone to such lengths to create a pocket dimension of the Forbidden Forest? What did that remark about someone potentially needing it truly mean? Without Emma Rand's guidance, Harry's mind was nearly overwhelmed with the multitude of impending questions. Yet, unlike previous instances when Emma Rand fell into slumber, Harry seemed to recognize that he could not always rely on Emma Rand for direction. In his view, if someone he once trusted completely suddenly chose to remain silent, it must be for a reason. Was he testing me? An almost unfounded yet subtly perceptible sadness and sense of crisis washed over Harry. And for the first time in 12 years of living alongside Emma Rand, he contemplated the notion that perhaps one day he would have to learn to face life's myriad challenges and dilemmas on his own. It was as if a small seed had quietly taken root in his heart. Through this experience of traversing time, 13-year-old Harry finally began to grasp the solitude that accompanies the journey of growing up. Since the dawn of his memories, Harry's existence had seemed filled with various tasks and missions. Long before Hagrid discovered their family, the Dursleys had incessantly instructed him, "You should do this, you must do that. Magic does not exist, do not dwell on those tricks, they will ruin you." Harry did not resist this feeling of being guided. Despite his deep-seated yearning for freedom, he held a profound respect for those who could provide him with direction. This ingrained disposition was not instilled in him by M.O. Rand alone. In fact, even the Harry from the original story, who had long viewed Snape through a lens of prejudice, immediately understood his responsibility to destroy the seventh Horcrux upon witnessing the memories entrusted to him. It was undoubtedly cruel to send a 17-year-old child to his death. However, no matter how terrifying the path ahead may be, Harry, upon lifting his head from the meditation basin, never harbored even a shred of doubt towards Snape. He did not rack his brain to devise another method to vanquish Voldemort in exchange for his own survival, thoughts akin to those of Peter Pettigrew, who foolishly imagined escaping Voldemort through the trickery of a Nimigus transformation, never even flickered through his mind. Maintaining composure and resolution in the face of significant moral dilemmas, he sought to achieve his objectives in the shortest time and with utmost efficiency. This is the spiritual core concealed beneath the surface of the mischievous, troublemaking Harry, who relishes in flamboyant maneuvers to seize the golden snitch. It is also the reason why M.O. Rand has never doubted Dumbledore's assertion that he is fundamentally more akin to Lily. Unlike the previous wording aimed at persuading Snape to protect Lily's son, Dumbledore reached this conclusion only after his interaction with Harry. Had it been otherwise, M.O. Rand's intrusion into Harry's life would not have facilitated such a seamless transformation of the protagonist's character in the original narrative. Now, Harry has embarked on a life distinctly different from before. Dominated by his wise and composed nature, he has become nearly unrecognizable compared to the original character, save for his enduring passion for Quidditch. However, an individual like him, who maintains a prolonged high level of execution, inevitably feels a sense of disorientation when suddenly stripped of clear goals and guidance. Without M.O. Rand's comprehensive revelations and devoid of any clues, the adversary he faces is no longer Voldemort. The unknown threat is not even a malicious Death Eater or Dark Wizard. An adventure that seems to be guided by Harry himself necessitates that he personally returns to the past to rewrite history, seemingly steering the future towards an entirely uncharted course. Perhaps, one day in the future, the notion of having to confront the wholly unknown as he does now will begin to permeate Harry's mind. Will he feel disheartened or anxious because of this? Not at all. Harry does not fear the unknown. While embodying uncertainty, the unknown also represents novelty. What truly instills a sense of crisis in Harry, making him acutely aware of the weighty responsibilities upon his shoulders, is the thought that the person who has consistently accompanied and guided him may one day depart from his life. In Diagon Alley, at the Borgin and Burke's magical shop, Morgan, having just listened to the story of the Thunderbird thief from D.B. Cooper disguised as an old man with white hair, fiddled with the galleons in his hand while frowning at the top-tier collectibles that had languished unsold in his display case for years. After a moment, he slowly began to speak. As for your information, well, to say it is precious is somewhat of an exaggeration. You see, first, you have not witnessed the Thunderbird egg in the possession of those two individuals. Second, you claim to have seen one of them bearing the dark mark of the mysterious man upon his arm. Even if we do not discuss whether you A rustic from America can misidentify such an object. Let us assume for the sake of argument that the Thunderbird egg has indeed fallen into the hands of the Death Eaters. Who, pray tell, would dare seize something that rightfully belongs to the Dark Lord? Morgan's tone was remarkably casual, as if he sincerely wished to assert that he bore no relation to the Death Eaters. However, it is regrettable that even a seasoned individual like him was deceived by D.B. Cooper, who possessed the polyjuice potion. The old man with the white beard anxiously exclaimed, Me, how could I possibly dare to trouble the Dark Lord? I merely wish to serve under that great master. Oh? Morgan's eyes lit up. Did you not previously decline the invitation from those two Death Eaters? What has changed your mind now? Surely you are not seeking to steal the Thunderbird egg under the pretense of wanting to pledge your allegiance? Upon hearing this, D.B. Cooper immediately displayed an expression of disbelief, nervously waving his arms as he responded, Hey, such words should not be spoken lightly. At that time, I found those two fellows suspicious, suspecting that someone was using the Dark Lord's name to swindle, hence my refusal. In truth, Morgan cared little for who possessed the Thunderbird egg. His sole concern was profit. After listening to the old man's words, he had all but confirmed that this individual had no genuine intention of aligning himself with Voldemort. Thus, he feigned a troubled demeanor and remarked, Sir, it seems you have misunderstood something. Although my Borgin and Burke shop is located in Nocturne Alley, I assure you that my dealings are entirely legitimate. As for the individuals you seek, they are either imprisoned or deceased. Even if I possessed extraordinary abilities, I could not extract them from Azkaban. Furthermore, have you not heard during your 2 years in America of a certain Harry Potter, the rising star of salvation? Heed my advice. Do not seek unnecessary trouble. Return home. Harry Potter? That boy who defied death? Cooper inquired. Indeed, he is about to embark on his 3rd year, having just concluded the summer. In my view, his prospects are boundless. Most of the Hogwarts faculty, including Dumbledore, regard him as one of the most gifted students in decades. Upon hearing the proprietor mention the name of his target, D.B. Cooper maintained his previous expression, pondering for a moment before he said, Is this little brat truly as remarkable as you say? Perhaps he is a scion of some pureblood family? Morgan did not respond. Instead, he extended his finger and made a gesture as if conjuring something from thin air. After approximately half a minute, he cheerfully accepted a small pouch containing galleons from the old man's hands. Do not be so stingy with your coin. This is earned, not saved. Moreover, Harry Potter is no ordinary Hogwarts student. The mildly flattering tone did little to uplift the spirits of the white-bearded elder. He pointed towards a nearby display case and declared, Enough with the trivialities. I am not here to purchase the personal information of a mere adolescent. Bring forth the glorious hand without delay. And do not dare to inflate the price. Boke was taken aback, as he had mistakenly believed himself to be in a position of advantage during the negotiation. It dawned upon him that he had been outwitted by a seasoned figure from the underworld. Foolishness. How reckless to dabble in perilous arts merely because one has acquired knowledge that eludes peers. I caution you, Potter. The Dark Lord's power is far more formidable than you can fathom. Do not squander the life your mother sacrificed for you. Snape's reprimand evoked in Harry a sudden sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of his days in potions class. Yet, unlike before, his retorts were notably subdued, prompting Harry to wonder if the potion's master had been replaced by someone under the influence of a polyjuice potion. Have you washed your hair? What? Oh, nothing. After a brief silence, Harry resumed, I shall not seek out Voldemort, Professor. The reason for rescuing Peter is that deploying him as a double agent amidst the Death Eaters is the most effective way to maximize his value. This approach not only offers further protection for your identity, but also, given his meager capabilities and cowardly nature, serves to mitigate our risks. Snape's face darkened considerably. He harbored a personal desire for the demise of Wormtail. However, as a more prudent adult, he found it challenging to formulate a counterargument to Harry's reasoning. I do not require anyone to shield my identity, nor do I wish for anyone to risk altering history on my behalf. He paused for effect before continuing. However, if you insist on contacting a certain Death Eater, I suggest you reach out to the individual who invited you to the family dinner last Christmas. At the very least, this ensures your safety. Upon hearing the words Christmas, Harry's eyes brightened instantly. Lucius Malfoy. Indeed, he was a Death Eater, and he exuded an air of indecisiveness. No wonder he had been so willing to support Lily's health insurance before his journey through time. I had almost overlooked this detail. Perhaps this underscores Grindelwald's emphasis on the importance of keen observation of minute details. as Harry prepared to rush off once again, having just returned from the Forbidden Forest. Snape instinctively furrowed his brow and inquired, "Do you have nothing else to discuss with me?" Harry halted and turned back, asking, "What? The Forbidden Forest and the Thunderbird eggs. How have you dealt with those?" Before Harry could elaborate, a voice echoed in his mind. "No, wait. Do not speak just yet. Some matters are best kept from prying eyes. Just use time travel and the teachings of Grindelwald to placate Professor Snape for now. It is as follows, Professor Snape. Regarding the journeys undertaken after utilizing the Time Turner, it is prudent that many aspects remain shrouded in mystery for optimal control. It is not that I wish to withhold information from you, but each of our actions resembles a stone cast into a lake. Ordinary individuals perceive only the ripples upon the surface." Before Harry could finish, Snape, who initially intended to caution him against leaving too hastily, instead urged him to depart. "Then, just leave from my line of sight." Did he seem angry? It appeared not. Harry noticed no movement in his upper lip. As Harry and Mo exited Nocturne Alley, they engaged in discourse about their potions professor while observing the Borgin and Burke shop, which had previously brought them misfortune. Coincidentally, at that precise moment, an elderly man with a white beard, who had just condescended to feign ignorance in front of Borgin and Burke's, emerged from the shop. "Wait." Suddenly struck by an uncanny sense of familiarity, Mo interrupted their conversation with Harry. Within half a second, he had identified the man. "Put on your hood. Do not look directly at that white-bearded man." Harry, initially thinking Mo might have recalled some significant clue, became vigilant and concealed his face. Then, emulating the lawless individuals occasionally seen in Nocturne Alley, he leaned against a nearby wall, stealing glances at the unfamiliar figure. "It's D.B. Cooper," Mo stated with a calm and composed tone, prompting Harry to instinctively refrain from questioning why. "How can you be certain?" "It is the essence of his magic that feels off. A wizard employing Polyjuice Potion always carries an air of awkwardness. I have often pondered that the ability to transform into another S-likeness cannot be without its flaws. Just as an animagus cannot freely morph into any animal due to the bond of the soul, and the effects of the Polyjuice Potion are time-limited. The method of using Polyjuice Potion, as I have observed, resembles how muggles deliberately contort their facial muscles into exaggerated expressions. Thus, his magic becomes rigid? Is that correct?" After attempting to perceive as Mo suggested, yet yielding no results, Harry expressed incredulously, "Ever since I studied those profound spells with Professor Dumbledore, I have had a general sense of the magical essence you speak of. Despite possessing magical abilities and mastery far exceeding that of his peers, this subject, which had already touched upon the essence of magic, still felt exceedingly distant and nebulous to him." Observing that Mo had not provided him with a definitive answer, he inquired further, "Are you able to clearly sense his magical power now? How did you achieve that? Why do I feel no such resonance?" Having entered a state of enlightenment in silence days prior, Mo was suddenly jolted by Harry's reminder. He pondered to himself, "Ah, indeed. I had previously lagged behind Harry in advanced magical proficiency. I had yet to grasp spells that delve into the soul, such as the Fiendfire or the Patronus Charm. Why, then, have I experienced such fervor lately, as if I were truly in my element?" Unbeknownst to Mo, who felt both bewildered and exhilarated, his current state of enlightenment was one that even Dumbledore had never ventured into. Unlike all the wizards within the Harry Potter universe, Mo was a genuine transcendent being. Through an unfathomable vortex that allowed eternity and the ephemeral to coexist, he transcended the boundaries of life and dimension, arriving from his earthly realm to a fantastical world of magic. The intricate yet simplistic traces left by the intertwining of time and space resembled a fusion of chance and necessity, finally blooming into a peculiar radiance after Mo utilized the Time Turner. The sensation was akin to a pitch-black night sky ignited by splendid auroras and a multitude of stars. "I'm not entirely certain, but my state has indeed been quite favorable these past few days. Never mind, we must focus on the matter at hand. Let us not dwell on this and follow D.B. Cooper." As Moran's voice trailed off, Harry took strides toward the corner where D.B. Cooper had vanished. Without lingering too long in contemplation, he mimicked the stealthy demeanor he had observed from Professor Snape during their time in America, quietly trailing behind the silver-haired elder. After a series of turns, the two entered a shop aptly named the Coffin House. As the name suggests, it was a store primarily dedicated to selling necromantic artifacts. Its sign, door frames, and gate were all crafted from pitch-black wood. Yet, compared to the abyssal ambience within, the exterior decor appeared rather bright. Death Whisper pendants, Soul brand irons, and 8 contract nails made of ebony. D. B. Cooper's astonishing words left both Harry and Mo Ran bewildered, even surprising the shopkeeper. We have nails and irons, but the Death Whisper pendant is, the Hand of Glory? Very well. That will be a total of 13 galleons plus 4 sickles. Here, take 14. No need for change. Uncertain whether it was superstition or the coffin maker's pricing that was reasonable, D. B. Cooper exhibited a demeanor strikingly different from his earlier behavior in the Bojang box store. However, the very moment he flung his purse, the proprietor, upon receiving the money, abruptly shifted his attention to Harry. Hiss. What kind of country bumpkin insists on being blind in my establishment? Out. Upon hearing this, D. B. Cooper, still standing at the counter, furrowed his brow and turned away, raising his arm that held the glorious hand slightly, as if to illuminate Harry's face beneath the hood with the flickering candlelight. Keep that thing away from me. Harry pressed his voice, sounding somewhat impatient. And you, if you wish to discuss the matter of the Deathly Hallows with me, kindly hand over the goods to that old man and let him depart. The term Deathly Hallows may be somewhat foreign to ordinary wizards. Yet as the proprietor of a shop selling necromantic artifacts, how could he be unaware of the legendary artifacts forged by Death himself? After swiftly settling the payment for the goods purchased by D. B. Cooper, the man, who initially regarded Harry as a rustic, instantly donned a sycophantic smile. Esteemed guest, I must admit my oversight. Shall we proceed to the inner chamber for a discussion? Harry, who had detected the positions of the two through Mo Ran's magical perception, continued to feign visibility and nodded at the shopkeeper. To his surprise, he took a boldly aggressive stride past D. B. Cooper. The latter, having been repeatedly humiliated by European wizards, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. The fleeting confidence he had just managed to gather from Borgin and Burks vanished once again. He pondered inwardly, is it merely my misfortune to encounter such formidable adversaries? Or does the European magical community indeed harbor such hidden talents? Could it be that the disparity between wizards on this continent and those across the Atlantic is as pronounced as the rumors suggest? If this is the case, how terrifying and enigmatic must be the powers of Dumbledore and Voldemort, who stand atop the hierarchy of all wizards and witches. Having already entered the inner chamber, Harry had no inkling that his impromptu actions would plunge D. B. Cooper into such profound self-doubt. Surrounded by various ominously glowing magical artifacts, he struggled to suppress an inexplicable sense of familiarity while engaging the shopkeeper in conversation. The individual he had just heard seemed to be an American deliberately speaking with a British accent. It was quite unexpected, as he had thought that wizards from that region were oblivious to the uses of the Resurrection Stone. Harry was, in truth, unaware of the true purpose of the Resurrection Pendant. He had not encountered the concepts of the soul-marking iron or the ebony contract nails in any of his readings. However, under the guidance of Grindelwald and Mo Ran, he began to pay closer attention to the nuances of the people and events around him. He recalled the shopkeeper's response to D. B. Cooper, where the initial mention was of nails and irons, followed by the intricacies of the Resurrection Pendant. It became evident that, in comparison to the other two artifacts, the Resurrection Pendant was far more complex in its application. An American, you say? I truly did not perceive it, indeed. Before an expert such as yourself, I appear utterly oblivious. Yet, you are correct. The skill to create a necromantic puppet using the soul-marking iron, ebony nails, and the Resurrection Pendant is indeed rare, even among our kind. Mo Ran, who had always allowed Harry to express himself freely, suddenly recalled something upon hearing the term necromantic puppet. He strived to remember fragments of his past life and advised Harry, this chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue the captivating narrative. He might be testing you. Harry, take this opportunity to discuss the Shadow Core with him. The Shadow Core? Yes, the Shadow Core are a form of low-tier necromantic puppet created through the interplay of human corpses and dark magic. They lack life, soul, and thought, responding only instinctively to the fear of fire and light, acting solely upon their master's commands. Thus, the last individual to create Shadow Core on a grand scale was Voldemort. Correct? Indeed, Mo Ran had hesitated to mention Voldemort, fearing that it might trigger an emotional response in Harry, revealing vulnerabilities before outsiders. However, to his surprise, the now mature Harry did not lose his composure at the mere mention of his adversary, showing no need for consolation. He directly responded to the shopkeeper, yes. If it were merely the creation of Shadow Core, it would not require such elaborate measures. With that simple statement, Harry dispelled the shopkeeper's final doubt. Yet, Before he could share a moment of awe with Mo ran at the effectiveness of his suggestion, he heard the shopkeeper inquire, with a slightly altered tone. So, have you created Shadowcore? Harry deliberately refrained from providing a definitive response, feigning a demeanor of disdain as he remarked, such trivialities possess no magical prowess, at best. They can only rely on numerical superiority to confront muggles and ineffectual blunderers. Anyone capable of standing against me would never be intimidated by such childish antics. As Harry spoke with considerable poise, Mo ran instinctively released a portion of his latent dark magic. This visibly startled the proprietor of the coffin shop, who perceived that the hooded figure beside him had grown dangerously powerful. Look at me, blinded by my own short-sightedness. Indeed, after attending to so many rustic folk, I've become quite foolish. Even that old man just now possessed the ability to animate magical creatures as undead puppets. Why would you stoop to dabble in such trivial necromancy? Ha, ha, ha. The dark mist gradually receded into Harry's being as he waved his sleeve, seemingly forgiving the proprietor's offense, unbeknownst to the shopkeeper, who continued to rub his hands together in nervous laughter. He had inadvertently divulged all the information Harry sought. To put it succinctly, Harry retrieved the pendant that once concealed the invisibility cloak, forcibly steering the conversation back to the Deathly Hallows. I learned from a very ancient friend that the witch who married Hadwin, the eldest son of Linfred, hundreds of years ago, was none other than Aelonde Peveril, the granddaughter of Ignotus Peveril. Furthermore, since that generation, the Peveril line has been devoid of male heirs. Linfred? Hadwin? The coffin shop owner's mind raced swiftly. Even upon hearing the name of a wizard from the 12th century, he took only a few seconds to process the information. The Potter family? Indeed. This seems rather imprudent, for Harry Potter is acknowledged as the savior by the Ministry of Magic, and while studying at Hogwarts, he has the protection of Dumbledore. Even if the invisibility cloak truly rests with him, there would be no conceivable opportunity to seize it. Harry did not become enraged upon hearing that someone intended to steal his invisibility cloak. On the contrary, this reminder allowed him to perceive the trajectory of future events, much like the insights mentioned by Mo ran. Steal it, huh? Why would there be no opportunity? Faced with the enigmatic guest whose words were as shocking as they were audacious, the coffin shop owner became acutely aware that he was not jesting. More importantly, upon receiving this declaration, the owner realized that he was left with only two paths to pursue. As he noted the merchant's customary business smile gradually fading away, Harry offered a reassuring remark. Do not be anxious. Since I am here to collaborate, I shall ensure you do not incur losses. With that said, Harry gestured towards the Iron Maiden, medieval armor, and angelic statue, all mingled amongst a variety of magical artifacts, which evoked a sense of déjà vu. These treasures are your tools for deterring thieves, are they not? Quite impressive, indeed. You have transformed your magical traps to prioritize a slowing effect, sacrificing all offensive capabilities and destructive force in the process. Furthermore, to contend with formidable wizards, you have harnessed ancient magic to create a nested array that enhances the number of traps by drawing upon the thief's own magical energy. It appears nearly flawless, however. Should a muggle attempt to steal from you, it is highly probable that the magical traps would remain untriggered. The coffin shop owner, nearly stupefied by Harry's revelations, struggled to articulate his thoughts. It is no exaggeration to say that had Voldemort not fallen, he might have believed he was facing a mysterious figure. After finally regaining his composure, he sighed and inquired, "What is it that you wish for me to do?" Pleased with the shopkeeper's decision to abandon a mutually destructive path in favor of collaboration, Harry nodded and stated clearly, "Sell these trap artifacts to Borgin and Burke's. And by August 31st, the invisibility cloak will belong to me, while all other items in Borgin and Burke's shall be yours." Upon departing from the coffin shop, Harry was unsurprised to receive Mo Rand's commendation. Nevertheless, rather than reveling in his modest progress, he yearned to comprehend how he might elevate himself to a level approaching that of Professor Dumbledore within a mere 4 months. "Do please offer me a hint as to my next steps." Harry expressed his frustration, stating that although the direction had been discovered, he believed that even if they were to practice magic without respite, abstaining from food, drink, and sleep, it would be impossible to achieve their goals before August 31st. You understand my sentiment, right? Mo Rand, of course, could not articulate that he, too, was uncertain about the precise course of action. But since Harry had begun to gain insight, there was no longer a need for him to conceal everything within his heart. "Do you remember the individual Professor Dumbledore mentioned to us?" "Which one?" the friend who dedicated a significant portion of his life to the Department of Mysteries and the Time Chamber. The person M.O. Rand referred to was indeed Saul Croker. However, Dumbledore had mentioned so many names during their tutoring sessions that although Harry felt a sense of familiarity, he did not immediately connect the dots. After a brief pause, during which he racked his brain, Harry finally exclaimed, "Oh, is he the one who established a 5-hour limit for wizards using time turners? Saul Croker?" "Precisely." M.O. Rand's voice brimmed with satisfaction, and then, akin to a teacher reluctant to reveal the answers to his students directly, he gradually began to articulate the logic he employed while contemplating his plan. Beyond the individuals and events present in our immediate surroundings, we can also leverage the memories we have previously heard and witnessed to seek breakthroughs. For instance, the man named Saul Croker. When Professor Dumbledore instructed us on the regulations concerning time turners last semester, did not need to invoke his own and the other's friendship to bolster credibility. Harry's furrowed brow gradually relaxed before tightening once more. Had this occurred a few days prior, he would have assumed that M.O. Rand was subtly hinting at the profound words Dumbledore had once shared with him. While one could argue that such an interpretation held some merit, an excessive reliance on Dumbledore was akin to an alternative form of blind faith in prophecy. What if we were to disregard his earlier admonitions? If Saul Crook were truly of such significance, Professor Dumbledore could have explicitly articulated his thoughts, rather than risk altering the timeline by requiring us to. Through the enlightening realization found moments ago in the coffin room, Harry finally grasped how to delicately balance the cautious reconstruction of history with the audacious creation of it. Just as their prior nocturnal raid on Borgin and Burks had ensnared them in magical traps originating from the coffin room, the inevitability of lived experiences held equal weight to the serendipity of witnessing D.B. Cooper acquiring necromantic artifacts. If this were the case, time travelers need not be overly meticulous in calculating the minutiae of every action. Since they had seemingly fatefully returned to the past, anything they did would inherently be correct. Whatever actions they undertook would seamlessly weave into the fabric of history. A faint yet palpable fervor began to radiate from Harry's cheeks. Without the need for verbal confirmation, M.O. Rand understood that this signified Harry's final rejection of the perfectionism that had ensnared him in contradictions countless times before. "Shall we depart immediately?" he inquired. However, given that the Department of Mysteries was under the stringent protection of the Ministry of Magic, it would be prudent to procure an invisibility cloak from Professor Snape or the Forbidden Forest first. Observing Harry's increasingly exuberant demeanor, M.O. Rand chuckled softly, reminding him, "There's no need to rush. The optimal time for our infiltration into the Ministry has already been suggested to us. Care to guess when that might be?" Upon hearing this, Harry instinctively recalled an elderly figure with half-moon spectacles and a white beard, but after further contemplation, the image of a dark-haired, dark-robed middle-aged man with a perpetual scowl became ever clearer. Professor Snape seemed to have previously indicated that representatives from the Ministry had visited Hogwarts at the end of May after the school holidays to inquire about certain matters. Therefore, the end of May would indeed be the most opportune moment for us to infiltrate the Department of Mysteries and seek out Saul Crook. M.O. Rand was not surprised by Harry's keen insight. Rather, he tentatively probed, "Do you not mind that he also cautioned against walking into a gun barrel, nor drawing unnecessary attention to yourself?" Perhaps I would have cared a few minutes ago." Harry mimicked the light laughter of M.O. Rand and responded, "However, thanks to you, I have now grasped the profound truth that the river flows smoothly when the boat reaches the bridge. As long as we do not intentionally alter what has already transpired, history will inevitably catch up with our steps." Such a flawless reply would surely elicit praise from even Dumbledore himself. Yet, as a soulmate who had known Harry for 12 years, M.O. Rand effortlessly swallowed the words of commendation that almost escaped his lips. The necromantic artifacts purchased by D.B. Cooper possessed a power far exceeding that of merely transforming human corpses into zombies. It was evident, even without deep contemplation, that this individual was likely counting on the Thunderbird, with several weeks remaining before the impending assault on the Department of Mysteries. And in order to ensure the safe hatching of the young Thunderbird while avoiding unnecessary alarm and the potential disruption of the timeline, Harry and M.O. Rand unanimously decided to seek refuge in the Forbidden Forest for the time being. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating content. During the period from April to May, the trajectories of the future and history intertwined incessantly outside the Forbidden Forest. Aside from their relentless practice of magic day and night, Harry and M.O. Rand were each in search of ways to rapidly enhance their own abilities. Logically, the cautious Mo ran, who preferred not to engage in unprepared battles, should have made some preparations for their infiltration of the time chamber. However, regrettably, having never read the original Harry Potter series, he had no concept of the time chamber that was not depicted in the films. Moreover, the Ministry of Magic has always afforded the highest level of protection to the secrets of the Department of Mysteries, so, as May drew to a close, both he and Harry could only rely on hearsay and rumors to simulate the potential obstacles they might encounter. On May 31st, theoretically the last day before the final examination week at Hogwarts, Fudge, as Professor Snape had stated, arrived at Hogwarts in a whirlwind, accompanied by a large entourage. Due to the ramifications of the Chamber of Secrets incident, most students had already departed the campus prematurely due to the cancellation of final exams. Harry and Emma Rand were undoubtedly curious about the reason behind the Minister of Magic's personal visit. However, prioritizing their mission, they proceeded to confirm that a group of Aurors had entered the castle, where apparition was rendered impossible, before they swiftly made their way to a dilapidated red telephone booth at the entrance of the Ministry of Magic in London. This iconic booth stood in proximity to a bustling area, surrounded by a few aging buildings and a pub, with only a chaotic wall adorned with various graffiti left to behold. The sin of age and decay emanated simultaneously from both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds, stripping away the facade of what was once one of the most vibrant cities in the world. Having grown up at his aunt and uncle's home, Harry had witnessed how non-magical Muggles lived, and with his previous experience of traveling the globe, he had personally encountered the ever-evolving advancements in human technology. Such relentless progress is essential for the advancement of any society, be it wizard or Muggle alike. The code is simple. Just look at the letters on the dial pad and spell out magic. Suddenly hearing M.O. Rand's voice snapped Harry back to reality, revealing that he had inadvertently stepped into the red telephone booth. Reflecting on his observations while walking the streets of London, Harry shook his head and remarked, "Well, that's rather uninspired." Sensing a hint of disappointment in Harry's tone, M.O. Rand curiously inquired, "It's just a password. Why the strong reaction?" Harry was aware that some of his thoughts could not escape M.O. Rand's scrutiny, yet at this crucial moment of their infiltration into the Ministry of Magic, he opted for brevity. "It's nothing of great importance, merely a sense that the atmosphere in both Britain and the magical community feels somewhat amiss. Let us reserve this discussion until after we've spoken with Saul Croker." At that moment, a witch's voice suddenly resonated, instructing him to state his name and the purpose of his visit to the ministry. The ethereal voice seemed to emanate not from a telephone, but rather directly from the air itself. Harry set down the receiver and, adhering to the plan he had previously devised with M.O. Rand, disguised himself as an American traveler. "My name is Don Cooper, a wizard from the United States. I am here to visit the most powerful magical government in Europe." The receptionist, which appeared unimpressed by flattery, and a badge displaying his name and purpose was dispensed from the telephone booth. The booth began to descend as her monotone voice continued, "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic. Mr. Cooper, please wear your badge and proceed directly to the wand registration area for inspection. The security checkpoint is located at the end of the main hall. During your stay at the ministry, please follow the staff's guidance carefully and refrain from wandering aimlessly. The ministry assumes no responsibility for injuries, disabilities, or deaths resulting from personal circumstances. We wish you a pleasant journey." The telephone booth took approximately 1 minute to descend. As the witch's welcoming statement concluded, Harry was just able to push open the small gate and enter the grand hall. The opulent hall, with its brilliantly polished dark floor, mirrored the ministry as if it were a folded mirror world. Nestled between colossal stone columns was a fireplace connected to the flue network, with flickering flames and bustling passers-by that imparted upon Harry the feeling reminiscent of his first experience in a Muggle airport lounge. Indeed, the wizarding world could be just as crowded. In an effort to appear less conspicuous, Harry endeavored to act in a manner distinct from his usual self, mindful of M.O. Rand's timely reminders. Although he had already consumed an improved version of the Polyjuice potion, he recalled that this summer, Dementors would unexpectedly attack the Muggle neighborhood of Grimmauld Place due to Sirius's escape. Following that incident, both Aurors and staff from the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes had, to varying degrees, encountered Harry under the leadership of Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office. It was imperative that they did not sense any discrepancies. With this thought in mind, Harry immediately adopted a gait entirely different from his usual demeanor. He strolled with his hands in his pockets, his steps light and casual, his gaze wandering aimlessly without a hint of sharpness, transforming into a carefree drifter. The line to the security checkpoint was surprisingly long. Due to Fudge's sudden requisition of a large number of personnel for Hogwarts, the overall efficiency of the ministry was notably slow and chaotic that day. As Harry gazed at the colossal notice board adorned with a peacock blue ceiling and golden symbols, he diverted a portion of his attention to eavesdrop on the conversation between two wizards suspected of having dealings with the Ministry of Magic. What is happening today? I heard that all apparition magic has been prohibited. Who knows? It seems the minister has taken a group to Hogwarts to consult Dumbledore about something. Not sure if it's merely a tempest in a teapot, but what does that have to do with us? We are merely delivering some Muggle supplies. Must we endure this queue like everyone else? And then there's Arthur Weasley, who, despite holding the title of head of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office, possesses no real authority. He can't even manage to let people off the hook. No wonder the name Weasley isn't found among the Sacred 28. Shoo, be cautious. Don't let others overhear you. What is there to fear? The people in the ministry are all aware of the situation. When have you ever seen a pureblood family so impoverished that they resort to entering a raffle in the Daily Prophet? True enough. But I doubt even if I won, that fellow would come out ahead. Time inexorably ticked by, and Harry, now near the fountain of magical brethren, maintained an impassive expression as he listened to the pair's disparaging remarks about Mr. Arthur Weasley. Curiously, the air of age and decay that he had sensed on the streets of London had not dissipated within the ministry, accompanied by the duo's derision. Harry perceived in the resplendent golden statue, rising majestically from the circular pool, an indelible mark of arrogance intrinsic to wizards. Witches, centaurs, goblins, and house elves looked up in adoration at the two wizards standing amongst them. The tallest among them, a resplendent wizard of noble bearing, held his wand aloft, orchestrating cascading jets of water that connected to the centaur's arrows, the goblin's hats, and the house elves' ears. As the birthplace of Merlin and the embodiment of the most potent law enforcement agency in the wizarding world, it was lamentable that the British Ministry of Magic chose not to promote strength to attract talent, instead actively propagating the notions of blood and lineage as dogma. Such decay is truly appalling. Hurry up. Prepare your wands and badges. Don't waste time looking for each one. A wizard clad in a deep blue robe and sporting a scruffy beard bellowed. Before him, a sign reading security check and a metal rod for wand inspection were nearly buried under a pile of parchment. Take this, and your wand back. Ugh, you've taken the wrong one. What do you need my record file for? Seeking to be sent to Azkaban. Upon hearing the increasingly clear voice of the security officer, even the two wizards who had just been mocking Mr. Weasley fell silent. Harry gazed at the 20 or so elevators leading to various parts of the Ministry of Magic behind the grand entrance, swiftly imprinting their internal layout in his mind. Thanks to his previous viewing of Harry's participation in the hearing in Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix, as well as the subsequent journey to the Department of Mysteries, he was now only a step away from identifying the elevator that would convey him to the 9th floor, where he could ultimately locate Saul Croker. There it was. At that moment, a staff member, mistakenly announcing his intended destination while cradling what resembled a Niven snake egg, inadvertently revealed the elevator that descended to the underground 9th level. Simultaneously, after much preparation, Harry crouched down and bellowed, "Ouch! Ouch! Where's the restroom?" Ouch! His not-so-authentic American accent lost its flaw amidst his cries, and all the European wizards, including the security officer, regarded him as a bumbling American rustic. Over by the house elf statue, a well-meaning individual remarked, prompting laughter from the crowd at Harry's retreating figure. Ha 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 ha. Harry, of course, did not experience any discomfort, and as soon as he entered the restroom and confirmed its emptiness, he promptly used apparition. With a sharp crack, a man, whose face bore the unmistakable expression of someone who wished to be left alone, suddenly appeared before the golden barred doorway of the Ministry of Magic's internal lift corridor. The surrounding wizards were taken aback, yet upon witnessing this individual, who appeared unaffected by the restrictions and materialized before them, they instinctively regarded Harry as a member of some confidential department, walking into the lift with the familiarity of a regular patron of the ministry's inner sanctum. Harry adopted the stern demeanor of Professor Snape and furrowed his brow at the individual standing by the buttons. Department of Mysteries, quickly. This caused the wizard to flinch considerably. After promptly illuminating the button marked with the number 9, he swiftly exited the lift. With a whoosh, the metal, intricately designed lift plummeted downward as if in free fall. Various stone walls and colorful magical torches flashing before Harry's eyes. Soon, the light dimmed, and the pitch-black floor and walls, which seemed to swallow the very flames of the torches, came into Harry's view. "We've arrived." As Harry and Mo Ran spoke in unison. Just as they were about to push open the lift's gate, a familiar voice suddenly emerged from the mouth of a red-haired gentleman. "Ha! New faces. I am Arthur Weasley. May I ask who you are?" Arthur Weasley's unexpected appearance initially surprised Harry and Mo Ran. After all, as strangers, it would feel rather awkward for even the most affable person to engage in casual conversation with colleagues they had just met. However, what the two did not anticipate was that, due to an unforeseen circumstance at the Ministry of Magic, Mr. Weasley, who was supposed to participate in the Daily Profits Lottery today, found himself in a predicament of juggling multiple responsibilities. "Mr. Cooper, do you happen to know how much longer it will take to resolve the matters at the Minister's office?" "That's classified." "What? Are you the one from the misuse of Muggle artifacts office, attempting to overstep your bounds?" "Of course not. I, Arthur Weasley," who was just about to step into the lift, said with a hint of embarrassment, "I must admit, with quite a few children at home, living solely on my salary from the ministry can be rather tight. Today is the last day to submit entries for the Daily Profits Galleon Grand Prize, and I have yet to send in my collection card." Both Harry and Mo Ran could discern the pleading tone in Mr. Weasley's portrait. Although they remained oblivious to the specific troubles ensnaring him within the ministry, they understood that if he were unable to attend the drawing for the Galleon Prize, then Black would never glimpse the rat scabbers nestled upon Ron's shoulder in the Daily Prophet held by Fudge. Consequently, all the narratives stemming from Sirius's escape would vanish, altered by the very fabric of the timeline. Surely, this predicament cannot be attributed to our temporal interference, can it? Why do we find ourselves coincidentally entangled in this moment? Reluctantly, Harry accepted the collection card from Mr. Weasley, while in his mind he posed a question to Mo Ran. "Time and fate are exceedingly enigmatic, making it difficult for me to draw any hasty conclusions. However, upon reflection, the atmosphere within the Ministry of Magic seems rather disconcerting. Although it has not descended to the level of sycophantic flattery, it is evident that most employees are far more inclined to associate with affluent families like the Malfoys." "What do you imply?" "The Daily Prophet has always been deeply influenced by the ministry. Can a media institution primarily devoted to disseminating political ideologies truly bestow good fortune upon the Weasley family?" Arthur Weasley, of course, could not fathom the mental exchange occurring between Harry and Mo Ran. When he noticed the complex expression on Don Cooper's face, his heart sank considerably. Just as he believed that this year he would be unable to participate in the Galleon Grand Prize lottery. The unfamiliar man before him took the collection card from his hands. "All right, go about your work. I will ensure this is submitted once I am finished." Mr. Weasley's gaze sharpened with newfound determination. Instinctively, he reached out as if to an old friend, only to suddenly realize that he had just met Mr. Cooper. "Thank you. I am truly grateful. I mean, I understand that my chances of winning may be slim, but with such a splendid opportunity before me, I would regret not seizing it." Well, I shall not intrude any longer. I have numerous reports to write regarding Muggle bombs." At this moment, both Harry and Mo Ran were eager to inquire about the matter of the bomb with Mr. Weasley. However, as they were currently embodying the persona of Don Cooper, who was presumed to be in the know, they had to feign an air of familiarity despite their curiosity. The brief and harmless interlude did not impede Harry's progress toward the time room. After departing from the chamber housing the elevator, only a humble corridor lay between him and the mysterious office's time room. Gazing toward the solid black door at the corridor's end, Harry felt his heart quicken. He wished to avoid making a sound as his shoes met the floor, yet he feared that any hesitation might arouse suspicion. Thus, the short distance of mere steps felt interminable, each moment stretching like an eternity. Creak. Behind the black door lay a circular chamber, cloaked in darkness. Unlike the main hall, which exuded an air of authority and solemnity, the floor, ceiling, and walls of the mysterious office appeared as a bottomless expanse of black water. 12 identical black doors, devoid of markings or handles, seemed embedded in the walls, each separated by a slight distance, dividing the circular room into 12 equal sections. With a sudden whoosh, clusters of blue flames erupted unexpectedly from the walls, casting a cold, dim light that revealed the door behind Harry quietly closing. This abrupt change startled both Harry and Mo Ran. One instinctively placed a finger on the wand at his waist, while the other summoned a silent protective aura around him. Ready for confrontation. No one appeared, and there were no magical traps to be found. The walls of the circular room, as if manipulated by a mischievous poltergeist, began to rotate independently. The lurking danger in the shadows instilled a deeper sense of unease in Harry than facing Voldemort himself. In the next moment, a flame of a hue different from that of the black walls surged upward. Can you use your magical perception to locate the time room? I wish to leave this wretched place. Harry's proposal was precisely what Mo Ran wished to undertake. After advising him to take care of himself, he retracted the black mist and devoted himself wholeheartedly to the task of perceiving the time chamber. The doors sealing each room were constructed by the Ministry of Magic using special materials imbued with enchantments, rendering it nearly impossible for any outsiders, save for those working within, to discern what lay behind each door. However, for Mo Ran, the state of heightened awareness brought on by proximity to the time chamber surpassed any ordinary ability. Gradually retreating, he seemed to have locked onto his target and whispered instructions. When I say go, you will turn and push the door open. Understood. In the darkness, the door, initially blurred by rotation, began to sharpen into focus. Not only the time chamber, but Mo Ran could almost perceive the magical energies concealed within each room through the walls. A square chamber filled with a greenish liquid housing a brain to swim in, a peculiar archway, standing firm in the center of a vast, sunken stone pit without walls for support, a storeroom towering like a cathedral, cluttered with dusty glass orbs. I found it. Listen for my command. Go. Creak. With his attention sharply focused, Harry did not let Mo Ran's efforts go in vain. His agile form slipped into the correct room without even brushing against the edges. A radiant light, reminiscent of diamonds, enveloped everything within the time chamber. Unlike the dark circular room, this space, centered around the exploration of time magic, was adorned with soft, cheerful colors. Just as Harry was about to squint against the brightness, he gasped in recognition of the source of illumination that filled the room. Without Mo Ran needing to provide any introduction, clocks of various sizes were either positioned on the floor or hung between the walls and bookshelves. Countless second hands emitted a rapid and seemingly endless ticking sound, akin to traversing through a marching army of thousands, obscuring both distance and direction, rendering it impossible to discern the beginning or end. How magnificent! Harry blurted out, enveloped by the rich essence of temporal magic, akin to the exhilaration felt by a child from the mountains witnessing a modern city for the first time. Ever since he embarked on his self-directed study of advanced magic 3 summers ago, Harry had come to realize that many spells hailed as sophisticated by wizards were not as esoteric as they claimed. It is no exaggeration to say that, even in the absence of assistance from Headmaster Dumbledore or Professor Snape, he felt confident in mastering any magic aside from the Goblet of Fire. Yet, the magic contained within the Hall of Time was entirely different. It was primal and untamed, as if it were a living, conscious entity that had always existed in this world. This sensation was akin to at a loss for words as he sought to articulate his feelings to Mo Ran. Harry finally grasped why the latter had suddenly developed an affinity for riddles reminiscent of Dumbledore after his own journey through time. It became evident that the so-called time magic had never truly been mastered by wizards. If there truly existed spells capable of manipulating time freely, then the most fundamental would allow time travelers to return to their original temporal points after altering historical events, rather than remaining within the continuum of history waiting for timelines to realign. Moreover, just as with other forms of magic adeptly wielded by wizards, such as restrictions against detection and the inability to alter past events that might lead to misfortune, these limitations ought to have been eliminated. After a brief moment of speechlessness, Harry condensed the multitude of unuttered thoughts swirling within him into a single exclamation. No wonder Headmaster Dumbledore once remarked that the time reversal charm was vastly different from true time manipulation. This was precisely what he meant. Mo Ran, who was supposed to engage in discussion with Harry, was now entirely captivated by a mysterious magical creation radiating the brightest light within the Hall of Time. In the far corner of the room sat a bell-shaped crystal dome, towering to the height of Harry himself. From a distance, many might mistake it for a music box made of crystal, a gift often exchanged by muggles during festive seasons. The crystal dome lacked any markings or hands. It did not resemble the hourglass-shaped time-turner that Hermione used in the films. Aside from a swirling, softly glowing stream of energy within, it contained nothing else. Approach it closely. Following Mo Ran's indication, Harry discovered this uniquely shaped crystal dome amidst the room filled with clocks. However, once he took steps toward the end of the room, he realized that the mysterious glowing stream imprisoned within the dome was, in fact, a small hummingbird. The hummingbird was no larger than an adult's palm, yet this little creature was the fastest flapping bird in nature. As they gazed at the bird within the dome, Its wings now reduced to mere shadows, Harry and Emma Ran instinctively shifted their focus to the bird egg it clutched, glimmering like a precious gem. The task of protecting the egg while ascending was already a formidable challenge, but the situation was further exacerbated by a peculiar microclimate contained within the crystal dome. The closer they approached the summit, the more turbulent winds and torrential raindrops impeded the hummingbird's progress. Having surmised the purpose of the crystal dome, Harry glanced towards the apex, only to confirm that beyond the thick crystalline walls, there was naught but emptiness. A sigh escaped him. If sullying the bird's delicate, beautiful feathers with rain could be deemed cruel, then the inability to uncover the truth of freedom despite successfully ascending with the egg was a heartless fate indeed. Soon, the weary hummingbird succumbed to the tempest above, losing its grip on the egg, which tumbled headfirst to the ground. The sound of impact echoed sharply, marking the demise of the hummingbird, which shattered upon the base of the crystal dome. Harry furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the creature. However, the bizarre scene that unfolded next compelled him to reconsider the underlying meaning of this cruel tableau. The sound produced by the hummingbird's fall coincided with that of the egg shattering, symbolizing the farewell of the old as it intertwined with the proclamation of new life. The fragments of the eggshell cascaded from the air, gradually coalescing until the newly hatched hummingbird stabilized amidst the currents. And the once exhausted bird that had plummeted was once again enveloped within an eggshell. Could it be that they were the same hummingbird ensnared in a cycle of time? A somewhat absurd yet fitting conjecture aligned with the theme of the Hall of Time emerged in Harry and Emma Rand's minds. In stark contrast to the deceased bird now encased once more, the new hummingbird appeared as though sculpted from the same mold, sharing identical dimensions, feather patterns, and demeanor. Significantly, even as it emerged into the world, the fledgling seemed instinctively aware of its purpose, soaring directly to the base of the crystal dome to seize the egg and commence its ascent anew. The creation of a scenario wherein a bird perpetually born and perishing is trapped within a miniature world led to believe it could grasp an unattainable dream, yet is condemned to squander its existence in an endless cycle of time, strikes one as a rather perverse act steeped in dark humor. Emma Rand pondered whether the director had chosen to omit this brutal scene from the film adaptation of Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix either to shield the audience from such cruelty or simply to conserve time and financial resources. However, given his current level of understanding, he quickly discerned the truths concealed beneath the facade of time magic. Long before his journey into this realm, Emma Rand had noted that Ms. J.K. Rowling intentionally depicted the subtle differences between the children of pure-blood families and those of Muggle origins. Due to their early exposure to magic, most Hogwarts students from wizarding families exhibited a lack of caution and even a disregard for danger in their daily lives. For instance, the mischievous antics of the Weasley twins, such as tricking their brother Ron into making an unbreakable vow or burning a hole through his tongue, had crossed Emma Rand's psychological threshold. After all, jokes that inflict harm on others' bodies or threaten their lives can no longer be considered mere jest. The problem lies in the existence of magic in this world. Many disasters that are irrevocable for Muggles can be resolved with a mere flick of a wand for wizards. Over time, even the youngest witches and wizards, newly embraced by the magical community, would become generous and magnanimous after generations of influence. Emma Rand was acutely aware that Ms. J.K. Rowling, as an exceptional author, crafted such a detailed worldview not merely for the sake of fanfare. Her intention in illustrating these disparities was to convey a profound truth. Magic is not omnipotent, whether one is an ordinary individual or a wizard endowed with extraordinary powers. People often achieve significant growth and progress only after recognizing their mistakes. Among various educational methods, the deep, unforgettable pain often leaves the most indelible marks on one's heart. Consequently, the concept of returning to the past remains one of humanity's most cherished desires. However, if humanity truly possessed the ability to revisit the past and alter history, what might the ultimate outcome be? With the opportunity to start anew, all past errors could be effortlessly rectified, rendering the anguish endured utterly valueless and unworthy of remembrance. The inspiring adages of recognizing one's shame to strive for courage and acknowledging one's weaknesses to seek strength could fade into oblivion. Moreover, humanity might gradually lose its inherent courage and drive, becoming ensnared in an endless cycle of repetition, ultimately leading to a loss of self. How intriguing! No wonder you could achieve such feats. A sudden compliment interrupted the thoughts swirling in Harry and Emma Rand's minds. Just as Hermione once appeared unexpectedly in a Hogwarts classroom, a man resembling Professor Dumbledore's photograph emerged from behind a wall composed of clocks. Soul Crook? Harry's tone was relatively polite, yet as an intruder, He was astutely aware to place his hand upon the wand at his waist. "Ah, I am Solcroc," the man replied casually, rolling up his sleeves to reveal an arm adorned with a multitude of watch chains. "However, you are not here to see me. I have yet a few seconds before I return to the present moment. Ah, and you may draw your wand in advance. I recall that I was not particularly pleased to encounter you last time. Until we meet again." Solcroc's figure vanished and reappeared. And before Harry could convey anything alongside M.O. Ran, this newly arrived elder brandished his wand as if he had laid eyes upon an adversary. "How did you enter? How can anyone be here at this time?" Stupefy. Collapsing to the ground, Protago. Shielding. The faint red light emitted from the tip of the wand resembled a punch thrown by a delicate girl, granting Harry the impression that merely standing still and absorbing the blow would not render him unconscious. Fortunately, years of relentless training and the accumulation of practical combat experience had forged a solid instinct for battle. Otherwise, Harry would have suffered greatly from this encounter. "Would you like to converse first?" Before the phrase could fully escape his lips, the initially feeble stunning spell visibly grew heavier and more radiant. "What the hell?" Protago Horribilis. Super shielding boom. Exceptional athleticism and the muscle memory cultivated in the face of formidable foes enabled Harry to deftly evade the impending strike aimed at his left shoulder. Following this, he executed a right roll, reinforcing his previously lackadaisical shield charm. "Do you possess knowledge of any time magic beyond the time reversal spell from childhood?" Solcroc remained silent, equally astonished by Harry's ability to fend off his attack. Yet, rather than engage in dialogue, he seemed intent on subduing the intruder in the time chamber first. Immobulus. Fully immobilized, Expelliarmus. Disarming, boom. Defendo. Severing, Impedimenta. Impediment, crack. Confringo. Explosive blast, Protago Horribilis. Super shielding, Langlock. Tongue-tying charm. After a series of 3 exchanges, having discerned Solcroc's rhythm of attack, Harry seized the opportunity to accurately strike the man's cheek with the tongue-tying charm. Without giving Solcroc a moment to react and cast a counterspell, another incantation was hurled at him. Petrificus Totalis. With a look of astonishment, Solcroc fell rigidly to the ground, reminiscent of Neville being petrified by Hermione in the Harry Potter films. However, to his surprise, instead of crashing to the solid floor, he was gently caught by an invisible force akin to a cushion. "Are you not afraid of shattering everything in the time chamber with such a powerful spell?" Harry, with an expression of displeasure, pointed his wand at Thor Croker, who had indiscriminately engaged him in combat. Although he was unaware of the specific means by which Thor had augmented the spell's potency, the pair found themselves within the confines of the time chamber, allowing him to make a reasonable conjecture. He continued, "Moreover, if I am not mistaken, during your incantation, you did not employ any method to enhance the spell's power. Rather, it felt as though some force had delayed the spell's effects, creating an illusion of frailty in all magic before it struck. Remarkable. It appears you have discovered something beyond the time turner in this chamber." Upon hearing this, Thor Croker, who lay sprawled on the ground, was taken aback. Although his little trick was not yet a source of pride, it was certainly not something an ordinary wizard could easily unravel. Who exactly is this person? Why hasn't he any future version of me returned to assist? Am I destined to perish here today? A barrage of questions flooded Thor's mind, simultaneously bewildering Harry, who was employing legilimency. He inquired of M.O. Ran, "Huh? Did I hear that correctly? What do you mean by other future versions of me? Is it not forbidden for a time turner user to meet themselves?" "I do not know, but we cannot linger here for too long. You might consider employing some special means to question him directly." All right. After a brief exchange with M.O. Ran, Harry no longer concealed the fact that he was intruding upon Thor's mind with magic. He boldly asked, "Your mental shielding is rather lacking, Mr. Croker. I cannot be bothered to engage in further dialogue about many other matters. The most pressing question is, how is it that after using the time turner, you can defy the laws of time travel and allow 2 versions of yourself to meet?" Thor's eyes widened, as if attempting to discern the true identity of the wizard before him. "Stop guessing. This is our first encounter. Moreover, I have no intention of killing you. So the reason your future selves are not here to assist may very well be that we might continue our collaboration in the future. Now, having answered your question, let us return to the crux of the matter. How is it that you can defy the laws of time travel?" As a silent one of the Department of Mysteries, Thor was bound not to disclose the nature of his work or research findings to outsiders. However, his curiosity about Harry's identity stemmed from the fact that he perceived a temporal enigma in Harry that even he could not penetrate. "I have not, in the truest sense, broken this law, at least as far as I know at present. To put it simply, I have merely discovered a method to maximize the potential of the time traveler's powers. Oh, by the way, may I ask if you are from this timeline? The voice within Soul Croc's mind became increasingly coherent, clearly indicating that he had regained his composure. I have utilized the time converter, if that is what you mean. No, you do not understand. There exists an indescribable power within you, one that seemingly surpasses the current wizard's comprehension of temporal magic. If possible, I wish to explore further. At that moment, Ran, having taken control of Harry's body, interrupted. His voice, though indistinguishable from before, resonated with Soul Croc as if an explorer had just beheld a new continent. Such a phenomenon was astonishing. Two souls coexisting within a single body. This was extraordinary. If that were indeed the case, altering the outcomes of fated prophecies or traversing the crevices of time would not be beyond reach. Soul Croc's body, still under the influence of the petrification curse, trembled slightly, his eyes bloodshot from overwhelming excitement, observing the mad scientist's mind beginning to spiral into chaotic thoughts. An impatient Ran swiftly waved his wand, conjuring a chair and a bundle of rope to restrain Soul Croc. He then softly intoned the incantation, Imperio. What are you doing? After a moment of shock, Harry abruptly confronted Ran in his mind. It was evident that the use of an unforgivable curse on Soul Croc was both unexpected and unacceptable to him. We are short on time, and we cannot afford for someone who works in the Hall of Time to know too much about us. At present, we lack a truth serum, and speaking in circles could result in more questions than answers. Rest assured, once this is over, I will employ a forgetfulness charm on him. Ran, who was typically adept at verbal evasion, suddenly paused, his gaze darting anxiously among the myriad clocks. In the next instant, a sensation more intense than his initial experience with apparition engulfed him, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself back at the entrance of the circular room from which he had just emerged. Swish. The time converter from the Malfoy estate was drawn forth by Ran, and upon observing the clock's hands in disarray, he inwardly lamented the unfortunate turn of events. Where had Soul Croc vanished to? Had I inadvertently triggered some teleportation mechanism? No, this sensation. It felt eerily reminiscent of my initial arrival in this world. Clap, clap, clap. The serene applause that interrupted Ran's thoughts came from Soul Croc, who should have been under the influence of the soul-binding curse and unconscious. The old man, in an astonishing display of agility, managed to break free from the binds of multiple control spells within mere seconds, transforming his demeanor to exude warmth as he initiated a conversation. Initially, I believed I had merely misremembered, but it was indeed astonishing to encounter someone as remarkable as him. You would do well to articulate your thoughts clearly. I currently lack both the time and the inclination for riddles. Ah, but you have ample time, trust me. Soul Croc's words sent an inexplicable jolt through Ran's heart. However, his immediate concern was the inexplicable silence of Harry, who should have been conversing with him in his mind. What does it mean to have ample time? And be cautious with your riddles, or I shall not hold back. With a furrowed brow, Ran raised his wand, exerting pressure on Soul Croc while simultaneously calling out in his mind. Harry, are you there? There's no need for such anxiety. In simple terms, you, like me, have fallen into a temporal chasm that does not belong to any particular timeline. Fortunately, your soul is quite extraordinary. You need not remain in this room as I do. I've fallen into a temporal chasm? When did this happen? Precisely when you entered the time chamber, Soul Croc explained with a hint of resignation. You have already utilized the time turner, correct? As a time traveler? Did you truly believe the time chamber was merely a repository for clocks and hourglasses? Have you never pondered why, even in the absence of explicit prohibitions, the possessors of time turners cannot undertake a second journey after returning to the past? Ran's mind raced, devoid of any suspicion towards Dumbledore. He swiftly deduced that the so-called uniqueness of his soul stemmed from his identity as an interdimensional traveler. Is it because I do not belong to this world? No wonder I sense subtle fluctuations of magic after using the time turner. Yet, if Dumbledore deliberately orchestrated my arrival in the time chamber to enter the temporal rift, does this imply that I have a task of greater significance than merely restoring history? What exactly does he wish for me to accomplish? As he pondered, an ancient voice resounded once more in Ran's ears. What I have encountered is a scene where three faces can gaze upon one another. Clearly, your arrival is ill-timed, and the chosen location is far from ideal. The riddle left behind by the former Dark Lord suddenly transformed into a guiding beacon. Whether it was the phrase, I cannot assist you, Star of Salvation. Your fate has already been clearly written. How to choose is for you to decide. or Professor Snape's hint regarding the Ministry of Magic's inquiries at Hogwarts after the holidays. All signs pointed toward Emma Rand's second encounter with Grindelwald. What is the current date? I cannot fathom. After responding to a myriad of inquiries, Solcroc evidently grew somewhat impatient. He rolled up his sleeves, scrutinizing the multitude of dials upon his arms, and made his way to the corner laden with grandfather clocks, where he unearthed a pocket watch and tinkered with it for a moment. Subsequently, he tossed it towards Emma Rand, declaring, "This pocket watch serves as your compass. Once you exit the Hall of Time, it will be your sole guide through the rifts of time." What do you mean? Don't tell me. What should I tell you? You have already entered the time rift. Do you still expect time to be linear? Truly, you are blissfully unaware of your fortune. Do you have any idea how long I have toiling in this room just to remember the moment you arrived in the Hall of Time? Emma Rand glanced down at the pocket watch he had just received, locating the small markers on the dial that indicated the year, month, and day, apart from the conventional hour and minute hands. He then spoke. Nevertheless, having worked in the Hall of Time for so long, you must have made some progress in your research, right? Solcroc was both amused and exasperated, scratching his disheveled hair, and suddenly pointing at Emma Rand, he exclaimed, "Progress? Nonsense. Do you think I have been idly passing the years? Wait a moment. I remember now. You used a soul-snatching curse on me. You little rascal. Do you have any idea how long it took me to recover?" Faced with this unexpected outburst, Emma Rand, aware of his fault, lost the desire to continue the conversation with Solcroc. He raised his arm in a gesture of surrender, preparing to depart through the door behind him. Unbeknownst to him, this very action only served to incite Solcroc's fury further. "You truly are a blockhead," he bellowed, striding to Emma Rand's side and pointing at the door, which resembled a grandfather clock behind a crystal dome. "Go through there, directly to the Hall of Prophecies, regardless of whether you can hear the sounds. Rely on your instincts to retrieve a prophecy sphere from the shelf, and then you must find your own way to leave. Do you have any idea how many years it has been since I stepped out of this room? Moreover, if you truly required my assistance, I ought to be able to see in the meditation basin what you will tell me in the future, rather than merely recalling the trivial incident of the Bureau of Mysterious Affairs losing a prophecy sphere, perhaps due to prolonged exposure to the temporal rift." Solcroc's mental state had become exceedingly unstable. Regardless of how astonishing the information he divulged, it emerged from his lips with an air of casualness, as though it were inadvertently revealed. The sensation was akin to the realization that these secrets held no significant weight. Rather, they were mere trifles mentioned in casual conversation. Emma Rand was acutely aware that this was not the time to become entangled in such trivial details, and thus refrained from engaging in further discourse with Solcroc. However, upon crossing the threshold into the Hall of Prophecies, an unusual stillness enveloped him, as if the entire world had come to a standstill, leaving only the sound of his own breath audible. Was it not excessively quiet? Emma Rand habitually addressed Harry in his mind, yet this time, he was met only with the same profound silence that pervaded the prophecy chamber, as he felt his body gradually encased in a chilling aura. A wave of bittersweet melancholy surged within him, a realization dawning upon him. To inhabit the body of Harry Potter and assume the role of the protagonist in this world is a commonplace trope in many tales of transmigration. Emma Rand could not deny that during his initial sojourn in the magical realm, he had contemplated seizing the opportunity to usurp Harry's identity. Yet, whether due to Harry's inherent goodness or the resonance forged through their shared experiences of hardship, Emma Rand had now relinquished the path of a villainous overlord. Perhaps, by taking Harry's place and leveraging his familiarity with the film's narrative, he could lead a life that was both extraordinary and effortless. However, in doing so, would he not be traversing a path starkly opposed to what was right? With this thought in mind, Emma Rand resolved to act without hesitation. Gazing upon the Hall of Prophecies, which boasted the highest ceiling among all chambers of the Department of Mysteries, he casually retrieved a prophecy orb from the towering shelves, releasing a silent, dark mist. With a crack, the figure cloaked in black reappeared atop the high tower of Nurmengard prison in Austria. "I had thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. I believe we both understand that my arrival here is not for your sake." The voices of Grindelwald and Dumbledore echoed like whispers from a distant valley. Yet, as Dumbledore had indicated, his purpose for visiting Nurmengard today was not to meet Grindelwald. "Good evening." Upon hearing Dumbledore's greeting, Emma Rand softly replied, "Good evening, Headmaster." "Who is he?" "Wait a moment, you Grindelwald," who initially believed Dumbledore was jesting, darkened in countenance upon seeing Emma Rand. In contrast, Emma Rand appeared unfazed by the hostility directed at him as he removed his hood and remarked, "I previously thought that the title of the greatest wizard even when attributed to you, Professor, was somewhat exaggerated. I never anticipated that you would know this at all. When did you come to this realization? Dumbledore blinked, seemingly a tad embarrassed as he remarked, I am rather old, my dear child. You must understand. Many occurrences from over a decade ago have faded from my memory. The mental preparation he had conjured seemed to bear no fruit. For when M.O. Wren heard the phrase over a decade ago uttered from Dumbledore's lips, obscured by his silvery beard, it was as if a gong had been struck within her mind. Indeed, even with a soul possessing the intellect of an adult, how could an infant, unversed in the art of mental occlusion, evade the cognitive probing of the world's greatest wizard? It became clear that from the moment he had cradled Harry at the doorstep of the Dursleys, much of the intelligence he had deemed his closely guarded secret had been preemptively known to Dumbledore. But why? M.O. Wren began, only to be interrupted by Dumbledore, who raised a hand to silence her. Then, reminiscent of his leisurely instruction to Harry in the art of magic, he nonchalantly extracted his old wand from his robes and declared, Let us find a more agreeable location to converse. This place is somewhat uninviting. With a swift motion, the pristine and clear night sky of Austria seemed to unfurl like a canvas forcibly snatched away. Even Grindelwald, once lauded as the Dark Lord, could not discern the magic Dumbledore had employed. In a whirl of motion, the three individuals, who ought to have remained confined within the towering walls of Nurmengard, found themselves standing in the forbidden forest adjacent to Hogwarts Castle. Teleportium, he softly uttered the incantation, before continuing to elucidate. There is no trick to this spatial magic. Provided the caster's magical power exceeds that of the transported objects, it can be executed without physical contact. While it is indeed more challenging than apparition, it carries no risk of disintegration. Ah, right. What were you about to inquire? M.O. Wren, momentarily taken aback as she mentally rehearsed the teleportation spell, glanced at Grindelwald, who had also been extricated from the prison, and asked, Why did you not act sooner? Allowing the past 2 years to unfold as they did? Dumbledore replied with a smile, I had to verify, did I not? I needed to discern whether those memories were merely figments of imagination. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but even after all these years, I remain astounded by your emergence. Grindelwald, bewildered by the encrypted conversation between Dumbledore and M.O. Wren, found himself at a loss. Nonetheless, even if he could hear their discourse, his inherent nature would compel him to interject without hesitation. Apart from his penchant for controlling the situation and voicing his opinions, other factors also influenced his inclination. I do not mind departing Nurmengard for a change of scenery, but if this is merely a lesson between you two, I have no interest in eavesdropping. Do not be hasty. Dumbledore reassured them, saying, Tonight, the protagonist are you two. My role has merely been to facilitate your acquaintance. With that, he sheathed his wand and retrieved from his robes the ring of Marvolo-Gaunt, the locket of Slytherin, and the cup of Hufflepuff. These three extraordinary treasures held little allure for a wizard of Grindelwald's caliber, yet the conspicuous dark sword-like scars upon them undeniably hinted at something amiss. What is the meaning of this? And your hand? In response to their inquiries, Dumbledore raised his aged hand and shook it gently, replying uniformly, this time. I have not succumbed to overwhelming temptation, though even with prior lessons learned, the process remains arduous. Tom Riddle's mastery of dark magic has likely reached unprecedented heights. While Gellert Grindelwald's magical prowess may not rival Dumbledore's, as another dark wizard revered in the magical realm, he could hardly be oblivious to the existence of Horcruxes. After a moment of scrutinizing the three treasures tainted by Voldemort's soul, his demeanor shifted dramatically. How many pieces has that boy divided his soul into? 7, Dumbledore replied candidly. Of course, barring unforeseen circumstances, he likely believes it to be 6. How many have you found thus far? Including these 3, we have destroyed 5 Horcruxes. Without this child, our progress would not have been so smooth. Dumbledore's praise did not elevate Grindelwald's regard for M.O. Wren in the slightest. He slowly shifted his gaze away from the ring, the locket, and the cup, murmuring, I once beheld a scene where 3 faces could gaze upon each other, and I understood that this vision bore no relation to the Savior Star. Yet now, it seems you do not require my prophetic abilities to seek the remaining Horcruxes. What, then, is the purpose of our meeting? Before this chapter concluded, please proceed to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. With a grand gesture, Dumbledore summoned the remnants of the Horcruxes back into his sleeve and stepped between Grindelwald and M.O. Wren, stating, Gellert once successfully foretold the outbreak of the Second World War instigated by the Muggles. In his words, Muggles are arrogant, power-hungry, and brutish. However, since his capture, Many wizards have dismissed these statements as mere incitements to stir the masses, failing to engage in deeper contemplation on the matter. At this juncture, Dumbledore cast a seemingly casual glance at M.O. Rand before continuing. I know Gellert well. His words are indeed highly incendiary, extraordinarily so. His ability to manipulate hearts through language stems from his refusal to cloak the truth with deception. Rather, he artfully conceals his true intentions beneath heartfelt words. He understands that the population of Muggles is on the rise, and he is aware that those who once wielded swords and executed witches by fire have devised weapons that pose a threat to the very lives of wizards. Should the magical realm encounter more individuals akin to Dorcas and Bartholomew, the next major revelation could precipitate a horrific disaster. Dorcas, whose full name is Dorcas Twelvetrees, attended the Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. During a picnic, she fell in love with a young man named Bartholomew Barebone. Bartholomew's ancestors were purifiers who earned their living by hunting down spellcasters and even capturing and executing innocent muggles. For the sake of love, Dorcas revealed many secrets of the magical world to Bartholomew, including the addresses and other specific details of Ilvermorny and the American Magical Congress. After gathering sufficient evidence, Bartholomew stole Dorcas's wand and initiated a misguided massacre he believed to be a righteous purification. Following this, the American Magical Congress enacted the Rappaport Statute, completely isolating the Wizarding Society from the Muggle world and gradually establishing a magical culture distinct from that of Europe. Grindelwald chuckled, albeit reluctantly acknowledging that the person who understood him best and resonated with him the most was none other than Albus Dumbledore. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, "So what? Without the need for prophetic magic, one can foresee your future, a future where you would rather subject your kin to the risks of discovery and execution than embark on that path with me. You have granted Muggles and the world an opportunity, yet, Gellert," Dumbledore spoke solemnly, "fate, time, prophecy, these matters studied by the Department of Mysteries are beyond the control of mere mortals. You have been defeated by the unseen forces of destiny on multiple occasions. You ought to comprehend what is feasible and what is not." Grindelwald fell silent, and it became evident to M.O. Rand that this dark wizard had indeed been swayed by Professor Dumbledore. After a prolonged moment, M.O. Rand retrieved an array of time-turners. Remnants of time-turner parts, the Deathly Hallows pendant, the prophecy orb, and the pocket watch compass gifted by Saul Croker. "Professor," he said, "you too acquired the Slytherin pendant box through a time-turner, did you not?" Dumbledore smiled and nodded, acknowledging M.O. Rand's deduction. "Then everything Harry and I have done, are doing, and have yet to do in recent months has been within your calculations, has it not?" As various magical artifacts gradually floated into the air, Dumbledore sighed and remarked, "There exist numerous legends regarding spirits and deities in this world. Yet, whether it is the tales from the collection of stories by the poet Beadle or the secrets passed down through generations of wizarding families throughout the ages, when wizards in the magical realm have faced misfortune and endured torment, miracles have never occurred. Even beings of the caliber of Merlin have failed to achieve true omniscience and omnipotence, fading into the annals of history. Therefore, no. Many of the occurrences affecting you do not fall within my calculations. Even the version of me that resides within your memories cannot foresee every step with precision." "What do you mean?" "If I am not mistaken, that version of me must have established numerous safeguards for Harry, striving to secure his last shred of hope. Yet, as you already know, the true force that aided him in attaining victory and success has always stemmed from the powers locked away within the Department of Mysteries." Grindelwald, who had remained silent, seemed to slowly grasp the essence of their conversation. His expression shifted from skepticism to a semblance of self-mockery, and gradually, his gaze sharpened as he regarded the figure of Moran, who bore Harry's visage while conversing with Dumbledore. A seemingly implausible conjecture surfaced in Grindelwald's mind. "You mean to say he hails from another?" Dumbledore raised an eyebrow, as if responding to a particularly mundane inquiry. "Indeed, that world is quite fascinating. In a certain sense, we are merely characters existing within the tales of Beadle the Bard." "I refuse to believe it," Grindelwald exclaimed, his cognition profoundly shaken as he waved his arms vehemently, seemingly in denial of the entire notion. "Is it simply because you glimpsed prophecies concerning the future within his memories? How absurd, Albus. If he truly is as you claim, then he must also be fully aware of the truth behind our duel. This chapter is not yet finished. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. What you imply is perplexing. How is it that the Elder Wand belongs to you? Yet the victor of the duel is Professor Dumbledore?" Grindelwald remained silent, yet his demeanor suggested a fierce determination not to relent. Morin understood that he must provide a satisfactory answer today. Regarding how Grindelwald, as the possessor of the Elder Wand, lost to Dumbledore, he had certainly pondered this conundrum. However, whether it was through Draco Malfoy's disarming spell that inadvertently caught Dumbledore off guard, or if Grindelwald had deliberately succumbed due to love, both scenarios appeared exceedingly illogical. The series of Fantastic Beasts films remains incomplete, and even J.K. Rowling, as the author, has yet to unveil significant plot details. Can I truly deduce it all on my own? With a sense of resignation, Emma Rand glanced at Dumbledore, who appeared utterly indifferent, fiddling with the ring of Marvologot. Well, Emma Rand sighed, to be honest, I am not well versed in the tale of the two of you. I have only gathered snippets from hearsay regarding your fateful encounter, and I am aware of how you both, in your attempts to either harm or protect Credence, caused the magical bond to shatter. However, regarding the final duel, I can only offer conjectures and analyses. Upon hearing this, Grindelwald seemed momentarily swayed, but soon his gaze returned to its previous obstinate demeanor. With no other choice, M.O. Rand pressed on with his analysis. When it comes to the study of the Deathly Hallows, Mr. Grindelwald, you may very well possess more knowledge than Professor Dumbledore himself. In fact, during your last meeting with Harry, I pondered how you so swiftly mentioned the name of the Ignatius family descendant, yet had no desire for the invisibility cloak that lay so close at hand. Have you genuinely turned over a new leaf? Or do you simply not care for it at all? In that moment, M.O. Rand's mind began to clarify, connecting the threads of Dumbledore's earlier discourse on fate, time, and prophecy, as well as the narrative surrounding the Elder Wand, which is also referred to as the Wand of Destiny, with a profound understanding of dark magic. An insatiable thirst for power, in the traits of an ambitious individual, it becomes evident that among the three Deathly Hallows, it is the Elder Wand that you, Mr. Grindelwald, covet the most, and indeed, you have pursued it. If that were not the case, there would be no reason for you to refrain from visiting the descendant of the Ignatius family residing in Godric's Hollow. Indeed, Professor Dumbledore wishes to avoid enmity and duel with you, yet you have stated to Voldemort that you have never been the master of the Elder Wand. As M.O. Rand grew increasingly animated, he felt as if he had suddenly unraveled a perplexing mathematical conundrum during his college entrance examinations. Soon, his voice trembled with fervor, and a fervent glow shone in his eyes. Whether the Elder Wand truly grants invincibility, I cannot say, yet it is an absolutely loyal wand. As long as its master is not defeated or slain, it will not acknowledge any other holder, no matter how many times it changes hands. So, what was the purpose of your search for Credence all those years ago? Ah, yes. You foresaw that a silent one would kill the very person you feared most. Professor Dumbledore is aware of this, yet you have persistently misinterpreted it. For that silent one is none other than Ariana Dumbledore, Professor Dumbledore's sister, who was the former master of the Elder Wand. Enough. Let him continue. M.O. Rand appeared oblivious to the voices of Grindelwald and Dumbledore at that moment. He seemed to grasp an elusive thread. The reason Professor Dumbledore hesitated to duel with you was rooted in his unwillingness to confront the grim reality of being his sister's murderer. If he were to defeat you, the possessor of the Elder Wand, he could no longer excuse himself with the notion of chaos obscuring the identity of the wand that cast the fatal spark. And you, Grindelwald, have underestimated the power of love. You perceive Dumbledore as your greatest fear, unwilling to let this bond impede your grand ambitions. Regrettably, in using such a rationale to envision your beloved as an adversary, you ultimately succumb to love. I have said enough. Bang. Within the shadowy confines of the Forbidden Forest, the two centenarians collided as if they were muggles devoid of magic. Perhaps it was the presence of M.O. Rand, who had traversed a temporal rift that allowed them to glimpse their former selves. Scenes of Godric's Hollow and the Boutonese magical election flickered before them, and the two, now graced with silver hair and beards, appeared to be transported back to their youth. After an indeterminate passage of time, Dumbledore spoke first. Do you believe now? This child is more crucial than any savior, bearing a destiny more intricate than that of Aurelius Dumbledore. Thus, I implore your assistance. Gellert, can you grant me this? Grindelwald remained silent, staring intently into Dumbledore's eyes before giving the slightest of nods. A natural seer, Grindelwald, unlike Professor Trelawney who relied on ancestral bloodlines, did not require luck to awaken his prophetic vision. I need a creature of extraordinary magical prowess, not the silent power within you. Furthermore, as you arrived here via a time-turner, it is likely to disrupt my prophetic results. Thus, it would be best if you possessed some sort of artifact to aid my foresight. Conveniently, I have a prophecy ball obtained from the Department of Mysteries. As for the magical creature, if you do not intend to slay it, there is currently a thunderbird awaiting hatching in the Forbidden Forest. As Moran spoke, he tossed the prophecy ball into Grindelwald's hands. He then turned to glance at the aged headmaster, who might have been involved in or even orchestrated the entire affair. I shall not partake in what comes next. Dumbledore replied with a wry smile, but remember to act swiftly, otherwise, in a few days. The Ministry of Magic will not merely be seeking a chat with me at Hogwarts. But then what? What should I do next? To which point in time must I go? How should I proceed? Could you not offer me more guidance? Upon sensing the other party's intention to use apparition, the astute Moran promptly posed every conceivable question. Yet, as anticipated, the elderly man with a white beard responded in riddles. A skilled seer would undoubtedly prove more beneficial to you than I. If ever you find yourself at a loss, well, I presume you already know what I am about to say. Suddenly, the resounding crack of apparition interrupted, leaving Grindelwald momentarily speechless. He had never before witnessed such a cunning sight of Albus. Move swiftly, time is of the essence. Where is the Thunderbird? Before he could mentally berate Dumbledore, Grindelwald urged Moran directly. Though he was not a man prone to indecision, his current impatience was palpable, making it difficult for Moran not to perceive other underlying emotions. To the east, near the lakeside, Moran replied, maintaining his composure while secretly contemplating how to exploit Grindelwald's agitation for his own advantage. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, various enchanting creatures stirred, including perilous species capable of preying on adult wizards, such as the Acromantula. Fortunately, Moran and Harry had already established a notorious reputation here during their first year. Their potent dark magic struck fear into the hearts of the magical beings dwelling within. Otherwise, given Grindelwald's temperament, countless foolish souls would undoubtedly meet their demise tonight, lured by momentary greed. Minutes flew by, and before Moran and Grindelwald could feel the awkwardness of silence, they arrived seamlessly at the Thunderbird's nesting site. Is this magical barrier you're doing? Grindelwald's expression revealed surprise. To his distinct gaze, countless protective enchantments, including iron-bound charms and safeguarding spells, sparkled like the surface of a shimmering lake, reflecting a breathtaking surge of magical energy. Such a grand and intricate array of protective spells could only be executed by elite aurors or professors at magical institutions. An ordinary person would find it impossible. It was Harry who cast the spells. Such high-level magic requires not much effort on my part. Moran appeared oblivious to the acknowledgement of his prowess embedded within Grindelwald's words. Having long regarded extraordinary spellcasting as routine, he chose to acknowledge it with a nonchalant air, which, in turn, piqued Grindelwald's interest. Oh, so. The Savior possesses considerable skill as well. How intriguing. Given this, do you not worry that if you do not act first, one day Harry Potter might seize all your power? Gazed at Grindelwald with a hint of surprise, only to find no trace of jest or mockery upon his countenance. In the next moment, without a flicker of doubt or hesitation, he spoke again. Do you harbor any misconceptions about me or Harry? Not all wizards in this world regard power as the paramount pursuit, Mr. Grindelwald. You have been defeated by such individuals before, so you should grasp this truth. With a graceful chuckle, Grindelwald replied, there are indeed those who possess such enlightenment, yet only the greatest wizard of this century has managed to vanquish me. Surely, you do not believe that Albus has never traversed the path of seeking power? Oh, forgive my lapse. After all, if you genuinely deem power insignificant, then this Thunderbird egg, along with you and I, would not be converging at this moment in the Forbidden Forest. Astounding. Truly astounding. This was initial assessment of Grindelwald after regaining his composure. Unlike Voldemort, who employed terrifying dark magic to intimidate and subdue, Grindelwald, who once turned Europe and America upside down, had always wielded eloquence and charisma as his most formidable weapons. Had he not already witnessed the entire Harry Potter film series and grown alongside young Harry, the seductive whispers of such a demon could easily sway one's inner convictions. No wonder I nearly forgot that you are an extreme idealist. S. tone no longer bore any trace of surprise or anger. Instead, he raised his head with unwavering confidence and met Grindelwald's gaze. What you just articulated evokes the impression that two souls reside within you. Much like that singular eye of yours. Many of your philosophies and pursuits are indeed rational, yet that does not provide you with the justification to wield cruelty, malevolence, and violence. You cannot reconcile these contradictions, can you? Thus, you exist in a state suspended between the two. Grindelwald regarded, a fleeting glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes, quickly vanishing. Perhaps, he said slowly, You may currently perceive that achieving perfection and omniscience is inconsequential, and you may not grapple with your own desires and imperfections. However, the burden you bear may be far heavier than you realize. This is precisely why Albus sought my assistance. At this juncture, he paused, and the prophecy orb that had retrieved from the Department of Mysteries began to emit a series of crisp sounds. Crack, crack, like snowflakes or stardust. Crystalline fragments disintegrated and floated, gradually transforming into a mist-like presence as Grindelwald slowly closed his eyes. With the moonlight reflecting upon the Thunderbird egg, an extraordinary tapestry began to unfurl, a resplendent and ethereal light, akin to the brilliance of the Milky Way, rendered it impossible to discern the nature of the magic at play. Yet one thing remains certain: Grindelwald's prophecy appears utterly disconnected from the temporal journey that M.O. Ran is currently experiencing. The line between the unfathomable and the nonsensical is often but a gossamer veil, however, for M.O. Ran, who has witnessed Grindelwald's formidable powers on screen. It is hard to fathom that one who accurately depicted the horrors of World War II to his followers would offer him a series of bewildering directives. You have failed? No. Rather, it would be more accurate to say that the prophetic magic I wielded this time was the most effortless I have ever executed. Grindelwald's voice bore a hint of weariness, yet his tone conveyed a profound confidence in the outcome of his prophecy. M.O. Ran, confronted with Grindelwald's erratic utterances, felt a sense of uncertainty. He absently drew his wand, and, pointing at the scattered shards of the prophecy ball on the ground, intoned, Reparo. To his surprise, akin to Hermione's initial attempt to summon her broomstick during flying lessons, the multitude of tiny crystal fragments showed no inclination to leap up and coalesce. They remained utterly inert, devoid of even the slightest movement. Domestic magic. Do you truly believe such trivialities could restore the prophecy ball? Grindelwald's tone dripped with sarcasm, perhaps a retort to M.O. Ran's earlier skepticism. He clasped his hands behind his back and sauntered toward the Thunderbird egg, scrutinizing it carefully under M.O. Ran's complex gaze. I have heard from Albus that you and that savior learn at an astonishing pace from textbooks. But have you ever pondered why? Despite seeking out Albus and other professors for tutoring long ago and engaging with advanced magical applications, you continue to struggle to transcend the shackles of superficial knowledge? To characterize M.O. Ran as merely possessing superficial knowledge seems somewhat unjust, given the current standards of the wizarding world. Both he and Harry undoubtedly occupy the apex of the magical hierarchy. However, the speaker possesses the qualifications and authority to make such an assessment, which is why M.O. Ran exhibited no signs of offense or impatience. According to Professor Dumbledore, it is because I have yet to fully master the power of silence. Even when I am separated from Harry, it will remain so. Grindelwald bluntly stated, merely mastering a few advanced spells does not signify an ascent to a higher plane. Magic cannot be solely measured by sheer combat prowess. I once knew a young man well versed in magical creatures, one who could scarcely contend with my wand. Yet because I once viewed magic with the same ignorance as you do now, I repeatedly found myself bested by him. The candid acceptance of failure and acknowledgement of his own shortcomings made Grindelwald seem somewhat unfamiliar to M.O. Ran. He had heard that the director's drastic alterations to Grindelwald in the film adaptation of Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows had sparked considerable dissatisfaction among fans. However, only now did he truly believe that the man before him would never betray Dumbledore or divulge the whereabouts of Voldemort's Elder Wand. You mean Professor Scamander, correct? Has he returned to teach at Hogwarts? No, but Professor Dumbledore once invited him to the castle to tutor Harry, and I was a witness. Grindelwald nodded slightly and continued. In that case, it saves me some trouble. Reflect carefully, aside from those professors specializing in charms and defense against the dark arts. Could not the other instructors at Hogwarts, even if not adept in dueling, showcase their unique talents in a confrontation? Time seemed to rewind to the second semester of the second year, when Tom Riddle, constrained by Lockhart's feeble condition, resorted to vile methods to attack Hogwarts students. The balance of combat was once again disrupted. Although M.O. Ran did not personally experience the subsequent battles, he learned from Harry's memories and descriptions that it was Professor Sprout and Cedric's timely intervention that quelled the direst possibilities in their infancy. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. Could it be that the magical plants cultivated by Professor Sprout bore a striking resemblance to the bowtruckle that Professor Scamander used to capture Grindelwald? Yet, how did this relate to my prophecy? As if hearing the myriad questions swirling in the other's mind, Grindelwald chose not to keep him in suspense any longer. Responding directly, Albus sought my assistance not to guide you through the remaining path on your timeline. Now that you have seen the prophecy, how you choose to proceed in the future is your own concern. As for what I was about to tell you, it concerns no one else. Pestis incendium. The eerie blue flames surged from Grindelwald's being like flowing silk. Contrary to the rigid stereotypes in books and common knowledge, this dark fire, which even dark wizards dared not unleash lightly, danced under Grindelwald's control as gracefully as a docile ragdoll cat. Dark magic is perilous. Yet I firmly believe that magic is devoid of inherent right or wrong. Studying it is akin to the study of herbs, potions, and transfiguration, depending solely on what the wielder chooses to do with it. As Grindelwald spoke, he raised his hand, elegantly commanding the flames to waltz. That rascal Albus has likely never mentioned the talent you possess in the realm of dark magic. However, I can assure you that even a wizard as learned as he has never heard of a silent one capable of silently consuming other dark magical creatures. Could you explain how you achieve this? I have gleaned some knowledge from Voldemort's memories. That fiend can attach fragments of his soul to small creatures, thereby siphoning their life force to sustain his own existence. I have made certain enhancements by utilizing the peculiar characteristics of the Marin. However, do be cautious. Do not set the Forbidden Forest or the Thunderbird eggs ablaze. As Marin spoke, his gaze remained fixated on the flickering flames that danced among the branches, the grass, and the nests of the Thunderbirds, betraying his evident concern. Yet, as the master of the flames, Grindelwald exhibited no such apprehension. Like a conductor guiding an orchestra, he directed the azure flames with his fingers while continuing, "Ah, I see. You are indeed impressive, did you know? The Marin is an extraordinarily potent force. Should a wizard harbor such a dark magical entity within, even the mightiest of souls and bloodlines would eventually succumb to this power, leading them to a fate of desolation and extinguishment. I am aware, which is precisely why I must separate from Harry." "No, you do not comprehend." Grindelwald shook his head. "You underestimate the might of the Marin, as well as your own potential." "What do you mean by that?" "I have witnessed the capabilities of the Marin on more than one occasion, yet compared to the dark power you harbor, their Marin is but child's play. Were it anyone else, they would have been overwhelmed by this vast magical force long before now, unable to survive to this day. That is because Voldemort has endured it all. Once his soul fragments dissipate, one of us must assume this burden between Harry and myself." Marin's voice resonated with a hint of agitation. Even now, he found it challenging to confront the path leading to annihilation. Yet, unexpectedly, Grindelwald presented an opinion starkly opposed to Dumbledore's. "Albus has erred before. He is not infallible. Why do you lack the courage to question him? What has transpired in your life is so extraordinary that it could be described as unprecedented. How can you be certain that this power is a burden rather than a blessing?" Marin could perceive the sincerity in Grindelwald's words. Yet the more he felt an affinity towards him, the more he feared he might be ensnared in a verbal trap. He cautiously inquired, "Do you possess a means to allow the Marin to transcend the limits of mortality?" "I am uncertain." Grindelwald retracted the flames into his hands, responding with gravity, "But I see potential. Much like the cryptic prophecy we just encountered, your being is replete with innumerable possibilities." Grindelwald's words seemed to offer Marin a lifeline. Like all great individuals and martyrs who sacrifice for lofty ideals or others, who among us does not desire to live, unless absolutely compelled otherwise? M.O. Rand swiftly stepped beside Grindelwald, unperturbed by the malevolent aura surrounding them, and inquired, "What is it that you truly desire?" The tense atmosphere did not seem to faze Grindelwald. He cast a glance at the dark magical mist enveloping M.O. Rand and replied nonchalantly, "Do not be so hasty. I have merely observed potential within you. However, should fortune not favor you, there remains a possibility of failure. Yet, if you wish to seize this slender chance, you must dedicate a considerable amount of time to the study of dark magic, akin to the professors at Hogwarts, and endeavor to tread paths uncharted by those before you. I accept. State your terms." Before long, the Forbidden Forest returned to its tranquil state. According to Grindelwald's stipulations, M.O. Rand was required to share a portion of his memories from his previous life in exchange for the extensive knowledge of dark magic that Grindelwald had spent a lifetime acquiring. Such a favorable bargain left M.O. Rand with little reason to refuse. The bustling images of technological marvels, traffic, rockets soaring into the sky, information technology, and hydrogen fusion were conjured through magic and implanted into Grindelwald's mind, showcasing a future Muggle world of remarkable advancement. Perhaps due to his prolonged confinement in Ermengarde, or perhaps because he held Muggles in disdain, Grindelwald felt an unexpected twinge of unease from these vivid scenes. Muggles had accomplished what wizards could not. This simple conclusion intertwined his feelings of denial and acknowledgement, further deepening his admiration for Dumbledore. Since M.O. Rand's departure from the Department of Mysteries, the pocket watch from Salazar Slytherin had quietly begun to tick. However, unlike a conventional timepiece, the hands of this watch, indicating the year, month, day, hours, minutes, and seconds, moved in a counterclockwise direction. Clearly, this device was guiding M.O. Rand through a countdown. Just under 2 days left. What does this signify? M.O. Rand murmured as he gazed at the numbers displayed on the watch. He recalled Grindelwald's repeated reminders that his time was limited. He had not forgotten Solcrox's words about time within the temporal rift not being linear. Yet it was Dumbledore's caution that truly illuminated the ominous implications of the countdown. Otherwise, in just 2 days, the Ministry of Magic would not merely be visiting Hogwarts for a chat. The 2-day span coincided perfectly with the duration of his second journey back in time, but according to the old man's assertions, once he entered the time rift, he could not remain stationary like other time travelers. Could it be? With that thought, M.O. Rand decisively retrieved the Malfoy family's time turner. The faint clicking of its intricate gears seemed to affirm his hypothesis. Unlike the pocket watch in a stable countdown, the time converter at this moment resembled a compass disrupted by a magnetic field, heedlessly allowing all its exquisitely engraved hands to whirl about like headless flies. Witnessing a scene that transcended the understanding of the magical scholarly community filled M.O. Rand with a dual sensation akin to Columbus discovering the New World and Oppenheimer's tension before the atomic bomb test. Drawing a deep breath, he raised his hand with a serious yet resolute expression, twisting the crown in the erroneous clockwise direction. Whoosh! A silvery radiance enveloped the world. As the sun and moon exchanged their diurnal roles in the sky, the scenery of the Forbidden Forest did not retreat. Rather, it surged forward in an accelerated manner. Everything in existence seemed to pale in significance, whether it was the obscure and profound meanings within prophetic visions or the arduous challenges of traversing the interstices of time. All rendered insignificant in comparison to the interplay of light and darkness before him. M.O. Rand was unaware of when he had awakened, until he instinctively glanced at his hands, tightly gripping the time converter, and realized with a start that he was no longer in that indescribable, strange world. A glimmer of light shone through the gray sky, revealing the Forbidden Forest in broad daylight. The air was both damp and cool, reminiscent of an unending fine rain and slanting winds. The grass beneath his feet seemed to have grown a few inches yet drooped listlessly, devoid of vitality. After taking in the surrounding scenery, M.O. Rand recalled the moment his fingers had made contact with the time converter. There were no precise calculations nor intuitive forewarnings. Time had transformed into a torrential river, sweeping him away entirely. Fragments of countless memories flickered before his eyes. His younger self, his deceased parents, and the individuals he had encountered since entering the magical realm. These scenes unfurled like a film in his mind, ultimately converging into an intricate tapestry of interwoven threads. Is this the convergence of world lines and timelines? M.O. Rand murmured instinctively, only to hear a familiar voice echoing through the woods. Woof, woof. The animagus of Sirius, the black dog, was one of the most dreaded creatures in the magical world. Pureblood families like the Weasleys, along with other superstitious wizards, typically recoiled at the misfortune of encountering such a creature. However, M.O. Rand, having traversed from another world, was not naive. Even without having watched Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, he would never relinquish his rationality easily. Without further hesitation, he pulled down his hood to conceal his visage and swiftly made his way toward the source of the sound. Long before his first return to the past, he had imagined countless times how Sirius Black lived in the Forbidden Forest before reuniting with Harry. Yet, what unfolded before his eyes was far beyond his imagination. Damn it! Where did this cursed dog come from? What a misfortune to have such a wretched creature lurking within Hogwarts. Angus Filch, patrolling the Forbidden Forest with a lantern in hand, was drenched in sweat as he cursed vehemently. Even though Sirius Black was still some distance behind, Filch fled with an urgency befitting a dire threat. Logically speaking, as the caretaker of Hogwarts, Filch was entitled to patrol the Forbidden Forest. Yet, with his fondness for cats, foul demeanor, and inability to cast spells, it seemed only fitting that he should be chased to such a pitiful state by a large black dog. Unfortunately for him, the observant M.O. Rand had transformed beyond recognition. Having entered a temporal rift, he could sense the anomalies with an uncanny instinct even without relying on magic. Stupefy, felled into unconsciousness, obliviate, all memory erased. With two swift and piercing sounds, flashes of red and white erupted from M.O. Rand's wand, accurately striking Sirius. In the next moment, faced with the sudden appearance of his masked savior, Philip's facial muscles contorted as if seized by a spasm. Ah, my lord, why not simply eliminate that beast? It could very well belong to some student or teacher at the school. Furthermore, Hogwarts is currently on high alert due to Black. Even the smallest incident could draw the attention of Dementors or Dumbledore. We certainly do not need any unnecessary trouble. My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. The excitement is yet to come. M.O. Rand's voice sounded quite natural, yet he had merely seen through D.B. Cooper's disguise as Magus. In the face of a man already wary of the soul-sucking charm, his best strategy was to play along with the topic initiated by the other. Indeed, hearing M.O. Rand's impeccably crafted rhetoric, D.B. Cooper failed to detect anything amiss. He rubbed his features, which had just reverted to their original form, and remarked, "Ah, as expected, your foresight is most commendable. I am ashamed. If it weren't for your timely intervention, I would have had to draw my wand. Yet, I truly did not anticipate. The Dark Lord has even infiltrated Hogwarts with his spies." M.O. Rand scoffed and admonished in a stern tone, "Cease your irrelevant prattling. The Dark Lord has no need for sycophantic servants. If you wish to employ your necromantic puppetry, ensure you fulfill your responsibilities first." "Of course, D.B." Cooper quickly replied. "During my recent days at Hogwarts, I discovered that a girl named Hermione Granger is quite close to Harry Potter. I was thinking that if I could seize the opportunity to assume her appearance, I might procure a sample of Potter's blood." The mention of Potter's blood immediately enlightened M.O. Rand to the circumstances surrounding D.B. Cooper's arrival at Hogwarts. Without further contemplation, he displayed the demeanor befitting a seasoned Death Eater. "Excellent. The Dark Lord shall not neglect anyone who aids him. However, it is imperative to remember that the boy's fate can only be sealed by the Dark Lord himself. One must not act recklessly out of a desire to earn merit." Upon hearing this, D.B. Cooper eagerly nodded and complied. Of course. Of course. However, there is Dumbledore in Hogwarts, should he detect any irregularities. With my meager abilities, I would be unable to deliver Potter's blood. M.O. Rand, not truly a Death Eater, felt no need to internally chastise D.B. Cooper as a cunning fox. On the contrary, he was rather pleased that the other party would voice such concerns. He waved his hand and said, "No matter. In due time, I shall provide you with the time turner. Once you obtain Potter's blood, you can return to the past and escape ahead of time. Thus, even if Dumbledore were to discover anything, it would not alter what has already transpired." D.B. Cooper beamed with delight, though at that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that this seemingly flawless escape route was, in reality, a dead end leading to the underworld. The meeting between the Death Eaters did not last long. One was hastily gathering Harry's blood to pledge allegiance to Voldemort, while the other was in urgent need of proceeding to the next destination and time. Soon, the Forbidden Forest was left with only the unconscious, memory-erased large black dog. The cold wind howled, and by the time Sirius Black awoke, night had already fallen. The cotton-like weakness beneath his feet startled him into sudden consciousness. Without the luxury of thoroughly assessing his physical condition, he struggled to rise. What is happening? Was I not still in my animagus form? Why do I feel as though I have a hangover in human form? With alarm bells ringing in his mind, Sirius moved swiftly. Despite his unsteady gait, he immediately sought refuge behind a suitable tree root and began to scout the area. The rustling of leaves and branches in the night breeze accentuated the eerie silence enveloping the Forbidden Forest. In this place, there are neither Dementors soaring through the air nor Aurors brandishing wands in search of foes. Only the once overcast sky, now finally revealing its clarity after a day shrouded in gloom. After confirming his surroundings countless times, the large black dog, previously focused, once again collapsed against the trunk of a tree, under the influence of both the stunning spell and the oblivion charm. Sirius Black found himself struggling to recall the reasons for his presence in the Forbidden Forest, ensnared by dark magic. These spells had effectively transported his memories back to a night many years prior. Once upon a time, beneath the same starry sky, the great black dog was accompanied by the figures of Moony, Wormtail, and Prongs. Why did memories of the Marauder's adventures in the castle resurface? Sirius shook his head vigorously, as if attempting to cast aside all recollections of Peter. He wished to harbor no sentiments for that scoundrel. At this moment, nothing mattered more than avenging himself on James and Lily. Soon, warm memories morphed into a wellspring of fury. Just as Sirius wrestled with the decision of whether to venture into Hogwarts tonight to confront that rat, a ginger cat appeared before him. Meow. Woof. Meow. Meow. Woof. The moon hung full, the stars shone bright, and the guidance of fate remained enigmatic. No one could decipher the exchange between the two creatures in their respective tongues. Yet it was evident that the young wizards at Hogwarts would not be disturbed by the presence of a fugitive in the castle that night. The direction taken by the cat and dog led them to the dilapidated Shrieking Shack. Meanwhile, back near Thunderbird's lair, Emma ran, unaware that his actions had unwittingly guided Sirius toward Remus. Since parting ways with D.B. Cooper, his focus had been unwaveringly fixed upon the Time Turner. Young Master. There is more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The excitement only intensifies. Observing the rapidly spinning hands of the device, Emma furrowed his brow. According to plan, he needed to locate a counterfeit Time Turner to ensnare D.B. Cooper, or at the very least, tamper with the original to recreate Hermione's tragic demise in the annals of history. However, the specifics of his approach remained elusive. Should he first return to the past to consult Professor Snape? With his assistance, concocting the potion would undoubtedly be far simpler, or should he first procure the basilisk's fangs? Before Mo Rand could analyze the situation, he felt a distinct tremor beneath his fingers pressed against the crown of the watch. In the next moment, without any manual intervention, the time converter began to rotate spontaneously. The tranquil shadows of the evening lingered as the world shifted through the cycles of autumn. When all light and lines returned to the formless void, the once serene forbidden forest suddenly turned unnaturally cold. A biting wind howled fiercely, as if determined to erase all that was beautiful from existence. Without the luxury of discerning what the future held, Mo Rand instinctively transformed into his complete form, joining the ranks to confront the encroaching darkness. Amidst the cacophony of thunder and the sparks of spells, a swirling mass of black mist emerged, startling the professors. Professor McGonagall, preoccupied with directing the tabby cat Patronus, hastily inquired of Professor Lupin, "What kind of magic is that? Who has cast it?" "Uncertain." Lupin remarked that the entity resembled a dark magical creature more than a mere spell. "Severus, what do you think?" Caught off guard by his old adversary's mention, Snape refrained from answering. Due to unforeseen circumstances, though capable of conjuring a Patronus, he did not summon a stag like the other professors. With an expression of displeasure, he flicked his wand and retorted, "As far as I am aware, I am not the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. If you wish to retain your position next semester, I suggest you demonstrate a greater depth of knowledge. Lest." "Enough of your bickering," McGonagall interjected, her voice tinged with exasperation. "Severus, you are a teacher, and given the gravity of the situation, are you not the least bit concerned?" Her words silenced the gathering. As the atmosphere grew tense, as the deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, McGonagall was keen to avoid any discord among the faculty at such a critical juncture. However, she remained unaware that Snape, as a double agent, was not easily swayed by emotions. In most instances, his outwardly defiant demeanor was merely a faade, a blend of truth and pretense, especially when matters concerning Lily were not at stake. "Professors, let us first use our patron uses to drive the Dementors out of the castle, directing them as much as possible towards the Forbidden Forest. Ron, take Ginny, George, and Fred to find Madame Pomfrey. She cannot handle all that chocolate alone. Hermione, don this invisibility cloak and fetch Hagrid to summon the Thestrals. Dementors affect only humans severely, while magical creatures are not afraid of such monsters. All other students, please follow your house prefects back to your common rooms." Harry's exuberant voice shone like a beacon of light in the darkness, instantly easing the furrowed brow of the headmaster. As Professor McGonagall gazed upon the new generation of young wizards, who had grown into such remarkable individuals, warmth filled her heart. This positive emotion naturally transformed into a belief that resonated with the Patronus she summoned. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the once diminutive tabby cat leapt to a height of nearly half a man, launching itself fiercely toward the direction of the Dementors. The escalating struggle made it seem as though everyone had forgotten the ominous black mist that had mysteriously appeared in the Forbidden Forest moments earlier. Moreover, they could scarcely fathom that Harry's calm and collected command was merely a ruse to draw their attention. The Patronus is a profound manifestation of one's innermost self. A sophisticated spell indeed. As Dumbledore once articulated, the Patronus charm, unique to each wizard, not only serves to repel Dementors, but can also be employed to convey messages. Thus, even though Morwen could not conjure a Patronus at that moment, he could still utilize Harry's shared body to transmit memories. With a hum. As the silvery stag traversed through layers of black mist, Morin felt as though he had entered a pensive, witnessing the entirety of his studies in Grindelwald's dark magic. In mere moments, spells like fiend fire, divination, and even the long-studied subjects of Morwen's research with Grindelwald seemed to transform into tricks that he was innately proficient in. A wealth of intricate and profound knowledge returned to its rightful place, like lost items finding their way home. The thick black mist began to bubble ominously. Dementors are perilous and loathsome entities, known for their ability to drain joy and souls. Since their discovery, they had quickly become abhorrent creatures despised by wizards of both light and dark. Even more detestable was the scarcity of effective means to combat them. Even the simplest and most effective Patronus charm transcended the level of the NEWTs for advanced wizarding examinations. Fortunately, Hogwarts, as the pinnacle of magical education, boasted an array of exceptionally skilled professors. While 100 Dementors rampaging simultaneously could bring Azkaban to a standstill, they would never conquer a castle that had withstood for over a millennium. In just 10 minutes, the black-robed monstrosities, capable of leaving muggles with lifelong psychological scars, were driven back like sardines to the skies above the Forbidden Forest. No need for further pursuit. Just drive them out of the castle, Harry shouted, standing among a multitude of professors. Now, in his third consecutive year of significant involvement in major events, he had fully transcended the role of a mere student. Even the notoriously strict McGonagall and Snape acknowledged his prowess as an elite wizard capable of guarding the castle's perimeter alongside them. However, just as the professors were preparing to follow Harry's suggestion, R.J. Lupin, who had always shown favoritism towards Gryffindor, presented an opposing view. Harry, this is unwise. The Forbidden Forest is far too close to the castle. For so many students, encountering a ravenous Dementor would be akin to a cakewalk. We must drive them further away. The thunderous sounds accompanied by the piercing cries of the hawk accentuated Lupin's words, rendering them more resolute and solemn. Sprout and Flitwick, who found merit in his argument, turned to him in agreement, lacking expertise in the defense against the dark arts. These professors preferred to heed the counsel of seasoned wizards to ensure the utmost safety of their students. In the next moment, before Harry could articulate further, a black mist, initially dismissed as peculiar clouds, abruptly dispersed like a spider's web. The sharp spikes, reminiscent of tools that could shatter mountains, struck the isolated Dementors with uncanny precision. A sudden alarm blared in McGonagall's mind. How could she have overlooked the strange black cloud she had previously observed? Flagrate, with her incantation. The distinctive sounds of house elves using apparition resonated. Yet, aside from Harry, most present instinctively interpreted the noise as mere thunder. As the black light flickered, the world regained clarity. Madame Hooch, who had been struggling to maintain her composure, was the first to notice the change in the sky. Where have all the Dementors gone? Simultaneously, hundreds of miles away, a darkness deeper than the clouds coalesced, gathering a multitude of Dementors upon the ocean's surface. Sensing the familiar presence of Azkaban beneath, the Dementors, forcibly summoned, momentarily froze in confusion. Before they could flee, a suffocating aura of dark magic, reminiscent of an ancient abyss, ensnared them. Obscure Devoral. The black web, akin to a powerful adhesive trapping a mouse, bound the fleeing Dementors tightly. As the incantation echoed, all prey were mercilessly drawn into the swirling vortex. An ominous phenomenon foretold significant events. The despairing aura that suddenly spread from above Azkaban not only startled the wizard guard stationed there, but also compelled the stationed Dementors to hold their breath in apprehension. Good heavens, what is that abominable thing? Don't just stand there. Contact the Ministry of Magic at once. This is dire. The Dementors are in disarray. Someone is attempting a prison break. The cacophony of shouts drew the attention of the inmates confined within Azkaban, compelling them to gather by the iron bars to witness the unfolding spectacle. Most of them, tormented by Dementors on a daily basis, felt a profound sense of vindication at the sight of those shadowy figures suffering, despite being unaware of the events transpiring above. Dispatch those cursed beings. Aha. Who would have thought I would live to see someone send them to hell? High above, the enigmatic figure of Moran, impervious to the sounds of guards and prisoners alike beyond the prison's brick walls, drew upon the legacy of Grindelwald. Through his self-crafted oblivion curse, he sensed the tumultuous emotions of the Dementors. Traditionally perceived as soulless, these dark creatures had remained an enigma even to Professor Newt Scamander, who had never comprehended their peculiar traits. They were drawn to human joy, capable of communication with wizards, and their origins remained a mystery. With no known instances of their eradication, Moran, who had not devoted much attention to the study of magical creatures, felt a burgeoning confidence that by the end of the night, he would emerge as the world's foremost expert on Dementors. Panic, astonishment, confusion of these emotions, foreign to the minds of Dementors, began to surface one after another, revealing their true nature. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting tale. Devoid of natural enemies and accustomed to preying upon wizards unable to conjure a Patronus, the Dementors were not mere entities driven solely by primal hunger. They possessed a complex psyche. Upon sensing a threat to their existence, they exhibited a loss of control akin to that of the first-year students at Hogwarts. In an instant, an eerie atmosphere composed of negative emotions enveloped the skies over Azkaban. You shall not escape. The constricted black web expanded once more at Moran's thunderous command, before the remaining Dementors could receive the signal to flee from their companions. They too were lifted into the air with the swiftness of an eagle grasping a chick. Ha! You wretched creatures, see this? My master has come to rescue me. He is not dead. He is not dead. Bellatrix Lestrange shouted frantically, shaking the iron bars like a madwoman. Having once witnessed the full might of Voldemort, she instinctively recognized Moran as the Dark Lord returned. Get back. Remove your hands from the bars, or do not blame me for the consequences. Try it, you filthy scum. Those who torment my master's followers shall ultimately face a fate worse than death. Soon, all the suffering we endured shall be repaid tenfold to you. Stupefy. With a heavy thud, Bellatrix's body collided with the stone wall behind her, falling silent. Yet, the commotion she had stirred could not be easily quelled. Gazing at the dark crimson veins stretching across the sky as if emanating from a colossal heart, both Death Eaters and prisoners incarcerated for various crimes donned expressions of fervent zeal. Long live Lord Voldemort! Long live Lord Voldemort! Amidst the resounding cheers, Moran had already entered the pivotal phase of casting the Oblivion Curse. Contrary to the principle of utilizing joyful and happy memories as positive emotions, the Oblivion Curse, born from dark magic, siphoned painful emotions to transform them into one's own power. Without any forewarning, an overwhelming urge akin to the sadistic impulses of Hannibal Lecter, Jason Voorhees, and Michael Myers flooded Moran's heart. In his eyes, draining one soul after another bound by his tentacles brought him more exhilaration and relief than bursting a myriad of bubble wraps. The sound of immense magical energy gathering resonated like a heavy blood-pumping apparatus. Each time a drained Dementor turned to ash, the black mist in the sky visibly contracted. Time passed unmeasured until the skies above Azkaban regained their tranquility, and the once massive black cloud had shrunk to the size of a solitary figure. Could that truly be the Dark Lord? Why do I feel that the madwoman was merely spouting nonsense? Hush. Keep your voice down, if you wish to court death. Do not drag others with you. A chorus of questioning voices arose from various prisoners' cells. Unlike the fervent Death Eaters, most dark wizards had only heard of Voldemort's infamous name and had never witnessed the Dark Lord's prowess. Thus, even as they hoped to escape alongside Bellatrix, a sliver of rationality remained within them. I suggest you all conserve your strength. An elderly man, his hair entirely white and who had not once leaned towards the iron bars to join in the excitement, finally spoke. His voice, as if worn down by something coarse, was discomforting to hear. Old man? What do you mean by that? Upon hearing the inquiry from a young muggle in the adjacent cell, the elder chuckled softly before casting forth a question that left everyone in stunned silence. Hee, young one. Do you truly believe that if the mysterious one were to appear, you could simply walk away without pledging your allegiance? The old man's voice was not loud, yet for reasons unknown, it resonated clearly throughout the prison, and as he spoke, the cacophony within Azkaban gradually subsided. Damn it, the old man makes a valid point. I merely smuggled a few Niven serpent eggs and will be out in a few months. I shall not involve myself in this turmoil. Regardless, the enigmatic figure remains excessively extreme. I possess no remarkable abilities. Surely, that esteemed individual would not trouble me. Good heavens. Perhaps it is best for me to remain quietly in my place. Observing the young men returning from the fence to their iron beds, a faint smile seemed to grace the lips of the elder. He slowly rose, moving towards the shadows cast by the moonlight filtering into the cell, and then fell into complete silence. The fellow Death Eater, Antonin Dolohov, was momentarily taken aback. Unlike Bellatrix, whose thoughts were more overt, he had sensed something amiss with the elder from the very beginning. Yet, curiously, after a decade in Azkaban, he still could not recognize the man's face. Damn it. Who could that person possibly be? Dolahov's pale visage began to contort with confusion. Once having sought the arcane arts of dark magic by aligning himself with Voldemort, he initially believed that the phenomenon in the sky was conjured by his master. However, as the Dementors vanished one by one, an inexplicable sense of dread began to burgeon within him. Just as Dolahov pondered this perplexity, an odd sound resonated through the sky, followed by a collective gasp of astonishment from the depths of Azkaban. A magical display, akin to the auroras, filled the heavens. The resplendent light illuminating every cloud while reshaping the inmates' understanding of power. At this moment, M.O. Ran remained suspended in the air and through the thick black mist. He sensed a familiar presence guiding him. Gradually, the tumultuous magical energy, previously in chaotic upheaval, began to show signs of tranquility. Strictly speaking, the technique of controlling magical energy is often regarded as a complex or challenging subject for most wizards. In the realm of Harry Potter, magical ability is primarily augmented with age, coupled with the rarity of prodigious talent in the magical community. Mastery over one's own magical energy is typically perceived as a mundane skill, scarcely worthy of discussion. M.O. Ran had long believed he had a commendable grasp of his magical control. Yet it was only at this moment that he realized the source of this illusion lay in his choice of comparative standards. No matter how tempestuous the waves raised by a torrential downpour may be, they ultimately remain surface phenomena. If I aspire to reach the heights of Dumbledore and his ilk, I must delve deep into the oceanic trenches. The moment of transformation often occurs in an instant. Once the seeds of enlightenment are sown, one can undergo a remarkable metamorphosis at astonishing speed. The agitated black mist dissipated under the calming embrace of the white aurora. There were no violent explosions nor resounding booms. M.O. Ran, already causing chaos within the Ministry of Magic, revealed his true form amidst the tranquil air. Subsequently, before the inhabitants of Azkaban could comprehend the unfolding events, he had already materialized atop a rocky formation several miles away. The sound of his apparition resonated with a distinct pop, eliciting a look of profound satisfaction from Dumbledore, who awaited him on the rocks. Everything mirrored the ambience of the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. This venerable educator was never one to withhold his words of praise. Remarkable, he gently remarked. To this day, you have unequivocally surpassed my accomplishments in the realm of magic. Upon hearing such words, the modest and circumspect M.O. Ran hastily shook his head in response. Professor, that is far too extravagant a claim. I have merely taken my first step towards your esteemed level. How could I possibly have surpassed it? Dumbledore raised his hand in a placating gesture and patiently elucidated. Achievement refers to the goals one accomplishes and the endeavors one undertakes, and it need not be measured by magical prowess or status. Since you have accomplished what I could never achieve, you have indeed surpassed me. Moreover, even if we consider merely the magic you recently wielded, which could utterly eradicate a Dementor, you would already be worthy of a third-class Merlin Award. Cough. Though I would prefer you did not earn it in such a manner. As Dumbledore spoke, he gradually made his way to the edge of the rocks. Beneath a canopy of ominous clouds, the dark, tumultuous waves reflected not a glimmer of starlight. Gazing at the relentless surges below, M.O. Ran perceived the additional purpose behind the headmaster's previous visits with Potter to practice the Patronus charm in this very location. Are you asking me to accompany you to retrieve Slytherin's locket? In response to M.O. Ran's inquiry, Dumbledore no longer feigned ignorance as he often did. He gazed into the distance and explained, Tom is a self-important child. Though he masked his inherent disdain for everything with charm and exemplary grades during his time at school, he never genuinely regarded anyone as a friend. To him, his Hogwarts classmates were nothing more than inconsequential beings, unless they held some status or could offer him assistance in certain respects. This fact has proven advantageous for us. So, Voldemort deliberately sought after those precious artifacts while creating Horcruxes. The exchange of ideas between intelligent minds often circumvents much trouble. Recognizing that M.O. Ran had grasped his line of thought, Dumbledore continued, indeed, to some extent. Had he not insisted on choosing items of historical significance and commemorative value as Horcruxes, our quest for them would have spanned countless years. Tom believed that only magical creations of the Founder's caliber were worthy of harboring his soul. Thus, after he orchestrated the death of Moaning Myrtle with the basilisk and successfully experimented with his diary, he ceased using ordinary objects to create Horcruxes. In retrospect, when he returned to Hogwarts expressing his desire to become the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, it was not merely a clever ruse to conceal the diadem within the Room of Requirement. It is quite plausible that he sought to obtain the Sword of Gryffindor. Long before his journey through time, Mo Ran had envisioned casting a Horcrux into the depths of the ocean. Thus, upon hearing Dumbledore's astute understanding of Voldemort's psyche, he couldn't help but marvel at the intricate designs of fate. "Let us proceed." Dumbledore extended an arm, stating, "You may have witnessed the appearance of seaside caves, yet you remain unaware of their exact location. But I must remind you, despite your considerable enhancement of abilities, once we arrive, it is imperative that you heed my instructions. Underestimating Voldemort's magical prowess is a grave error that no one should commit. Not even if I were to instruct you to abandon me for your own safety. I assure you, Professor," Mo Ran replied, placing his hand upon Dumbledore's sleeve with confidence. "I do not believe we shall find ourselves in such a predicament." As the briny scent of seaweed mingled with the tang of salt, an ominous aura of death suddenly enveloped them, and they were transported to the entrance of the cave where Voldemort concealed his Horcrux. Unlike the desolate island that housed Azkaban, this barren expanse revealed no signs of life. The steep, black cliffs offered no respite for weeds or trees, and even the sand could not accumulate here. The biting sea breeze relentlessly whipped around them, causing their dark and silver robes to rustle audibly, gazing into the cavern that gaped like the maw of a ferocious beast. Dumbledore, seemingly unfazed, inquired of Mo Ran, "What do you think of this place?" "Huh?" Mo Ran was momentarily taken aback. To him, Dumbledore's tone sounded as if he were asking whether this was an ideal spot for a vacation or a picnic. "I can only say it embodies Voldemort's style. But if I may be frank, the Slytherin locket is currently—" "I know what you're about to say, my child," Dumbledore interrupted gently, placing a reassuring hand on Mo Ran's shoulder. "Thanks to you, I have uncovered that Regulus Arcturus Black had stolen the Slytherin locket back in 1979. And I am well aware of what we shall confront upon entering this cave." "Then why do we venture here?" Mo Ran questioned. "Voldemort's preparations for Dominion extend far beyond mere Horcruxes. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but I initially had no knowledge of how he lured his peers from the orphanage to this very place during his childhood." The expression on Mo Ran's face was quite remarkable. He was aware that Voldemort had concealed his Horcruxes in this location. Yet he had never contemplated the grave implications had Dumbledore not intervened to eliminate them in the original narrative. The addition of hundreds of dark magical corpses to the battlefield of Hogwarts in the 7th installment could lead to significantly heightened casualties, or even alter the outcome entirely. Had he left the bodies of those he had slain over the years here? In response to Mo Ran's inquiry, Dumbledore did not withhold the truth. He replied, "I believe so. The study of dark magic invariably necessitates acts of murder. Voldemort has successfully crafted Horcruxes since his time at school, and the souls that have perished beneath his wand over the decades are likely beyond reckoning. However, it is paramount that we make him believe his schemes are succeeding, for only then can we hope to vanquish him in one fell swoop." "One fell swoop?" Mo Ran appeared somewhat perplexed by Dumbledore's meaning. "The creation of Horcruxes does not strip one of reason. It is only through their destruction that Voldemort's soul would be irrevocably damaged, plunging him into madness. I suspect he devised a plan to eliminate me through the use of Horcruxes long before he cursed the ring of the Gaunt family." As he spoke, Dumbledore produced the ancient ring, adorned with the resurrection stone, from his pocket. "He is astute and knows me well. Were it not for your unforeseen presence, I would have undoubtedly donned it without hesitation upon seeing it. Ah, the Hallows, a dream for the desperate, a bait for the foolish. I do not fear death, yet were I not so foolish, I could have saved many more innocent lives." Dumbledore took several deep breaths as he uttered these words. He then gazed at the Gaunt family ring, resting quietly between his slender fingers, and echoed words he had once shared with Harry. "This time, I chose not to pursue the dream of conquering death. In lieu of pitying the dead, we ought to extend our compassion to the living. If I could ensure fewer souls were lost and fewer families torn apart, you have already accomplished that," Mo Ran asserted with unwavering certainty. Dumbledore paused momentarily, his blue eyes seemingly glistening for an instant before returning to their usual demeanor. "Very well, your time is limited. This is not the moment for idle chatter." Stowing the ring away, Dumbledore resumed his characteristic cunning expression and remarked, "I had intended to swim across. But now that you have succeeded, you wouldn't mind giving this old man a lift, would you?" The entrance to the cavern concealing Voldemort's Horcruxes resembled a funnel. Before Mo Ran could carry Dumbledore far into the depths, the walls of rock on either side began to close in. Snap! Lumos! The movements of the two individuals descending onto the stone steps were impeccably synchronized. They first drew their wands in unison, then simultaneously illuminated the dark cavern with the luminescent spell. "Can you sense it? This place has once witnessed magic." Dumbledore's brief reminder allowed Mo Ran to immediately perceive the faint remnants of magical energy in the environment. unlike the natural obstacles formed by nature. The structure here bore a closer resemblance to magical traps. Indeed, I can feel it. The entrance lies in that direction. Imoran gestured toward what appeared to be a dead end ahead, then transformed the luminescent spell into a hovering orb of light that shot forward, demonstrating the prowess of a skilled wizard. Dumbledore nodded imperceptibly. He understood that had it been the Ministry's Aurors or lesser wizards who ventured here, they would have likely left the place in chaos, surrounded by billowing smoke and flickering lights, perhaps returning in a state of dismay after a cacophony of failed attempts. Very well, my child, allow me to take over from here. Accompanied by Dumbledore's gentle voice, a silver light flashed, followed by his crimson blood slowly levitating into the air. Imoran was acutely aware that this was not the time for pleasantries, seeing Dumbledore sacrifice his own blood. He swiftly directed his wand toward the designated spot on the rock. The magical mechanism responding to the blood sacrifice of the visitor gradually emitted a dazzling white light. And after a series of clicking sounds, the outline of an archway truly transformed into an entrance leading into the profound cavern. As the headmaster, I cannot permit my students to make sacrifices on my behalf. However, to be candid, such a cost is rather trivial. Dumbledore did not disguise the disdain and disappointment in his tone as he spoke, simultaneously tracing the tip of his wand across the wound on his arm. This action caused Imoran, who had seen Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, to feel a twinge of concern. There are far more perilous elements within the cavern, headmaster. If Voldemort has indeed set traps for you as you suggested, perhaps I should shoulder a greater burden. Dumbledore did not refute Imoran's words. He smiled as he glanced at his unblemished arm and strode directly through the archway. Upon crossing the magical threshold, a scene both eerie and beautiful unfolded before Imoran's eyes. Along the shores of the profound, tranquil Black Lake, as if time itself had stilled, the light emitted by the luminescent spell began to gradually dim. Dumbledore curiously surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze on the distant island at the center of the lake. Observing the cavern's ceiling, Imoran hesitated. The stone walls here seemed to have been cast with a non-detectable extension charm, very subtle. Yet they indeed appear excessively wide. I believe so, Dumbledore replied. Dumbledore nodded in agreement with Imoran's assertion. The darkness here was denser and more oppressive. If I am not mistaken, it must be the dark magic associated with death that significantly diminishes the penetration of light. Having inherited Grindelwald's dark magic legacy, Imoran could comprehend Dumbledore's subtle hints and gradually withdrew his gaze from above, directing it instead toward the center of the lake, where a mysterious green light flickered. Should I attempt to fly over? He inquired. I fear that would be unwise, Dumbledore replied, dismissing Imoran's suggestion. Although this cavern regards you as a sort of dark magical being, the entity concealed beneath the lake will not refrain from attacking you. In truth, the simplest method of overcoming an adversary often lies in following their thought process, allowing them to feel a sense of control over the situation. The cave gradually fell silent once more, as the footsteps of the old and young echoed softly against the narrow rocky path by the lake, producing muted sounds. Imoran then realized that not only light but even sound seemed to be muffled in this cavern, as if enveloped in a thick blanket. Much like the negative decibel rooms engineered by Muggles, excessive silence often evokes feelings of oppression and unease. However, for Imoran, who bore a latent magical prowess and pursued the study of dark magic, the special barrier established by Voldemort resembled a form of high-quality practical training. As he walked behind Dumbledore, he absorbed knowledge in silence until the sudden rustling ahead drew his attention back to the task of retrieving the fake Horcrux. This is it. Dumbledore, who had been grasping something unseen since the beginning, raised his wand and lightly tapped his fist. In the next moment, a massive, green-tinged copper chain, reminiscent of a colossal boa constrictor, surged forth from the depths of the lake. Sensing the potent aura of dark magic, Imoran instinctively reached out to take the chain from Dumbledore's hand. Yet, even a curse capable of claiming a Muggle's life was, in Dumbledore's eyes, merely a matter of waving his wand a few more times. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the Elder Wand slicing through the air resonated within the cavern, creating echoes. The very magic that had rendered the copper chain as perilous as a serpent now yielded to Dumbledore's movements. After a cascade of clinking sounds, a peculiar little boat emerged from the lake, perfectly sized for two. Imoran, who had always prided himself on his excellent memory, found himself at a loss regarding the details of how Harry and Dumbledore had traversed to the heart of the lake in the original film. After attributing his forgetfulness to the lighting technician's overly dimming of the scene, he expressed his surprise, asking, "Professor, it seems you possess a rather unique insight into magical perception. Why is it that the traces of dark magic, which elude even my senses, appear so conspicuous to you. Ah, this. Dumbledore leisurely released the copper chain in his hand and remarked, "After all, I have taught Tom Riddle, and I am well acquainted with his style. It is akin to the enchantment he placed upon this vessel, permitting only a single wizard to embark upon it. However, he certainly did not consider the weight. His sole concern was how much magical power could traverse across his lake. So, it poses a slight quandary." Dumbledore adjusted his spectacles that were perilously close to slipping off his nose and continued, "If the individual who arrives here is not you, then, in comparison to me, a 13-year-old child's magical capacity should be negligible. Alas, it appears that your current reservoir of magic is rather excessive." For the first time, Moiraine found himself disdained for possessing too much magical power, momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, he proposed a seemingly foolish yet profoundly sagacious suggestion. "Then why do we not simply cross in 2 separate trips?" The atmosphere fell silent once more. Dumbledore's expression shifted from surprise to a contemplative calm, and ultimately, he awakened from his reverie and acquiesced to Moiraine's proposal of traversing to the island in 2 journeys. The source of the green luminescence on the island was derived from a stone basin resembling a meditation bowl, which was presently filled to the brim with a verdant liquid, nearly overflowing twice as much as depicted in the films. Voldemort had imposed numerous enchantments around the location of the Horcrux, including the commonly known spells against apparition and flight, all mechanisms serving to protect the army of inferi concealed beneath the lake's depths. In the original narrative, Regulus Black, after successfully stealing the locket, was poisoned by a potion, rendering him devoid of magic, thus compelling him to entrust the Horcrux to the house elf creature before perishing at the lake's bottom. Moiraine understood that Dumbledore did not bring him here to retrieve the Horcrux, yet he remained perplexed about the true motive behind Dumbledore's insistence on enduring such suffering. "Do you intend to consume it all by yourself?" Moiraine's voice bore a hint of guilt as he gradually grasped the intent behind Dumbledore's journey. "Oh, do not worry, my child. Since fate has decreed this, it signifies that I must undergo such trials." Dumbledore, also attuned to Moiraine's change in tone, responded kindly, "In any case, this substance is not fatal. Although it will incapacitate me, rendering me unable to summon my magic and plunging me into extreme agony, it remains non-lethal. I believe this can be attributed to Voldemort's arrogance. He believes he alone comprehends the Horcruxes. Thus, rather than eliminating the intruding thief, he likely prefers to uncover how they learned of his secrets and then personally subject them to torment. Ha. You know what to do next. Take care, my child." As Dumbledore's voice faded, the tip of the Elder Wand traced a graceful arc, emitting a faint blue light that Dumbledore captured in his hand, transforming it into an exquisite crystal goblet. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. Unlike the portrayal in the film featuring the Half-Blood Prince, Dumbledore exhibited a far more formidable self-control and a resolute will. Yet, as he consumed the 4th cup, his silver-gray robe swayed, and his body lurched forward unsteadily. Professor Moiraine swiftly supported Dumbledore, along with the crystal goblet that was on the verge of toppling. "Don't force me, I don't want to." Dumbledore's eyes betrayed a terror and fear that Moiraine had never witnessed before. Gazing upon Dumbledore's frail and aged visage, Moiraine experienced, for the first time, the profound sense of despair that the original work's enthusiasts lamented was absent from the film. The greatest wizard, the strongest bastion, the one whom Voldemort feared most, had faltered. This shock was undoubtedly enough to shatter Harry from the original narrative, and in this moment of hardship, he was still compelled to inflict harm upon his own headmaster. As Dumbledore had urged, it must be acknowledged that, irrespective of the timeline, the essence of courage remained Harry's most potent weapon. "You cannot stop, remember? You said this is a trial you must complete." "No, let me go." Glug glug. "It's all right, you see, you've had another cup." "It's all an illusion." "Stop, I don't want to drink anymore. Let me rest." "Very well, let us pause for a moment." Glug glug. No, I cannot drink any more. Do not let me see." Glug glug. Dumbledore's incoherent ramblings gradually morphed into howls and screams, inducing a wave of physiological discomfort in Moiraine, who played the role of the tormentor. He had lost track of how many cups of potion he had forced down Dumbledore. Yet he could affirm that even after acquiring knowledge of dark magic, he had not descended into the depravity characteristic of Voldemort. "It's all my fault. Let it all come at me. Do not harm her. Do not harm them." The potion in the stone basin diminished significantly, and Dumbledore was confronted with the most profound fears of his life. The horrific demise of family members, his father's imprisonment, the shattering of familial bonds, all these images, capable of obliterating one's soul, replayed incessantly before his eyes. In that moment, Dumbledore displayed no inclination to resist. He resembled a soul resigned to death as a form of liberation, muttering pleas for release while numbly consuming cup after cup of the potion. Almost there. Just one more cup. It will soon be over. Morin found it increasingly unbearable to behold Dumbledore's face. Yet he now understood the purpose Dumbledore sought to achieve with this potion. Indeed, as the last 3 vials of potion flowed into Dumbledore's throat, a glimmer of light re-emerged in the nearly extinguished gaze of the aged wizard. I believe I have. Cough, cough. Water. Aguamenti. Possessing powers that far surpassed that of an Auror, Muron did not allow the clear water to spill from the vessel as Harry had done in the original narrative. Instead, he gently massaged Dumbledore's back while bringing the goblet to his lips. Slowly, with a revival of some strength, Dumbledore raised his arm to accept the chalice from Muron's hand. From the pitch-black waters, heads as pale as bone began to emerge, a veritable army of the undead. More numerous than depicted in the films, silently converging towards the island in the lake. Confronted by the sunken, lifeless eyes of these soulless beings, Muron felt an intensified disdain for Voldemort. To borrow the words of the coffin shop owner, the necromantic magic required to craft the undead was not particularly difficult. However, compared to the formidable physicality of magical creatures, wizards, whose spirits were dominated by their souls, were ill-suited to be fashioned into puppets. Unless a dark wizard, having taken countless lives, felt overwhelmed by the abundance of materials at hand, would he recklessly create a legion of undead, an army of puppets that even necromancers would scorn. Professor, are you all right? Muron inquired softly, but the only response was the heavy sound of the headmaster's labored breaths. Having consumed a double dose of the potion, Dumbledore's condition appeared paradoxical. On one hand, his body had endured far greater injuries than depicted in the film, according to Muron's magical perception. Dumbledore's magic had been depleted to the level of an ordinary muggle. Yet on the other hand, despite the torment inflicted by illusions, Dumbledore showed no signs of collapse. Even though his complexion was more ashen than that of the undead, a faint, elusive smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Renervate. With the softly uttered incantation, a gentle white light emanated from the tip of Harry's phoenix feather wand. As a traveler from another realm, Muron could discern that Dumbledore had likely found resolution at the critical moment, liberating himself from the torment of his inner demons that had plagued him for years. Witnessing such an exquisite and audacious scheme unfold, he couldn't help but murmur his admiration. Remarkable. Truly, he is the greatest wizard of this era. It turned out that the ring had been acquired by Dumbledore through a time turner, and the reason for returning it to his former self was to instill confidence against his inner turmoil. Otherwise, burdened by guilt over his sister and family, he would never have withstood the allure of the resurrection stone. What a fanciful yet visionary notion. Not only did he perfectly dismantle Voldemort's cursed trap, but he also provided me with a first-hand lesson in time travel. It left one utterly speechless. The speed of the undead, both in swimming and advancing, far exceeds that of traditional zombies. As Emma Rand marveled at this, several undead creatures had already clambered onto the island in the center of the lake. With no time to ascertain the efficacy of his recently cast vitality restoration spell, he swiftly raised his wand and intoned, Pestis Incendium. The dark flames, tinged with a blood-red hue and infused with a fierce malevolence, surged forth. It was uncertain whether this was due to the absorption of the Dementor's magic or the influence of Grindelwald's dark sorcery. But the flames conjured by M.O. Rand bore an uncanny resemblance to the chaotic fury exhibited by the rampaging undead. Bang! Bang! The cacophony of the undead colliding and splashing into the water shattered the eerie silence that enveloped the lake. In the presence of the immense lasso formed by the fierce flames, the creatures that were meant to obey Voldemort forgot their orders to attack the intruder, swirling in a disoriented frenzy. Soon, the sound of their frantic escape replaced the earlier stillness, reminiscent of the hissing noise produced when a gas stove ignites. The flames, shooting up high, illuminated the once pitch-black ceiling with a fiery glow, and the sudden surge in temperature suggested that the very cave might begin to melt away. This revelation startled M.O. Rand. Upon entering the cave, he had intended to eliminate every last one of the lurking undead. However, to his astonishment, the fierce flames responded to the necromantic creations as if they were some sort of accelerant. Realizing the fire was exceeding his expectations, M.O. Rand tightened his grip on the wand and summoned all his focus to control the already unruly flames. Yet, before he could pacify the swirling monstrosities above him, an uncontrollable fury ignited within his chest, merging with the ferocity of the flames. Amidst the splashing water, the sight of several diminutive Underdeveloped childlike undead stood out starkly among the ragged, pallid figures. It was a pure embodiment of evil that Voldemort could not begin to articulate. Stung by the scene before him, M.O. Rand's eyes widened in horror and simultaneously. His rage ignited the flames in a reaction reminiscent of the joy felt when casting a protective charm. In an instant, the black and red inferno came alive, transforming into a roaring dragon with fiery eyes, plunging straight into the obsidian waters of the lake. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, awakening from a dream, instinctively smacked his lips. After enduring extreme trials, he seemed to have turned Voldemort's poison into a soothing balm. Aside from feeling a bit warm, this nap was perhaps the most perfect he had experienced in recent years. "You certainly leave a lasting impression," he remarked, a hint of surprise in his tone as he regarded the seaside cave, now transformed into a molten pit by the fierce flames, and praised M.O. Rand. He had once anticipated that the other party would cleanse the remains of the dark corpse and dismantle the lair concealing Voldemort's secret weapon. However, the act of evaporating all the lake water within the cavern using fiend fire was perhaps a tad premature for M.O. Rand. Sitting on the stone steps, M.O. Rand nodded as Dumbledore awoke. Rising, he tucked away the wand he had been toying with and retrieved a compass and a time-turner from his robes. Inquiring of the venerable headmaster, "What comes next? Should I proceed to the next location?" "Exercise a bit more patience. There is no need for haste," Dumbledore replied, assessing the extent of the devastation wrought by the fiend fire. "In my experience, when one is uncertain of what actions to take, it often signifies that they are not yet prepared, or that the moment has not arrived. It seems you have been scrutinizing Harry's wand. Do you find it somewhat ill-suited for you?" M.O. Rand, whose thoughts had been laid bare by Dumbledore's keen observations, glanced down at the phoenix feather wand at his waist, and with a hint of trepidation, admitted, "Just now, when I was finally managing to quell the fiend fire, I nearly incinerated it." Indeed, fiend fire can easily provoke negative emotions in its wielder. Until you master it, I recommend practicing in an open area using wandless magic. Or perhaps combining the shield charm with the obscuring charm would also be a prudent strategy. Now, let us return to Hogwarts. Having just regained some magical strength from the effects of Voldemort's poison, Dumbledore slowly extended his arm. Moments later, with a resounding pop, the two figures reappeared in what the magical community often hailed as the safest haven. Their sudden appearance in the office startled the portraits of former headmasters, who were evidently disinclined to hear their inquiries regarding the duo's whereabouts. Dumbledore promptly seated himself in a nearby chair and began to munch voraciously on a handful of cockroach clusters. "Go fetch some food from the house elves. You may find it useful shortly," he mumbled through a mouthful. "Oh, by the way, Sirius has yet to be vindicated as a hero. If I were in your position, I might contemplate how to manipulate public opinion to mislead the uninformed. You are already well acquainted with the remaining matters. Proceed with confidence." Compared to the vibrant portraits adorning the walls, M.O. Rand found Dumbledore's current bee-like demeanor somewhat unfamiliar. Yet, reflecting on the need for nourishment after consuming 2 doses of poison, he nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall take my leave for now." Dumbledore acknowledged him with a nod, meanwhile savoring a glass of orange-hued slushy drink that had mysteriously appeared. Nevertheless, he did not forget to remind M.O. Rand. The castle's kitchen lies behind a painting of a silver bowl brimming with fruit. To gain entry, one must tickle the pear. Starting from the portrait of the fat lady, retrace your steps down the corridor, descend 6 flights of stairs, and upon reaching the marble staircase, take a left into the entrance hall. If you find it difficult to remember, seek out Harry's dormitory to borrow the Marauder's map. He should currently be in the infirmary, occupied with Madame Pomfrey and other professors. Soothing the students. "How could you abandon the students of the school and venture outside, Dumbledore? This is unbecoming of a headmaster." A wizard clad in archaic robes seemed unable to contain his ire and was the first to voice his reprimand. Soon, others who harbored doubts or objections regarding Dumbledore's actions joined this futile debate. The 2 Dumbledores, preoccupied with balancing desserts and drinks, momentarily refrained from retorting. Casting a glance at M.O. Rand, who signaled him with an expression that conveyed, "Leave this to me," before stuffing 2 cockroach clusters into his mouth in refusal, M.O. Rand, who had just been on the verge of teasing Dumbledore for his familiarity with the route to the kitchen due to his insatiable appetite, merely pursed his lips and swallowed his words. He withdrew his wand and cast a disillusionment charm on himself, resembling a child inadvertently caught in the quarrel of elders, and exited the headmaster's office. Having just endured the chaos wrought by the Dementors, Hogwarts was quieter than usual, aside from a select few courageous and capable upperclassmen. The younger witches and wizards mostly retreated to their respective common rooms. Moran had anticipated a smooth passage to the kitchen, but unexpectedly, at the end of the marble staircase, he encountered Malfoy and his two lackeys. How infuriating. The Ministry of Magic has proven utterly unreliable, leaving the faculty and students of Hogwarts to resolve the crisis of the uncontrolled Dementors themselves. I must transfer to Durmstrang next semester. Really? I shall return and tell my father that I, too, wish to transfer to Durmstrang next semester. It's Durmstrang, but that school doesn't seem to be in England. I recall my father mentioning that it is located in France. Fool. That's Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Furthermore, can't you discern that I am merely speaking out of frustration? How could I possibly transfer? I often encourage you both to read more. Yet you two behave like complete muggles, only knowing how to indulge. If it weren't for you two holding me back, how could the Weasley family have stolen the spotlight today? The voice of Draco Malfoy was laced with a hint of exasperation. Unlike his carefree companions Crabbe and Goyle, he appeared quite fatigued, as if he had exerted considerable effort amidst the recent chaos. However, it must be noted that their presence here was solely to seek some warm sustenance from the kitchen. Although his previous remark about food had allowed Malfoy to vent his frustrations, it inadvertently severed his own escape route. Gregory Goyle, possessing a modicum more emotional intelligence than Vincent Crabbe, observed Malfoy hesitating at the kitchen door and quickly adopted his usual foolish demeanor, saying, "My lord, there is more to this chapter. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. It's bound to be more thrilling. Kiki, neither wizards nor muggles can afford to go hungry. I suggest we fill our stomachs first, Master Malfoy, or else we would merely be toiling for Hogwarts in vain." Draco Malfoy raised an eyebrow, surveying Goyle, then glanced at Crabbe, who was nodding eagerly beside him. With a feigned air of resignation, he touched the pair in the portrait frame and declared, "Let us go. We must first procure some food." A heavy mechanism groaned from behind the portrait, and the laughing pair slowly transformed into a large green doorknob, revealing a grand entrance to the kitchen. Unbeknownst to the house elves, the cunning Miron would not let such a perfect opportunity slip away. Having silently cast a charm to muffle his presence, he swiftly followed suit. The Hogwarts kitchen was nearly as vast as the Great Hall itself, filled to the brim with an array of pots, pans, and utensils, save for the enormous fireplace at the far end. With a look of disdain, Malfoy navigated through the bustling house elves, his sights set on the meat sizzling over the coals. To his surprise, a familiar figure intercepted him. "Mr. Draco Malfoy? What brings you here?" Dobby? Confronted by the house elf who had once been compelled to owe his freedom to Harry's influence, Draco was visibly taken aback. "Indeed, it is Dobby. Sir, Dobby has awaited your return for quite some time." Dobby appeared just as Draco remembered, his eyes the size of oranges and his ears reminiscent of bat wings evoking memories of his childhood service. However, that was where the similarities ended. Dobby was no longer clad in tattered pillowcases. Under the encouragement of Harry and Miron, he had adopted a style that, while not fashionable, certainly exuded a unique flair. Is that attire a result of being cast aside by that wretched creature? Oh no, sir. Mr. Harry Potter pays Dobby a salary, and when he does not require Dobby's assistance, he has kindly permitted Dobby to help Professor Dumbledore. As Dobby spoke, he proudly showcased the various garments adorning his form. Perched atop his head was an exquisitely small American Western cowboy hat, while his attire resembled that of a child's nightgown. Around his neck, he wore a Gryffindor scarf fashioned from a crimson handkerchief, and on his feet were mismatched Muggle football boots, one white and one black. Draco was so taken aback by Dobby's unusual ensemble that words eluded him. However, he could scarcely anticipate the astonishment that would follow as Dobby revealed what he had brought. On the eve before the commencement of term at Hogwarts, when Malfoy Manor had been engulfed in flames, Dobby had stealthily rescued a valuable item. Harry Potter had insisted that Dobby wait until Mr. Malfoy himself sought him out before divulging its existence, thus Dobby had kept it close at hand. With a clatter, a stack of discs toppled from the edge of the table, and Draco Malfoy darted towards Dobby with remarkable speed, snatching a golden object from his grasp and concealing it within his robes. In a hushed tone, he inquired, How did you come to possess this?" Malfoy's expression resembled that of a novice dark wizard partaking in an underground transaction for the first time, constantly glancing around to gauge the reactions of the other house elves. Fortunately, the house elves present were solely engrossed in their respective tasks, showing no inclination to join the commotion. Dobby, unaware of the object's significance, raised his hand and cast a restoration charm on the fallen discs, stating, "But Dobby knows that Harry Potter believes you will entrust it to the right person." Malfoy stared blankly at the key to Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts resting in his palm, lost in contemplation. He was uncertain of what lay behind the door this key could unlock, yet the urgency reflected in his mother's frantic demeanor suggested its importance was undeniable. Minutes later, Draco and his companions departed the kitchen, laden with an abundance of food. Crabbe and Goyle had never anticipated such ease in their endeavor to pilfer provisions. The house elves had eagerly pressed food into their hands. This demonstrated that while students of Slytherin may not be esteemed by others, they were nonetheless regarded as masters of Hogwarts by the house elves. "Shall we return to the common room, Master Malfoy?" Crabbe inquired, swallowing hard as his eyes nearly glazed over from the assortment of pies, pastries, and meat pies before him. "You may head back," Malfoy replied coolly. "I have some matters to attend to at the Ollery. We shall discuss the rest later. Then we shall save some food for you." Goyle shouted at the already distant Malfoy, his hand having already grasped the cream cake. True to his portrayal in the original text, he and Crabbe remained blissfully unaware that their young master was headed not towards the Ollery, but rather to the headmaster's office. The time was the final night before the commencement of the Hogwarts term. Aside from the Sacred 28 and a handful of affluent nouveau riche families, most wizarding households in Britain had congregated in Diagon Alley or near King's Cross Station. Returning to late August, M.O. Rand found himself liberated from the obligation to accompany Harry on his shopping errands, allowing him to notice the details he had previously overlooked. Due to the escape of Sirius Black, the vibrancy of the magical shopping street this year was markedly diminished. Apart from the influx of students heading to Hogwarts providing a semblance of income to the beleaguered Diagon Alley, most other commercial activities suffered varying degrees of adverse effects. Viewed through the lens of cinema or from the perspective of a reader of the original text, the threat and peril presented by Sirius felt trivial in comparison to that posed by Voldemort. M.O. Rand had often lamented, even prior to his crossing over, that the mere escape of Voldemort's so-called most loyal supporter had sent Mr. Weasley and a plethora of adult wizards into a state of panic. Surely, the magical realm seemed rather feeble in this regard. However, as with many matters, one's understanding and perception evolve with experience. After living in the magical world for over a decade, M.O. Rand could now comprehend why he had once struggled to empathize with the characters in the story. A being capable of invading any household, arbitrarily taking lives without fear of legal repercussions, and openly challenging the authoritative Ministry of Magic could not possibly exist in the modern Muggle world. Take, for instance, the seaside cavern he had just dismantled with Dumbledore. Even if Voldemort had animated all his victims into corpses using dark magic, the number of those slain by his wand would undoubtedly exceed 300. What does it mean to have over 300 victims? In the Muggle world, a serial killer responsible for a mere dozen deaths is already deemed a remorseless fiend. And more importantly, if such a malevolent figure were to remain at large, law enforcement would surely mobilize vast resources to apprehend him. Within such a societal context, the slaughter of hundreds resembles the exaggerated claims of a child boasting in jest. Alas, magic knows no reason. In an environment where not all Aurors at the Ministry can effectively cast the shield charm, a dark wizard of Voldemort's caliber has completely transcended the constraints of law. Aside from the protection of Dumbledore at Hogwarts, anyone elsewhere could fall victim to a sudden apparition of the Dark Lord. The intangible fears of peacetime have materialized. Death, or even fates more tragic than death, could descend upon anyone without warning, leading to the collapse of the magical society. No wonder Dumbledore urged me to manipulate public opinion to mislead the uninformed. It seems he intended to prepare ordinary witches and wizards for what might come. Returning his thoughts to the present, Murang murmured to himself. He had previously been puzzled by the headmaster's haste in destroying Horcruxes, but it now appeared that Dumbledore sought to strike decisively while he held an advantage in intelligence, aiming to eradicate the menace of Voldemort in one fell swoop. Murang harbored no pity for Voldemort. Yet the prospect of having to extract the fragments of that wretch's soul from Harry's body filled him with an unsettling dread rooted in the unknown and uncertainty. "Enough," he said, patting Harry's cheek. "Let us tackle the tasks at hand one by one." With a whoosh and a crack of red sparks flashing through the sky, Harry, in his first incarnation, materialized in Borgin and Berks. Thanks to the operations of the proprietor, all security measures and magical mechanisms here transformed into the form most familiar to Murang. A splendid opal necklace, do not touch, was cursed and had claimed the lives of 19 Muggles. In the darkness, a faint sound emerged, concealed within the Iron Maiden. Murang retracted all traces of his magical essence and quietly listened as Harry muttered to himself while selecting items for no charge. At 13, Harry exhibited prowess far beyond that of his peers. Before inheriting Grindelwald's legacy and absorbing the power of the Dementors, Murang had thought Harry possessed the capability to stand alone like a professor. Yet, upon stepping into the realm of Dumbledore, he realized that without Murang's magical enhancement, Harry's abilities were still insufficient to navigate the adult wizarding world with ease. How curious. Why is there no inscription nearby? Could it be merely an artifact devoid of any magic? Listening to Harry's voice, tinged with uncertainty from just a thin barrier away, Murang felt a flicker of tension. Unlike before, when he acted in obscurity, he now had to meticulously replicate that battle before both himself and Harry to theoretically avoid altering the past. Yet, such a dilemma could not be resolved solely by superior magical prowess. Calm down, calm down. In his mind, Mo Ran reflected. Since he could not recall the details of the previous battle, it indicated that he and Harry had not focused on that aspect. Henceforth, he merely needed to act in the correct sequence, and everything would naturally align. Memories of watching Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban began to flicker before Mo Ran's eyes. Observing Harry, who had slightly raised his arm as if to open the Iron Maiden and investigate, Mo Ran ingeniously utilized the compass gifted to him by Sol Crook, awakening the resonance of the nearby damaged time turner. A radiant brilliance akin to diamonds erupted, and in that moment, Harry, as if struck on the head by a stone from Hermione in the film, shifted his focus entirely. Forget it. Let us move on to the next item. Wait, what is that? Unfamiliar with the experience of time travel, Harry was oblivious to the fact that the time turner within the metallic display case had long lost its magic. The crafty Bogenbox had kept it in the shop merely to deceive gullible patrons who lacked knowledge. Can this be repaired? Should we? Completely unaware of anyone emerging from the Iron Maiden, Harry finally sensed an overwhelming sense of impending danger as Mo Ran unleashed his own magical power. Simultaneously, the mechanisms that could only be triggered by sensing magic began to emanate a sinister glow. Whoosh, 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 illuminated by the azure light. Mo Ran extended a finger to pry open a gap in the magical net. This audacious act was not driven by a desire to showcase his formidable strength. Rather, he was genuinely concerned about Harry recognizing the wand he was using. Tick, tick, tick. Time flowed with the subtle vibrations emanating from Mo Ran's chest, yet Harry, in his first iteration, hesitated to launch an attack. He turned his gaze towards the empty space behind the Bogenbox shop, suddenly remembering that he had forgotten the existence of the invisibility cloak due to his magical perception issues from the very beginning. Damn it, Mo Ran. You came to snatch the invisibility cloak. What were you thinking? As he berated himself internally, Mo Ran disregarded the possibility of being recognized by Harry. Having previously discovered more than once that the Deathly Hallows were immune to the stunning spell, he opted for caution and withdrew his wand to cast the whirlwind spell. With a whoosh, Harry, concealed beneath the invisibility cloak, revealed his appearance. In the blink of an eye, Harry's innate agility, honed as a seeker, allowed him to seize the heirloom that was about to fly away. Meanwhile, Mo Ran, who had collaborated with him for several years, unleashed dark mist, intending to use disapparition to escape. Confundo inimicum. The unfamiliar dark wizard's advanced confundus charm thwarted Harry's attempt to disapparate, causing him to snap back into the Bogenbox shop with a sudden jolt. Before I could discuss a few words with Mo Ran, human bones, eyeballs, playing cards, and various rusty, pointed objects shot forth like arrows. Protego! Harry shouted, and in the next moment, a series of explosive sounds erupted from the protective shield formed by the ironclad charm. The cacophony roused the dark night of the upside-down alley, while simultaneously providing Mo Ran with a prime opportunity to seize the invisibility cloak. With one hand unleashing a barrage of spells, he deftly maneuvered the skeletal claw with the other, snatching the cloak that hung at Harry's waist. Oh, Accio invisibility cloak. The cloak soared toward him. Damn it. Why isn't it working? Harry's voice resonated with palpable excitement as his incendio failed to achieve the perfect synergy with Mo Ran. Before the obsidian spear could pierce the enigmatic Black Knight's visage, he, as the faint attacker, unleashed a torrent of blue flames ahead. Pertis temporis. The fire god paves the way. In this duel of dark magic, devoid of finesse, Mo Ran, in his second round, effortlessly neutralized the attack that had once originated from him with minimal effort. Observing Harry's evident hesitation, he understood that the farcical escapade of the night had reached its final act. Mobiliabris. The shift of form, with a silent incantation, their positions were exchanged. Caught in a whirlwind of astonishment and trepidation, Harry, still oblivious to the trap's triggering mechanism, found himself ensnared in a magical net almost instantaneously. Finite. The spell is nullified, finite incantatum. All spells end. One after another, the counterspells emerged like a melodic backdrop, accompanying M.O. Ran, who was now wholly focused on his acquisition spree. Soon, precious magical artifacts such as the opal necklace, a shrunken head, and fragments of a time-turner soared into the pocket created by the concealment charm. As M.O. Ran departed from Nocturne Alley and arrived at the gates of Malfoy Manor, the nocturnal raid on Borgin and Burks had culminated. Just as he had anticipated, under the deft orchestration of time and fate, countless details fell into place harmoniously, including his nearly discarded gesture of farewell, which Harry had misconstrued as a wave. The cool night breeze gently caressed M.O. Ran's black robes, and as he gazed upon the grand manor steeped in medieval allure, he recalled Dobby's words from the Hogwarts kitchen, the night before the start of term. When Malfoy Manor had been engulfed in flames, Dobby had surreptitiously rescued something of significance. To be candid, had it not been for the necessity to instill a sense of foreboding in Lucius Malfoy to facilitate his collaboration with the Lily Bloom Healthcare, M.O. Ran would never have contemplated actions that would damage another's property. Such conduct was antithetical to his principles. Pestis Incendium. Fierce fire flame. The red and black dragon of fierce fire materialized at his call, and with a sigh, it soared over the ornate wrought iron gates, heading towards the fountain, lawn, and labyrinthine gardens beyond Malfoy Manor. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. The cool night suddenly turned stifling as Lucius Malfoy, engaged in conversation with a long-lost acquaintance, irritably summoned the name of Donnie. Donnie, what on earth is happening? Have you ignited the carbon? Damn it. If you burn the furniture, I shall flay your skin. Ouch. Master, run. With a few tendrils dangling from his head, Donnie burst through the door, exclaiming, a formidable wizard has arrived outside the courtyard. He has already encircled your residence with flames. Upon hearing this, Fenrir Greyback slammed his hand onto the stone table with a resounding thud, cursing, damn Malfoy, you are indeed deceiving me. All this meaningless chatter has merely served to buy time. I have long heard that you are a fickle-minded traitor, lacking loyalty to the Dark Lord. Lucius Malfoy sprang to his feet, drawing his wand in a swift motion, retorting to the werewolf Fenrir, mind your claws, if you wish to avoid death here, Donnie. Master? Take Draco and Narcissa to the Leaky Cauldron. Ensure that no one, including them, learns of tonight's events. Hurry. Donnie glanced at Fenrir, who was baring his teeth as if preparing to pounce, his expression filled with worry, and with a snap of his fingers, he vanished in a puff of smoke. With a sharp crack, Lucius Malfoy unleashed his fury, roaring, mindless beast, do you think the Dark Lord is reluctant to accept you as a Death Eater? You, a notorious lunatic who revels in attacking children, are hardly even a wizard. You are merely a base thug, used to intimidate those wretched creatures lurking in the sewers. Gurgling, a foul, putrid drool trickled down Fenrir's neck. Even before transforming into a werewolf, the voice emanating from him lost any semblance of humanity, becoming deep, hoarse, and imbued with primal savagery. Lucius Malfoy was not mistaken. Deep within Fenrir, the absence of the dark mark was a wound that could never be healed. He believed that werewolves could fare better under Voldemort's reign, yet Voldemort's gaze towards them was always tinged with disdain. In fact, Fenrir was often denied the privilege of donning the Death Eater's robes unless under specific circumstances. Some fans might attribute this phenomenon to Voldemort's selfishness, extreme individualism, and bloodline discrimination. However, even if Voldemort were an open-minded individual, Fenrir would likely never ascend to the status of his confidant. As the most ruthless werewolf in the wizarding world, Fenrir consistently sought to bite and infect as many as possible, viewing this as his life's ambition. This was evidently in stark contrast to Voldemort's pursuit of a world dominated by pure-blood wizards, a conflict of ideals that was fundamentally opposed. Given this premise, the reason Voldemort chose to keep Fenrir close was to exploit his ability to spread the werewolf virus, using it as a threat to the children of defiant wizarding families, rendering it even more lethal. Lucius, having navigated various power dynamics for years, certainly understood his master's motives for recruiting Fenrir. At this critical juncture, a long-silent enforcer unexpectedly approached me bearing news from the Dark Lord. Beyond merely conveying military intelligence, there lingered an undercurrent of menace in his demeanor. You duplicitous sycophant, he admonished, my master has long since spoken of your cunning, your insidious attempts to sow discord. I have already demonstrated my unwavering loyalty to him. Fenrir suppressed his primal urge to lunge at Lucius and cautioned, "Let me remind you, Lucius, that you disappointed the Dark Lord last year. Do not wait until he rises again to assert that you have never wavered in your allegiance to our dark cause." Fenrir's words startled Lucius, who was aware that in recent years, that wretched boy named Harry Potter had repeatedly thwarted Voldemort's resurgence. How could the Dark Lord, having faced such repeated setbacks, suddenly be poised for revival? This was utterly illogical. "Mind your words, Fenrir," Lucius retorted, tightening his grip on his wand. "I present a different facade to the world daily, all in preparation for my master's return. What right do you, an outsider who is not even a Death Eater, have to judge me?" The continuous barbs from Lucius ignited Fenrir's already volatile temper. He harbored ambitions for blood supremacy and the power that came with wizarding dominance over the Muggle world. Yet Voldemort's strength and status barred him from claiming his share of the spoils. Thus, since aligning himself with Voldemort, he had devoted all his energy to satisfying his own desires and instincts. In his eyes, inflicting pain and spreading infection had morphed into a source of amusement and a means of validating his existence. Alas, in his reckless folly and profound ignorance of magic, Fenrir's unprovoked assault on the master of Malfoy Manor resulted in his abrupt transportation outside the estate. It was not until he was swallowed whole by the fiery dragon that he realized the earth-shattering roar he had just heard was not his own. Malfoy Manor lacked the formidable defenses against dragon fire. Indeed, aside from the various Ministry of Magic departments, perhaps only Hogwarts and Gringotts could withstand such intense heat. As he witnessed a figure soar from the shattered window and deftly dive into the dragon's maw, Morin's mind momentarily short-circuited. What was that? Was the intruder human? Surely I have not just incinerated Lucius Malfoy. Fear and confusion rapidly eroded Morin's composure. Not wishing to exacerbate the calamity, he hastily gestured with both hands, issuing a retreat command to the fiery dragon. A thunderous roar echoed throughout Malfoy Manor, emanating not just from the terrifying conflagration, but also infused with fury and defiance. After a prolonged interval, the once chaotic estate, now shrouded in soot and smoke, returned to an eerie calm. The lavishly crafted lawns, fountains, and labyrinthine gardens, once meticulously cared for by magic, have all vanished without a trace. "Master, you have returned." A man clad in a dark robe rushed out, kneeling on one knee. His tousled, pale golden hair gave him a disheveled appearance. Having already been privy to the unfolding narrative, Imoran wasted no time. He swiftly tore off his hood, transforming into a sweeping mass of black mist that surged forward. The remnants of the burned structures and the smoldering embers, caught in a spiraling airflow, parted to clear a path. To Lucius, the sight of Imoran gliding silently before him was akin to a Muggle stumbling upon a fifth-generation fighter jet on the battlefield. "I am not Voldemort," Imoran intoned, striving to mimic Harry's cadence. "Might you enlighten me about the guest who just visited your home?" Lucius, a man deeply devoted to his wife and son, could discern from his current state of mind that the one consumed by the fierce flames was certainly not a member of the Malfoy family. However, he found himself in a precarious position. Having initially failed to distinguish Imoran's identity, he had knelt in a position of submission, complicating their dialogue. The brief silence allowed Imoran to recognize Lucius's discomfort. With a flick of his wand, he conjured an exquisitely crafted set of tables and chairs from the ashes, reminiscent of a demonstration once performed by Dumbledore in the headmaster's office. Lucius, startled as his body was unexpectedly elevated, managed to suppress his instinct to break free for self-preservation in order to uphold the dignity of the Malfoy lineage. Fortunately, this was merely Imoran's gesture to provide an escape from the awkwardness. Otherwise, given the current disparity in their powers, even 10 Luciuses would be no match. The individual in question is Fenrir Greyback, a particularly feared associate of the Dark Lord, known for intimidating high-ranking ministry officials by attacking their children. This meeting was primarily to request that I provide him with a residence in a secluded location, free from the interference of wizards or muggles. Lucius Malfoy stated as calmly as possible. His candid response took Imoran by surprise. Unable to comprehend why simply extending the most basic respect would elevate Lucius's regard for him, Imoran merely nodded. "I see. How do you plan to explain this to your master?" At this juncture, the death of a fellow Death Eater is hardly welcome news. He is not a Death Eater. I mean, his death poses no cause for concern, Mr. Potter. Much like their previous encounter, Lucius could clearly articulate his stance without even mentioning the matter of collaboration, a skill evidently honed by only the most prestigious wizarding families of the Sacred 28. Although M.O. Rand does not harbor a disdain for the art of language, he opts to speak candidly. Given the fluctuating allegiances of the Malfoy family depicted in the original text. Very well, if that is the case. I assume you are now inclined to allow the Malfoy family to become stakeholders in the Lily Blossom healthcare. You may draft the specific contractual details. In the forthcoming year, the wizarding world may witness monumental changes. Unlike Voldemort, who treats his allies as mere subordinates or slaves. I must caution you against betting on both sides and losing on both fronts. Lucius Malfoy chuckled dryly, and before he could conjure any more eloquent phrases, he was taken aback as Harry silently began to fade from his view. This is. Cold sweat trickled down Lucius's scalp. Born into a lineage of pureblood aristocracy, he had encountered various forms of invisibility and teleportation magic. Yet, even at the level of performing silent, wandless magic, there exists no individual capable of vanishing without a trace beneath another's gaze. Dobby, Lucius exclaimed, suddenly recalling his little elf had been dispatched to protect his wife and child. It was only when he arrived at the vault that he discovered the key to Bellatrix Lestrange's Gringotts vault, which he was supposed to safeguard, had mysteriously vanished. According to the research of Saul Croker, the continuous use of a time-turner to traverse the folds of time is undoubtedly a suicidal endeavor. Aside from the potential madness induced by erratic navigation through a chaotic timeline, prolonged exposure to time magic can inflict irreversible harm upon the soul. Otherwise, there would be no need for Saul Croker, as the chief researcher of the Department of Mysteries, to confine himself within the confines of the Department of Mysteries. Whoosh! The boundaries of reality were torn asunder by time magic, and in the blink of an eye, M.O. Rand, who had been conversing with Lucius outside Malfoy Manor, found himself within the Ministry of Magic. Observing the compass with roughly a day's countdown remaining, he contemplated the significance of his current location. If one were to regard Fenrir Greyback's untimely demise as a pivotal turning point, then it would be prudent for him to join forces with Professor Snape to disseminate the news of Lucius Malfoy's betrayal to Voldemort's followers, thereby severing their avenues for retreat. Minister, a sudden voice jolted M.O. Rand's attention back to the present. After casting a disillusionment charm upon himself, he sought refuge against a nearby wall. The sound of polished shoes clattering against the obsidian-like floor resonated as a young wizard, carrying a large cardboard box, hurried towards Cornelius Fudge, who had just exited his office. Minister, you haven't conducted the Galleon Prize draw yet. What prize? The Gilderoy Lockhart Prize, associated with the Daily Prophet, is approaching in June, and we must act swiftly. Fudge impatiently waved his hand, interrupting the young wizard's words. Such matters can be resolved by anyone within your ranks. Despite his words, his arm reached into the box. And in the next moment, a slip of paper bearing the name Arthur Weasley was drawn forth. Weasley? Fudge exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. The other civil servants present were utterly oblivious to the subtle manipulations that had just transpired. Even Fudge himself failed to comprehend why the fleeting thought of drawing again had vanished so abruptly from his mind. Never mind, perhaps this fellow is simply fortunate. Fudge. The Minister of Magic furrowed his brow and tossed the note back into the hands of the young wizard, then strode away towards the elevator, leaving a group of young ministry employees exchanging puzzled glances. What has come over the minister? Who knows? He must be dealing with some troubling matters. Never mind. What is urgent now is to quickly find someone to inform Mr. Weasley, as the Daily Prophet is awaiting for interviews and photographs. After a brief exchange, the individuals in the office returned to their respective duties. Observing their demeanor, was suddenly struck by the feeling that he had stepped into a grueling sweatshop operating under the oppressive 996 work schedule, rather than an administrative department overseeing the British wizarding world. While it was perhaps true that none present possessed the proficiency to simultaneously employ silent confundus charms, disillusionment charms, and soul-sucking charms in complete secrecy, their utter lack of awareness was somewhat unjustifiable. No wonder the original text depicted Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix as preferring to fight alongside schoolchildren rather than placing their hopes of vanquishing Voldemort in the hands of the Aurors. As rode the elevator alongside Fudge, he couldn't help but internally lament. To speak candidly, if the existence of mediocrity were essential to highlight his own strength, he would much prefer that such individuals hailed from the ranks of Death Eaters rather than the Ministry of Magic. The sound of the mechanically operated, high-speed, hollow elevator echoed with a rhythmic clatter, representing both the arrogance of wizards and the undeniable transformation brought about by human technology. As the cold breeze met him, Fudge gradually emerged from his stupor. Already stressed by the recent escape of Grindelwald, He instinctively attributed the peculiar incident that had just transpired to Dumbledore's influence. As is well known among many in the department, Cornelius Fudge acquired the position of Minister of Magic only after Bartemius Crouch's son was accused of being a Death Eater and lost his chance for the role. And Dumbledore himself had declined the offer. At that time, during the Golden Age following Voldemort's fall, Fudge, inherently weak yet enamored by wealth and status, sought Dumbledore's counsel on managing the affairs of the Ministry on numerous occasions. Everyone yearns to seize the rarest opportunities in life. Yet it is precisely because of this that many years later, when a snake, cradled in a farmer's embrace, has grown accustomed to warmth, it begins to question why it is being ensnared. Fudge, whose confidence had swelled, began to disregard Dumbledore's advice. He even foolishly believed that the esteemed wizard covertly coveted his ministerial position. Dumbledore, Fudge muttered bitterly as he removed his round-top hat. Moments later, intending to visit the Department of Mysteries, he instead made his way to the Auror office floor. After summoning a dozen so-called elites, he led a grand procession toward Hogwarts Castle. The sound of rustling echoed through the air. The tumultuous waves crash against the rocky shore, producing a captivating cacophony. At this moment, M.O. Ran, summoned by fate into a new timeline, sits here fiddling with an array of pocket watches, pendants, and compasses. Deletrius, vanish without a trace. Geminio, duplicate, reparo verdo, transformative repair. As various transformation spells are cast in succession, the counterfeit time turner, a fusion of the shattered watch face from the Boggins and Bork shop and an opal necklace, gradually morphs into the likeness of the pocket watch Hermione had procured from Professor McGonagall. Reflecting on the fleeting appearance of Katie in Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, M.O. Ran cannot help but marvel at the intricacies of time magic. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue exploring the captivating narrative. How was it that I failed to connect the dots when I first encountered the faux Hermione? Wasn't he that corpse's appearance indicative of having touched a cursed object? Nevertheless, it is fortunate that I have come to this realization, for I still have time to devise a plan for when D.B. Cooper shall embody Hermione's form. M.O. Ran mutters to himself while meticulously wrapping the counterfeit time turner in layers of paper and cloth. The night sky is shrouded in darkness, and after several hours of relentless toil, M.O. Ran's stomach begins to grumble. He retrieves some food pilfered from the Hogwarts kitchens and takes a bite, only to discover, much to his chagrin, that in the chaos caused by Malfoy and his entourage, he unwittingly packed raw ingredients instead of prepared delicacies. Ugh, this! M.O. Ran stares in dismay at the raw fish fillet and oysters in his hands, while he could conjure fire with magic to cook the ingredients. His utter lack of culinary knowledge renders him incapable of any semblance of cooking. If he were to attempt to prepare a meal, he might very well succumb to his own culinary misadventures before he even faces Voldemort and the Death Eaters. What if I were to apparate elsewhere to procure some food? An absurd notion suddenly flitted through M.O. Ran's mind, yet before he could rationally dismiss it, he sensed a familiar magical presence approaching from behind. What? M.O. Ran spun around, his gaze incredulously fixated on a location several nautical miles away, speechless for a moment. Just as he had sensed, a large black dog, recently escaped from its prison, was desperately swimming toward him across the ocean. Perhaps I should retrieve some provisions from the house elf. They may prove useful to me soon. In the waters surrounding Azkaban, the tides fluctuate dramatically, occasionally revealing rocky outcrops. As I traverse this terrain, I might stumble upon some shellfish to stave off my hunger. Once, I even collided with a cod that had leapt ashore. The words of Dumbledore and Sirius struck like a heavy hammer upon M.O. Ran's heart. Without the luxury of pondering whether his headmaster had truly calculated this step with such precision, he cast the disillusionment charm upon himself once more. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. M.O. Ran swiftly waved his wand, and soon, the rocks beneath his feet transformed into a naturally formed buffet table. In the original narrative, the conflict between Harry and Aunt Marge did not erupt on the very first day. That dog-loving, corpulent woman had resided at number 4 Privet Drive for several days before Harry, in a fit of rage, inflated her into a balloon. This implies that had Sirius traversed the channel at a normal pace, he would not have reached Little Whinging on the first day of Marge's arrival. M.O. Ran may never uncover the intricacies of this tale, yet the integrity of time demands that he metamorphose into a butterfly, fluttering through the crevices of time to rectify every historical thread that ought to exist. As the minute hand painstakingly completed its half-circle, It was only when Sirius alighted upon the rocks to rest that Mo Ran comprehended the profound weight behind the phrase a dog so thin it could slip through the bars. Apart from its skeletal frame and fur, Sirius's animagus form bore little resemblance to that of a dog. Beneath the sparse fur around his lungs lay ribs that resembled those carved by a blade, transformed into a semblance of a corpse animated by dark magic. Faced with the unjustly accused hero, who could only extend his tongue in a desperate gasp for air, Mo Ran deftly used the summoning charm to maneuver a fish fillet, shaped like a cod, directly into Sirius's mouth. He then began to ponder the implications of the information Dumbledore had previously disclosed regarding Black's lack of exoneration. Though Professor Snape harbored disdain for Sirius Black after the misunderstandings were resolved, there was no reason for him to seek personal vengeance against Fudge, was there? Moreover, the task of conveying messages to the Ministry of Magic had been personally entrusted to him by Headmaster Dumbledore. Could it be that, even back in their third year, events I had overlooked were already brewing beneath the surface? Renervate, the nonverbal revitalization charm, under Mo Ran's control, alleviated Sirius's fatigue with the slightest touch. Once the great black dog had rested and resumed his journey towards freedom, Mo Ran, who had been concealed among the rocks, once again felt the tremors emanating from the compass and time turner. Tap, tap, tap. The imagery of the real world transformed once more into lines of light and shadow, accompanied by the gentle sounds of gears. When Mo Ran regained his composure, he found himself within the forbidden forest of Hogwarts. You informed me that you acquired the blood of that Harry Potter boy? How did you manage that? Wormtail said he took it while the boy was sleeping. Sleeping? Have you forgotten what our master stated? It must be coerced. Coerced indeed. So what shall we do? Are we to infiltrate the castle? That ancient relic, Dumbledore, still holds dominion within its walls. Let Fudge devise a means to distract him, once that old wretch departs. We shall employ the Dementors to assault the school. As long as we can inflict injury upon Harry Potter during the fray, his blood shall be ours to claim. The voice emanating from the forest was none other than that of D.B. Cooper, echoing Harry's words. However, this diverged significantly from our prior agreement. I have fulfilled the task assigned to me by the Dark Lord. How dare you even bring it up? The figure cloaked in black, Harry, sounded somewhat incensed. Had you not meddled with that accursed rat, causing an unnecessary commotion, this situation would have been resolved long ago. It is utterly preposterous. How could a traitor, who once betrayed his own friends and family, ever earn the Dark Lord's trust? You foolishly divulged our entire plan to such a scoundrel for the sake of convenience. D.B. Cooper, chastised by the torrent of rebuke, lowered his head in shame. According to the original plan, he was merely to disguise himself as Argus Filch to provoke Gryffindor and take the opportunity to punish students led by Harry, thereby increasing the likelihood of acquiring Potter's blood under duress. Yet, since D.B. Cooper's arrival at Hogwarts, he had devoted all his energy to seeking the Chamber of Secrets in the Basilisk's remains. I was used by that wretch as well, my lord. He bears the dark mark and claims to have infiltrated the Weasley household for over a decade. I truly had no idea that he was the one who initially betrayed Lord Voldemort. D.B. Cooper lamented, though inwardly he contemplated how to procure a time turner from Hermione Granger with haste. Indeed, having lurked at Hogwarts for nearly half a term, he discovered that some students were clandestinely utilizing time turners to resolve scheduling conflicts. With the assistance of that small hourglass, he could employ the puppet curse on the Basilisk's remains while Dumbledore was away, freeing himself from all unwelcome entanglements. To hell with the Death Eaters and Voldemort. Out of trepidation for Dumbledore's prowess, the meeting between the two foe Death Eaters concluded swiftly, when the Forbidden Forest once again fell into silence. Mo Ran emerged slowly from behind a massive tree. Having overheard the previous dialogue, he gleaned the additional task that Harry and he must accomplish to return to the past. Similar to how Dumbledore utilized the time turner to find and obliterate numerous Horcruxes throughout history, Harry too required an alibi to further complicate the discord among the Death Eaters. Having spent his entire academic life at Hogwarts, he could not possibly be a Death Eater recruiting for Voldemort. Nor could he have any opportunity to traverse between the Ministry of Magic, Azkaban, and Dortmund to instill fear. However, as a wisp of dark mist emanated from his palm, Mo Ran sensed something amiss. The individual who had just rehearsed with D.B. Cooper was undoubtedly Harry, as evidenced by the robes he wore and the familiar magic that radiated from him. Yet, curiously, neither the newly appeared Harry nor the one who had once battled Dementors in the Forbidden Forest exhibited any trace of the dark magic associated with Mo Ran. This was in stark contrast to the situation at Borgin and Burke's. Could it be that I had already detached from Harry's body at this point in the future? Yet, that seemed implausible. If Dumbledore had indeed prepared to extract the dark magic, he would not have left me without a single hint, unless... His bewildered thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a commotion in the woods, the crackling of electricity drawing Immo Rant's attention back to reality. Could it be that the little Thunderbird had hatched? A spark of joy surged within him as he turned to look behind, only to be astonished by the sight of a grand platinum-colored bird standing tall at over 2 meters in the nearby thicket. The piercing cry of the eagle and the turbulence from its flapping wings sent all magical creatures in the vicinity of the forbidden forest scurrying away, whether they flew above, ran below, or moved in any other manner. They fled in haste from the source of the sound. Immo ran, suppressing his instinct to fight, retracted the dark mist that seeped from his skin.